The sky of Alpha 7 agricultural. The orbital spaceport, Xiaomao, resembled a forgotten iron nail in a corner of the universe. Its mottled armor plates were pitted with meteorite impact craters, exposed pipes hissed condensate, and the distant hyperspace lane indicator lights blinked a faint red, a warning to all passing ships that only barren resources and barely surviving humans lay here. Lin Mo crouched in a corner of the spaceport's maintenance sector 3, his fingertips tracing a heavily ablated alloy plate. Rust left dark red streaks on his thumb. He was 18 years old, not exceptionally tall, but years of mechanical repairs had been an orphan. He had scraped a living from the scrap heaps of the Xiaomao spaceport since childhood. Relying on self-taught mechanical knowledge and nimble hands, he had barely managed to find it. Lin Mo fixed the docking valve at berth 3. The cargo ship crew are screaming for it. The maintenance supervisor's roar cut through the noise of machinery, laced with undisguised impatience. Lin Mo rose in response, grabbing the tool bag slung at his waist. It was a military surplus item he had fished from a scrap heap, worn but meticulously organized. He hurried through a passage cluttered with discarded parts, the metal floor groaning under his steps. Through a the main income of Xiaomao Spaceport came from grain shipments to neighboring star systems. Though the taste of Alpha 7's genetically modified crops was terrible, their resistance to barren soil and short growth cycle made them a cheap food source for many border systems. But over the past 6 months, the number of transport ships had dwindled. Rumors said the border conflict between the Federation and the Brent insectoids was intensifying. What a damn mess. The seal gasket on this valve has crumbled to powder. Lin Mo crouched before the docking interface at berth 3, frowning deeply. He opened the valve casing. The wiring inside had oxidized black and the core components were covered in thick. This old manual dock. He pulled a spare seal gasket from his tool bag, a homemade one from recycled scrap. It wouldn't last as long as an original, but it would do in an emergency. Just as he was focusing on replacing the parts, the spaceport's alarm system let out a piercing shriek, and red warning lights flooded the entire corridor. Warning! Warning! Unknown vessel breached outer perimeter. Coordinates galactic 78342, distance 1.2 million kilometers, approaching at high speed. The spaceport defense officer's panicked voice came over the broadcast, trembling. Pirates. Bloodbone Gang assault craft. Repeat, 3T1 assault craft from the Bloodbone Gang. All defense units, stand by non-combatants to shelters. Pirates. Lin Mo's heart sank. The Bloodbone Gang was a predator. The Xiaomao spaceport's defense system was basically a paper tiger. Against 3T1 assault craft, there was no chance. Chaos erupted in the corridor. Lin Mo instinctively grabbed his tool bag and ran with the crowd toward the shelter. But after a few steps, a violent explosion sounded behind him. Boom. The shockwave hurled him through the air, slamming him hard against the cold metal wall. Sharp pain in his chest, a metallic taste of blood in his throat. He struggled to lift his head. Through the porthole, a menacing assault craft was spewing blue-white thruster flames. The pulse cannon on its bow flashed, blinding white light, precisely hitting the defense turret. The old defense turret hadn't even fully raised its energy shield before being blasted into scrap metal. Fragments flew smashing into the porthole, leaving spiderweb cracks. Then the second assault craft's torpedo launchers glowed red. 2 small proton torpedoes streaked with white tails straight toward the docking area. Take cover, someone screamed, diving to the floor. Lin Mo instinctively curled up behind a pile of discard. The next, he saw a young female employee not far away hit by debris. Blood stained her white uniform. She fell in despair, twitched a few times, and lay still. The shadow of death enveloped Lin Mo. He was no soldier. Then the third assault craft began low-altitude strafing. Its bow rapid-fire cannon Lin Mo felt a piercing chill. He knew staying meant certain death. He remembered. Gritting his teeth, he crawled toward the back of the maintenance area during a lull in the explosions. The scenes along the way were horrific: charred bodies, severed limbs, equipment spewing black smoke. The once familiar spaceport had become a hell on Earth. Just as he was about to reach the storage bay door, an energy beam struck a pile of parts beside him. A violent blast hurled him again. His back slammed hard into the storage bay door. His vision went dark, blood streaming from his forehead, blurring his sight. Damn! Lin Mo struggled to get up, but the sharp pain in his body made him unable to move. Consciousness began to fade. He could hear the footsteps of boarding pirates, rough shouts, women's cries and pleas, but all the sounds were fading away. Was I going to die here? Not willing. He had never left Alpha 7, never seen the true galaxy, never fulfilled his childhood dream. To pilot his own ship and explore the nebulae and star systems he had only seen on star charts. A strong will to survive drove him. With all his remaining strength, he reached out to grab scattered parts. Just as his fingers touched an irregular black crystal, a sudden change occurred. He had found that crystal in the scrap heap yesterday. Its surface was covered with complex patterns like some unknown civilization's artifact. He had planned to fix it up and sell it at the black market for some credits. Now when his blood dripped onto the crystal's surface, it suddenly emitted a soft blue light. The patterns, a warm energy surged from the crystal. Then a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Compatible life signal detected. Primordial astral map system activating. Binding. 10, 50, 100. Binding successful. Host Lin Mo species human carbon-based current status severe injuries multiple saw urgent mission triggered desperate survival mission description the Bloodbone Gang pirates are raiding Xiaomao spaceport. Defense systems fully disabled. Shelters about to be breached. Host must reach the abandoned shipyard within 15 minutes, find a reparable T1 vessel, and escape Alpha 7 agricultural planet. Mission reward basic repair toolkit blue-grade ship repair guide T1 100 primordial energy system basic functions unlocked. Failure penalty host death system unbinding. Lin Mo was stunned. The voice he looked at the black crystal in his hand. It had now merged into his palm, becoming a faint blue mark emitting a weak glow. Primordial Lin Mo snapped back to reality. Ignoring the pain, he followed the virtual map generated by the system in his mind and ran toward the abandoned shipyard. The virtual map clearly marked the pirates' positions and patrol routes. Leveraging his knowledge of the maintenance area, he squeezed through narrow passages, avoiding the pirate patrols. Along the way, he saw more corpses. The spaceport's defense had completely collapsed. The pirates were looting resources and slaughtering survivors indiscriminately. A pirate, Lin Mo's fists tightened, nails biting into his palms. But he knew that now he was in no position to save anyone. He had to survive first. Following the system map, he finally arrived at the abandoned shipyard. This was the oldest shipyard of Xiaomao spaceport, abandoned for years. It housed a few dilapidated vessels, mostly T1 civilian transports, and repair shuttles, some just wrecks. Scan complete. Reparable vessel detected T1 civilian modified gunboat ID X-734. Current status 70 damaged, engine offline, weapons disabled, shields broken. Estimated repair time 10 minutes, system assisted. Required resources scrap parts 28 energy crystals 5. The system's voice echoed in his mind as the virtual map marked the gunboat's location and nearby resources. But as the system said, its core structure was intact. As long as the engine and weapons were repaired, it could barely take off. He immediately followed the system's guidance to collect scrap parts from nearby junk piles. Most of these parts were ones he had seen during his usual repairs. Familiarity made collection faster. Soon he had collected 20 scrap. Repair started. Estimated time 10 minutes. During repair, host must remain vigilant against pirate interference. Blue light surged from the palm mark, enveloping the entire gunboat. Lin Mo could see the damaged areas being rapidly. He leaned. The pain in his body persisted, but the system's energy kept him conscious. When the repair reached 70, footsteps and pirate voices reached him. Boss, this is the abandoned shipyard. Nothing valuable here, a rough voice said. Check thoroughly. There might. Lin Mo's heart leaped into his throat. He instinctively ducked behind the side of the gunboat, holding it. They wore worn military armor. The system's alert made Lin Mo more nervous. He only had a multi-purpose tool knife for repairs, no match for the pirates. Run. There was no other hiding place in the shipyard. Once discovered, he was dead. Fight. Lin Mo's. He quickly scanned the area, spotting an abandoned fuel canister nearby. He crept over, grabbed the valve, and waited for the pirates to come closer. When the two pirates reached the gunboat, clang. The sound of metal collision drew the pirates' attention. Who's there? One pirate raised his energy rifle warily and walked toward the noise. The other pirate remained behind, continuing to check the gunboat. As he neared the hatch, Lin Mo burst out, tackled him around the waist, and slammed him to the ground. The pirate was caught off guard. His energy rifle clattered to the floor. You damn vermin. The pirate roared, struggling to get up. Lin Mo pressed his shoulder down hard and slammed the pirate's head against the floor. Lin Mo grabbed the fallen energy rifle and aimed at the other pirate. That pirate, hearing the commotion, turned and saw his comrade subdued. He immediately raised his rifle toward Lin Mo, but he clearly hadn't expected a survivor to have such courage. He froze for a moment. That instant of hesitation was enough. Lin Mo pulled the trigger. Vroom. The light armor. Having dispatched the second pirate, Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pain in his body nearly made him collapse. He looked at the subdued pirate. The man was unconscious. Lin Mo didn't hesitate. He picked up the utility knife from the floor and ended the pirate's life. On the interstellar frontier, repair complete. T1 civilian modified gunboat designation Wanderer activated. Core systems online. Engine started. Weapons 2 pulse cannons operational. Shield strength 30 low power mode. The system's voice sounded at the right moment. The gunboat's hatch slowly opened. The control panel inside glowed soft blue. Lin Mo dragged his exhausted body into the cockpit. Wanderer, take off. Lin Mo pressed the ignition button. The engines rumbled low and blue-white thruster flames shot from the tail. The gunboat rose slowly, leaving the abandoned shipyard and heading for the spaceport's exit. Through the porthole, Xiaomao spaceport was burning. Pirate assault craft still wreaked havoc, explosions echoing. Lin Mo looked down at the inferno below. He felt little emotion, only one thought: get out of here. He maneuvered the Wanderer, dodging pirate fire toward the exit. En route, a pirate assault. Lin Mo took a deep breath, gripping the controls tightly. The Wanderer was a civilian-modified gunboat with better maneuverability than the pirate assault craft. He yanked the joystick hard. The Wanderer executed a high-G evasion maneuver, dodging the incoming. Simultaneously, he pressed the weapon fire button. The two pulse can. Boom! The pirate assault craft's engines exploded. Got it. Lin Mo sighed in relief. Soon the Wanderer flew out of Xiaomao's current system functions: mission chain, basic scanning, ship status monitoring, simple repair assistance. New mission triggered. First voyage among the stars. Mission description: pilot the Wanderer to the nearest human Federation border station Ponchur, which has stable supplies and mission distribution channels, a starting point for the host to build strength. Mission reward: 500 primordial energy, basic navigation system upgrade, marked safe shipping lanes, space station access permit. Mission deadline: 72 hours, hyperspace engine not activated, must travel at sublight speed, estimated 68 hours. Lin Mo looked at the mission panel in his mind and gripped the controls tightly. The destruction of Xiaomao spaceport had cost him his only home, but the emergence of the primordial astral map system had opened a door to the galaxy. He was no longer the orphan struggling at the bottom. From today, the red dwarfs behind him, the explosions at Xiaomao spaceport continued, the bloodbone pirates still plundering, but all that was no longer his concern. Ahead of him lay the vast, boundless galaxy, the legendary journey from AT-1 scrap heap to a behemoth of the stars. The low hum of the subliminal engine permeated the hull of the Wanderer like a weary beast gasping in the. Lin Mo sat in the pilot's seat, his fingertips gently brushing across the scarred console, his gaze fixed on the holographic star chart ahead. The blue dot representing the Wanderer was moving toward the Ponchur space station at 0.3 times the speed of light, surrounded by the deep black void of space, countless stars like distant fireflies dotting the vast emptiness. The system's ship status monitoring panel floated before him, various data: flickering engine power 65, continuous operation, energy consumption rate 1.2 unit, shore shield strength 28, unrepaired damage, defense efficiency decreased by 30. Energy consumption is faster than expected. The remaining 3 crystals probably won't make it to the Ponchur space station. Lin Mo frowned. According to the system's calculated 68-hour voyage, at least 2 more low-purity crystals were needed. He activated the system's resource scanning function. Scanning the asteroid belt. Lin Mo looked at the marked area on the star chart. It was about 8,000 kilometers from the current course. Not too far off, but the asteroid belt was a complex environment filled with fast-moving asteroids and space debris, posing considerable risk for the already. Should I go? Lin Mo hesitated for a moment. If he didn't go once the energy was depleted, the Wanderer would become a piece of scrap metal floating in space. He would either die when the oxygen ran out or be discovered by passing pirates or scavengers, an even worse fate. If I go, though there are risks, at least there's a chance to replenish energy. System analyzed the environmental risks of the asteroid belt. Analyzing. The belt contains approximately 3,000 asteroids of various sizes, the largest with a diameter of 1.2 kilometers, the smallest 1 meter, average speed 500 meters second, collision risk level medium. Faint energy signals, detect unknown risk. Lin Mo felt the blue mark in his palm. Forget it, it's better than waiting to die. He adjusted the control yoke, and the engine of the Wanderer emitted a brighter flame, changing course toward the asteroid. As the distance closed, the view outside the porthole gradually became clearer. The asteroid belt resembled. Some larger asteroids were covered with craters, while others were coated with ice, reflecting the faint light of distant stars. Lin Mo piloted the Wanderer, carefully weaving between asteroids. He stared intently at the radar screen on the console, dodging fast-moving rocks. The T-1 gunship's maneuverability was indeed limited. Several times it nearly collided with asteroids, each close call avoided only by his timely adjustments. Just as he was about to reach asteroid A37, the system suddenly issued an alert warning. Unknown ship, signal detected, distance 8 kilometers, rapidly approaching. Ship type T-1 class, salvage skiff, modified weapon system, 1 pulse cannon, threat level low to medium. Lin Mo's heart tightened. He immediately maneuvered the Wanderer behind a massive asteroid, shutting down some non-essential systems to reduce its energy signature. He looked out the porthole to see a salvage skiff even more dilapidated than the Wanderer flying swiftly toward them, its hull covered with weld marks, the bow pulse cannon pointing toward asteroid A37, obviously after the energy crystals as well. The salvage skiff was fast and reached asteroid A37 in a blink. Lin Mo saw 2 people inside the cockpit wearing tattered spacesuits, their faces filled with greed. They seemed not to notice the Wanderer hidden behind the asteroid and directly landed their skiff on the surface of A37. Scavengers. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike pirates, scavengers mostly loot resources to survive. They usually don't kill. As long as he got the energy crystals, but he couldn't rule out them coveting the crystals. After all, in this lawless land the rule was survival of the fittest. He did not act immediately, but waited. Soon the two scavengers wearing spacesuits and carrying tools crawled out of a cave on the asteroid surface. After about 10 minutes they emerged with 3 energy crystals, excitement written all over their faces. Now, Lin Mo immediately started the Wanderer, its engine spitting flame, charging toward the salvage skiff. At the same time, he activated the bow pulse cannon aiming at the skiff's engine compartment. Warning, ship under attack. The alarm blared on the salvage skiff. The two scavengers scrambled, but they were a step too slow. Lin Mo had already closed in the pulse cannon, emitting a blinding white light. A pulse cannon round struck the salvage skiff's engine compartment with precision. The engine exploded instantly, billowing black smoke and losing power. Don't kill us. We'll give you the energy crystals. A panicked voice came through the salvage skiff's communication channel, trembling noticeably. Lin Mo did not respond. He maneuvered the Wanderer closer to the salvage skiff, reactivated the pulse cannon, and aimed at the skiff's cockpit. He knew he could afford no mercy toward these scavengers. If given a chance, they would likely bite back. Just then the system suddenly issued an alert warning. Detected second ship signal distance 3 kilometers, ship type T1 class pirate assault ship, Bloodbone Gang, insignia weapon system, 2 pulse cannons, shield strength 50, threat level medium. Bloodbone Gang. Lin Mo's pupils shrank. He had not expected to encounter Bloodbone. Damn. Lin Mo immediately abandoned the salvage skiff, maneuvering the Wanderer deeper into the asteroid belt. At the same time, he opened the comm channel and shouted to the salvagers, the Bloodbone Gang is here. Run if you don't want to die. The two scavengers had clearly detected the pirate assault ship signal and were terrified out of their wits. Though their engine was damaged, they activated backup thrusters and fled in another direction. The pirate assault ship was much faster than the Wanderer and quickly caught up. The 2 pulse cannons on its bow fired simultaneously 2 beams of white light, heading straight for the Wanderer. Warning. Locked on. Shield under attack, strength reduced to 15. A violent tremor shook the ship. The Wanderer's shield flickered red and instantly dimmed. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, piloting the Wanderer nimbly between asteroids, using them as cover to evade the pirates' attacks. Kid, stop running. Hand over your ship's resources, and he'll leave you a whole corpse. The pirate's arrogant voice came through the comm, laced with mockery and cruelty. Lin Mo did not respond. His mind raced, thinking of a way to escape. The pirate assault. He glanced at the star chart and noticed a huge crater not far away, filled with dense small asteroids like a natural maze. Let's gamble. Lin Mo maneuvered the Wanderer and debris flew everywhere, striking the hull of the Wanderer, producing harsh metallic clangs. Lin Mo ignored this, his eyes fixed on the console. Relying on the system's real-time route data, the captain of the pirate assault ship was clearly a skilled pilot, as well, staying close behind, constantly close. Just as the distance dropped to under 1 kilometer, Lin Mo suddenly spotted a large asteroid about 100 meters in diameter ahead, flying toward them at high speed. A sudden idea struck him. He immediately adjusted course, letting the Wanderer skim the edge of the asteroid. The pirate captain, caught off guard, reacted a beat too slow, and the assault ship slammed directly into the asteroid. Boom. A violent explosion. Success. Self-destruct. Lin Mo's face changed dramatically. He immediately 30 seconds later, a massive explosion erupted within the crater. The powerful shockwave flung nearby asteroids away. The Wanderer was caught in the blast, hull shuddering violently, shields completely destroyed, multiple hull damages. Hull severely damaged. Engine power reduced to 40, a weapon system offline. Lin Mo looked at the damaged ship, filled with helplessness. Although he had successfully shaken off the pirates, the Wanderer was now half crippled. Forget gathering energy crystals. Even making it to the Panchur space station was questionable. Just as despair set in, the system suddenly issued a prompt: detected unknown signal source, distance 2 kilometers, signal type distress call, encrypted, suspected human ship. Distress call. Lin Mo hesitated. The Wanderer could barely save itself. Going to rest. System analyze the status of the distress signal source ship. Analyzing. Ship type T1 class, civilian repair ship, modified, current status 80, damaged engine, offline weapon system, not activated, shields fully breached, life signals 1 week. Only 1 person and a repair ship. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Repair ships usually carried a large amount of maintenance tools and parts. If he could save that person, maybe they could fix the Wanderer. He piloted the Wanderer toward the source of the distress signal. Lin Mo brought the Wanderer close to the repair ship and called out through the comm. This is the Wanderer. Do you? After a few seconds, a weak female voice came through the comm. I read you. I was attacked by Bloodbone Gang pirates. The engine is broken, Lin Mo said. He carefully docked the Wanderer with the repair ship. After docking, Lin Mo put on a spare spacesuit, opened the hatch, and entered the repair ship. The interior was a mess, equipment scattered everywhere with bloodstains on the floor. He walked along the corridor and found the woman who had sent the distress signal in the cockpit. She looked to be in her 20s, wearing a grease-stained mechanic's uniform, a shallow scar on her face, blood at the corner of her mouth, and her breath was faint. Seeing Lin Mo, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, followed by a glimmer of hope. "Thank you." Lin Mo didn't say much. He stepped forward and examined her injuries, finding only superficial wounds, her weakness mainly due to oxygen deprivation and impact. He took out an emergency kit, treated her wounds, and handed her a nutrient bar. The woman took it and devoured it. After eating, she perked up a bit. Looking at Lin Mo, she asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Lin Mo, captain of the Wanderer. "I was heading to the Panchir space station, but ran low on energy and came here to collect crystals. Then I ran into Bloodbone gang pirates." Lin Mo said concisely. "And you? What's your name? Why were you attacked?" "My name is Ayla. I'm a mechanic," the woman said. "I was hired by a transport company to maintain their ships, but on my way back I encountered Bloodbone gang pirates. If it weren't for you, if you don't mind, I'd like to join your fleet, repair your ship, as long as you take me away from here." Third-class mechanic. Lin Mo's heart stirred. "All right, welcome aboard." Lin Mo nodded. "But our situation is also dire. The Wanderer is heavily damaged and almost out of energy. Whether we can make it to the Panchir space station is still a problem. Let me take a look at your ship. I might be able to fix it." AI Law said immediately. Lin Mo led AI Law back to the Wanderer. As soon as AI Law entered the cockpit, she began inspecting the console and core systems. Her movements were skilled and professional. She quickly pinpointed the issues. The engine's core circuits were. "The weapon system is no big deal, just loose connections. He'll reconnect them. As for energy, I have 2 high-purity energy crystals on my repair ship. It's not much, but enough to get us to the Panchir space station." High-purity energy crystals. Lin Mo was delighted. The energy density of high-purity crystals was 3 times that of low-purity ones. 2 would be enough for the rest of the voyage. "Great," Lin Mo said. "Then I'll leave it to you, AI Law." "No problem." AI Law smiled, took out tools from her kit, and got to work. Her movements were quick and dexterous, fingers darting through complex wiring. She soon replaced the engine core circuits, then repaired the energy converter and weapon systems. Lin Mo helped, handing her tools, watching her smooth operations with growing admiration. He knew he had. About an hour later, AI Law finished the repairs. She wiped sweat from her forehead and said to Lin Mo, "Done. Engine power restored to 85, weapon systems fully repaired, shields can be barely activated to 40. I've already. Ship status update: engine power 85, weapon system 2 T1 pulse cannons, 100 repaired, shield strength 40, remaining energy 3,000 units, 2 high-purity crystals, life support system, normal oxygen, reserve 72 hours. The system's prompt finally set Lin Mo at ease. He looked at AI Law and said sincerely, "AI Law, thank you. Without you I would have been stranded here. Don't mention it. We're partners now." AI Law smiled, her eyes filled with determination. "From now on, the Wanderer is my home. I'll do my best to help you repair this ship, even upgrade it into a more powerful warship." Lin Mo nodded, full of anticipation. He piloted the Wanderer out of the asteroid belt and set course again toward the Panchir space station. The engine hummed more steadily, the bow pulse cannons gleamed with cold light, and Lin Mo looked at AI Law beside him, then at the vast starry river ahead, his heart filled with confidence. Though the journey had just begun, he was no longer alone. With AI Law as a capable assistant and the source star chart system aiding him, he believed he could pilot the Wanderer and carve out his own territory among the stars. Side quest triggered: companion of the journey quest description: successfully recruited third-class mechanic AI Law, improving fleet maintenance and technical capabilities. Protect AI Law and reach the Panchir space station safely. Completing the quest reward. Lin Mo looked at the quest panel in his mind, and a smile crept across his face. He knew this was only the first step of his journey, and he was ready. The hum of Lin Mo. "So this is the Fortress space station. It's even more lively than I imagined," Ella said, pressing against the porthole, her eyes brimming with curiosity. She had mostly been active on transport and repair vessels before, rarely having the chance to visit such a large frontier space station. Lin Mo nodded, maneuvering the Wanderer toward the designated civilian docking berth, guided by the station. Fortress is the largest frontier space station in the periphery of the Alpha system. Signal detected from Fortress space station. Access permissions activated. Synchronizing berth information. Docking successful. The system prompt sounded as the Wanderer came to a steady halt in civilian berth C-17. The docking tunnel slowly connected with the station's hatch, and the pressure equalization indicator chimed. "Let's go." First, while resupply inside the station, the two of them donned simple spacesuits. Ellis was one she had brought from the repair ship, opened the hatch, and stepped into the docking tunnel. The tunnel was bustling with people, mostly interstellar travelers in various attires. Some wore crisp merchant uniforms, others were clad in grease-stained scavenger gear, and still others sported armed mercenary armor. Every face bore an expression of wariness or shrewdness. After passing identity verification, they entered the station's main module, a vast ring. The air was thick with a blend of odors, machine oil, the aroma of food, cheap alcohol, and a faint hint. Their ears were filled with the cacophony. Let's head to the mission distribution center first. The system's main quest requires us to build strength here, and taking missions is the fastest way, Lin Mo said. Following the virtual map generated by the system, they soon found the mission distribution center. It was a massive hall, its walls covered with holographic mission boards scrolling various tasks: escort, collection, exploration, extermination, rescue. The difficulty levels ranged from low to high, with corresponding rewards. The hall was packed mostly with captains of small vessels like Lin Mo browsing for suitable missions. Lin Mo and Ella walked over to a board labeled Low Difficulty Missions and began to scrutinize the listings. Escort mission: deliver a batch of medical supplies from Fortress Space Station to Beta 3 Colony. Distance 32 light years. Estimated duration 24 hours. Reward 5,000 credits. Low purity energy crystals 10. Difficulty: drank. Collection mission: travel to asteroid. Cleanup mission: clear space debris near the orbit of Beta 3 Colony. Reward 2,000 credits. Energy shield enhancement module basic. Difficulty: drank. Lin Mo frowned slightly as he looked at these missions. While the rewards were stable, they were too inefficient for him and wouldn't quickly improve his ship's capabilities. What he needed were missions that yielded rare materials, blueprint fragments, or a large amount of source energy. Just then the system suddenly prompted high compatibility mission detected. Accept. Mission name: urgent escort. Mission type: main quest related. Side mission giver: Vacaran Merchant Guild Fortress Space Station branch. Mission description: a small transport ship of the Vacaran Merchant Guild carrying vital supplies needs to be escorted from Fortress Space Station to Black Reef Outpost 18 light years away. Possible attacks by Bloodbone Gang pirates are anticipated. The gang has been active on this route recently. Requires escort ship to have at least T1 combat capability. Ensure the transport ship arrives safe. Mission reward: 10,000 credits. High purity energy crystals 5. T1 pulse cannon improvement blueprint fragment 1. A source energy 300. Vacaran Merchant Guild faction 10. Mission difficulty: crank. Mission deadline: depart within 12 hours. Arrive at Black Reef Outpost within 48 hours. A mission from the Vacaran Merchant Guild. Ella's eyes flickered with surprise. The Vacaran Merchant Guild is known for being generous, but their missions usually come with risks. The Bloodbone Gang has been very active on this route. It won't be easy. But Lin Mo's eyes lit up. The rewards for this mission were exceptionally rich. The high-purity energy crystals would solve the ship's energy problems. The T1 pulse cannon improvement blueprint fragment was key to upgrading his weapons. The source energy could unlock system functions, and gaining favor with the Vacaran Merchant Guild would be beneficial for future development. Most importantly, the mission difficulty was crank. With the repaired Wanderer's capabilities supplemented by the system's assistance, he should be able to complete it. He'll take this mission, Lin Mo said, decisively, reaching out to confirm the acceptance on the holographic panel. Mission accepted. Mission information synchronized with transport ship captain's communication channel. Transport ship ID Y9527. Docked at berth B08. Rendezvous and depart within 12 hours. After confirming the mission, Lin Mo and Ella went to procure some necessary supplies: compressed nutrient paste, medkit, spare parts, and then returned to the Wanderer. We need to run another check on the ship before we depart. Make sure everything's perfect, Ella said, immediately picking. She meticulously examined the engine's weapon systems, shields, and life support systems, replaced some badly worn parts, and even performed a simple calibration on the pulse cannons to improve their firing accuracy. Lin Mo, using the basic repair toolkit rewarded by the system, and following the ship repair guide, reinforced the armor plating on the hull. Although it was just a simple reinforcement, it would still provide a certain increase in defensive capability. About 2 hours later, Ella finished her inspection and said to Lin Mo, "No problems. The ship is in good condition. Engine power is stable, weapon systems are normal, and the shields can maintain 40 strength, which should be enough for a small-scale skirmish. Ship status update: engine power 88, weapon systems 2, T1 pulse cannons accuracy 10, shield strength 42, armor defense 5. Remaining energy 2,800 units, high purity crystals 2, supplies nutrient paste 30, medkits 5, spare parts 15. The system's prompt put Lin Mo further at ease. He checked the time. There were still 9 hours left, plenty of time for rest and final preparations. Let's get some rest first. We'll need to stay highly alert after we depart. There might not be another chance to sleep, Lin Mo said. Ella nodded, found a corner, sat down, and closed her eyes to rest. Lin Mo, however, sat in the cockpit studying the mission route map provided by the system. The route started from Fortress Space Station, passed through 2 asteroid belts, and finally reached Black Reef Outpost, covering a total of 18 light years. One section of the route passed through the Bloodbone Gang's active area, the most dangerous part of the journey. System analyzed the Bloodbone Gang's activity patterns and ship configurations on this route, Lin Mo commanded silently. Analyzing. The primary active ships of the Bloodbone Gang on this route are T1 class assault boats, quantity 35, some equipped with T-1 torpedo launchers. Tactical-style Wolfpack tactics, specializing in encirclement and close-quarters assaults. Weak defenses, but dense firepower. Suggested tactics utilize the Wanderer's maneuverability, maintain distance, prioritize destroying enemy engines or weapon systems, and avoid being surrounded. The systems analysis gave Lin Mo a clear picture. He opened the tactical simulation function, consuming 10 source energy points to simulate a battle against 3 Bloodbone assault boats. The simulation results showed that with proper handling, leveraging the pulse cannon's precision and the ship's maneuverability, the probability of victory was 75. Good enough, Lin Mo concluded, closing the simulation panel and leaning back in his seat to rest. 9 hours later, Lin Mo and Ella piloted the Wanderer to berth B08, promptly to rendezvous with the transport ship. It was a T-1 class civilian transport about 30 meters in length. It was bulky, slow, with weak defenses, and its hull bore no weapons, clearly relying on its escort for protection. The transport's captain was a middle-aged man named Kalen, slightly stout, with a shrewd smile on his face. He spoke to Lin Mo via the communication channel. "Captain Lin Mo, I'm glad you took this mission. The Vacaran Merchant Guild won't treat you poorly. These supplies are very important. They must arrive safely at Black Reef Outpost. Don't worry, Captain Kalen. They'll do my best to protect your ship," Lin Mo replied. "Good. Then we can set off," Kalen said. Lin Mo maneuvered the Wanderer to the left of the transport ship, assuming an escort formation. The transport ship started its engines and slowly pulled away from Fortress Space Station, with Lin Mo following closely, heading towards the mission route. The first half of the journey was smooth, with no anomalies. The Wanderer's engines ran steadily, and Ella periodically checked the ship's status to ensure everything was fine. Lin Mo remained highly vigilant, his radar screen constantly monitoring the surroundings. As they entered the Bloodbone Gang's active zone, the system suddenly blared an alarm warning. Multiple unknown ship signals detected. Distance 5,000 kilometers. Rapidly approaching. Ship type T-1 class assault boats, Bloodbone Gang IFF. Count 4. Weapon systems, pulse cannons 2, torpedo launcher 1 partial. Threat level medium. Here they come. Lin Mo's focus sharpened instantly. He immediately hailed Kalen. "Captain Kalen, prepare to evade. Bloodbone pirates 4 ships." "What? 4A?" Kalen's voice was filled with panic. "Captain Lin Mo, you have to protect us." "Relax, just follow my orders," Lin Mo said calmly, simultaneously accelerating the Wanderer to position it in front of the transport ship, activating the pulse cannons and shields. Ella immediately entered combat mode, eyes fixed on the ship status panel. Shields activated, strength at 40. Engine power increased to 90, maximizing maneuverability. The 4 Bloodbone assault boats soon appeared outside the porthole, flying in a diamond formation as they rapidly closed in, the pulse cannons and torpedo launchers on their bows gleaming with dangerous light. "Kid, hand over the transport if you know what's good for you, and maybe you'll let you die with your body intact." The pirate's arrogant voice crackled over the comm channel, sounding just like the pirates they had encountered before. Lin Mo didn't respond. Instead, he steered the Wanderer towards the assault boat on the left flank. At the same time, he opened the tactical simulation to quickly formulate a plan. "Ella, monitor the ship status. If the shields take heavy damage, start repairs immediately. They'll take out the one on the left first. Lock onto its engine bay." "Roger." The Wanderer was extremely fast, instantly closing in on the left assault boat. Lin Mo pressed the weapon release button. The 2 pulse cannons on the bow fired simultaneously, 2 blinding beams of white light streaking towards the target's engine bay. Boom, boom. 2 pulse cannon shots hit their mark with precision. The assault boat's engine bay exploded instantly, spewing thick black smoke. It lost power and drifted away into the depths of space. "Beautiful," Ella cheered. But the other 3 assault boats didn't retreat. They split into 2 groups. 2 ships charged at the Wanderer, trying a sneak attack. No chance. Lin Mo immediately turned the Wanderer and sped towards the flanking assault boat. He shouted to Kalen. Kalen quickly veered the transport to the left, dodging the assault boat's attack. The Wanderer took the opportunity. "Damn it. This kid's aim is too good." The pirates' curses came through. The remaining 2 assault boats had closed in and opened fire simultaneously. 4 pulse cannon beams aimed directly at the Wanderer. "Warning. Shields damaged. Repairing." Ella quickly worked the console, diverting some energy for emergency shield. Shield strength restored to 30. Lin Mo didn't linger. He pulled the Wanderer back, creating distance from the assault boats. He knew that continuing a close-range brawl was disadvantageous. The enemy's firepower was dense, and over time the Wanderer's shields and armor would be breached. "Ella, is there any way to increase the pulse cannon's power?" Lin Mo asked. "We can try overclocking, but it will damage the weapon system, and it's only temporary." Ella replied. Then, pulse cannon overclock initiated. Power increased by 50. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. Risk of weapon system damage 20. Ella pressed the overclock button. The Wanderer's pulse cannons emitted a dazzling blue light, their power instantly surging. Lin Mo steered the ship, charging towards one of the remaining assault boats. Boom. An overclock. Only one assault boat remained. Its captain, seemingly terrified, decided not to press the attack and turned, trying to run. A cold glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He accelerated the Wanderer in pursuit, locked onto the fleeing boat's engine bay, and fired the pulse cannons again. Boom. The last assault boat's engine bay was destroyed. It lost power and drifted a dead. Lin Mo didn't press the attack further. He brought the Wanderer back alongside the transport ship, scanning the surroundings warily for any other pirate vessels. Battle concluded. Destroyed Bloodbone T1 assault boats 4. No friendly losses. Mission completion 70. Remaining distance requires continued protection of transport ship. Rewards obtained: credits 5,000, source energy 150, ET1 pulse cannon, overclock technology temporary. The system prompt let Lin Mo breathe a sigh of relief. He checked the ship's status. The pulse cannons had minor damage from the overclocking and shield strength had dropped to 28, but overall it wasn't a serious problem. Captain Lin Mo, that was incredible. You took out all 4 pirate assault boats. Just lucky, Lin Mo said modestly. Let's keep moving. We need to reach Black Reef Outpost as— Right? Right. Kalen quickly replied. Lin Mo continued escorting the transport ship. Ella began repairing the damage to the pulse cannons and replenishing the shield energy. The rest of the journey was uneventful. About 10 hours later, they finally arrived at Black Reef Outpost. It was a small military outpost garrisoned by Federation troops, with several Federation patrol ships docked nearby. The transport ship slowly entered a berth at Black Reef Outpost. After confirming the safety of his cargo, Kalen spoke to Lin Mo over the comm channel. Captain Lin Mo, the mission was executed flawlessly. Here is your reward. The Vacaran Merchant Guild will remember you. We hope to cooperate again in the future. Mission urgent escort complete. Mission rewards distributed: credits 10,000, high purity energy crystals 5, T1 pulse cannon improvement blueprint fragment 1, source energy 300, Vacaran Merchant Guild faction 10. System function unlocked: blueprint analysis basic. Current source energy 640 points, initial 100 mission 200 battle 150 mission 300 simulation 10. The system prompt sounded. The blue mark on Lin Mo's palm flickered, and the information for the T1 pulse cannon improvement blueprint fragment materialized in his mind. At the same time, the high-purity energy crystals and credits were credited to his account. Excellent. With this blueprint fragment, we can upgrade the pulse cannons to be much more powerful. Ella said excitedly. Lin Mo nodded, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. This was his— Let's resupply here at Black Reef Outpost first, then head back to Fortress Space Station to see if there are any other— Ella agreed. They piloted the Wanderer into a civilian berth at Black Reef Outpost, replenished energy and supplies, rested for a few hours, and then set off again, heading back to Fortress Space Station. During the journey, Lin Mo used the system's blueprint analysis function, consuming 100 source energy points to analyze the T1 pulse cannon improvement blueprint fragment. Analysis complete. Obtain T1 pulse. The materials needed for the improvement should be available at Fortress Space Station. We'll start upgrading the pulse cannons as soon as we— Ella nodded her eye. The Wanderer's engine spewed a steady flame, carrying it towards Fortress Space Station through the deep cosmos. He knew this was just his first taste of success. Countless more missions, challenges, and opportunities awaited, and he was ready. Next stop, Fortress Space Station. New missions, a new journey were about to begin. The Wanderer slowly docked at the C-17 berth of the Pancher Space Station, producing a dull metallic thud as the docking corridor closed. As Lin Mo took off his helmet, he caught a familiar mixed scent in the station, but at that moment his heart was filled with anticipation for the ship's modifications. Even the oily smell in the air felt endearing. Let's go to the black market to find materials. The modification plan for the T1 pulse cannon requires rare metals and energy conduits, and the prices at regular stores are outrageous. AI Law said while organizing her toolkit. She had thoroughly researched the modification plan derived from the system and was well aware of the market prices for the required materials. Lin Mo nodded. The black market of the Pancher Space Station was located in the lower sections, where it was unregulated by the Federation, chaotic in pricing, but capable of finding rare supplies, albeit with high risks, often involving robbery and even murder. Take your weapons and stay alert. We return immediately after the trade. He took an energy pistol from the storage box and handed it to AI Law, while he slung the energy rifle seized from the pirates over his shoulder. Following the route marked by the system, the two passed through the crowded main cabin and took an old elevator to the low. The steel cable of the elevator screeched. The cabin walls were covered in graffiti and scratches, with occasional sparks flying from the wiring, exuding an air of decay and danger. The lights in the lower sections were dim, with only emergency lights on the walls emitting a faint red glow illuminating the narrow corridor. On either side of the corridor were makeshift stalls, most stall owners wearing masks or hoods, silently displaying various goods, weapon parts, discarded ship modules, energy crystals, and even suspected illegal biological samples. This way I know a reliable materials dealer. AI Law expertly turned into a narrower passage leading to a stall marked with a sign reading Iron Hand. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a severed right arm replaced by a metallic arm glinting with a metallic sheen, his sharp gaze scanning the passersby. Iron Hand, I need 5 units of star-pattern steel and 3 high-energy conduits. AI Law stated directly, without further pleasantries. Iron Hand's gaze swept over Lin Mo before returning to AI Law, his hoarse voice sounding, star-pattern steel costs 1,500 credit points per unit, high-energy conduits 800 credit points, each totaling 9,900 credit points. No bargaining. That's too expensive. Star-pattern steel is only 1,200 outside and high-energy conduits are 600. AI Law frowned in rebuttal. If you can find it cheaper outside, go buy it. Iron Hand sneered. The Bloodbone Gang is currently tracking those who attack their fleet, and rare metals through regular channels are under strict control. Only I have stock. Do you want it or not? If not, then leave. Lin Mo's heart stirred. The Bloodbone Gang was indeed retaliating. It seemed this ship modification could not be delayed. He grabbed AI Law and said to Iron Hand, "Deal, but I want the best quality. If I receive any defective items, I will return to find you." Iron Hand's eyes flashed with surprise, then he grinned. Rest assured, Iron Hand's goods are honest. He retrieved the materials from a box under the stall. Lin Mo inspected them. The surface of the star-pattern steel was covered with fine patterns, and the interfaces of the energy conduits were smooth, indeed high-quality materials. After paying the credit points, the two quickly returned to the Wanderer. Just as they reached the berth, the system suddenly issued a warning. Suspicious persons detected nearby. Identity: Bloodbone Gang members. 3 armed, suspected target Wanderer. Not good, we've been targeted. Lin Mo's expression changed, and he immediately pulled AI Law onto the ship, sealing the hatch. AI Law, activate the ship's defense system. I'll start the engine. AI Law immediately sprang into action, activating the ship's external surveillance. The screen displayed 3 men in black armor approaching the Wanderer, their armor bearing the Bloodbone Gang's skull insignia, holding energy rifles, their eyes scanning the ship fiercely. How did they find us here? AI Law asked nervously. They might have recognized us in the black market, or Iron Hand might have tipped them off. Lin Mo quickly started the engine. No time to waste, let's leave here. The Wanderer's engine roared to life as it slowly departed the berth. Seeing this, the 3 Bloodbone Gang members immediately raised their guns and opened fire, energy beams striking the ship's armor, producing a piercing explosion sound. Ship lightly damaged, armor defense reduced by 3, no core system damage. These lunatics. They dare to fire in a space station. AI Law cursed while controlling the shield to block the subsequent attacks. Lin Mo maneuvered the Wanderer, quickly navigating through the berth passage, escaping the Pancher space station. Behind them, the Bloodbone Gang members did not pursue, clearly only responsible for scouting. It seems we can no longer stay at Pancher space station. The Bloodbone Gang will definitely send more people. AI Law remarked. Lin Mo nodded, having made up his mind. First, we'll go to the previous asteroid belt to modify the ship, then take a distant job to temporarily avoid the Bloodbone Gang spotlight. The Wanderer adjusted its course, flying toward the asteroid belt where they previously collected energy crystals. 2 days later, the ship arrived at its destination. Lin Mo piloting the Wanderer to land on the surface of a massive asteroid, an environment that was concealed and not easily discovered. For the next 3 days, Lin Mo and AI Law devoted themselves to the modification work on the pulse cannon. AI Law was responsible for dismantling the old pulse cannon and replacing core components, while Lin Mo reinforced the barrel with star-pattern steel and installed high-energy conduits according to the modification plan provided by the system. The system's blueprint analysis function provided precise installation guidance, preventing them from taking detours. The last conduit has been installed, and the energy circuit is connected. AI Law wiped the sweat from her forehead and pressed the start button. The 2 pulse cannons at the bow emitted dazzling blue light, the patterns on the barrels becoming clearer, and the energy fluctuations intensified significantly compared to before. T1 pulse cannon modification completed. Current attributes: power increased by 30, 156 energy units, firing rate increased by 23. 6 shots minute, accuracy improved by 15, A energy consumption increased by 10. The system's notification tone relieved both of them. The modified pulse cannon had greatly increased power, sufficient to confront more formidable enemies. Great. Now we can easily handle a surprise attack from the Bloodbone Gang. AI Law exclaimed with excitement. Lin Mo nodded, opened the mission panel, and began browsing the tasks recommended by the system. High compatibility task detected, or transport task, publisher Pancher space station, mining company task description, transport a batch of rare ores from the X-23 asteroid belt to Gamma 5 colony, star journey of 45 light years, possible pirate attacks during the trip, reward 20,000 credit points, T1 shield modification, blueprint fragment, 1 source energy, 500, or rare metals 10. Task difficulty: sea level. Let's take this task. Lin Mo said, The X-23 asteroid belt is not far from here. The risks of our transport are relatively low and the rewards are substantial. We can also obtain the shield modification blueprint fragment. AI Law agreed. The two immediately piloted the Wanderer toward the X-23 asteroid belt to meet the mining company's transport ship. This was a T2 level transport ship larger than the previous escort ship with stronger defensive capabilities equipped with 2 light pulse cannons for self-defense. The captain of the transport ship was a burly man named Rex with a hearty personality. Upon seeing Lin Mo, he clapped him on the shoulder and said, "Captain Lin Mo, I've long heard of your name. I've heard you took down 4 Bloodbone Gang assault boats. Truly impressive for someone so young. With you escorting us, I feel much more at ease." "Captain Rex, you're too kind. I'm just doing my best," Lin Mo replied humbly. After a brief exchange, the transport ship finished loading the ores, and the two drove the Wanderer to escort the transport ship toward the Gamma 5 colony star. The first half of the journey went smoothly, but as they entered an area known as the Mist Nebula, the system suddenly issued a sharp alarm warning. Detected a large number of ship signals distance 8.0 kilometers, ship types 6T1 assault boats 1T1, 5 modified cruiser Bloodbone Gang insignia weapon systems pulse cannons, 4 torpedo launch tubes 2, shield strength 60 threat level high. It's the main fleet of the Bloodbone Gang. They actually set up an ambush here. AI Law's face turned. With 6 assault boats and 1 modified cruiser, their strength far surpassed the previous 4 assault boats. Although the Wanderer's modified pulse cannon had increased power, facing such a formidable enemy, the odds of victory were slim. Rex's voice was filled with panic. "Captain Lin Mo, what should we do? Our transport ship cannot withstand their attacks at all." Lin Mo's mind raced, his gaze falling on the holographic star map of the Mist Nebula. This nebula was filled with dense gases and dust with extremely low visibility, and the radar detection range would be severely disrupted. "Don't panic. Enter the Mist Nebula and use the nebula's environment to evade their attacks." Lin Mo piloted the Wanderer, leading the way into the Mist Nebula. The transport ship followed closely. The flames ejected from its engine, leaving a transient trail in the nebula. The Bloodbone Gang's fleet also rushed into the nebula, clearly not expecting Lin Mo to choose to enter the Mist Nebula, and they were thrown into a bit of chaos. "Damn it. What does this kid think he's doing? It's impossible to hit accurately in the nebula. Forget him. Chase him down. We must take him out and avenge our fallen brothers." The cruiser captain's roar echoed, filled with intense, murderous intent. In the Mist Nebula, visibility was less than 100 meters, with the surrounding gases and dust displaying a faint purple hue, compressing the ship's radar detection range to under 1.0 kilometers. Lin Mo relied on the system's ship status monitoring and radar scanning, carefully piloting the Wanderer while communicating over the channel to Rex. "Captain Rex, maintain low speed, shut down some energy systems, reduce your signal, and follow me closely." "Understood," Rex replied. The Bloodbone Gang's fleet lost its target in the nebula and could only search blindly. The 6 assault boats spread out to form a search formation, while the cruiser remained in the rear. AI Law monitor the surrounding energy signals. "Once an assault boat gets close, let me know immediately," Lin Mo instructed. Received. An energy signal was detected 1.0 kilometers to the left. It was a Bloodbone Gang assault boat. AI Law quickly identified the target. Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold smile as he maneuvered the Wanderer stealthily, approaching the assault boat. The nebula's environment concealed the ship's movements until the Wanderer was less than 5.0 kilometers from the assault boat, when the enemy finally noticed something unusual. Target detected. 5.000 kilometers to the left. The cries of the assault boat crew echoed, but it was too late. Lin Mo maneuvered the Wanderer, activating the modified pulse cannon, locking onto the assault boat's engine compartment. Boom, boom, boom. 3 pulse cannon shots fired in quick succession, blue light piercing through the mist and accurately hitting the assault boat's engine compartment. The assault boat's engine exploded instantly, creating a dazzling fireball in the nebula, which then lost power, drifting in the universe. "Got one," AI Law exclaimed excitedly. Lin Mo did not linger, immediately maneuvering the Wanderer to retreat and search for the next target. Under the cover of the Mist Nebula, the Wanderer moved like a ghost, using the high precision of the pulse cannon to destroy 3 more Bloodbone Gang assault boats. "Damn it, this kid is playing us." The cruiser captain fumed. "All assault boats return immediately and regroup with me. We will concentrate our fire and find him for sure." The remaining 3 assault boats quickly closed in on the cruiser, forming a dense formation. The cruiser captain activated full-power radar, attempting to lock onto the Wanderer's position within the nebula. "They're going to concentrate their fire." Lin Mo's expression grew serious. AI Law, prepare to initiate engine overclocking. We need to close in quickly and attack their cruiser. "Engine overclocking? That could damage the engine," AI Law protested. "We can't afford to worry about that now. We must destroy the cruiser to have a chance." Lin Mo declared firmly, initiate engine overclocking, increase power to 110 iteration 3 minutes. Received. Engine overclocking initiated. AI La pressed the button and the Wanderer's engine emitted a piercing roar, speed instantly increasing as it charged toward the Bloodbone Gang's formation like an arrow. The Bloodbone Gang's cruiser quickly locked onto the Wanderer, the captain grinning maliciously. Found you. Kid, let's see where you can run this time. All weapons fire. The cruiser's 4 pulse cannons fired simultaneously and 2 torpedoes trailed white flames straight toward the Wanderer. The 6 assault boats, for already lost remaining 2. Previously miscalculated, should be 6 boats, 3 destroyed, 3 remaining also opened fire simultaneously, energy beams and torpedoes weaving into a dense net of fire in the nebula. Evasive maneuvers. Lin Mo controlled the Wanderer, skillfully weaving through the web of fire. The gases and dust in the nebula slowed the torpedoes and affected the accuracy of the pulse cannons. The Wanderer's shields were continuously under attack, their strength rapidly dwindling. Warning. Shield strength reduced to 15. Right armor plate severely damaged, energy leakage. AI La repair the shields. Lin Mo shouted. Received. Initiating emergency repairs. AI La's fingers moved quickly across the console, consuming a large amount of energy to repair the shields. Shield strength restored to 25. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Lin Mo maneuvered the Wanderer closer to the Bloodbone Gang's cruiser. He locked onto the cruiser's torpedo launch tubes and pressed the weapon launch button. Pulse cannons fire at will. The modified pulse cannons had greatly increased power and 4 shots struck the cruiser's torpedo launch tubes, blowing them up. Seeing this, the cruiser captain's face changed drastically. Damn it. The torpedo launch tubes are destroyed. Quickly adjust the angle and attack his engine. The cruiser adjusted its course, attempting to attack the Wanderer's engine. But Lin Mo was already prepared, maneuvering the Wanderer to the cruiser's side, locking onto its energy core. Now's the time. Lin Mo pressed the launch button, and the 2 pulse cannons fired simultaneously, blue light penetrating the cruiser's armor and hitting the energy core. Boom. A violent explosion echoed in the nebula as the cruiser's energy core detonated, a massive shockwave dispersing the surrounding gases and dust, creating a vast vacuum area. The cruiser broke in half, billowing thick black smoke as it plummeted rapidly into the depths of the nebula. The remaining 3 assault boats, seeing this, were terrified and turned to flee. Lin Mo could not let them escape, maneuvering the Wanderer to catch up and destroy 2 of them, with the last assault boat narrowly escaping. As the battle ended, Lin Mo immediately shut down the engine overclocking and instructed AI La to check the ship's status. Ship status: engine damage 10, power reduced to 70, a shield strength 5. Right armor plate severely damaged, energy reserves remaining 800 units, pulse cannons operational. The engine is severely damaged and needs to be repaired quickly, AI La said. Lin Mo nodded and communicated over the channel to Rex. Captain Rex, the danger has been lifted. We can proceed. Awesome. Captain Lin Mo, you're truly my savior. Rex's voice was filled with admiration and gratitude. I'll double your reward for this mission. No need for that, just stick to our agreement, Lin Mo replied. The remainder of the journey passed without further danger. 3 days later, they successfully arrived at Gamma 5 Colony Star and delivered the ores safely. Rex honored the payment for the task and additionally gifted 5 units of high-purity energy crystals as thanks. Task or transport completed. Task rewards issued: 20,000 credit points, T1 shield modification blueprint fragment, 1 source energy, 500 or rare metals 10. Current source energy 1630 points, previously 640,500,500 engine overclocking consumption 10. Lin Mo and AI La piloted the damaged Wanderer to the repair station at Gamma 5 Colony Star for repair. During the repair period, Lin Mo used the system's blueprint analysis function, consuming 200 source energy points to analyze the T1 shield modification blueprint fragment, obtaining the complete modification plan. Shield modification requires superconducting coils, 3A energy amplifiers, 2 source energy 300. These materials can be purchased at Gamma 5 Colony Star. AI La said. Lin Mo nodded, deciding to stay at Gamma 5 Colony Star for a few days to modify the shields, repair the ship, and then plan their next steps. The repair station staff marveled at the battle scars of the Wanderer, especially after learning that Lin Mo had destroyed a modified cruiser and 5 assault boats from the Bloodbone Gang with a T1 gunboat. They looked at him with newfound respect. News quickly spread on the Colony Star, and the name Wolf of Deep Space began to circulate in limited circles. Lin Mo paid little heed to this. He was more concerned about ship modifications and enhancing his strength. With AI La's efforts, 3 days later, the Wanderer's engine was fully repaired and the shields completed their modifications. T1 shield modification completed. Current attributes: shield strength increased by 50, maximum strength 63, defense efficiency improved by 28, energy consumption reduced by 15. The modified Wanderer had significantly enhanced power, now capable of competing with T1. 5-level ships. Lin Mo looked at the revitalized ship, filled with confidence. Where do we go next? Ayla asked. Lin Mo opened the holographic star map, his gaze landing on a distant star system. The system's main quest requires us to accumulate strength and prepare for jump. Now that our ship has acquired basic combat capabilities, it's time to explore farther star regions, seeking stronger opponents and richer rewards. He pointed to a red dot on the star map. This is the Shattered Star Ring, 80 light-years from Gamma 5 Colony, star, a buffer zone between the Federation and the Brent Bug clan, where numerous tasks and ruins abound, and there's a chance to obtain fragments of ancient civilization technology. Our next stop is there. Ayla's eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and tension. The Shattered Star Ring is notoriously dangerous, not only populated by pirates and bug clans, but also various unknown cosmic creatures, yet it is filled with opportunities. All right, I will go with you. Lin Mo nodded, maneuvering the Wanderer away from Gamma 5 Colony, star heading toward the Shattered Star Ring. The engine expelled a steady flame, the modified shields unfolded a faint blue barrier, and the pulse cannons flickered with a dangerous glow. The Gamma 5 Colony star faded into the distance, while before them lay the vast, boundless universe and the mysterious Shattered Star Ring. Lin Mo knew this was yet another new starting point in his journey, where greater challenges, stronger enemies, and richer opportunities awaited him ahead. The figure of the Wanderer disappeared into the vast starry river, carrying the dreams and courage of the two as it moved toward the Shattered Star Ring, toward a broader universe, continuing its journey. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Bloodbone gang were secretly gathering strength, preparing to launch a more frenzied retaliation against Lin Mo. A greater storm was quietly brewing. The hum of the sublight engine had reverberated through the ship's hull for over 70 hours. Lin Mo rubbed his tired eyes and shifted his gaze away from the holographic star map. Beyond the porthole, the once profound darkness of space had been replaced by a shattered halo. Countless celestial remnants of varying sizes, ice crystals, and ionized gases intertwined to form a ring-like structure spanning dozens of light-years, resembling a silver ribbon torn asunder. This was the Shattered Star Ring. We've finally arrived. Ayla stretched lazily, her voice tinged with both fatigue and anticipation. After 3 days of continuous travel, she had barely rested, and now she lay slumped over the console, curiously observing the scene within the ring. The Shattered Star Ring was a peculiar star domain on the edge of the Alpha Spiral Arm, a debris field born from a supernova explosion eons ago. It served as both a natural buffer zone between the Federation and the Brent Swarm and a paradise for interstellar scavengers and relic explorers. Deep within the ring lay scattered remnants of ancient civilization technology and rare minerals formed after the supernova. But danger walked hand in hand with opportunity. The complex gravitational fields within the ring interfered with ship navigation. Dense celestial debris posed a constant collision threat, and most lethally, Brent Swarm reconnaissance fleets frequently prowled this region. Shattered Star Ring environment data detected. Gravitational field unstable. Navigation system calibrating. Calibration complete. Faint relic signal detected. Coordinates galactic 81273 ring core region. Signal strength low. Suspected to be remnants of ancient civilization technology. The system prompt sounded simultaneously, marking a red dot on the star map. A relic signal. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. The outline mentioned that ancient civilization ruins were a source of advanced technology, precisely what he needed. Ayla, adjust course, head for the relic signal coordinates. Be careful to avoid the celestial debris. Roger that. Ayla immediately focused, her hands flying over the console. The Wanderer's engine spewed blue-white flames, carefully weaving through the celestial debris of the ring. The scene within the ring was both magnificent and perilous. Massive fragments of celestial bodies floated like mountains, their surfaces covered in sharp edges. Some fragments rotated slowly, and their collisions sent dull cosmic shockwaves that transmitted through the hull, causing the entire ship to tremble slightly. Warning. Gravitational anomaly detected. Distance 15000 kilometers. Recommend evasive course. Lin Mo stared at the anomalous region marked on the star map. There, the density of celestial debris far exceeded that of other areas, and the gravitational field twisted like a whirlpool. Take evasive action. Stay alert. Regions like this often harbor swarm nests. The Wanderer adjusted its course, advancing along the edge of relatively stable gravitational fields. Just then, the system suddenly issued an urgent alarm warning. Biological signal source detected. Distance 3000 kilometers. Rapidly approaching. Signal type Brent Swarm. Ship type T1. 5 class bioship. 3 small swarm fighters. 20. Threat level high. The Swarm. Ayla's face turned pale instantly. The ferocity of the Brent Swarm was known throughout the border star domains. Their bioships resembled giant beetles, their hulls composed of living tissue covered in hard chitin. Their weapons included acid sprayers capable of corroding metal and high-speed bone needle projectors. They excelled in swarm tactics, making escape nearly impossible once surrounded. Lin Mo's nerves also tensed. Peering through the porthole, he saw 3 massive black shadows rapidly approaching against the backdrop of the star ring. Their appearance was like cockroaches magnified tens of thousands of times, their backs covered in translucent membrane wings, their tails spewing green bioenergy. They were accompanied by a swarm of fist-sized swarm fighters buzzing like hornets. Prepare for battle. Lin Mo commanded in a low voice, simultaneously activating the upgraded pulse cannons and shields. Ayla monitored the swarm fleet's movements and analyzed their attack patterns. System initiate tactical simulation. Tactical simulation initiated, consuming 50 units of source energy. Simulation results: swarm employing swarm tactics. Small fighters for harassment, bioships for frontal assault. Weakness: bioship energy core located in the soft armor area beneath the bow. Defense is weak. Recommended tactic: prioritize destroying small fighters, then concentrate fire on the bioship's energy cores. Roger. Lin Mo immediately formulated a strategy. Ayla, redistribute shield energy, maximize forward shield strength. He'll handle ship maneuvering. You lock onto the small swarm fighters and fire the pulse cannons freely. Ayla's fingers danced across the console. The Wanderer's forward shield instantly strengthened, forming a thick blue barrier. Simultaneously, the 2 pulse cannons at the bow began rapid firing. Beams of blue light pierced the darkness of the star ring, accurately striking the leading small swarm fighters. Splat! The shells of the small swarm fighters cracked like fragile eggshells, green bodily fluids splattering out, instantly freezing into ice crystals in the vacuum of space. The upgraded pulse cannons were devastatingly powerful. Each shot could destroy a small fighter. Within minutes, 5 swarm fighters were downed. But the sheer number of swarm fighters was overwhelming. The remaining 15 split into 2 groups like 2 green storm clouds, flanking from both sides. Their attack method was brutal. They continuously rammed the Wanderer's shields while spraying green acid. The acid sizzled upon contact with the shield, rapidly depleting its energy. Warning: shield strength dropping to 40. Starboard shield suffering acid corrosion, defense efficiency reduced by 25. Damn it. This acid can corrode the shields. Ayla exclaimed. Lin Mo maneuvered the Wanderer, executing a perilous barrel roll to avoid the oncoming acid spray, while shouting to Ayla, concentrate fire on the left fighter group. Break the encirclement on one side first. The pulse cannons focused their fire on the left swarm fighter group. Blue beams shot out in a dense stream, destroying one swarm fighter after another. A gap was torn in the left encirclement, but the right fighter group had already closed in. Acid continuously fell on the Wanderer's starboard armor, plating corroding pits into it, and emitting a pungent odor. Starboard armor severely damaged. Defense reduced by 40. Energy reserve remaining 1,200. Just then the 3 swarm bioships finally closed in. Their bows opened enormous maws, spewing 3 thick jets of green acid directly at the Wanderer. Evasive. Lin Mo yanked the control stick. The Wanderer shot upward like an arrow from a bow, narrowly dodging the acid streams. The acid streams struck a celestial fragment behind them, instantly corroding huge caverns into the hard rock, billowing green smoke. We can't stay on the defensive. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Ayla, increase engine power to 95. We're charging through to attack their energy cores. The Wanderer's engines roared, its speed instantly surging as it charged straight for the middle swarm bioship. The surrounding small swarm fighters converged, attempting to block its path. Ayla, clear the path. Roger. Pulse cannons full power. The 2 pulse cannons continuously emitted blue beams, shooting down the approaching swarm fighters one by one. The Wanderer broke through the fighter blockade, closing in on the middle bioship. Lin Mo stared intently through the porthole, locking onto the soft armor area beneath the bow, a patch of pale pink shell contrasting sharply with the surrounding hard black chitin. This was the location of the energy core as deduced by the simulation. Now, pulse cannons aim for the energy core, full power. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive pulse cannon shots. Blue beams precisely struck the bioship's soft armor. Green bodily fluids gushed out. The bioship let out a piercing shriek, its hull trembling violently. The maw that had been spewing acid began to convulse. The energy core had clearly suffered a critical hit. It's working, Ayla shouted excitedly. But the other 2 bioships had already flanked them, their acid sprayers reaming at the Wanderer. Warning, locked by 2 bioships. Acid attack imminent. Lin Mo immediately pulled the Wanderer away, shouting to Ayla, repair the shields, prepare for a second assault. Ayla quickly operated the console, expending some energy to repair the shields. Shield strength restored to 30. The Wanderer made a wide arc, evading the acid attacks from the 2 bioships, then charged directly at the left. The same tactic: first clear the surrounding small fighters, then concentrate fire on the energy core. But a pulse cannon shot hit the energy core. The left bioship also let out a shriek, losing power and drifting in the star ring. Seeing the tide turn, the remaining bioship attempted to flee. Lin Mo had no intention of letting it escape. He maneuvered the Wanderer in pursuit, accelerating. By then, all the small swarm fighters had been destroyed. With no obstacles remaining, the Wanderer quickly caught up to the fleeing bioship. Illa lock onto the energy core. Final blow. Roger. Pulse cannons charged. Firing. 2 blue beams simultaneously struck the bioship's energy core. Its hull exploded instantly, green fluids and shattered chitin scattering in all directions, forming a green nebula within the star ring. The battle was over. Both Lin Mo and Ayla breathed a sigh of relief, their foreheads covered in sweat. Victory. Destroyed T1. 5 class swarm bioships, 3 small swarm fighters 20. Loot obtained swarm biochitin 15, acid samples 5, T1. 5 class bioship energy core fragment 1 is source energy 800. Swarm bioship energy core fragment detected. Initiate blueprint analysis. Analysis requires 300 source energy. Analyze. Lin Mo said without hesitation. Though swarm biotechnology was bizarre, the energy core design might offer new ideas for ship upgrades. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Obtained T2 class energy core basic blueprint fragment. Requires supplementary biomaterials 10 A superconducting coils 5 O source energy 500. Can upgrade the Wanderer's energy core to T1. 8 class power output increased by 48, energy consumption reduced by 20. Excellent. Upgrading the energy core will greatly enhance the ship's endurance and maneuverability. Ayla said excitedly. Lin Mo nodded, a sense of accomplishment filling him. This was his first direct confrontation with the Brent swarm. Not only had he successfully repelled the enemy, but he had also obtained a precious blueprint fragment, proving the Wanderer's strength. Just then the system issued a prompt: survivor signal detected. Distance 10000 kilometers. Signal source: Federation small reconnaissance ship damaged. Life signals 3 weak. Survivors. Lin Mo's heart stirred. Ayla adjust course, head for the signal source. The Wanderer flew towards the signal source. 10 minutes later, a battered Federation reconnaissance ship came into view. The reconnaissance ship was about 20 meters in length, its hull covered in marks from swarm attacks. The outer shell was pitted and corroded by acid. The engine pod at the stern had been destroyed, billowing black smoke. It had clearly been attacked by the swarm fleet they had just engaged. Lin Mo maneuvered the Wanderer close to the reconnaissance ship and called out through the comm channel. This is the Wanderer. Do you copy? After a few seconds, a weak voice came through the comm. I copy. We're a reconnaissance detachment from the Federation's 7th Fleet. We were attacked by the swarm. The ship is damaged. Oxygen is almost depleted. Don't worry, we'll rescue you. Lin Mo said, simultaneously maneuvering the Wanderer to dock with the reconnaissance ship. Due to the severe damage, the docking process was difficult, succeeding only after 5 attempts. After docking, Lin Mo and Ayla donned spacesuits and entered the reconnaissance ship. The interior was a mess, with equipment scattered everywhere and the floor covered in green acid stains and blood. They walked down the corridor and found 3 surviving Federation soldiers in the cockpit. The leader was a lieutenant named Reno, his left arm injured and bandaged, his face etched with fatigue and despair. Seeing Lin Mo and Ayla, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, followed by a glimmer of hope. Thank you. Which faction are you from? The Wanderer, a free ship. Lin Mo replied succinctly. We picked up your distress signal and came to check. Reno nodded gratefully. Reno, reconnaissance lieutenant of the Federation's 7th Fleet. These are my subordinates, Mark and Lena. We were ordered to reconnoiter swarm movements within the Shattered Star Ring. We didn't expect to encounter 3 swarm bioship formations. Our fleet was scattered. Only our reconnaissance ship managed to escape, but the swarm caught up with us. Lin Mo's heart sank. 3 swarm formations. They had only encountered one of them. It seemed swarm activity within the Shattered Star Ring was more frequent than anticipated. How are your injuries? Ayla asked, simultaneously taking out a first aid kit to treat the 3 soldiers' wounds. Just superficial wounds. Mainly oxygen deprivation and hunger. Reno said, taking the nutrient paste Ayla offered and devouring it ravenously. Lin Mo looked at Reno and asked, how much do you know about the situation inside the Shattered Star Ring? Besides the swarm, are there other dangers? After finishing the nutrient paste, Reno seemed somewhat revived. The swarm nests within the Shattered Star Ring are increasing. Recently, their activities have become unusually frequent, as if they're preparing for a large-scale invasion. Additionally, there are ancient civilization ruins in the Ring's core region, but they are heavily guarded by the swarm. We tried to approach earlier, but were attacked by an even stronger swarm fleet. Ancient civilization ruins guarded by the swarm. Lin Mo's heart stirred. This matched the relic signal detected by the system. It seemed that to explore the ruins, he would first have to deal with the surrounding swarm. Our mission is to explore the ruins within the ring and gather intelligence on the swarm. Lin Mo said, if you're willing, you can join us. Once we leave the Shattered Star Ring, we'll escort you back to the Federation fleet. Reno and the other 2 soldiers exchanged glances, hesitation evident in their eyes. They were Federation soldiers who arbitrarily joining a free ship was a violation of military discipline. But their reconnaissance ship was completely destroyed. They couldn't leave the Shattered Star Ring on their own, and with the swarm threat growing, remaining in the ring meant certain death. All right, we'll join you. Reno finally made up his mind. We're familiar with Federation reconnaissance equipment and swarm combat tactics. We might be able to help. Once we leave the ring, we'll report to the fleet. We won't cause you any trouble. Lin Mo nodded, inwardly pleased. Reno and his 2 men were Federation soldiers with professional combat skills and reconnaissance capabilities. Their addition would significantly boost the Wanderer's strength. Side quest triggered. Federation aid quest description: successfully recruit Federation reconnaissance Lieutenant Reno and soldiers Mark and Lena. Obtain Federation reconnaissance equipment and swarm intelligence. Protect the 3 of them safely out of the Shattered Star Ring. Completing the quest will unlock the system's talent radar basic function and grant Federation favorability 20. Quest rewards 500 source energy. Federation standard reconnaissance radar basic swarm tactical manual beginner. The system prompt made Lin Mo even more satisfied. He led Reno and the others back to the Wanderer and assigned them temporary rest areas. Reno dismantled the core equipment from the reconnaissance ship and installed it on the Wanderer, doubling the ship's radar detection range and enabling it to identify swarm energy signals. Now that we have the reconnaissance radar, we can detect swarm movements in advance. Reno said, according to our intelligence, there's a medium-sized swarm fleet around the ruins in the ring core, including 5 T2 class bioships and dozens of small fighters. It will be difficult to break through Hedon. Lin Mo stared at the relic coordinates on the star map, deep in thought. T2 class bioships were far more powerful than the T1 5 class they had just encountered. With the Wanderer's current strength, a direct confrontation was hopeless. But the ancient civilization technology within the ruins was crucial to him. He couldn't give it up easily. System analyzed the swarm fleet deployment around the ruins. Is there a possibility of evasion or a surprise attack? Analyzing. 3 swarm nests detected around the ruins. Fleet in a triangular defensive formation covering all entry channels. However, there is an abandoned hyperspace lane in the ring core region that can bypass the swarm defenses and lead directly to the ruin entrance. The lane contains gravitational turbulence. Risk level high. A hyperspace lane. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. We'll take that lane. Reno, you're on radar. Keep an eye out for swarm patrols. Ayla, check the ship's status. Ensure we can handle the gravitational turbulence. Mark and Lena, assist with the weapon systems. Be ready for battle. Roger. Everyone responded in unison. The Wanderer's engines ignited, heading towards the ring core region. Reno operated the reconnaissance radar, closely monitoring surrounding swarm signals. Ayla meticulously checked the ship's engines and shields, ensuring everything was in order. Mark and Lena stood by the weapon console, ready to open fire. Lin Mo watched the increasingly dense celestial debris ahead, his heart filled with both anticipation and tension. The ancient civilization ruins lay ahead, potentially holding the key technology for upgrading the ship, but also harboring unknown dangers. But he knew this was a challenge he had to face. Only through continuous exploration and combat could the Wanderer grow stronger and secure a foothold in this sea of stars. The Wanderer's engines spewed steady flames, threading through the core region of the Shattered Star Ring, advancing towards the ancient civilization ruins, towards the unknown challenges ahead. And behind them, the swarm fleet continued its patrol. An even greater adventure was about to unfold. The moment the Wanderer entered the hyperspace corridor, the entire ship was engulfed by a violent gravitational turbulence. The alarm on the control panel blared piercingly as the hyperspace route on the holographic star map twisted uncontrollably, the originally stable blue dots darting about like startled fireflies. Lin Mo gripped the control stick tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort, the violent jolts of the ship making it nearly impossible for him to stabilize himself. The gravitational turbulence exceeds expectations. Engine power fluctuating violently, now down to 75. Aira's voice trembled amidst the bumps as her hands flew across the control panel, attempting to stabilize the engine output. The shield is being torn apart by gravity, strength reduced to 30, and a leak has occurred in the left energy conduit. Outside the viewport, the once dark corridor was shrouded in twisted light and shadow, countless tiny star fragments spinning rapidly in the turbulence like sharp blades. A collision would have catastrophic consequences. Reynolds stared intently at the reconnaissance radar, sweat beading on his forehead. Radar detected signals from insectoid patrols on both sides of the corridor, less than 2.0 kilometers away. They seem to be drawn in by the turbulence and are approaching us. Damn it. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, his mind racing. The gravitational turbulence had already left the ship in a precarious state. If they were further entangled with the insectoid patrols, it would undoubtedly be a dead end. Aira prioritized repairing the energy conduit and stabilized the engine power above 80. Reynolds, adjust the radar frequency to mask our energy signals and prevent the insectoids from detecting us. Mark, Lina, maneuver the auxiliary weapons and prepare to intercept the approaching star fragments. Understood. The team responded in unison, each taking their respective positions. Aira curled up in the narrow engine control area, her protective suits, sleeves soaked in grease. Using the ship's structural blueprint provided by the system, she accurately pinpointed the leaking energy conduit, quickly sealing the breach with a specialized adhesive while adjusting the energy circuit to boost the engine power. Engine power stabilized at 82. Shield strength restored to 35. Reynolds' fingers danced across the radar control panel, constantly switching frequencies. The energy signal of the Wanderer gradually diminished under the cover of the turbulence, blending into the shadows of darkness. The insectoid patrols are getting closer, but their radar seems to be interfered with by the turbulence. They haven't locked onto us yet. Mark and Lina operated two small auxiliary pulse cannons, accurately shooting down the approaching star fragments. The fragments collided with the cannon shield, bursting into dazzling sparks, causing a slight tremor in the ship. Left side fragment cleared. A large fragment has been detected on the right side, approximately 5 meters in diameter, closing in rapidly. Lin Mo's pupils constricted as he maneuvered the Wanderer to perform a daring roll. The massive star fragment grazed past the ship's tail, the resulting airflow causing the ship to jolt violently, the indicators on the control panel flickering erratically. Warning: the rear armor plate has sustained minor damage, and the thruster output is unstable. Just then the system suddenly issued an alarm: detected insectoid patrol, signal locked. Distance 1500 kilometers, ship type T1, insectoid reconnaissance ship 2, threat level medium. They've discovered us. Reynolds' voice was filled with anxiety. They are fast, they will catch up to us in 10 minutes. Lin Mo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. They must break out of the hyperspace corridor quickly, otherwise once the insectoid patrols catch up, the ship's maneuverability would be nullified in the turbulence. Aira, engine overclock. Increase power to 100 at all costs to break out of the corridor. But the engine will overload. Aira exclaimed, but her hands did not stop for a moment. Engine overclock initiated. Duration 5 minutes, overload risk 30. The Wanderer's engine roared piercingly, the flames spewing from the tail growing even hotter, the speed increasing sharply, darting through the turbulence like an arrow released from a bow. The insectoid reconnaissance ships behind them were in hot pursuit, their biological engines seemingly unaffected by the gravitational turbulence, gaining speed. They are catching up. They're launching bone needle missiles. Lina's voice was filled with panic. Lin Mo looked out the viewport to see 2 white bone needle missiles trailing green flames, heading straight for the Wanderer. These bone needle missiles are a common weapon of the insectoids, highly penetrating, and even the improved shields would struggle to withstand them. Aira adjusts shield energy and concentrate defenses at the rear. Mark intercept the missiles with the auxiliary pulse cannon. The auxiliary pulse cannon immediately opened fire, 2 beams of blue light accurately striking one of the bone needle missiles. The missile exploded midair, splattering green bodily fluids across the ship's rear armor. However, the other missile evaded interception and crashed heavily into the shield. Boom! The shield flickered violently, its strength plummeting to 20. Warning: shield severely damaged, energy reserve remaining 600 units. Hold on. We can break out of the corridor in 3 minutes. Lin Mo roared, maneuvering the Wanderer to perform a series of evasive maneuvers in the turbulence, avoiding subsequent attacks from the insectoid reconnaissance ships. Finally, at the last moment of the engine overclock, the Wanderer burst out of the hyperspace corridor into a relatively stable star region. The sight before them left everyone stunned. A massive ring-shaped structure floated in the starry sky, entirely made of a silvery, unknown metal, its surface engraved with complex patterns radiating a faint blue glow, a relic of an ancient civilization. There were no signs of insectoid fleets around the relic, clearly suggesting that their defensive range did not cover this. The insectoid reconnaissance ships trailing behind reached the corridor's exit, but were blocked by an invisible energy barrier, unable to enter, only able to emit furious shrieks from outside. We are safe. Aira slumped in her seat, gasping for breath. Lin Mo turned off the engine overclock, allowing the ship to slowly approach the relic. Detected the main body of the ancient civilization relic, energy signals stable, multiple damages on the surface, suspected war scars. Detected core area signal of the relic with high concentration of primordial energy response. The Wanderer stopped at the entrance of the relic. It was a massive arched door approximately 50 meters tall and 30 meters wide, engraved with twisted symbols, exuding a mysterious aura. Lin Mo and the others donned their spacesuits, armed with weapons and detection equipment, preparing to enter the relic for exploration. Reynolds, you and Mark keep watch and report immediately if anything unusual is detected. Aira, take the repair tools. Perhaps we can fix the devices inside the relic. Lina, record the relic's information and collect samples. With the tasks assigned, Lin Mo stepped into the arched door first. Inside the relic was a massive circular space, the floor made of smooth metal reflecting a blue glow. The surrounding walls were covered with displays, most of which were damaged, with only a few flickering random light spots. In the center of the space stood a circular platform on which a cylindrical energy column emanated a rich primordial energy. Such rich primordial energy. Lin Mo felt the system mark on his palm heating up as if resonating with the energy column. Detected high-purity primordial energy core capable of absorption and conversion into primordial energy. Absorbing it will unlock advanced system functions. Do you wish to absorb? Absorb. Lin Mo responded without hesitation. The system mark emitted a strong blue light, a beam of energy shot from the energy column connecting to the palm of Lin Mo. The rich primordial energy surged into his body, bringing him a sense of euphoria. Absorbing. Absorption complete. Gained primordial energy, 2000. Unlocked system functions, ship upgrade simulation, basic hidden communication channel. Just then Lena suddenly shouted, "Captain, look at this display." Everyone gathered around. The display Lena was operating showed a blurry image. In the image, a group of unusually shaped beings were controlling a massive ship, battling another group of beings emanating black fog. The scene flashed by, followed by a text that the system automatically translated. Void invaders have descended. The Star River defense line has collapsed. We initiate the seed plan, sealing the core technologies of civilization within Stardust. Awaiting the awakening of the adapter to restart defenses. Void invaders. Seed plan. Lin Mo frowned. The information revealed in this text shocking him. It seemed the disappearance of the ancient civilization was related to the so-called Void invaders, and the system was likely a part of the seed plan. At that moment, Reynolds suddenly shouted, "Not good." The radar detected numerous insectoid signals approaching the relic with at least 10 biological warships. How could they find us here? Era's face changed dramatically. Lin Mo's heart sank. He suspected that the energy fluctuations from the relic had exposed their location. Quick, back to the ship. We must leave immediately. The group hurriedly returned to the Wanderer, and as they boarded, the insectoid biological warships appeared outside the viewport. This time the insectoid fleet was stronger than any they had encountered before, including 2 large T-2 biological warships, their hulls covered in hard shells with acid sprayers at the bow emitting a dangerous green light. Engines on. Prepare for withdrawal. Lin Mo immediately maneuvered the ship, flying towards the exit of the relic. The insectoid fleet immediately launched an attack, countless columns of acid and bone needle missiles heading straight for the Wanderer. Shields at full. Pulse cannons counterattack with full force. Lin Mo roared, guiding the ship through the dense barrage. The improved pulse cannons packed a punch, shooting down several bone needle missiles in succession, but facing the T-2 biological warships' attack, the shields still struggled to hold up. Warning. Shield strength has dropped to 10. The bow armor has sustained damage, and the pulse cannons are malfunctioning. Era, repair the pulse cannons. Reynolds, is there any way to shake them off? Lin Mo shouted. Reynolds stared at the radar. Suddenly his eyes lit up. There is a small, unstable wormhole on the left side of the relic. We can quickly escape through it. Wormhole. Lin Mo's heart stirred. Great. Let's go through the wormhole. Era, how long will it take to repair the pulse cannons? At least 3 minutes. But we can't hold out that long. Era said anxiously. Lin Mo looked at the approaching insectoid fleet, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Reynolds, operate the reconnaissance equipment to interfere with the insectoid's radar. Mark, Lena, use the auxiliary pulse cannons to attack the insectoid warships, eyes blinding their targets. They'll handle the ship and buy us some time. Reynolds immediately activated the reconnaissance equipment, releasing strong electromagnetic interference. The radar of the insectoid warships was disrupted, making their attacks chaotic. Mark and Lena targeted the compound eyes of the insectoid warships with the auxiliary pulse cannons. The attacked insectoid warships screeched in pain, their attack rhythm noticeably slowing. Taking advantage of the gap, Era finally repaired the pulse cannons. Pulse cannons repaired. Energy charging complete. Great. Aim for the energy core of the left T-2 biological warship and fire with full force. Lin Mo shouted. Both pulse cannons fired simultaneously, blue light piercing through the insectoid warships, shell hitting the energy core. Boom. A massive explosion rang out as the T-2 biological warship's hull instantly blew apart, green bodily fluids splattering everywhere. Seeing this, the remaining insectoid fleet became even more frenzied, their attacks more intense. The Wanderer's shield completely shattered the ship, sustaining multiple damages, and engine power began to drop. Warning. Engine power has dropped to 60. The wormhole is about to close, remaining time 30 seconds. Charge in. Lin Mo maneuvered the Wanderer, ignoring the surrounding attacks, as he headed straight for the wormhole. The insectoid acid columns and bone needle missiles continuously struck the hull, corroding large holes in the armor, rapidly depleting the energy reserves. At the last moment before the wormhole closed, the Wanderer plunged into it. The intense spatial distortion made everyone feel a wave of dizziness as the ship sped through the wormhole, the surrounding scenery becoming a blur. After an unknown amount of time, the Wanderer emerged from the wormhole into a strange star region. The wormhole closed instantly behind them, completely shaking off the insectoid fleet. Lin Mo slumped in his seat, looking at the battered ship, filled with a sense of dread. Ship status: engine power 55, shields completely destroyed, pulse cannons malfunctioning, require major repairs, hull severely damaged, energy reserves remaining 100 units, life support system normal. We successfully escaped. Lina's voice was filled with the joy of survival. Lin Mo nodded, a faint smile of exhaustion appearing on his face. This relic exploration was perilous, but the rewards were immense. Not only had they obtained a large amount of primordial energy and unlocked the system's advanced functions, but they had also gained critical intelligence about ancient civilizations. More importantly, the team's cohesion had strengthened. Reynold, analyze our current star region position and see where we are, Lin Mo said. Reynold immediately operated the reconnaissance equipment, analyzing the surrounding star data. We are currently at the edge of the Gamma Spiral Arm, about 100 light-years from the Shattered Star Ring. This is a remote colonial star system of the Federation called the Blue Crystal System, which has a small Federation space station for ship repairs and supplies. Great! Era exclaimed excitedly. We can go there to repair the ship and replenish energy and supplies. Lin Mo nodded, maneuvering the damaged Wanderer toward the Federation space station in the Blue Crystal System. The damage to the hull made the journey a bit bumpy, but the engine could still barely function. Along the way, Lin Mo opened the system panel to check the rewards from this exploration. Primordial energy had reached 4,320 points, previously 1630 battle, 800 mission, 500 relic, 2,000 overclocking, 50 engine overclock, 100 along with a T2 energy core, basic blueprint defective, and insectoid biological shells as spoils. Arrow, once the ship is repaired well, upgrade the energy core. Lin Mo said, with AT1, 8 energy core, the Wanderer's capabilities will elevate to the next level. No problem. Arrow replied confidently. The insectoid biological shells we obtained can be used to reinforce the armor, and the acid samples can be used to improve our weapon systems. Our ship will become stronger and stronger. Reynold looked at Lin Mo with admiration in his eyes. Initially, he only intended to temporarily ally with Lin Mo to escape the Shattered Star Ring, but after this harrowing exploration of the relic, he had completely recognized Lin Mo's command skills and personal charisma. Captain Lin Mo, when we return to the Federation space station, I will report the situation here to the fleet and request to join your fleet. There are many retired soldiers and technicians from the Federation in the Blue Crystal System who might be willing to join us. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy. Reynolds' addition could bring more Federation resources and talents, which were crucial for his development. Welcome aboard officially, Reynold. I believe our fleet will grow stronger, and one day we will carve out a territory of our own in this Star River. The Wanderer's engine emitted a faint rumble as it slowly sailed through the unfamiliar star region. Outside the viewport, the stars of the Blue Crystal System emitted a soft blue light, illuminating the damaged outline of the ship. Lin Mo looked at his companions beside him, filled with confidence. Though this exploration of the relic was fraught with dangers, and the ship had suffered severe damage, they not only survived, but also gained immense rewards. The Federation space station in the Blue Crystal System was right ahead, equipped with ship repair facilities, energy supplies, and new talents and opportunities. Lin Mo knew that this was just a small interlude in his journey through the Star River. Greater challenges lay ahead. The threat of the Brent insectoids, the secrets of ancient civilizations, and the shadows of void invaders all awaited him. But he was no longer alone. With reliable partners like Arrow, Reynold, Mark, and Lena, along with the increasingly powerful Wanderer and the mysterious primordial star map system, he was confident in overcoming all difficulties, starting from AT-1 scrap ship and ultimately forging his own starship. The silhouette of the Wanderer gradually approached the Federation space station in the Blue Crystal System, and a new journey was about to begin in this unfamiliar star region. The silhouette of Blue Crystal Space Station gradually sharpened beyond the viewport. This small Federation station was far more orderly than Boulder Station, its entire form gleaming silver. 3 cylindrical modules were linked by alloy trusses, energy conduits on the surface, emitting a faint blue glow, and defensive turrets evenly distributed along the outer hull, reflecting the meticulous style of Federation military engineering. Yet upon closer inspection, the marks of time were evident. Patches on several armor plates and the guide lights in the docking zone flickering. This is Blue Crystal Space Station, one of the 7th Fleet's supply depots, primarily responsible for monitoring Zerg activity along the edge of the Gamma Arm. Reno pointed to the star chart as he explained, I've been here a few times on missions. The repair yard is modest, but decently equipped, though rare materials are overpriced. Lin Mo maneuvered the Wanderer, following the station's guidance signals, into the civilian docking zone. As soon as the ship settled, the docking tunnel seal door closed slowly and a pressure equalization alert sounded. Detected blue crystal space station security signal, clear, no hostile locks. Current ship status, urgent repairs needed, engine shields and weapon systems all damaged. First, let's assess the damage at the repair yard, then find a way to gather materials. As Lin Mo stood, his energy rifle clinked softly against his belt. Reno, you're with me to meet the Federation station officer and see if your contacts can secure some repair supplies. Ella, stay on the ship and compile a damage report marking parts that need immediate replacement. Mark and Lena, stand guard. Make sure no one eyes our spoils. Understood. Everyone moved swiftly to their tasks. Lin Mo and Reno changed into relatively neat clothes and stepped through the docking tunnel. The main module of Blue Crystal Space Station was far quieter than Boulder Station. Most passers-by were soldiers or technicians in Federation uniforms, with only a few merchants moving about, their faces guarded. The shops lining the streets mostly sold military-grade products and ship parts, with electronic screens cycling through Federation recruitment ads and Zerg threat alerts. Following Renos' directions, the two arrived at the station's garrison office. They were met by a lieutenant named Khan, a tall man with a stern expression. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes when he saw Renos' rank insignia. Lieutenant Reno, weren't you on reconnaissance in the Shattered Ring? What brings you here, and with a civilian? Lieutenant Khan, our fleet was ambushed by Zerg. Only we survived. Reno handed over his ID chip, his tone grave. This is Captain Lin Mo. He saved us. His ship was severely damaged covering our retreat. We're hoping to apply for some repair resources, and we're willing to carry out tasks for the station in return. Khan inserted the ID chip and browsed through Renos' mission report, his brow furrowing. Zerg activity in the Shattered Ring has already far exceeded projections. Federation High Command is debating whether to send reinforcements. I can authorize repair resources, but the station's stock is tight. You'll need to complete a task for us. Escort a shipment of curvature crystals to Novaport. These crystals are key materials for improving hyperdrive engines. You may encounter pirates or Zerg scout parties en route. Curvature crystals? Lin Mo's heart stirred. The core component of a hyperdrive engine was the curvature crystal. With it, the Wanderer could upgrade its hyperdrive, truly capable of interstellar navigation. This was the key to the jump and choice phase of the plan. We accept the mission. How many crystals as payment? Upon successful completion, you'll receive 3 high-purity curvature crystals, enough to refit a T1 class ship's hyperdrive. Khan continued, deal. Lin Mo agreed without hesitation. Novaport was the most prosperous frontier star system on the edge of the Gamma Arm, perfectly aligning with the starting point of Volume 2, Interstellar Society. Completing this mission would not only upgrade the engine, but also open the door to a broader stage. Main quest triggered curvature escort mission description. Escort Federation supplies high-purity curvature crystals, 10, to Novaport, fending off potential pirate or Zerg attacks. Rewards high-purity curvature crystals, 3, complete T1 hyperdrive improvement blueprint repair parts kit, 1 credits, 1 of 0 Federation reputation 30. Time limit 72 hours. The system prompt sounded, and Lin Mo's heart leaped with joy. The complete hyperdrive improvement blueprint was exactly what he needed. With it, Ella could finish the engine upgrade smoothly. The two returned to the Wanderer, where Ella had already compiled the damage report. The ship's main damage is in 3 areas. The hyperdrive's core circuits are burned out, requiring curvature crystals and superconducting coils for repair. The shield generator is overloaded and needs a new energy amplifier, and the pulse cannon barrels are severely worn, needing star pattern steel reinforcement. The material issue is solved. Lin Mo briefed the crew on the mission. First, we'll use the station's repair facilities to fix the ship, then escort the curvature crystals to Novaport. After the mission, we can upgrade the hyperdrive and truly leave this region. Over the next 24 hours, everyone threw themselves into the ship repairs. Blue Crystal Space Station's repair yard provided basic equipment. Ella led Mark and Lena in dismantling damaged components, while Reno used his Federation identity to draw repair parts and temporary supplies. Lin Mo, leveraging the system's blueprint analysis function, optimized the hyperdrive improvement plan. Analyzing Excellent. The optimized engine will handle more complex hyperlanes, making our interstellar... Ella said excitedly as she installed a new energy amplifier, her fingers deftly weaving through the wiring. Reno was calibrating a new reconnaissance radar. This Federation-issue model was more powerful than the previous one, with double the detection range and the ability to identify Zerg stealth signals. With this radar, we can spot enemies in advance and never be caught off guard like in the Shattered Ring. During the repairs, Lin Mo also discovered a potential talent through the system's talent radar function, an old retired engineer named Gray at the station's repair yard. Gray had once been a senior engineer in Federation military industry, retiring due to dissatisfaction with the conservative faction's technology blockade. He specialized in ship engine design. Lin Mo personally visited him, and impressed by the hyperdrive improvement blueprint, Gray agreed to join the crew as a technical advisor. Side quest, talent recruitment, complete. Recruited Senior Engineer Gray. Unlocked System Advanced Function, Blueprint Optimization. Obtained T2 Engine Design Concept Fragment 1. Gray's addition greatly accelerated the engine upgrade. He proposed a key improvement using the fibers from Zerg biological carapaces to enhance the stability of the curvature crystals, reducing energy loss during jumps by 20. The molecular structure of these Zerg carapaces is unique, incredibly tough, perfect for compensating for the brittleness of curvature crystals. Gray held a sample of the carapace, his eyes gleaming with professional insight. After 48, ship status update, hyperdrive, pending upgrade, shield strength 75, improved pulse cannon power, increased by 40, reinforced reconnaissance radar, Federation standard. Crew Captain Lin Mo, Mechanic Ella, Tactical Officer Reno, Weapon Operators Mark and Lena, Technical Advisor Gray. Time is set off. Lin Mo stood in the cockpit looking at his well-organized crew, his heart filled with confidence. The Wanderer was no longer the battered T-1 gunboat it once was. It now boasted stronger firepower, sturdier shields, advanced reconnaissance equipment, and a professional crew. The Federation transport ship was already waiting in the docking zone. This T-2 transport was crewed by 2 Federation soldiers and carried 10 high-purity curvature crystals in its hold. Lin Mo piloted the Wanderer, forming an escort formation with the transport slowly departing Blue Crystal Space Station and heading toward Novaport. The first leg of the journey was calm, with the hyperdrives preheating underway. Gray sat in the co-pilot seat, eyes fixed on the engine monitoring panel. The curvature crystals are fully charged. Once we reach the hyperlane entrance, we can initiate the jump. This jump covers 120 light-years and is estimated to take 12 hours. It's the Wanderer's first long-distance jump, so we need to be extra cautious. Understood. Lin Mo nodded and spoke through the comm channel. Everyone to battle stations. We may encounter lane turbulence or pirate ambushes during the jump. Stay alert. Just then Renos radar blared an alert warning. Pirate fleet detected. Distance 6,000 kilometers. Ship types T1. 5 cruiser 1 T1 assault boats 3. ID remnants of the Bloodbone gang. Threat level medium-high. Those Bloodbone bastards just want die. Ella gritted her teeth, hastily stowing her repair tools and switching to the weapon control interface. Pulse cannons charged, shield strength boosted to 80. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy. The Bloodbone gang had obstructed him multiple times. This time, he would eliminate them for good to ensure a safe journey to Novaport. Gray continued preheating the engine, aimed to enter the hyperlane before the pirates close in. Reno analyzed their tactical formation. Ella lock onto the cruiser's engine bay, prioritized destroying its propulsion system. The Bloodbone fleet closed in quickly, the cruiser at the center with 3 assault boats in a triangular formation, their bow pulse cannons gleaming with dangerous light. Lin Mo, our boss said your head is worth 1,000,000 credits. Today's your death day. The pirate's arrogant voice crackled over the comm. Enough chatter. Lin Mo swung the Wanderer into an attack run, accelerating toward the pirate fleet while pressing the pulse cannon's firing button. The upgraded cannons packed a punch. 2 beams of blue light streaked straight for the cruiser's engine bay. Boom. The pulse cannon struck true, and the cruiser's engine bay spewed black smoke, its speed dropping sharply. But its shields held, indicating the Bloodbone gang had modified the cruiser. Damn, that kid's cannons are too powerful. The pirate captain's shout came through. The 3 assault boats immediately swarmed in their pulse cannons, unleashing a barrage of energy beams at the Wanderer. Shield defense. Lin Mo yelled. Ella quickly redistributed shield energy, boosting frontal shield strength to 90. Clang, clang, clang. The energy beams slammed into the shields. Both auxiliary pulse cannons fired simultaneously, precisely hitting the left assault boat's pulse cannon and destroying it. The boat, crippled, fled in disarray. Just then Gray shouted, hyperdrive preheating complete. We've reached the lane entrance. Initiate the jump. Lin Mo stared at the struggling pirate cruiser, a fierce glint in his eyes. One more devastating blow. Ella overclocked the pulse cannon, target the cruiser's energy core. Pulse cannon overclock activated, power increased by 50, a duration 1 minute. Ella pressed the overclock button, and the bow cannon blazed with blinding blue light. Boom, boom. 2 overcharged pulses struck the cruiser's energy core in succession. The cruiser's hull erupted in a green fireball that expanded across the void, engulfing the 2 nearby assault boats. Done. Initiate the jump. Gray immediately pressed the jump button. The Wanderer's hyperdrive flared with intense blue light, and space around the ship began to warp. The remaining pirate assault boat tried to pursue, but was blocked by the jump's energy field, forced to watch helplessly as the Wanderer and the transport vanished into the hyperlane. The moment they entered the hyperlane, Lin Mo felt a slight dizziness. The viewport showed a tunnel of flowing light and color with countless streaks of light racing past. The hyperlane was relatively stable, free from gravitational disturbances, and the ship's vibrations were minimal. Hyperdrive jump in progress. Lane stability 85. Estimated remaining time 11 hours 58 minutes. Ship status normal. Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief and leaned back in his seat. This battle not only wiped out the Bloodbone remnants, but also tested the upgraded ship's combat capabilities with results exceeding expectations. He looked at his crew, Ella checking the pulse cannons where Reno organizing radar data, Gray fine-tuning engine parameters Mark, and Lena clean. Once we reach Nova Port, we can fully upgrade the hyperdrive. Then we'll be able to explore the wider galaxy, Lin Mo said. Gray nodded, his eyes shining with hope. Nova Port is the hub of the frontier. It has large Federation shipyards, advanced research institutes, and merchants from all civilizations. We can acquire more advanced technology and resources there. But the factional struggles there are fierce. The conservatives and expansionists are locked in a covert war. We'll need to tread carefully. Reno added, I heard in the Federation fleet that expansionist officers at Nova Port are recruiting capable freelance fleets to fight the Zerg invasion. We might cooperate with them for more support. Lin Mo's mind stirred. The expansionist backing could help him build strength faster, aligning with the story's Rising Star arc. We'll see when we get there. Our priority now is to strengthen ourselves, not get drawn into unnecessary conflicts. Over the next 10+ hours, the crew took turns resting while making final adjustments to the ship. Gray used the time to perform final optimizations on the hyperdrive, increasing jump stability by another 5. Ella reinforced the hull armor with leftover star pattern steel, further enhancing defensive capabilities. Jump countdown 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. As the system counted down, the Wanderer's hyperdrive gradually decelerated. The flowing lights outside the viewport vanished, replaced by a bustling starfield. Countless ships darted across the starry sky. In the distance, Nova Port gleamed like a massive blue gem composed of dozens of modules, its surface covered in twinkling lights, dozens of times more vibrant than Blue Crystal Space Station. We've arrived. Nova Port. Ella shouted excitedly, pressing her face to the viewport, gazing curiously at the bustling frontier hub. Lin Mo's eyes also brimmed with anticipation. Nova Port's appearance marked a new phase in his journey. Here lay advanced technology, abundant resources, formidable enemies, and countless opportunities. He knew that Volume 1, Faint Lights Set Sail, had ended, and Volume 2, Undercurrents in the Vortex, was about to begin. As the Wanderer and the transport slowly entered Nova Port's docking zone, and the docking tunnel sealed, Lin Mo received a system prompt. Volume 1 Main Quest, Faint Lights Set Sail complete. Reward Source Energy 1000 System Function, Hyperlane Navigation. Unlock T2 Destroyer Basic Blueprint, Incomplete Permanent Access to Federation Nova Port. Volume 2 Main Quest, Undercurrents in the Vortex, activated. Objective: establish a foothold at Nova Port, understand Federation faction dynamics, acquire T2 ship core technology, and form the nucleus of a small fleet. Lin Mo clenched his fist, feeling the warmth of the system imprint in his palm. From a scrap heap at Rust Anchor Port to a hyperdrive-capable improved gunboat, from a lone man to a professional crew, he had taken a solid first step. The lights of Nova Port illuminated the Wanderer's hull and lit the path of Lin Mo's starry journey. Ahead lay a vast universe, complex situations, and powerful enemies. But he was ready. Come on, let's go see this bustling Nova Port and start our new chapter. Lin Mo rose, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. The crew responded in unison, their faces brimming with fighting spirit. The Wanderer's hatch slowly opened and their figures disappeared into the docking tunnel, heading into the vibrant depths of Nova Port. A game of power, resources, and technology was about to unfold at this frontier hub. The main cabin of Nova Harbor was more bustling than any space station Lin Mo had ever seen. Within the vast annular space, countless holographic advertisement screens floated, cycling through. The air was thick with a faint scent of spices and the aura of energy engines, while a medley of sounds filled the ears: federal recruitment broadcasts, merchants' cries, the clamor of bars, and the roar of ships taking off and landing, painting a vivid tableau of interstellar society. This is far more prosperous than Blue Crystal Station, Lena exclaimed, her eyes darting around curiously as her fingers unconsciously traced the energy pistol at her waist, her gaze a blend of vigilance and excitement. Old Gray adjusted the reading glasses on his nose, his eyes sweeping across the nearby technology shops. Prosperity often conceals a maelstrom. Nova Harbor is the trade hub on the federal border and also the front line of factional strife. The conservatives control the station's core resources while the expansionists gather strength in the shadows. We must tread carefully. Lin Mo nodded and, following the system's guidance, led the group to the Federal Mission Handover Office at Nova. After verifying the transport ship's curvature crystals, the staff at the handover office promptly issued the rewards: 3 high-purity curvature crystals, a complete set of repair parts, 1 credits, and a blueprint for AT-1 class hyperspace engine improvement. Mission curvature escort completed. Rewards have been deposited into the ship's cargo hold. Current source energy 5820 points, previous 4,320, mission 1,000, battle 500. First we upgrade the hyperspace engine at the repair yard, then find a place to trade the Zerg spoils. Lin Mo said, Old Gray, the engine upgrade is on you. Renault, go find out about Nova Harbor's faction situation and see if you can get the expansionist contact info. Uira, organize the Zerg carapaces and acid samples, find a reliable black market dealer to sell them and exchange them for some rare materials. The group split up. Lin Mo, accompanied by Old Gray and Mark, piloted the Wanderer. The repair yard was massive, with dozens of ships of different classes parked in the hangar, ranging from T1 class civilian vessels to T2 class cruisers. Technicians in uniform were busy with repairs and modifications. The yard's owner was a middle-aged man named Thorne, slightly stout, with a shrewd smile perpetually on his face. Seeing the modification traces and battle damage on the Wanderer, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. I didn't expect a T1 class gunship to possess such formidable combat power. Captain Lin Mo, your reputation precedes you. You flatter me, Boss Thorne. Lin Mo handed over the hyperspace engine improvement blueprint. I need the engine upgraded as soon as possible using these curvature crystals. How long will it take? Thorne took the blueprint, examined it carefully, and said, high-purity curvature crystals plus a complete improvement plan. 3 days should do it. However, while the upgraded engine can perform long-distance jumps, the T1 class hull structure may not withstand repeated high-intensity jumps. The hull frame needs reinforcement. I have some top-grade star-pattern steel alloy here. Would you like to replace it as well? How many credits? Lin Mo asked. A flat rate of 8,000 credits, including installation and calibration. Thorne said. Also, I heard you have Zerg biocarapaces and acid samples. I can buy them at a high price, 1,000 credits per carapace, 500 credits per acid sample. Lin Mo calculated mentally. With 15 Zerg biocarapaces and 5 acid samples, it would be enough to offset the cost of reinforcing the hull. Deal. You can start construction now. Thorne immediately arranged for technicians to begin work. Old Gray stayed at the repair yard to super. The black market dealer Ira had contacted was a woman named Kasha, dressed in black leather with sharp eyes and an energy dagger at her waist. Her stall displayed various rare materials and contraband weapons. Captain Lin Mo, I've heard a lot about you. Kasha's voice carried a hint of huskiness. Ira has already shown me the samples. The quality is excellent. They'll give you a 20 premium, 120 credits per carapace, 600 credits per acid sample. That's 21,000 credits total. How about it? Agreed. Lin Mo nodded. After the transaction, also the Vacaran Trade Alliance. The lithoid symbiote. Lin Mo's heart stirred. The outline mentioned that the Vacaran Trade Alliance was a profit-driven commercial power, and the lithoid symbiote was a conservative silicon-based civilization. This was a perfect opportunity to engage with diverse civilizations and obtain T2 class technology. Tell me more. The Vacaran Trade Alliance's transport convoy was intercepted by the lithoid symbiote's patrol fleet at the edge of the Gamma Arm. Their cargo was seized. They need help to retrieve it. Kasha said. The mission reward is 1,000 credits, plus a fragment of a T2 class destroyer's core energy module blueprint. The Alliance will also provide intelligence support and repair resources. However, the lithoid symbiote ships have extremely strong defenses and excel in positional warfare. The risk is high. Side mission triggered. Trade Alliance Commission mission description: accept the Vacaran Trade Alliance's commission, retrieve the cargo seized by the lithoid symbiote, and mission rewards credits 100 T2 class destroyer core energy module blueprint fragment 1 Vacaran Trade Alliance faction 50 rare minerals 20. Mission difficulty rank. Lin Mo accepted the mission without hesitation. The T2 class destroyer's core energy module was key to upgrading his fleet, and establishing a connection with the Vacaran Trade Alliance was crucial for future development. I accept the mission. When do we depart? The Vacaran Trade Alliance's liaison officer will contact you tomorrow morning with detailed intelligence and the rendezvous point. Kasha said. Good luck, Captain Lin Mo. I hope we can have a long-term partnership. When Lin Mo and Mark returned to the repair yard, Renault was already waiting, his face etched with gravity. Captain Lin Mo, I've gathered the information. The leader of the expansionists at Nova Harbor is Commander Cole of the 7th Fleet. He's recruiting a free fleet to prepare for an invasion by the Zerg. But General Jones of the Conservatives is obstructing him at every turn. Recently, 3 Free Fleet ships supporting the expansionists have been seized by the Conservatives under the pretext of illegal armament. Where can I find Commander Cole? I want to meet him, Lin Mo said. Commander Cole works in the military district of Nova Harbor, but the Conservatives have him under tight surveillance. A direct visit would be very dangerous, Renault said. However, I know Commander Cole's adjutant. He'll be meeting someone at the Stardust Bar tomorrow. We can use that opportunity to make contact. Good. Tomorrow, Lin Mo said. Ira and Old Gray will stay at the repair yard to oversee the ship's upgrade. Mark, the next morning, this was the territory of the Vacaran Trade Alliance. The architecture was starkly different from the Federal District, brimming with an exotic flair, towering spires, stained glass, shimmering with energy, and flowing energy conduits. Most pedestrians were members of the Vacaran Trade Alliance in resplendent attire. Their ships were bizarre in shape, resembling giant crystals that emitted a soft glow. The Vacaran Trade Alliance's liaison officer was an energy-based life form, named Zera, appearing as a flowing mass of blue light, floating midair, its voice transmitted through energy fluctuations. Captain Lin Mo and glad you accepted the commission. The Lithoid symbiote's patrol fleet seized our energy or transport ship, which is now stranded in the Obsidian asteroid belt. Their ships have formidable defenses, but poor maneuverability. Our intelligence indicates their energy core is located at the bottom of the hull, a weak point in their defenses. Zera handed Lin Mo a data chip. This contains detailed star charts, structural analysis of the Lithoid symbiote ships, and the transport ship's location. We will provide 3 T1, 5 class frigates as support. During the battle, they will engage the enemy from the flank, while you focus on attacking the cruiser's energy core. Lin Mo took the data chip and inserted it into his terminal to review it. The Lithoid symbiote's cruiser indeed boasted astonishing defenses. Its shield strength was twice that of a T1 class cruiser, and its hull was composed of high-density minerals, making it difficult for standard pulse cannons to penetrate. No problem. When do we depart? Lin Mo asked. Now, Zera said. Our support fleet is already assembled on the outskirts of Nova Harbor. Target Obsidian asteroid belt. Estimated time of arrival 24 hours. When Lin Mo returned to the repair yard, the Wanderer's upgrade was complete. Ship status update: hyperspace engine upgrade complete. T1. 8 class. Jump distance increased to 200 light-years. Jump stability 90. Energy consumption reduced by 20. Hull frame reinforced star pattern steel alloy defense increased by 30. Pulse cannon power increased to 200 energy units. Fire rate increased to 4 rounds minute. The ship is upgraded and ready to depart. Old Gray said excitedly. The upgraded hyperspace engine can easily handle long-distance jumps. With the reinforced hull, even a hit from a T2 class ship can be withstood. Ira added, Mark and Lena have gathered intelligence on the Lithoid symbiote. Their ships are adept at using energy shields and mineral missiles. Their attack rhythm is slow, but their power is immense. We need to use our maneuverability. Lin Mo nodded and called everyone to board the Wanderer. Target Obsidian asteroid belt. Mission: execute the Vacaran Trade Alliance's commission. Our opponent this time is the silicon-based civilization, the Lithoid symbiote. Their defenses are extremely strong. The Wanderer departed the repair yard and rendezvoused with the Vacaran Trade Alliance's 3 frigates on the outskirts. The 3 frigates had sleek silver-white hulls, and the pulse cannons at their bows emitted a faint blue light, clearly standard-issue ships of the Vacaran Trade Alliance. Captain Lin Mo support fleet commander Karen. A clear female voice came through the communication channel. Per the plan, we will engage the frigates from the left flank. You are to attack the cruiser's energy core. The transport ship's location is marked on the star chart. Roger that. Lin Mo replied, maneuvering. 24 hours later, the fleet arrived at the Obsidian asteroid belt. The celestial bodies in this belt were mostly composed of black obsidian, with smooth surface. The star chart showed the Lithoid symbiote fleet anchored in the center of the belt. The cruiser was in the Lithoid symbiote fleet. Signals detected. Ship types: T2 class cruiser, 1 T1. 5 class frigates, 2. Threat level high. Prepare for battle. Lin Mo shouted, simultaneously activating the pulse cannons and shields. Commander Karen, execute the plan. Roger. Support fleet left flank assault. Karen commanded the 3 frigates charging towards the left Lithoid symbiote frigate as their pulse cannons. The Lithoid symbiote fleet reacted instantly. The cruiser's energy shield deployed, forming a thick gray warning. Unauthorized ships intruding. Withdraw immediately or be destroyed. The Lithoid symbiote's mechanical voice came through the communication channel, utterly devoid of emotion. Attack. Lin Mo maneuvered the Wanderer, accelerating towards the cruiser. He activated tactical simulation, spending 100 source energy points to formulate an attack plan. Simulation result: the Lithoid symbiote cruiser's energy core is located at the bottom of the hull. Approach by flying close to the asteroid belt, using the rocks for cover to avoid the frigate's fire, then concentrate fire on the core. The Wanderer nimbly weaved through the obsidian asteroids, evading the frigate's fire. The Lithoid symbiote frigates had a slow attack rhythm, but their mineral missiles were devastating. One missile struck a nearby asteroid, instantly shattering the 10-meter diameter obsidian rock into fragments. Watch out for the mineral missiles. Ira shouted, adjusting the shield energy. Left shield strength increased. Lin Mo executed a perilous barrel roll, dodging a mineral missile, and pressed the pulse cannons, firing. Boom, boom, boom. 3 pulse cannon blasts struck the cruiser's shield in succession. The gray shield flickered violently, but did not shatter. Its defenses are indeed formidable. Lin Mo frowned. Ira overclocked the pulse cannons. Concentrate all fire on the same spot on the shield. Pulse cannon overclock initiated. Power increased by 50. Ira pressed the overclock button. The pulse cannon at the bow emitted a blinding blue light, hitting the same point on the cruiser's shield repeatedly. Crack. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo dived the Wanderer, closing in on the cruiser's underside and locking onto the energy core. Now, full firepower. Both pulse cannons fired simultaneously. The blue light boom. A thunderous explosion erupted. The cruiser's hull shuddered violently, and a massive breach appeared in its underside, sending black mineral fragments flying in all directions. At that moment, the right flank lithoid symbiote frigate suddenly turned and charged towards the Wanderer, the mineral missile launchers at its bow flashing dangerously. "Watch out! A frigate is ambushing us," Lena yelled. Mark used the auxiliary pulse cannon to intercept the missiles. Lin Mo shouted, simultaneously maneuvering the Wanderer to retreat. The auxiliary pulse cannon opened fire, shooting down 2 mineral missiles, but one missile was still streaking towards the Wanderer. "Shield defense," Ira cried out, boosting the right shield strength to 90. Boom. The missile slammed into the shield. The shield flickered intensely, its strength plummeting to 40. "Commander Karen, I need support," Lin Mo called out. Karen immediately directed one of her frigates to charge from the flank towards the attacking frigate, its pulse cannons firing and hitting its engine bay. The frigate's speed dropped significantly, and it lost its ability to pursue. By now, the cruiser's energy core had completely exploded. The ship broke in two and slowly sank into the asteroid belt. The remaining frigate, seeing the dire situation, turned to flee. Trying to run, Lin Mo accelerated the Wanderer in pursuit, his pulse cannons firing continuously, blasting its engine bay. The battle was over. The Vacaran Trade Alliance's transport ship was successfully rescued. Karen spoke to Lin Mo through the communication channel. "Captain Lin Mo, thank you for your help. The mission was executed flawlessly. The rewards will be credited to your account within 3 days. The Vacaran Trade Alliance holds your capabilities in high regard and hopes for more collaboration in the future. Mission Trade Alliance commission completed. Rewards obtained: credits 1 T2 class destroyer core energy module blueprint fragment 1 Vacaran Trade Alliance faction 50 rare minerals 20. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the now calm obsidian asteroid belt through the viewport, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. This mission had not only yielded substantial rewards, but had also successfully brought him into contact with the Vacaran Trade Alliance and the lithoid symbiote, marking the first step towards engaging with diverse civilizations. After bidding farewell to the support fleet, the Wanderer activated its hyperspace engine and returned to Nova Harbor. Lin Mo knew that the completion of this mission would undoubtedly make him a rising star at Nova Harbor. Both the expansionists and the conservatives would take notice. A storm centered around factional struggle and fleet development was about to unfold over Nova Harbor. And his goal was not merely to form a small fleet, but to establish himself in this complex interstellar society, acquire the complete technology for a T2 class destroyer, and advance towards even more powerful starfaring behemoths. The Wanderer's hyperspace engine emitted a steady blue glow, traversing the deep cosmos, carrying the dreams and courage of its crew, continuing its journey. The hyperdrive of the Wanderer slowly cooled, and the silhouette of Nova Port once again appeared outside the port. As soon as they entered the civilian docking zone, Lin Mo received a transfer notification from the Vacaran Trade Alliance. 1 credits had been credited along with an encrypted package delivered to the ship's cargo hold. Ira opened the package, revealing a blueprint fragment shimmering with silver luster along with 20 rare ores gleaming with metallic sheen. Detected: T2 class destroyer core energy module blueprint fragment, current fragments 13. Rare ores stored in cargo hold, usable for ship construction or upgrades. The system chime echoed as Lin Mo gazed at the intricate energy circuits on the blueprint fragment, his heart brimming with anticipation. Once all 3 fragments were collected, the complete T2 class destroyer core energy module technology could be deciphered, marking a crucial step toward assembling a fleet. The ship needs energy and supplies replenishment. "Let's rest for a day before meeting Colonel Corps Adjutant," Lin Mo said, steering the Wanderer into the dedicated berth of the Stardust repair yard. After the battle with the stone symbiote, the ship's shields and pulse cannons had suffered minor wear, requiring maintenance and repairs. The next evening, Lin Mo and Renault changed into civilian attire and headed to the Stardust Bar. Located in Nova Port's neutral zone, this bar was a common meeting spot for various factions. Its decor was rugged, adorned with ship models and weapon ornaments on the walls, the air thick with a blend of alcohol and tobacco. The bar buzzed with noise, mostly mercenaries, merchants, and civilians in casual wear. Occasionally, a few individuals in federal uniforms could be seen in corners conversing in hushed tones. As arranged, Renault's old acquaintance, Colonel Corps Adjutant Allen, sat in a booth at the bar's corner, a blue alcoholic drink before him. Dressed in ordinary casual clothes, his eyes swept the surroundings warily. Spotting Renault and Lin Mo, he gave a slight nod. The two walked over and sat down. Allen lowered his voice. "Captain Lin Mo, I've long heard of your reputation, crushing the Zerg fleet at the Shattered Ring, defeating the stone symbiote in the obsidian asteroid belt. Your exploits have spread throughout Novaport. You flatter me, Adjutant Allen. It was merely luck, Lin Mo replied, scanning the surroundings to ensure no conservative spies were present. Luck is also a part of strength, Allen said, pulling a data chip from his pocket. Colonel COR admires your prowess. He knows you're seeking T2 class technology. This is the basic structural blueprint for a T2 class destroyer, a token of goodwill. The Colonel hopes you'll join the expansionist faction. We can provide shipyards rare materials and financial support to help you build a fleet to counter the Zerg invasion. Lin Mo took the data chip and inserted it into his terminal to examine it. The chip indeed contained the basic structural blueprint for a T2 class destroyer, including critical details like the hull frame, weapon layout, and engine positions. Though lacking core technology, it provided a vital reference for constructing the destroyer. I appreciate Colonel Core's sincerity, but the pressure from the conservatives is immense. If I join the expansionists, it'll likely face their suppression. That's precisely why we need you, Allen said. The conservatives keep retreating, allowing the Zerg forces to expand unchecked. 3 colonial star systems have already been overrun. Colonel COR hopes to assemble a formidable free fleet to take the initiative and curb the Zerg invasion, but the conservatives obstruct at every turn. If you agree to join, we'll provide you protection. Your fleet can operate as an independent force free from federal military discipline, only required to coordinate with us during Zerg engagements. Lin Mo's heart stirred. The terms for an independent fleet were exceptionally favorable. Access to expansionist resources while maintaining autonomy. This was exactly what he sought. I can join, but I have one condition. I need Colonel COR to help me collect the core technology blueprint fragments for the T2 class destroyer. I already have 1 fragment of the energy module. I need the other 2. No problem. Allen agreed immediately. Colonel COR has considerable connections within the Federation. He'll surely help you find the remaining fragments. However, Major General Jones of the Conservatives has already taken notice of you. His son is one of the backers behind the Bloodbone Gang. Since you destroyed their fleet, he won't let you off easily. I know, Lin Mo said. If Major General Jones wants to cause me trouble, let him try. Just then, several individuals in federal uniforms entered the bar, led by a tall, fierce-looking Lieutenant Colonel, Major General Jonas' trusted subordinate, Lieutenant Colonel Hank. His gaze swept the bar, quickly locking onto Lin Mo and Allen, a cold smirk curling at his lips. Adjutant Allen, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to find you colluding with illegal armed forces here. Lieutenant Colonel Hank approached with his men, the soldiers behind him drawing their energy rifles, aiming at Lin Mo. Allen's expression shifted. He stood and said, Lieutenant Colonel Hank, watch your words. Captain Lin Mo is an ally of the Federation, not an illegal armed force. Ally? Hank sneered. A freelance captain without federal authorization, privately carrying weapons, engaging in armed conflict. What else would you call that? Men, arrest them. Take them to the military zone for interrogation. Who dares? Lin Mo stood abruptly, hand on his energy rifle at his waist, eyes icy as he stared at Hank. This is a neutral zone. You have no authority to make arrests. In Novaport, the conservatives are the law. Hank declared arrogantly. Get them. Kill anyone who resists. The soldiers charged forward immediately. Bar patrons scrambled to avoid the chaos, screams, and the clatter of tables and chairs filling the air. Renault, cover Adjutant Allen's retreat. Lin Mo shouted, drawing his energy rifle and aiming at the lead soldier. Roger. Renault drew his energy pistol, firing consecutively, hitting 2 soldiers in the legs. They fell with screams. Allen seized the chance to dash toward the back door. Seeing this, Hank roared, stop him. Don't let him escape. Lin Mo and Renault stood back to back, engaging the soldiers in fierce combat. Blue energy rifle beams and red energy pistol bolts crisscrossed the bar. Though outnumbered, Lin Mo and Renault's combat experience and seamless coordination made it difficult for the soldiers to close in. Damn, these 2 can fight. Hank growled, drawing his own energy rifle and firing at Lin Mo. Lin Mo sidestepped the energy bolt, striking the wall behind him, leaving a charred hole. We can't linger. Let's retreat quickly. Renault shouted, hitting a soldier's shoulder. The back door's blocked. Go through the window. Lin Mo nodded, fired consecutively to drive back the soldiers in front, then charged toward the bar's window. He kicked through the glass, revealing a narrow alley beyond. Go! Lin Mo yelled. Renault followed, and they leaped out the window, sprinting down the alley. Lieutenant Colonel Hank. Residents on either side of the alley slammed their doors shut, afraid to show themselves. This running isn't working. They have too many. Renault panted. Lin Mo glanced back. He led Renault into an abandoned warehouse cluttered with discarded ship parts and supplies. An ideal, and the 2 hid behind a pile of massive engine components, holding their breath. Lieutenant Colonel Hank and his soldiers burst into the warehouse, searching. Search thoroughly. They can't have gone far. As the soldiers drew near, Lin Mo and Renault suddenly opened fire. 2 soldiers fell. Over there. Hank shouted, directing his men to surround them. Using the warehouse parts as cover, Lin Mo and Renault engaged in a running battle with the soldiers. Energy bolts ricocheted everywhere, striking parts with jarring explosions. Lieutenant Colonel Hank, aren't you afraid Colonel COR will hold you accountable for abusing your authority? Lin Mo called out, shooting a soldier's energy rifle. Colonel COR, he'll be lucky to save himself. Hank sneered. Major General Jones has already reported him to Federal HQ for colluding with illegal armed forces. He'll be removed from office soon and Novaport will be ours. Lin Mo's heart sank. He hadn't expected the conservatives to move so quickly. He knew they couldn't delay any longer. They had to break out. Renault, let's charge. Lin Mo shouted, tossing a smoke grenade. Thick smoke filled the warehouse. Under its cover, Lin Mo and Renault dashed toward the back door, firing continuously to drive back the soldiers in their path. Lieutenant Colonel Hank roared and fired, but the smoke obscured his vision, making it impossible to lock on. The two burst out of the warehouse, sprinted down the alley, and finally reached the civilian docking zone. Ira and Old Gray had already brought the Wanderer to the entrance. Seeing them, they immediately opened the hatch. Get on. The conservative fleet has blockaded the docking zone. We have to leave now. Lin Mo and Renault quickly boarded. Ira ignited the engines, and the Wanderer slowly departed the dock. Lieutenant Colonel Hank and his soldiers arrived just in time to see the Wanderer slip away, roaring in fury. Lin Mo, I won't let you go. As the Wanderer left Nova Port, the system suddenly blared an alert warning. Detected Federal Conservative Fleet signals. Distance 3000 kilometers. Major General Jones is serious. He even sent a cruiser. Renault's expression turned grim. A T-2 class cruiser's firepower and defense far exceed our Wanderers. We can't win in a direct fight. Lin Mo's eyes turned icy. He hadn't expected the conservatives to be so brazen as to attack him in a neutral zone. Ira, start the hyperdrive. Prepare for jump. Old Gray, adjust engine power to maximize speed. Hyperdrive starting up. Estimated warm-up time 5 minutes. Old Gray called out. The conservative fleet is fast. They'll catch up in about 3 minutes. 3 minutes. That's enough. Lin Mo maneuvered the Wanderer, accelerating toward the hyperspace lane entrance while activating pulse cannons and shields. Renault analyzed the cruiser's weak points in defense. Ira, concentrate shield energy on the stern. Mark Lena, prepare to target the frigate's engines. The conservative fleet quickly closed in the cruiser at the center, with 2 frigates flanking it, their pulse cannons flashing with dangerous light. Lin Mo colluding with illegal armed forces and attacking Federal soldiers. Surrender now while you still can. Major General Jones' voice came through the comm channel, dripping with arrogance and menace. Major General Jones, abusing your authority, suppressing dissent, and colluding with pirates. They'll settle this score with you slowly. Lin Mo retorted, skillfully dodging the cruiser's pulse cannon fire. You're asking for death. Jones roared. Cruiser, open fire at full power. Destroy his ship. The cruiser's 4 pulse cannons unleashed a barrage, dense energy beams streaking toward the Wanderer. Shield defense. Ira shouted, boosting stern shield strength to 90. Clang, clang, clang. The energy beams slammed into the shields, producing jarring metallic sounds. The shields flickered violently, dropping to 60 instantly. Hyperdrive warm-up at 30. Old Gray called. Hold on a little longer. Lin Mo said, steering the Wanderer toward the portside frigate. Mark Lena, lock onto the frigate's engine bay. Fire at full power. The 2 auxiliary pulse cannons fired simultaneously, striking the frigate's engine bay with precision. Boom. Smoke billowed from the frigate's engine bay, its speed dropping sharply. But the cruiser's assault intensified. Another volley of pulse cannon fire hit the shields, reducing their strength to 30. Hyperdrive warm-up at 70. Old Gray shouted, sweat beading on his forehead. The starboard frigate also closed in, its pulse cannons firing simultaneously, striking the Wanderer's stern armor plate. Boom. A massive gap appeared in the stern armor energy, leaking out engine power, dropping to 70 immediately. Warning. Stern armor severely damaged. Engine power reduced. Hyperdrive warm-up hindered. Damn it. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. Ira, overclock the pulse cannons. Target the cruiser's energy core. We need to show them some teeth. Pulse cannon overclock initiated. Power increased by 50. Ira pressed the overclock button. The bow pulse cannon emitted a blinding blue light, 2 energy beams streaking toward the cruiser's energy core. The cruiser's shields deployed instantly. The energy beams slammed into them, causing intense flickering, but the shields held. You think your T-1 class gunship can pierce my shields, eh? Pure fantasy. Jonas' mocking voice came through. Hyperdrive warm-up at 100. Approaching lane entrance. Initiating jump. Old Gray finally shouted. Lin Mo's heart leaped. He immediately steered the Wanderer into the hyperspace. The cruiser's pulse cannons fired again, but the energy field generated by the jump blocked the beams. The Wanderer vanished into the hyperspace lane. Once inside the hyperspace lane, Lin Mo exhaled in relief, leaning back in his seat. Ship status: stern armor severely damaged, engine power 70, is shield strength 30, pulse cannons normal, hyperdrive stable. Where do we go now? We can't return to Nova Port. The conservatives will put out a bounty on us everywhere, Ira asked, beginning repairs on the stern armor. Lin Mo opened the star map, his gaze settling on a distant star system. The Vacaran Trade Alliance's free port, Crystal Hub. It's a neutral zone the conservatives won't dare tread there easily. We can lay low there while searching for T2 class destroyer blueprint fragments. We can also leverage the Vacaran Trade Alliance's power to counter the conservatives. Crystal Hub. That's one of the Vacaran Trade Alliance's core strongholds, a solid choice. Renault said, it's a hub for merchants, mercenaries, and freelance captains from all civilizations. Information flows freely, resources are abundant. We can gather the materials needed to build the destroyer there. Old Gray nodded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Crystal Hub has the most advanced shipyards in the galaxy. As long as we have the blueprints and resources, we can build a T2 class destroyer. Besides, the Vacaran Trade Alliance has trade relations with the stone symbiotes. We might be able to buy the remaining blueprint fragments from them. Lin Mo gazed at the coordinates of Crystal Hub on the star map, his heart brimming with confidence. Though he had faced suppression from the conservatives, he had gained the expansionist support and the basic structural blueprint for the T2 class destroyer, while also forging friendly ties with the Vacaran Trade Alliance. This crisis had instead become the catalyst for his journey to a broader stage. Target Crystal Hub. Initiating long-range jump. Lin Mo commanded. Old Gray pressed the jump button. The Wanderer's hyperdrive emitted a powerful blue glow, the space around the ship warping as it leaped toward Crystal Hub. Within the hyperspace lane, streams of brilliant light and color flashed past. Lin Mo looked at his crew. Determination was etched on every face. He knew the conflict with the conservatives was only the beginning. More challenges lay ahead. The Zerg invasion, the stone symbiotes' retaliation, the internal factional struggles within the Federation. But he was no longer alone. With Ira's repair skills, Renault's tactical command, Old Gray's engineering expertise, Mark and Lena's weapon operation, and the assistance of the Origin star chart system, he was confident he could overcome every obstacle, build his own T2 class destroyer, assemble a formidable fleet, and carve out his own territory among the stars. The Wanderer's silhouette vanished into the hyperspace lane, heading toward Crystal Hub, toward the dream of the T2 class destroyer, toward a broader galaxy, continuing its journey forward. And the factional strife at Nova Port, the conservatives' frenzied retaliation, the Zerg's restless stirrings, all added new variables and challenges to this magnificent interstellar odyssey. The shimmering iridescence of the hyperspace lane gradually dissipated, and the silhouette of the Crystal Hub unfolded beyond the viewport. This core free port of the Vacaran Trade Confederation completely upended Lin Mo's perception of space stations. It was not a metallic structure in the Federation. Countless ships of bizarre designs shuttled between the crystals. There were the signature crystalline vessels of the Vacaran Trade Confederation, mineral warships of the lithoid symbiotes, and even a few fearsome-looking Zerg bioships, evidently trade vessels permitted by the Confederation. On the communication channels outside the viewport, voices speaking various languages. This is the Crystal Hub. It's like a miracle. Ayla pressed against the viewport, her eyes filled with awe. The refracted light of the crystals fell upon her face, softening her usually tense expression. Old Gray adjusted his reading glasses, a glint of professional insight in his eyes. These crystals, rumor has it the crystal core can also gather interstellar energy, serving as the power source for the entire free port. Lin Mo piloted the Wanderer, following the Vacaran Trade Confederation's guidance signals, into the peripheral civilian docking zone. The docking bays here were caves carved into the crystals, their walls smooth and emanating a faint energy fluctuation. The docking tunnels were flowing energy barriers that parted seamlessly like liquid as the ship entered. Crystal Hub security signal detected. Vacaran Trade Confederation friendliness activated. No threat locks identified. Current ship status: rear armor plating damaged, requires repair. Engine power at 70, can be rapidly recharged via energy crystals. Let's head to the repair zone first to fix the ship, then Lin Mo said, simultaneously applying for docking clearance through the communication channel. Soon a gentle female voice came through. Wanderer, welcome to the Crystal Hub. You have been assigned docking bay C-23. The repair zone is located on Crystal Star 3, offering full-service maintenance for ships of all civilizations. Fees are calculated based on materials and labor hours. If you require assistance from the Trade Confederation, you may proceed to the Confederation Council Hall on Central Crystal Star. Lin Mo, accompanied by Ayla and Old Gray, disembarked the ship and stepped onto the crystal-paved path. The crystal beneath their feet was cool and smooth, allowing a clear view of the small transport shuttles moving below. The surrounding walls emitted a soft radiance, making artificial lighting unnecessary for visibility. The merchandise in the shops was dazzling and diverse, from weapons gleaming with energy luster to biological samples emitting strange auras to mysterious devices labeled relics of an ancient civilization. There are so many rare materials here. If we could buy enough superconducting coils, we could upgrade our pulse cannon again. Ayla stared into a materials shop window, her eyes full of longing. Old Gray, however, focused on the direction of the repair zone. Let's fix the ship first before considering upgrades. The repair technology at the Crystal Hub should be The trio arrived at the repair zone on Crystal Star 3. The repair yard was open plan with dozens of repair bays surrounding a central energy core. The technicians were mostly energy beings from the Vacaran Trade Confederation and silicon-based artisans. The repair yard boss was a Vacaran light spiral, named Kalen, floating midair, his blue light mist undulating. Wanderer scans show the rear armor plating is 30 damage, the engine energy conduits are aging, and the shield generator is slightly over. Repair cost 5000 credits. Recharging with Trade Confederation energy crystals will cost an additional 2000 credits. Estimated time 6. Agreed. Also, I need to purchase 10 superconducting coils and 5 high-energy crystals. Lin. Superconducting coils are 1500 credits each. High-energy crystals are 800 credits each. Total 21000 credits. I can give you a package deal for 2000 credits. Kalen's light mist rippled, apparently calculating the price. After Lin Mo paid, Kalen immediately assigned technicians to begin the work. The silicon-based craftsmen moved with the precision of machines, their actions perfectly synchronized. They used special energy tools to cut away the damaged armor and replaced it with new crystal alloy plating. Old Gray supervised from the side, occasionally offering suggestions for modifications. He found that while the Vacaran Trade Confederation's repair methods were efficient, there was room for optimization in engine energy utilization. During the repair break, Lin Mo took Renaud to the Trade Confederation Council Hall on Central Crystal Star. Central Crystal Star was the Confederation's reception office. Regarding the T2 destroyer blueprint fragment you seek, we do have a lead. In 3 days, an interstellar lithoid symbiote. Lin Mo's mind stirred. How would they have a blueprint fragment from a human Federation destroyer? The Crystal Hub is a neutral free port. Lia explained that lithoid symbiote merchant is a long-term partner of the Confederation. His fragment came from an ancient civilization's ruins and belongs to the same blueprint set as the energy module fragment you possess. However, many factions will be attending this auction. The conservatives will also be present, and they will certainly compete with you for the fragment. Lia said, Liaison Officer Zera has already provided a recommendation for you. You only need to be present on the day of the auction. Additionally, the Confederation has a supplementary condition. They hope you can escort that lithoid symbiote merchant back to his territory after the auction. Space pirates may be encountered en route. Side quest triggered auction escort quest description: participate in the Crystal Hub interstellar auction, acquire the T2 destroyer weapon system blueprint fragment, escort the lithoid symbiote merchant back to the Silicon homeworld system, and repel pirate attacks along the way. Quest rewards credits: 5 lithoid energy core, sample 1 T2 destroy. Quest difficulty B level. I accept. Lin Mo agreed without hesitation. The escort mission would not only yield rewards, but also establish a connection with the lithoid symbiotes, potentially granting access to more rare materials. When they returned to the repair yard, the restoration of the Wanderer was nearly complete. The new ship status update: rear armor plating repaired, crystal alloy defense 15. Engine power at 100, energy efficiency 10. Shield strength at 85. Pulse cannon upgraded with superconducting coils, damage output 10. Excellent. The Wanderer can now take on a T2 frigate. Mark exclaimed, slapping the weapon control console, his eyes gleaming with a warlike fervor. Lena had gathered intelligence on the Crystal Hub and reported, Captain Lin Mo, the conservative fleet has arrived at the periphery of the Crystal Hub, but the Vacaran Trade Confederation won't allow them entry into the Freeport. Their people can only participate in the auction through proxies. Also, other factions are a machine civilization. The Deep Space Intelligentsia Alliance. Lin Mo's mind stirred. The outline mentioned. Old Gray shook his head. It's probably not the Deep Space Intelligentsia Alliance. They rarely engage in trade. It might be a secondary machine civilization or a vassal of the Deep Space Intelligentsia. Ayla and Old Gray used the purchased superconducting coils to make a secondary modification to the pulse cannon, increasing its fire rate to 4.5 rounds per minute. Renaud, Mark, and Lena familiarized themselves with the Crystal Hub. On the day of the auction, Lin Mo and Renaud changed into relatively formal attire and proceeded to the auction hall on Central Crystal Star. The auction hall was located in the core area of Central Crystal. Its interior was a vast circular space with the dome refracting multicolored light. Below were hundreds of floating auction seats. The auction seats were already filled with representatives from various civilizations, elegantly dressed members of the Vacaran Trade Confederation, silent lithoid symbiotes, towering beastkin mercenaries, and a few representatives from a machine civilization with metallic skeletal frames, their eyes glowing with red scanning light. The auction was hosted by a Vacaran Trade Confederation member, a flowing golden light mist whose voice spread throughout the hall via energy fluctuations. Welcome everyone to the Crystal Hub Interstellar Auction. The lots for today's auction include rare minerals, relics of ancient civilizations, and ship blueprint fragments. Now the auction officially begins. The first item is a star core crystal capable of providing stable energy supply for starships, with a starting bid of 500 credits, eventually won by a beast race merchant for 1000 credits. The subsequent, finally halfway through the auction, the host announced next is Lot 17, a fragment of the T2 Human Federation destroyer weapon system, starting bid 200 credits, with each increment no less than 1000. As the host's voice fell, a blue glowing crystal was delivered to the center of the auction stage, within which intricate circuit diagrams were faintly visible. Precisely the T2 destroyer weapon system blueprint fragment. 200 credits. A buyer immediately bid 25000. The conservative faction's agent raised the price, without hesitation, casting a provocative glance at Lin Mo. Lin Mo sneered inwardly and directly pressed the bid button 300. A slight stir rippled through the auction hall as many gazes turned to Lin Mo's seat. The conservative faction's agent's face changed color as he gritted his teeth and raised the bid 35000. 40000. Lin Mo showed no hesitation, raising the bid once more. He knew the conservative faction aimed to prevent him from obtaining the blueprint fragment and would not easily give up, but with the mission rewards from the Vacalan Merchant Alliance and income from Zerg spoils, his funds were ample, leaving him unafraid of the bidding war. The conservative faction's agent, clearly not expecting Lin Mo to be so financially formidable, looked even more grim. After a moment's hesitation, he raised the bid 42000. 50000. This price far exceeded the market value of the blueprint fragment. The conservative faction's agent's face turned ashen. Ultimately, he did not raise the bid again. His authorized funds were only 500 credits, and exceeding that amount required consultation with Major General Jones, which the auction would not permit due to time constraints. 50000 credits once. 50000 credits twice. 50000 credits 3 times. Sold. The host's voice rang out, and the blueprint fragment was delivered to Lin Mo's seat. Lin Mo took the crystal, feeling the system imprint in his palm warm slightly. Detected T2 destroyer weapon system blueprint fragment. Current fragment count 23. Partial weapon technology can be analyzed. E.g. T2 dual-mounted pulse cannon design. Just then the system suddenly issued an alert warning. Dangerous signal detected from the mechanical civilization delegation. Their starship is scanning your seat, suspected hostility. Lin Mo's heart sank as he looked toward the mechanical civilization seats. Those metal-framed representatives had red scanning lights focused on him, clearly interested in the blueprint fragment he had won. Reynolds, be careful. The mechanical civilization might make a move. Reynolds nodded, his hand resting on the energy pistol at his waist, vigilantly observing the surroundings. After the auction ended, Lin Mo met the strange lithoid symbiotic merchant outside the auction hall. His form resembled a massive purple crystal about 3 meters tall, his surface covered with complex energy patterns, his voice like rock grinding. Captain Lin Mo, thank you for securing the blueprint fragment, and I trouble you to escort me back to the Silicon homeworld. The Merchant Alliance has informed me of your starship's details. Your combat prowess is outstanding. I trust you. Pleasure to cooperate, Lin Mo said. We can depart now to avoid any unforeseen delays. The lithoid merchant nodded and summoned his transport ship. A T2 transport vessel resembling a giant mineral, its surface covered with hard crystal armor radiating stable energy fluctuations. My transport is equipped with basic defense systems, but no offensive weapons. I entrust this to you. Lin Mo and Reynolds returned to the Wanderer, and the crew immediately prepared for departure. The Wanderer departed the crystal hub, forming an escort formation with the lithoid merchant's transport ship, and jumped toward the Silicon homeworld star system. Midway through the hyperspace jump, the system suddenly issued a rapid alert warning. Detected multiple unknown starship signals. Distance 400 kilometers, rapidly closing in. Ship types: T2 mechanical warship X2, T1. 5 mechanical frigate X3. Threat level high. It was the mechanical civilization fleet. They've come after us after all. Reynolds' face grew grim. Mechanical civilization ships excel at precision strikes and electronic warfare. We must be cautious. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy. The mechanical civilization fleet was clearly after the blueprint fragment. This battle seemed unavoidable. Era raise shield strength to 90. A charge the pulse cannons. Old Gray, adjust engine power for maximum maneuverability. Reynolds, analyze the enemy's tactical formation. Mark Lena, prepare for electronic countermeasures. Understood. The crew responded in unison, quickly entering combat readiness. The mechanical fleet soon closed in, their forms resembling metal spiders, hulls composed of intricate mechanical structures, surfaces bristling with weapon mounts and energy cannons at the bows glowing red. Detected enemy weapon systems: T2 precision energy cannons X4, electronic interference devices X2. Threat level high. Captain Lin Mo, hand over the blueprint fragment, and we will let you leave. A synthesized electronic voice from the mechanical civilization came through the communication channel devoid of emotion. If you want the blueprint fragment, come and take it. Lin Mo replied, simultaneously maneuvering the Wanderer, accelerating toward the mechanical frigate on the left. The mechanical fleet immediately launched an attack. The two mechanical warships' precision energy cannons fired simultaneously red energy beams, streaking toward the Wanderer with pinpoint accuracy. Shield defense. Era shouted, boosting the left shield's strength to 95. Clang. The energy beam struck the shield, producing a harsh metallic clash. The shield flickered violently, its strength dropping to 70. Such immense power. Even stronger than the conservative faction's cruisers. Era exclaimed. The three mechanical frigates simultaneously released electronic interference waves, flooding the Wanderer's console with garbled code and blanking the radar screen. Electronic jamming. The ship's control systems are affected. Mark shouted, his fingers rapidly working the console in an attempt to counter the interference. Old Gray, activate the anti-jamming system. Lin Mo ordered. Old Gray was prepared. He pressed a red button and the ship's anti-jamming system engaged, gradually clearing the console's garbled code and restoring the radar screen to normal. Anti-jamming successful, but the system is still unstable. A constant correction is needed. Lin Mo maneuvered the Wanderer, evading the mechanical warship's attacks, while locking onto the mechanical frigate on the left. Pulse cannons full fire. Both pulse cannons fired simultaneously, blue light streaking toward the frigate's engine bay. The mechanical frigate's maneuverability was high. It swiftly dodged the attack, while countering its energy cannon, striking the Wanderer's rear armor plate. Boom. A small breach appeared in the rear armor plate. Energy leaked, and engine power dropped to 90. Warning. Rear armor plate damaged. Engine power fluctuating. These mechanical ships are too agile and accurate. Reynolds' face grew grim. We can't engage them, Hedon. We must find their weakness. Lin Mo's mind raced, using the system's tactical simulation to quickly analyze the mechanical ship's structure. Simulation result: the mechanical ship's energy core is located at the center of the hull, heavily defended, but the power conduits connecting to the core are weakly armored. Attacking the power conduits can cause core overload. Found it. Era, lock onto the left frigate's power conduits. Precision strike with the pulse cannons. Lin Mo commanded. Era immediately adjusted the targeting parameters. The pulse cannons aim locked onto the frigate's surface power conduits. Boom. The pulse cannon struck true the blue energy beam, piercing the power conduits. Sparks erupted across the mechanical frigate's hull, and its speed noticeably decreased. Effective. Era shouted excitedly, continuing to lock onto the next target. Seeing this, the mechanical fleet changed tactics. The two mechanical warships engaged Hedon, while the three frigates flanked, attempting to encircle the Wanderer. You want to surround us? No chance. Lin Mo maneuvered the Wanderer in a daring vertical climb, evading the frigate's encirclement, while turning to attack the mechanical warship's power conduits. The pulse cannons fired continuously, striking the right mechanical warship's power conduits. Boom. The mechanical warship's energy core overloaded, its hull shuddering violently, and the precision energy cannon's attack rhythm slowed. Just then, the lithoid merchant's transport ship suddenly issued an alarm warning. Detected mechanical frigate attack, transport shield damaged. Lin Mo looked back to see a mechanical frigate circling behind the transport ship, its energy cannon aimed at the transport's engine bay. Damn it. Era, lock onto that frigate and destroy it. Era immediately switched targets, the pulse cannons firing at full power, two beams of blue light racing toward the frigate. Boom. Boom. The frigate's power conduits and engine bay were struck simultaneously, the hull instantly exploding into a fireball. The remaining mechanical fleet, seeing the situation turn unfavorable, began to retreat. Their speed was immense. They vanished into the hyperspace lane in the blink of an eye. Should we pursue? Reynolds asked. No. Lin Mo shook his head. Our objective is to escort the lithoid merchant. There's no need for prolonged combat. Besides, the mechanical fleet might have reinforcements. Don't chase a cornered foe. The battle ended. The Wanderer's rear armor plate damage worsened, engine power dropping to 85, but overall, it was manageable. The lithoid merchant spoke to Lin Mo through the communication channel. Captain Lin Mo, thank you for your protection. The mechanical civilization has always coveted our mineral resources and technology. This time, they were definitely after the blueprint fragment. Once we arrive at the Silicon homeworld, I will give you additional rewards. Battle victory. Destroyed T1. 5 mechanical frigate X1. Damaged T2 mechanical warship X1 T1. 5 mechanical frigate X2. Spoils obtained mechanical parts X15. Electronic interference device X1. Source energy X600. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, maneuvering the Wanderer to continue escorting the transport ship toward the Silicon homeworld. He gazed at the blueprint fragment in his palm, filled with anticipation. Now he possessed 2 fragments of the T2 destroyer blueprint. Once he found the final navigation system fragment, he could analyze the complete T2 destroyer blueprint, taking a crucial step toward forming his fleet. The streaks of light in the hyperspace lane flared again, and the Wanderer and the transport ship vanished into the vast cosmos. Lin Mo knew that upon reaching the Silicon homeworld, he would not only receive rewards, but might also obtain clues about the third blueprint fragment from the lithoid symbiote. And the threats of the mechanical civilization, the pursuit of the conservative faction, and the stirring of the Zerg all added challenges to his starfaring journey. But he was fearless. The Wanderer was growing stronger, his crew was uniting, and his T2 destroyer was about to set sail among the stars. The blue light of the hyperspace jump gradually faded, and the silhouette of the Silicon homeworld slowly emerged beyond the porthole. It was a planet composed entirely of dark violet crystals, its surface crisscrossed, with interlacing mineral veins that resembled colossal blood vessels pulsating with faint energy luminescence. 3 rings of mineral debris encircled the planet within which dozens of small space stations drifted, clearly the mining and defense installations of the lithoid symbiotes. So this is the Silicon homeworld. The entire planet is made of crystals. Lena pressed against the porthole, her eyes brimming with curiosity. She had never seen such a peculiar planet. The dark violet crystal surface reflected the star's light, appearing both mysterious and magnificent. Old Gray adjusted his spectacles, a glint of professional insight in his eyes. Silicon-based life forms feed on minerals and thrive on energy. The crystals on this planet contain rich energy minerals, a natural home for the lithoid symbiotes. Look at those veins. The energy concentration there is at least 10 times that of ordinary minerals. They would be an excellent source of ship fuel. Lin Mo piloted the Wanderer following the lithoid merchant's transport ship toward the main space station of the Silicon homeworld. The main station was a massive ring-shaped structure built from dark violet crystals and black alloy, its surface bristling with energy cannons and scanners, clearly the defensive core of the lithoid symbiotes. Welcome to the Silicon homeworld, Captain Lin Mo. The lithoid merchant's voice came through the comm channel. My territory lies in the amethyst veins of the northern hemisphere. We must first pass inspection at the main station before proceeding to the veins. The main station guards are rather conservative and will conduct a strict inspection of unknown vessels. Please cooperate. Understood, Lin Mo replied, instructing Ella to shut down non-essential weapon systems and lower their alert posture. The inspection at the main station proved even more rigorous than expected. Lithoid guards piloted small mineral warships, conducting a full-spectrum scan of the Wanderer and the transport vessel. The scan lasted a full half-hour before they were cleared to pass, having confirmed no threat. Detected unknown vessel carrying Federation tech blueprints. Passage permitted, but use of Federation standard weaponry within the Silicon homeworld is forbidden. Violators will be destroyed. The lithoid guard's mechanical voice rang out, carrying an unquestionable authority. After passing the main station, the fleet headed toward the amethyst veins. As they drew closer, the ground grew clearer. Massive crystal mountain ranges rose and fell. Countless small mining machines scurried through the veins, and lithoid symbiotes labored alone or in groups, absorbing energy from the minerals through the energy patterns on their bodies, their movements slow and orderly. The energy concentration here is incredibly high, Ella exclaimed in astonishment. The ship's energy sensors showed the surrounding concentration was 3 times that of the crystal hub. If we could collect some energy minerals here, our ship's power problems would be completely solved. The lithoid symbiotes are very protective of their veins, who outsiders are not allowed to mine privately, Reynolds said. However, we could purchase them through trade. The lithoid merchant should be able to help us make connections. The Wanderer and the transport ship halted before a crystal fortress in the amethyst veins. This fortress, constructed from massive amethysts and standing about 100 meters tall, was covered in energy shield generators, clearly the lithoid merchant's residence and warehouse. After the lithoid merchant's transport docked, he disembarked, the energy patterns on his body flickering. Captain Lin Mo, thank you for the escort. This is your payment. A small energy platform extended from the fortress, bearing a chip worth 500 credits, a fist-sized sample of a lithoid energy core, and a data chip. The data chip contains clues to the third T2 destroyer blueprint fragment. The fragment is located in the Obsidian Ruins, an ancient civilization mining site now occupied by a group of space pirates. Lin Mo picked up the data chip and inserted it into a terminal to review. The chip contained detailed coordinates for the Obsidian Ruins, a topographic map, and basic intelligence on the pirates. The gang was called the Black Crystal Gang, possessing 1 T2 cruiser and 3 T1. 5 class frigates, adept at ambushes using the ruins' complex terrain. Detected clue for third blueprint fragment. Fragment type T2 destroyer navigation system blueprint fragment. Current fragment location Obsidian Ruins core area. The Obsidian Ruins. Not far from here, only 30 light years away. Lin Mo's heart stirred. Thank you for the clue. Might I purchase some energy minerals here? Of course, the lithoid merchant said. I can sell you 20 tons of amethyst, or at a favorable price, enough to power your ship for a long time. Additionally, I have another request. Recently, the Black Crystal Gang has not only occupied side quest triggered Vein Purge quest description eliminate the Black Crystal Gang pirates occupying the Obsidian Ruins, protect the amethyst veins of the Silicon homeworld, and recover the T2 Destroyer Navigation System blueprint fragment. Quest rewards amethyst or 20 tons high-purity energy crystals, 10 tons Obsidian Ruins internal structural map, 1 T2 Destroyer Navigation System blueprint fragment, 1 lithoid symbiote faction reputation 50. Quest difficulty, Lin Mo accepted the quest without hesitation. The Black Crystal Gang not only occupied the location of the blueprint fragment, but also, no problem. I'll purge the Black Crystal Gang as soon as possible, but I need 3 days to prepare the ship and resupply. Good. I will prepare the amethyst ore and repair resources for you. Well, rendezvous at the veins in 3 days. The lithoid merchant said. Over the next 3 days, Lin Mo and his crew rested at the Crystal Fortress, while also repairing and upgrading the ship. Using the lithoid merchant's repair equipment, Ella and Old Gray mended the damage to the rear armor plating and integrated the lithoid energy core sample into the shield generator, boosting shield strength to 90 and defensive efficiency by 20. The stability of the lithoid energy core is incredible. Integrating it into the shields allows effective defense against both energy attacks and physical impacts, Ella said excitedly. Old Gray meanwhile studied the 2T2 Destroyer blueprint fragments, attempting to apply some of the technology to the Wanderer. We can use the technology from the weapon system fragment to upgrade the pulse cannons to a twin-linked configuration, increasing firepower by 50, though it will consume more energy, Old Gray remarked. According to information provided by the lithoid merchant, the Black Crystal Gang's leader was a former Federation officer named Black, discharged for disciplinary violations. He later formed the pirate gang, and after occupying the Obsidian Ruins, they repelled multiple attacks from the lithoid symbiotes using the ruins' defensive fortifications. The gang's cruiser is a decommissioned Federation T2 cruiser, heavily modified with strong firepower, and they're familiar with the ruins' terrain, experts in ambushes. Reynolds said, "We cannot afford to be careless." Lin Mo used the system's tactical simulation function combined with the topographic map of the Obsidian Ruins to formulate a detailed battle plan. Ella and Old Gray will handle ship control and weapon attacks. Reynolds will be responsible for radar monitoring and tactical command. Mark and Lena will handle auxiliary weapons and electronic countermeasures. First, we'll use the ruins terrain for stealthy approach, destroy the pirates' defensive fortifications, then concentrate fire on the cruiser's energy core, and finally secure the blueprint fragment. 3 days later, Lin Mo and his crew piloting the Wanderer formed a fleet with 3 small mineral warships provided by the lithoid merchant and set off for the Obsidian Ruins. The mineral warships piloted by lithoid symbiotes resembled giant black crystals equipped with energy cannons and mineral missiles, possessing strong defenses but slower speeds. Captain Lin Mo, the Obsidian Ruins defensive fortifications are mainly concentrated at the entrance, 3 energy turrets and an energy barrier. Our mineral warships can draw their fire heat in while you destroy the energy turrets. The lithoid commander's voice, the outline of the Obsidian Ruins gradually sharpened. A colossal ancient civilization mining site built from black obsidian, its surface riddled with mining tunnels and energy conduits. At the entrance stood 3 massive energy turrets, a pale purple energy barrier sealing the gateway. The Black Crystal Gang's cruiser and frigates were moored in the open space within the ruins. Detected Black Crystal Gang fleet signals. Ship types T2 cruiser 1 T1. 5 frigate 3. Defensive fortifications energy turret 3 A energy barrier 1. Threat level high. Commence attack, the lithoid commander shouted. The 3 mineral warships opened fire simultaneously, energy beams and mineral missiles streaking toward the energy barrier and turrets. Boom, boom, boom. The mineral missiles struck the energy barrier, causing it to flicker violently, but not collapse. The 3 energy turrets immediately retaliated their energy beams, slamming into the mineral warships' shields with a grating crash. The energy barrier's defense is strong. The mineral warships can't break through quickly, Reynolds yelled. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed. He piloted the Wanderer using the rocks around the ruins as cover, rapidly approaching the energy turret on the left side of the entrance. Ella lock onto the left turret. Full power from the pulse cannons. The Wanderer's twin-linked pulse cannons, temporarily modified, fired simultaneously 2 beams of blue light, streaking toward the left turret. Boom. The pulse cannon shot precisely hit the turret's energy core, causing it to explode, instantly collapsing into a pile of black fragments. It worked, Ella shouted excitedly, locking onto the middle turret. The Black Crystal Gang's fleet reacted immediately. 3 frigates burst from the ruins, converging on the Wanderer, their bow pulse cannons opening fire. Shield defense. Lin Mo commanded. The energy beams struck the shields, causing them to flicker intensely, but they held. Mark, Lena, activate electronic countermeasures. Jam the frigate's radar, Lin Mo ordered. Mark and Lena immediately activated the ECM devices. The radar screens of the Black Crystal Gang frigates instantly filled with static, their attacks becoming erratic and uncoordinated. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo piloted the Wanderer, rapidly closing in on the middle energy turret. The pulse cannons fired again, destroying it. The remaining energy turret continued to fire on the mineral warships, whose shields were already showing cracks. Captain Lin Mo, the Lithoid commander, shouted. Lin Mo swung the Wanderer around, charging toward the final turret while evading the frigate's attacks. The pulse cannons fired repeatedly, finally obliterating the last turret. All energy turrets destroyed. The energy barrier has lost power and is dissipating, Reynolds announced. The energy barrier slowly faded, and the 3 mineral warships immediately surged into the ruins, charging toward the Black Crystal Gang's cruiser. The gang's cruiser also ignited its engines, its 4 bow pulse cannons firing simultaneously, striking one mineral warship's shield. The shield shattered instantly, leaving a massive gaping hole in the hull. Mineral warship heavily damaged. Requesting support. The Lithoid commander's voice was edged with urgency. Lin Mo shouted, simultaneously maneuvering the Wanderer, accelerating toward the cruiser. Pulse cannon overclock initiated. Power increased by 50. Ella pressed the overclock button. The twin-linked pulse cannons at the bow emitted a blinding blue light, 2 energy beams lancing straight toward the cruiser's energy core. Boom. The energy beam struck true. The cruiser's energy core spewed black smoke, its speed dropping markedly. However, its shields were not penetrated. Black had evidently reinforced the cruiser. Damn, how are this kid's guns so strong? Black's enraged roar came through the comm channel. The 3 frigates closed in again, their torpedo tube. Watch out for torpedoes, Reynolds warned. Lin Mo executed a perilous barrel roll, evading the torpedo salvo. The torpedoes struck the obsidian rocks nearby, blasting them to rubble. Mark Lena used the auxiliary pulse cannons to target the frigate's torpedo tubes. The auxiliary pulse cannons fired in unison, precisely hitting the torpedo tube of the leftmost frigate, destroying it. That frigate deprived of its... Just then Old Grey shouted, I found a mining tunnel inside the ruins. We can use it to circle behind the cruiser and attack its rear energy core. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He piloted the Wanderer, diving into a narrow mining tunnel. The tunnel was pitch black, lit only by the faint glow of energy conduits on the walls. The rocks on either side were as sharp as knives. A single misstep meant collision. Ella, activate night vision mode. Watch out for the rocks. Roger. Night vision active. Radar has locked onto the tunnel exit. Ella replied, her fingers flying across the console. The mining tunnel ended in a massive underground cavern. The Black Crystal Gang's cruiser was parked in the center, its rear energy core exposed and completely undefended. Now, full power from the pulse cannons. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted. The cruiser's hull shuddered violently, a massive breach torn in its stern, black fragments scattering in all directions. Black's scream of anguish came through the comm channel. No, my cruiser. The remaining 2 frigates, seeing their flagship destroyed, panicked and attempted to flee. But the lithoid mineral warships had already sealed the exit, their energy cannons firing in unison, destroying them one by one. The battle was over. Lin Mo piloted the Wanderer through the underground cavern, searching for the blueprint fragment. According to the internal structural map provided by the lithoid merchant, the blueprint fragment should be in the ruins core control room. The Wanderer followed the line of energy conduits and soon arrived. Entering the control room, they were greeted by a massive console covered in ancient civilization symbols. Lin Mo stepped forward and picked up the crystal. The system mark on his palm immediately emitted a brilliant, detected T2 destroyer navigation system blueprint fragment. Current fragment count 33. Analyzing complete blueprint. Analysis complete. Acquired T2 destroyer complete blueprint includes hull structure, energy module, weapon system, navigation system. Construction requirements: rare minerals 50, a superconducting coils 30, high energy crystals 20, source energy 3000. T2 destroyer class DD-01 can now be constructed. The system's prompt filled Lin Mo with elation. He had finally gathered all the blueprint fragments and could now build his very first T2 destroyer. At that moment, the system suddenly blared an alarm warning. Detected anomalous energy fluctuations in the ruins. Mining tunnels are collapsing. Estimated time until total structural collapse 10 minutes. Damn, the ruins are coming down. We need to evacuate now. Lin Mo shouted, immediately returning to the Wanderer and piloting it at full speed out of the mining tunnel. As the Wanderer burst, the remnants of the Black Crystal Gang were buried under the falling rock, completely annihilated. The lithoid merchant's fleet was waiting. Thank you for solving this big problem for us. Quest vein purge completed. Rewards received: amethyst or 20 tons high. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at the collapsing obsidian ruins through the... This mission had not only purged the Black Crystal Gang and protected the lithoid symbiote's veins, but also secured the complete T2 destroyer blueprint, laying the foundation for building a fleet. The Wanderer returned to the Silicon homeworld with the Lithoid fleet. The Lithoid merchant honored his promise, delivering 20 tons of amethyst ore and 10 tons of high-purity energy crystals aboard the ship. Captain Lin Mo, this is a token of our appreciation. We hope to continue cooperating in the future. If you need to build a destroyer, we can provide mineral support in exchange for Federation technology. Pleasure doing business, Lin Mo replied. After a day of rest, Lin Mo and his crew, piloting the Wanderer laden with minerals and blueprints, jumped toward the Crystal Hub. They needed to find a suitable shipyard at the Crystal Hub to build the T2 destroyer. Lin Mo knew this was a significant milestone on his journey. From a T1 scrap gunboat to a T2 destroyer, the prototype of his fleet was taking shape, and vaster starfields, as well as mightier foes, awaited him ahead. In the stream of light from the hyperspace lane, the Wanderer's silhouette was steady and swift. Lin Mo looked at the T2 destroyer blueprint in his hands, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the future. His dream of commanding a starship armada was steadily becoming reality. The azure luminescence of the hyperspace jump had yet to fully dissipate when the prismatic silhouette of the Crystal Hub materialized clearly beyond the viewport. The cargo hold of the Wanderer was brimming with amethyst, ore, and high-purity energy crystals. These weighty minerals formed the foundation for constructing a T2 class destroyer and also represented the bedrock of Lin Mo's team for future development. Ayla was hunched over the cargo bay's monitor screen, repeatedly tallying the mineral count, an irrepressible smile tugging at her lips. 20 tons of amethyst, or not a single piece missing. 10 tons of high-purity energy crystals, all above 95 purity. That's more than enough to support the initial construction phase of the destroyer. Old Gray meanwhile sat in the co-pilot seat of the cockpit, his fingertips gliding across a virtual panel as he repeatedly simulated the construction process for the T2 class destroyer. The complete blueprint unfurled on the panel, every detail meticulously annotated, from the 120-meter-long hull framework to the installation positions of the twin-linked main cannons, from the layout of the energy core to the calibration of the navigation system. The destroyer's hull needs to be cast from a composite of high-strength alloy and amethyst, or to balance both defense and energy conduction. The heat dissipation system of the energy core is critical. Although the energy crystals from the Oddstone symbiote are highly efficient without solving the heat problem, they are prone to overload. Lin Mo piloted the Wanderer into the dedicated berthing zone of the Crystal Hub. This time, the Vacaran Trade Alliance had afforded them higher-tier treatment. The berth was located near the central crystalline star, surrounded by energy shield protection, and featured a dedicated material transfer passage. Liaison Officer Zella has already informed them in advance. The largest stellar crystal shipyard in the hub is willing to undertake our construction contract, and they've offered a friendly price from the Alliance. Reno put away his communicator, a hint of relief on his face. But the conservative faction's agents are still active in the hub. They'll definitely try every trick to obstruct the construction. We need to be extra vigilant. The group transferred to a small shuttle and headed for the stellar crystal shipyard. The shipyard, located on the outermost crystalline planet, was a massive semi-open-air facility. Countless mechanical arms bustled beneath a crystal dome, assembling blocks of alloy and mineral into ship frames. In a distant dock, a Vacaran Trade Alliance crystal cruiser was undergoing its final adjustments. The energy circuits on its hull surface pulsed with a soft blue light, exuding a formidable aura. The shipyard's director was a Vacaran light spinner named Morin, his body a pale green hue, with complex energy circuits faintly visible within his flowing luminous mist. Captain Lin Mo, Liaison Officer Zella has transmitted the T2 class destroyer blueprints to me. Morin's voice chimed like a wind chime. These blueprints are of a very high technical level, integrating designs from the Federation and ancient civilizations. The construction will be quite challenging. According to your material list, we still need to supplement 15 tons of titanium alloy, 8 sets of superconducting heat pipes, and 3 navigation core crystals. Our shipyard can supply these materials at a total cost of 8,000 credits. 8,000 credits. Reno frowned. That's 20 above market price. That includes expediting and confidentiality fees. Morin's luminous mist fluctuated. Many factions in the hub are watching you. The conservative faction has already contacted us, offering double the price to refuse your order. By taking on your task and risking offending the conservative faction, we naturally require commensurate compensation. Furthermore, we promise to complete construction within 45 days, having the standard timeline. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, quickly calculating in his mind. 8,000 credits was expensive, but being able to build the destroyer quickly and ensure confidentiality to avoid future complications made the deal worthwhile. All right, I accept the price. But I have one condition. During construction, my technical advisor Old Gray must supervise the entire process to ensure the build quality meets the blueprint standards. No problem. Morin agreed immediately. We can sign the contract now. Pay 50 as a down payment with the remaining balance due upon delivery. After signing the contract and paying the down payment, Old Gray immediately threw himself into construction suit. Donning the protective suit provided by the shipyard, he spent his days shuttling between the docks, meticulously inspecting every weld on every alloy block and every connection of every wire, demanding immediate rectification of anything that didn't meet specifications. The weld strength here is insufficient. It must be re-welded. The interface angle of this energy conduit is off by 0.5 degrees. It will affect energy transmission efficiency. Old Gray's strict demands caused the shipyard's artisans to grumble incessantly, yet they couldn't help but admire his professional expertise. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, along with Reno, Mark, and Lena, gathered intelligence on the conservative faction within the Crystal Hub, while also taking on minor tasks to supplement their credits and rare materials. The Vacaran Trade Alliance issued a vein escort mission requiring escorting a transport ship to a nearby energy mineral vein to fend off potential pirate attacks. The reward was 1500 credits and 2 sets of superconducting heat pipes. Lin Mo accepted the mission without hesitation. The superconducting heat pipes were precisely the materials urgently needed for the destroyer's construction. The escort route was not long, only 15 light years, but the star region where the vein was located was near the Federation border, prone to frequent pirate activity. The transport ship was AT-1, 5 class civilian vessel loaded with mining equipment and supplies with weak defensive capabilities. Lin Mo piloted the Wanderer, maintaining a position on the transport's port side with radar fully active, vigilantly monitoring the surrounding environment. 5 light years to the vein. No anomalous signals in the vicinity. Reno stared at the radar screen, his tone noticeably more relaxed. Lena wiped her energy rifle, a look of eager anticipation on her face. I hope we run into some pirates. It'd be the perfect chance to test the modified twin-linked pulse cannons. No sooner had she spoken than the system blared an alarm warning. Pirate fleet detected. Distance 3000 kilometers. Ship types T1, 5 class assault boats, 4 T1 class frigate, 1 IFF black sail pirates. Threat level medium high. Perfect timing. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Ayla remaining on the ship to handle weapons, raise shield strength to 90, charge the twin-linked pulse cannons. Reno analyzed their formation and find their flagship. The black sail pirates fleet quickly closed in. The 4 assault boats formed a diamond formation with the frigate at the center, its bow pulse cannons flashing with dangerous light. Ship ahead. Leave the transport and its cargo, and well spare your lives. The pirate leader's arrogant voice crackled through the communication channel. Save your breath. Lin Mo maneuvered the Wanderer, accelerating towards the port-side assault boat. Ayla lock onto the assault boat's engine bay. Full power fire. The twin-linked pulse cannons fired simultaneously. 2 beams of blue light streaked towards the port assault boat's engine bay. Boom. The pulse cannon struck true the assault boat's engine, exploding instantly, sending it spiraling into the cosmic depths, trailing black smoke. Nice shot. Mark shouted excitedly. The remaining 3 assault boats immediately converged their torpedo tubes, firing simultaneously. 3 torpedoes trailing white exhaust homed in on the Wanderer. Evasive. Lin Mo yanked the control stick. The Wanderer executed a perilous barrel roll. The torpedoes scraped past the hull, slamming into a distant asteroid and triggering a violent explosion. The frigate also joined the attack. Its 2 bow pulse cannons fired, striking the Wanderer's shields. Clang. The shields flickered violently, their strength dropping to 75. Ayla overclocked the pulse cannons. Target the frigate's weapon systems. Lin Mo shouted. Overclocking pulse cannons. Power output increased by 50. Ayla pressed the overclock button. The twin-linked pulse cannons emitted a blinding blue light, and 2 energy beams lanced towards the frigate's pulse cannons. Boom. Boom. Both of the frigate's pulse cannons were destroyed simultaneously, leaving it defenseless. Seeing the tide turn, the 3 assault boats tried to flee. But Lin Mo had no intention of letting them escape. He piloted the Wanderer in pursuit, the pulse cannons firing continuously, destroying the 3 assault boats one by one. Battle over. No losses on our side. The transport is safe. Reno shouted. Victory. Destroyed T1. 5 class assault boats, 4 T1 class frigate, 1. Loot acquired pirate supplies, 5 tons energy rifles, 10 OI source energy, 400. After completing the mission, Lin Mo returned to the Stellar Crystal shipyard with the superconducting heat pipes. By then, the destroyer's construction had reached a significant milestone. The hull framework was largely complete, its dark purple alloy frame inlaid with shimmering amethyst, or looking both sturdy and futuristic. Old Gray stood beneath the hull, directing artisans in installing the energy core's heat dissipation system. Captain Lin Mo, you're back at just the right time. Old Gray smiled when he saw Lin Mo. The heat dissipation system for the energy core is installed. Next up are the weapon systems and navigation system. However, we've hit a snag calibrating the navigation core crystal. It requires an energy crystal of even higher purity to complete the calibration. A higher purity energy crystal? Lin Mo's mind stirred. I have some high purity energy crystals from the Silicon Homestead. Their purity is above 95. They should meet the requirements. Old Gray took the energy crystal, tested it with a detection instrument, and a flash of delight crossed his eyes. Excellent. This purity is perfect. The navigation system calibration problem is solved. Just then the shipyard's alarms blared, red warning lights flooding the dock. Morin's voice came over the broadcast, laced with anxiety. Warning. Conservative faction fleet detected. Distance 1.0 kilometers, rapidly approaching. Ship types, T2 class cruiser, 1 T1. 5 class frigates 3. Target suspected to be the shipyard. The conservatives finally made their move. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy. Thereafter the destroyer. Reno rushed to the radar monitoring room and quickly returned. The conservative fleet has blockaded the shipyard's exit. Their communication channel is demanding the shipyard hand over the destroyer or they'll destroy the shipyard. Morin's luminous mist churned rapidly, betraying his panic. Captain Lin Mo, our shipyard's defenses, though sturdy, are no match for a T2 class cruiser. If they open fire, both the shipyard and the destroyer will be destroyed. Don't worry. We're here. Lin Mo patted Morin's luminous mist, a symbolic gesture. Ayla returned to the Wanderer immediately. Activate weapon systems and shields. Reno, come with me to the cockpit to formulate defensive tactics. Mark Lena, assist the shipyard guards in reinforcing the dock's defensive barriers. Everyone sprang into action. Lin Mo and Reno reached the Wanderer's cockpit. Ayla had already activated the ship's systems, the shield strength was raised to 90, and the twin-linked pulse cannons were fully charged. The conservative fleet has arrived at the shipyard's perimeter. Their cruiser is targeting the dock's energy core. Reno shouted. We can't let them fire. Lin Mo piloted the Wanderer, quickly maneuvering it out of the dock to place it between the shipyard and the conservative fleet. Ayla lock onto the cruiser's energy core. Pulse cannons full power fire. The Wanderer's twin-linked pulse cannons fired simultaneously. 2 beams of blue light streaked towards the conservative cruiser's energy core. The conservative cruiser, clearly not expecting Lin Mo to take the offensive, was caught off guard. Its energy core was hit, and its shields flickered violently. Damn it! This brat dares to attack first. The conservative captain's roar echoed through the comm channel. The 3 frigates immediately converged their pulse cannons, firing simultaneously, sending a dense volley of energy beams towards the Wanderer. Shield defense. Lin Mo ordered. Ayla instantly adjusted the shield energy, activating full omnidirectional defense. Clang, clang, clang. The energy beams impacted the shields, their strength rapidly dropping to 50. Old Gray, can the destroyer's weapon systems be activated temporarily? Lin Mo asked over the comm. The main cannon is installed, but it hasn't been calibrated. It can only fire once, and the power output will be unstable. Old Gray's voice came through. That's enough. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Old Gray, target the conservative cruiser. Once I draw their attention, fire the main cannon. Roger. Old Gray hurried to the destroyer's weapon control room and began calibrating the main cannon. Lin Mo piloted the Wanderer, executing a daring evasive maneuver while accelerating towards the portside frigate. Ayla overclocked the pulse cannons. Destroy the frigate's engines. Overclocking pulse cannons. Ayla pressed the button. The twin-linked pulse cannons emitted a blinding blue light, blasting the port frigate's engine bay. The frigate, losing power, drifted helplessly in space. The conservative cruiser fired again. The energy beam struck the Wanderer's rear armor plating, leaving a massive gaping hole. Energy began to leak. Warning. Rear armor plating severely damaged. Engine power dropping to 70. Now? Lin Mo shouted. The destroyer's twin-linked main cannon suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. A thick energy beam lanced towards the conservative cruiser. Boom! The energy beam struck the cruiser's energy core with pinpoint accuracy. The cruiser's hull exploded instantly, green flames expanding into space, engulfing the 2 nearby frigates. The remaining frigates, seeing the dire situation, turned to flee. Lin Mo piloted the Wanderer in pursuit, the pulse cannons firing continuously until it was destroyed. The battle ended. The shipyard's alarms were silenced. Morin's voice came through again, filled with gratitude. Captain Lin Mo, thank you for your protection. If not for you, the shipyard and the destroyer would have been lost. We will accelerate the construction schedule and strive for an early delivery. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at the burning wreckage of the cruiser through the viewport, a profound sense of achievement welling within him. This battle had not only repelled the conservative faction's attack, but also tested the destroyer's main cannon. Though it was only a temporary calibration, its power already far exceeded the Wanderer's pulse cannons. Victory. Destroyed T2 class cruiser 1 T1. 5 class frigates 3. Loot acquired conservative faction ship parts 20 T2 class pulse cannon blueprint fragment 1A source energy 800. In the following days, the shipyard's artisans worked overtime, greatly accelerating the destroyer's construction progress. Old Gray supervised the entire process, ensuring every detail met the blueprint standards. Lin Mo and his team rested and resupplied at the Crystal Hub, while also gathering intelligence on the Zerg and machine civilization. 40 days later, Morin sent word, Captain Lin Mo, the T2 class destroyer, is complete. Please come for the acceptance inspection. When Lin Mo and the others arrived at the shipyard, a brand new destroyer lay moored in the central dock. The destroyer measured 120 meters in length and 30 meters in width with a streamlined hull. Its dark purple alloy armor was inlaid with shimmering amethyst or veins. The bow was equipped with two twin-linked main cannons. Each flank of the hull housed 4 auxiliary pulse cannons, and the stern featured 2 high-power hyperspace engines. Its overall design was majestic and imposing, exuding a palpable sense of power. She shall be named Dawnbreaker. Lin Mo stood on the destroyer's bridge, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at the control console before him. This was his first T2 class destroyer, a significant milestone on his stellar journey. Ship information updated: T2 class destroyer Dawnbreaker. Length 120 m, a width 30 m, standard crew 20. Weapon systems: twin-link T2 class pulse, main cannons 2 power 500 energy units, auxiliary pulse cannons 8 power 150 energy units, torpedo launchers 4. Defense systems: T2 class energy shield max, strength 1500 energy units, amethyst alloy armor, defense 50. Power systems: T2 class hyperspace engine, jump range 300 light years, speed 40. Navigation systems: ancient civilization navigation, core accuracy 60. Lin Mo caressed the metallic surface of the control console, feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from the Dawnbreaker. He knew that the birth of the Dawnbreaker signified the formation of his fleet's core. He was no longer a wanderer piloting a T1 class scrap gunboat. He was a fleet commander with a T2 class destroyer. The sunlight of the Crystal Hub streamed through the bridge's viewport, illuminating Lin Mo and his team, casting their smiling faces in a warm glow. The Dawnbreaker's engines hummed softly as they started up, ready to depart the shipyard. Lin Mo gazed at the Crystal Hub outside the viewport, his heart filled with anticipation. A new chapter of his stellar journey was about to unfold. A vaster universe, more formidable enemies, and richer opportunities all awaited him and his Dawnbreaker ahead. As the daybreak departed from the Lin Mo stood at the central command station on the bridge, his fingertips gliding across the cold, hard console, sensing the steady vibrations. The bridge was 3 times more spacious than that of the Wanderer. An arc-shaped holographic star map occupied half the wall, surrounded by multiple operational stations for weapon control, navigation, communications, and ship status monitoring, each equipped with state-of-the-art Federal Standard terminals. Old Gray, run a full-power engine test. Lin Mo's voice was calm and firm. Roger that, initiating full-power engine test. Old Gray, seated at the propulsion system console, slid his fingers rapidly across the controls. Main engine at 100 power, backup engines on standby, and normal hyperspace lane calibration, complete jump stability at 92. Ella, stationed at the weapons control console, stared intently at the weapon parameters. Reno, seated at the tactical command station, viewed detailed crew lists. There are quite a few retired Federal soldiers in the Crystal Hub's mercenary market. We can recruit there. Lin, the standard crew complement for the Daybreak was 20, but currently only 8 were on board, far from full strength. They had to fill the vacancies as soon as possible to unleash the destroyer's full combat capability. Ella and Old Gray stay on the ship and continue debugging the systems. Reno, you're with me to the mercenary market to recruit crew. Mark, Lena, handle ship security and supplies organization. The Crystal Hub's mercenary market was located in the underground zone of the peripheral Crystal Star. It was even more chaotic than the surface, the air thick with a blend of sweat, alcohol, and rusted metal. Booths lining the corridors displayed various recruitment notices and mission briefings. Mercenaries in assorted armors gathered in small groups, their eyes scanning passers-by with wary vigilance. The mercenaries here are a mixed lot. Some are experienced veterans, others are just boastful frauds. We need to screen them carefully, Reno said as they walked. Priority goes to those with Federal Fleet Service records and expertise in ship operations. Their loyalty is relatively more reliable. They arrived at a recruitment booth run by a middle-aged man named Carter. A vicious scar ran across his face, and he wore a faded Federal Navy uniform with tarnished medals on his chest. Looking to recruit crew. I've got the best gunners and helmsmen here, all elite veterans from the 7th Fleet. Carter's eye. Lin Mo appraised the 3. Eva wore a sharp black uniform with calluses on her fingers from long hours at a terminal. Doc, why did you leave the Federation? Lin Mo asked. Eva's eyes dimmed. My comm station was attacked by the Zerg. The Federation. Reno discreetly verified their identities with his terminal and nodded to Lin Mo. Identities check out, no negative records. Lin Mo said. But I have one condition: absolute. This compensation was top tier among frontier mercenaries, especially with the fleet shares. We're willing to join. Eva spoke first, and the other 2 nodded in agreement. Over the next half-day, Lin Mo and Reno recruited 5 more experienced gunners and engineers, finally bringing the Daybreak's crew up to full strength. As the last crew member boarded the ship, Lin Mo stood at the center of the bridge looking at the 19 crew members before him, a surge of emotion welling within him. From the Wanderer, which had only him, to now commanding a destroyer with a crew of 20, his fleet was finally taking shape. From today on, you are all part of the Daybreak, comrades, fighting side by side. Lin Mo's voice broadcast throughout the ship. Our goal is to establish a foothold in this starry expanse, repel the Zerg invasion, and stand against all forces that threaten us. I promise you, as long as you are loyal to the fleet, I will give you the best treatment and the broadest opportunities for growth. The crew erupted in cheers, their morale soaring. Over the next 3 days, Lin Mo organized the entire crew for ship integration training. Old Gray trained the engineers, explaining the Daybreak's power systems and repair techniques. Ella trained the gunners on the dual main cannons and auxiliary pulse cannons. Reno handled tactical drills, simulating various combat scenarios to improve crew coordination. Lin Mo personally trained the helmsman on the Daybreak's handling characteristics. The integration training was not without its challenges. The Daybreak was far more complex to pilot than a T-1 class ship. One helmsman was slow to react during an evasive maneuver simulation, causing the ship to collide with a virtual obstacle. 2 gunners made coordination errors during a synchronized firing drill, failing to hit the target. Lin Mo did not scold them. Instead, he patiently guided them, having Old Gray and Ella demonstrate repeatedly until everyone had mastered the operational skills. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Lin Mo organized a comprehensive simulated combat drill against a T-2 class pirate cruiser and 3 escort frigates. Eva monitor enemy communications and try to decrypt their tactical commands. Dr. Thorne prepare for battlefield first aid. Jack monitor ship supplies, ensure energy and ammunition are sufficient. Everyone else execute according to the tactical deployment. Roger. The crew responded in unison. The simulation began with the enemy fleet approaching in a triangular formation, the cruiser's main cannons firing first. Helmsman evade, Lin Mo shouted. The helmsman immediately executed a roll maneuver, dodging the attack. Ella lock onto the cruiser's power core, charged the main cannons. Main cannons charged, firing. Ella pressed the launch button. The dual main cannons emitted a blinding blue light, and 2 energy beams streaked towards the cruiser's power core. Direct hit. Enemy cruiser power core damaged, speed reduced by 30. Reno yelled. The enemy frigates immediately converged, attempting to attack the Daybreak's flanks. Auxiliary gunners lock onto the frigate's free fire. Lin Mo ordered. The 8 auxiliary pulse cannons fired simultaneously, a dense barrage of energy beams striking the portside frigate and destroying it. After an hour of simulated combat, the Daybreak had successfully destroyed all enemy ships without suffering any losses. Integration training complete. Crew coordination meets standard ship systems, functioning normally. Rena's voice was tinged with excitement. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction and addressed the crew over the comm channel. Everyone performed excellently. But this was only a simulation. The real battlefield is far more brutal. We cannot afford to be complacent. Next, we will accept the commission from the Vacaran Trade Alliance to head to the Crimson Flame Star system and assist the Federal Expansionist faction in repelling a small-scale Zerg invasion. This will be the Daybreak's first real combat mission. I expect everyone to be at their best. Just then, Eva's comm terminal suddenly blared an alarm. Captain receiving an emergency transmission from the Federal Expansionists. The Zerg invasion in the Crimson Flame system is far larger than anticipated. 3 colonial planets have been overrun. Commodore Cole's fleet is surrounded by the Zerg, requesting urgent reinforcement. Lin Mo's expression immediately turned grim. The Crimson Flame system was a border system between the Federation and the Brent Zerg, rich in resources and strategically vital. A large-scale Zerg invasion clearly meant they were prepared. Reno analyzed the battlefield situation in the Crimson Flame system. Old Gray checked the ship's status and ensure we can depart at a moment's notice. Ella replenish ammunition and energy, prepare for combat. Roger. Everyone sprang into action. Reno rapidly analyzed the battlefield data, his brow furrowed. The Zerg fleet in the Crimson Flame system includes 3 T-2 class bioships, 10 T-1, 5 class bioscorts, and numerous small Zerg fighters. Their total strength is double that of Commodore Cole's fleet. Commodore Cole's fleet is trapped in orbit around the system's primary planet. Their shields are about to fail. They can hold out for at most 24 hours. 24 hours. Lin Mo calculated. The Crimson Flame system is 180 light-years from the Crystal Hub. The Daybreak's hyperspace engine will take 10 hours to get there. There's still time. But with just 1 destroyer, we can't fight the main Zerg fleet. We need to contact the Vacaran Trade Alliance and request reinforcements. Reno immediately contacted the Vacaran liaison Zella and explained the situation. Zella's response came quickly. Trade Alliance High Command has been informed. They are dispatching a support fleet of 3 T-2 class cruisers and 5 T-1, 5 class frigates led by Commander Karen to rendezvous with you at the edge of the Crimson Flame system. The support fleet will take 12 hours to arrive. You should head there first to engage the Zerg fleet and buy time for Commodore Cole. Understood, Lin Mo replied. The Daybreak is departing now. Old Gray immediately activated the hyperspace engine. The Daybreak's stern ejected a brilliant blue light, and the space around the hull began to warp. Lin Mo stood at the center of the bridge, his gaze fixed on the coordinates of the Crimson Flame system on the holographic star map, a resolute light shining in his eyes. This was the Daybreak's first real combat mission, a pivotal battle for his fledgling fleet to make its mark. The blue glow of hyperspace jump enveloped the Daybreak as the ship swiftly traversed the deep void of space. The bridge was silent, the crew focused intently on their equipment, their expressions a mix of tension and excitement. They knew that ahead of them awaited the ferocious Brent Zerg, a desperate battle where life and death hung in the balance. But no one backed down. They trusted Lin Mo's command, believed in the Daybreak's capabilities, and had faith in their comrades. Lin Mo looked at his crew, his heart filled with confidence. Ella's technical skill, Rena's tactical acumen, Old Gray's experience, and the loyalty and courage of every crew member. These were the foundations of his strength to overcome the enemy. He knew this battle would be extraordinarily difficult, but he was unafraid. The Daybreak had set sail, and his journey among the stars had entered a new phase. 10 hours later, the Daybreak's hyperspace jump ended, and the outline of the Crimson Flame system materialized outside the viewport. It was a system of 3 planets. The primary was a red, rocky world scarred with volcanoes and canyons now besieged by Zerg bioships. Thick smoke billowed from the planet's surface, a testament to the severe devastation already wrought. Commodore Cole's fleet was trapped in orbit around the primary planet, their shields flickering with a weak red light on the verge of collapse. Zerg fleet's signature detected. Ship types: T2 class bioships, X3, T1. 5 class bioescorts, X10, small Zerg fighters, X50. Threat level extreme. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy, and he gripped his command baton tightly. All crew assume combat stations. Ella raise shields to 100, charge main cannons. Reno devise a harassment tactic, target Zerg escorts, disrupt their encirclement formation. Helmsman maintain high-speed maneuvers, avoid Zerg acid attacks. Everyone else follow deployment orders. Roger, the crew shouted in unison. The Daybreak's engines roared to life as it surged towards the Zerg fleet. A brutal battle that would decide the fate of the Crimson Flame system was about to erupt in the starry void. The main star of the Crimson Flame galaxy burned outside the viewport, with red lava flowing through the canyons, outlining sinister patterns in the darkness. The Zerg fleet surged like a dark green tide, covering the sky. 3 T2 level biological warships resembling giant beetles, their hulls covered in writhing tentacles and glowing acid sacs, while 10 escort ships formed a circular array tightly surrounding Brigadier General Cole's fleet in orbit. Countless small Zerg fighters darted like a swarm of bees, their shells reflecting dark red starlight, continuously crashing against the Federation fleet's shields, producing a harsh zzz sound. Brigadier General Cole's fleet was at the end of its tether, with the shields of 3 T2 level cruisers down to below 30, their hulls marred by the corrosive marks of acid, and one destroyer's rear armor pierced by Zerg bone needle missiles, slowly sinking its wreckage, trailing long plumes of black smoke like a dying beast. Requesting assistance. Repeat, requesting assistance. Shields are about to break. Zerg are boarding. Brigadier General Cole's voice came through the public communication channel, laced with unmistakable fatigue and urgency. All hands attention. Execute the bee sting tactic. Lin Mo's voice resonated steadily on the bridge, his fingertips swiftly gliding over the virtual command panel. Helmsman, maintain 0. 8 times lightspeed maneuvers, circling to the left flank of the Zerg fleet using the asteroid belt as cover. Era lock the main cannon onto the outermost biological escort ship. Auxiliary pulse cannons clear the small fighters with full force. Reno continuously analyzed the Zerg communication frequencies to locate their command channel. Ava, disrupt the navigation signals of the Zerg fighters to create chaos. Received. The crew inside the bridge responded in unison, their fingertips flying over the console, movements more rapid and synchronized than during training. The engine of the Dawn shot out dazzling blue-white flames, and the ship cut into the battlefield like an arrow released from a bow. The helmsman skillfully maneuvered the ship, weaving through the dense swarm of Zerg fighters, avoiding incoming columns of acid and bone needle missiles. A bone needle missile grazed past the ship's bow, striking a nearby asteroid, instantly exploding the rock with a diameter of several dozen meters into powder, with debris splattering against the Dawn's shields, causing faint blue ripples. Shield strength at 95, and no structural damage. The values on the ship's status monitoring panel fluctuated steadily. Era's gaze fixated on the target, her finger hovering over the main cannon's firing button. Left-wing biological escort ship locked, main cannon charged to 100, requesting launch. Launch. As soon as Lin Mo's voice fell, the twin-mounted T2 level pulse main cannon at the bow of the Dawn suddenly lit up with blinding blue light. Two thick energy beams shot out, like swords tearing through the darkness, heading straight for the outermost Zerg escort ship. When the energy beams struck the escort ship's shell, dark green bodily fluid splattered instantly. The shell shattered like ceramic, revealing the writhing soft tissue inside. Boom! The violent explosion echoed through the starry sky as the escort ship's hull fractured the rear, half crashing towards the asteroid belt like a kite, with a broken string triggering a chain explosion. Hit. Escort ship destroyed. Aira's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. But the Zerg's counterattack came in an instant. The gap left by the destroyed escort ship was filled by three small fighter swarms charging towards the Dawn like madmen, simultaneously releasing dense sprays of acid. Warning. Acid spray covering the hull shield defense efficiency decreased by 15. The system alarm sounded. Auxiliary pulse cannons fire at will. Lin Mo shouted. 8 auxiliary pulse cannons opened fire simultaneously, forming a dense barrage of energy, turning the frontmost Zerg fighters into Swiss cheese. The dark green bodily fluid froze into ice crystals in the universe like scattered funeral bells. But more fighters surged in from all directions, their navigation signals disrupted by Ava's electronic interference, becoming more frenzied, even colliding with each other. Zerg command channel successfully analyzed. Reno suddenly shouted. Their mothership is the largest biological warship in the center, commanding the fleet through low-frequency sound waves. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with sharp light. Ava, amplify the interference signal, directly disrupt the command channel of the mothership. Old gray monitor engine temperature, be ready to overclock at any time. Ava immediately adjusted the interference device, directing an invisible low-frequency wave straight at the Zerg mothership. Seconds later, the rhythm of the Zerg fleet's attack became noticeably chaotic, the originally orderly circular formation showing signs of loosening, with some escort ships beginning to deviate from their course. Interference effective. The Zerg fleet is in chaos. Ava shouted. Just then, a T2-level Zerg biological warship suddenly turned the giant acid sac at its bow, swelling, and a dark green column of acid shot towards the Dawn. Evade! Lin Mo yanked the virtual joystick and the Dawn executed a near-vertical climb, the acid column brushing past the ship's tail, striking the shield of a distant Federation cruiser. Boom! The shield of that cruiser shattered instantly, billowing thick smoke from its hull. Brigadier General Cole, we will hold back the mothership. You take the chance to adjust your formation. Lin Mo shouted through the encrypted channel. Thank you, Captain Lin Mo. Brigadier General Cole's voice brimmed with gratitude. We will stabilize our formation as soon as possible and coordinate with your attack. Lin Mo maneuvered the Dawn to the side and rear of the Zerg mothership, an attack blind spot of the acid sacs. Aira, target the energy core of the mothership with the main cannon, that area glowing red on the soft shell. Lin Mo pointed to the marked area on the holographic star map. Locked. Main cannon charging. Sweat trickled down Aira's forehead as the shell thickness of the Zerg mothership far exceeded that of the escort ships, requiring overclocking to penetrate. Old Gray, overclock the engine, provide extra energy. Engine overclock initiated, power increased by 30, duration 5 minutes. Old Gray's voice carried a hint of tension, as overloading was a significant test for the new engine. The speed of the Dawn suddenly surged, closing in on the Zerg mothership like blue lightning. The main cannon at the bow gathered blinding blue light, the energy fluctuations even distorting the surrounding starlight. Main cannon fire. 2 beams of energy several times thicker than before shot straight at the energy core of the mothership, accurately hitting that red glowing area of the soft shell. ZZZ boom. As the energy beams pierced through the shell, dark green bodily fluid mixed with red energy juice gushed out. The Zerg mothership emitted a deafening screech, its hull trembling violently, and the originally writhing tentacles stiffened. Energy core damaged. Zerg mothership speed reduced by 50. Reno shouted. But this strike also drained some of the Dawn's energy, causing shield strength to drop to 60. Surrounding Zerg escort ships immediately closed and firing their bone needle missiles simultaneously, dozens of white bone needles trailing green flames raining down like a violent storm. Shields to full defense. Helmsman serpentine evasion. Lin Mo shouted. The Dawn agilely weaved through the dense rain of missiles, most bone needle missiles missing their target, with only a few striking the shield, leaving faint ripples. But one missile accurately hit the auxiliary pulse cannon on the side of the hull, instantly turning the barrel into twisted metal debris. Auxiliary cannon position, 3 damaged, unable to use. The artillery crew shouted. Dr. Thorne, go repair the cannon position. Jack, allocate energy, prioritize supply to the main cannon and shields. Lin Mo issued commands methodically, his gaze fixed on the holographic star map's battlefield situation. At that moment, Commander Karen's voice suddenly came through the interstellar communication channel. Captain Lin Mo, the Vacalan Merchant Union support fleet has arrived. They have occupied the Zerg's right flank and are preparing to launch an attack. Outside the viewport, 3 crystal cruisers of the Vakilin Merchant Union appeared like enormous blue gems accompanied by 5 escort ships emerging from the jump portal, their bowmount energy cannons flashing a soft, yet deadly blue light. Their appearance instantly shattered the battlefield balance, quickly tearing through the Zerg fleet's right defensive line as 2 escort ships were reduced to powder under the main cannon's attack from the crystal cruisers. Brigadier General Cole launched a full-scale assault. Lin Mo shouted. Brigadier General Cole's fleet immediately responded with 3 cruisers opening fire simultaneously, the main and auxiliary cannons forming a dense firepower net, creating a pincer attack alongside the Dawn and the Vakilin Merchant Union fleet. The Zerg fleet was caught in a crossfire. Their already chaotic formation completely collapsed. Small fighters began to scatter in flight, and the escort ships flailed like headless flies. Lock onto the Zerg's second mothership. Lin Mo's expression turned cold. Era charged the main cannon. Prepare torpedo launchers. Aim the armor-piercing torpedoes at its acid sacs. Main cannon charge torpedoes ready. Fire. The twin-mounted main cannons emitted blue light again, while 4 armor-piercing torpedoes trailed white flames heading straight for the second Zerg mothership. The energy beam struck the side of the hull, blasting open a massive gap, allowing the armor-piercing torpedoes to penetrate inside and explode within the acid sacs. Boom. Dark green acid erupted like a fountain, covering a vast area. The mothership's hull rapidly expanded, then exploded with a thunderous roar, the massive shockwave tossing all nearby small fighters into the air. With 2 motherships lost, the Zerg fleet completely lost its ability to resist. The remaining mothership fled towards the outskirts of the galaxy, accompanied by 3 escort ships. Should we pursue? Reno asked. No need, Lin Mo shook his head. Our mission is to rescue Brigadier General Cole's fleet, and the objective has now been achieved. Moreover, the Zerg mothership may still have a backup plan. We must not chase after a desperate foe. The Dawn slowly approached Brigadier General Cole's flagship as the crew of the Federation fleet stood by the viewport waving and cheering at the Dawn. Brigadier General Cole's communication quickly connected. Captain Lin Mo, your Dawn is truly a miraculous arrival. Had you not arrived in time, we would likely have been annihilated. Brigadier General Cole, your kind of fighting the Zerg is our shared responsibility, Lin Mo replied. The 2 fleets converged in orbit around the main star of the Crimson Flame Galaxy, and the Dawn began emergency repairs. Dr. Thorne had already repaired the damaged auxiliary cannon position, while Jack allocated energy, restoring shield strength to 85. Brigadier General Cole boarded the Dawn, astonished and appreciative as he beheld the new T2 level destroyer. I never expected you to possess such an advanced destroyer, Captain Lin Mo. Your rapid growth is truly remarkable. This is thanks to the support of the Vakilin Merchant Union and the expansionist faction. Lin Mo said, steering the conversation back to the main topic. Brigadier General Cole, the scale of the Zerg invasion in the Crimson Flame Galaxy far exceeds our expectations, and their fleet strength is even greater than intelligence suggested. Could there be a larger conspiracy behind this? Brigadier General Cole's expression grew serious. You are correct. According to our reconnaissance, the Zerg invading this time is from the Nidalee star system, which is an important stronghold of the Brent Zerg in the Alpha Spiral arm. Recently, Zerg activity has been unusually frequent, seemingly preparing for a larger-scale invasion, with the Crimson Flame Galaxy merely serving as their preliminary engagement. He handed Lin Mo a data chip. This contains the intelligence we gathered on the Zerg, including rough coordinates of the Nidalee star system and the deployment of the Zerg fleet. The expansionist faction has already decided to form a joint fleet, proactively attacking to destroy the Zerg nests in the Nidalee star system. I hope you can join the joint fleet. Your Dawn and crew are indispensable assets. Lin Mo took the data chip and inserted it into the terminal for review. The intelligence on the chip detailed the Zerg's troop deployments, nest locations, and defensive weaknesses, as well as the formation plan for the joint fleet. The fleet will consist of 5 T2-level cruisers from the Federation's expansionist faction, 3 crystal cruisers from the Vakilin Merchant Union, and 3 destroyers from the Free Fleet, totaling 11 main ships planned to set sail in a month. Mainline mission triggered. Zerg Nest Assault Mission description: join the joint fleet, led by the Federation expansionist faction, to participate in the operation to destroy the Brent Zerg's nest in the Nidalee star system, assisting the joint fleet in breaking through the Zerg defenses and destroying the core of the Zerg nest. Mission rewards: 0 credit points, 1 incomplete blueprint for T2 level cruisers, 100 favorability with the Federation expansionist faction, 50 tons of rare energy minerals, 1,500 units of primordial energy. Mission difficulty a level. I accept the mission. Lin Mo agreed without hesitation. This was the perfect opportunity for him to accumulate strength and form the prototype of a small fleet. Participating in the joint fleet's operations would allow him to gain more practical combat experience and resources and give him access to more advanced ship technology. Brigadier General Cole smiled broadly. Great. The assembly point for the joint fleet is at Nova Harbor, where we will meet in a month. During this time, you can utilize the resources we provide to upgrade the Dawn and recruit more crew members to expand the fleet size. In the following days, the Dawn underwent rest and repairs in the Crimson Flame Galaxy. Brigadier General Cole provided ample repair parts and energy minerals, and Old Gray utilized these resources to optimize the Dawn's engine, increasing its jump speed by 10. Aera modified the main cannon, adding energy, focusing modules, enhancing its power by 20. Lin Mo used the system's talent radar function to recruit 2 experienced scouts and 3 engineers from the retired crew of the Federation fleet, further enriching the crew. After the maintenance, the Dawn departed from the Crimson Flame Galaxy, jumping towards the Crystal Nexus. Outside the viewport, the red main star of the Crimson Flame Galaxy gradually faded into the distance, while the wreckage of the Zerg fleet still floated in the starry sky, like scars left by war. Lin Mo stood at the center of the bridge, watching the busy crew around him, filled with emotion. The Dawn's first battle was a success, proving its combat capabilities while bringing Lin Mo's name to prominence within the Federation expansionist faction and the Vacalan Merchant Union. Yet he knew this was just the beginning. The Zerg nests in the Nidalee star system were far more dangerous. The operations of the joint fleet were fraught with uncertainties, and the threat from the conservatives had never vanished. But he was unafraid. The Dawn had already begun to show its edge, and his crew had united as one. His journey through the galaxy was steadily moving towards a broader stage. The blue light of hyperspace jump enveloped the Dawn, the hull swiftly traversing the deep starry sky. Lin Mo opened the holographic star map. The coordinates of the Nidalee star system flickered with red points of light, marking his next battlefield. He clenched his fist, feeling the cold touch of the console beneath his fingertips, with only one thought in his mind: to grow ever stronger until his fleet could truly stand firm in this galaxy, and until the Dawn could grow into a colossal ship dominating the star sea. In a month at Nova Harbor, the joint fleet will gather to set off. A great battle that will determine the safety of the Alpha Spiral Arms borders is about to unfold. And Lin Mo, along with his Dawn, is destined to leave his own legend in this great battle. As the Dawnbreaker sailed back to the Crystal Hub, the entire Freeport resonated with praises for this T2 class destroyer. To honor its achievements in the Crimson Flame Galaxy, the Vacalan Trading Alliance not only reimbursed the repair costs in full, but also gifted an additional T2 class shield amplification module and 10 armor-piercing torpedoes. Brigadier General Cole sent a message through a secure channel promising to provide priority supply access for the Dawnbreaker before the joint fleet gathered, including scarce superconducting crystals and engine coolants. Lin Mo did not indulge in the accolades. He was keenly aware that the conservatives would never allow his power to grow, and the Zerg of the Bug Nest Galaxy were exceedingly dangerous. In the upcoming month, we have 2 core missions. Lin Mo stood before the holographic star map on the bridge with all core crew members behind him. First, upgrade the defenses and weapon systems of the Dawnbreaker with Old Gray and Ella in charge, ensuring that the shield strength and main cannon power are elevated to the next level. Second, establish the prototype of a fleet. I have already contacted Kasha, who has a captured T1 5 class frigate. We will go take a look and, if suitable, purchase it as a companion ship for the Dawnbreaker. Ella's eyes flashed with excitement. With a companion ship, we can execute more complex tactics such as diversion, reconnaissance, and flanking attacks. Old Gray nodded. Although the T1 5 class frigate's firepower is not as strong as that of a destroyer, its maneuverability is excellent, making it suitable for auxiliary tasks. However, we must pay attention to the ship's compatibility and ideally modify its communication and navigation systems to match those of the Dawnbreaker. 2 days later, Lin Mo, accompanied by Reno and Mark, headed to Kasha's black market hideout. The T1 5 class frigate was docked in a hidden private dock. Its hull was silver gray, approximately 80 meters long, with a streamlined shape. The bow was equipped with a single-mounted pulse cannon with 2 auxiliary cannons on each side, and the engine compartment at the rear had been modified, increasing its speed by 15 over the standard model. This is the Fox Hunter, previously a reconnaissance ship of the Black Sails pirate group, which I captured and fully. Kasha's fingers traced the ship's armor. The weapon systems are intact, the engine has been refurbished, and the navigation system is compatible with Federal standard ships. The price is a flat 6,000 credits, and I will throw in a brand new reconnaissance radar. Lin Mo had Reno board the ship for inspection. Half an hour later, Reno returned. The ship is in good condition, the core systems have no hidden damage, and there is substantial potential for modification, but is worth purchasing. Lin Mo readily paid the credits, bringing the Fox Hunter under his command. After returning to the Crystal Hub, Old Gray immediately led the engineering team to modify the Fox Hunter, replacing the communication module to link it to the Dawnbreaker's command channel, adding a shield amplifier to enhance defensive capabilities, and upgrading the single-mounted pulse cannon to a twin-mounted cannon to increase firepower. Meanwhile, Lin Mo recruited 5 retired crew members with frigate operation experience through cautious connections appointing Mark as the captain of the Fox Hunter. Just as the ship modifications were nearing completion, Ava's communication terminal suddenly intercepted an encrypted message. The Conservatives have hired the Shadow Mercenary Group aiming to ambush us on our way to Nova Harbor equipped with a T2 class modified cruiser and 2 T1. 5 class frigates skilled in stealth and surprise attacks. The Shadow Mercenary Group. Rena's expression grew serious. They are the most notorious mercenary group on the border, known for their unscrupulous tactics, adept at utilizing nebulae and asteroid belts for ambushes. 3 ships from the Free Fleet have previously fallen into their hands. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy. The Conservatives were indeed unwilling to let things go, even hiring the Shadow Mercenary Group to assassinate him. It seems we cannot proceed directly to Nova Harbor as planned. He slid his finger across the star map, marking a detour. We will navigate through the Mist Nebula, where the gas and dust can obscure radar signals, perfectly countering the ambush tactics of the Shadow Mercenary Group. Old Gray install a counter-stealth detector on the Fox Hunter. Ella add tracking modules to the Dawnbreaker's torpedoes. Reno devise an ambush strategy. We will ensure the Shadow Mercenary Group pays dearly for their actions. 3 days later, the Dawnbreaker and the Fox Hunter formed a fleet, departing the Crystal Hub and jumping towards the Mist. The Mist Nebula is an interstellar cloud stretching 20 light-years, filled with dense ionized gases and ice crystal debris, with visibility under 50 kilometers. The radar detection range is compressed to within 1.0 kilometers, making it an ideal location for concealment and ambush. The Fox Hunter took the lead in reconnaissance, with the counter-stealth detector activated throughout. The Dawnbreaker followed behind, its shields and weapon systems ready at all times. Mark's voice came through the communication channel. Dawnbreaker, a faint energy signal has been detected 1.5 kilometers ahead, suspected to be the Shadow Mercenary Group's ship, but the signal is very unstable and cannot be accurately located. Good, they are indeed lying in wait for us. Lin Mo smirked coldly. Mark, the Fox Hunter should continue forward deliberately, exposing our position to lure them into attacking. The Dawnbreaker will shut down its main engine, relying on the auxiliary thrusters to advance, hiding deep within the nebula, ready for a surprise attack. Received. Mark maneuvered the Fox Hunter, intentionally increasing the engine power to make the energy signal clearer while slowing down, feigning an unguarded appearance. Before long, Rena's tactical terminal detected 3 rapidly approaching energy signals. Target lock. The Shadow Mercenary Group's cruiser and 2 frigates are closing in from 1.0 kilometers on the left side, moving swiftly, expected to reach the vicinity of the Fox Hunter in 5 minutes. Mark, according to the plan, pretend to discover the enemy and flee to the right to draw them into the ambush zone. Lin Mo shouted. The Fox Hunter immediately turned, fleeing into the depths of the right side nebula, its engine power maxed out, leaving a clear energy trail. The Shadow Mercenary Group's fleet fell for the trap, accelerating in pursuit, with the cruiser in the center and the 2 frigates flanking on either side, quickly closing in on the Fox Hunter. They have entered the ambush zone. Reno shouted, less than 8,000 kilometers from the Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker charged the main cannon and load high explosive torpedoes into the launchers. Lin Mo's voice carried a fierce edge. Ella, lock onto the cruiser's engine compartment. Old Gray, start the main engine and charge full speed. The main engine of the Dawnbreaker suddenly erupted, blue and white flames piercing through the darkness of the nebula. The ship shot out like an arrow, and the twin-mounted main cannon fired instantly 2 beams of blue light, heading straight for the Shadow Mercenary Group's cruiser. Boom! The energy beam accurately struck the cruiser's engine compartment, causing an instant explosion, billowing black smoke and dramatically reducing its speed. Who is it? The surprise shout of the Shadow Mercenary Group's leader came through the communication channel, clearly not expecting to encounter a counter-ambush. The 2 frigates immediately turned, charging toward the Dawnbreaker, their bow-mount pulse cannons firing simultaneously, with a torrent of energy beams heading straight for the Dawnbreaker's shields. Shield defense. Ella shouted, raising the shield strength to 90. The energy beams struck the shield, creating ripples. Mark, get the Fox Hunter around behind the frigates and attack their weapon systems. Lin Mo shouted. The Fox Hunter immediately turned, accelerating around to the rear of the right side frigate, firing its twin-mounted pulse cannons, simultaneously striking the frigate's pulse cannon and destroying it. The frigate lost its ability to attack and could only flee in panic. The left side frigate, seeing this, released a large number of electronic countermeasures, causing the Dawnbreaker's radar screen to instantly go haywire. Electronic interference. Reno shouted, they are trying to escape while we are distracted. Ava, activate the anti-jamming system lock onto the frigate's energy core. Lin Mo commanded. Ava immediately operated the control panel, activating the anti-jamming system, restoring the radar screen to normal and accurately locking onto the frigate's energy core. Fire the main cannon. Launch torpedoes in unison. The twin-mounted main cannon's blue light and 4 high-explosive torpedoes simultaneously struck, heading straight for the left side frigate. The energy beam struck the frigate's shield, breaching it, and the torpedoes took the opportunity to hit the energy core. Boom! The frigate's hull exploded instantly, dark green flames spreading through the depths of the nebula, illuminating the surrounding gas and dust. After losing 2 frigates, the Shadow Mercenary Group's cruiser became isolated. Its engine was damaged, speed significantly reduced, and it could only rely on the remaining weapon systems to resist. "Kid, if you dare to destroy my ship, I'll take you down with me." The leader's furious roar came, and the cruiser's torpedo launchers fired simultaneously, 3 torpedoes heading for the Dawnbreaker. Evade! Lin Mo maneuvered the Dawnbreaker, executing a daring roll. The torpedoes grazed past the hull, striking distant ice crystal fragments and triggering a series of explosions. Ella overclocked the main cannon and aimed for the cruiser's bridge. Main cannon overclocking initiated, power increased by 50. Ella pressed the button and the ship's main cannon emitted dazzling blue light, a thick energy beam shooting straight for the cruiser's bridge. Boom! The bridge was instantly obliterated, and the cruiser lost control, slowly drifting in the depths of the nebula. "Clear the battlefield, collect the spoils, and then continue to Nova Harbor," Lin Mo said. The Fox Hunter approached the cruiser and Mark led the crew aboard for inspection, quickly returning. "The cruiser's core systems are destroyed, the leader is dead, and we have collected a batch of weapon parts, energy crystals, and a list of clients from the Shadow Mercenary Group, signed by the conservative Major General Jones." Lin Mo took the client list, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "This list is irrefutable evidence of Major General Jones colluding with the mercenary group, and after the Joint Fleet mission ends, he must report it to the federal higher-ups, making Major General Jones pay the price." Victory in battle. Destroyed T2 class modified cruiser 1 T1. 5 class frigates 2. Acquired spoils, weapon parts 30, high-purity energy crystals 8. Shadow Mercenary Group, client list 1, source energy 1000. After clearing the battlefield, the Dawnbreaker and the Fox Hunter continued towards Nova Harbor. After this ambush battle, the crew of both ships became more adept at working together. The reconnaissance and diversion capabilities of the Fox Hunter were fully validated, and the prototype of Lin Mo's small fleet had taken shape. 5 days later, the fleet arrived at Nova Harbor. At this moment, Nova Harbor was busier than ever, with ships from the Joint Fleet gradually gathering, docking at military zone berths. The 5 T2 class cruisers of the Federal Expansion faction were entirely silver gray, with massive hulls and formidable main cannons. The 3 crystal cruisers of the Vaculan Trading Alliance resembled blue gemstones radiating soft energy fluctuations. And there were also 2 destroyers from the Free Fleet, each with distinct appearances, clearly veterans of multiple battles. Brigadier General Cole personally welcomed Lin Mo at the port. "Captain Lin Mo, I'm glad you arrived safe. I've heard about the Shadow Mercenary Group. Not only did you crush their ambush, but you also obtained evidence against Major General Jones. Well done." "This was just a small effort," Lin Mo replied. "When will the Joint Fleet set off?" "We depart in 3 days, Brigadier General Cole said. "During this time you can let your crew rest, and we will provide ample supplies and repair resources. Additionally, let me introduce you to the commanders of the Joint Fleet, Commander Karen from the Vaculan Trading Alliance, and Colonel Raymond from the Federation. The 3 of us will jointly command the Joint Fleet." Lin Mo exchanged pleasantries with Commander Karen and Colonel Raymond. Both expressed great admiration for the Dawnbreaker's achievements. Commander Karen said, "Captain Lin Mo, your Dawnbreaker boasts excellent maneuverability and precise gunnery. In this upcoming Zerg nest incursion, I hope you can lead your fleet as the vanguard tasked with breaking through the Zerg's outer defenses." "No problem," Lin Mo agreed without hesitation. Although the vanguard mission is dangerous, it offers more real combat experience and loot, as well as priority access to explore the remains and resource points of the Bug Nest Galaxy. In the following 3 days, Lin Mo had the crew take turns resting while making final repairs and resupplying the Dawnbreaker and the Fox Hunter. Old Gray installed a cooling system on the Dawnbreaker's engine, extending the overclocking time to 8 minutes. Ella equipped the Fox Hunter's torpedo launchers with armor-piercing modules, enhancing their penetration against Zerg shells. Dr. Thorne supplemented sufficient first aid supplies, and Jack stocked enough energy crystals and nutritional paste for the fleet's use for a month. During this time, Lin Mo studied the intelligence regarding the Bug Nest Galaxy. According to the data provided by Brigadier General Cole, the center of the Bug Nest Galaxy is a massive gas giant with the Zerg's nest constructed along the planet's orbit, consisting of dozens of enormous biological chambers, with the core chamber being the Zerg's energy source, heavily fortified. The main force of the Zerg fleet includes 5 T2 class biological warships, 15 T1, 5 class frigates, and a large number of small combat aircraft and ground defenses. System analyzed the defensive weaknesses of the Zerg mother nest, Lin Mo silently commanded. Analyzing. The energy core of the mother nest's core chamber is exposed, protected by 3 layers of biological shields. The 3 outer energy nodes need to be destroyed first to breach the shields. The energy nodes are guarded by T2 class biological warships with tight defenses. Suggested tactics: attack from 3 directions. 1 to distract the main warships, 1 to destroy the energy nodes, and 1 to directly assault the core chamber. The system's analysis gave Lin Mo a sense of direction. He, along with Reno and Mark, developed a detailed vanguard tactic. The Dawnbreaker would be responsible for destroying the left side energy node, while the Fox Hunter would engage the nearby frigates, coordinating with the main forces of the joint fleet to break through the Zerg's outer defenses. On the eve of departure, Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Dawnbreaker, gazing at the assembled joint fleet outside the window, feeling a surge of emotions. From a T1 class scrap cannon boat at Rust Anchor Star Harbor to becoming the commander of a fleet with 2 main ships, his journey had taken less than a year. But he knew this was just the beginning. The great battle in the Bug Nest Galaxy would be the true test, and his goal was to build a powerful fleet capable of traversing the starry rivers, advancing from T2 class destroyers to T3 and T4 class warships, and ultimately towards the direction of colossal starships. 3 days later, the engines of the joint fleet started simultaneously, and a tremendous roar echoed in the skies above Nova Harbor. 11 main ships formed a massive fleet jumping towards the Bug Nest Galaxy. Lin Mo stood in the command position of the Dawnbreaker, observing the determined expressions of his crew, beside him looking at the red coordinates of the Bug Nest Galaxy on the holographic star map, with only one thought in his mind: victory. The blue light of hyperspace transition enveloped the joint fleet, resembling a blue dragon weaving through the deep starry sky. A battle that would determine the security of the border was about to erupt in the skies of the Bug Nest Galaxy. And Lin Mo, along with his Dawnbreaker and Fox Hunter, would serve as the vanguard, tearing through the Zerg's defenses and launching the most furious assault on the Zerg mother nest. As the blue light of the hyperspace jump dissipated at the edge of the swarm star system, a suffocating sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire Allied fleet. The primary star of this system was a colossal gas giant, its surface churning with dark red storms like congealed blood. Orbiting the planet were dozens of enormous biological nests resembling swollen blisters covered in writhing tentacles and viscous slime, emitting a faint green fluorescence, the core of the Brent hive. Countless small swarm fighters swirled around the hive like a black mist. 3 T2 class bioships hovered before the hive like guardian behemoths, their surface acid sacs expanding and contracting with a dangerous gleam. 15 T1. 5 class frigates formed a ring array encasing the hive in layers, the bonespike launchers at their bows glinting coldly. The entire system reeked of a mixture of decay and blood. This is the swarm star system. Even more terrifying than the intelligence suggested. Ava covered her mouth and nose, a hint of discomfort in her eyes. The low-frequency howls of the swarm, transmitted through the comm channel, made her eardrums tingle. Commander Cole's voice came through the Allied fleet channel, carrying an unquestionable authority. Attention, all fleets deploy according to the predetermined plan. Colonel Raymond leads the Federation fleet, engaging the main swarm battleships from the front. Commander Karen leads the Vicarian Trade Alliance fleet, attacking the right defensive ring to destroy the frigate cluster. Captain Lin Mo, your vanguard fleet, is responsible for breaking through the left defense, destroying the 3 outer energy nodes, and opening the passage to the hive. Remember, the energy nodes are the core of the hive's shield. They must be destroyed within 1 hour, or the swarm's reinforcement fleet will arrive. Understood. Lin Mo responded in a deep voice, his fingers sliding quickly across the command panel. All crew of the Dawnbreaker enter first-level combat status. Ella raised shield strength to 100. Charge the main cannon, target the first energy node on the left. Mark, keep the Fox Hunter in high-speed maneuvers, pin down the 3 nearby frigates, don't let them near the Dawnbreaker. Reno, monitor the energy node's defense mechanisms and find the weak points. Fox Hunter received. Target frigates locked, ready to engage at any time. Mark's voice carried a hint of excitement. After the previous ambush, he was brimming with confidence in the Fox Hunter's maneuverability. The Dawnbreaker and Fox Hunter formed an arrowhead formation, breaking away from the Allied fleet and charging towards the left defensive ring. The swarm's outer defense immediately reacted. 3 T1. 5 class frigates detached from the formation, pouncing like wolves, their bow pulse cannons firing simultaneously. 3 beams of dark green energy shot straight for the Dawnbreaker. Helmsman, evade. Lin Mo shouted simultaneously, ordering Ella. Counterattack with auxiliary pulse cannons suppressed the frigate's firepower. The Dawnbreaker's hull twisted like a serpent, dodging the energy beams, while its 8 auxiliary pulse cannons fired a volley, creating a dense energy barrage. The barrage struck the shield of the middle frigate, stirring up rings of green ripples, instantly reducing its shield strength by 10. The Fox Hunter accelerated around to the side rear of the frigates, its twin-linked pulse cannons precisely hitting the engine bay of the right side frigate, causing its speed to plummet. Left energy node locked. Ella's voice rang out. The holographic star map highlighted a red the size of a basketball embedded on the surface of a huge biological nest surrounded by 3 layers of translucent bioshields connected by dozens of thick tentacles. The bioshield energy fluctuations are intense. We need to destroy the connecting tentacles first before we can attack the node core. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed. The swarm's defenses were tighter than expected. These tentacles weren't just energy transmission channels, they could also actively attack approaching ships. Old Gray overclocked the engines to 110, were charging through. Engine overclock initiated duration 8 minutes. Old Gray's voice held a note of tension. The engine temperature was climbing rapidly under overclock. The Dawnbreaker's speed surged, breaking through the frigate's fire net and heading straight for the energy node. The tentacles on the nest's surface immediately detected the threat, lashing out like whips. Each tentacle was covered in sharp barbs gleaming with a poisonous light. Auxiliary gunners destroy the tentacles. Lin Mo shouted. For auxiliary pulse cannons pivoted, concentrating fire on the nearest tentacle. Boom, boom. 2 energy beams struck the base of a tentacle. Dark green bodily fluids gushed out, and the tentacle fell like a severed snake drifting slowly in space. But more tentacles surged in, forming an impenetrable net that surrounded the Dawnbreaker. Foxhunter coming in for support. Mark's voice came through. The Foxhunter abandoned its task of pinning down the frigates, accelerating towards the energy node. Its twin-linked pulse cannons and auxiliary cannons fired simultaneously, destroying 3 tentacles and carving a path for the Dawnbreaker. Now, Lin Mo shouted. Ella aimed the main cannon at the node shield, full power. The twin-linked T2 class pulse main cannon emitted a blinding blue light. 2 energy beams pierced the bioshield like swords, striking the energy node's core. Zap! The node core emitted a piercing screech, its red surface light instantly dimming, but it wasn't completely destroyed. Shield strength still at 30. The node core's defense is stronger than expected, Ella exclaimed. Just then the 3 swarm frigates behind them closed in again. One of them launched 2 Bonespike missiles heading straight for the Dawnbreaker's stern. Warning. Bonespike missiles inbound, distance 10 kilometers. The system alarm blared. Intercept with torpedoes. Lin Mo ordered decisively. 2 high-explosive torpedoes launched from the Dawnbreaker's stern tubes, detonating in space. The resulting shockwave flung the Bonespike missiles away, preventing a direct impact. But the blast wave still reduced the Dawnbreaker's shield strength to 75. We can't keep this up, we'll get bogged down, Reno said urgently. The swarm's tentacles regenerate too fast. We can't destroy them faster than they grow back. Lin Mo's mind raced, his gaze falling on the red storms on the gas giant's surface. I've got it. Old Gray adjust course, head for the gravitational turbulence zone of the gas giant. The Dawnbreaker immediately turned, flying towards the edge of the gas giant's orbit. There the gravitational field was chaotic and the air currents were extremely fast. The swarm's tentacles would find it difficult to aim precisely in the turbulence. The 3 swarm frigates followed closely, but once inside the turbulence zone, their maneuverability plummeted, their hulls beginning to shake uncontrollably. Now, Ella, overclock the main cannon, target the node core. Lin Mo shouted. Main cannon overclock initiated, power increased by 50. Ella pressed the button. The main cannon at the bow gathered a blue light, even more dazzling than before, its energy fluctuations warping the surrounding light. Boom! A thick beam of energy shot straight for the energy node core, penetrating the remaining bioshield and hitting the target with precision. The energy node exploded instantly, its red light fading. The surrounding biological nests lost their energy supply, the slime on their surfaces beginning to solidify, and the tentacles became stiff. First energy node destroyed, Reno shouted excitedly. But the overclocked main cannon had drained the Dawnbreaker's energy reserves significantly. Shield strength dropped to 60, and the main cannon entered a 3-minute cooldown. Just then news came from the main front of the Allied fleet. Colonel Raymond's fleet is under counterattack from the main swarm battleships. Shields are severely damaged, requesting support. Lin Mo looked up at the holographic star map. Raymond's 3 cruisers were entangled by 2 T2 class swarm bioships. Their hulls showed signs of acid corrosion, and their shields flickered with a weak red light. Commander Karen, what's your status? Lin Mo asked over the joint channel. We're clearing the right side frigates, but the swarm's reinforcements will be here soon. Can't support Raymond yet. Karen's voice was anxious. You need to destroy the remaining energy nodes and open the passage to the hive as fast as possible so we can concentrate fire on the main battleships. Understood. Lin Mo replied, simultaneously ordering his crew. Foxhunter continued to pin down the left side frigates. Dawnbreaker heading for the second energy node. Make it quick. The Dawnbreaker's engines roared again, flying towards the second energy node. This node was located on an even larger biological nest, surrounded by more tentacles and heavier defenses. But with the experience from the first one, Lin Mo's tactics were more decisive. Ella used armor-piercing torpedoes to destroy the bases of the tentacles. It'll draw the node's attention. Old Gray, keep the engines overclocked ready to evade. Armor-piercing torpedoes loaded. Ella pressed the launch button. 4 armor-piercing torpedoes trailing white exhaust shot straight for the bases of the tentacles around the node. Boom, 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 boom. The torpedoes hit their targets with precision, blasting 4 huge gaps. Over a dozen tentacles snapped simultaneously, and the energy fluctuations of the bioshield became instantly chaotic. Main cannon cooldown complete, 100 charged. Fire. 2 beams of blue light struck the energy node core again. This time the node offered no resistance, exploding and disintegrating directly. Second node destroyed. Just then the swarm's reinforcement fleet finally arrived. 2 T2 class bioships emerged from behind the hive, heading straight for the Dawnbreaker. Their hulls were larger than the previous ones, covered in thick carapaces. The acid sacs at their bows swelled to several meters in size. Clearly elite swarm warships. Warning: encountering elite bioships. Threat level extreme. The system alarm blared urgently. Foxhunter pinned down one. Dawnbreaker will handle the other. Lin Mo ordered decisively. Mark immediately maneuvered the Foxhunter, accelerating towards the elite ship on the left, using its agility to harass and draw its attention. Lin Mo piloted the Dawnbreaker into a direct confrontation with the elite ship on the right. This ship's bioshield was far stronger than the standard ones. The Dawnbreaker's main cannon shots only caused minor fluctuations. Ella analyzed its shield weakness. The shield energy originates from energy crystal clusters on both sides of the hull. Destroy the clusters to break the shield. Ella analyzed quickly. Lin Mo immediately adjusted course, circling to the side rear of the elite ship, aiming for the energy crystal cluster. But the ship reacted swiftly. A tentacle from its tail suddenly lashed out, entangling the Dawnbreaker's stern. No good. We're caught, the helmsman exclaimed. The barbs on the tentacle pierced the Dawnbreaker's armor plating. Dark green venom began to seep into the hull, corroding the internal circuits. Auxiliary gunners, destroy the tentacle. Lin Mo shouted, simultaneously ordering Old Gray, full engine output, break free. The auxiliary pulse cannons fired simultaneously, hitting the base of the tentacle. The venom stopped seeping, but the tentacle did not break. The elite ship seized the opportunity to attack. The acid sac at its bow sprayed a thick column of acid, heading straight for the Dawnbreaker's bridge. Shields full defense. Ella shouted. Clang. The acid column struck the shield, emitting a screeching sound of metal corrosion. Shield strength plummeted to 30 in an instant, with numerous cracks appearing on its surface. Shield failure imminent. At that critical moment, Commander Karen's Vicarian Trade Alliance fleet finally arrived to support. The main cannons of 3 crystal cruisers fired simultaneously. 3 beams of blue energy struck the elite ship's shield, piercing it. Captain Lin Mo, well, hold it off. Go destroy the last energy node. Thank you. Lin Mo shouted, gratefully maneuvering the Dawnbreaker to break free from the tentacle's grip and fly towards the 3rd energy node. The final energy node was located directly in front of the hive, guarded personally by a T2 class bioship. By now the main force of the Allied fleet had breached the swarm's outer defenses and was engaged in a decisive battle with the main swarm battleships. In the starry void, energy beams, acid columns, and torpedoes interwove into a vast web of fire. The fiery blasts of exploding ships bloomed like fireworks. Dark green swarm bodily fluids and silvery white metal fragments drifted through space, painting a picture of brutal warfare. The Dawnbreaker ignored the surrounding battle, heading straight for the 3rd energy node. The Guardian ship immediately attacked, launching pulse cannon fire and bonespike missiles simultaneously. Ella aimed the main cannon at the energy node. Torpedoes intercept the missiles. Lin Mo shouted. The Dawnbreaker's main cannon fired again, while 2 armor-piercing torpedoes launched from the tubes to intercept the bonespike missiles. The energy beam struck the energy node's bioshield. The shield shattered instantly, exposing the node core. Now, overclock the main cannon, final blow. Main cannon overclock initiated. Ella pressed the button. The main cannon at the bow emitted one last dazzling blue light, striking the node core with precision. Boom. The 3rd energy node exploded, its red light fading completely. Detected, all 3 energy nodes destroyed. Swarm hive outer shield deactivated. The system prompt sounded. With the outer shield down, the core nest of the swarm hive was exposed. It glowed with a dense green light, the energy nexus of the swarm. Commander Cole's voice came through the joint channel, filled with excitement. Congratulations, Captain Lin Mo. The Vanguard fleet has successfully completed its mission. Now all fleets launched the general assault on the hive core. The 11 capital ships of the Allied fleet opened fire simultaneously. Dense beams of energy torpedoes and missiles shot towards the hive core and the remaining swarm ships. The swarm's resistance became frenzied. Small fighters charged the Allied fleet like moths to a flame, but against the overwhelming firepower they were nothing but cannon fodder. The Dawnbreaker's shields had dropped to 20, the hull was damaged in multiple places, and the engines were overheating from prolonged overclocking. Old Gray reduce engine power for emergency cooling. Dr. Thorne organized the crew to repair the damaged sections. Ella replenish energy and ammunition, prepare to join the general assault. Lin Mo issued commands methodically. He stood in the center of the bridge watching the holographic star map, showing the swarm's defenses crumbling, a feeling of accomplishment swelling within him. This was the first time his fleet had participated in such a large-scale battle. As the vanguard, they had successfully torn open the swarm's defenses, opening the door to victory for the Allied fleet. The performance of the Dawnbreaker and the Foxhunter had made Lin Mo's name well known throughout the Allied fleet. Commander Cole and Commander Karen were full of praise for him. But Lin Mo did not let his guard down. He knew the inner defenses of the swarm hive would be even more formidable, and the core nest likely held even more powerful swarm ships or special weapons. Furthermore, while scanning the hive, the system suddenly detected a faint signal from an ancient civilization seemingly originating from deep within the hive. Could there be ruins of an ancient civilization hidden beneath the swarm hive? The thought flashed through Lin Mo's mind. This discovery made him even more excited and also more cautious. The technology of the ancient civilization was key to upgrading his ships. Perhaps this raid on the swarm nest would yield unexpected gains besides destroying the hive. The Allied fleet's bombardment continued relentlessly against the swarm hive. Huge gaps had already appeared on the surface of the core nest, and green energy fluids gushed out continuously. The swarm's resistance was weakening. The remaining ships were either destroyed or beginning to flee. Captain Lin Mo prepared to enter the hive core and clear out the remaining swarm. Commander Cole's voice came through. Understood. Lin Mo replied, simultaneously ordering the entire crew, prepare to enter the hive core. Maintain high alert. Pay attention to searching for the signal of the ancient civilization ruins. The Dawnbreaker and Foxhunter formed a formation flying towards the core nest of the swarm hive. Outside the viewport, the broken biological nests, floating swarm remains, and pervasive green fluids created a hellish scene. But Lin Mo's eyes held only determination. He would not only destroy the swarm hive, but also find the ruins of the ancient civilization, adding another crucial cornerstone to his dream of a starfaring Leviathan. A far more perilous inner cleanup battle was about to commence in the core region of the swarm hive, and Lin Mo and his fleet were ready to face the new challenge. As the bow of the Dawn pierced through the viscous liquid of the insectoid mother nest, a nauseatingly sweet stench seeped into the ship through the ventilation system the moment it entered the core chamber. This was no longer the vastness of outer space, but a gigantic biological cave, its walls made of writhing muscle tissue covered with glowing blood vessels. The green bioluminescence illuminated the entire space, while countless tiny insectoid larvae darted among the blood vessels like flowing ink. In the center of the cave, a massive insect nest several hundred meters in diameter floated in midair. This was the core chamber of the insectoids, its surface covered with 3 thick layers of biological armor pockmarked with honeycomb-like cannon ports. Countless thick tentacles extended from the bottom of the chamber, rooting themselves on the energy spring deep within the cave, continuously absorbing energy. At the top of the chamber, a giant insect king perched there, its body resembling a massive snake covered in black scales. It had 3 crimson compound eyes on its head, and corrosive slime dripped continuously from its mandibles as it emitted a deafening roar. Detected core unit of insectoids. Insect King, level T2. 5. Threat level extremely high. Core chamber equipped with biological pulse cannons, 20 acid spray ports, 15 a defense strength, is 3 times that of ordinary biological warships. The system's alarm blared urgently with a dense cluster of red dots marking defensive nodes on the holographic star map. Dawn, avoid biological pulse cannons. Lin Mo's voice came through the communication channel as he maneuvered the Dawn into a daring roll to evade a dark green energy beam shot from the cannon port. The energy beam struck the cave wall, instantly corroding a massive pit with green liquid and shattered muscle tissue splattering out. Mark piloted the hunting fox through the dense web of fire, dual-mounted pulse cannons, firing continuously, destroying nearby, small biological turrets. Dawn, the tentacles of the Insect King are controlling the defenses of the core chamber. We must sever the tentacles first, or we won't be able to get close. Received. Aira main cannon aim at the base of the Insect King's tentacles, loading armor-piercing torpedoes target the weak point in the armor. Lin Mo shouted while ordering Reno analyze the Insect King's attack pattern, find its attack gaps. Rena's fingers flew across the tactical panel and quickly reached a conclusion. The Insect King has a 2-second energy cooldown gap after firing its energy beam 3 times. This is our best opportunity to strike. There are 15 tentacles, 3 of which are connected to the core energy spring with the highest priority. Old Gray, keep the engines in overclocking, prepare for a dash. Lin Mo's gaze fixed firmly on the Insect King's compound eyes. Wait until its 3rd attack ends, and then we charge. The Insect King's attacks were utterly chaotic, with dark green energy beams and acid sprays intertwining into an impenetrable web of fire. The Shield of the Dawn was continually struck, its strength rapidly dropping to 50. The shield is severely damaged. Energy consumption is too fast. Aira's forehead glistened with sweat as she gripped the controls tightly. Finally, the Insect King finished its third energy beam attack, and a hint of fatigue flashed in its crimson compound eyes, the rhythm of its attacks momentarily pausing. Now's the time. Charge. Lin Mo slammed the acceleration button. The engine of the Dawn erupted with a deafening roar. The ship shot forward like an arrow fired from a bow. The dual-mounted main cannon fired simultaneously 2 beams of blue light, aimed straight at the base of the thickest tentacle. Boom. The energy beam pierced through the tentacle's scales, dark green bodily fluid gushing out. As the tentacle fell, like a severed snake, the defensive firepower of the core chamber instantly weakened by 10%. Armor-piercing torpedoes launched. Aira pressed the launch button. 4 armor-piercing torpedoes, trailing white tails, accurately hitting the weak point of the core chamber's armor. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions erupted. The armor shattered into 4 massive gaps, exposing the writhing soft tissue inside. The Insect King let out an angry roar, its remaining tentacles whipped like whips, heading straight for the body of the Dawn. Auxiliary gunners destroy the tentacles. Lin Mo shouted, and 8 auxiliary pulse cannons fired together, blowing 2 tentacles into pieces. Yet 1 tentacle still broke through the web of fire and heavily struck the shield of the Dawn. Clang! The shield shattered instantly. The ship shook violently. The left auxiliary gun position was destroyed, and 3 crew members were injured. Dr. Thorne immediately headed to the damaged area for rescue. Lin Mo shouted while quickly maneuvering the ship to retreat, avoiding the Insect King's follow-up attack. Hunting Fox, come to cover us. Mark's voice came through. The Hunting Fox suddenly accelerated, circling to the side and rear of the Insect King, its pulse cannons and torpedoes firing simultaneously, drawing the attention of the Insect King. The Insect King angrily turned towards the Hunting Fox, unleashing energy beams and acid sprays simultaneously. The Hunting Fox exhibited its maneuverability to the fullest, deftly darting through the web of fire, yet still got splashed by acid on its rear armor. A large hole was instantly corroded into the armor plate, and engine power dropped to 60. The Hunting Fox is damaged. The rear engine is malfunctioning, requesting assistance. Mark's voice was filled with urgency. Lin Mo felt a tightness in his chest. The Hunting Fox was an important restraining force that could not be lost. Aira main cannon lock onto the Insect King's compound eyes obstruct its line of sight. Old Grey adjust course to support the Hunting Fox. The main cannon of the Dawn emitted dazzling blue light, an energy beam shooting straight for the Insect King's compound eyes. The Insect King had no time to evade. 1 compound eye was struck, letting out a painful roar, its attack rhythm completely thrown into chaos. The Hunting Fox seized the opportunity to retreat, and Mark immediately organized the crew to repair the engine. At that moment, the system suddenly emitted a strong alarm warning. Intense energy signal from ancient civilization detected, source bottom of the core chamber, signal strength high. Suspected entrance of ruins sealed by insectoid energy field. Lin Mo's heart stirred as he followed the direction indicated by the system. Beside the energy spring at the bottom of the core chamber was an irregular black crystal, its surface engraved with complex ancient patterns strikingly similar to the black crystal he activated, surrounded by a pale purple energy field, the insectoid energy field suppressing the ruin signal. So the entrance to the ruins is here. A glint of excitement flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. We must quickly destroy the Insect King and the core chamber to lift the energy field blockade. The Joint Fleet support had also arrived at the entrance of the core chamber. Brigadier General Cole's flagship fired first 4 T2 class main cannons, emitting silver-white energy beams that struck the core chamber's armor, blasting a massive gap open. Captain Lin Mo, we will hold off the Insect King. You focus on destroying the core energy core of the core chamber. Brigadier General Cole's voice came through the communication channel. Colonel Raymond's fleet and Karen's crystal cruiser also opened fire simultaneously. Dense energy beams and torpedoes rained down on the Insect King and the core chamber like a torrential downpour. The Insect King was caught in a pincer attack, unable to defend against both sides, its remaining tentacles continually destroyed, and the armor of the core chamber was riddled with cracks. Dawn, prepare for the final strike. Lin Mo shouted. Aira charged the main cannon to 150 overclock limit. Old Grey increase engine power to 120, no holds barred, charge forward. Main cannon overclock to the limit, energy consumption will exceed capacity, the barrel may be damaged. Aira warned. It doesn't matter. Now is the only chance. Lin Mo's gaze was resolute. The main cannon of the Dawn gathered a dazzling blue light, the energy fluctuations even distorting the surrounding air. The ship trembled violently due to the overloaded operation, the engine temperature surpassing the safety threshold, and red warning lights flashed frantically in the bridge. Main cannon fully charged target core energy core of the core chamber. Charge. The hull of the Dawn broke through the Insect King's last line of tentacle defense, heading straight for the core energy core of the core chamber. The Insect King sensed the deadly threat, exerting its last ounce of strength to spray a thick column of acid toward the bow of the Dawn. Shields at full defense. Aira shouted as she pressed the button. Clang. The acid column struck the remaining energy of the shield, which dissipated instantly. The acid splashed onto the bow armor, corroding numerous pits, yet the momentum of the Dawn remained unyielding, and the main cannon finally fired. A beam of blue light several times thicker than before pierced through the armor of the core chamber, accurately hitting the internal energy core. Boom. The violent explosion echoed within the core chamber, green energy liquid gushing out like a flood. The layers of the core chamber's armor shattered. The Insect King let out a shrill roar, its massive body, losing energy support, slowly falling, crashing against the cave wall, triggering violent tremors. Core chamber destroyed. Insect King dead. Energy supply of the insectoid mother nest interrupted, beginning to collapse. The system's prompt sounded. With the destruction of the core chamber, the purple energy field at the bottom gradually dissipated, the ancient patterns on the surface of the black crystal glowing with a gentle blue light, a rich source energy emanating from the crystal. Detected that the entrance to the ancient civilization ruins has been unlocked. Source energy concentration is extremely high, can be absorbed and transformed, while the basic technology of the ruins can be analyzed. Hunting Fox, immediately evacuate the core chamber, it is about to collapse. Lin Mo shouted while ordering Aira, absorb source energy, analyze ruin technology. The source energy absorption device of the Dawn activated. The source energy from the black crystal surged into the ship like a tide. Source energy absorbed 2000. Analyzing ancient civilization technology. Acquired T3 class ship energy core basic blueprint, defective interior navigation map of the ruins 1. The collapse speed of the core chamber grew increasingly rapid. The muscle tissue of the cave walls began to shed and massive rock fragments fell from the top. The Dawn and the recently repaired Hunting Fox quickly retreated. As they exited the mother nest, the entire insectoid mother nest was reduced to powder in a violent explosion, the green energy shockwave sweeping away all surrounding insectoid debris. The ships of the Joint Fleet gathered around the perimeter of the mother nest, crew members standing by the windows bursting into enthusiastic cheers. Brigadier General Cole's communication quickly connected. Captain Lin Mo, congratulations. You have destroyed the insectoid mother nest and unraveled the ancient ruins. You have made significant contributions in this battle. The expansion faction of the Federation will apply for the highest honor medal for you, and the Vakalan Trading Alliance will also grant you generous rewards. Brigadier General Cole overestimates me. This is the result of the joint efforts of the fleet. Lin Mo responded while looking at the coordinates of the ruins entrance on the holographic star map. The black crystal flickered with a gentle blue light amid the ruins of the mother nest like a lighthouse in the dark. Commander Karen's voice also came through. Captain Lin Mo, we have detected stable energy signals from within the ruins. There is no danger. The Trading Alliance hopes to collaborate with you in exploring the ruins. We can provide a professional archaeological team and equipment, with the technological results being split 50-50. Lin Mo pondered. The Vakalan Trading Alliance's archaeological team was indeed professional and could expedite the exploration process, plus the 50-50 split was a fair condition. Agreed, I look forward to our collaboration. However, if the core technology of the ruins involves ship upgrades, I need to secure priority access. No problem. Karen immediately agreed. Over the next 3 days, the Joint Fleet conducted repairs and cleanup in the insect nest star system. Brigadier General Cole's fleet was responsible for cleaning up the remaining insectoid forces, collecting biological samples and technical data. Karen's Trading Alliance fleet set up a temporary base and dispatched an archaeological team to the ruins entrance. Lin Mo's fleet carried out ship repairs and upgrades. The Dawn had suffered severe damage. The left armor plate needed replacement, and the auxiliary gun position required reconstruction. Old Gray led the engineering team to perform a comprehensive repair of the ship using the rare alloys provided by the Joint Fleet and biological materials extracted from the insectoid wreckage. Aira utilized the analyzed T3 class energy core technology to make preliminary improvements to the Dawn's energy core, increasing its power by 20 and reducing energy consumption by 15. Dr. Thorne treated the injured crew members. Fortunately, no crew members had died, and those injured. Mark's Hunting Fox was also fully repaired, its rear armor replaced with a sturdier alloy and engine power restored. Lin Mo used this time to study the interior navigation map of the ruins. According to the navigation map, this ancient ruin was a small technical laboratory divided into 3 areas: energy area, weapons area, and data area, with core technology materials likely stored in the central control console of the data area. The defense mechanisms inside the ruins were already inactive, but there were energy turbulence that needed to be done. 3 days later, the archaeological team was ready. Lin Mo led Reno, Era, and 5 elite crew members aboard a small landing craft toward the ruins entrance. The surface of the black crystal had an energy gate that had already opened, revealing a deep passage. The walls on both sides of the passage were carved with ancient patterns, emitting a gentle blue light that illuminated the way forward. Energy is stable within the passage, no danger signals. Era's detector showed everything was normal. Lin Mo took the lead into the passage, the ground beneath his feet, made of smooth black metal, producing a crisp echo as he stepped. At the end of the passage was a massive circular hall. In the center of the hall was a floating platform on which stood a gigantic control console, its screen flickering, with disorganized light points clearly still operational. On either side of the hall there were 2 passages marked with ancient symbols indicating energy area and weapons. Reno, take 2 crew members to explore the energy area. Era, you take 2 crew members to explore the weapons area. They'll go to the data area to collect core technology materials. Lin Mo assigned tasks. Understood. The 2 responded in unison, leading their crew members toward their respective goals. Lin Mo walked alone into the passage of the data area, where the energy fluctuations were noticeably stronger and the patterns on the walls flickered with piercing blue light. The data area was a small control room, the central control console connected to the hall's control console, displaying a plethora of ancient texts and complex energy circuit diagrams. Lin Mo approached the control console, and the system mark in his palm suddenly lit up, resonating with the console. Detected ancient civilization data, terminal establishing connection. Connection successful. Downloading core technology materials. The system's prompt sounded as vast amounts of data began to rapidly transfer into the system. In Lin Mo's mind, countless complex technical drawings and textual information surged forth, including the complete blueprint for T3 class cruisers, ancient energy weapon technology, and hyperspace lane stabilization technology. Download complete. Acquired complete blueprint for T3 class cruiser 1, ancient energy weapon technology 1, a hyperspace lane stabilization technology 1, source energy 3000. Lin Mo's heart was filled with joy, the complete blueprint for the T3 class cruiser. This meant his fleet was about to enter the T3 era, bringing him one step closer to assembling a powerful fleet. At that moment, the system suddenly emitted a warning. Unknown energy signal detected rapidly approaching the ruins. Signal type mechanical civilization, number of ships 3T2 class. 5-level mechanical warships, threat level extremely high. Lin Mo's expression instantly turned serious. How could the fleet of the mechanical civilization appear here? They were clearly here for the technology of the ancient ruins. Reno Era returned to the hall immediately. The mechanical civilization fleet is approaching. We must evacuate quickly. The communication channel received their responses. Understood. Returning now. Lin Mo quickly closed the console and turned to run towards the hall. He knew that a new conflict was about to erupt, and this time the opponent was the technologically advanced mechanical civilization. The ancient technology within the ruins had already become the focal point of contention among various forces, and he must safeguard this hard-won achievement to secure a critical step toward his dream of a colossal starship. The engine of the landing craft had already started, and the archaeological team was also rapidly evacuating. After reuniting with Reno and Era, Lin Mo immediately boarded the landing craft, heading towards the dawn. Outside the porthole, 3 menacing-looking mechanical warships had already entered the insect nest star system. Their hulls were constructed of intricate metal structures covered in weapon ports, with energy cannons on the bow flashing dangerous red light, rapidly approaching the ruins. A battle over the ancient ruin technology was about to ignite in the starry sky of the insect nest star system. Lin Mo and his fleet were already prepared to meet the new challenge. As the landing craft returned to the Dawnbreaker 3T2, 5 class warships of the mechanical civilization had already breached the outer perimeter of the insect nest ruins, approaching the relics in a triangular formation. Their hulls resembled interconnected metal geometries covered with silver-gray composite armor. The prism energy cannon at the bow refracted a cold red light, while the electronic jamming arrays on the flanks continuously emitted invisible electromagnetic waves, causing fine snowflake patterns to appear on the radar screen of the Dawnbreaker. Warning: high-intensity electronic suppression detected. Communication channels are being interfered with, and ship control systems are responding with delays. Eva's fingers flew across the communication panel, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The signal encryption level of the mechanical warships is extremely high, we cannot decipher their tactical commands. Lin Mo stood in the center of the bridge, his gaze sweeping across the holographic star map. Debris from the insect nest ruins floated around them, with massive biological shells and shattered energy springs forming natural cover, while the black crystal at the entrance of the relic still emitted faint energy fluctuations. Utilize the terrain. He decisively commanded Old Gray disguise the energy signal of the Dawnbreaker as the radiation signal of the insect nest debris to reduce the probability of being locked on a mark. Advance the Fox Hunt to the left side of the ruins for a feint to draw one mechanical warship out of formation. Reno analyzed the coordination logic of the mechanical fleet to identify their tactical flaws. Received. The Fox Hunt is in position. Feint preparations are about to commence. Mark's voice crackled with electrical noise, clearly indicating that the electronic interference was still ongoing. The thrusters of the three mechanical warships emitted pale blue plasma flames moving at a uniform speed with absolute consistency and spacing, as if they were puppets programmed to follow a set course. When the pulse cannon of the Fox Hunt struck the shield of the leftmost mechanical warship, that warship did not retaliate alone, but adjusted its course simultaneously with the other two charging the prism energy cannons. 3 beams of red light aimed directly at the Fox Hunt. Not good. They are using a coordinated attack pattern. A single point feint is ineffective. Reno exclaimed urgently. Their tactical logic is overall defense synchronized strike. Any point that is attacked triggers a full counterattack. Boom. The 3 beams of red light struck the shield of the Fox Hunt, causing it to flicker violently, the strength plummeting to 40. Mark piloted the Fox Hunt in a frantic escape, weaving through the ruins to evade subsequent attacks. The Fox Hunt is consuming energy too quickly. The shield won't hold for long. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the black crystal at the entrance of the relic, with the system indicating that the energy fluctuations there could interfere with electronic devices. Eva used the main cannon to bombard the energy nodes around the black crystal, triggering energy dispersal to disrupt the electronic systems of the mechanical warships. The twin-mounted main cannon of the Dawnbreaker immediately opened fire. 2 beams of blue light, striking the insect nest debris beside the black crystal, causing the energy spring beneath the debris to explode and a wave of purple energy shockwave to spread out. The radar screens of the mechanical warships went blank in an instant as the electromagnetic waves from the electronic jamming arrays were neutralized by the energy shockwave, and the noise on the communication channels disappeared. Effective. The electronic suppression of the mechanical warships has failed. Eva shouted excitedly. The voice of Brigadier General Cole came through the joint channel. Immediately, Captain Lin Mo, we will hold the 2 mechanical warships on the right. You are responsible for dealing with the one on the left. Make sure to protect the relic technology. The 3 cruisers of the Federation fleet fired simultaneously silver-white energy beams, striking the shield of the right mechanical warship, while Karen's crystal cruiser released an energy barrier, deflecting the energy beams from the mechanical warship's counterattack. The Vaculan Merchant Alliance fleet has established a defense net. Lin Mo, make it quick. The Dawnbreaker seized the opportunity, overclocking its engines to 110 and heading straight for the left mechanical warship. The prism energy cannon of that warship was charging, and the electronic jamming array on the side of the hull was still attempting to restart. Eva targeted its engine compartment with armor-piercing torpedoes. Main cannon lock onto the prism cannon barrel. Torpedoes launched. Main cannon fully charged. 4 armor-piercing torpedoes streaked toward the engine compartment, while 2 beams of blue light struck the prism cannon barrel. The shockwave from the torpedo explosions destroyed the outer shell of the engine compartment, while the main cannon directly severed one of the cannon barrels, causing the mechanical warship's speed to plummet and creating a gap in its defensive formation. The Fox Hunt will attack from behind. Mark piloted the escort ship out from behind the ruins, and the twin-mounted pulse cannon struck the weak point of the mechanical warship's shield, causing it to shatter instantly. The Dawnbreaker took the opportunity to close in, firing the main cannon again, the energy beam piercing through the hull armor and striking the internal energy core. Boom. The hull of the mechanical warship split apart in the middle, silver-white fragments floating in the cosmos, and the shockwave from the core explosion sent the surrounding insect nest debris flying. At that moment, the other 2 mechanical warships broke through the defenses of the joint fleet, heading straight for the entrance of the relic. Their prism energy cannons fired simultaneously, striking the black crystal. The ancient patterns on the surface of the crystal flickered with red light, as if on the verge of shattering. They want to destroy the relic and prevent us from acquiring the technology. Karen's voice was filled with urgency. Lin Mo felt a heavy weight in his heart. If the crystal were destroyed, they might not be able to re-enter the relic. Old Gray, can we use the ancient technology we just downloaded to temporarily guide the crystal's energy to counterattack? Old Gray's fingers flew over the console, the veins on his forehead bulging. We can try. The ancient energy circuits have a self-defense mechanism. I can activate the crystal's counterattack program through the energy interface of the Dawnbreaker, but it will take 3 minutes, and the ship's energy will temporarily overload. They'll buy you some time. Lin Mo maneuvered the Dawnbreaker to shield the crystal. Eva, raise all shields and have all auxiliary cannons ready to intercept attacks. Reno, contact Brigadier General Cole and make them hold the mechanical warships at all costs. The attacks from the mechanical warships came like a storm, with prism energy cannons and missiles alternating in their assault. The shields of the Dawnbreaker were continuously bombarded, and their strength rapidly dropped to 30. Eva controlled the auxiliary cannons, and the dense energy barrage intercepted most of the missiles, but one missile still struck the ship's rear, destroying a backup engine. Backup engine destroyed, energy supply down by 15. Old Gray shouted, "Crystal counterattack program activation, countdown 1 minute." Brigadier General Cole's fleet launched a desperate charge, deliberately exposing the flank of one cruiser to draw the fire of the mechanical warships, while the other two circled to the rear, unleashing their main cannons with full force, hitting the energy core of the right mechanical warship. Boom. The shield of that warship shattered, the hull caught fire, yet it continued to attack the crystal. Countdown: 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 second. Activate. Old Gray pressed the final button. The energy interface of the Dawnbreaker resonated with the crystal, which suddenly erupted with a strong purple glow, and a massive energy shockwave spread out, heading straight for the remaining two mechanical warships. Where the energy wave passed, the armor of the mechanical warships began to melt. All electronic devices malfunctioned. The red light of the prism energy cannons extinguished, and the hulls lost control, drifting like kites with severed strings towards the depths of the insect nest ruins. "The mechanical warships have lost power," Reno shouted. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. The energy of the Dawnbreaker was exhausted. The shields were completely down, and the hull was damaged in several places, the engine emitting a piercing noise. Old Gray immediately shut down the energy interface and initiate emergency recharge. Eva assessed the damage. "Mark, the Fox Hunt will stand by for vigilance to prevent the mechanical warships from restarting." The joint fleet quickly cleared the battlefield, and Brigadier General Cole boarded the Dawnbreaker, looking at the technical data chip in Lin Mo's hand with admiration in his eyes. The complete blueprint for the T3 class cruiser and the ancient energy weapon technology. "Captain Lin Mo, your gains this time are enough to change the power dynamics of the border fleet." Karen followed suit, her crystal form sparkling with excitement. "According to our agreement, the Merchant Alliance only requires part of the archaeological data. All these ship technologies belong to you. But we have one request. We hope you can share the super space navigation stability technology. The Merchant Alliance is willing to exchange 100 tons of high-purity superconducting crystal." Lin Mo agreed without hesitation. Superconducting crystals are crucial materials for constructing T3 class cruisers. 100 tons is enough for initial construction needs. "Pleasure working with you, Commander Karen. I will have Eva organize the technology and send it to you." In the following 5 days, the joint fleet carried out thorough cleaning and rest in the insect nest star system. Lin Mo's fleet gained priority supply rights from the joint fleet, with all damaged areas of the Dawnbreaker fully repaired. Old Gray utilized superconducting crystals and parts from the mechanical warships to make secondary modifications to the energy core, boosting its power to T2. 5 level. The Fox Hunt was also equipped with small electronic jamming modules removed from the mechanical warships, significantly enhancing its reconnaissance and containment capabilities. During this time, Lin Mo analyzed the core fragments of the mechanical warships through the system and obtained T2. 5-level mechanical shield technology, integrating it into the blueprint of the T3 class cruiser to elevate the defense capabilities of the new ship. Analysis complete. T3 class cruiser blueprint optimized, shield strength increased by 30, electronic anti-jamming capability improved by 40. Required materials: superconducting crystal 150 tons, star pattern steel alloy 80 tons, mechanical core fragments 5, source energy 5000. We still need 50 tons of superconducting crystals and 3 mechanical core fragments. Lin Mo looked at the materials list and said to Reno, "The Federation warehouse at Nova Starport should have superconducting crystals. The mechanical core fragments can be purchased at the black market in the Crystal Hub." Reno nodded. "Brigadier General Cole has given us priority extraction rights at the Federation warehouse and recommended a black market merchant of the mechanical civilization who reportedly has a lot of mechanical core fragments." After the rest, the joint fleet disbanded. Brigadier General Cole returned to Nova Starport to prepare for the follow-up actions of the expansion faction, while Karen took the archaeological data back to the Crystal Hub. Lin Mo's fleet, laden with spoils and technical data, jumped towards Nova Starport. In the super space navigation lane, the engines of the Dawnbreaker operated steadily. Lin Mo stood by the bridge window, gazing at the flowing lights outside, filled with anticipation for the future. The blueprint for the T3 class cruiser was already complete. As long as the materials were gathered, they could construct a main ship several times more powerful than the Dawnbreaker. His fleet would truly enter the T3 era, becoming a significant force capable of influencing the power dynamics at the border. But he also knew that danger was not far away. The mechanical civilization would not give up on their pursuit of ancient technology, and the conservative faction's Major General Jones was still plotting in the shadows, while the shadow of the Deep Space Intelligent Machinery Alliance was gradually emerging. This journey through the Starry River was destined to be fraught with thorns. Captain Emergency Communications detected from the direction of Nova Starport. Brigadier General Cole says the conservative faction's fleet is gathering on the outskirts of Nova Starport seemingly to intercept us. Eva's voice interrupted Lin Mo's thoughts. Lin Mo's gaze instantly sharpened. Major General Jones could not hold back. He wanted to ambush him on the outskirts of Nova Starport and seize the blueprint for the T3 class cruiser. Reno analyzed the scale of the conservative faction's fleet. Old Gray, prepare to overclock the engines. If we encounter an interception break, through immediately. Eva, have all weapon systems on standby, prepare for battle. Received. Scale of the conservative faction's fleet: T2 class cruisers, 2, T1. 5 class frigates, 4, threat level high. Reno reported quickly. Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. After the battle in the Insect Nest star system, his fleet was no longer the same as before. The coordination between the Dawnbreaker and Fox Hunt was increasingly seamless along with the T2. 5-level energy core and improved weapons. It was sufficient to deal with the conservative faction's fleet. Notify all crew members to enter battle mode. Lin Mo's voice was calm and powerful. This time we will completely eliminate the threat of the conservative faction on the outskirts of Nova Starport. The engines of the Dawnbreaker and Fox Hunt accelerated simultaneously, the blue light of superspace, jumping, becoming increasingly brilliant like two swords ready to be drawn, heading straight for the battlefield on the outskirts of Nova Starport. A decisive interception battle that would determine whether Lin Mo's fleet could successfully construct the T3 class cruiser was about to commence in the starry sky. This time Lin Mo aimed to let everyone know that his fleet had already acquired the strength to confront any force hidden in this star river. The asteroid belt outside New Starport resembled a disordered array of scattered rubble, with the gray-white rocks glinting coldly under the stellar light. The conservative fleet occupied the core area of the asteroid belt, with 2 T2 class cruisers positioned at an angle and 4 frigates distributed on both sides, forming a tight interception formation. The federal emblem on the hull was painted a dark gray, evidently to avoid leaving evidence of the public interception. Admiral Jones' flagship, the Rock, was located at the center of the formation. Inside the bridge, Jonas' expression was as grim as iron, fixated on the 2 approaching lights on the radar screen. Lin Mo, let's see where you run this time. Jonas' fingers tapped the console. Once I obtain the T3 blueprints and solidify the charges against you for colluding with alien races and hoarding ancient technology, even that old fossil coal won't be able to save you. On the holographic star map of the Dawn, the conservative fleet's formation was clearly marked. Lin Mo traced the terrain of the asteroid belt with his fingertips, a glimmer of sharp light flashing in his eyes. They want to use the terrain of the asteroid belt to limit our mobility, but that is also their weakness. The formation cannot be quickly adjusted. Mark, the Fox Hunter will maneuver to the right side of the asteroid belt, using the rocks for cover to destroy their communication relay ship. Right side frigate. Reno analyzed the defensive blind spots of the Rock. Ella charged the main cannon target, the shield generator of the left side cruiser. Understood. The Fox Hunter has entered a covert route and is expected to reach the attack position in 5 minutes. Mark's voice carried a hint of excitement. After numerous battles, he had become adept at this flanking ambush tactic. Old Gray adjusted the engine parameters. The energy core of the Dawn operated more smoothly. The engine has been adjusted to stealth mode. Energy signals reduced by 60, can approach the target silently. Lin Mo piloted the Dawn, gliding like a ghost between the asteroids. The hull pressed closely against the surface of a massive rock, avoiding the conservative fleet's radar scans. The left side conservative cruiser Iron Wall was fully focused on monitoring the frontal route, completely unaware that danger was approaching. Distance to the Iron Wall is 1.0 kilometers, shield generator locked. Ella's voice rang out, the targeting line of the main cannon flickering red on the screen. Fire. The dual-mounted main cannon erupted suddenly, 2 beams of blue light penetrating the gaps between the asteroids, hitting the shield generator of the Iron Wall with precision. Boom. The generator exploded instantly, the shield of the Iron Wall disintegrating like shattered glass, and large areas of the hull's armor plating cracked. Enemy attack. Dawn spotted on the left. The captain of the Iron Wall shouted in panic, simultaneously ordering a counterattack. But the cruiser, having lost its shield, was like a lamb to slaughter. The auxiliary pulse cannons of the Dawn fired in unison, a dense barrage of energy, striking the hull, destroying most of the weapon interfaces. At that moment, the Fox Hunter burst out from the right side of the asteroid belt, firing its dual-mounted pulse cannons and torpedoes, simultaneously blowing the conservative communication relay ship into pieces. Conservative communication interrupted. Their formation is starting to fall into chaos. Mark shouted. Jones roared on the Rock, useless. Immediately adjust the formation, concentrate fire on the Dawn. The remaining 3 frigates and the Rock opened fire simultaneously, dense energy beams and torpedoes racing towards the Dawn. Evasive maneuvers. Lin Mo pulled the joystick and the Dawn executed a risky barrel roll, the torpedoes whizzing past the stern, hitting a nearby asteroid and triggering a series of explosions. Shield strength has dropped to 50. Ella shouted, quickly replenishing energy. Main cannon has cooled, requesting to attack the energy core of the Rock. Old Gray overclocked the engine. Lin Mo's gaze was resolute. We charge forward and deal with Jones directly. The engine of the Dawn emitted a brilliant blue light, its speed suddenly increasing, breaking through the firepower net of the frigates, heading straight for the Rock. Seeing this, the captain of the Rock immediately ordered the release of electronic interference while activating the backup shields. Admiral Jones, the speed of the Dawn is too fast if our main cannons are having difficulty locking on. Use acid torpedoes. Stop it from getting closer. Jones bellowed. The torpedo launch tubes of the Rock ejected 4 acid torpedoes heading straight for the Dawn. Lin Mo had long been prepared and ordered Ella intercept with armor-piercing torpedoes. Auxiliary cannons clear the torpedo debris. The armor-piercing torpedoes detonated in space, the shockwave sending the acid torpedoes flying, while the auxiliary cannons shattered the scattered torpedo debris, avoiding acid corrosion. Seizing the opportunity, the Dawn closed in on the Rock, the main cannon targeting its energy core. Jones, your doom has arrived. Lin Mo's voice came through the public communication channel. You colluded with pirates, hired mercenaries, and abused your power. I have gathered all the evidence against you, and today I will send you to the Federal Military Court. Jonas' face turned pale. He never expected Lin Mo to possess so much evidence against him. You are talking nonsense. I am a federal major general. Who do you dare to attack me? Attacking a traitor, what crime is that? Lin Mo pressed the main cannon's launch button. Fire. 2 beams of blue light struck the energy core of the Rock, and the core exploded instantly, splitting the hull in half. Jonas' screams echoed through the communication channel, then fell silent. The wreckage of the Rock burned in space, green flames illuminating the surrounding asteroid belt. The remaining 2 frigates, seeing their flagship destroyed, were terrified and turned to flee. The Fox Hunter pursues. Mark piloted his escort vessel, accelerating to chase, firing the pulse cannons, continuously destroying the 2 frigates one by one. When the battle ended, the expansion fleet of New Star Port arrived at the scene. Brigadier General Cole's flagship, the Eagle, slowly approached the Dawn, and Cole's voice carried admiration. Captain Lin Mo, well done. You have completely dealt with the tumor that is Jones, severely damaging the conservative forces at the border. Lin Mo stood on the bridge looking at the wreckage of the conservative fleet, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. The conservative threat that had troubled him for so long had finally been eradicated. This is the result of everyone's joint efforts. I have sent you the evidence against Jones, hoping it will bring justice to the Free Fleet at the border. Don't worry, I will report to the federal headquarters immediately, and Jonas' faction will face reckoning. Cole said additionally 50 tons of superconducting crystals from the federal warehouse have been prepared, and the mechanical core fragments have also been delivered to your docking station by black market merchants, enough for you to build a T3 class cruiser. Upon returning to New Starport, Lin Mo's fleet received a hero's welcome. Expansion soldiers and citizens stood on both sides of the docking area, waving flags and cheering for the name of the Dawn. Lin Mo and the core crew disembarked from the ship, accepting the homage of the crowd, filled with a sense of accomplishment. In the following month, Lin Mo threw himself into the preparations for constructing the T3 class cruiser. He chose the largest federal shipyard in New Starport, the Starsea Shipyard, which had advanced equipment for building T3 class ships and an experienced engineering team. Brigadier General Cole granted him priority in construction, and the Vakran Merchant Alliance sent a batch of rare materials as a gift, hoping to gain more technical support in future collaborations. Old Gray served as the chief engineer, leading the shipyard's engineering team to formulate a detailed construction plan based on the optimized T3 cruiser blueprints. Ella was responsible for the installation and debugging of the weapon systems, integrating ancient energy weapon technology into the main cannon design, enhancing its power to T3 standards. Reno recruited more crew members to stock talent for the new ship. Mark continued to pilot the Fox Hunter, responsible for transporting construction materials and vigilance. Lin Mo used this time to handle post-war affairs. He made public the evidence against Jones, causing a huge uproar within the Federation, severely damaging the conservatives and significantly boosting the expansion faction's power. To commend his achievements, the federal headquarters awarded him the Border Guardian Medal and appointed him as the commander of the Free Fleet, allowing him to recruit more free ships, forming an independent fleet responsible for border defense and exploration tasks. Meanwhile, the system also released a new main quest. Main quest triggered Fleet Rise quest description: successfully construct a T3 class cruiser, form an independent fleet, possess at least 5 capital ships T2 or above, establish a fleet base, and become a significant force in the border region. Quest Reward Source Energy 10,000 T3 Class Aircraft Carrier Basic Blueprint Incomplete Ancient Civilization Navigation Core 1 Federal Independent Fleet Authorization Certificate 1. Lin Mo looked at the quest panel, filled with anticipation. Forming an independent fleet and establishing a base was an important step in his journey through the galaxy. He had already planned the future direction with the T3 class cruiser as the flagship, building 2 T2 class destroyers and 2 T2 class frigates, forming a small but elite fleet. The fleet base would be located on an abandoned planet near the Worm Nest star system, where resources were abundant and the geographical location was advantageous, also utilizing ancient relic technologies for development. A month later, the construction of the T3 class cruiser entered its final stages. Lin Mo named this new flagship Sky Horizon, symbolizing breaking through the heavens and traversing the galaxy. This cruiser was 180 meters long and 40 meters wide, constructed from a mix of superconducting crystals and star-patterned steel alloy with defensive capabilities twice that of the Dawn. The weapon system was equipped with 2 triple-mounted T3 class pulse main cannons, 12 auxiliary pulse cannons, and 8 torpedo launchers, far exceeding T2 class vessels in firepower. The power system utilized ancient civilization energy core technology, enhancing the hyperspace jump distance to 500 light years with qualitative leaps in speed and stability. Ship information updated: T3 class cruiser Sky Horizon, length 180 meters, width 40 meters, standard crew 50, weapon system triple-mounted T3 class pulse main cannons 2, power 800 energy units, auxiliary pulse cannons 12, torpedo launchers 8. Defense system T3 class composite shield, maximum strength 3,000 energy units, superconducting alloy armor, defense increased by 80. Power system ancient, improved energy core, jump distance 500 light years, energy utilization efficiency increased by 40. Special system ancient, navigation core accuracy increased by 90, electronic anti-jamming module immune to electronic suppression below T3. As the Sky Horizon slowly departed the shipyard, the entire new starport erupted in excitement. This advanced T3 class cruiser marked that Lin Mo's fleet had become a force that could not be ignored in the border region. Brigadier General Cole, Commander Karen, and representatives of various factions came to congratulate, expressing their willingness to establish cooperative relations with Lin Mo's independent fleet. Lin Mo stood in the center of the bridge of the Sky Horizon, looking at the core crew beside him, watching the fleet insignia gradually grow on the holographic star map, filled with emotion. From AT-1 class scrap cannon boat at Rust Anchor Starport to now possessing the Sky Horizon Dawn and Fox Hunter with 2 T2 class frigates under construction, his fleet had finally taken shape. All crew members' attention. Lin Mo's voice resonated through the entire fleet via the communication channel. Our next target is the desolate star near the Worm Nest star system to establish our fleet base. Then we will explore the vast galaxy, seeking more relics of ancient civilizations, enhancing fleet strength and safeguarding the peace and freedom of the border. Understood, Captain. The cheers of the crew echoed in the starry sky. The engine of the Sky Horizon emitted a steady blue light, leading the fleet as they jumped towards the direction of the desolate star. The lights of New Star Port gradually faded into the distance. Ahead lay the vast and boundless universe, filled with unknown challenges and opportunities. Lin Mo knew that his journey through the galaxy had entered a new stage. From the captain of a single ship to the commander of an independent fleet, he would write his own legend in this galaxy, continually striving towards the goal of building a colossal starship and becoming a master of the Sea of Stars. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of space at the observation station of the Deep Space Intelligent Machine Alliance, a massive mechanical core flickered with red light, displaying an image of the Sky Horizon and Lin Mo's information. A line of cold electronic text slowly appeared. Detected ancient civilization technology activator, threat level unknown, initiating observation protocol. A greater storm was quietly brewing in the depths of the galaxy. Lin Mo and his independent fleet were already prepared to face new challenges. As the azure radiance of the hyperspace jump dissipated on the orbit of the desolate planet, a grayish-yellow world came into view. Its atmosphere was so thin as to be nearly negligible, the surface crisscrossed with ravines and jagged rock formations devoid of any vegetation, with only a few dried riverbeds testifying to the past presence of liquid water. The star's light beat down directly upon the surface, causing the rocks to reflect a blinding white glare, while the shadows were plunged into an abyssal darkness, with temperature differences between day and night reaching 300 degrees Celsius. So this is the desolate planet. It's even more barren than the reports suggested. Mark, piloting the Fox Hunter, low over the surface, relayed real-time footage through the communication channel. The ground is strewn with rubble and magnetic storm zones. The magnetic storms will interfere with communications and navigation, making it unsuitable for large-scale equipment deployment. Deep in the canyons, there are abandoned mining facilities apparently left behind by the Federation in its early days. They might be repurposed. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Vault of Heaven, his fingertip tracing across the marked area on the holographic star chart. The desolate planet's core advantage lay in its geographical position, a mere 30 light-years from the Zerg nest system, facilitating surveillance of the remnant Zerg forces while being far from the Federation's core star sectors, thereby avoiding the direct impact of factional struggles. But the disadvantages were equally stark: scarce resources, a harsh environment, and a lack of infrastructure. The base will be located on the northern plains. The terrain there is relatively flat and far from the magnetic storm zones. Lin Mo finalized the location. Old Gray lead the engineering team to retrofit the abandoned mining facility as a temporary command center and crew quarters. Ella, you're in charge of setting up the energy core and shield generator. Prioritize the power supply. Renault organized patrols to survey the surrounding resource points and shifts, focusing on finding water sources and metal veins. Mark, the Foxhunter, will be responsible for aerial surveillance and monitoring magnetic storm activity. Issue an immediate warning if a high-intensity magnetic storm occurs. On the third day after the fleet's arrival, base construction officially commenced. The engineering team piloted small landing craft transporting prefabricated panels, energy modules, and construction machinery from the Vault of Heaven to the surface. The gravity of the desolate planet was 1.2 times that of Earth. The crew, clad in simple protective suits, found every step to be exceptionally heavy. Old Gray led the engineers into the abandoned mining facility. It was thick with dust and corroded machinery. The ventilation system had long since failed, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of decaying metal. The tunnel structure here is still relatively intact. As long as we fix the ventilation and power it, can serve as temporary quarters. Old Gray scanned the tunnel walls with a detector, but the metal supports are severely rusted. They need to be reinforced with star-patterned steel, or they could collapse under vibration. Ella encountered trouble setting up the energy core. A faint energy interference on the planet's surface prevented the core's energy circuits from stabilizing. 3 attempts to start it all failed. Captain, the surface energy interference is stronger than anticipated. Simple shielding won't work. We need to locate the source of the interference and eliminate it. Ella's voice carried a hint of exhaustion. She had been working under the blazing sun for 6 straight hours, and the cooling system of her protective suit was nearing its limit. Lin Mo donned his protective suit and personally went to the energy core setup site. The wind on the surface carried fine gravel which pattered against his suit. In the distance, the mountains appeared as twisted, blurry silhouettes under the star's relentless glare. Ella was crouched beside the energy core, sweat trickling down her cheeks and soaking the inner lining of her suit. Where is the interference source? Lin Mo asked, activating the detector on his wrist. On the detector's screen, a faint red ripple pointed. It should be in that canyon over there. The detector shows a small energy spring there. It's dry now, but the residual energy field is still interfering with the surrounding area. Ella pointed to a deep, shadowy canyon in the distance. We need to send someone in to install an energy shield to block the interference waves. It'll take 2 people, Lin Mo said, turning to look at the 2 newly recruited engineers with him, young Tim and the experienced Old Hua. Both were retired Federation combat engineers who had recently joined the fleet and had yet to see real action. The 3 of them drove a small off-road vehicle across the rugged terrain toward the canyon. The canyon entrance was narrow, flanked by steep sheer rock walls covered in wind-eroded marks. The deeper they went, the stronger the interference signal on the detector became, and a faint static began to crackle in the communication channel. Captain, it looks like the magnetic storm activity is intensifying here. Tim said, his face paling as he looked at the magnetic storm monitor on his wrist. The monitor shows a medium-intensity magnetic storm might erupt within the next 2 hours. Lin Mo's heart tightened. A magnetic storm would not only amplify the energy interference, but could also damage unprotected electronic equipment. Speed it up. We must have the shield installed before the magnetic storm hits. The energy spring deep within the canyon was a circular depression about 10 meters in diameter. Its bottom was covered in a layer of dark red crystals, which were precisely what emitted the residual energy field. Lin Mo had Tim and Old Hua install the shield while he stood guard. Although the desolate planet appeared barren, no one could be sure if any Zerg or pirate eyes were still watching. Just as the shield was about to be fully installed, Mark's urgent warning suddenly came through the communication channel. Captain, detecting a high-intensity magnetic storm estimated to reach the canyon area in 15 minutes. Intensity level B. It will cause electronic equipment failure and communication blackout. Evacuate immediately. Damn it, Lin Mo yelled. Tim, speed up the installation. How much longer? Just the final circuit connection, at least 5 more minutes. Tim's fingers flew over the shield controls, his forehead slick with cold sweat. The precursors of the magnetic storm had already appeared. The light within the canyon began to warp. Small rocks on the cliff faces trembled. The static on the communication channel grew louder, and the off-road vehicle's electronic systems began to malfunction, with the dashboard needles jumping wildly. Old will help Tim buy some time. He'll provide cover. Lin Mo drew his energy rifle, watching the canyon entrance warily. Although no enemy signals were detected, visibility was compromised in the magnetic storm, and any accident could happen. 5 minutes later, the shield was finally installed. Installation complete. Startup successful. Tim shouted. Get in the vehicle now. Evacuate. Lin Mo had barely finished speaking when a low rumble came from outside the canyon. The magnetic storm had arrived on schedule. Gale force winds whipped up massive rock fragments, ravaging the canyon and reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. The off-road vehicle's engine barely started, struggling over the bumpy ground, nearly being struck by falling rocks several times. Lin Mo, seated in the passenger seat, used his energy rifle to shatter the rocks blocking their path, shouting, "Hold the wheel steady. Follow my lead." The off-road vehicle struggled through the magnetic storm for over half an hour before finally breaking out of the canyon and reaching the base perimeter on the northern plains. By then, the base had already activated its emergency shield. A pale blue energy barrier enveloped the temporary camp, withstanding the storm's assault. Ella had been waiting at the camp entrance. Seeing the off-road vehicle return safely, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The energy interference source has been eliminated. The energy core can now start normally. Lin Mo stepped out of the vehicle, his protective suit covered in scratches and dust. But this magnetic storm is a reminder that the desolate planet's environment is more dangerous than we thought. We must accelerate the upgrade of the shield generator, or the base will suffer heavy damage if we encounter a stronger storm next time. With the successful startup of the energy core, base construction finally got on track. Temporary dormitories, a mess hall, and a maintenance workshop built from prefabricated panels were completed one after another. The lighting system illuminated the night sky over the northern plains like a solitary spark in the darkness. Renault's exploration team also reported good news. They had discovered an underground water source in the southern canyon. Although the water contained trace minerals, it could be used after purification. They also found a small iron ore vein sufficient to meet the initial construction and maintenance needs. But new problems soon followed. Among the 30 newly recruited crew members, many found it difficult to adapt to the harsh environment of the desolate planet. Some suffered from altitude sickness due to the thin atmosphere, others were unaccustomed to the drastic temperature swings between day and night, and 2 young crew members, due to an operational error, damaged a piece of construction machinery, sparking a minor conflict. Captain, the new crew members are a bit unsettled, especially a few who just retired from the Federation's core star sectors. They're used to a comfortable life and have been complaining about the conditions here. Lena, who was in charge of crew management, reported to Lin Mo. Also, the maintenance team and the engineering team had a small squabble over equipment allocation. Lin Mo decided to call a general crew assembly. That night at the base, the crew gathered in a makeshift square. The dying light of the star fell upon them, and the distant mountains were dark silhouettes against the horizon. Lin Mo stood on a high point looking at the crew before him. Among them were core members who had followed him for a long time, as well as new recruits. Everyone's face showed fatigue, but there was still hope in their eyes. "I know the conditions here are tough," Lin Mo's voice boomed across the square through the loudspeaker. "There are no comfortable quarters, no abundant food, and even breathing requires adjustment. But I want to tell you all, this is our home. This is the foundation of our fleet." He pointed to the vault of heaven, floating in the sky, its lights shining brightly in the darkness. "We've come this far from a single T-1 class scrap gunboat. It wasn't because of a comfortable environment, but because of the trust we share in fighting side by side and our yearning for the stars. Every rock on this desolate planet will become the cornerstone of our base. Every difficulty we overcome will make our fleet stronger." Lin Mo paused, then continued, "I promise you, if we all work together, within 3 months this place will have complete living facilities, ample supplies, and even our own recreation area. But right now I need your cooperation. Adapt to the environment, obey orders, and help each other. Those willing to stay, let's build our star base together. If anyone wants to leave, I won't stop you. They'll provide you with ample travel funds and letters of recommendation." A brief silence fell over the square. Then Old Gray was the first to shout, "I'm staying. I'll follow the captain, even if it means putting down roots on this desolate planet." Ella, Renault, Mark, and the others chimed in one after another. The attitude of the core crew members infected the others. More and more crew members raised their hands, shouting the slogan of staying. The 2 young crew members who had damaged the machinery stepped forward with their heads bowed, apologizing to Lin Mo. "Captain, we were wrong. We want to stay and make up for our mistake with our actions." Lin Mo nodded, a gratified smile spreading across his face. "Excellent. Starting tomorrow, we'll divide into 3 groups. The construction group will be responsible for improving the base facilities, the exploration group will continue searching for resources, and the training group will handle fleet coordination and ground defense training. I believe that as long as we are united, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome." After the crew assembly, the atmosphere at the base improved significantly. The barriers between the new and old crew members gradually dissolved. Everyone performed their duties, and the pace of construction accelerated dramatically. 5 days later, the purification system for the underground water source was installed, and clear fresh water flowed into the base's storage tanks. 10 days later, a simple mining operation at the iron ore vein commenced with a steady stream of ore being transported to the maintenance workshop. 15 days later, the base's perimeter defense turrets were installed. 6 pulse cannons were evenly distributed around the camp, forming an initial defensive network. Just as base construction was progressing steadily, a patrol from the Fox Hunter discovered a damaged small transport ship in the asteroid belt on the outskirts of the desolate planet. The ship's hull was covered in marks of corrosion from Zerg acid, and the radar detected faint life signals. Captain, the ship's transponder identifies it as a Federation civilian transport. It appears to have been attacked by remnant Zerg forces. There are 3 survivors on board. Mark's voice came through the communication channel. Lin Mo's mind stirred. The appearance of Zerg remnants in the surrounding star sector meant that the security risks here were not entirely eliminated. Fox Hunter, handle the rescue of the survivors. Dawnbreaker, follow me to the asteroid belt. We'll search for traces of the Zerg remnants and also investigate what happened to the transport ship. This was the first external mission since the base was established. It was not only to rescue the survivors, but also to test the fleet's coordination. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Vault of Heaven, looking at the coordinates of the asteroid belt on the holographic star chart. He knew in his heart that even with a slower pace, danger had never been far away. But as long as the fleet was united and the base's foundation was solid, he was confident he could face any challenge. The engines of the Vault of Heaven and the Dawnbreaker ignited simultaneously, slowly pulling away from the desolate planet's orbit and heading towards the asteroid belt. In the night, the lights of the base on the desolate planet burned like tenacious sparks on the grayish-yellow surface. That was the foundation of Lin Mo's fleet and the starting point for their voyage across the stars. And the unknown dangers of the asteroid belt awaited their revelation. The debris of the asteroid belt gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the light of the stars. The hunting fox carefully navigated through the dense rocks, its hull shield operating at a low power to avoid collisions with the fast-moving fragments. A damaged Federal transport ship floated at the edge of the asteroid belt, its engine compartment at the stern reduced to charred wreckage. Green acidic liquid stains left grotesque scars on the silver hull resembling coagulated blood. The transport ship's atmospheric pressure is stable with an oxygen content of 18, meeting survival standards, but the communication system is completely destroyed and life signals are concentrated in the cockpit area. Mark maneuvered the hunting fox closer, extending a mechanical arm to carefully hook onto the transport ship's hull. The hull structure is severely damaged. The left hatch is deformed and cannot be opened normally. It needs to be cut open with a cutter. Lin Mo boarded the landing craft from the Skyhawk to the hunting fox. Upon boarding, he saw Mark directing the crew to prepare the cutting equipment. Be careful, avoid triggering a secondary explosion while cutting. The fuel compartment of the transport ship may still contain energy. Lin Mo reminded, his gaze fixed on the holographic screen displaying the internal structure scan of the transport ship. The cockpit is located at the bow, separated from the fuel compartment by 3 compartments with no immediate explosion risk. 2 engineers equipped with cutters passed through the docking passage of the hunting fox and reached the deformed hatch of the transport ship. The high-temperature cutter emitted a piercing shriek, the red glow of molten metal reflecting off the engineers' protective visors, and debris splattered like sparks. After more than half an hour, a gap large enough for a person to pass through was cut into the hatch, and a wave of air mixed with the smell of burnt material and sweat rushed out. People inside, listen up. We are the Free Fleet, here to rescue you. The engineer's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. A faint response came from the cockpit, followed by the sound of furniture being moved. Lin Mo entered the transport ship behind the engineers. The internal passage was in disarray with luggage and equipment parts scattered everywhere, and the walls were riddled with bullet holes and corrosion marks from acidic liquid. The door to the cockpit was ajar, and upon pushing it open, 3 ragged individuals curled up in the corner looked at Lin Mo and the others with eyes filled with both fear and hope. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in a tattered captain's uniform with a fresh cut on his face. He was Arnold, the captain of the transport ship. Beside him was a young female crew member named Lily with a bleeding bandage wrapped around her arm, and an older engineer, Graham, who was trying to repair a damaged terminal. Thank you. Thank you. Arnold struggled to stand, his voice hoarse. We were attacked by the Zerg and have been trapped here for 3 days. Our food and water are nearly depleted. Lin Mo instructed the engineers to retrieve a first aid kit and nutrient paste. Lily took the nutrient paste and devoured it ravenously, tears streaming down her cheeks. Those Zerg are terrifying. Their fighters suddenly came out from the asteroid belt, and our defense system was utterly ineffective. The first officer and 2 other crew members. Arnold sighed, interrupting Lily. We set out from Novaport to deliver medical supplies to the Blue Crystal Space Station and never expected to be attacked halfway. Those Zerg are not remnants of the destroyed Zerg nest system. Their fighters are more agile and seem to have a clear objective, targeting only our transport ship without pursuing other passing vessels. Lin Mo felt a stir in his heart. A targeted attack by the Zerg. This does not align with the indiscriminate consumption behavior of the Brent Zerg. Are you sure they only attacked you? Did you notice anything special about their ships? Graham adjusted his glasses and slowly said, I was in the engine room at the time and saw on the monitor that the Zerg fighters had purple patterns on their shells different from the ordinary Zerg's green. Moreover, their attacks were quite methodical, first destroying the communication system, then attacking the engines, and finally attempting to board, but for some reason, they suddenly retreated before boarding. Purple patterns. Lin Mo recalled the energy well in the core chamber of the Zerg nest system, where the crystals were also purple. Could it be that these Zerg absorbed the energy of ancient relics and mutated? Did you discover their stronghold's location? Reno asked, having arrived via the landing craft with a terminal in hand recording Arnold and the others' testimonies. Arnold shook his head. They charged out from deep within the asteroid belt and returned the same way after the attack. However, I recorded their return direction with a spare terminal. It was roughly in this area. He pointed to a vague coordinate on the terminal, which was exactly in the most densely packed core area of the asteroid belt. Lin Mo instructed Reno to mark the coordinates on the star map, pondering in his heart. The base is still under construction and 2 of the fleet's frigates are still being built. Venturing deep into the core area of the asteroid belt carries too much risk. However, if these mutated Zerg are not cleared in a timely manner, they may attack more passing ships and even threaten the safety of the barren star base. You will return to the base with us for rest. We will send personnel to deliver medical supplies to the Blue Crystal Space Station. Lin Mo made the decision. We will further investigate the mutated Zerg, but we need time to prepare. On the way back to the base, Lin Mo summoned the core crew for a meeting. On the holographic star map, the core area of the asteroid belt was marked in red, surrounded by dozens of small clusters of rocks. The emergence of the mutated Zerg is suspicious. Their goal may not be mere consumption, but rather some. Lin Mo stated Arnold's transport ship carried medical supplies, which does not seem like a target worth a specific attack by the Zerg unless they need medical supplies to treat some kind of injury. Old Gray analyzed, if they absorbed ancient energy and mutated, they may experience energy disturbances and require special medical supplies to stabilize their condition. But it is more likely that there are other forces behind them manipulating them to execute specific tasks. Ella added, I tested the residual Zerg acidic liquid samples from the transport ship, and they contain trace amounts of primal energy, further proving that they have come into contact with the energy of ancient relics. The pressing question is whether we should strike immediately. Lin Mo looked at the star map and slowly said not. The base's defenses have yet to be perfected and the frigates are still under construction. Moreover, the core area's terrain of the asteroid belt is complex, unfavorable for large ships to deploy, giving the advantage to the agile Zerg fighters. We need to prepare first expedite the construction of the base's defenses, especially the aerial warning systems. Second, allow the hunting fox to conduct long-range reconnaissance of the core area of the asteroid belt to understand the scale and defense deployment of the Zerg stronghold. Third, repair Arnold's transport ship to gather more attack data about the mutated Zerg. After the meeting, the focus of construction at the base shifted towards the defense systems. Old Gray led the engineering team to install 4 large pulse turrets on the outskirts of the base and upgraded the energy shield to withstand B-level magnetic storms and attacks from small ships. Ella took her maintenance team to repair Arnold's transport ship, extracting the monitoring data and Zerg acidic liquid samples for in-depth analysis. During their rest period at the base, Arnold and the others also actively participated in the construction. Arnold, with his rich experience in interstellar navigation, helped Reno formulate patrol routes. Lily, familiar with medical supply management, assisted Dr. Thorne in organizing the base's medical bay. Graham, with his excellent mechanical repair skills, joined the engineering team to help fix the damaged machinery. The atmosphere at the base became more lively with the addition of new members. In the evening, crew members gathered in the temporary cafeteria to share their experiences. Arnold recounted the strange events he encountered over the years in the border star regions. Lily taught everyone to recognize different medical supplies, while Graham discussed mechanical repair techniques, with Old Gray bridging the gap between the old and new crew members. 5 days later, the long-range reconnaissance of the hunting fox yielded results. Mark piloted a supporting ship using stealth technology to infiltrate the outer edges of the core area of the asteroid belt, capturing images of the Zerg stronghold. It was a modified asteroid covered with biological nests, purple energy patterns extending from the nests, enveloping the entire surface of the asteroid. Around the stronghold, about 20 mutated Zerg fighters were stationed, along with a small biological warship, which also bore purple patterns on its hull. The defenses of the Zerg stronghold are quite rudimentary, with no large defense turrets, only fighters patrolling. However, the energy fluctuations inside the asteroid are strong, possibly hiding even more powerful mutated Zerg. Mark's voice came through the communication channel. I also discovered that a small spacecraft was active near the stronghold. It is not a Zerg biological ship, but resembles a reconnaissance vessel from a mechanical civilization. Mechanical civilization. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. There seemed to be some connection between the mutated Zerg ancient energy and the reconnaissance ship of the mechanical civilization. Could it be that the mechanical civilization is also studying the mutated Zerg, or are they the hidden hand controlling the mutated Zerg? The hunting fox must return immediately. Do not let them discover you. Lin Mo ordered. The situation has become more complicated now. The involvement of the mechanical civilization has made things tricky. We need to adjust our plans, first delaying the attack and further investigating the movements of the mechanical civilization. At that moment, a message came from Ellis Lab. Captain, there is a major discovery in the analysis of the acidic liquid samples. Not only is there primal energy, but also trace amounts of mechanical metal particles, and these particles match the core fragments of the mechanical warship that attacked us before. Lin Mo's heart sank. The appearance of mechanical metal particles in the Zerg acidic liquid means that there is indeed some connection between the mechanical civilization and the mutated Zerg, possibly collaboration, or the mechanical civilization using the Zerg for experiments. It seems we are facing not only the threat of the mutated Zerg. Lin Mo looked at the Zerg stronghold and the trajectory of the mechanical reconnaissance ship on the holographic star map. Notify all crew members at the base to enter a level 2 alert status, expedite the construction of the frigates, have Reno formulate a detailed reconnaissance plan while monitoring the movements of the Zerg stronghold and the mechanical civilization. Under the night sky, the barren star's base lights twinkled like stars on the gray-yellow surface. The searchlights of the defense turrets swept back and forth, vigilantly monitoring the surrounding environment. The Skyhawk and the Dawn hovered in orbit, ready to respond to any sudden situations. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Skyhawk, gazing at the direction of the asteroid belt, filled with doubts. Why is the mechanical civilization studying the mutated Zerg? What is their purpose? What secrets does the energy of the ancient relics hold? These questions loomed in his mind like a fog. He knew that now was not the time to act rashly. The foundation of the base is not yet stable, and the fleet's strength still needs to be enhanced. Only by patiently waiting for the right moment and gathering enough intelligence can they resolve this potential threat in one fell swoop. Moreover, this process is a crucial period for building the fleet and uniting hearts. Slowing down can lead to steadier progress. In the core area of the asteroid belt within the Zerg's lair, the purple energy patterns flickered with an eerie glow. A small mechanical reconnaissance ship hid behind a rock, its red scanning light sweeping over the lair, transmitting data to a remote observation station of the Deep Space Mechanized Alliance. A conspiracy involving the Zerg mechanical civilization and ancient relics is quietly unfolding, and Lin Mo, along with his free fleet, stands on the eve of this storm, waiting for the moment to unveil the truth. As the morning light of the desolate star pierced through the darkness, the energy core of the base had been running steadily for 7 days. A light blue shield enveloped the northern plains, isolating the extreme temperature differences of day and night. The lights of the temporary dormitories lit up one by one, and the crew began a new day of busy work. But just as dawn arrived, Lily, responsible for water resource management, hurried to the command center, her face filled with anxiety. Captain, the purification system has malfunctioned. Lily's voice was breathless, clutching a testing report in her hand. The underground water source in the southern canyon has seen a sudden increase in mineral concentration, causing severe clogging in the purification device's filter. The current water output is only 30% of what it used to be, which is insufficient for the entire base's use. Lin Mo followed Lily to the purification station, where the 3 purification devices were all in standby mode, and the transparent filter tubes were filled with dark red sediment. Old Gray was squatting beside the device, using tools to disassemble the filter, his brow furrowed. These minerals are not ordinary iron, or they are mixed with trace amounts of energy crystal powder, resembling the components found in the acidic liquid of the mutant insect race. He held up a piece of the filter, the sediment on it glimmering with a faint purple light. The filter mesh of the purification device cannot filter out this kind of crystal at all. If this continues, in less than 3 days, all devices will be completely clogged. Lin Mo's heart sank. Water resources were the lifeblood of the base. Without enough fresh water, not only would the crew's survival be affected, but the cooling system of the energy core would also face overload risks due to water shortages. Reynolds, have the exploration team immediately resurvey the surrounding water sources, focusing on geological changes in the southern canyon. Ella, bring your team over to see if you can modify the purification device to include an energy filtration module. Graham, you are familiar with mechanical structures. Assist Ella with the modifications. The new water source exploration proved to be more difficult than expected. The geological structure around the underground water source in the southern canyon had developed slight uplift, and dark red energy crystals seeped out from the cracks in the rocks, contaminating the water source. The exploration team expanded the search area, discovering a new underground spring in the western mountains, but the spring was located in a high magnetic storm area. The daytime magnetic storms interfered with device operations, making it impossible to establish stable water extraction facilities. We can only take the risk of extracting water during the gaps in the magnetic storm. Reynolds looked at the exploration report, his tone serious. The water quality of the Western Spring is pure with no energy crystal contamination, but the magnetic storms only have a 3-hour calm period each day. We need to set up temporary pipelines during this time to transport water back to the base. The task of setting up the temporary pipeline fell to the engineering team. Every morning when the intensity of the magnetic storm dropped to its lowest, the engineering team drove modified off-road vehicles bringing pipeline components and tools to the western mountains. The mountain roads were rugged and the off-road vehicles often had to struggle through piles of gravel, nearly tipping into the canyon several times. The crew wore heavy protective suits, braving the bone-chilling winds to piece together sections of the pipeline, their fingers numb from the cold, yet no one complained. Meanwhile, Ella and Graham's modifications to the purification device also encountered bottlenecks. The energy filtration module required high-purity superconducting crystals as its core, but the base's reserves of superconducting crystals had all been used in the construction of the ether, leaving only a small amount of crystals that lacked the purity to stabilize the filtration of energy crystal powder. If we could find the energy filtration technology of the mechanical civilization, perhaps we could solve the problem. Graham looked at the modification blueprints and sighed, but we have no relevant materials on hand and can only experiment slowly. Lin Mo thought of Arnold's transport ship. That ship had traveled between multiple star systems and might have carried some technical materials from black market transactions. Graham, go check the transport ship's database to see if there are any backup materials regarding energy filtration. I'll contact Kasha to help find relevant technical modules in the black market at the Crystal Hub. The response from the black market came quickly, but the results were not optimistic. Kasha stated in the communication that the energy filtration technology of the mechanical civilization was a scarce resource, high-priced, and would take at least half a month to deliver. Additionally, the remnants of the conservative faction are frequently active at the Crystal Hub. They seem to be inquiring about your base's location, so be extra cautious. Kasha added with a hint of concern in her tone. The water crisis had yet to be resolved, and the reconnaissance mission of the mutant insect race had also encountered setbacks. Mark piloted the hunting fox to the core area of the asteroid belt, planning to conduct close-range reconnaissance of the insect race's nest structure. To avoid detection, the hunting fox activated its maximum strength stealth device, compressing its energy signals to the lowest level, resembling an ordinary piece of asteroid debris. However, as the hunting fox approached the asteroid where the insect race's nest was located, faint energy fluctuations suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Unknown energy field detected, scanning the hunting fox. The warning system of the hunting fox sounded, and the energy consumption of the stealth device doubled in an instant, with the stealth index on the screen rapidly declining. It's the scan from the mechanical reconnaissance ship. Mark was startled. Looking through the porthole, the silhouette of a small mechanical ship was vaguely visible behind a distant rock, its red scanning beam sweeping across the surrounding area like a searchlight. He immediately maneuvered the hunting fox behind a large rock, shutting down all non-essential systems, keeping only the basic propulsion and stealth devices active. The mechanical reconnaissance ship's scanning lasted for 10 minutes, with the red beam brushing past the hunting fox several times, each instance making Mark's heart race. The energy reserve of the stealth device was dwindling, and the warning light on the screen began to flash. Stealth device energy remaining at 15, cannot be sustained for long. At that moment, the insect race's nest suddenly emitted a burst of purple energy pulse, interrupting the scan of the mechanical reconnaissance ship, seemingly disturbed by the pulse. Mark seized the opportunity to maneuver the hunting fox slowly away until he exited the core area of the asteroid belt, only then daring to restart the normal propulsion system. Captain, the reconnaissance failed. Mark's voice carried fatigue as he reported through the communication channel. There is a dual monitoring of the energy field and mechanical reconnaissance ship around the insect race's nest, making close infiltration impossible. Moreover, I found that the energy pulse of the insect race seems to disrupt the scans of mechanical ships. The relationship between them is quite strange, not like cooperation, but more like mutual surveillance. Lin Mo sat in the command center chair, his fingers gently tapping the tabletop. Mechanical civilization and mutant insect race monitoring each other. This exceeded previous speculations. Could it be that they were competing for some resource, or were they pursuing different goals? The hunting fox will return to the base for rest, and the reconnaissance mission is paused. Lin Mo made a decisive statement. The urgent priority now is to resolve the water source issue. The mysteries of the mutant insect race and mechanical civilization require more time and resources to unravel. Upon returning to the base, Mark brought an unexpected discovery. The stealth device of the hunting fox unexpectedly intercepted a communication signal from the mechanical reconnaissance ship during the retreat. Although the signal was highly encrypted, Graham successfully decrypted part of the segments using the transport ship's database. This segment of the signal mentioned three keywords: energy, crystal subject, and recovery. Combining it with the previous analysis of the acidic liquid samples, the mechanical civilization is likely collecting energy crystals from the mutant insect race for some kind of experiment. This discovery made the atmosphere in the base even more serious. If the mechanical civilization is indeed conducting related experiments, then the mutant insect race may merely be their subjects, while the ancient energy near the desolate star could be their true target. On the fifth day, the water source issue finally saw a breakthrough. Ella and Graham utilized the low-purity superconducting crystals stored at the base combined with the energy crystal properties in the insect race's acidic liquid to create a simple energy filtration module. Although the filtration efficiency was inferior to that of specialized equipment, it was sufficient to address the current water source contamination issue. The modified purification device can provide enough fresh water for the entire base daily, but it requires changing the filter once a day, which is a bit cumbersome. Ella wiped the sweat from her forehead, a trace of satisfaction on her face. Meanwhile, the temporary pipeline in the western mountains was also completed. During the 3-hour calm period of the magnetic storm, every morning the engineering team would head to the spring, start the pumping equipment, and transport fresh water to the base's storage tanks. Watching the water level in the storage tank rise little by little, the crew showed smiles that had been absent for a long time. Life in the base gradually returned to normal. The crew began to adapt to the environment of the desolate star, and their figures could be seen every day in the training ground. The sounds of pulse rifle shots and tactical drill shouts broke the silence of the planet. In the cafeteria, the nutritional porridge made by Lily became everyone's favorite food, while Arnold often shared his sailing experiences from the border star regions with the younger crew members. Graham and Old Gray became good friends, discussing mechanical technology in the maintenance workshop every day. Lin Mo rarely had time to relax. In the evenings, he would walk alone to the edge of the base, watching the distant mountains turn dark red under the setting sun, feeling the slight chill of the thin air. The system imprint in the palm of his hand occasionally felt warm, as if sensing some distant energy signal, but each time it was just a fleeting moment, without any specific indication. He knew that this tranquility was only temporary. The nest of the mutant insect race still lay within the asteroid belt. The mechanical reconnaissance ship was still covertly monitoring, and the remnants of the conservative faction were also watching closely. But he was not in a hurry to advance. The journey of 200,000 words required a solid foundation. Every brick of the base, every tacit understanding among the crew was the confidence needed for future battles against formidable foes. 10 days later, news from the black market came. The energy filtration module had been found and would be delivered by the Vakilin Trade Alliance's transport ship. Additionally, it brought news that the Federal Expansion faction had discovered traces of contact between the conservative faction and the mechanical civilization at Nova Port, the specifics of which were unknown, but likely related to the ancient energy near the desolate star. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the ether, gazing at the projected route of the Vakilin Trade Alliance's transport ship on the holographic star map, knowing full well that tranquility was about to be shattered. The clues of the three forces, conservative faction, mechanical civilization, and mutant insect race, were gradually intertwining, and the desolate star, seemingly barren, was becoming the vortex center of the border star regions. Notify all crew members to prepare, Lin Mo's voice echoed through the communication channel across the base. Once the Vakilin Trade Alliance's transport ship arrives, we will obtain more advanced purification technology, but we may also face new challenges. Reynolds reinforced the base's vigilance. Mark have the hunting fox on standby at all times to assist the transport ship. Ella continued to analyze the communication fragments from the mechanical civilization to gather more intelligence. Night once again enveloped the desolate star, the lights of the base flickering like resilient starfire. In the distance, the nest of the mutant insect race emitted a faint purple glow. In deep space, the red scanning light of the mechanical reconnaissance ship moved silently, and at the far-off Nova Port, the conservative faction's schemes were brewing. Lin Mo knew that his fleet was about to face a more complex game. But now he was no longer alone, with a solid base, united crew, and an increasingly powerful fleet. Slow down, stabilize, so that in the impending vortex they could stand firm and unravel all mysteries. And the first step in this game began with the reception of the Vakilin Trade Alliance's transport ship. Lin Mo looked at the route on the star map. The system imprint in his palm felt warm again, as if foretelling that a new encounter was about to arrive. When the transport ship of the Vakilin Merchant Alliance appeared outside the desolate star orbit, Lin Mo was standing atop the observation tower of the base. The ship was entirely a light blue color, its hull covered in flowing energy patterns, precisely the standard transport vessel of the Vakilin Merchant Alliance, the Jinglu. Its speed was not fast, moving through the starry sky, like a slowly drifting sapphire followed by two small escort boats, clearly the standard security forces of the Alliance. The lethal fox is to proceed to escort, maintain a vigilant distance, and confirm the identity of the transport ship before guiding it into port, Lin Mo commanded through the communication channel. Mark drove the lethal fox slowly into the sky with the ship's identification system emitting an encrypted signal to verify the identity with the Jinglu. The identity verification process took 3 minutes longer than expected. A faint static noise crackled through the communication channel, followed by the voice of a Wakhan Merchant Alliance crew member. "This is the Jingliu. The transport goods have been delivered, requesting docking instructions. The guiding signal has been sent. Follow the lethal fox to docking bay number 3. Mark's voice carried a hint of caution. The energy signal of the Jinglu is somewhat abnormal, about 10 weaker than the standard Merchant Alliance transport ships, as if it had experienced a short battle or excessive energy depletion. As the Jinglu entered the base's docking area, and its hatch slowly opened, Lin Mo finally saw the scene aboard the ship. The transport ship's deck was covered in minor scratches, and several Merchant Alliance crew members had stains on their uniforms, their faces showing signs of fatigue. At the forefront was a Merchant Alliance officer named Eli, slender and built with sharp eyes, who immediately displayed a professional smile upon seeing Lin Mo. "Captain Lin Mo, it is an honor to meet you." Eli extended his hand and shook Lin Mo's gently. "I personally delivered the energy filtering module this time. There were a few minor incidents on the way which delayed us for half a day. I hope it hasn't affected your usage. Did you encounter trouble on the way?" Lin Mo noticed the damage on Yilei's sleeve. It wasn't ordinary wear and tear, but rather scorch marks likely caused by energy weapons. Yilei's smile faded slightly as he lowered his voice. "After leaving New Starport, we encountered a group of small pirates. Although they didn't cause significant damage, they delayed our schedule. But rest assured, the goods are intact." He waved his hand, and the Merchant Alliance crew began unloading the cargo. One sealed metal box marked as highest priority was particularly heavy and required 2 mechanical arms to move. "What's in that box?" Lin Mo asked. "It's additional supplies specifically prepared for you by Ms." Yilei's eyes flickered. "She said you are researching mechanical civilization technology. Inside are some related materials collected by the Alliance, as well as a fragment of an energy core dismantled from a derelict mechanical battleship, which serves as an extra gift." Lin Mo's heart stirred. Kasha's gift was evidently not simple. He instructed Reno to arrange for crew members to receive the supplies, while he took Eli to the command center of the base. Inside the temporary meeting room of the command center, the walls were adorned with terrain models and star charts of the desolate star, while a holographic projection on the table cycled through reconnaissance images of the asteroid belt. "Eli, let's get straight to the point. What message did Kasha send you with?" Lin Mo cut to the chase. The Wakhan Merchant Alliance always prioritized profit, and there was surely a deeper purpose behind an unsolicited gift. Eli put away his smile, producing an encrypted data chip from his pocket and placing it on the table. "Ms. Kasha asked me to inform you that the Conservatives' contact with the mechanical civilization is deeper than expected. They seem to be searching for an ancient civilization's energy node, and the approximate range of this node lies between the desolate star and the insect nest star system. Additionally, the Alliance's intelligence network has discovered that the Conservatives have already hired the Bloodclaw pirate group, whose target is likely your base or the ancient technology materials in your possession." The Bloodclaw pirate group. Rena's voice came from outside the door. Having just finished arranging the supply handover, he turned serious upon hearing the name of the pirates. "That's one of the fiercest pirate groups in the border star regions, boasting a T2 class cruiser and 5 escort ships. The leader, Bloodclaw Carl, is a former artillery chief of the Federal Navy, wanted for treason, and his combat style is extremely ruthless." Lin Mo picked up the data chip and plugged it into the terminal. The intelligence contained in the chip was more detailed than what Eli had mentioned. The remnants of the conservative faction are led by Colonel Davis, a deputy of General Jones, who wields some federal military resources. He has reached an agreement with a faction of the mechanical civilization to exchange intelligence on the border star regions for mechanical technological support, aiming to locate the ancient energy node and manufacture powerful weapons to revive the conservative faction. "What does Kasha want?" Lin Mo inquired. "The Wakhan Merchant Alliance would not provide such crucial intelligence for free. Ms. Kasha hopes to establish a partnership with you. The Alliance is also very interested in the ancient energy node. If you can find its location, the Alliance is willing to provide fleet support to help you counter the Conservatives and the mechanical civilization, and in return, they only request a 30 usage right of the technological achievements from the node." Lin Mo did not immediately agree. The risks of the ancient energy node were unknown, and the base was not yet stable. Recklessly getting involved in the struggles of multiple parties could very well backfire. "I need time to consider, at least until I can confirm the authenticity and specific location of the energy node." "That's fine." Eli did not pressure him. "Miss Kasha has given you a month's time. Additionally, the Bloodclaw pirate group may arrive within a week. Their reconnaissance ships have already appeared near the blue crystal star system. You need to prepare as soon as possible." After sending Eli off, Lin Mo gathered the core crew for an emergency meeting. The holographic projection displayed the ship data of the Blood Claw pirate group and Colonel Davis' profile one by one. The current situation is very complex. The conservatives, the mechanical civilization, and the pirate group are all targeting us, or rather the ancient energy near the desolate star. Lin Mo's finger traced the star map. Our advantage lies in the terrain, and the base's defenses are gradually improving. Our disadvantage is the insufficient fleet size, and the escort ships are still under construction. Facing the cruisers of the Blood Claw pirate group, we have no chance in a direct confrontation. We can't afford to fight them we have to outsmart them, Old Gray interjected. The asteroid belt and magnetic storm areas surrounding the desolate star are natural defensive barriers. We can use the terrain to set up an ambush and strike after luring the enemy in. Additionally, Ella added, I can modify the base's defense turrets to include energy interference functions. Once the pirate ships enter the magnetic storm area, their communications and navigation will be affected, enhancing our advantage. Furthermore, the energy core fragment provided by the Awakens Merchant Alliance might be used to enhance the main cannon's power on the sky horizon. Reno nodded, I agree with the ambush plan. We can disguise the lethal fox as a transport ship, deliberately exposing it in the route between the blue crystal star system and the desolate star to attract the attention of the pirate group. Then we'll lead them into a preset ambush zone, the eastern magnetic storm area, where the intensity of the magnetic storm is moderate, capable of interfering with the pirate ships without affecting our equipment's operation. Lin Mo considered the suggestions from the others, his heart forming a plan gradually that's settled. The first step is to accelerate the construction of the escort ships, ensuring at least one has combat capability. The second step is to modify the defense turrets and the main cannon of the sky horizon to enhance firepower. The third step is to have the lethal fox execute the luring task, with Reno responsible for detailed ambush tactics. The fourth step is to reinforce the internal defenses of the base to prevent the pirates from breaking through the outer perimeter and launching a surprise attack. In the following 5 days, the base entered a full preparedness state. The engineering team suspended parts of the infrastructure construction, dedicating all efforts to the construction of the escort ships. Old Gray led the engineers to dismantle the energy core fragments provided by the Awakens Merchant Alliance, extracting the energy circuits and integrating them into the main cannon system of the sky horizon. Ella, meanwhile, led the maintenance team to install energy interference modules on the 6 defense turrets of the base, enabling each turret to release small interference waves with a coverage range of 5 kilometers. The training intensity for the crew also significantly increased. During the day, they practiced tactical coordination and weapon operations at the training ground. At night, Reno organized tactical drills, simulating various scenarios once pirate ships entered the ambush zone, ensuring everyone was familiar with their responsibilities. Lily and Dr. Thorne organized the medical bay, replenishing first aid supplies, and even training a group of crew members in battlefield first aid to prepare for any potential casualties. Arnold and Graham also took the initiative to join the preparations. With years of sailing experience, Arnold helped Mark optimize the disguise plan for the lethal fox, making it appear more like an ordinary civilian transport ship. Graham modified the base's surveillance system, expanding the monitoring range to 50 kilometers outside the desolate star, ensuring they could spot pirate ships at the earliest opportunity. During the preparation period, the water source issue of the base was completely resolved. The energy filtering module provided by the Awakens Merchant Alliance was highly efficient, capable of completely filtering the energy crystal powder from the water and doubling the purification speed, keeping the water level in the storage tank always at full capacity. The crew no longer had to worry about fresh water, and their enthusiasm for training and work increased. On the morning of the 6th day, the disguise of the lethal fox was complete. The ship's blue paint was changed to gray, the markings on the bow were removed, and some containers commonly seen on civilian transport ships were added, making it appear entirely like an ordinary transport vessel operating between the border star systems. Mark piloted the lethal fox away from the base, heading towards the route between the blue crystal star system and the desolate star to execute the luring mission. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the sky horizon, watching the signal of the lethal fox gradually fade into the distance, feeling a mix of anxiety and determination. This was the first large-scale external threat faced since the establishment of the base, and a true test of the fleet's cohesion and combat effectiveness. Captain, the monitoring system has detected unidentified ship signals approaching from the direction of the blue crystal star system, moving rapidly towards the lethal fox. Ava's voice came through, tinged with tension. Lin Mo immediately looked at the holographic star map, where a red light point was moving swiftly, its speed fitting the characteristics of the Blood Claw pirate group's reconnaissance ship. Notify Mark to proceed as planned. Do not reveal. Slowly lead them towards the ambush zone. Upon receiving the orders, the lethal fox immediately adjusted its course, pretending to panic as it fled towards the eastern magnetic storm area. The pursuing reconnaissance ship indeed followed closely, its speed increasing, clearly having taken the bait. Lin Mo took a deep breath and addressed all crew members through the communication channel. The pirates are on the hook. Everyone assume battle positions. Remember, our advantage lies in the terrain and coordination. As long as we execute according to plan, we will surely repel them. All defense turrets of the base activated, enveloping the entire base in a faint blue energy shield. The Sky Horizon and Dawn hovered at the periphery of the eastern magnetic storm area, their engines operating at low power concealed within the asteroid belt. Inside the defensive structures, crew members gripped energy rifles, their eyes fixed determinately on the monitoring screens. The winds of the desolate star whipped up sand and grit, swirling past the protective shield of the base. In the sky above the eastern magnetic storm area, pale purple storm clouds began to gather, flashing with dangerous arcs of electricity. A meticulously planned ambush was about to unfold in this desolate star region. Lin Mo understood that this was merely the beginning of the whirlpool. The threats from the conservatives and the mechanical civilization still loomed ahead. However, if they could get through this hurdle, both his fleet and base would become more resilient. The sky in the eastern magnetic storm zone was shattered by faint purple arcs of electricity, while gravel swirled in the raging wind, striking against the Tsangxiong shield, producing a series of sharp crackling sounds. Lin Mo stood at the center of the bridge, his fingertips hovering above the tactical panel, his gaze firmly locked onto the rapidly moving red trajectory on the holographic star map. The main fleet of the Bloodclaw pirates was following the signal of the Liehu and plunging into the preset ambush circle. The Liehu has entered the core area of the magnetic storm, and the pirate fleet is still 1.0 kilometers from the ambush point. Mark's voice crackled with static, the interference of the magnetic storm making the communication channel unstable. The pirate flagship Shuozhua T2, a level 5 cruiser, is trailing behind with 5 escort ships arranged in a wedge formation, moving quickly and expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Lin Mo took a deep breath and ordered all units be alert and enter silent mode. The defense turrets shut down active scanning and switched to passive sensing. Tsangxiong and Poxia maintained energy shield and awaited attack orders. The energy turbulence in the magnetic storm grew stronger. The hull of Tsangxiong trembled slightly, and indicators on the control panel flickered occasionally, displaying the intensity of environmental interference. Era focused intently on the weapon system panel, her fingers lightly tapping on the control stick, while the charging progress bar of the twin-mounted main cannon slowly climbed, the sound of the energy core operation resonating clearly in the silence. Main cannon charged to 88, energy interference module ready, can be activated at any time. 3 minutes later, the outline of the pirate fleet appeared at the edge of the magnetic storm area. The flagship Shuozhua cruised like a giant black shark, its surface covered with menacing weapon interfaces, the massive pulse cannon at the bow emanating a cold red light, a standard weapon of the former Federation Navy, enhanced in power after being modified by Carl. 5 escort ships were distributed like fangs on either side, their speed unabated, indicating that Carl had not noticed the ambush. The Liehu requests to disengage. The pirates had completely entered the ambush circle. Mark's voice carried a hint of urgency. The Shuozhua is accelerating in pursuit, less than 5.0 kilometers from our ship. Allow disengagement, return to base along the predetermined route. Lin Mo decisively ordered, simultaneously pressing the attack trigger. All units fire. The Tsangxiong and Poxia, hidden among the asteroid cluster, simultaneously activated their engines, emitting dazzling blue light, breaking through the gloom of the magnetic storm. The triple-mounted main cannon of Tsangxiong launched the first strike, 3 thick energy beams heading straight for the shield generator of Shuozhua, the energy beams slightly distorted in the magnetic storm, yet still precisely hitting the target. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, the shield of Shuozhua flickering violently like shattered glass, its strength instantly dropping to 60. At the same time, all 6 defense turrets at the base were activated, weaving a net of energy interference waves and pulse cannon fire, covering the 5 pirate escort ships. The foremost escort ship had just entered the interference range when its navigation system malfunctioned, and the ship uncontrollably crashed into a massive rock, the bow armor shattered, green energy fluid gushing out. Damn, there's an ambush. Carl's furious roar came through the public communication channel, filled with incredulous anger. Who dares to plot against me? Immediately adjust formation. The main cannon of Shuozhua began charging, while the escort ships scattered, attempting to encircle from both sides. However, the environment of the magnetic storm became the pirates' greatest hindrance. The energy interference waves caused their communications to be intermittent, and the navigation system frequently malfunctioned, turning their once orderly formation into chaos. One escort ship attempted to flank Poxia, but due to navigation failure mistakenly entered a magnetic storm vortex, its hull struck by electric arcs, and its shield shattered instantly, all auxiliary weapons rendered inoperable. Era target the engine compartment of Shuozhua. Lin Mo maneuvered Sangqiong, evading the counterattack from the main cannon of Shuozhua. Old Gray overclocked the engines, closed the distance. Engine overclock initiated, speed increased by 30. Old Gray's voice came through with a hint of strain. The turbulent energy in the magnetic storm putting immense load on the engine's energy core. Temperature rising, duration limited. The counterattack from Shuozhua was exceptionally fierce. The energy beams from the massive pulse cannon carving long arcs through the magnetic storm, grazing past the hull of Sangqiong several times, the shield glowing bright red where it was hit. Carl's gunnery was indeed legendary. Even under magnetic storm interference, it maintained an exceptionally high degree of accuracy. Shield strength down to 40. Aira's forehead beaded with sweat as her fingers flew over the controls, adjusting the shield energy distribution. Auxiliary pulse cannons locked onto the escort ships to hold back their encirclement. Poxia also launched an attack at this moment, its twin-mounted main cannon firing consecutively, striking the energy core of a pirate escort ship and turning it into debris. But the remaining 3 escort ships still broke through the interference, closing in on Sangqiong from the side, their torpedo launchers firing simultaneously. Several torpedoes, trailing whitetails, headed straight for the ship's stern. Torpedo interception. Lin Mo shouted, maneuvering Sangqiong into a daring roll. The torpedo launchers of Sangqiong fired 4 intercepting torpedoes, detonating in space, the resulting shockwave deflecting the pirate torpedoes and preventing a direct hit. However, the residual explosion still caused cracks to appear on the stern armor of Sangqiong. At that moment, the base's defense turrets reported success. The 3rd turret hit the torpedo bay of the pirate escort ship, triggering a chain explosion. The remaining 2 escort ships are retreating. Seeing this, Carl understood the situation was dire. The shield of Shuozhua has dropped to 30. The engine compartment was hit by the main cannon of Sangqiong, speed noticeably decreasing. Continuing to fight would only result in complete destruction. Retreat. Quickly retreat. He roared, commanding while maneuvering Shuozhua to turn and attempt to break out of the magnetic storm zone. Think you can escape? Not that easy. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Aira, main cannon fully charged, target the bridge of Shuozhua. Old Gray, maintain engine overclock, pursue. The main cannon of Sangqiong erupted once more, 3 energy beams heading straight for the bridge of Shuozhua. Carl reacted swiftly, immediately maneuvering the ship to evade. The energy beams grazed past the bridge, striking the side weapon bay and turning 2 auxiliary pulse cannons into ruins. However, this strike also caused Zuezhua's retreat path to skew, directly crashing into a magnetic storm. The purple electric arcs instantly enveloped Shuozhua. Thick black smoke billowed from its hull. The shield completely shattered, and the armor began to melt. Carl's scream echoed through the communication channel. Lin Mo, I will remember you. Freedom Fleet, I will not let you go. The engines of Shuozhua were completely incapacitated, the hull slowly drifting in the magnetic storm, having lost combat capability. The remaining 2 pirate escort ships, seeing the flagship captured, dared not linger, accelerating to escape the magnetic storm zone, disappearing into the deep void. Lin Mo did not order a pursuit. The energy core of Sangqiong is overheating, the shield severely damaged. Continuing pursuit may lead to unforeseen circumstances. Leave 1 escort ship to guard Shuozhua, the others return to the base to rest, treat the wounded, and repair damaged equipment. After the battle, the base was bustling. Dr. Thorne and Lily were busy in the medical bay, with 3 crew members injured in this battle, one of whom was severely injured, burned on the arm by an energy beam, and required surgery. The engineering team began repairing the damaged sections of Sangqiong and Poxia, while Old Gray led the engineers to check the energy core, fatigue etched on their faces. Lin Mo boarded the captured Shuozhua, finding the interior in disarray. Most pirates had surrendered and were being taken to the base's temporary cells. Carl was confined alone on the bridge, his hands shackled with energy handcuffs, his face filled with unwillingness and anger. Carl, how much did Colonel Davis offer you to deal with us? Lin Mo sat in the chair opposite Carl, speaking calmly. Carl scoffed and turned away. Don't think you can pry. I am a pirate. I accept defeat, but to betray my employer? Impossible. Lin Mo did not force him, merely standing up. You can choose not to speak, but I have plenty of time. Your ship and crew are in my hands. Do you think Davis will come to rescue you? He only sees you as a pawn. As Lin Mo left, Shuozhua, Renaud was checking the pirate ship's database. Captain, I found something interesting. Renaud's fingers swiped on the terminal, bringing up an encrypted file. The weapon system and navigation system of the pirate ship show signs of mechanical civilization's technological modifications, and there is an undelete communication record in the database, where Colonel Davis mentioned that the key to the energy node is in the abandoned mine on the desolate star. Abandoned mine. Lin Mo's heart stirred, recalling the abandoned mining facility near the base. Could the entrance to the ancient energy node be there? Renaud nodded. It's quite possible. Additionally, we found a batch of mechanical parts in the cargo hold of the pirate ship, matching the model of the mechanical warship parts that attacked us before, further proving the depth of Davis' collusion with the mechanical civilization. In the following days, the base entered a post-battle recovery period. The injured crew gradually recovered, and the damages to the ships were mostly repaired. Old Grey upgraded the base's defense turrets using weapon parts dismantled from Shuezhua, enhancing firepower by 20. Era analyzed the mechanical modification technology of the pirate ship and optimized the electronic anti-jamming system of Sancho. Carl still refused to divulge any information, but Lin Mo was not in a hurry. He assigned Arnold to handle the interrogation. Arnold had rich interpersonal experience and excelled in communication. Perhaps he could find a breakthrough. Lin Mo himself focused his attention on the abandoned mine on the desolate star. The abandoned mine was located in a valley southwest of the base about 50 kilometers away, precisely where Old Grey had earlier modified the temporary accommodation. Lin Mo took Renault and 2 engineers driving an off-road vehicle to the mine seeking clues about the energy node. The mine's tunnels were intricate, extending underground like a labyrinth. Lin Mo activated the detector on his wrist, delving deeper into the tunnel. The energy signal on the detector's screen grew stronger, glowing faintly purple. The energy node should be nearby, Lin Mo said, feeling a sense of anticipation. Reaching the end of the tunnel, they were met with a massive rock wall intricately carved with ancient patterns resembling those of the insect nest galaxy ruins. In the center of the patterns was a fist-sized recess, seemingly an interface for some kind of key. The detector shows the energy node is behind the wall, but it requires a key to open. Renaud's fingers traced the patterns on the wall. The key, mentioned by Davis, might be a token of some ancient. Looking at the recess, Lin Mo's system mark on his palm suddenly felt warm, a faint blue light shooting from the mark and landing on the recess. The ancient patterns on the wall instantly lit up, purple light flowing along the patterns, forming a complex design. However, the recess did not open, indicating that a crucial key was still missing. It seems we need to find the key to unlock the energy node. Lin Mo withdrew his hand and the light from the system mark faded away. Davis is undoubtedly looking for the key as well. We must find it before him. On the way back to the base, Arnold brought good news. Captain Carl has talked. A smile graced Arnold's face. He said Davis promised that if they obtained the technology of the energy node, he would provide them with a T3 level cruiser. Moreover, he revealed that Davis' fleet had already left Nova Port and was heading towards the desolate star, expected to arrive in 10 days accompanied by a small mechanical civilization warship. Lin Mo's expression grew serious. In 10 days Davis' fleet would arrive, yet the key to the energy node had not been found. Although the base was somewhat prepared facing Davis' fleet and mechanical warships, they still lacked a solid chance of victory. Notify all crew members to enter a state of level 1 alert. Lin Mo's voice echoed through the communication channel across the base. Accelerate the construction of the second escort ship. It must be completed in 10 days. Renault devised a defense plan focusing on the abandoned mine area. Era continue analyzing the pirate ship's database, searching for clues to the key. Old Grey modify the base's energy core to enhance the power of the shield and weapon systems. The winds of the desolate star grew violent once more, and the arcs of electricity in the magnetic storm flickered more frequently. The lights at the base burned stubbornly in the darkness, the faces of the crew marked with grave expressions. In 10 days they would face an even more arduous battle against the regular fleet of the conservatives and the mysterious mechanical civilization warships, and the key to winning this battle lay in whether they could find the key to the ancient energy node wielding the power to turn the tide. Lin Mo stood atop the lookout tower, gazing towards the abandoned mine, the system mark on his palm heating up once more. He knew that the game surrounding the ancient energy had entered a critical stage. His fleet and base, like embers in the wind though weak, burned tenaciously, awaiting the moment of dawn. 3 days after Carl's confession, the base's preparations for battle entered their most intense phase. The construction of the second frigate Gale was 70% complete, its skeletal frame standing tall in the temporary dock. Old Grey and Graham were leading the engineering team in calibrating the engine and hull integration. Pale blue energy conduits snaked along the silver-gray hull, as distinct as veins. Mechanical arms precisely embedded superconducting crystals into the energy core slots, emitting a soft click. Engine adaptation is 85 complete, but energy transmission efficiency is only 92 of projections. Graham wiped the sweat from his brow, a hint of regret in his voice. The precision of the mechanical arms is still insufficient. The final few circuits require manual welding to achieve optimal results. Old Grey nodded, picked up a specialized welding tool, and donned a magnifying visor. Let me try. The welding of this ancient energy circuit cannot tolerate even the slightest deviation. An error of just 0.1 millimeters will increase energy loss by 3. His fingers, though calloused, were exceptionally steady. The pale purple flame from the welding torch danced at the interface of the conduits, perfectly fusing the 2 delicate energy threads. Lin Mo did not disturb them. Instead, he took Renault and Thame and headed once more to the abandoned mine in the southwestern valley. Carl had revealed that the key was a purple glowing diamond-shaped crystal once kept by an early miner as a special ore. After the mine was abandoned, the key's whereabouts became a mystery. Before the mine closed, there was a small caveat. Many areas were buried. The key might be near the collapse zone. Renault pointed to the signs of a caveat at the mine entrance. The rocks were piled up like a mountain covered in dark red moss, a drought-resistant plant unique to this desolate star capable of growing in faint energy fields. The three donned heavy protective suits carrying excavation tools and detectors and crawled into the mine shaft. Unlike last time, their target was the collapsed area on the western side. The air in the shaft was even more foul than before, thick with rock dust and the smell of decay. The overhead lighting had long since failed, forcing them to rely on the searchlights on their helmets. The beams of the searchlights cut 3 columns of light through the darkness, illuminating the mining marks on the rock walls and the rusted supports. "The detector has a reaction," Thame suddenly shouted. On the screen of the detector in his hand, a powerful purple wave pointed deep into the collapse zone. "The energy intensity is very high. It must be the key." The rocks in the collapse zone were piled haphazardly, the largest one the size of an off-road vehicle blocking. Renault tried to pry the rock loose with a hydraulic jack, but it didn't budge. Instead, it caused a slight tremor, and a few small stones fell from above, hitting their protective suits with a dull thud. "We can't force it. The rock here has been eroded by the energy field for a long time and is very unstable. It could easily cause a secondary collapse," Lin Mo said, pulling a directional blasting device from his backpack. "Use this." A precise blast to create a passage, avoiding the load-bearing rocks and not damaging the surrounding structure. The directional blast was perfectly controlled, opening only a narrow passage just wide enough for one person. The rock fragments were compacted by the shockwave, and no collapse occurred. The three crawled through the passage one by one, and the sight before them was astonishing. Deep within the collapse zone lay a hidden small stone chamber. The walls were carved with the same ancient runes as the energy node. On a stone platform in the center, a diamond-shaped purple crystal emitted a soft, radiant glow, the very key they sought. "Found it." Thame excitedly moved forward, but was pulled back by Lin Mo. On the floor of the chamber, several faint energy lines surrounded the platform, forming a concealed trap. "Careful. This is an ancient defense mechanism. Touching the trap could trigger an energy surge." Lin Mo crouched down, carefully studying the patterns on the floor. "These lines are energy circuits. If I temporarily block the circuit with source energy, the trap will be disabled." The system mark on his palm glowed, and a faint blue light injected into the floor patterns. The purple light within the lines instantly dimmed. "It's safe now." Lin Mo signaled for Thame to step forward and carefully retrieve the key. The key felt cool to the touch, its surface smooth as a mirror. A flowing light seemed to move slowly within it, resonating weakly with the system mark in his palm. "Detected ancient energy node key. Can unlock the core area of the energy node, granting access to ancient civilization technology, energy shield enhancement, advanced spatial fold storage technology. Unlock now?" The system's prompt sounded in Lin Mo's mind. "Not yet. Well, wait until after we deal with Davis' fleet." Lin Mo secured the key, a wave of relief washing over him. With this key, they held the initiative. Even if Davis' fleet arrived, they could use the power of the energy node for defense. As they returned to the base, the setting sun painted the sky of the desolate star a deep red. The construction of the Gale was in its final stages. Ella was leading the maintenance team in the final calibration of the ship's weapon systems. Seeing the purple key in Lin Mo's hand, Ella's eyes lit up. "Is that the key to the energy node?" "Excellent. With it, we can activate the node's defense system. No matter how strong Davis' fleet is, they won't stand a chance. Don't rush to activate it." Yet Lin Mo shook his head. "We're not familiar with the energy node's technology. Activating it rashly could bring unknown risks. Besides, Davis' fleet includes warships from the machine civilization. We can turn the tables using the key as bait to set a deeper trap." Over the next 7 days, the base's preparations entered a phase of meticulous refinement. Lin Mo divided the crew into 3 groups, each with its own responsibilities. The combat group, led by Renault, conducted 2 live drills daily. They simulated how to utilize the mines and the base's fortifications for urban warfare after Davis' fleet broke through the outer defenses. The crew, armed with modified energy rifles, practiced ambushes and coordinated operations in the mine shafts. Lily led the medical team, setting up temporary aid stations at the drill sites to simulate casualty treatment procedures. Remember, the key to urban warfare is using the terrain to conceal yourself and conserve ammunition. Every shot must hit its target. Renault lay prone at a corner of the mine shaft, personally instructing a young crew member on aiming. The machine civilization's warships excel at precision strikes, but in these narrow tunnels their advantage is nullified. The technical group, led by Old Gray and Ella, oversaw a comprehensive upgrade of the fleets and the bases. The main cannon of the firmament was fitted with an ancient energy amplification module, increasing its power by 30 and reducing its cooldown to 2 minutes. The shield systems of the Dawn and the Gale were integrated with basic technology from the energy node, boosting their defensive strength by 40. The base's defense turrets were equipped with an auto-tracking function capable of locking onto high-speed targets. Graham also modified the base's energy distribution system, ensuring that during battle power would be prioritized for the defense turrets and the main ships. The intelligence group, composed of Arnold and Eva, was responsible for interrogating Carl and analyzing the pirate ship's database. Arnold visited the temporary cell daily, chatting with Carl about past events in the Border Star region, gradually breaking down his psychological defenses. Carl gradually revealed that the machine civilization's small warships were equipped with energy jamming cannons that could disable electronic devices within a certain range, posing a significant threat to the fleet's precision instruments. Eva successfully decrypted another encrypted communication from the pirate ship's database, discovering that in the agreement between Davis and the machine civilization, there was mention of retrieving the core data of the energy node to activate an ancient weapon. The base's daily routine continued in an orderly fashion amidst the tense preparations. In the mess hall, Lily used spices brought by a transport ship from the Vacaran Trade Alliance to create different flavors for the nutrient paste, ensuring the crew could replenish enough energy after their intense training. In the evenings, some crew members would occasionally bring out musical instruments and play in the temporary square. The melodious tunes echoed through the night sky of the desolate star, easing the oppressive atmosphere of the preparations. Lin Mo also enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. Late at night, he would go to the energy core room and gaze at the purple key, which emitted a soft glow under the light, his mind filled with thoughts. From being alone at Rust Anchor Starport to now commanding a fleet of nearly 100 people and a solid base, his journey had lasted over a year, every step filled with hardship and challenge. And now he was about to face the regular fleet of the Conservatives and the mysterious machine civilization. The outcome of this battle would determine whether his fleet could truly establish a foothold in the Border Star region. Captain Davis' fleet is on the move. Eva's urgent communication interrupted Lin Mo's thoughts. Our reconnaissance satellite has detected their fleet entering the asteroid belt on the outskirts of the desolate star. They are expected to arrive by tomorrow morning. The accompanying machine civilization warship has a strange shape, a silver-gray hull, and is equipped with at least 2 energy cannons. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the key, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Notify all crew members. Make the final preparations. His voice echoed through the base's communication channel. Tomorrow on this desolate star, we will teach Davis and the machine civilization a lesson. Let them know that the free fleet is not to be trifled with. In the night, the base was brightly lit. The firmament, the dawn, and the nearly completed gale hovered in orbit like guardian giants staring into the distance. The searchlights of the defense turrets swept back and forth, illuminating the area around the base. The crew had all taken their battle stations, their eyes showing fatigue, but more than that, resolve. Davis' fleet was closing in, the threat of the machine civilization was imminent, and the secret of the ancient energy node was about to be unveiled. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the firmament, looking at the red dots on the holographic star map that were steadily approaching, feeling no fear in his heart. He knew this battle would be a crucial turning point in his fleet's development, and he was ready to face the coming storm. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the darkness of the desolate star, Davis' fleet finally appeared outside the porthole. An ultimate showdown over the ancient energy node was about to begin on this barren star region. As the morning light of the desolate star crossed the western mountain range, Davis' fleet descended like a black storm cloud looming over the orbit. 3 T2-class cruisers arranged in a triangular formation. On the hull of the flagship Rock 2, the emblem of the Federal Conservatives was painted in a striking dark red, identical to that of Major General Jonas Rock, a deliberate symbol of legacy. Flanked by 6 escort frigates, all pulse cannons aimed at the base below, the mechanical civilization's warship floated alone behind the fleet. Its silver-gray hull was streamlined with no visible weapons, only cold energy lines like dormant serpents. All units maintained defensive posture. No unauthorized firing. Lin Mo's voice echoed through the comm channel across the fleet and base. Sky, Dawn, and Gale form a triangular defense formation to shield the base. Defense turrets lock onto enemy cruisers. Energy interference modules stand by. Eva, keep monitoring enemy communications and decrypt their tactical commands. Gale had just completed its final adjustments. Mark piloted this new T2-class frigate, slowly moving into the left flank of the defense formation. The silver-gray armor gleamed coldly in the morning light. The twin-linked pulse cannons and torpedo launchers were fully charged. Mark's voice carried an irrepressible excitement, yet he maintained calm. Gale in position. Weapons systems normal. Ready for combat. On the ground, crew members hid behind fortifications, peering through gun ports at the enemy fleet above. Young Tim's fingers whitened as he gripped his energy rifle, sweat beading on his forehead. His first large-scale battle since joining the fleet. Old Ho patted his shoulder, handing him an energy bar. Relax. Follow orders. Our defenses are tough. Back in the Federal fleet, I faced swarms bigger than this and survived. Tim nodded, biting into the bar. The sweet paste melted, easing his tension. He glanced at Lily, who was calmly checking medical kits nearby, as if on a routine inventory. In orbit, Davis' comm channel was cracked by Eva. His voice, dripping with arrogance, broadcast across both fleets. Lin Mo hand over the energy node key and ancient tech data. He'll spare you and your crew, even put in a good word with Federal HQ to let you join the Conservatives. Endless glory and wealth await. Otherwise, today is your end, and this broken basis. Lin Mo didn't respond. Instead, he turned to Renault. Activate partial defenses of the energy node. Don't fully awaken it yet. Test its interference capability. He held the purple rhombus key, walking toward the energy conduction device in the base's command center, a makeshift setup by Old Gray that channeled the key's energy to the node. The moment the key entered the device, a purple energy wave spread along the ground's energy circuits through the base straight to the abandoned mine in the Southwest Valley. Deep within the mine, the ancient runes on the node's walls blazed with piercing purple light. An invisible energy field radiated from the node, covering the entire base and the orbital area above. Detecting unknown energy field. It's interfering with our comms and navigation. A crewman shouted on Davis' fleet channel. Cruiser radar accuracy dropped 40. Weapon lock is off. A cold smirk curled Lin Mo's lips as he replied over the public channel. Davis, if you want the key and the tech, come take them. But I warn you, the power of this node is beyond your control. The mechanical warship suddenly stirred. Red light flared along its energy lines, and an invisible wave reversed outward, briefly canceling part of the node's interference. It's the mechanical civilization's anti-interference tech. Eva exclaimed. Their energy frequency is the exact opposite of the node's, creating a localized shield. A slender energy cannon extended from the warship's bow, firing a pale red beam straight at Gale. Mark reacted instantly, maneuvering Gale to evade. The beam grazed the tail, striking the rocky ground below, blasting a massive crater. Red magma and debris erupted. The mechanicals fired first. Renault shouted. Their cannon is powerful, estimated 600 energy units near T3 level. Counterattack. Lin Mo ordered decisively. Sky main guns target the mechanical warship. Dawn and Gale pin down Rock 2. Defense turrets suppress enemy frigates. Sky's triple-linked main cannons blazed with dazzling blue light. 3 energy beams streaked toward the mechanical warship, but its mobility exceeded expectations. It dodged like a phantom, and the beam struck a frigate behind it, shattering its shield and tearing a massive hole in its hull. The mechanical warship fired again, this time at a base defense turret. The red beam pierced its shield, melted the armor, and caused an internal explosion, destroying the turret completely. Damn, that ship's accuracy is insane. Ayla's voice was frantic as she used Sky's auxiliary pulse cannons to intercept, but the enemy evaded every shot. Lin Mo's heart sank. The mechanical warship was indeed troublesome. Its mobility, precision, and anti-interference capabilities far exceeded expectations. He quickly adjusted tactics. Fox launch. Use your agility to disrupt the mechanical ship's attack rhythm. Sky and Dawn concentrate fire to destroy one enemy cruiser and break their formation. Fox shot out from behind the base, weaving like a nimble hawk through the enemy fleet's fire. Mark piloted the wingman, releasing small jamming bombs to disrupt the mechanical ship's lock. The mechanical ship's attack rhythm was indeed thrown off, as several shots missed. Sky and Dawn seized the moment, firing main cannons simultaneously at the left cruiser of Davis' fleet. That cruiser's shield was instantly pierced. An explosion rocked its engine bay, and its speed plummeted. Left cruiser is disabled. Renault shouted excitedly. Seeing this, Davis quickly ordered a formation shift, having the right cruiser and frigates cover the damaged one's retreat, while commanding the mechanical ship to focus on Sky. The mechanical warship's energy cannon fired continuously. Dense red beams hammered Sky. Its shield flickered violently, dropping to 50. Captain, the shield can't hold much longer. Ayla cried. The mechanical ship's fire rate is too high. Our defenses can't keep up. Lin Mo looked at the key on the conduction device and made a decision. Fully activate the energy node's defense system. He pressed his palm onto the device. The system imprint on his palm resonated intensely with the key. The purple energy wave surged several times stronger, completely suppressing the mechanical civilization's anti-interference tech. Davis' fleet communications and navigation fell into utter chaos. The cruiser's main guns lost all accuracy, and the frigates collided with each other in disarray. Even the mechanical warship began to vibrate slightly, its energy lines dimming under the intense interference. Now, Lin Mo shouted. Sky, overclock the main cannon and target the mechanical ship's energy core. Dawn and Gale, destroy the damaged cruiser. Fox, keep disrupting the mechanical ship. Sky's main cannon gathered a dazzling purple light, an attack infused with the energy node's power far exceeding its normal strength. A thick blue-purple beam shot straight at the mechanical ship's core. The mechanical ship tried to evade, but the energy field severely reduced its mobility. The beam hit a massive explosion. The mechanical warship broke in half. Silver-white debris drifted in space, and the shockwave from the core explosion flung nearby frigates away. Mechanical warship destroyed. Renault's voice was ecstatic. The damaged cruiser, now unprotected, was finished off by combined fire from Dawn and Gale. Davis, seeing his fleet in chaos and the mechanical ship lost, paled and roared over the calm retreat. Retreat immediately. The conservative fleet fled like beaten dogs toward the asteroid belt. Lin Mo didn't order a pursuit. Sky's energy core was overheated from the overclock, and its shield was severely damaged. Continuing could invite unforeseen trouble. Cease pursuit. Return to base for repairs. Lin Mo ordered, relief washing over him. They had won this confrontation and skirmish, but at a cost. One defense turret destroyed, Sky's shield damaged, and 2 crew members injured by debris. After the battle, the base buzzed with activity. Engineering teams began repairing the damaged turret, and Sky, Dr. Thorn and Lily tended to the wounded in the med bay. Lin Mo, along with Old Gray and Ayla, headed to the energy node in the southwest valley to study its functions. The node's walls had fully opened, revealing a vast circular chamber. At its center floated a basketball-sized energy core emitting a soft purple glow. The surrounding walls were covered in ancient civilizations' technical blueprints and texts spanning energy, weapons, navigation, and more. These technologies are incredibly advanced. Old Gray exclaimed, stroking the wall drawings. This is a complete blueprint for spatial folding tech. With it, our ship storage capacity can increase tenfold. And this energy shield reinforcement tech can double our shield strength. Lin Mo gazed at the blueprints, filled with emotion. The unlocking of the energy node had brought a qualitative leap to his fleet. But he knew this was just the tip of the iceberg of ancient technology. Countless more secrets awaited his exploration. Though Davis' fleet had retreated, the threat from the conservatives hadn't vanished entirely, and the mechanical civilization's next move was unknown. But for now, his fleet possessed 3 main ships, a fortified base, and the energy node's technological support, enough to establish a foothold in the border star region. Sunset once again enveloped the desolate star. The base's lights flickered to life in the darkness like tenacious sparks. Lin Mo stood in the node's core chamber, clutching the purple key, his heart full of anticipation for the future. His starry journey had only just stepped onto a truly grand stage. More civilizations, more formidable enemies, and more mysterious ruins awaited him ahead. And this desolate star, this energy node, would become his strongest foundation, supporting his dream of a starfaring giant ship as he steadily advanced. The morning light of the desolate planet carried a faint scent of sulfur, casting its glow upon the hull of the sun. Scorch marks from the energy cannons of the mechanical warships still lingered on the stern armor plates. The engineering crew was busy repairing them with special alloy patches as the pale blue flames from welding torches danced across the metal surface, molten alloy flowing along the seams before cooling into a solid bond. Old Gray crouched nearby, holding the technical blueprints of the energy node, occasionally offering guidance. Adjust the patch angle by 3 degrees to match the curvature of the armor, otherwise it will affect the shield's energy conduction. The core space of the energy node had become a temporary laboratory for the technical team. Ella and Graham surrounded the central energy core using detectors to collect energy data. The undulating purple waveform curves on the screen resembled dancing musical notes. The principle of space folding technology involves using an energy field to distort local space, but our materials aren't strong enough. Preliminary tests can only fold objects with a volume no larger than 1 cubic meter. Ella rubbed her sore eyes. She had been researching for 18 consecutive hours, her eyes bloodshot. Moreover, the energy consumption is too high. A single fold requires 10% of the Kankyong's energy reserves, making it impractical for combat. Lin Mo stood before the wall, his fingertips tracing the ancient runes. These runes seemed alive, faintly glowing with the fluctuations of the energy core as the system slowly parsed the information within. Analyzing ancient technology. Acquired space folding technology, basic shield reinforcement technology, intermediate energy, weapon amplification technology, basic. Insufficient source energy to analyze higher-level technologies. First, apply the acquired technologies to the fleet and the base, said Lin Mo. Prioritize modifying the Tsangqiong and the base's main shields with the shield reinforcement technology. Use the space folding technology to create small storage devices to solve our material storage issues. Upgrade the defense turrets with the energy weapon amplification technology. Over the next 10 days, the base entered a phase of technology assimilation and facility refinement. Following the blueprints of the shield reinforcement technology, the engineering team modified the shield generator of the Tsangqiong. The newly added energy circuits wound around the generator like blood vessels. When activated, the shield's color shifted from pale blue to deep purple, its strength doubled. Old Gray and his team used the residual energy from the node to create 10 small space-folding storage boxes. Each box had an external volume the size of a suitcase, yet could internally accommodate nearly 10 cubic meters of supplies, completely resolving the base's material storage congestion. The upgrade of the defense turrets, however, encountered a minor snag. The energy weapon amplification technology required high-purity energy crystals as a medium. The crystals in the base's stockpile were insufficiently pure, resulting in a less-than-expected increase in turret power. We need energy crystals with at least 98 purity. The highest we have right now is 95. Graham held the test report, his tone tinged with regret. Such high-purity crystals are only available from the core mines of the Vakran Trade Alliance, or we could extract them from the wreckage of the mechanical civilization's warships. Lin Mo thought of the destroyed mechanical warship wreckage still floating in the orbit of the desolate planet. Mark pilot the Fox Hunter to the wreckage and extract energy crystals and usable parts. Stay alert, the mechanical civilization might have left self-destruct devices behind. After the Fox Hunter departed, the base's daily routine gradually returned to calm. On the training ground, the crew conducted routine drills under Reynolds' leadership. New obstacle courses simulated the environments of mine tunnels and asteroid belts, enhancing the crew's combat adaptability. In the mess hall, Lily used the space folding storage boxes to stock more fresh ingredients, occasionally managing to prepare a few hot dishes that delighted the crew. Arnold successfully persuaded Carl to join the engineering team. Although Carl was a pirate, his expertise in gunnery and ship repair proved valuable to the base. Carl, you mentioned earlier that the mechanical civilization is searching for more ancient nodes. How many are there exactly? Lin Mo found Carl in the engineering team repairing mechanical parts brought back by the Fox Hunter. Carl paused his work, wiping the grease from his hands. Davis Communications mentioned at least 3 ancient nodes in the Border Star region. Besides the one on this desolate planet, there's another deep in the Hive Star system and one in the core area of the Mist Nebula. The mechanical civilization aims to collect core data from all nodes to activate the Star Core weapon, rumored to be an ultimate weapon left by the ancient civilization capable of destroying an entire galaxy. Lin Mo's heart sank. If the mechanical civilization truly activated the Star Core weapon, the consequences would be catastrophic. Do they have a method to activate the weapon? I'm not sure, but they seem to have already obtained some keys. The node key from this desolate planet is just one of them. Carl shook his head. That's all I know. Davis was secretive about the core plan, only assigning us to tie down your fleet. Just then, Ava's urgent communication came through. Captain, urgent message from the Vakran Trade Alliance. The mechanical civilization's fleet is massing towards the Border Star region. The scale includes at least 5 T2. 5 class warships, and 1 large mothership of unknown class expected to arrive in half a month. Lady Kasha suggests we temporarily abandon this desolate planet and take refuge at the Crystal Haven. Lin Mo frowned. The mechanical civilization's reaction was faster than anticipated, and they had directly dispatched fleet-level forces, clearly for retaliation and to seize the energy node. Notify all core crew members for an emergency meeting. In the conference room, the holographic star map marked the expected routes and assembly points of the mechanical civilization's fleet. Abandoning this desolate planet now means all our previous efforts are wasted, and the energy node will fall into the hands of the mechanical civilization with even worse consequences. Reynolds was the first to speak. I suggest we hold our ground. We have the defensive support of the energy node and 3 main ships. We might not be without a fighting chance. Old Gray shook his head. The unknown nature of the mechanical civilization's large mothership is too risky. We don't know its weaponry and defense capabilities. Moreover, our frigate numbers are insufficient and our logistical supplies are limited. A prolonged defense would be very difficult. Ella proposed a compromise. We could temporarily transfer some crew and core equipment to the Crystal Haven, leaving the main fleet and the energy node to adopt guerrilla tactics. The mechanical civilization's fleet is large, but lacks mobility. We can use the asteroid belt and magnetic storm zones to harass them, buying time while contacting the Vakran Trade Alliance and the Federal Expansionists for support. Lin Mo pondered for a long time before making a decision. We'll proceed in 2 steps. First, have Lily lead the non-combat personnel and core technical data aboard Arnold's transport ship to the Crystal Haven, seeking Kasha's protection. Second, leave the Sanxiong Paxieheo Jifeng Hao and 30 core combat personnel to hold the base and energy node using guerrilla tactics to tie down the mechanical civilization's fleet. Third, I will personally go to New Starport to contact Colonel Cole requesting fleet support from the expansionists. The decision received everyone's support. Over the next 5 days, the base entered a tense phase of transfer. Lily and Dr. Thorne organized medical supplies and technical data while Arnold overhauled the transport ship to ensure its safe arrival at the Crystal Haven. Combat personnel reinforced the base's defenses, setting up more traps and energy jamming devices around the energy node. Carl volunteered to stay. I owe you my life, and I have some knowledge of the mechanical civilization's tactics. Maybe I can help. Lin Mo agreed, assigning him to the engineering team to handle weapon repair and modification. The day before departing for New Starport, Lin Mo went alone to the core space of the energy node. The central energy core emitted a soft purple glow, and the ancient runes on the walls seemed to convey some kind of message to him. The system suddenly issued a prompt, detected enhanced resonance between the energy node and the source star chart system. New function unlocked: node positioning. Can locate the approximate positions of all ancient energy nodes within the border star region. On the holographic star map, besides the node on the desolate planet, a red dot appeared deep in the Hive star system and another in the core area of the Mist Nebula, the two other nodes Carl had mentioned. Lin Mo's mind stirred. Perhaps this was the key to stopping the mechanical civilization, finding the other nodes first and mastering more ancient technologies. Captain, the transport ship is ready. All non-combat personnel are aboard. Ellis communication came. Lin Mo walked out of the energy core space, watching the transport ship slowly ascend into the sky. A sense of reluctance filled him, but it was overshadowed by resolve. He boarded the Tsangxiong, ready to head for New Starport. Reynolds, I'm leaving the base in your hands. Remember, don't engage recklessly. Focus on containment. Wait for me to return with reinforcements. Don't worry, Captain. Reynolds' voice was firm with determination. We will hold the base and protect the energy. The engines of the Tsangxiong emitted pale blue flames as it left the orbit of the desolate planet, warping towards New Starport. Through the porthole, the outline of the desolate planet gradually shrank, the base's lights flickering like faint sparks on the grayish-yellow surface. Lin Mo knew this separation was for a better reunion, and the burden on his shoulders had grown heavier. He not only had to bring back support, but also prevent the mechanical civilization from activating the star core weapon and safeguard the peace of the border star region. In the depths of space, the mechanical civilization's large mothership had completed its assembly. Its silvery white hull resembled a massive metallic disc, its surface densely covered with weapon interfaces, slowly advancing towards the desolate planet. A storm of even greater magnitude was brewing in the River of Stars, and Lin Mo and his free fleet stood at its heart, writing their own legend of the stars with courage and wisdom. When the Kankiong's hyperspace jump was interrupted at the edge of the blue crystal star system, Lin Mo stood before the observation window on the bridge. Outside the porthole, a sparse asteroid belt lay scattered like debris, reflecting the faint light of a distant star. According to the navigational plan, this region should have been safe, but the ship's early warning system suddenly emitted a faint alert. Detecting weak mechanical signals, source 30,000 kilometers, to port, likely a small reconnaissance vessel. Ava's fingers slid across the communication panel, her brow slightly furrowed. The signal strength is very low, as if deliberately concealed. It should be a vanguard scout unit of the machine civilization. Lin Mo's heart stirred. The machine civilization's reconnaissance ships had already extended this far. It seemed their deployment was more thorough than anticipated. Old Gray reduced engine power and masked the Kankiong's energy signature as a civilian transport vessel. He ordered decisively. Ira, cease main cannon charging and keep only the auxiliary pulse cannons on standby. Don't alert the enemy. The Kankiong's energy signature rapidly diminished, and the defensive shields on the hull's surface were adjusted to low power mode, making it appear externally like an ordinary transport ship plying the border star systems. Lin Mo maneuvered the ship, slowly drifting into the asteroid belt using the rocks as cover while secretly observing the movements of the reconnaissance vessel. The machine reconnaissance ship resembled a metallic dragonfly, small in size, yet exceptionally agile, slowly patrolling around the asteroid belt as red scanning lights darted back and forth among the rocks. It seemed not to have detected the Kankiong's presence, merely conducting reconnaissance along its predetermined course, collecting energy data from the surrounding starfield. Should we destroy it? Ira asked in a low voice, her finger hovering over the auxiliary cannon's firing button. Lin Mo shook his head. No need. Once we open fire, it will expose our whereabouts and alert the enemy. Our primary mission is to reach Nova Port for reinforcements. We cannot afford delays here. He guided the Tsangxiong, seizing the moment when the reconnaissance ship turned to swiftly cross the asteroid belt, re-engage the hyperspace engine, and jump toward Nova Port. Only after the Kankiong's signal had completely vanished from the scanning range did the machine reconnaissance ship slowly halt, its red scanning light fixating on the direction of the Kankiong's departure before turning to head toward the machine civilization fleet's assembly point, evidently to relay intelligence. In the hyperspace corridor, Lin Mo leaned back in the command chair, his mind repeatedly reviewing the current situation. The machine civilization's fleet was immense, including unknown-class massive motherships. Relying solely on the free fleet and the energy node's defenses would be utterly insufficient for a prolonged stand. Colonel Cole's expansionist fleet was the key, but the internal factional struggles within the Federation were complex. The remnants of the conservative faction would surely obstruct making support anything but smooth. Captain Well reached Nova Port in one day. Old Gray's voice broke the bridge's tranquility as he inspected the energy core's status. According to the latest star charts, the military zone of Nova Port has many expansionist ships docked. Looks like Colonel Cole is also bolstering defenses. Lin Mo nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. As long as Colonel Cole was prepared for battle, the likelihood of persuading him to dispatch reinforcements was greater. Upon arriving at Nova Port, the atmosphere was even more tense than last time. In the military zone's berths, the Federation expansionist ships were neatly arrayed, their main bow cannons on standby. Patrol boats darted around the port's perimeter, vigilantly monitoring every incoming and outgoing vessel. As the Tsangxiong entered the docking area, Colonel Cole's adjutant Alan arrived with 2 guards. Captain Lin Mo, the colonel, is waiting for you at the military command center. Alan's expression was grave. The situation is more complicated than expected. The remnants of the conservative faction are loudly proclaiming in the council that you are hoarding ancient technology, colluding with alien races, and even slandering you as an agent of the machine civilization, preventing the colonel from sending reinforcements. Lin Mo's heart sank. The conservatives were indeed throwing obstacles in his path. It seems this request for aid won't go smoothly. In the meeting room of the military command center, Colonel Cole sat in the main seat, his brow deeply furrowed. Seated on both sides were several core officers of the expansionist faction, their gazes fixed on Lin Mo, filled with scrutiny and doubt. Seeing Lin Mo enter, Colonel Cole stood up and gestured for him to sit. Captain Lin Mo, I am already aware of the news you brought. Colonel Cole's voice was low. The machine civilization fleet is assembling, targeting the energy node of Desolate Star. This is indeed a grave threat to the Border Star region. However, the pressure from the council is immense. The conservatives are clinging to your concealment of ancient technology and have even allied with some neutral counselors to veto the proposal for military support. Colonel, the ancient technology is key to countering the machine civilization. Lin Mo stood up, projecting some technical data of the energy node onto the holographic screen. These technologies can greatly enhance a ship's defense and firepower. If they fall into the hands of the machine civilization and they activate the stellar core weapon, the entire Border Star region will suffer. An older officer shook his head. Captain Lin Mo, we trust your character, but the council's resolution cannot. Moreover, our fleet must remain stationed at Novaport to guard against remnants of the Zerg and sneak attacks from the conservatives. We truly cannot spare many troops to support you. I don't need many troops, Lin Mo quickly interjected. Just 2 T2. 5 class cruisers and 3 frigates coordinated with my fleet, and the energy node's defenses will be sufficient to pin down the machine civilization fleet and await subsequent reinforcements. Colonel Cole was silent for a long time, his gaze sweeping between Lin Mo and the other officers. Finally, he made his decision. I can give you 1 T2, 5 class cruiser the Thunder, and 2 frigates. But this is the maximum force I can mobilize, and it cannot be dispatched under the expansionist banner. It must be under the guise of free fleet support to avoid giving the conservatives a handle. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy. Though the force was smaller than hoped, the Thunder's combat prowess was formidable enough to bolster the fleet's strength. Thank you, Colonel. I promise I will hold the energy node and thwart the machine civilization scheme. Just then, the military command center's alarm suddenly blared, and red warning lights flashed instantly. A communications officer burst into the meeting room, pale-faced. Colonel, the Western Border Outpost is under attack by the machine civilization's vanguard. The outpost's defense turrets have been destroyed, 3 soldiers are wounded, and emergency support is requested. Colonel Cole's expression turned grim. The machine civilization is moving so fast. They've already started clearing the border outposts. He immediately turned to Lin Mo. Captain Lin Mo, the Thunder and the frigates can depart with you now. Go support the Western outpost first, then proceed to Desolate Star. Lin Mo did not hesitate. Understood. The Thunder and 2 frigates quickly assembled. The captain was a middle-aged officer named Barton, tall and broad-shouldered, with a battle scar across his face and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Captain Lin Mo, I've heard much about you, Barton said, extending his hand for a firm handshake. The Thunder's main cannon packs a real punch. ITLL teach those mechanical bugs a lesson. The fleet departed Novaport, racing toward the Western Border Outpost. The Western Outpost was a small Federation defensive stronghold on the border, equipped with 3 defense turrets and a small patrol boat primarily tasked with monitoring the safety of the border shipping lanes. When the fleet arrived, 3 small machine civilization warships were floating above the outpost, furiously attacking its remaining defenses. Thunder, target the machine warships with your main cannon. Sangxiong and frigates provide containment. Lin Mo ordered, simultaneously hailing the outpost through the communication channel. This is the Free Fleet. We're here to support you. Hold your ground. The Thunder's main cannon fired first, a thick silver-white energy beam hurtling toward the outermost machine warship, instantly blasting it into fragments. Caught off guard by the support fleet, the machine warships quickly adjusted their formation, turning to attack the Thunder. However, the Thunder's shields were exceptionally strong. The machine warship's attacks were like scratching an itch, incapable of inflicting real damage. The Sangxiong and the 2 frigates seized the opportunity to attack, their auxiliary pulse cannons and torpedoes firing in unison, encircling the remaining 2 machine warships. After a brief but intense skirmish, the two machine warships were successively destroyed and the crisis at the outpost was resolved. Lin Mo boarded the outpost via a landing craft. The outpost commander, a young lieutenant with his arm bandaged from an energy beam burn, greeted him. "Thank you, Captain Lin Mo." Another moment later and the outpost would have been completely lost. The lieutenant said, his voice filled with gratitude. These machine warships attacked strangely. They seemed intent only on destroying the outpost's surveillance equipment, not on inflicting casualties. Lin Mo's heart stirred. The machine civilization's goal was to clear the border surveillance, preventing the Federation from tracking their fleet movements. "Did you record any data on the machine warships, numbers, models, flight paths?" "Yes." The lieutenant immediately produced a data chip. "Our backup surveillance equipment captured their flight path. It seems they came from the direction of the Misty Nebula." Lin Mo took the chip and inserted it into a terminal to review. The machine warship's flight path indeed pointed toward the Misty Nebula, the location of the third ancient energy node Carl had mentioned. "It seems the machine civilization is already exploring the node in the Misty Nebula," Lin Mo mused. "We must accelerate our pace, reach Desolate Star before they do, and prepare our defenses." After leaving the outpost, the fleet continued toward Desolate Star. Standing on the Kankyong's bridge, Lin Mo gazed at the coordinates of the Misty Nebula on the holographic star chart, a sense of urgency pressing upon him. The machine civilization's actions grew increasingly frequent, their objectives clear, and their methods ruthless. Time was running out for the Free Fleet. Meanwhile, at the Desolate Star base, Reno was leading the remaining personnel in final defensive preparations. Carl used his repair skills to convert wreckage parts from machine warships into small energy traps. Young Tam and Old Ho laid additional energy circuits around the energy node to enhance defensive interference capabilities. The main cannons of the Dawn and the Zephyr had also completed their final upgrades, boosting their power by 20%. A final showdown revolving around the ancient energy node was drawing inexorably closer. Watching the stars streak past the porthole, Lin Mo harbored only one thought: to return to Desolate Star as swiftly as possible, reunite with his comrades, and jointly resist the machine civilization's invasion, safeguarding the home they had fought so hard to build. The mixed fleet formed by the Sky Horizon and Thunderbolt entered a region of stars known as the Shattered Star Belt on their way to the Desolate Star. The density of asteroids here far exceeded that of previously encountered areas, with the largest rocks measuring several kilometers in diameter, while the smallest resembled grains of sand slowly rotating under the influence of stellar gravity, forming natural navigational obstacles. Captain Barton stood on the bridge of the Thunderbolt communicating with Lin Mo through an encrypted channel. "Captain Lin Mo, the magnetic field in the Shattered Star Belt is chaotic and the radar scanning range will be compressed to within 50,000 kilometers, making ambushes likely. I recommend the fleet reduce speed and maintain a tight formation." Lin Mo expressed strong agreement. "Agreed. The Sky Horizon will lead the way, clearing the path with its detectors. The Thunderbolt will be in the center, responsible for primary defense. The two escort ships will bring up the rear, monitoring movements from behind. Once any anomalies are detected, report immediately and retaliate in unison." The fleet slowed to sublight speed, and the forward detector of the Sky Horizon acted like probing antennae, continuously scanning the asteroids ahead and transmitting real-time images to the command panels of each ship. Old Gray scrutinized the data from the detector, his fingers rapidly typing on the keyboard. "The rocks in the Shattered Star Belt contain trace amounts of magnetic minerals, which will interfere with energy signals. Our shield efficiency will drop by about 5, or requiring advanced adjustments to energy distribution." Ella immediately responded, adjusting the shield parameters of the Sky Horizon. "The shield energy has been redistributed with a focus on strengthening the bow and side defenses to compensate for the losses caused by magnetic interference." The fleet traveled through the Shattered Star Belt for 3 hours, encountering only a few minor asteroid collisions and finding no anomalies. Just as everyone thought they would pass through smoothly, the radar of the Thunderbolt suddenly sounded an alarm, detecting signals from 3 unknown ships located 8.0 kilometers away, rapidly approaching from the left asteroid cluster. Ship type: mechanical civilization scout ship, larger than those encountered previously. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened instantly. "It's an ambush force from the mechanical civilization. It seems they have been tracking our movements all along." Captain Barton, target the lead scout ship with the main cannon of the Thunderbolt, while the Sky Horizon and the escort ships hold off the other 2. Strike swiftly and decisively. Do not let them entangle us. The twin-mounted T2. 5 main cannon of the Thunderbolt fired first 2 silvery energy beams, piercing through the gaps between the asteroids, accurately hitting the lead mechanical scout ship. The shield of that scout ship shattered instantly, the hull splitting apart, silvery fragments floating in space as the core explosion created shockwaves that sent surrounding small rocks flying. The other 2 mechanical scout ships did not retreat, but instead accelerated towards the Sky Horizon, charging their energy cannons at the bow, firing 2 pale red energy beams directly at the ship. Shield defense. Lin Mo maneuvered the sky horizon into a roll. The energy beams grazed past the bow, striking a small asteroid behind, creating a massive crater. Counterattack with the auxiliary pulse cannons. Ella shouted. The 8 auxiliary pulse cannons fired in unison, creating a dense barrage of energy that struck the engine compartment of the left scout ship. The speed of that scout ship dropped sharply, losing maneuverability, and was easily destroyed by the pursuing escort ship. The last mechanical scout ship sensed danger and attempted to escape into the asteroid cluster. Trying to run. Captain Barton scoffed as the secondary guns of the Thunderbolt fired continuously, the energy beams hitting the tail of the scout ship, causing it to lose balance and crash into a massive rock, completely wrecking its hull. The battle ended swiftly. In just 10 minutes, all 3 mechanical scout ships were destroyed. Lin Mo ordered the retrieval of the core components of the scout ships, as these parts might provide more information about the mechanical civilization. Hunting Fox, which had previously stayed at the base and was now piloted by Mark to rendezvous, extended its mechanical arm, lifting a complete energy core fragment onto the deck. The fleet docked at the edge of the shattered star belt to rest, as Old Gray and his engineering team boarded the Hunting Fox for urgent analysis of the mechanical parts. The fragment was silvery, covered in intricate circuit patterns with faint red energy traces remaining. The manufacturing technology of these parts is very advanced, employing molecular-level welding techniques that we cannot replicate at this time. Old Gray scanned the fragment with the detector, his eyes filled with awe. But I have discovered a weakness. Their energy circuits are overly concentrated. If the core is damaged, the entire system will collapse, unlike our ships, which have multiple backups. Ella added, moreover, their energy core relies on a special crystal that becomes unstable at high temperature. If we can concentrate our attacks on their energy cores during battle, we can destroy them at minimal cost. Lin Mo recorded this discovery and sent it through an encrypted channel to Reno at the Desolate Star. Please confirm receipt. We have discovered a weakness in the mechanical civilization ship's concentrated energy circuits and a vulnerability to high temperatures in the core crystals. Attack the energy core area as the priority in battle. Rena's response arrived, quickly received. We have adjusted the attack parameters of the defensive turrets, focusing on enhancing the loading of high-temperature energy projectiles. Carl has also modified some traps to release high-temperature shockwaves, specifically targeting the mechanical core crystals. Lin Mo felt a bit more at ease. With this intelligence on their weakness, the odds of holding the Desolate Star. During the rest period, Captain Barton invited Lin Mo aboard the Thunderbolt to discuss tactics. The bridge of the Thunderbolt was more spacious than that of the Sky Horizon, employing the most advanced command system of the Federation, with a higher resolution holographic star map and a more comprehensive tactical panel. Barton pointed at the area of the Desolate Star on the star map. The large mothership of the mechanical civilization is the biggest unknown. We know nothing about its weapons, defenses, or propulsion systems. I suggest that upon reaching the Desolate Star, we avoid direct confrontation at first and instead send the Hunting Fox for close-range reconnaissance to ascertain the details of the mothership before formulating a strategy. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Although the defenses of the energy nodes are strong, they only cover the area around the base. If the mechanical mothership opens fire from a distance, we will still be passive. We must first find its weakness to mount an effective counterattack. The two continued to discuss the fleet's coordinated tactics. The Thunderbolt, with its heavy shields and powerful main guns, will be responsible for directly restraining the mechanical mothership. The Sky Horizon will exploit its agility to attack the core of the mothership. The Dawn and Gale, along with 2 Federation escort ships, will clear the small combat ships and scout ships around the mechanical mothership, while the Hunting Fox will be responsible for reconnaissance and electronic interference throughout, disrupting the communications and navigation of the mechanical fleet. At the end of their discussion, Old Gray reported a new discovery. Captain, I've decrypted a segment of encrypted data from the mechanical parts. Although most of it is damaged, keywords such as Mist Nebula Key and Activate can be recognized, along with a vague coordinate that should indicate the location of an ancient node deep within the Mist Nebula. Lin Mo's heart stirred. The mechanical civilization was indeed coveting the ancient node of the Mist Nebula. It seems their plan is to first seize the node at the Desolate Star and then go to the Mist Nebula to gather all the keys and activate the stellar nuclear weapon. He looked at the vague coordinates on the star map. We must prepare thoroughly before they seize the Desolate Star, not only to defend our own node, but also to prevent them from advancing towards the Mist Nebula. As the fleet set off again, they moved faster than before. The ambush in the shattered star belt made everyone realize that the tracking capabilities of the mechanical civilization far exceeded expectations. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk. Old Gray took the opportunity to temporarily modify the main cannon of the Sky Horizon, adding a small high-temperature amplification module that could raise the attack temperature of the main cannon by 30, specifically targeting the core crystals of the mechanical civilization. Along the way, Lin Mo had a brief communication with Lily. Lily had safely arrived at the Crystal Hub with non-combat personnel and was warmly welcomed by Kasha. Ms. Kasha has arranged for us to stay in the safety zone of the Trade Alliance and has provided ample supply. Lily's voice was reassuring. She also said that the Vaculan Trade Alliance's fleet is gathering and will be ready to depart for support whenever we need it. That's great. Lin Mo felt warmth in his heart. You all wait safely at the Crystal Hub. We will guard the Desolate Star, and once the crisis is resolved, we will bring you back. When the fleet was a day's journey away from the Desolate Star, Reno sent an urgent message. The advance force of the mechanical civilization has already reached the periphery of the Desolate Star, consisting of 5 T2 level mechanical battleships, conducting long-range reconnaissance on the base without initiating an attack, seemingly waiting for the main fleet. Lin Mo immediately ordered fleet, accelerate, strive to arrive before the mechanical main force does. Reno, do not initiate an attack. Use the interference of the energy nodes to conceal the fleet's deployment and wait for us to regroup before taking unified action. Understood. The engines of the Sky Horizon surged to 110. The energy core of the hull emitted a low rumble, tracing a blue trajectory across the starry sky. Lin Mo stood by the observation window on the bridge, watching the outline of the Desolate Star gradually become clearer, filled with a sense of urgency. The advance force of the mechanical civilization was already at the gates, and the large mothership could arrive at any moment. A battle that would determine the fate of the Border Star region was about to erupt in the orbit of the Desolate Star. Meanwhile, at the base of the Desolate Star, Reno stood on the watchtower, gazing at the mechanical battleships circling in the sky, his eyes resolute. Carl was beside him, adjusting the remote control for the high-temperature traps. Don't worry, once they get close, let these mechanical bugs taste the high temperatures. Tame and Old Hua gripped their energy rifles, crouched in the defensive fortifications, their gazes fixed on the sky. The young crew members no longer bore the previous tension, replaced instead by unwavering determination. They knew that reinforcements were about to arrive. As long as they held on until Lin Mo returned, they could fight side by side to protect their homeland. In the starry sky, the silhouettes of the Sky Horizon and Thunderbolt were growing closer, and the outline of the Desolate Star was becoming increasingly clear. The advance force of the mechanical civilization seemed to sense the arrival of reinforcements and began to retreat, slowly steering towards deep space, clearly waiting for the main fleet to regroup. A calm before the storm enveloped the Desolate Star. Lin Mo understood that this was just the last moment of tranquility. The true decisive battle was already at hand. As the blue light of the engine of the Changqiang faded in the Desolate Star orbit, Lin Mo's eyes immediately locked onto the Pashao and Ji Feng hovering above the base. Both warships had reinforced hulls, and the dark purple shields glimmered softly under the morning light, clearly indicating that Reno and the others had made ample defensive preparations during this time. On the ground, the defensive turrets of the base were neatly arranged with searchlights sweeping back and forth, like vigilant eyes watching the direction of deep space. This is the Changqiang requesting docking guidance. Lin Mo contacted the base via an encrypted, "Welcome back, Captain." Renas's voice was tinged with unmistakable joy. The base has cleared docking position 3 Lei Ting, and the escort ships can dock on the outer track to avoid occupying the core area. The fleet slowly entered the docking area, and as the door of the Changqiang opened, Reno was already waiting at the dock with the core crew. Mark quickly walked forward and patted Lin Mo's shoulder vigorously. "Captain, you finally returned. If you had come a few days later, we would have driven the reconnaissance ships of the mechanical bugs mad." Carl followed behind, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Captain, the high-temperature traps I modified have been tested and guaranteed to let the core crystals of the mechanical civilization experience the taste of melting." Lin Mo looked at the familiar faces, feeling a warm current surge in his heart. The separation and worries of this time dissipated in this moment of reunion. He introduced, "This is Captain Barton, the commander of the Lei Ting and the main force of our reinforcements. This is my core team, Reno, Mark, Old Gray AI Line." Carl. Captain Barton shook hands with everyone, his gaze sweeping across the base's defensive facilities, revealing admiration in his eyes. "Captain Lin Mo, your base's defenses are very solid. The interference field of the energy nodes has a wide coverage, which will help counter the precise strikes of the mechanical civilization." The first thing after gathering was to hold a tactical meeting. The holographic star map in the command center clearly marked the retreat route of the mechanical civilization's vanguard and the suspected gathering area of its main fleet. The mechanical vanguard withdrew from the periphery of the Desolate Star 3 hours ago, retreating to a deep space area 80,000 kilometers away from us, seemingly waiting for the main force to regroup. Reno pointed to the red light spot on the star map. "Our reconnaissance satellites have detected that their communication frequency has become more dense, suggesting that the main fleet is not far from here. We must quickly ascertain the details of the mechanical main force, especially that large mothership." Captain Barton said although the radar of the Lei Ting is advanced, its detection range in deep space is limited and easily discovered by the mechanical civilization. I suggest that the Lai who carry out close reconnaissance tasks, its mobility and stealth capabilities are stronger, making it suitable for deep enemy territory. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Mark, this reconnaissance mission will be your responsibility. Be aware that you only need to collect the mothership's shape, weapon layout, energy core location, and escort fleet size. Do not engage the enemy in direct conflict. If discovered, retreat immediately. Received. I assure you I will accomplish the task. Excitement flashed in Mark's eyes. Piloting the Lai who for reconnaissance was his forte. After the Lai who departed, Lin Mo took Captain Barton to tour the core space of the energy node. When Barton saw the floating energy core in the center and the ancient patterns on the walls, his eyes were filled with shock. These technologies are at least 50 years ahead of the most advanced technology of the Federation. No wonder the mechanical civilization is so obsessed with seizing the energy node. Old Gray was adjusting the output parameters of the energy core and explained when he saw the two we have expanded the interference range of the energy node to 100 kilometers and can concentrate energy to form localized high temperature areas with a maximum temperature reaching 3000 degrees Celsius, enough to melt the core crystals of the mechanical civilization. Captain Barton reached out to touch the ancient patterns on the wall, feeling a slight energy fluctuation. With this energy node, our defensive odds can be increased by at least 30%. However, I worry that the mechanical mothership may have long-range attack weapons that could strike the base from outside the interference range. We've already considered this. Lin Mo said AI Law is modifying the main guns of the Zhangqiong and Lei Ting to add energy amplification modules, increasing the range to 150 kilometers, sufficient to cover the areas outside the interference range for counterattack. In the next 6 hours, the base entered the final tactical refinement phase. Lin Mo, Reno, and Captain Barton formulated a 3-layer defense circle strategy based on the interference range of the energy node. The first layer of the defense circle is the interference area of the energy node radius of 100 kilometers, composed of the base's defensive turrets and the Jifeng and Federal escort ships responsible for intercepting small mechanical warships and reconnaissance ships, breaking through the outer defenses using high-temperature traps and energy interference to disrupt the enemy's formation. The second layer is the mid-range strike zone radius of 100 to 150 kilometers, composed of the Pashao and Lei Ting escort ships responsible for fire suppression at the edge of the interference zone to prevent the enemy from approaching the interference zone. The third layer is the long-range containment zone radius of 150 to 200 kilometers, composed of Zhangqiong and Lei Ting utilizing the long-range fire-up. AI Law and Old Gray led the engineering team to perform final adjustments on the ships of the fleet. After the main gun of the Zhangqiong was equipped with the energy amplification module, its range successfully increased to 160 kilometers and the high-temperature amplification function has been activated. The shield system of the Lei Ting temporarily docked with the energy node, increasing the shield strength by an additional 20 within the interference zone. Pashao and Jifeng were also equipped with more torpedo launchers to enhance their striking capability against small warships. The cruise condition was also adjusted to its best. Dr. Thorne and the remaining medics conducted physical checks on all combat personnel to ensure everyone could engage in battle at their best. In the cafeteria, the chefs prepared a sumptuous pre-battle meal with steaming, nutritious porridge and energy bars filling the table. The crew discussed tactics while eating, their previous tension replaced by a resolute determination. The young Tame sat in the corner, gripping his energy rifle and repeatedly wiping it. Carl walked over and patted his shoulder. It's normal to be nervous participating in such a large-scale battle for the first time. When I first went to battle, my hands trembled even more than yours. Tame looked up at Carl. Uncle Carl, do you really think we can defeat the mechanical civilization? Their mothership sounds so terrifying. What are you afraid of? Carl laughed, revealing a set of white teeth. We have the captains command the defense of the energy node and so many brothers fighting side by side. No matter how powerful the mechanical civilization is, it is just a pile of emotionless metal. As long as we find their weaknesses, we can dismantle them into scrap metal. Tame nodded, his gaze turning resolute. He tightened his grip on the energy rifle, silently reciting the tactical principles Reno had taught him, preparing for the battle. At that moment, the alarm in the command center suddenly rang, and Ava's voice was tinged with urgency. Captain, urgent communication from the Lai who? It has discovered the main fleet of the mechanical civilization in a deep space area 120,000 kilometers away from us. The scale of the mothership far exceeds expectations, with at least 8 T2, 5 mechanical warships, and 12 escort ships. Lin Mo and Captain Barton immediately rushed to the command center, and the holographic star map displaying the images transmitted back by the Lai who made everyone gasp in shock. The large mothership of the mechanical civilization resembled a gigantic metallic disc with a diameter of at least 500 meters, its surface densely packed with weapon interfaces, and the central energy core emitted a dark red light, like a slumbering giant beast. 8T2. 5 mechanical warships formed a circular array around the mothership, while 12 escort ships were distributed on the outside, forming a tight defensive formation. The Lie was spotted by the mechanical warships during reconnaissance and is currently retreating. Ava's voice, continued Mark, said that the surface of the mechanical mothership has a huge energy slot suspected to be a super-large energy cannon with unknown power. Lin Mo's expression instantly turned grave. The scale of the mechanical civilization's main force far exceeded expectations, especially that large mothership, whose super-large energy cannon could likely breach the defenses of the energy node and pose a deadly threat to the base. Captain Barton, it seems our tactics need adjustment. Captain Barton nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. The super-large energy cannon of the mechanical mothership is the biggest threat. We must destroy its energy core before it fires. I suggest having the Lie continue to draw attention while the Tsang Qiong and Lei Ting maneuver from the sides using the asteroid belt as cover to launch a close-range attack on the energy core of the mothership. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, coming to a decision in his heart. Let's do it. Notify all units to enter combat readiness level 1. Prepare to engage according to the new tactical deployment. In the sky of the desolate star, that Tsang Qiong, Lei Ting, Pa Xiao Jifeng, and 2 federal escort ships simultaneously activated their engines, forming a battle formation heading towards deep space. All defensive turrets of the base were activated, and the light of the energy core became even more dazzling with the range of the interference field reaching its maximum. The silhouette of the Lie darted swiftly through the starry sky, pursued by several mechanical warships. Mark's voice came through the communication channel, tinged with teasing. Captain, these mechanical bugs are quite persistent. Hurry and save me. Lin Mo smiled coldly and commanded all fleets accelerate. Target the energy core of the mechanical mothership. A decisive battle destined to be recorded in the annals of the Border Star domain officially commenced in the deep space region of the desolate star. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Tsang Qiong, watching the mechanical fleet grow nearer on the holographic star map, feeling no fear in his heart. He knew that this battle not only concerned the survival of the desolate star base, but also the future of the Free Fleet and the peace and tranquility of the entire Border Star domain. He and his brothers were already prepared to use their blood and courage to resist the formidable mechanical civilization and protect their hard-won homeland. The engine of the hunting fox spewed a pale blue flame, carving a strange arc through the depths of space. Mark maneuvered the escort ship like a nimble swallow, weaving through the gaps in the mechanical battleship's pursuit firepower. Behind him, 3 mechanical escort ships fired their energy cannons, relentlessly weaving a dense web of red energy beams in the starry sky, yet they could never reach the hull of the hunting fox. Come chase me, mechanical bugs. Mark's voice, laced with mockery, echoed through the public communication channel. Isn't it time for you to upgrade your targeting system? Even my little scrap ship can't be hit. He deliberately slowed the hunting fox down, letting the mechanical escort ships close the distance, then suddenly activated the lateral thrusters, causing the hull to spin like a drift, while releasing a large number of electronic countermeasure flares. The radar of the mechanical escort ships instantly went blank, their attack rhythm completely disrupted as the 3 warships collided with one another, their shields emitting a piercing screech. Countermeasures effective, but their adaptive systems will recover quickly. I can only hold them off for 10 minutes at most. Mark's voice turned serious. Captain, maneuver as quickly as possible. I've marked the safe route through the asteroid belt. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the skyward, observing the route marked by Mark on the holographic star map, decisively ordering fleet, full speed ahead, enter the asteroid belt. Old Gray, adjust the engine parameters to adapt to the magnetic field interference of the rock belt. Ella, disable the main gun's active lock and enable passive targeting mode to avoid energy signal exposure. Skyward and Thunder led the escort fleet, slowly entering the asteroid belt. The rock density here was higher than that of the shattered star belt, with massive boulders floating like mountains, slowly rotating under the gravitational pull of the star, the magnetic field so chaotic that it nearly rendered the radar useless. Old Gray stared intently at the engine monitoring panel, his fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard. Magnetic field interference intensity exceeds expectations. Engine output power fluctuates by 12. Manual stabilization of the energy circuit is required. Ella's weapon system was also facing problems. In passive targeting mode, the main cannon's locking accuracy dropped by 30, making it impossible to accurately locate distant targets. Captain, we can't guarantee a hit on the energy core of the mechanical mothership in passive mode. We need to get within 100 kilometers to restore accurate locking. Then let's get within 100 kilometers. Lin Mo's gaze was resolute. Renault, let Dawn and Gale lead the way, clearing the small boulders in our path. Captain Barton, Thunder will take the rear, guarding against sudden attacks from the mechanical warships. The fleet trudged through the asteroid belt. The auxiliary pulse cannon of Dawn continued to fire, shattering the small boulders in the way to prevent collisions with the subsequent ships. Yet, even so, the hull of Skyward was still struck by a fist-sized piece of debris, causing the shield to ripple and its strength to drop by 2. "Watch out for the large boulder on the left. It's moving towards us," Renault shouted. Not far to the left, a giant rock, over 10 kilometers in diameter, changed its trajectory due to the impact from another boulder charging directly toward the fleet. Thunder main cannon fire to change the trajectory of the boulder. Captain Barton ordered decisively. The twin-mounted main cannon of Thunder unleashed a dazzling silvery energy beam, striking the side of the giant rock. The rock's surface exploded into a massive crater, its trajectory slightly altered as it brushed past the tail of Skyward, kicking up a rain of debris. Just as the fleet was about to emerge from the asteroid belt, Ava's communication suddenly rang out. "Captain, 4 mechanical warships detected traversing the asteroid belt, approaching from the right. Their course is parallel to ours. It seems they are here to intercept us." Lin Mo's heart sank. The response speed of the mechanical civilization was far beyond expectations, accurately predicting their maneuvering route. Captain Barton, Thunder and the Federal escort ships will intercept the mechanical warships. Skyward, Dawn and Gale will continue forward, approaching the mechanical mothership as planned. "No problem." Captain Barton responded. "The Thunder has adjusted course and is ready to engage." 4 mechanical warships advanced in a wedge formation, charging toward Thunder. Their energy cannons charged simultaneously, red energy beams hurtling toward the shields of Thunder. "Shields at full defense." Captain Barton shouted. Secondary cannons counterattack, aim for the engines of the mechanical warships. The shields of Thunder glowed with a dark red hue, taking the brunt of the attacks from the 4 mechanical warships. The secondary cannons fired at once silver energy beams, striking the foremost mechanical warship, instantly rupturing its shield and creating a massive breach in the hull. Yet the remaining 3 mechanical warships did not retreat. Instead, they accelerated toward Thunder, attempting to attack at close range. The 2 Federal escort ships immediately rushed in to assist, their auxiliary pulse cannons and torpedoes firing in unison, obliterating one of the mechanical warships into fragments. However, the other 2 mechanical warships had already closed in on Thunder, and the energy blade at the bow suddenly extended, attempting to slice through Thunder's armor plating. "Thunder, evade to the side." Lin Mo warned through the communication channel. "Let them get surrounded by the S." Captain Barton maneuvered Thunder to roll to the side, avoiding the energy blade of the mechanical warship, while the secondary cannons fired continuously, striking the energy core of one mechanical warship. That warship exploded instantly, debris floating in the asteroid belt, triggering a chain reaction. The last mechanical warship, sensing danger, turned to flee, but was struck by a torpedo from the Federal escort ship, rendering it completely inoperative. This small-scale interception battle lasted 15 minutes, during which the shield strength of Thunder dropped to 60, and one Federal escort ship's rear armor was grazed by an energy blade, but it successfully thwarted the mechanical warship's interception, buying time for Skyward and other vessels. Skyward emerged from the asteroid belt just as the main fleet of the mechanical civilization came into. The large mothership resembled a gigantic metal disc, suspended in the depths of space, its central energy core emitting a dark red glow, with its supersized energy tanks slowly charging, radiating a dangerous red light. 8T2. 5 class mechanical warships formed a circular formation around the mothership, while 12 escort ships were distributed on the outer side, forming a tight defensive circle. The hunting fox has shaken off the pursuit and is maneuvering behind the mothership. Mark's voice came through. "I've found a weak spot on the back of the mothership's energy core. The armor is 30 thinner than the front, but there are 2 mechanical warships guarding it." Lin Mo surveyed the mothership's structure on the holographic star map, formulating a plan. "Dawn and Gale will launch a feint from the front to draw the attention of the mechanical warships. Skyward will circle to the left of the mothership and attack the side of the energy core. Hunting Fox will create chaos from behind, waiting for an opportunity to strike the weak point. Captain Barton, Thunder, hurry up to provide support, tasked with holding off the mechanical warships at the front." "Understood." Dawn and Gale were the first to launch their attack, their twin-mounted main cannons firing simultaneously, blue energy beams striking the shields of the mothership, creating ripples. The mechanical fleet immediately reacted, with the 4 mechanical warships at the front turning to face them, their main cannons firing together, red energy beams racing toward Dawn and Gale. "Shields up." Renault shouted. "Auxiliary pulse cannons suppress the escort ships. Don't let them get close." Dawn and Gale's shields flickered violently, the strength rapidly declining. Yet their feint successfully attracted the attention of the mechanical fleet. Lin Mo piloted Skyward, taking advantage of the moment the mechanical warships adjusted their formation to circle to the left of the mothership. "Ella, target the side of the energy core with the main cannon. Activate high-temperature amplification mode." Lin Mo commanded. The triple-mounted main cannon of Skyward unleashed a dazzling purple-blue energy beam, striking the side of the mothership's energy core. The energy beam penetrated the shield, blasting a massive crater into the armor, plating dark red energy fluid gushing out. However, the armor of the mothership was much thicker than expected, and this strike did not reach the core. Attack effective, but the core is not destroyed. Ella shouted. The mothership's shield is rapidly repairing. We need to attack again. At that moment, the supersized energy tank on the mothership completed its charging, and a thick red energy beam shot straight towards Dawn. Not good. Renault's face turned pale as he quickly maneuvered Dawn to evade, but the speed of the energy beam was too fast and still struck the rear of Dawn. Boom. The rear armor of Dawn melted instantly, an explosion erupting in the engine room, causing a sharp drop in speed. Dawn's engine is damaged, losing power. Requesting assistance. Renault's voice was filled with urgency. Lin Mo's heart tightened. Just as he was about to order support for Dawn, he saw thunder burst out from the asteroid belt, its main cannon firing simultaneously, striking the mothership's supersized energy tank and interrupting its charging. Dawn, hold on. We're coming to support you. Captain Barton's voice came through. The mechanical fleet, sensing damage to their mothership, became even more frenzied. The remaining mechanical warships simultaneously turned towards skyward and thunder, while the escort ships besieged the powerless Dawn. Carl, activate the energy traps. Lin Mo shouted through the communication channel. Carl had already set several high-temperature traps around Dawn, and upon receiving the command, immediately pressed the remote control. Waves of high-temperature shock waves rose from the ground. Although they could not reach the escort ships in deep space, they interfered with their targeting systems. Dawn took the opportunity to activate its backup engine, slowly retreating from the battlefield. Lin Mo surveyed the situation before him and realized that if they continued like this, the fleet would gradually fall into a passive position. The defenses of the mechanical mothership were too strong, and the threat posed by the supersized energy cannons was immense. They had to find a more effective way to attack. Mark, the hunting fox will immediately attack the weak point at the back of the mothership. Lin Mo commanded. Ella, charge the main cannon. Prepare to coordinate with the hunting fox's attack. The hunting fox launched an attack from the rear of the mothership, its twin-mounted pulse cannons striking the armor at the weak point, blasting open a gap. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo maneuvered skyward, firing the main cannon once more. The purple-blue energy beam pierced through the gap, heading straight for the energy core. Boom! A violent explosion resounded as the mothership's energy core was struck, the dark red glow fading instantly. The supersized energy tank ceased operation and the shield stopped repairing. The attack rhythm of the mechanical fleet was thrown into chaos, clearly indicating that the command system of the mothership had suffered heavy damage. Mothership core damaged. Mechanical fleet in disarray. Ava shouted excitedly. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy in his heart, just as he was about to order a general attack, when he saw the energy core of the mothership suddenly burst forth with intense red light, followed by a massive energy shockwave spreading outward. Warning! Detected intense energy explosion spreading outward. The system's alarm blared. The fleet immediately initiated emergency evasion, the energy shockwave brushing past the hull of Skyward, sending several mechanical escort ships flying. As the shockwave dissipated, the hull of the mechanical mothership began to slowly disintegrate, silver-white debris floating in the cosmos. The mothership has disintegrated. Did we win? Ava's voice was filled with incredulous joy. But Lin Mo's expression did not improve. He watched the holographic star map, where the mechanical warships that had lost command did not retreat, but became even more frenzied, attacking the fleet like soulless puppets. Moreover, his system suddenly detected a faint energy signal being transmitted from the wreckage of the mothership heading towards the direction of the Mist Nebula. We haven't won. Lin Mo's voice was grave. The mechanical mothership has only been destroyed, but the main force of the mechanical civilization is still intact, and they have transmitted a signal to the Mist Nebula, likely calling for reinforcements or relaying data regarding energy nodes. We must quickly eliminate the remaining mechanical warships and head to the Mist Nebula to prevent them from obtaining another ancient node's key. Lin Mo nodded, ordering the entire fleet through the communication channel. All units launch a general attack. Eliminate the remaining mechanical warships, then regroup at the desolate star to prepare for the Mist Nebula. The fleet unleashed its full firepower, and the mechanical warships, having lost command though frenzied, lacked coordination, and were quickly destroyed one by one. As the last mechanical warship exploded, the sky over the desolate star finally returned to calm. But Lin Mo knew this was only a temporary victory. The threat of the mechanical civilization had not been completely eliminated. The ancient node in the Mist Nebula awaited them, and the shadow of the star core weapon still loomed over the border star domain. He watched as the wreckage of Dawn was dragged back to base, observing the tired yet determined faces of the crew, with only one thought in his mind: to repair the ships as quickly as possible and head to the Mist Nebula to thwart the next moves of the mechanical civilization. The base on the desolate star became busy once more. Engineering teams began repairing the damaged ships, and medics attended to the injured crew members. Lin Mo stood in the core space of the energy node, gazing at the central energy core, filled with a sense of urgency. This battle made him realize that the strength of the Free Fleet needed further enhancement. The digestion and application of ancient technology had become an urgent task. Meanwhile, deep within the distant Mist Nebula, a colossal ancient energy node was slowly awakening, and the support fleet of the mechanical civilization had already embarked on its journey here. A new game of strategy was about to unfold in the mist-shrouded nebula. The wreckage of the mechanical mothership floated in the desolate orbital path for 3 days before being towed back to the base in batches by the engineering team for dismantling. Silver-white metallic fragments piled up beside the temporary dock, reflecting the cold light of the star. The dark red energy residue remaining in the core area congealed into hard lumps on the surface, emitting faint radiation. Lin Mo stood in front of the pile of debris, watching Old Gray and Graham carefully extract the undamaged core components with the engineering team, his brow slightly furrowed. Captain, the materials of these parts are quite special. They are composite materials of titanium alloy and some unknown metal with a strength 3 times that of our usual alloys. Old Gray held a palm-sized fragment and scanned it with a detector, but the radiation is very strong. A special protection is required for prolonged contact. Moreover, the internal energy circuit has been burned out, making it not worth repairing. It can only be used for reverse analysis. Lin Mo nodded, turning his gaze towards the nearby Dawn. This destroyer, which had accompanied the fleet in many battles, now appeared in a state of disarray with a massive breach in the rear armor caused by the energy cannon of the mechanical mothership. The engine compartment's outer shell twisted and deformed, and the internal wiring and pipes exposed, resembling the innards of a wounded behemoth. Reynolds was crouched beside the breach, examining the damage with several engineers, a look of deep concern on his face. The main engine of the Dawn is completely scrapped, and the backup engine is also severely damaged. The cooling system of the energy core has been destroyed, and it will take at least half a month to repair. Seeing Lin Mo approach, Reynolds stood up to report, his tone carrying a hint of self-reproach. This time I was too careless and failed to evade the mothership's attack in time. That's not your fault. Lin Mo patted his shoulder. The energy cannon of the mechanical mothership is too fast. Anyone would have difficulty completely evading it. It is already a miracle that the Dawn managed to hold on. He glanced at the hull of the Dawn with a sense of emotion. This warship had been upgraded from a T2 class destroyer, carrying too many memories of the fleet, and could not be allowed to be scrapped. For the next week, the core task of the base was post-war restoration. The engineering team was divided into 2 groups, one responsible for dismantling the wreckage of the mechanical mothership to extract usable materials and technology, while the other focused entirely on repairing the Dawn and other damaged ships. Old Gray and Graham practically lived in the dock, sleeping only 4 hours a day, completely immersed in technical analysis and repair work. During the process of dismantling the wreckage of the mechanical mothership, they made an unexpected discovery. Graham held a crystal fragment extracted from the mothership's energy core, excitement written all over his face. This crystal is the key to the mechanical civilization's energy core. Although it has lost its energy, the structure is intact. We can reverse analyze it to improve our energy core technology, enhancing the main cannon power of the Sky Chaser by another 20. Lin Mo took the fragment, feeling its coldness in his hand, the surface covered with intricate lattice structures. The system immediately issued a prompt: mechanical civilization energy crystal detected. Usable technologies for analysis: adaptive energy output, efficient cooling circuit. Should analysis proceed? Analyze immediately, Lin Mo replied in his mind. These 2 technologies were precisely what the fleet urgently needed. Adaptive energy output would allow the ship to automatically adjust energy distribution based on combat conditions, while the efficient cooling circuit would resolve the overheating issues after the main cannon was overclocked. Meanwhile, the repair work on the Dawn also made progress. The engineering team used the composite materials from the wreckage of the mechanical mothership to remold the tail armor of the Dawn, which was not only stronger than the original armor, but could also withstand energy attacks to some extent. Old Gray applied the analyzed efficient cooling circuit technology to the energy core of the Dawn, improving the core's cooling efficiency by 30. The condition of the crew was also gradually recovering. Most injured crew members had recovered under Dr. Thorne's treatment, with only 2 needing to rest. Young Thame exhibited courage in battle, successfully shooting down a mechanical escort ship, and was promoted by Lin Mo to the position of artillery group leader, responsible for the auxiliary cannon operations of the Gale. Carl, with his excellent repair skills, became a core member of the engineering team. The mechanical parts he modified were not only stable in performance, but also compatible with the fleet's existing equipment. Daily life at the base gradually returned to normal, but the intensity of training did not lessen. Based on the combat experience with the mechanical civilization, Reynolds adjusted the training subjects, increasing training on attacking the weaknesses of mechanical ships and coordinating operations in energy interference environments. Every morning, the training ground resonated with the sounds of energy rifles firing and the shouts of the crew, filled with high spirits. In the cafeteria, Lily's culinary skills were improving day by day. Using the ingredients stored in the spatial folding storage box, she prepared a variety of dishes, even brewing a juice made from unique plants of the desolate star, tangy and sweet, which was greatly favored by the crew. In the evening, the crew gathered in the temporary square to share interesting anecdotes from battle and occasionally held small talent shows to alleviate the post-war tense atmosphere. A week later, significant breakthroughs were made in the technical analysis of the mechanical mothership. Old Gray successfully applied the adaptive energy output technology to the energy cores of the Sky Chaser and Thunder. Now the main cannon of the Sky Chaser can automatically adjust energy output based on the target's defense strength, avoiding energy waste, and can quickly switch to defense mode after an attack to enhance shield strength. At the testing site, Old Gray demonstrated the technical achievements to Lin Mo and Captain Barton. Moreover, we have also deciphered the communication encryption methods of the mechanical civilization, and Ava has already cracked some of their communication protocols, enabling us to predict their tactical movements in advance. Captain Barton looked at the test data, his eyes filled with admiration. The application of these technologies has elevated our fleet's combat capabilities to a new level. With these, our odds of success against the remaining forces of the mechanical civilization in the Misty Nebula have greatly increased. Lin Mo felt exhilarated, but he did not let his guard down. The signals sent by the mechanical civilization to the Misty Nebula have not been fully deciphered. We do not know what information they transmitted, nor do we know how many mechanical forces are present in the Misty Nebula. He continued, moreover, the environment of the Misty Nebula is more complex than that of the desolate star. With magnetic field disturbances and low visibility, it poses a significant challenge to the fleet's navigation and communication. Just then, Ava's urgent communication came through. Captain, we have cracked it. The signal the mechanical mothership sent to the Misty Nebula contains partial data and key features of the energy nodes of the desolate star. They are requesting the mechanical forces in the Misty Nebula to quickly seize the key to the third ancient node and complete the activation preparations for the star core weapon. Lin Mo's expression instantly turned serious. The mechanical civilization's goal was clear: to gather all keys and activate the star core weapon. It seems we must speed up, he said. Old Gray, how much longer will it take to repair the Dawn? At most 3, Old Gray replied. We are already working overtime, and we will definitely have the Dawn combat ready in 3 days. Lin Mo nodded and made a decision. Notify all crew members to set off in 3 days for the Misty Nebula. Before the mechanical civilization gathers the keys, we must seize the third ancient node and prevent them from activating the star core weapon. The next 3 days saw the base enter the final preparation phase. The engineering team worked tirelessly to repair the last damaged parts of the Dawn. Ella and Graham utilized the Analyze technology for the final upgrades of the fleet's weapon systems. Reynolds formulated a detailed navigation plan for the Misty Nebula, marking potential danger zones and supply points. Lily and Dr. Thorne organized medical supplies and emergency equipment to ensure logistical support during the voyage. Carl also made an important decision. He approached Lin Mo and handed him an application. Captain, I would like to join the Free Fleet as a formal crew member. His eyes were resolute. I was a pirate before and did many wrong things, but during my time at the base, I felt the warmth of home and understood what true guardianship is. I want to contribute my part to safeguarding the border star regions. Lin Mo looked at Carl, feeling very pleased. He extended his hand and shook Carl's firmly. Welcome, Carl. From today onward, you are a formal member of the Free Fleet. Together, we will guard our homeland. 3 days later, the repair work on the Dawn was successfully completed. This destroyer, reborn from the ashes, radiated new vitality under the morning light, its newly installed tail armor gleaming with a cold hardness, and the operation of the energy core was more stable. All ships in the fleet had completed upgrades and were ready to set sail. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Sky Chaser, looking at the coordinates of the Misty Nebula on the holographic star map, filled with determination. He knew the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty and danger, but he was no longer alone. He had a united crew, an increasingly powerful fleet, advanced technological support, and a steadfast belief in protecting their homeland. All fleet members set sail. Destination: the Misty Nebula. Lin Mo's voice echoed through the entire fleet via the communication channel. The engines of the Sky Chaser, Thunder, Dawn, Gale, and Fox Hunter ignited simultaneously, emitting dazzling blue light, forming a neat formation as they jumped towards the direction of the Misty Nebula. The base on the desolate star gradually receded, becoming a small dot in the starry sky. A battle for the third ancient node was about to ignite in the mist-shrouded nebula. Lin Mo stood before the observation window on the bridge, watching the stars rush by outside, feeling no fear. He knew this was a battle they could not afford to lose. He and his Free Fleet would once again write their stellar legend with blood and courage. As the azure light of the hyperspace jump dissipated at the edge of the nebula of mist, the fleet was instantly enveloped by a thick, grayish-purple haze. The nebula matter here was denser than anticipated, with visibility less than 10 kilometers. The starlight filtered through the mist transformed into a faint halo, barely illuminating the path ahead. The hull of the Zhangqiang trembled slightly. The radar screen was covered in fine snow-like static, the magnetic field so chaotic it nearly rendered the navigation system inoperable, detecting high-intensity magnetic field interference. Navigation accuracy has dropped by 60, and communication range is compressed to 5 kilometers. Iva's fingers slid swiftly across the communication panel, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The energy signals in the nebula of mists are very complex, mixed with the nebula's own radiation and unknown energy fluctuations. It's hard to distinguish useful information. Lin Mo stood on the bridge, gazing at the blurry grayish-purple outside the window, knowing in his heart that navigating the nebula of mists would be far more difficult than any star region they had encountered before. Old Gray, activate the adaptive navigation system. Combine star chart coordinates with probe data to manually correct the course. Ayla, shut down non-essential energy output, concentrate power on the shields and communication systems to enhance anti-interference capabilities. Mark, have the Foxhunter scout ahead maintain a safe distance of 5 kilometers, provide real-time channel feedback, and give an immediate warning if anything unusual is detected. Understood. The Foxhunter has departed. Scouting channel is open. Mark's voice crackled with static. The communication interference was worse than expected. The fleet cruised at sublight speed, the Foxhunter like a firefly exploring the path weaving through the mist ahead. Mark piloted the escort ship, sending channel data every minute, marking hidden asteroids and energy turbulence zones. Energy turbulence detected 3 kilometers ahead. Moderate intensity will interfere with shield operation. Recommend detour. Small meteorite cluster found 5 kilometers to port, diameter less than 1 meter, no collision. Old Gray stared intently at the engine monitoring panel. The adaptive navigation system frequently deviated under the magnetic field interference, requiring him to manually adjust the energy circuits. Captain, the nebula's radiation is eroding the metal components of the engine. Although the shields offer protection, prolonged travel will accelerate component aging. We'll need scheduled shutdowns for maintenance. His fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, correcting the navigation parameters. Furthermore, the energy fluctuations in the nebula affect the stability of the energy core. Power output is fluctuating by 8, requiring close monitoring. On the third day of the fleet's voyage, Carl made an unexpected discovery in the engineering bay. While inspecting the energy conduits of the Zhangqiang, he found a thin layer of nebula dust attached to the inner walls. This dust could slightly absorb energy fluctuations, reducing the interference of the magnetic field on the conduits. Captain, this nebula dust has the property of absorbing energy fluctuations. If we coat the ship's hull and energy conduits with it, we might be able to enhance our anti-interference capabilities. Carl's voice was excited as he reported through the communication channel. Lin Mo immediately had Old Gray and Carl research it together. After testing, mixing the nebula dust with a special adhesive and applying it to the ship's hull effectively absorbed some of the magnetic field radiation, improving navigation accuracy by 20 and restoring communication range to 8 kilometers. Excellent. Iva's voice carried relief. Now we can receive clear signals from the Foxhunter, and navigation is much more stable. The crew immediately got to work collecting nebula dust, mixing it with the adhesive and applying it to the hulls and energy conduits of every ship. This task took an entire day. The crew, wearing simple protective suits, busied themselves outside the ships. The mist dampened their hair and clothes, but no one complained. Carl stood on the deck of the Pixiao, personally teaching the younger crew members how to apply the dust evenly, a serious expression on his face. This was the first time since joining the fleet that he felt his value was needed. The fleet continued deeper into the nebula. The mist grew thicker and tiny ice crystals could be seen floating. The Foxhunter's detectors suddenly picked up a faint energy signal highly similar to the energy signature of the machine civilization. Captain, detected a machine civilization energy signal 15 kilometers from our position. The signal is very weak, likely left by a scout ship. Mark's voice was laced with vigilance. Lin Mo's heart sank. The machine civilization had indeed arrived at the nebula of mist first. Foxhunter, maintain distance, do not expose yourself, track the signal source. Zhangqiang and Leitang, slow down and prepare for combat. Iva, try to crack the information in the signal, see if you can get the location and movements of the machine civilization. The Foxhunter quietly tracked the signal, passing through a dense region of ice crystals, and finally discovered the source. A small machine civilization scout ship hovering at the edge of an energy turbulence zone. Its red scanning light darted back and forth through the mist, clearly searching for the location of the ancient node. The machine scout hasn't spotted us. Its attention is entirely on the energy turbulence zone. Mark's voice was very low. At the center of the energy turbulence zone, there's a strong, ancient energy signal. The third energy node should be there. Iva's signal decryption also made progress, Captain. I've cracked part of the signal. The main fleet of the machine civilization is gathering at the Black Abyss Canyon deep within the nebula, preparing to seize the energy node. They are expected to launch an attack in 3 days. Lin Mo looked at the coordinates of the Black Abyss Canyon on the holographic star map, calculating in his mind. The Black Abyss Canyon was the most dangerous area in the nebula of mist, surrounded by energy turbulence and reefs. Large ships would find it difficult to maneuver. The machine civilization's choice to gather there was clearly to use the terrain to their advantage. We can't wait for them to attack. We must find the energy node first and seize the key. Lin Mo made the decision. Fox Hunter continued to monitor the machine scout. Sangxiong and Lei Tang lead the fleet, bypass the Black Abyss Canyon, approach the energy turbulence zone from the flank, and find the node's entrance. The fleet adjusted its course, veering towards the side of the energy turbulence zone. Along the way, they encountered a small energy storm. The grayish-purple mist churned violently, and the energy turbulence struck the fleet's shields like invisible giant waves. Shield strength is down by 15. Ayla's voice was anxious. The energy storm is still intensifying. Our ships can't withstand it. Old Gray, activate the energy core's overload protection, maximize shield power. Lin Mo ordered. Helmsman, follow the Fox Hunter's channel and navigate through the weak point of the energy storm. Old Gray immediately adjusted the energy distribution. The shields of the Sangxiong glowed with a strong purple light, barely withstanding the impact of the energy storm. The helmsman stared intently at the navigation panel, carefully maneuvering the ship according to the channel marked by the Fox Hunter, avoiding the strongest energy turbulence. After half an hour of arduous sailing, the fleet finally broke through the energy storm and arrived at the flank of the energy turbulence zone. At the center of the energy turbulence zone, the mist was relatively thin. They could see a massive rock platform floating in the starry sky, covered in ancient runes similar to those on the energy node of the desolate star. In the central groove, a diamond-shaped crystal emitting a cyan glow was the key to the third node. Found it. The key to the third node is on the rock platform. Ayla's voice was excited. But Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the energy turbulence surrounding the rock platform. These turbulences formed a natural barrier of extremely high intensity. Any ship approaching would be instantly torn apart. The key is right in front of us, but we can't get close. The energy turbulence is too strong. Reynolds' voice carried regret. Carl suddenly spoke up. I have an idea. His voice came through the communication channel. When I was dismantling the wreckage of the machine mothership earlier, I noticed their energy conduits have anti-turbulence properties. We can use those conduits and the nebula dust to make a temporary anti-turbulence device, allowing a small landing craft to cross the turbulence zone and seize the key. Lin Mo's heart stirred. This might be the only way. Old Gray Carl immediately lead the engineering team to build an anti-turbulence device using the machine parts and nebula dust. Mark, have the Fox Hunter continue to monitor the machine scout and the movements in the Black Abyss Canyon. Report immediately if the machine civilization's fleet approaches. The engineering team bustled about on the deck of the Sangxiong. Carl directed the crew in dismantling the machine parts, while Old Gray was responsible for designing the structure of the anti-turbulence device. Combining the absorption properties of the nebula dust with the anti-interference capability of the machine conduits, a simple anti-turbulence device gradually took shape. After testing, the device could withstand moderate intensity energy turbulence for a short period, enough for a small landing craft to cross the barrier and seize the key. Just as the anti-turbulence device was nearing completion, the Fox Hunter sent an urgent message. Captain, the machine civilization's fleet is moving towards the energy turbulence zone, estimated to arrive in 1 hour. They've dispatched 5 machine warships. It looks like they want to seize the key first. Lin Mo's expression instantly turned grave. Time was tight. They had to seize the key and evacuate before the machine civilization arrived. How long until the anti-turbulence device is complete? 20 minutes at most. Carl's voice was anxious, his work clothes soaked with sweat. Good. Lin Mo gave the decisive order. In 20 minutes, I will lead an assault team, board the landing craft, cross the energy turbulence zone, and seize the key. Sangxiong and Lei Tang will be responsible for containing the machine fleet to buy us time. Reynolds, you command the fleet. Once we have the key, evacuate immediately. The crew moved even faster. 20 minutes later, the anti-turbulence device was successfully installed on the small landing craft. Lin Mo donned a heavy protective suit, took Ayla, Mark, and 2 elite crew members, and boarded the landing craft. Don't worry, you'll bring the key back, Lin Mo said to everyone through the communication channel. The landing craft slowly departed from the Sangxiong, activated the anti-turbulence device, and flew towards the center of the energy turbulence zone. The device emitted a faint blue light, forming a protective barrier around the landing craft. The energy turbulence crashed against the barrier, creating ripples. Lin Mo watched the rock platform getting closer through the window, his heart filled with tension and anticipation. This key was tied to the fate of the Star Core weapon, to the peace of the Border Star region. He had to succeed. At that moment, the machine civilization's fleet appeared at the edge of the energy turbulence zone. 5 machine warships in a wedge formation were heading towards the rock platform. The main cannons of the Zhangqiong and Leitang were already charged. A battle for the key to the third ancient node was about to erupt in the mist-shrouded starry sky. The anti-turbulence device of the small landing craft hummed with a low buzz, its pale blue protective barrier carving out a safe zone amidst the gray-purple energy vortex. Lin Mo sat beside the pilot's seat watching the churning vortex outside that resembled boiling magma. Invisible energy impacts continuously struck the barrier, sending fine ripples across its surface. Mark gripped the control stick tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Each turn precisely avoided a deadly vortex whirlpool. The anti-turbulence device is draining energy too quickly. We have only 10 minutes of power left. Ella stared at the monitoring panel, her voice carrying a hint of urgency. There's a high-intensity vortex wall 500 meters ahead, the final barrier. Once we cross it, we'll reach the rock platform. Lin Mo gazed at the vortex wall glowing with a dark red light, knowing this was the most critical hurdle. Mark full speed ahead. Ella divert all remaining energy to the protective barrier. The landing craft's engines roared with a piercing scream, its speed surging as it shot toward the vortex wall like an arrow released from a bow. The barrier flickered violently under the high-intensity impact, its pale blue light gradually dimming. The hull began to tremble uncontrollably, and the internal instruments emitted shrill alarms. Barrier strength dropping to 30%. Minor hull damage detected. Just as the landing craft was about to be swallowed by the vortex wall, the anti-turbulence device suddenly burst forth with a blinding light. Carl aboard the fleet had remotely adjusted the energy circuit, maximizing the absorption properties of the nebula dust. Hold on. I've optimized the energy distribution. Carl's voice crackled through the communication channel laced with static. The landing craft, like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, pierced through the vortex wall and landed steadily on the rock platform. The moment it touched down, the anti-turbulence device completely failed, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Lin Mo and the others swiftly jumped out of the landing craft, the boots of their protective suits clicking crisply against the cold rock. The rock platform was not large, about 50 meters in diameter, its surface covered in ancient cyan runes that shared a lineage with the node markings of the barren star, yet were far more intricate. In the central recess, the cyan glowing diamond-shaped key hovered silently, surrounded by 3 pale, cyan energy barriers like transparent crystal. The key is protected by energy barriers. We can't touch it directly. Ella scanned the barriers with a detector. These barriers are connected to the platform's ruins. Probably some kind of mechanism that needs to be solved to open them. Lin Mo crouched down, his fingertips lightly brushing the runes on the platform. The runes transmitted a faint energy fluctuation, resonating with the system mark in his palm. A surge of ancient information flooded his mind. Energy node guardian mechanism. Activate the runes with homologous energy and guide the energy flow in a specific sequence to unlock the barriers. Homologous energy. That's the source energy within us. Lin Mo stood up and addressed Ella and the 2 crew members. I need your cooperation. Inject energy into the rune nodes in the order I mark, guiding the energy flow to form a closed loop. Based on the information decoded by the system, he marked 6 key nodes on the platform, assigning them to Ella and the 2 crew members. Follow my commands. Inject energy in sequence with even force, no interruptions. Lin Mo took a deep breath and channeled the energy from his palm into the first node. The cyan runes lit up instantly, the energy flowing like a stream along the markings. Second node, inject. Ella responded immediately, channeling energy into the marked point. The energy continued to extend, tracing complex patterns across the platform. Just as it was about to form a closed loop, a violent explosion echoed from the distance. The fleet had engaged the vanguard of the machine civilization. Captain, the machine warships have arrived and are attacking the thunderclap. Reynolds' voice was laced with urgency. Their firepower is intense. We can't hold out much longer. Lin Mo's heart tightened, but his hands never faltered. Hold on. We're about to crack the mechanism and see, he shouted. Last node, inject. The final crew member channeled energy into the node, and all the runes on the platform blazed to life, the cyan energy flow forming a perfect closed loop. The 3 central energy barriers receded like a tide, and the key descended slowly, hovering before Lin Mo. The key is ours. Ella's voice brimmed with excitement. Lin Mo reached out and grasped the key, its icy touch transmitting a powerful resonance with the system mark in his palm. A stream of cyan energy surged into his body. Third node, key acquired, unlocking ancient technologies. Short-range space, jump energy beam. The system's prompt had barely faded when the landing craft's alarm blared, detected a small landing craft from the machine civilization approaching a distance to platform 1 kilometer. Move out. Lin Mo stowed the key and led the group aboard the landing craft. Mark immediately activated the backup engine, and the craft struggled to take off amidst the turbulence retreating toward the fleet. On the fleet's battlefield, the situation had grown dire. 5 machine warships leveraging the nebula's terrain had pinned the Thunderclap and Firmament in a pincer attack. The Thunderclap's shields had dropped to 40%, its armor plates struck by energy cannons, leaving multiple. Captain Barton commanded the Thunderclap in a tenacious defense, its main cannon firing consecutively to destroy 1 machine warship, but the ship itself was now encircled. The Dawn and Gale attempted to flank and support, only to be pinned down by machine frigates. Young Tam, manning the Gale's auxiliary cannon, struck an enemy frigate's engine bay with pinpoint accuracy, revealing extraordinary gunnery talent. Gale scored a hit. "Captain, we can still hold." Tam's voice carried a hint of youthful inexperience, yet was resolute. When Lin Mo's landing craft returned to the fleet, he saw a machine warship's energy cannon aimed directly at the Thunderclap's energy core. "Danger!" Lin Mo shouted, simultaneously activating the newly unlocked energy beam refraction technology through his system. A pale cyan energy field materialized before the Thunderclap. The machine warship's energy beam struck the field and was instantly refracted, redirecting to hit a nearby machine frigate. Boom! The frigate exploded, relieving the pressure on the Thunderclap. "Is this ancient technology?" Captain Barton's voice was tinged with astonishment. "No time to explain," Lin Mo said. "Charge the Firmament's main cannon and use energy beam refraction to target the machine warship's energy core." Ella immediately adjusted the main cannon parameters, integrating the refraction technology into the attack. The Firmament's main cannon unleashed a dazzling cyan blue energy beam, which upon striking the machine warship's shield was refracted to its energy core. Boom! The machine warship's core detonated, its hull slowly disintegrating. The remaining 3 machine warships, sensing the tide turning, began to retreat. "No pursuit," Lin Mo ordered. "The fleet is to withdraw from the energy vortex zone immediately and regroup in a safe area." The fleet escaped the machine pursuit and anchored in a relatively calm region of the nebula. Lin Mo boarded the Thunderclap to discuss the next steps with Captain Barton. "We've secured the 3rd key, but the machine civilization's main fleet is still in the Black Abyss Canyon. They won't let this go," Captain Barton said. "Moreover, we still don't know the activation site of the Star Core weapon, and we can't stop their ultimate plan." Lin Mo produced the 3rd key and placed it alongside the previous 2. The 3 keys lit up simultaneously, streams of cyan, purple, and red energy intertwining to form a blurry star map. At the map's center, a coordinate was marked: Star River Ruins. This must be the activation site of the Star Core weapon. Lin Mo's heart sank as he looked at the coordinate. The Star River Ruins lie in the deepest part of the Mist Nebula, the core region of the ancient civilization. The defenses will be extremely formidable. Just then, Eva's communication came through. "Captain, I've decrypted the latest machine communication. They know the keys have been taken from us and are marshaling all their forces to head to the Star River Ruins, intending to seize the keys there and activate the Star Core weapon." Lin Mo gazed at the Star River Ruins coordinate on the star map, making his decision. "We must reach the Star River Ruins before the machine civilization and stop them from activating the Star Core weapon." The fleet rested for 2 hours, repairing damaged ships and replenishing energy and ammunition. Carl improved the landing craft's anti-turbulence device, making it adaptable to more complex nebula environments. Tam, for his outstanding performance in battle, was formally promoted to chief gunner of the Gale, responsible for main cannon operations. With everything ready, the fleet set off again, heading toward the Star River Ruins. The mist of the Mist Nebula grew thicker, the surrounding energy fluctuations intensifying, as if heralding the arrival of an ultimate decisive battle. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Firmament, gazing at the 3 keys floating before him, his heart filled with unwavering resolve. He knew this battle would be the toughest challenge he had ever faced. The full might of the machine civilization, the unknown dangers of the ancient ruins, and the immense threat of the Star Core weapon all lay ahead. But he was no longer alone. He had a united crew, an increasingly powerful fleet, the support of ancient technology, and a steadfast belief in protecting the border star domains. The fleet advanced slowly through the mist, drawing closer to the Star River Ruins, to the final battle step. Meanwhile, in the distant Black Abyss Canyon, the massive mothership of the machine civilization had already launched, racing toward the same destination with its entire fleet. A final showdown that would decide the fate of the entire Star River was about to unfold within the ancient Star River Ruins. On the 4th day of the fleet's journey towards the Star River Ruins, scattered black metal fragments began to emerge from the dense mist of the nebula. These fragments floated in the starry sky, their surfaces covered with ancient patterns originating from the rocky platforms, though the patterns had faded and lost their luster, clearly remnants of ancient civilization's ships or structures. Detecting residual signals from ancient civilization source, a cluster of fragments 10 kilometers. Eva's detector suddenly emitted a warning, and a blurry energy waveform appeared on the screen. The signal is very weak, but it can be identified as residual fluctuations from a defense mechanism. This area may be the outer warning zone of the Star River ruins. Lin Mo ordered the fleet to slow down, with the hunting fox proceeding to scout ahead. Mark piloted the accompanying ship, weaving through the cluster of fragments. The detector transmitted details of the fragments back to the fleet. These fragments seemed to be the outer walls of some large building over 3 meters thick, made of an unknown alloy even sturdier than the composite materials of mechanical civilization. In the center of the fragment cluster, there was a massive breach resembling a man-made passage. On both sides of the passage, there were traces of energy impact, indicating that the vanguard of mechanical civilization had likely been here. The mechanical civilization has gotten a step ahead of us, Captain Barton said with a serious expression. Their vanguard has probably already breached the outer defenses. We must increase our speed, but also proceed with greater caution. Lin Mo nodded and commanded. The fleet will follow the hunting fox as a guide passing through the corridor of fragments. Remain vigilant and be ready to respond to any emergencies. Old Gray, keep monitoring the energy fluctuations to guard against ancient defense mechanisms. Ella, keep the weapon systems on standby, ready to deal with mechanical civilization's ambush or to disarm potential traps. The fleet slowly entered the passage of fragments, with the black alloy fragments towering on either side, like silent giant walls glistening with a cold hard sheen under the dim light of the nebula. Deep within the passage, the mist gradually thinned, revealing the outline of a massive circular structure. Its surface was engraved with dense, ancient patterns, and at the center was a pitch-black entrance resembling the throat of a giant beast. This was the main gate of the Star River ruins. That is the Star River ruins, Ella exclaimed in awe. Its scale is at least 10 times larger than the energy node of the desolate planet. The technology of ancient civilization is indeed incredible. Just as the fleet was about to reach the main gate, the fragments on both sides of the passage suddenly lit up with faint golden patterns, and a powerful energy field instantly enveloped the entire fleet. Detecting activation of ancient defense mechanisms. Energy intensity is extremely high, locking onto the ships. Eva's alarm sounded urgently. Shields at maximum defense, Lin Mo shouted. However, the power of this energy field far exceeded expectations. The fleet's shields broke apart like paper, and the sky dome shook violently as the control panel's indicators flashed frantically. Not good. This is not an attack, it's energy traction. Old Gray's voice was filled with shock. Our ships are being forcibly pulled towards the main gate of the ruins. The engines could not break free. The fleet's ships were uncontrollably moving towards the main gate of the ruins. Lin Mo watched the approaching circular structure outside the window, realizing that this was an access mechanism set by ancient civilization, not a trap, but a way to filter entrance. Shut down the engines, abandon resistance. This is a test for entering the ruins. If forcibly breaking free may trigger a more dangerous defense mechanism. The fleet ceased resistance, being pulled by the energy field, slowly entering the main gate of the ruins. The moment they passed through the main gate, the surrounding energy field suddenly vanished, and the fleet regained control. The sight before them left everyone stunned. Inside the ruins was a vast circular space over 10 kilometers in diameter, with a pyramid-shaped structure floating at its center, which was the activation core of the Star Core weapon. The surrounding walls were covered with massive holographic projections displaying fragments of ancient civilizations' images. Interstellar travel, planetary transformation, wars with unknown civilizations, and finally the development scenes of the Star Core weapon. These images document the rise and fall of ancient civilization. Captain Barton gazed at the holographic projections, his eyes filled with astonishment. They developed the Star Core weapon seemingly to combat some powerful enemy, but ultimately it may have led to their civilization's destruction due to the weapon going out of control. Lin Mo had no time to admire the images. His attention was drawn to the situation around the pyramid. Several mechanical warships were already docked there, clearly the vanguard of mechanical civilization attempting to crack the pyramid's defenses. The vanguard of mechanical civilization has arrived. Oh, we must stop them. Just then the surface of the pyramid suddenly lit up with golden patterns, and an energy barrier enveloped the mechanical warships. The attacks of the mechanical warships instantly became ineffective, rebounding off the energy barrier, causing damage to their hulls. The ancient defense mechanisms are still operational. The mechanical civilization cannot approach the core for now, Reno exclaimed excitedly. Lin Mo felt slightly relieved, but soon became vigilant again. The main fleet of mechanical civilization must be on the way. They must crack the pyramid's defenses and gain control of the Star Core weapon before the main force arrives. Old Gray Ella immediately analyzed the pyramid's patterns, find a way to activate or shut down the Star Core weapon. A Reno Mark lead the fleet to clear the mechanical vanguard within the ruins. Carl Thame, be on guard to prevent the main force of mechanical civilization from suddenly arriving. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Old Gray and Ella, accompanied by the engineering team, boarded a small landing craft to approach the base of the pyramid for a close analysis of the patterns. Ireno and Mark piloted the Dawn and Hunting Fox launching attacks on the mechanical vanguard. Carl and Thame operated the Gale to patrol the perimeter of the ruins. The process of analyzing the pyramid's patterns was not smooth. These patterns were more complex than any ancient patterns encountered before, and the energy fluctuations were more chaotic. These patterns are not only a defense mechanism, but also the control circuit for the star core weapon. Pulling one strand affects the entire system. Old Gray held the detector, his brow furrowed. We need to find the core control node to stop the activation program, but the node is protected by multiple layers of energy barriers, making it difficult to approach. Ella attempted to activate the patterns using the energy from 3 keys. The keys lit up simultaneously, resonating with the pyramid's patterns, creating temporary gaps in some energy barriers. It works. The energy from the keys can temporarily breach the barriers, but precise control of energy output is required, otherwise it could trigger an energy explosion. Lin Mo decided to personally head to the base of the pyramid using the system mark in his palm along with the keys to breach the barriers. He boarded the landing craft, arriving at the base of the pyramid, and inserted the 3 keys into the grooves of the patterns in a specific order. The system mark in his palm lit up, forming an energy loop with the keys and patterns with golden energy flowing along the patterns, slowly opening the barrier of the core control node. Core control node unlocked. Ella's voice was filled with excitement. Analyzing control program. The activation of the star core weapon requires gathering 3 keys and entering a specific energy password. The mechanical civilization has not yet mastered the password, so they cannot activate it. Lin Mo felt delighted, just about to order the shutdown of the activation program when a violent explosion sounded from the perimeter of the ruins. The main fleet of mechanical civilization has arrived. They are attacking the defense barrier of the ruins. Carl's voice was urgent. Lin Mo looked up at the main gate of the ruins. Large mechanical motherships from mechanical civilization had arrived with dozens of mechanical warships, frantically attacking the energy barrier of the main gate. The barrier flickered violently under the intense attacks, its strength rapidly declining. We must quickly shut down the activation program and then evacuate the core area. Lin Mo shouted, swiftly moving his fingers across the control node's patterns, inputting the shutdown password deciphered by the system. Just as the shutdown program was about to be completed, the top of the pyramid suddenly lit up with red light, and the activation program of the star core weapon was forcibly initiated. What is happening? Lin Mo's face turned pale. Eva's communication came through. Captain, the mothership of mechanical civilization is emitting a special energy wave interfering with the control circuits of the pyramid, causing the activation program to be forcibly initiated. It is too late to shut down now. We can only input the pause password to temporarily stop the weapon's launch. Lin Mo immediately switched the program and input the pause password. The red light at the top of the pyramid dimmed instantly, but did not completely disappear. Pause successful, but it can only last for 1 hour. After 1 hour, the activation program will automatically restart. Ella's voice was filled with urgency. The defense barrier at the main gate of the ruins had already cracked, and the fleet of mechanical civilization rushed into the interior of the ruins, attacking the pyramid. The fleet, provide cover, we evacuate immediately. Lin Mo shouted, quickly stowing away the 3 keys and boarding the landing craft. The fleet engaged in a fierce battle with the fleet of mechanical civilization inside the ruins. The main cannon of the Thunder fired continuously, destroying several mechanical warships. The Dawn and Gale utilized the terrain of the ruins to conduct flanking attacks. The Hunting Fox was responsible for disrupting the energy wave emissions of the mechanical mothership, preventing it from forcibly restarting the activation program. As Lin Mo's landing craft returned to the Sky Dome, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The oversized energy cannon of the mechanical mothership was charging again, aiming at the Sky Dome. Captain, evade quickly, Ella shouted. Lin Mo piloted the Sky Dome, activating the newly unlocked short-range space jump technology, and the ship vanished from its position, reappearing at the side of the mechanical mothership. Fire the main cannon, Lin Mo ordered as the Azure energy beam struck the energy core of the mechanical mothership, interrupting its charging. The space jump technology is so useful. Ella's voice was filled with excitement. However, Lin Mo's expression did not improve. He knew that the pause password could only last for 1 hour, and they must destroy the mechanical mothership within that time to completely prevent the activation of the star core weapon. All fleet concentrate fire on the energy core of the mechanical mothership. This is the only way. The fleet directed all their firepower at the mechanical mothership, energy beams and torpedoes raining down like a shower. The shields of the mechanical mothership shattered under the concentrated assault, and multiple massive breaches appeared on its hull. But the mechanical mothership did not retreat. Instead, it accelerated towards the pyramid, attempting to restart the star core weapon. We cannot let it get close to the pyramid, Captain Barton shouted. The main cannon of the Thunder fired at overdrive, and the silvery energy beam struck the engine compartment of the mechanical mothership, causing its speed to plummet. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo piloted the Sky Dome, using the space jump to instantly appear directly above the mechanical mothership. Charging the main cannon, high-temperature amplification mode activated. Lin Mo ordered as the Azure energy beam rushed towards the energy core of the mechanical mothership. Boom! A violent explosion sounded as the energy core of the mechanical mothership was destroyed and the ship slowly disintegrated. The mechanical fleet, now leaderless, fell into chaos, being systematically cleared by the fleet. When the last mechanical warship exploded, there were still 10 minutes left before the pause password expired. Immediately head to the core control node of the pyramid to completely shut down the star core weapon, Lin Mo ordered. The fleet protected the Sky Dome as they reached the base of the pyramid once more. Lin Mo, with the 3 keys in hand, boarded the landing craft, quickly entering the control node and inputting the complete shutdown password. The red light at the top of the pyramid completely vanished, and the activation program of the star core weapon was permanently shut down. We did it. The star core weapon has been completely shut down. Ellis' voice was filled with joy. Lin Mo sighed in relief and exited the control node. The interior of the ruins was a scene of devastation, with the wreckage of mechanical warships floating in space and fragments of ancient buildings scattered everywhere. But the danger had been averted, the main force of mechanical civilization had been destroyed, and the threat of the star core weapon had also completely vanished. The fleet rested inside the ruins, and the crew wore tired yet excited smiles. Carl approached Lin Mo, handing him a bottle of juice. "Captain, we won." Lin Mo accepted the juice, looking at the crew around him filled with emotion. From AT-1 class scrap cannon boat in rusty anchor starport to now possessing 5 main ships in the free fleet, from being alone to having so many brothers fighting alongside him, from obscurity to becoming the guardian of the border star domain, his journey was filled with hardships and challenges, but also with growth and friendship. Captain Barton walked up to Lin Mo, patting him on the shoulder. "Captain Lin Mo, congratulations. You not only saved the border star domain, but also prevented a disaster that could have destroyed the entire Star River. The expansionists of the Federation will record your highest achievements. You and your free fleet will become legends of the border star domain." Lin Mo smiled, gazing at the Star River ruins outside the window. He knew that this was not the end, but a new beginning. In the ruins of the ancient civilization, many unknown technologies and secrets awaited exploration. The peace of the border star domain still needed protection, and new enemies might emerge. His fleet still needed to grow, advancing towards more powerful T3 and T4 warships. As the fleet departed from the Star River ruins, the mist of the nebula gradually dissipated, and the light of the stars shone through, illuminating the fleet's path. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Sky Dome, looking at the 3 keys floating in front of him, filled with anticipation for the future. His journey through the Star River was still ongoing, and this time, he would lead his free fleet towards the broader Star River and higher goals, advancing steadily. The radiance of the Star River ruins gradually faded behind them as the fleet entered the conventional navigation route of the misty nebula, allowing the crew to finally release the tension that had held them for days. In the bridge of the Tsang Cheong AI, La leaned back in her chair, rubbing her sore eyes, while the control panel in front of her displayed the analysis chart with pyramid patterns. Old Gray sat in the corner, cradling a warm nutrient drink, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knees, simulating the operation logic of the energy circuit. Mark was sprawled over the communication panel, bragging about the recent battle with the crew of the Hunt Fox, their laughter echoing through the channel. Lin Mo stood in front of the observation window, watching the gradually thinning gray-purple mist outside, as 3 keys hovered quietly in his palm, their blue, purple, and red light intertwining, emitting a gentle wave of energy. The system was slowly analyzing the core data obtained from the Star River ruins, analyzing ancient technology. Basic blueprint for spatial leap, mid-range, stable energy technology of star cores, ancient alloy, smelting formula, incomplete, acquired. "Captain, how long until we return to the desolate star?" Captain Barton walked over, handing over a navigation report. "The engine of the Thunder was damaged in battle and needs urgent repairs. Furthermore, the energy reserves are only at 40. Lin Mo took the report and glanced at it. "At our current speed, we have 5 days of travel left. Let the engineering team conduct emergency repairs first to save energy consumption, and we will carry out comprehensive maintenance once we return to the base. Additionally, inform all ships to use this time to organize combat data, analyze the seized mechanical parts and ancient technology, and prepare for future upgrades." In the next 5 days, the fleet entered a post-battle digestion period on their return journey. Every engineering bay on the ships became the busiest place. Carl led the repair team, shuttling between the engine bay of the Thunder and the weapon bay of the Dawn. He used parts dismantled from the mechanical mothership wreckage to temporarily fix the damaged engine of the Thunder, and initially applied energy beam refraction technology to the auxiliary cannon of the Dawn. With this modification, the auxiliary cannon can refract its attack once, which is particularly effective against the flanking tactics of small ships. Carl demonstrated the modified effect in the cannon bay of the Dawn to Reno as the light blue energy beam struck the virtual target and indeed refracted onto the secondary target. However, energy consumption will increase by 15A and the refraction angle can currently only be fixed at 30 degrees. Further adjustments are needed. Reno nodded, taking notes. Let's maintain this parameter for now. When we return to the base and have improved equipment, we can optimize the energy circuit. Thanks to you, Carl. Your repair skills are even better than we expected. Carl's cheeks flushed slightly as he scratched his head. I used to repair all sorts of junk ships in the pirate crew. It's a skill I developed. Now that we have proper equipment and technical data, there's even more we can do. On another side, Old Gray and AI Law were focused on the preliminary experiment of spatial leap technology. They set up a simple testing platform in the simulation chamber of the Tsangqiong utilizing star core energy stabilization technology to attempt to increase the distance of short-range spatial leaps from 10 kilometers to 50 kilometers. For the first test, energy output is at 30, and the positioning coordinate is calibrated. AI Law's voice carried a hint of tension as she pressed the start button. The small drone on the testing platform instantly disappeared, reappearing at the simulated coordinate point 30 kilometers away, albeit with slight energy burn marks on its surface. We succeeded. However, there is a 5-kilometer deviation in positioning and energy stability is insufficient. Old Gray observed the detection data, frowning slightly. The fluctuations of the star core energy are still too great. We need a more precise stabilization module. Lin Mo stood outside the simulation chamber, watching the damage report of the drone, already formulating a plan in his mind. Upon returning to the base, we will prioritize the establishment of an ancient technology research center to thoroughly understand the star core energy stabilization technology. Spatial leap is the key to our future exploration of deep space, and it must be perfected as soon as possible. On the third day of the fleet's journey, they received communications from the Crystal Nexus. Kasha's holographic image appeared on the bridge of the Tsangqiong, her crystalline form shimmering with a soft blue light. Captain Lin Mo, congratulations on successfully thwarting the conspiracy of the mechanical civilization. The Vaculan Trading Alliance has received the news, and multiple factions in the Border Star region are cheering. Additionally, I have prepared a batch of high-purity superconducting crystals and rare metals for you as a gesture of cooperation. Once you return to the Desolate Star, I will send a transport ship to deliver them. Thank you, Miss Kasha. Lin Mo nodded in gratitude. Our success this time is also due to the intelligence support provided by the Alliance. In the future, the Free Fleet is willing to deepen cooperation with the Vaculan Trading Alliance to jointly maintain stability in the Border Star region. I have this intention. Kasha smiled. I heard that you obtained the smelting formula for ancient alloys. The Alliance has the most advanced smelting equipment. Perhaps we can collaborate on research and mass production of ancient alloys, which would greatly benefit both sides' ship upgrades. Lin Mo agreed with pleasure. This was precisely what he needed. The strength and energy conductivity of ancient alloys far exceed that of existing materials, and once mass production is achieved, the fleet's ship performance will experience a qualitative leap. On the last day of the return journey, the fleet encountered a small meteor shower. The meteors in the nebula fell densely under the influence of gravity. Although they were not large, their speed was extremely fast, posing a significant challenge to the shields of the ships. The captain of the Swift Wind Tamed displayed calm and composure as he maneuvered the ship, skillfully weaving through the meteor shower, and utilized the modified auxiliary cannon to shatter several meteors heading towards the thunder. Tame's progress is swift. Captain Barton observed the flight trajectory of the Swift Wind with admiration in his eyes. From a nervous rookie to a capable captain, your fleet's training model is quite special. Lin Mo smiled. The Free Fleet has no hierarchical barriers. As long as one has the ability, opportunities will arise. Tame has exceptional gunnery talent and adaptability, making him worth cultivating. When the fleet finally entered the orbit of the Desolate Star, the outline of the ground base was already clearly visible. Compared to before, the scale of the base had expanded significantly. New docks were under construction. The glow of the energy core was more stable, and the number of defensive turrets had doubled. Lily, along with the remaining crew members, stood in formation at the docking area to welcome them, her face beaming with anticipation. Welcome back. Lily hurried forward, hugging Lin Mo, then handed him a base report. During your absence, we constructed new habitation modules and a medical center as planned, and we also cultivated a small planting area with early maturing crops provided by the Vaculan Trading Alliance. The base is now capable of partial food self-sufficiency. Lin Mo took the report, feeling a warm surge in his heart. He looked at the thriving base before him, at the smiles on the crew's faces, and suddenly realized that this place was no longer a temporary stop, but a real home, the foundation where the Free Fleet would take root. After docking, the base held a simple yet enthusiastic celebration banquet. In the cafeteria, the tables were filled with dishes carefully prepared by Lily, including fresh vegetable salad pastries made from energy paste and drinks made from trace elements extracted from metals dismantled by Carl from mechanical wreckage. The crew gathered around, sharing humorous stories from the battle, discussing future plans, laughter echoing through the cafeteria. After the celebration banquet, Lin Mo went alone to the core space of the energy node. The central energy core emitted a gentle purple light resonating with the glow of the three keys. He embedded the keys into the energy conduction device, and the ancient patterns instantly lit up, revealing the holographic image of the Star River ruins in space, clearly showing the internal structure and control logic of the Star Core weapon. Having detected complete resonance between the Star Core energy and the keys, it unlocked a fragment of the ancient civilization's logs. The Star Core serves as a shield. The Star River, as a path in the face of alien invasion, the Ember persists. The log fragment was intermittent, yet it revealed significant information. The ancient civilization developed Star Core weapons not only to combat enemies, but also to protect a certain ember. Lin Mo's heart stirred. Perhaps deeper within the Star River ruins lay even more important secrets, such as the legacy of the ancient civilization or the key to combating unknown threats. However, he did not rush to explore. The 200,000 words of the journey required steady progress. The current primary task was to digest the ancient technology acquired this time, improve base construction, expand the fleet size, and consolidate their position in the border star region. In the following month, the base entered a period of rapid development. The transport ships from the Vaculan Trading Alliance arrived as scheduled, bringing urgently needed resources and smelting equipment. Old Gray and AI Law, leading the research team, successfully perfected the spatial leap technology, enabling the Zhangqiong to achieve stable leaps of 50 kilometers. Carl and the engineering team used the ancient alloy smelting formula to create the first complete piece of ancient alloy whose strength was 5 times that of existing superconducting alloys. Reno issued recruitment notices in the border star region, attracting a batch of experienced retired soldiers, engineers, and pilots to join the fleet, expanding the fleet size to 150. The new docks at the base were also successfully completed, and the first T3 class frigate Star Cloud, constructed with ancient alloys, officially began construction. This frigate integrated several new technologies, including spatial leaps and energy beam refraction, and is expected to launch in 3 months. Amidst this calm and fulfilling development, Lin Mo did not forget the potential threats. He instructed Mark to lead the Hunt Fox to regularly scout the movements of the remnants of the mechanical civilization, discovering that their remnants had retreated to the edge of the misty nebula, slowly regaining strength. At the same time, the remnants of the Federal Conservatives had not completely quieted down, frequently active around the new starport, seemingly conspiring something. Yet Lin Mo was not in a hurry. The current Free Fleet already possessed 4 capital ships, robust base defenses, and advanced technical support sufficient to address any threats in the border star region. He understood that the real challenges lay further away, those ancient secrets hidden deep within the Star River, and the threats from unknown civilizations were his ultimate goals. On a morning a month later, Lin Mo stood on the lookout tower of the base, watching the keel of the Star Cloud gradually take shape in the dock, watching the crew sweat in the training ground, and observing the glow of the energy node enveloping the entire base, filled with determination. His journey through the Star River had passed the difficult initial stage and was about to step into a broader stage. Meanwhile, deep within the distant Star River, a strangely shaped black ship was slowly approaching the border star region, its hull devoid of any markings, only a dark red pattern resembling a sleeping eye slowly opening. The morning light of the desolate star filtered through the energy shield, casting mottled shadows on the square of the... In the newly constructed dock, the keel of the nebula was taking shape, with the ancient alloy framework of the ship glimmering with a faint silver-gray hue. Several engineers stood on a floating platform, using specialized welding tools to connect the energy conduits as blue flames danced across the surface of the alloy without leaving a trace of weld. This was an improved welding technique developed by Old Gray, based on ancient smelting formulas, allowing the strength of the alloy joints to match that of the body. The welding of the nebula keel is 80 complete. Next, we will begin installing the energy core support frame. Old Gray's voice came through the engineering channel. He was wearing magnifying goggles and meticulously inspecting each weld. Carl, take 2 people to the storage room to collect the new shock-absorbing modules. The stability of the core support frame directly affects the safety of the ship during space jumps. We cannot afford any carelessness. Carl acknowledged and turned towards the storage room. He had long shed the carelessness of a pirate, now dressed in a neat engineering uniform. His hair meticulously combed, his face displaying a focused expression. The 2 young engineers following him were newly recruited technical talents from Novaport, and their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at Carl. It was Carl's disassembly of the mechanical civilization's core components that provided crucial references for the energy circuit design of the nebula. On the other side of the base, Lily's planting area welcomed its first harvest. This planting area, covering about 500 square meters, was enveloped by an energy barrier that simulated suitable temperatures and humidity for crop growth. The drought-resistant crops provided by the Vacaran Trade Alliance were thriving, with dewdrops glistening on the emerald leaves and heavy fruits bending the branches. Lily was picking fruits with 2 crew members, her face full of joy. The yield of these crops far exceeds expectations, enough for all base personnel to eat for half a month, and they are rich in trace elements, replenishing the nutrients that the protective suits cannot provide. Dr. Thorne stood at the edge of the planting area, holding a testing instrument, sampling the fruits for testing. The test results are excellent. They have not been contaminated by the radiation of the desolate star, and their nutritional value even surpasses that of the Federation's synthetic foods. Lily, you have truly helped a lot. After a long time of consuming nutrient paste, the crew's immunity has been declining. With these fresh foods, everyone's health will significantly improve. On the training ground, Reno was instructing the newly recruited crew in tactical training. 50 new crew members were divided into 5 groups, wearing lightweight tactical protective suits, conducting coordinated combat drills in a simulated asteroid belt terrain. Fame stood on a high platform marking the attack routes with a holographic projection. Remember, in complex terrains, communication and cooperation are key. The ships of the mechanical civilization excel in precise strikes, but lack flexibility. We must utilize terrain advantages to distract them and then concentrate our fire on their weaknesses. The new crew members were highly enthusiastic about their training, but lacked practical experience, frequently making mistakes during the simulated confrontations. Reno did not criticize them, but patiently corrected their movements. Do not rush to fire. First, determine the weak points in the target's defenses. When moving, be careful to maintain formation to avoid being picked off one by one. You are now a part of the Free Fleet. Our fleet has no cowards, and only through rigorous training can we survive on the battlefield and protect our home. Lin Mo stood in the lookout tower outside the training ground, watching the thriving scene of the base, filled with contentment. After more than a month of development, the base's infrastructure was complete. The crew count expanded to 150, and the combat power of the fleet steadily increased. But he did not let down his guard, as the system in his palm occasionally detected faint, anomalous energy signals of unknown origin, yet carrying an unsettling, oppressive feeling. Captain, the Foxhunter has sent back a reconnaissance report. Ava's communication interrupted Lin Mo's thoughts. Mark discovered some strange metal fragments at the edge of the Mist Nebula. The material of the fragments does not belong to the mechanical civilization, nor is it an alloy of the ancient civilization. They bear unknown energy patterns and are emitting faint radiation. Lin Mo's heart stirred, and he immediately returned to the command center. On the holographic screen, the photos of the fragments sent back by the Foxhunter were clearly visible. The fragments were irregularly shaped, with the surface covered in dense black patterns, through which a faint dark red energy flowed, consistent with the previously detected anomalous signal frequency. The energy signals detected from the fragments are of the same origin as the previous anomalous signals, presumed to come from the same unknown ship. Ava's fingers slid across the keyboard, bringing up the energy spectrum chart. This energy fluctuation is very peculiar. It is neither the electrical energy of the mechanical civilization nor the source energy of the ancient civilization. It resembles a type of biological energy, but its intensity far exceeds any known biological civilization. Did Mark find any traces of this unknown ship? Lin Mo asked. No, Ava shook her head. The fragments are scattered in an asteroid belt, and no ship wreckage was found. It is presumed that they fell off the unknown ship while it was in transit. Mark has already collected some fragments and is on his way back to the base, expected to arrive tomorrow. Lin Mo's brow furrowed. The remnants of the mechanical civilization were still lurking at the edge of the Mist Nebula, and the remnants of the conservatives were also secretly active. Now, with the emergence of an unknown civilization, the situation in the border star domain seemed to be becoming increasingly complex. Notify all crew members to raise the alert level and strengthen patrols of the base and fleet. Old Gray, once Mark returns, immediately organize a team to analyze the material and energy patterns of the fragments. Ella, optimize the Skylark detector, expand the monitoring range, focusing on the Mist Nebula and Novaport directions. The atmosphere of the base became somewhat solemn over the next day. While the crew trained and worked, they could all feel an invisible pressure. Carl and Old Gray had already made preparations, setting up a specialized analysis platform in the laboratory equipped with radiation protection devices. Though the radiation from the unknown fragments was weak, long-term contact could harm the human body. The next afternoon, the Foxhunter successfully returned to the base. As Mark stepped off the ship, he quickly walked toward the laboratory, holding a palm-sized fragment. Captain, these fragments are very strange. The patterns on the surface move with temperature changes, and they can slightly absorb surrounding energy. I suspect these are not ordinary ship fragments, but more like some kind of biological tissue shell. Lin Mo followed Mark into the laboratory, where Carl and Old Gray were already prepared for the analysis. The fragment was placed in a specially designed transparent container, and the black patterns on its surface flowed slowly under the light, as if alive. Old Gray activated the detector, and a pale blue scanning light enveloped the fragment with a complex set of data popping up on the screen. Material analysis complete. The main component is an unknown organic metal containing trace amounts of biological protein. It is indeed a combination of biological and metallic materials. Old Gray's voice carried shock. The energy pattern fluctuations are unstable. They seem to be transmitting some kind of signal externally, but we cannot decipher it. Ella attempted to activate the fragment with the energy of 3 keys. When the light of the keys met the dark red energy of the fragment, it suddenly vibrated violently, and the surface patterns instantly became dense, emitting a sharp, buzzing sound. There is a reaction. Ella immediately shut down the energy output. These fragments can resonate with the ancient keys, which indicates that this unknown civilization is likely connected to the ancient civilization. Lin Mo's heart sank. Unknown civilizations, ancient civilizations, mechanical civilizations, and conservatives. These forces were like intertwined undercurrents converging in the border star domain. He had a premonition that a greater storm was quietly brewing. In the following days, the analysis work continued intensively. Old Gray and Carl discovered that the organic metal material of the fragments possessed strong toughness and self-healing ability. Even when cut into small pieces, they could slowly merge under energy stimulation. Ella, through analyzing the energy patterns, found that the signals they transmitted contained vague keywords such as coordinates awaken and embers, which coincided with the fragments of the ancient civilization logs unlocked in the stellar ruins. Embers. Could the embers of the ancient civilization be this unknown civilization? Reno looked at the analysis report, his face filled with confusion. Or is it that this unknown civilization came in search of the embers? Lin Mo said nothing, his gaze resting on the holographic star map, where the discovery location of the unknown fragments was marked as a red. That was precisely situated on the route between the Mist Nebula and the stellar ruins. Regardless of what the unknown civilization's purpose is, their appearance is not coincidental. Lin Mo said slowly, we must expedite the construction of the nebula and enhance the combat power of the fleet while accelerating the analysis of ancient technology. Only by being strong enough can we stand firm in the impending storm. The construction and research work of the base accelerated once again. The installation of the energy core support frame of the nebula was completed, and core debugging began. Old Gray and Ella optimized the smelting formulas of the ancient alloy based on the analysis data of the fragments, increasing the toughness of the alloy by 30. Reno adjusted the training plan to include simulated combat training against the unknown civilization. Though they did not know the combat power of the unknown civilization, it was always wise to prepare in advance. Meanwhile, news came from the Vacaran Trade Alliance. The remnants of the conservatives and the mechanical civilization had conducted secret contacts at the periphery of Nova Port, seemingly reaching some kind of agreement. Lady Kasha speculates that the conservatives may want to utilize the technological remnants of the mechanical civilization to rebuild their fleet, while the mechanical civilization seeks to restore its strength by leveraging the resources of the conservatives. The two sides are likely to join forces against us. Ava relayed the communication content. Lin Mo was not surprised. The conservatives' covetousness for the free fleet and ancient technology had never ceased, and the mechanical civilization needed external forces to contend with the free fleet, making their collusion inevitable. Notify Lady Kasha and thank her for the information. Also tell her that the free fleet is willing to deepen military cooperation with the Vacaran Trade Alliance. Once the conservatives and the mechanical civilization join forces, we can form a joint fleet to collectively resist the threat. Kasha's reply came quickly. She agreed to Lin Mo's proposal and stated that she would soon dispatch a fleet to the desolate star to rendezvous with the free fleet. The situation grew increasingly tense, but the base's development did not stagnate. A week later, the energy core of the nebula successfully activated with pale blue energy, flowing steadily through the conduits. The testing of the space jump system also succeeded, achieving stable short-distance jumps of 100 kilometers. The newly recruited crew also completed their basic training and were formally integrated into each ship, further enhancing the combat power of the fleet. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the nebula looking at the escort ship that integrated multiple new technologies, filled with confidence. He knew that the unknown threat was still approaching and the alliance of the conservatives and the mechanical civilization was imminent, but he was no longer the solitary captain of a T-1 class scrap cannon. He had a solid base, united crew members, an increasingly powerful fleet, and the support of ancient technology. In the night of the desolate star, the base's lights dotted the gray-yellow surface like countless stars, and the fleet's ships hovered in orbit like giant beasts guarding their home. In the laboratory, the analysis of the unknown fragments continued, with the black patterns slowly flowing under the light, as if telling the secrets of distant galaxies. Lin Mo knew that his journey through the galaxy would face more challenges and uncertainties, but he was ready. Whether it was the alliance of the conservatives and the mechanical civilization or the mysterious emergence of the unknown civilization, he would lead the Free Fleet to confront difficulties, protect this hard-earned home, and uncover the ultimate secrets of the ancient civilization. And in the distant deep space, that strangely shaped black ship had already passed the edge of the mist nebula, slowly sailing towards the desolate star. The dark red patterns on the ship's surface grew brighter, like a giant beast about to awaken, its eyes flickering with greedy light. A new crisis was quietly approaching. When the engine test run of the nebula commenced at dawn, a low rumble, like the breath of a colossal beast, spread across the entire base. The silver-gray hull gleamed coldly under the morning sun. The shell forged from ancient alloys reflected a blinding light. As the energy core operated, a faint blue energy halo shimmered around the vessel, a testament to the stellar core energy stabilization technology, which ensured smoother engine output and reduced energy consumption by 10. Engine power is stable at 85, energy fluctuation controlled within 2, meeting design standards. Carl stood on the dock's observation platform, gazing at the test data in his hand, a gratified smile spreading across his face. During this period, he had poured almost all his energy into the debugging of the nebula, from optimizing the energy circuits to installing the damping modules, attending to every detail personally. The current result was the greatest affirmation of his efforts. Old Gray walked over to him and patted him on the shoulder. "Good work, Carl. The stability of this engine is even better than when the vault was first built." In another week, after the weapon system installation and space jump tests are completed, the nebula will be officially integrated into the fleet. Carl nodded, his gaze shifting towards the laboratory. "I wonder how the analysis of that unknown fragment is going. I have a feeling that thing is no ordinary artifact." At that moment in the lab, Ira was staring intently at the dynamic pattern of the fragment's veins on the holographic screen, her brows furrowed. After 3 consecutive days of analysis, she had finally discerned the pattern's rule. These veins did not flow randomly, but pulsed according to a complex rhythm, forming a complete loop every 7 hours and releasing a high-intensity signal pulse. "Captain Lin Mo, come look," Ira called out, swiping her finger across the screen to bring up the spectrum of the signal pulse. This pulse frequency has a 30 similarity to the energy fluctuation frequency of the pyramid in the stellar ruins. Moreover, it conceals a repeating code resembling some kind of coordinate guidance. Lin Mo leaned closer to the screen, observing the binary code composed of zeros and ones. The 3 keys in his palm suddenly grew slightly warm, emitting a soft glow. As if activated by the keys, the code automatically transformed into stellar coordinates, marking an uncharted region deep within the Mist Nebula, a blank area never before noted on any star chart. Ancient coordinates detected speculated to be Seed Vault or unknown civilization's homeworld. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected in this area, with high spatial distortion of ship entry, poses extreme risk. The system's prompt echoed in Lin Mo's mind. "Seed Vault," he murmured, his confusion deepening. What exactly was the ancient civilization's seed? Was it a technology, a life form, or an entire unknown civilization? "Captain, should we send the Fox Hunt to scout those coordinates?" Ira asked. Lin Mo shook his head. "No. The spatial distortion risk in this area is too high. The Fox Hunt's defensive capabilities are insufficient. Besides, we cannot divert our focus now. The alliance of the conservatives and the machine civilization is our most immediate threat." He paused, then continued. "Record these coordinates for now. Once the nebula is officially commissioned and the fleet's strength is further enhanced, we'll make plans." The analysis work continued while the base's daily training and construction never ceased. On the training grounds, the synergy between new and veteran crew members grew increasingly seamless. Tam led the crew of the Zephyr in rapid counterattack drills following a space jump, simulating how the fleet, upon jumping near an enemy force, could complete formation deployment and weapon lock within 3 seconds. "Jump complete. Lock onto target, immediately charge main cannons." Tam's voice came through the tactical channel. The Zephyr's simulated main cannon instantly aimed at the virtual target, the energy beam precisely striking the core area. Reno stood by watching the exercise and nodded with satisfaction. During this time, he had discovered that among the new recruits, there were many talented individuals. Besides Tam, who was skilled in gunnery, a female crew member named Lena displayed astonishing talent in electronic jamming and communication decryption, already capable of independently simulating communication jamming against T2 class ships. "Lena, you're quite impressive." Reno walked over and handed her a communication encryption protocol from the machine civilization. "Try cracking this. If you succeed, you'll be in charge of the fleet's electronic warfare department." Lena took the protocol, a spark of excitement flashing in her eyes, and immediately immersed herself in the Her fingers flew across the terminal, the code scrolling like flowing water. In less than half an hour, she had successfully broken the first layer of encryption. Life at the base also became more vibrant thanks to Lily's cultivation zone. In addition to the previously harvested drought-resistant crops, she had also experimented with fruit seeds provided by the Vacaran Trade Alliance. Now the first batch of fruit had ripened, sweet, juicy, and deeply popular among the crew. Every evening the mess hall provided fresh fruit salads. The crew would sit together eating and chatting, fostering an increasingly harmonious atmosphere at the base. Just as the base was developing steadily, Mark's reconnaissance report brought bad news. Captain, the allied forces of the Conservatives and the machine civilization are gathering in the Reef Star domain on the outskirts of New Starport. So far we've spotted 3 T2, 5 class cruisers, 8 frigates, and 2 modified warships from the machine civilization. They're expected to take action in a week. Mark's voice came through the communication channel, tinged with gravity. I also noticed a transport ship in their fleet loaded with a large quantity of energy crystals likely for supplying the machine warships. Lin Mo immediately convened an emergency meeting with the core crew. On the holographic star chart, the coordinates of the Reef Star domain were marked surrounded by reefs and energy turbulence somewhat similar to the terrain of the Mist Nebula, making it ideal for an ambush. The Conservatives and the machine civilization chose to assemble in the Reef Star domain, clearly intending to use the terrain to their advantage for a surprise attack on us. Captain Barton looked at the star chart, his tone serious. Their fleet is considerable. Although we have the vault and the nearly completed nebula, if we fight Hedon, our chances of victory are at most 60%. We can't remain on the defensive. Reno said, the energy turbulence in the Reef Star domain will disrupt communications and navigation. We can pre-deploy energy traps and electronic jamming devices there. Then send the Fox Hunt to feign an attack, luring them into our kill zone for a perfect ambush. Lin Mo nodded, a plan already forming in his mind. Let's do it. Mark continued reconnaissance on the periphery of the Reef Star domain, closely monitoring the Allied forces' movements, and report immediately. Carl lead the engineering team to use the remaining mechanical parts and ancient alloys to build 20 high-energy traps and 10 electronic jamming buoys to be completed within 3 days. Ira optimized the main cannon parameters of the Vault and Thunder to adapt to the energy environment of the Reef Star domain. Tam, the Zephyr, and the soon-to-be-completed Nebula will be responsible for transporting the traps and jamming buoys, covertly deploying them at key positions in the Reef Star domain. After the meeting, the base once again entered a state of intense combat readiness. The engineering team worked overtime to manufacture the traps and jamming buoys. The high-energy traps designed by Carl incorporated fragments from the machine civilization's energy core and ancient energy technology. Their explosive power could instantly destroy the shields of a T2 class frigate. The electronic jamming buoys could release wide-area jamming waves, rendering the Allied forces' communications and navigation completely inoperable. The installation of the Nebula's weapon system also entered its final sprint. Ira led the maintenance team to install 2 twin-mounted T3 class pulse main cannons. These cannons incorporated energy beam refraction technology, allowing them to alter their attack trajectory within energy turbulence to precisely hit targets. The weapon system installation for the Nebula is complete with a test fire success rate of 98. It is fully combat ready. Ira reported to Lin Mo in the dock, a tired yet exhilarated smile on her face. Lin Mo boarded the Nebula's bridge, gazing at the brand new control panels and holographic star chart, his heart filled with confidence. This frigate, integrating multiple new technologies, would become a crucial asset in the upcoming ambush. Thank you for your hard work, Ira, Lin Mo said. Endure 2 more days. After the ambush is over, it'll give you a long vacation. Ira smiled. No need for a vacation. Seeing the ship I helped build in action is the best reward. On the 3rd day of preparations, a breakthrough was made in analyzing the unknown fragment. Old Gray discovered that after absorbing sufficient energy, the black veins on the fragment's surface revealed a blurry star chart. Besides the previously activated seed vault coordinates, there was a more distant set of coordinates labeled Forbidden Zone. These Forbidden Zone coordinates are in the opposite direction of the stellar ruins, at least 1,000 light-years from the border star domain. Old Gray pointed at the star chart. Energy fluctuations indicate an extremely strong biological energy field there, possibly the birthplace of an unknown civilization. Moreover, I found a fragment of blurred information within the veins, seemingly warning of a destroyer within the Forbidden Zone, prohibiting approach. Lin Mo's heart tightened. What was the destroyer? An enemy of the unknown civilization, or the unknown civilization itself? This discovery further convinced him that the anomalies in the border star domain were closely linked to the ancient civilization and the seed of the unknown civilization. But now he had no time for deep investigation. The Allied forces of the Conservatives and the machine civilization were about to move, and preparations for the ambush had entered their final stage. Record these Forbidden Zone coordinates. We'll study them slowly after dealing with the Allied threat, Lin Mo said, turning and walking out of the lab to check on the final debugging of the Nebula at the dock. At the dock, the nebula's engine started again, emitting a steady rumble. Carl was conducting the final checks, ensuring every system functioned properly. Seeing Lin Mo approach, he looked up, a resolute smile on his face. "Captain, the nebula is ready. It can engage in battle at any time." Lin Mo nodded and addressed all crew members through the communication channel. "Attention, all crew, at dawn tomorrow the fleet will depart for the Reef Star domain to set up an ambush and await the allied forces of the Conservatives and the Machine Civilization. In this battle, we will not only destroy their fleet, but also eradicate these tumors from the Border Star domain, protecting our home." "Aye, Captain." The cheers of the crew echoed over the base. Under the night sky, the base was brightly lit. The Vault, Thunder, Dawn, Zephyr, and the Sunto Depart Nebula were neatly arrayed in the docking area like 5 swords about to be drawn from their sheaths. The traps and jamming buoys were already loaded. The crew had rested, conserving their energy for the coming battle. Lin Mo stood on the watchtower, gazing at the distant stars, the 3 keys in his palm, faintly warm. He knew that tomorrow's ambush would be a hard-fought battle, but he had confidence that with a powerful fleet, advanced technology, and a united crew, they would achieve victory. And after this victory, he would face an even greater challenge, unraveling the mystery of the ancient civilization's seed and confronting the threats from the unknown civilization. In the distant Reef Star domain, the allied forces of the Conservatives and the Machine Civilization continued to assemble. Commander Davis stood on the bridge of the Bedrock 3, gazing at the machine warships outside the window, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Lin Mo, let's see how you escape this time. With the support of the Machine Civilization, the ancient technology and energy nodes will all be ours." An ambush that would determine the future landscape of the Border Star domain was about to commence in the Reef Star domain. Lin Mo and his free fleet were ready to face this destined confrontation. The morning light of the desolate star had yet to fully dispel the night, and the fleet was already lined up and departing from its orbit. The nebula served as the latest model of a destroyer sailing on the left side of the fleet, its ancient alloy hull gleaming coldly in the morning mist, the energy output from the engines so steady that it was almost silent. This was the result of 3 days of adjustments by Carl and Old Gray, ensuring it could operate stably in the complex Reef Star region. All systems of the nebula are functioning normally. Energy core output is stable. Space jump module is on standby. The voice of Tame came through the communication channel, carrying the seriousness of a newly appointed captain. The intense training over this period had stripped away his youthful naivety, and his tone was much steadier when giving commands. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Skyward and looked at the holographic star map's trajectory. The journey from the desolate star to the Reef Star region would take 4 days, passing through 2 small asteroid belts and an energy turbulence zone along the way, allowing the fleet to conduct its final adjustments. All fleet personnel maintain formation. Fox Hunter will scout 5 kilometers ahead. Thunder will bring up the rear. Dawn and Gale will monitor the flanks. The fleet sailed steadily at sublight speed, with the asteroid belt becoming a natural training ground. Raynor issued simulated combat orders through the tactical channel. The Nebula and Gale will work together to destroy the simulated target 3 kilometers ahead. Be careful to avoid asteroid collisions. Tame immediately responded, maneuvering the Nebula to adjust its course, forming an encirclement with Gale. The 2 twin-mounted main cannons fired simultaneously, blue energy beams slicing through the gaps between the asteroids, hitting the target with precision, the explosive flames flashing briefly amid the asteroid field. Target hit. Evading completed. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the collaborative data on the tactical panel. The coordination between the new ship and the old ship was becoming increasingly seamless, which was key to the success of the ambush. On the 3rd day of travel, the fleet entered the energy turbulence zone. The energy fluctuations here were stronger than expected, causing slight vibrations in the hull of the Skyward. Radar scans were disrupted and target positioning was deviated. Old Gray adjusts the energy core parameters to compensate for the turbulence interference. Lin Mo. Old Gray's fingers rapidly tapped the control panel as the output curve of the energy core gradually stabilized. The adaptive compensation module has been activated. Ship stability restored to 80, a radar accuracy improved to 75 of normal levels. Meanwhile, Ella took the opportunity to test the energy beam refraction technology of the nebula. Amid the turbulence interference, she manually adjusted the refraction angle, allowing the energy beam to bypass the interference source and still accurately hit the target. Technical verification. Successful refraction functionality works under turbulence conditions and can be used. As the fleet exited the energy turbulence zone, Mark's Fox Hunter transmitted a reconnaissance report. Captain, 2 coalition scout ships have been spotted on the periphery of the Reef Star region conducting area scans. There are 2 ships classified as small scout vessels of mechanical civilization. Lin Mo felt a chill in his heart. The coalition's advance guard had arrived a day earlier than expected. Fox Hunter will observe covertly, do not expose, record the trajectory and scanning range of the scout ships, fleet slowed down, adjust course to bypass the coalition, and enter the Reef Star region from the flanks, avoiding a direct encounter. Fox Hunter slipped into the asteroid belt like a ghost mark, deactivated most energy systems, keeping only the basic reconnaissance equipment operational. The red scanning lights of the two mechanical scout ships moved back and forth in the starry sky, coming within less than a kilometer of Fox Hunter, yet they had not discovered the hidden ship behind the asteroids. The scanning frequency of the mechanical scout ships is fixed, scanning a specific area every 3 minutes, with a 1-minute blind spot that can be utilized. Mark's voice was low. I have marked their patrol routes. The fleet can enter the Reef Star region through the blind spot. Using the reconnaissance blind spot, the fleet successfully entered the Reef Star region. The scene here was more complex than what was displayed on the star map. Enormous black reefs rose like mountains beneath the sea, reflecting a cold, hard sheen under the dim starlight, and the gaps between the reefs flowed with faint purple energy turbulence, with small asteroids occasionally colliding into the reefs, producing dull sounds. Begin deploying traps and interference buoys, Lin Mo ordered. The Nebula and Gale separated from the formation, cautiously making their way to the designated deployment points. The shadows of the reefs provided natural cover as the crew operated the mechanical arms to secure high-energy traps to the backs of the reefs, while the electronic interference buoys were deployed in the energy turbulence on either side of the channel, making them difficult to detect. The deployment work took longer than expected. The gravitational instability in the reef area required the mechanical arms to operate with extra precision. Any slight error could cause the traps to fall off. Carl personally oversaw the engineering cabin of the Nebula, guiding the crew remotely to adjust the securing devices, use ancient alloy bolts for reinforcement, add anti-slip pads, and compensate for gravitational fluctuations. A young crew member lost control of the mechanical arm while securing the last high-energy trap, nearly causing it to fall into the energy turbulence. Carl immediately remotely cut off the power to the mechanical arm and recalibrated the parameters. Don't panic, the gravitational interference in the reef area will affect the equipment. Slow down while operating and watch the feedback data. The crew member took a deep breath, followed Carl's guidance to operate again, and finally secured the trap safely. The entire deployment process lasted a full day, with 20 high-energy traps and 10 electronic interference buoys, all set forming an ambush circle with a radius of 10 kilometers. On the night the trap deployment was completed, the fleet rested in a concealed harbor deep within the reefs. The natural barriers formed by the reefs allowed the energy turbulence to shield the ship's energy signals, making it difficult for the coalition to discover them. The crew took turns to rest while the maintenance team hurriedly checked the equipment and replenished ammunition. Lily prepared ample food and drinking water for the fleet, sending it to each ship via transport craft. Captain, these are specially made energy compression biscuits rich in protein and trace elements capable of quickly replenishing stamina. Lily's voice was filled with concern. Dr. Thorne also prepared emergency medical kits. Each combat position is equipped with one, and any injuries can be reported at any time. Lin Mo took the medical kit, warmth flooding his heart. It was these seemingly ordinary logistical support measures that kept the fleet's morale high during the tense preparations for battle. During the rest period, Ella detected an unusual energy signal again. Captain, in the core area of the Reef Star region, a faint signal has been detected consistent with the signal frequency of unknown fragments. Ella's voice was filled with surprise. The signal is very weak, as if it's emanating from within the reefs. There may be more unknown fragments there, perhaps. Even a ship from an unknown civilization. Lin Mo's heart stirred. The geographical position of the Reef Star region was special, situated between the desolate star and the new starport, and close to the misty nebula. The appearance of unknown civilization fragments here was no coincidence. Don't investigate further for now. Focus on the ambush. He said, once we've dealt with the coalition, we'll send someone to explore the core area of the reefs. On the morning of the fourth day, Mark's reconnaissance report shattered the tranquility. The main coalition fleet has entered the outer periphery of the Reef Star region and is expected to arrive at the ambush circle in 3 hours. The fleet size was consistent with previous reconnaissance, with 3 T2, 5 class cruisers, 8 destroyers, 2 mechanical retrofit warships, and transport ships located at the center of the fleet. All fleet personnel enter combat positions. Lin Mo ordered the Skyward and Thunder will hide behind the main reef. Dawn and Gale will occupy the elevated flanks. The Nebula will be responsible for luring the coalition into the ambush circle, and Fox Hunter will remain concealed, waiting for the opportunity to attack the transport ships. The fleet took its positions, and the Reef Star region fell into an eerie silence. Only the energy turbulence flowed between the reefs, emitting a faint hissing sound, while the distant roar of the coalition fleet's engines grew closer. The coalition fleet is 5 kilometers from the ambush circle, advancing along the main channel. Mark's voice. Lin Mo watched the red lights on the holographic star map, drawing nearer, his finger hovering over the tactical panel. The Nebula will initiate the luring program, disguising itself as having encountered energy turbulence with shield damage retreating towards the core of the ambush circle. Tame immediately maneuvered the nebula, reducing shield strength and emitting false damage signals, deliberately presenting an unstable navigation state as it retreated into the depths of the ambush circle. On the Coalition flagship Rock 3, Colonel Davis saw the signal from the nebula, and a sinister smile spread across his face. It's the new ship of the Free Fleet. It looks like it's in trouble. All fleets accelerate close and don't let it escape. The Coalition fleet sped up, closely pursuing the nebula into the ambush circle. As the last destroyer entered the trap range, a sharp light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Activate the interference buoys. 10 electronic interference buoys activated simultaneously, and faint purple interference waves instantly enveloped the entire ambush circle. The Coalition's radar screens instantly went blank, and the communication channels were filled with harsh static, throwing the fleet's navigation rhythm into complete chaos. What's going on? Communication disrupted. Radar malfunctioning. The Coalition crew panicked. Collisions occurred between ships, and their formation was thrown into disarray. Now's the time. Activate the high-energy traps. 20 high-energy traps exploded simultaneously, and the massive shockwave echoed between the reef's blue flames, illuminating the entire area. 3 of the Coalition's destroyers were instantly destroyed, while the shields of 2 other destroyers ruptured, leaving massive breaches in their hulls. Attack. All fleet fire at will. Lin Mo's command spread throughout the fleet via the encrypted channel. The Skyward and Thunder burst forth from behind the reefs, their main cannons firing simultaneously, targeting the Coalition cruisers. The Nebula and Gale turned to flank the enemy, energy beams and torpedoes raining down like raindrops. Fox Hunter launched a surprise attack on the Coalition's central transport ship, firing its pulse cannon, continuously destroying the transport ship's engine compartment. The Coalition fleet was thrown into complete disarray by the sudden assault. Colonel Davis' shouts echoed intermittently over the communication channel. Counterattack. Immediate counterattack. Stabilize the formation. But the interference waves and the shock of the traps caused the Coalition to lose coordination. The main cannons of the cruisers could not lock onto their targets accurately, and the energy cannons of the mechanical retrofit warships frequently jammed due to the interference. Rock 3 shields were struck by the Skyward's main cannon, igniting a blinding red light as its strength rapidly declined. Lin Mo studied the damage data on the tactical panel, his heart not easing in the slightest. The Coalition's numbers were still intact, and the combat effectiveness of the cruisers and mechanical retrofit warships had not been fully realized. This ambush battle was just beginning. At that moment, the detector of the Skyward suddenly captured a weak, abnormal signal originating from the same source as the unknown fragment signals in the core area of the reefs. Ava confirmed the signal source. Lin Mo ordered. The signal is coming from the core area of the reefs. Its intensity is rapidly increasing, as if responding to some call. Ava's voice was tense. Lin Mo's heart sank. The Coalition's ambush battle was still ongoing, and the unknown civilization's signal had suddenly changed. The situation in the Reef Star region seemed to be developing in a more complex direction. He turned to look at the holographic star map. The marked point in the core area of the reefs flickered with a faint red light, like an eye hidden in the darkness watching this battle. First, eliminate the immediate enemies. Lin Mo suppressed his doubts. Thunder, concentrate fire, destroy the energy core of Rock 3. Nebula and Gale, clear the remaining destroyers. The fleet's firepower once again concentrated, and the Coalition's resistance grew weaker. But Lin Mo knew that the victory of this battle was merely the first step. The unknown signals from the core area of the reefs and the unknown civilization in the distant deep space hinted at even greater challenges ahead. The explosions in the Reef Star region echoed one after another, and the beams of energy traversed through the reefs. A meticulously planned ambush was fiercely unfolding in this complex star region, and the secrets hidden deep within the reefs were about to surface gradually with the progression of the battle. The thunderous explosions in the Reef Nebula were deafening, blue energy flames leaping among the reefs, illuminating the chaotic formation of the Allied fleet. The shields of the Rock 3 flickered violently under the combined assault of the Sky Sovereign and Thunderer, their integrity dropping below 50. Lieutenant Commander Davis' roar twisted and distorted through the communication channel. Mech warships. Activate the anti-jamming modules immediately and cover the cruiser's breakout. The 2 modified mech warships received the command, the energy patterns on their hulls glowing with a crimson light as they forcibly broke through part of the jamming waves blockade. They adjusted their course, positioning themselves before the Rock 3, and their twin-linked energy cannons fired simultaneously. Beams of red energy streaked toward the Sky Sovereign, attempting to force the pursuer back. Full defensive power to the shields. Lin Mo maneuvered the Sky Sovereign into a lateral dodge. The energy beam grazed past the hull, striking a reef behind them. Fragments of rock exploded outward, pelting the shields and sending ripples across their surface. Ella, adjust the main cannon parameters. prioritized destroying the Mech warship's anti-jamming modules. Ella's fingers flew across the console. The main cannon of the Sky's Sovereign locked onto the device atop the Mech warship, the core of its anti-jamming module. A blue energy beam struck with precision. The Mech warship's red light dimmed instantly, its anti-jamming capabilities severely weakened. The static in the communication channel grew dense once more. On the other flank, the Nebula and Zephyr were mopping up the remaining Allied frigates. Tame piloting the Nebula utilized energy beam refraction technology to bypass a frigate's shields, striking its engine bay directly. With a resounding boom, the frigate lost power, drifting in the void before being finished off by a follow-up salvo from the Zephyr. But the Alliance was not entirely broken. Under Davis' command, the remaining cruiser and 3 frigates contracted their formation, using a massive reef as a defensive bastion. Though the Mech warship had lost its anti-jamming capability, its firepower remained formidable, consecutively shooting down 3 torpedoes launched by the Zephyr. Captain, the Alliance is using the reef for defense. Our attacks are much less effective. Reynolds' voice was laced with urgency. The Dawn's left shield has been hit. Integrity is down to 30. Lin Mo studied the holographic tactical display. Although the Allied defensive formation was passive, the cover of the reef prevented his fleet from encircling them effectively. Foxhunt launched an immediate assault on the Alliance's rear supply ships. He ordered decisively. Destroy their transports, cut off their energy crystal supply. Their resistance won't last long. Mark, already on standby, received the command and immediately piloted the Foxhunt. It wove through gaps in the reef, plunging like a blade into the heart of the Allied formation. The supply ships had weak defenses with only a single frigate for escort. The Foxhunt's pulse cannons fired in rapid succession, easily piercing the transport shields and striking its cargo hold. The transport's cargo hold is breached. The energy crystals are exploding. Mark yelled excitedly. The transport's cargo bay was instantly consumed by flames. The colossal shockwave of the explosion sent the escort frigate tumbling, completely severing the Allied fleet's energy supply. Davis stared at the burning, uncontrolled transport, his face pale. Without energy crystals, the Mech warship's endurance would plummet, and the cruiser's main cannon couldn't sustain high-intensity fire. Retreat. Fall back to the core region of the reef. He ordered through gritted teeth, hoping to use the complex terrain of the core area to shake off their pursuers. As the Allied fleet broke for the core region, Ellis' alarm suddenly blared. Captain, an unknown signal's intensity is spiking sharply. A powerful energy fluctuation is emerging from the core of the reef, interfering with the equipment of both sides. Lin Mo's heart sank. The interference from the unknown signal had arrived faster than anticipated. The shields of the Sky's Sovereign began to fluctuate unexpectedly, their integrity dropping by 10 for no apparent reason, and the charging rhythm of its main cannon became erratic. The Allied ships suffered even worse. One frigate, out of control, crashed into a reef and disintegrated on impact. What the hell is this signal? Davis' roar was laced with terror. Our navigation systems are down. The energy fluctuations in the reef's core grew increasingly violent. Pale purple energy currents became savage, and fleeting black spatial rifts could be seen flashing within the maelstrom. The Foxhunt sensors suddenly captured a staggering image at the very center of the reef's core. A colossal black platform floated in space. Its surface was covered in black patterns identical to the unknown fragments. Dozens of fragments of varying sizes orbited the platform, emitting powerful energy signals. What is that? Mark's voice was filled with shock. Lin Mo stared at the black platform on the holographic screen. The 3 keys in his palm burned intensely, and a fragment of ancient information flooded his mind. Stargate fragment connects to other realms. Passage of the spark. It's a Stargate fragment. Ella exclaimed. The remains of an ancient civilization. Stargate. These unknown fragments are components of the gate, and they're attempting to reassemble. The reassembly of the Stargate fragments triggered powerful energy interference, throwing the battlefield into greater chaos. One of the Alliance's Mech warships was caught in an energy current, its hull torn apart by a spatial rift and instantly reduced to debris. The engines of the Rock 3 were also affected, its speed plummeting. A hit from the Thunderer's main cannon struck its stern, melting the armor plating and exposing the internal energy circuits. Captain, the interference from the Stargate fragments is getting worse. Our ships can't hold out much longer. Old Gray's voice was anxious. The energy core output is fluctuating by over 15. If this continues, we risk an overload. Lin Mo knew they could not continue the pursuit. The risks of the Stargate fragments reassembly were unknown. Staying in the core zone could pull the fleet into the energy currents or spatial rifts. Cease pursuit. All ships withdraw from the reef's core region and regroup on the perimeter. The fleet slowly pulled back, and the Alliance seized the opportunity to escape, fleeing toward the outer reaches of the Reef Nebula. Though the ambush didn't completely destroy the Alliance, it dealt them a crippling blow. 1 cruiser, 5 frigates, and 1 Mech warship were destroyed. The transport exploded, cutting off their energy supply, and the Alliance's combat strength was reduced by more than half. The fleet anchored on the periphery of the Reef Nebula for repairs and rest. The faces of the crew members were etched with exhaustion. The Dawn's left shield needed replacement, the Zephyr's torpedo launchers were damaged, and 2 crew members had been grazed by flying debris during the battle, though their injuries were not serious. Dr. Thorne and Lily were busy in the medical bay tending to the wounded. It's just a flesh wound. A disinfectant and bandage will fix it, Dr. Thorne said with relief, turning to Lily. He'll leave the rest to you. I need to check the medical supplies on the other ships. Lily nodded, carefully bandaging the crewman's wound, her face full of concern. Be careful in the next fight. Protect yourself. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Sky Sovereign, gazing toward the core of the reef, his mind filled with doubt. Stargate fragments, an unknown civilization, an ancient spark. These threads intertwined, making the situation in the border sectors increasingly incomprehensible. Mark, send the Fox Hunt to conduct long-range reconnaissance of the reef's core. Record the reassembly status of the Stargate fragments, but do not approach. Old Gray, expedite repairs on the damaged ships. We need to maintain our combat readiness. Ella analyzed the energy signals from the Stargate fragments and tried to decipher the information within them. Over the next 3 days, the fleet rested on the periphery of the Reef Nebula while conducting long-range reconnaissance of the Stargate fragments. Footage from the Fox Hunt showed the reassembly of the Stargate fragments continuing. The black platform was growing larger, its patterns glowing brighter, and the energy signals it emitted were intensifying, even beginning to affect the ship's equipment on the periphery of the reef. The reassembly speed of the Stargate fragments is accelerating. At this rate, a complete Stargate prototype could form within a week. Ella's voice was tinged with worry. Among the deciphered signals, besides coordinates and awakening, we've also found keywords like invasion and assimilation. We suspect the unknown civilization intends to invade the border sectors through the Stargate. Lin Mo's brow furrowed even deeper. Although the alliance of conservatives and the machine civilization had been damaged, it was not completely annihilated and could regroup at any time. The reassembly of the Stargate fragments heralded the threat of an invasion by an unknown civilization. Meanwhile, the remnants of the machine civilization were still lying dormant in the nebula of mist. The convergence of multiple threats had put the fleet in a dilemma. We cannot confront so many threats at once, said Captain Barton. I suggest we return to Barren Star first to repair the ships and consolidate our resources before making further plans. The Stargate fragments in the Reef Nebula are beyond our immediate intervention, and the Alliance will need time to recover. We can use this time to enhance our own strength. Lin Mo agreed with Barton's proposal. The immediate priority was to repair the fleet and digest the technology they had acquired rather than dispersing their efforts to deal with unknown threats. Notify the entire fleet. Prepare to set a return course for Barren Star. As the fleet departed the Reef Nebula, Lin Mo took one last look at the Stargate fragments in the core region. The black platform glowed with an eerie light in the void, like a slumbering beast that could awaken at any moment. He knew that the secrets of this place would eventually be uncovered, and that day might bring an even greater crisis. During the return voyage, repair work on the fleet continued. Carl led the engineering team, moving between the ships to fix the damaged shields and weapon systems. Using parts salvaged from the wreckage of the Alliance's ships, he upgraded the Dawn's left shield, increasing its defensive strength by 20. Captain, the Dawn's shield repairs are complete. We've also added an energy buffer module. If we encounter similar attacks in the future, it should reduce damage by 30. Carl's voice was tired but carried a sense of accomplishment. Lin Mo nodded, feeling a deep sense of gratitude toward Carl. From a pirate to the fleet's core engineer, Carl's transformation was evident to all. His repair skills and innovative thinking had solved countless problems for the fleet. On the 4th day of the voyage, the fleet finally caught sight of the silhouette of Barren Star. The lights of the base flickered across the gray-yellow surface like sparks of fire welcoming them home. Lin Mo knew that once they returned to base, they would face even more arduous tasks, repairing ships, increasing strength, and confronting multiple threats. But he was not afraid. He had a crew united in purpose, a fleet growing ever stronger, and the unwavering conviction to protect their home. And in the core region of the Reef Nebula, the reassembly of the Stargate fragments continued. The black prototype of the Stargate gradually took form, its surface patterns flowing with dark red energy. A faint spatial channel was slowly opening at the gate's center. The vanguard of the unknown civilization was ready to invade. A greater storm was gathering, about to sweep across the border sectors. As the blue light of the engine of the sky horizon gradually faded, it slowly entered the docking area of the desolate starbase. Welcoming the fleet were not only the cheers of the crew left behind, but also the fresh aroma of wheat wafting through the air. Lily's planting area had expanded, and the newly cultivated drought-resistant wheat crops were ready for harvest. The golden wheat ears swayed in the wind within the energy barrier, adding a touch of vitality to the grayish-yellow planet. Welcome back. Lily, accompanied by several logistics crew members, pushed a cart filled with fresh fruits and wheat cakes waiting at the dock. Wearing a work uniform stained with dirt, her face flushed from sun exposure, she smiled genuinely. Dr. Thorne said you all had a tough battle and specially prepared high-calorie food. Quickly replenish your strength. The crew gathered around, grabbing wheat cakes and fruits, devouring them hungrily. The tense battles and voyages of the past several days had left them exhausted, and the aroma of fresh food instantly dispelled much of their fatigue. Tame bit into a large piece of wheat cake crumbs at the corner of his mouth as he mumbled, so delicious. 100 times better than nutrient paste. Sister Lily, you are simply our logistics goddess. Lily chuckled at his enthusiasm and handed him a wet wipe. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. There's plenty more in the planting area to last us for a while. Lin Mo did not rush to enjoy the food, but instead went to the dock to check on the repair status of the damaged ships. The Shield of the Dawn has been removed, revealing the damaged energy circuits inside. Several engineers are carefully replacing the superconducting wires. Beside the torpedo launch tube of the Gale, Carl was crouched on the ground, calibrating the launch trajectory with a specialized tool, oblivious to the oil smudges on his forehead. Captain, the shield frame of the Dawn is not severely damaged. After replacing the new superconducting wires and adding a layer of energy buffer module, it can regain combat capability within 3 days. Carl looked up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The launch tube of the Gale is only slightly deformed. It can be used normally after calibration. However, the engine bearing of the Thunder is severely worn and needs to be disassembled for major repairs, which are expected to take 5 days. Lin Mo nodded, his gaze sweeping over the neatly stacked repair parts in the dock, most of which were dismantled from the remnants of the Coalition, with some being the latest high-purity alloys delivered by the Vacuolin Consortium. No need to rush, let's proceed step by step. This time we have ample time for rest, so we must ensure the quality of repairs. He paused for a moment and added, the situation with the Stargate fragments is unclear and the threat from unknown civilizations is growing closer. Our ships must remain in optimal condition. For the following week, the base entered an orderly period of rest. The combat crew took turns resting to regain their strength. The repair team was fully engaged in ship repairs. Carl led the team to innovate the lubrication technology for the engine bearings, reducing the repair time of the Thunder to 3 days. Meanwhile, the technical team busied themselves in the laboratory. Ella and Old Gray focused on analyzing the energy signals of the Stargate fragments, attempting to find a way to prevent their recombination. In the laboratory, a holographic screen was repeatedly playing images of the Stargate fragments transmitted back by the hunting fox. The Black Stargate prototype had already taken shape, with the central space channel emanating a faint black glow, while the surrounding fragments continued to slowly gather the dark red energy flowing within the patterns, accelerating. The energy core of the Stargate is forming, relying on the biological metallic properties of the fragments themselves and the energy turbulence of the reef region. Old Gray pointed at the energy spectrum graph on the screen. We tried to interfere with the energy using the 3 keys, but the effect was minimal. We could only temporarily slow down the recombination speed. We cannot stop it. Ella added, while analyzing the Stargate signal, I discovered a segment of repeated coding that matches the exotic coordinates section in the ancient civilization logs. It is speculated that this Stargate connects to the home planet of the unknown civilization, or what they refer to as the seed storage point. Lin Mo felt the 3 keys in his palm, slightly warm, seemingly resonating with the energy of the Stargate. He tried to inject the energy of the keys into the analysis device, and the coding on the screen suddenly changed, displaying a blurred warning message: exotic people, boundless thoughts, danger of assimilation, Star Core is shield. Danger of assimilation. Lin Mo repeated softly, a chill running through him. The unknown civilization's goal might not be a simple invasion, but assimilation. To transform the civilizations of the border star regions into part of themselves, which is far more terrifying than mere warfare. During the rest period, the daily training at the base did not cease. Reno adjusted the training plan, reducing large-scale confrontation drills while increasing individual combat skills and emergency response training. On the training ground, new crew member Lena led the electronic warfare team in a simulated communication maintenance training under Stargate energy interference. Tame led the artillery team, practicing precise shooting in an energy fluctuation environment. Under Stargate interference, radar locking will be delayed by 0.5 seconds, so we need to anticipate the target's trajectory in advance. Tame stood in front of the shooting simulator, demonstrating to the new crew members aim 1.5 positions ahead of the target and fire. The energy beam shot out, hitting the moving target precisely, eliciting cheers. Reno watched the scene on the training ground, nodding in satisfaction. After multiple real combat situations and training, the new crew members had rapidly grown and the fleet's combat capability steadily improved. He walked over to Lin Mo and handed him a training report. The fleet's collaborative combat capability has increased by 30 compared to before, and there have been significant improvements in electronic warfare and emergency response. Even if we encounter Stargate interference again, we can maintain basic combat strength. Lin Mo took the report, feeling a slight sense of comfort. However, he knew it was not enough. The power of the unknown civilization was still unknown, and once the Stargate fully opened, they might face unprecedented formidable enemies. Notify the Vacuolin Consortium to share the analysis data of the Stargate fragments and request them to expedite the fleet support. Lin Mo said additionally have the Hunting Fox head to the Reef Star region again to closely monitor the progress of the Stargate recombination and the movements of the remnants of the coalition. On the third day after Mark's Hunting Fox set off, urgent intelligence was transmitted back. The recombination speed of the Stargate is accelerating, and it is expected to fully open in half a month. The remnants of the coalition are resting at the abandoned space station on the outskirts of the Reef Star region, repairing damaged ships, and have contacted the remnants of the mechanical civilization in the Mist Nebula, seemingly planning new actions. What is more concerning is that the Hunting Fox also captured new signals emitted by the Stargate. This time the signal strength is greater and the coverage area is wider, even affecting the ship's equipment on the outskirts of the Reef Star region. The signal contains a certain frequency that can affect biological consciousness. My crew experienced brief dizziness and hallucinations. Mark's voice was weary. We must find a way to stop the Stargate from opening as soon as possible, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Mo immediately summoned the core crew for an emergency meeting. On the holographic screen, the latest images of the Stargate and the movements of the coalition were clearly visible, and the atmosphere was heavy. Once the Stargate opens, the vanguard forces of the unknown civilization will likely launch an immediate attack, while the coalition and mechanical civilization may seize the opportunity to ambush the base. Captain Barton spoke first. We are facing a situation of being attacked from both sides. We must make a choice: either concentrate our forces to prevent the Stargate from opening or hold the base and resist a possible pincer attack. However, simply holding the base and passively taking hits is not a solution, Ella said. The Stargate is the greatest threat. Once it opens, even if we repel the coalition, we cannot stop the unknown civilization's assimilation. We must take the initiative and stop the Stargate from opening. But our fleet has not yet been fully repaired. The Thunder has just been fixed, and the Dawn is still in final adjustments. Forcing an offensive carries too much risk. Carl raised an objection. Moreover, we do not know how to completely stop the Stargate. Blind actions may backfire. Lin Mo remained silent for a long time, the key in his palm still warm, as if giving him some inspiration. He suddenly recalled the phrase Star Core as shield from the ancient civilization logs, and had a bold idea: the energy nodes of the desolate star and the Star Core energy from the Star River ruins might be used to suppress the Stargate. We can guide the energy of the energy nodes to the Stargate using the same ancient energy to interfere with its recombination and opening. That's a risky plan. Old Gray frowned. Guiding the energy from the energy nodes requires complex transmission equipment, and if the energy output goes out of control, it may not only fail to suppress the Stargate, but could also cause the energy nodes to explode, destroying the entire base. But this is the only solution we have at present, Lin Mo said firmly. We do not have time to hesitate. Old Gray, Ella, you are responsible for designing the energy transmission equipment. Using ancient alloys and mechanical parts, manufacture a device that can stably guide energy as soon as possible. Reno, expedite the fleet's repairs and training. In a week, the fleet will set off to the Reef Star region to execute the task of suppressing the Stargate. Carl, you are in charge of modifying the Sky Horizon so that it can withstand the high-intensity output of the energy nodes, serving as the core ship for energy transmission. After the meeting concluded, the base once again entered a tense state of preparation for battle. The engineering team worked overtime to produce the energy transmission equipment, while Carl led his team to make sweeping modifications to the Sky Horizon, increasing the energy core's output power by 50 and adding multiple layers of energy stabilization modules. Ella and Old Gray repeatedly calculated the parameters for energy transmission to ensure there would be no loss of control. Lily's planting area also welcomed its second harvest. The crops harvested this time were processed into compressed food and nutritional agents, filling the fleet storage compartments and providing ample logistical support for long-distance voyages and combat. Dr. Thorne expanded the medical team and trained more battlefield medics in preparation for potential large-scale. A week later, the modifications to the Sky Horizon were completed and the energy transmission equipment was successfully manufactured. The fleet regrouped once again with the Sky Horizon Thunder Dawn Gale Nebula and Hunting Fox neatly arranged in the docking area, their energy conduits glowing faintly blue like swords poised to strike. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Sky Horizon, gazing at the base outside and the distant starry sky, filled with determination. Stopping the Stargate from opening, resisting the unknown civilization, and guarding the border star regions. This was his mission and that of the Free Fleet. Though the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty and danger, he knew he was not fighting alone. Behind him were united crew members, a solid base, and the legacy of ancient civilization. All fleet set off. Target the Reef Star region to prevent the Stargate from opening. Lin Mo's voice echoed through the communications channel across the entire fleet. The engines of the 6 ships started simultaneously emitting dazzling blue light, forming a neat formation as they headed towards the direction of the Reef Star region. The base of the desolate star gradually receded into the distance, and the light of the energy nodes flickered in the starry sky, as if bidding them farewell. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Reef Star region, the Black Star Gate had nearly taken shape, with the central space channel becoming increasingly clear and dark red energy patterns spread across the surface of the Stargate like veins. The vanguard forces of the unknown civilization were already poised on the other side of the Stargate, and an ultimate showdown that would determine the fate of the border star regions was about to begin. On the 3rd day after the fleet departed from the desolate star's orbit inside the energy transmission bay of the Tsangxiong, Carl was lying beside the newly installed energy conduits using a detector to inspect every joint. Pale blue energy flowed slowly within the conduits, casting a look of intense focus on his face. This was the core device he and Old Gray had spent 7 painstaking days building. Whether it could precisely channel the energy from the desolate star node to the Stargate depended entirely on the stability of this system. The energy leakage rate at the conduit interface is 0.30 within the safe range, but prolonged high-speed transmission might exceed the limit. Carl's voice came through the internal comms as his fingers tapped lightly on the console, adjusting the pressure parameters of the conduits. I recommend conducting 3 full-power simulated transmissions before reaching the Reef Nebula to test the equipment's limits. Old Gray sat before the monitoring console, his screen filled with energy flow curves. Agreed. The first simulated transmission will output 30 energy, focusing on monitoring interface stability, the second at 50, testing the conduit's heat resistance, the third at 80, simulating combat transmission intensity. Lin Mo stood by the hatch watching the two work in perfect harmony, feeling slightly reassured. This energy transmission device was the key to preventing the Stargate from opening. Any mistake was unacceptable. Ella simultaneously activate the shield reinforcement on the Tsangxiong. If a leak occurs during the simulated transmission, immediately initiate emergency isolation. When the first simulated transmission began, the entire Tsangxiong trembled slightly. Energy flowed from the modified core through the conduits forged from ancient alloys. No obvious leaks appeared, though the surface temperature of the conduits rose by 5°C. First test passed. Interface stable, conduit heat resistance up to standard. Carl breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his brow. The second transmission increased to 50 power. The energy flow accelerated and a faint red glow emanated from the conduit surfaces. Temperature exceeding critical limits. Activate the cooling system. Old Gray shouted. The cooling modules kicked in instantly, with pale blue coolant circulating through the conduit's layers, gradually bringing the temperature down. Close call, but the cooling system can handle it. The third simulated transmission at 80 power was the most critical. Energy roared within the conduits like a raging river. All the indicator lights in the bay flashed red, and alarms blared continuously. Interface leakage rate rising to 1.2. Slight deformation in the middle section of the conduit. Carl's voice was urgent as he immediately activated the backup reinforcement module. Alloy braces tightened automatically, securing the deformed conduit. Simulated transmission complete. The equipment meets overall standards, but we need to replace the sealing gasket in the middle section before actual combat. Old Gray looked at the final data, a weary smile on his face. This system can support 1 full power transmission, enough to suppress the Stargate. Lin Mo nodded, half the weight lifted from his heart. The technical challenges were gradually being resolved, and the fleet's coordination was improving steadily during the voyage. Reno organized cross-ship coordination drills via the tactical channel. Time from the Nebula and Lena from the Electronic Warfare Division formed a temporary tactical team, simulating precision strikes and communication support under Stargate interference. Lena activate level 3 electronic jamming to block the simulated Stargate's signal. Time's voice came through the encrypted channel. The main cannon of the Nebula began charging, awaiting target lock. Lena's fingers flew across the terminal, the jamming wave pattern on the screen spreading like ripples. Jamming initiated. 70 of the Stargate interference signal blocked, navigation accuracy restored to 85. Time seized the opportunity, maneuvering the Nebula to adjust its course. The main cannon struck the simulated Stargate core target with precision. Hit. Coordination successful. Lin Mo watched the tactical panel's coordination data and nodded with satisfaction. The synergy between new and veteran crew members was growing, and the seamless integration of electronic warfare and firepower strikes was the foundation for facing the complex battles ahead. During the voyage, reconnaissance by the Fox Hunter never ceased. Mark piloted the escort ship, weaving like a ghost through the outskirts of the Reef Nebula. Not only did he monitor the Stargate's reconstruction progress, but he also unexpectedly intercepted communication signals between the Coalition and the machine civilization. Captain, I've decrypted and encrypted coalition communication. Lena's voice was excited. Davis has reached an agreement with the machine civilization commander. The coalition will pin us down on the periphery while the machine civilization seizes the Stargate technology. Afterward, they will share the assimilation technology. Assimilation technology. Lin Mo's heart tightened. In their quest for revenge, the coalition had stooped to colluding with the machine civilization, seeking dangerous technology from an unknown civilization. A desperate act that would only hasten their doom. Mark continued monitoring their movements, focusing on the defensive deployments around the Stargate. Have you found any ambush points? Found 3 suspected ambush points, all in the reefs around the Stargate, equipped with energy cannons and electronic jamming devices. Mark's voice came through. Also, the machine civilization has sent 3 stealth reconnaissance ships that have been covertly tracking our fleet. I've evaded their scans, but their pursuit is persistent. Lin Mo's brow furrowed. The coalition's ambush, the machine civilization's pursuit, and the imminent opening of the Stargate. The convergence of 3 pressures dramatically increased the mission's risk. Notify the entire fleet to stay alert. The Thunder and Gale will handle counter-tracking and jam the machine reconnaissance ship scans. Lena continued decrypting coalition communications to obtain their specific battle plan. Old Gray, accelerate the equipment calibration on the Tsangqiang. We must reach the Stargate core before they do. The fleet adjusted its tactics. The Thunder and Gale broke away from the main formation, heading toward the machine reconnaissance ships. Captain Barton maneuvered the Thunder, releasing a wide-range electronic jamming wave that instantly blocked the machine reconnaissance ships' scanning signals. Machine reconnaissance ships have lost their target and are searching blindly. The Gale took the opportunity to circle behind the reconnaissance ships, initiating a simulated attack program and emitting false energy cannon signals. Mistakenly believing they had been discovered, the machine reconnaissance ships immediately accelerated and retreated, disappearing into the reef cluster. Counter-tracking successful. The fleet is safe to continue. With the tracking problem resolved, the fleet's pace quickened. Along the way, Lily's logistical support became the crew's spiritual backbone. Using a spatial compression storage box, she prepared fresh fruit and homemade energy bars for each ship and specially prepared invigorating nutrient fluids for the technical team. Old Gray and Carl had only slept 4 hours in the past 2 days. Carl, have some nutrient fluid to replenish your energy. Lily's caring voice came through the comm channel. If you collapse, who will ensure the stability of the energy transmission equipment? Carl paused, looking at Lily's smiling face popping up on his terminal, a warmth stirring in his heart. In all his years as a pirate, no one had ever cared about his health like this. Thank you, will be careful. He picked up the nutrient fluid and drank it. The cool liquid flowed down his throat, and much of his fatigue dissipated. On the 5th day of the voyage, the fleet finally arrived at the outskirts of the Reef Nebula. In the distance, the Black Star Gate hung suspended in the core area. The spatial passage at its center was now clearly visible, radiating an eerie black halo. The fragments around the Stargate had stopped moving, and the dark red energy within the patterns circulated like blood, clearly indicating it had entered the final countdown to activation. Stargate activation countdown 72 hours. Ellis' voice was grave. The Coalition fleet is hidden in the reefs west of the Stargate, 1 cruiser and 3 frigates. The Machine Civilization fleet is to the east, 2 modified warships and 4 frigates. They form a pincer formation. Lin Mo looked at the holographic star map, showing the 3-way standoff, a plan already forming in his mind. The Coalition and Machine Civilization want to reap the benefits while we fight the unknown civilization to a stalemate. He let out a cold laugh. But we won't let them. Step 1, clear the peripheral ambush points to break their pincer. Step 2, the Tsangqiang enters the Stargate core and initiates energy transmission to suppress the gate's opening. Step 3, the rest of the fleet establishes a defensive perimeter to prevent interference from the Coalition and Machine Civilization. Reno added, I suggest sending the Foxhunter to infiltrate the Coalition and Machine ambush points. First, release electronic jamming to create chaos. Then the Nebula and Gale can launch a surprise attack to quickly eliminate the ambushes. Do it. Lin Mo gave the decisive order. Mark, the Foxhunter departs immediately and infiltrates the target area. Time, Lena, prepare for the assault. Captain Barton, the Thunder and Dawn will provide cover and be ready for any contingencies. The Foxhunter shot out like an arrow, silently slipping into the reef cluster. Mark shut down all non-essential energy systems, reducing the ship's energy signature to a minimum, making it resemble an ordinary reef fragment. He carefully avoided the Coalition patrol boats and deployed 4 electronic jamming buoys near the ambush points. Jamming buoys deployed, ready to activate at any moment. Mark's voice was barely a whisper. Lin Mo saw the timing was right and ordered, activate jamming. Nebula, Gale, strike. The 4 electronic jamming buoys activated simultaneously, their pale purple jamming waves instantly enveloping the ambush points of both the Coalition and the Machine Civilization. The Coalition's energy cannons lost their target locks, the machine civilization's communications were completely severed, and the ambush points fell into chaos. They, Nebula and Gale, seized the moment to launch their assault, their main cannons firing in unison. Blue energy beams struck the Coalition's energy cannon positions, and explosions flashed briefly within the reef cluster. Coalition ambush point destroyed. Machine civilization's ambush point is retreating. Time's voice was filled with excitement. Lin Mo did not order a pursuit. He knew time was precious. Sangqiong full speed ahead to the Stargate core. The rest of the fleet form a defensive circle to prevent the Coalition and machine civilization from approaching. The engines of the Sangqiong roared at full power as it headed toward the Stargate core. The energy transmission system was already activated with pale blue energy surging through the conduits. Carl and Old Gray stared intently at the monitoring panels, not daring to relax for a moment. The Stargate grew closer. In the spatial passage at its center, vague shadowy forms could already be seen writhing. Clearly the vanguard of the unknown civilization was preparing to invade. Lin Mo stood on the bridge, the 3 keys in his palm, burning hot, resonating intensely with the Stargate's energy. Energy node connection ready. Transmission preparation commencing. Old Gray's voice was tense. Just then the Coalition's Rock 3 and the machine civilization's modified warship suddenly broke through the defensive perimeter, charging straight toward the Sangqiong. Lin Mo, you think you can stop the Stargate? Dream on. Davis' roar echoed through the comm channel. Lin Mo's eyes hardened as he ordered, Thunder Dawn intercept. Sangqiong continue forward and initiate energy transmission. A final ultimate battle for the Stargate had officially begun in the core of the Reef Nebula. The energy transmission conduits of the Sangqiong blazed with dazzling blue light. The dark red energy patterns on the Stargate rippled violently. The shadowy forms of the unknown civilization stirred restlessly in the passage. The Coalition and machine civilization fleets attacked with wild fury. The fate of the border star system hung by a thread. The twin-mounted main cannons of the Thunderclap were the first to erupt, unleashing silver-white energy beams that, like twin swords of light, struck the shields of the Rocksteady 3 with pinpoint accuracy. Captain Barton glared at the tactical display, veins bulging on his forehead. Full intercept. Do not let them get near the firmament. The hull of the Thunderclap positioned itself diagonally behind the firmament, its thick shields forming an unyielding bulwark that withstood the initial assault from the Coalition and the mechanical fleet. Rocksteady 3 shield strength down to 40%. But the energy cannons on those modified warships are too powerful. Our shields won't hold much longer. Urgent shouts from the Thunderclap's crew crackled over the comm channel. The 2 modified warships pressed in from both sides, their red energy beams falling like a dense curtain of rain, constantly battering the Thunderclap shields and causing a harsh, glaring red glow. Dawnbreaker, support the left flank. Zephyr pinned down the warship on the right. Renault commanded decisively. The Dawnbreaker's engines roared at full power as it cut in from the flank, its main cannons firing in rapid succession, striking the energy cannon barrel of one mechanical warship and disrupting its firing rhythm. Meanwhile, the Zephyr released a cloud of electronic countermeasure rounds, throwing off the targeting systems of the other mechanical warship, causing its red energy beams to miss their mark. Lin Mo did not allow himself to be distracted by the intercept battle. All his focus was on the firmament's energy transmission. Old Gray, initiate energy transmission. Output at 50%, increasing gradually, he ordered. Acknowledged. Energy connection to the Stargate successful. Transmission commencing. Old Gray's finger pressed the activation key. The energy conduits of the firmament instantly blazed with a brilliant blue light, and a thick beam of energy shot forth from its bow, heading straight for the core region of the Black Stargate. The blue energy met the Stargate's dark red energy, a clash like ice and fire, producing a harsh, sizzling sound. The patterns on the Stargate's surface rippled violently, and the spatial passage at its center began to warp noticeably. It's working. The Stargate's opening is slowing. Alara's voice was filled with excitement. But the respite was short-lived. The Stargate suddenly erupted with a surge of powerful dark red energy, forming an energy barrier that blocked the advance of the blue beam. The Stargate is fighting back. Energy intensity is exceeding projections. Old Gray shouted. The firmament's energy core load is rising. We can't increase transmission power. Carl immediately adjusted the energy circuits. Activate the backup amplification module. He'll manually calibrate the transmission angle to bypass the energy barrier. His fingers flew across the console. The trajectory of the blue energy beam shifted slightly, slipping through a gap in the patterns on the Stargate's side, once again clashing with the dark red energy. The Stargate's tremors intensified. The shadowy figures within the spatial passage grew restless, emitting low guttural roars. At that moment, the Coalition's Rocksteady 3 seized a gap in the intercepting fleet, suddenly accelerating and charging straight for the firmament's energy transmission bay. Lin Mo, prepare to die. Davis' roar was piercing. The main cannon of the Rocksteady 3 finished charging, and a colossal energy beam aimed directly at the firmament's stern. "Danger!" Alara cried out. Lin Mo deftly maneuvered the firmament to sidestep. The energy beam grazed the stern, struck a nearby asteroid, and sent debris flying. The fragments slammed into the firmament's shields, causing ripples of light. But this evasive action caused a brief interruption in the energy transmission. The blue energy beam weakened instantly, allowing the Stargate's dark red energy to surge back, and the spatial passage expanded once more. Energy transmission interrupted for 0.3 seconds. The Stargate is fighting back harder. Old Gray's voice was urgent. "We need to recalibrate the connection." Sweat beaded on Carl's forehead as his fingers danced across the console. Calibration complete. Transmission restored. Output power increased to 70%. The blue energy beam strengthened again, suppressing the dark red energy's counterattack. The Stargate's tremors gradually subsided, but no one noticed a crack forming in the patterns on the Stargate's side. A small shadowy figure slipped out through the fissure, a vanguard of the unknown civilization breaking free from the Stargate's constraints ahead of time. This shadow was like liquid metal. Upon landing, it rapidly coalesced into a human-sized form, its entire body encased in a black biometallic shell with dark red light flickering from its eye sockets. It did not attack immediately. Instead, it stood on the asteroid, scanning the battlefield, seemingly analyzing the strength of its foes. "What is that?" Mark's foxhound happened to capture the scene, his voice tinged with shock. Lin Mo's gaze was instantly drawn to the shadow. The 3 keys in his palm burned intensely, and the system issued an urgent alert: detected unknown civilization vanguard unit. Possesses high-intensity self-repair capabilities and energy absorption properties. Danger level extremely high. The shadow seemed to sense Lin Mo's stare. It suddenly accelerated, charging like a phantom towards the firmament's energy transmission bay. Its speed was incredible. It easily dodged the intercepting energy beams, reaching the firmament's hull in an instant. Sharp claws extended from its black shell, and it began tearing at the energy conduits. "Something is attacking the conduits." Carl's cry of alarm came through. "The outer armor of the conduits is breached. Leakage rate rising to 3%. Lin Mo immediately ordered, "Nebula, send a boarding party to assist. We must stop it from destroying the energy transmission." Thane did not hesitate. He quickly selected 4 elite crew members, and they boarded a small shuttle, rapidly arriving on the firmament's hull. The shuttle's mechanical arms deployed the crew. Armed with specially designed high-temperature energy rifles, they opened fire on the shadow. The red-hot energy beams struck the shadow, but were absorbed by the black shell on its surface, causing no damage. "Energy attacks are useless," one crew member exclaimed. The shadow turned its claws, swiping. One crew member's protective suit was instantly torn, and a deep gash was carved into his arm, blood gushing forth. "Fall back. Use physical attacks." Thane yelled, drawing an alloy combat blade and charging at the shadow. The other crew members followed suit, brandishing their alloy weapons and surrounding the shadow. But the shadow's movements were incredibly agile. Its claws, like steel knives, easily parried the alloy blades and launched counterattacks. The crew members were soon forced into a retreat. Inside the bridge, Lin Mo watched the monitor feed, his heart filled with anxiety. The shadow's sabotage caused the energy transmission to become highly unstable. The blue energy beam fluctuated in strength, the Stargate's counterattack grew fiercer, and more shadows appeared in the spatial passage. Clearly, more of the unknown vanguard were about to break through. "Old Gray, can we temporarily cut the local energy transmission to trap the shadow?" Lin Mo asked. "It's possible, but it will cause a 20% drop in overall transmission power. The Stargate might take the opportunity to accelerate its opening. We have to take the risk." Lin Mo decided resolutely. "Cut off the energy supply to the area where the shadow is and activate the compartment isolation." The firmament's energy conduits instantly shut down local transmission. Isolation hatches popped up on the hull surface beneath the shadow's feet, attempting to trap it. But the shadow reacted with blinding speed. Its claws tore through the hatches, and it leaped towards the core area of the energy transmission bay. "No, it's going for the energy core." Carl's face turned pale. He grabbed an alloy wrench nearby and rushed towards the transmission bay entrance. In that critical moment, Carl suddenly recalled a property of the mechanical civilization's core components. This biometal, while capable of absorbing energy, was vulnerable to high-intensity physical shock. He immediately shouted, "Use concussion grenades. There are concussion devices among the mechanical parts we dismantled." A crew member quickly reacted, pulling a concussion grenade from his pack, pulling the pin, and tossing it at the shadow. The grenade exploded. A powerful shockwave radiated outward. The shadow's body visibly warped, and its movements became sluggish. "It's working." Carl was overjoyed. He immediately used the transmission bay's mechanical arms to emit high-frequency vibrations. Cracks began to appear on the shadow's black shell, and dark red energy fluid seeped out from the fissures. Thane seized the opportunity. He swung his alloy combat blade, striking the Shadow's head with all his might. With a wet thud, the Shadow's head was cleaved open. Dark red energy fluid gushed out, and its body collapsed to the floor motionless. One down, but there are more in the Stargate. Thane reported, panting heavily over the comm channel. Lin Mo had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw dozens of shadows simultaneously burst forth from the Stargate's spatial passage, like a black tide surging towards the firmament and the intercepting fleet. At the same time, the Coalition and Mechanical Civilization's fleets launched another wave of attacks. The Thunderclap's shields were completely shattered, and its hull suffered multiple breaches. Thunderclap is critically damaged. Requesting retreat. Captain Barton's voice was weary. Gazing at the hopeless situation, Lin Mo steeled himself and made a bold decision. All ships fall back and form a defensive perimeter around the firmament. Increase the firmament's energy transmission power to 100%. Forcibly suppress the Stargate. Even if it means mutual destruction, we will stop the unknown civilization's invasion. The firmament's energy core emitted a deafening roar. The blue energy beam reached an unprecedented intensity, like a blue dragon, fiercely suppressing the Stargate's dark red energy. The Stargate's tremors reached their peak. The patterns on its surface began to flake off, and the central spatial passage gradually contracted. Under the illumination of the blue energy, the shadows that had emerged rapidly dissolved. The Coalition and Mechanical Civilization's fleets were stunned by the sight. The pace of their attacks slowed instantly. Davis watched the shrinking Stargate, a look of despair on his face. No. My plan. Just as the Stargate was about to close, its core suddenly unleashed a dark red energy shockwave aimed directly at the firmament's energy core. Energy core under attack. Load exceeds limits. Imminent explosion. Old Gray's alarm blared urgently. Lin Mo's face was ashen. He immediately ordered, all hands abandon the firmament. Initiate emergency evacuation procedures. The crew evacuated in escape pods. Lin Mo took one last look at the detonating energy core before boarding the final pod. The moment the escape pod cleared the firmament, the ship erupted in a violent explosion. Blue energy flames consumed the entire hull, and in the process completely annihilated the Black Stargate. With the Stargate destroyed, all the shadows that had emerged dissolved. The Coalition and Mechanical Civilization's fleets, battered by the explosion's shockwave, were damaged and fled in disarray. Inside the escape pod, Lin Mo stared at the wreckage of the firmament in the distance, his heart filled with grief and reluctance. This flagship, which had accompanied the fleet through countless battles, had ultimately sacrificed itself to stop the invasion of the unknown civilization. But he knew this was not an end, but a new beginning. The other ships of the fleet gathered the escape pods, assembling on the periphery of the asteroid field. Though they had lost the firmament, the crew was not disheartened. Their eyes still shone with an unyielding light. They knew the immediate threat to the border star sector had been lifted, but the existence of the unknown civilization meant even greater challenges lay ahead. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Thunderclap, looking at the surviving crew and ships, his heart filled with resolve. He clenched the 3 keys in his palm, silently vowing, "Rest in peace, firmament. We will continue to guard the border star sector and fulfill our unfinished mission." In the distant starry sky, the wreckage of the firmament gradually cooled. And in the even more remote deep space on the homeworld of the unknown civilization, an icy gaze was fixed on the direction of the border star sector. A greater storm was brewing silently, but the crew of the Free Fleet were already prepared to face the challenge. The aftermath of the explosion in the Dark Reef star sector had yet to dissipate fully. The surviving fleet had already gathered the escape pods and was slowly making its way back to the barren star. Aboard the bridge of the T2, 5-class cruiser Thunderclap, Lin Mo stood before the observation window, his gaze fixed upon the wreckage of the distant celestial canopy, a T3 class vessel. Those drifting blue metallic fragments, once the core and pride of the fleet, were now nothing more than cold embers casting a bleak glint under the dim starlight. "Captain, the fleet has completed its muster," Reno reported, his voice laced with undisguised exhaustion as he handed over a battle damage report. "The celestial canopy is completely destroyed with no salvage value. The Thunderclap shields are obliterated, its hull armor is 30 damaged, and engine output has dropped to 60. The Dawnbreaker has lost its starboard main cannon, and its auxiliary power circuits are damaged. The Zephyr and the Nebula have sustained light damage, while the Foxhunter is largely unscathed. Casualties: 7 dead, 12 severely wounded, and 23 with minor injuries. The rest of the crew is stable." Lin Mo took the report, his fingers trembling slightly. Behind every name of the fallen was a vivid face. Young crew members who had just joined the fleet, and seasoned comrades who had fought alongside him for so long. He took a deep breath, suppressing the grief within. "Inform all ships to prioritize repairing the medical bay and tending to the wounded. Have the engineering team focus on repairing damaged vessels, especially the Thunderclap's engines. We must ensure a safe return voyage." During the return journey, the fleet's repair work never ceased. Carl led the engineering team, moving between the Thunderclap's engine room and the Dawnbreaker's weapons bay. His eyes were redrimmed, clearly still blaming himself for the celestial canopy's destruction. The flagship's energy transmission equipment was his life's work, and it had perished with the ship. Carl, this isn't your fault, Old Gray said, patting his shoulder while holding the scanned data of the celestial canopy's wreckage. The Stargate's counterattack was far more ferocious than anticipated. Even with flawless energy transmission equipment, the celestial canopy might not have withstood the final shockwave. Our destruction of the Stargate and the prevention of the unknown civilization's invasion is already a monumental victory. Carl nodded, but said nothing, pouring even more energy into the repair work. Using some of the ancient alloy parts recovered from the celestial canopy's wreckage, he temporarily reinforced the Thunderclap's engine bearings, restoring its output to 80, just enough to ensure the fleet's safe return. In the medical bay, Dr. Thorne and Lily were busy at work. The surgeries for the severely wounded were complete. The most critical crew member, whose internal organs had been lacerated by the claws of the unknown civilization's vanguard, had finally been stabilized after a 3-hour rescue operation. Lily carefully fed a nutrient solution to a wounded soldier. Drink slowly. This is specially made from crops grown in the cultivation zone to help heal your wounds. The soldier gave a weak smile. Thank you, Sister Lily. Sorry for the trouble. We're all family here. Don't mention it, Lily replied, wiping the tears from her eyes before turning to care for the other wounded. This battle had shown her the brutal reality of war, but it also strengthened her resolve to ensure the best possible logistical support. Only by keeping the crew well-fed and swiftly healed could the fleet maintain its combat effectiveness. On the 5th day of their voyage, the silhouette of the barren star finally came into view. The base's energy shield cast a faint blue glow, a colossal protective dome guarding their only home. The crew who had stayed behind were already waiting in the docking bay. When they saw the fleet return without the celestial canopy, the smiles on their faces froze, replaced by a heavy sorrow. Welcome home, Lily said, her voice choked with emotion. She had already learned of the celestial canopy's destruction through the communications channel. After the fleet docked, the wounded were immediately sent to the medical center, while the engineering team towed the damaged ships into the docks for comprehensive repairs. Lin Mo did not rest. Instead, he gathered the core crew for a post-battle debriefing. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy. Everyone's face bore the marks of exhaustion and grief. In this battle, we destroyed the Stargate, prevented the invasion of the unknown civilization, and crippled the fleets of the Coalition and the Machine civilization. It was a costly victory, Lin Mo said, his voice low. But we also paid a heavy price. We lost the celestial canopy. 7 of our comrades sacrificed their lives, and the fleet's combat capability has been severely diminished. The remnants of the Coalition and Machine civilization are still lurking in the border star sectors, and the threat from the unknown civilization is far from over. Their homeworld lies in the distant deep space, and they could launch a new invasion at any time, Captain Patton added. We must rebuild the fleet and enhance our strength as quickly as possible to face future challenges. The core of rebuilding the fleet is to construct a new T3 class flagship, Old Gray said. We have already mastered the smelting technology for ancient alloys and the stabilization technology for star core energy. With the core data recovered from the celestial canopy, we can build a flagship even more advanced than her, provided we have sufficient resources. Lin Mo nodded. Suddenly the 3 keys in his palm grew warm, emitting a soft glow. A new piece of ancient information flooded his mind: star core reconstruction technology. It could utilize the residual energy of the Stargate to forge a more powerful star core compatible with T3. 5 class vessels. A T3. 5 class vessel. A glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Old Gray, Ella, I want you to study the star core reconstruction technology immediately. I will contact the Vacaran Trade Alliance to request resource support. Reno reorganized the fleet's training, focusing on improving the crew's practical combat capabilities against the unknown civilization. Carl led the engineering team to repair the existing ships while beginning preparations for constructing the new flagship. Lily expanded the cultivation zone to stockpile more food and supplies. Dr. Thorne strengthened the medical team and improved battlefield first aid standards. Aye, Captain. The group responded in unison, the grief on their faces gradually replaced by determination. The following month, the base entered a phase of full-scale reconstruction. The Vacaran Trade Alliance's transport ships arrived on schedule, bringing large quantities of high-purity alloys, energy crystals, and advanced equipment. Upon learning of the Stargate's destruction and the celestial canopy's loss, Lady Kasha immediately increased her support for the Free Fleet, understanding that it was the first line of defense against the unknown civilization in the border star sectors. In the docks, the repair work on the Thunderclap and the Dawnbreaker was progressing smoothly. Using the equipment provided by the Vacaran Trade Alliance, Carl upgraded the Thunderclap's engines, boosting its output to 110 and increasing shield strength by 20. The Dawnbreaker's starboard main cannon was replaced with a new T2. 5 class cannon, significantly enhancing its firepower. Preparations for the new flagship's construction were also underway. Old Gray and Ella successfully deciphered the star core reconstruction technology and finalized the new flagship's design. The vessel would be 280 meters long and 80 meters wide, constructed entirely from ancient alloys. It would be equipped with 2 triple-mounted T3, 5-class main cannons, 6 dual-mounted auxiliary pulse cannons, and 12 heavy torpedo launch tubes. It would also integrate advanced technologies such as medium-range spatial jump energy beam refraction and a star core energy shield. Construction was expected to begin in 3 months. On the training field, Reno adjusted the training regimen, adding simulated combat drills against the unknown civilization's vanguard. The crew now wielded specialized concussion weapons, devices that emitted high-frequency vibrations, proving highly effective against the biometallic shells of the unknown civilization. Tam led the crew of the Nebula through multiple simulated assault exercises, and their success rate was steadily climbing. Lily's cultivation zone had expanded to 1,000 square meters. The newly cultivated crops not only had high yields, but also short growth cycles, ensuring a sufficient food supply for the fleet. She also established a small livestock area within the base, raising a herd of drought-resistant animals provided by the Vacaran Trade Alliance, improving the crew's diet. In the laboratory, Ella and Old Gray made a new discovery while studying the 3 keys. After absorbing the residual energy of the Stargate, the keys unlocked a new ancient technology, bioenergy shielding. This technology could effectively resist the mental interference and energy absorption of the unknown civilization. This technology will provide an extra layer of protection for our ships and crew when facing the unknown civilization, Ella said excitedly. Standing on the watchtower, Lin Mo looked out over the thriving base, his heart filled with solace. Although they had lost the celestial canopy, the fleet's cohesion was stronger than ever and the crew's morale was soaring. He knew the road to rebuilding the fleet was long and the challenges ahead would be even more formidable. But he had faith in his ability to lead the free fleet out of its predicament and grow even stronger. Just as the base was developing steadily, a reconnaissance report from the Fox Hunter brought new intelligence. Captain on the edge of the mist Nebula, we've discovered a large-scale shipyard belonging to the machine civilization. They are constructing an unknown-class colossal warship seemingly designed to counter both us and the unknown civilization. Meanwhile, the remnants of the coalition have deepened their cooperation with the machine civilization, jointly researching the technology from the Stargate wreckage. Lin Mo's brow furrowed. The alliance between the coalition and the machine civilization signified a brewing new threat. But he was not anxious. The free fleet of today was no longer the defensive force it once was. Instruct the Fox Hunter to continue monitoring their movements and report promptly. Old Gray, accelerate the construction of the new flagship. Reno, strengthened the fleet's patrols and vigilance, Lin Mo ordered. Under the setting sun, the keel of the new flagship was taking shape in the base's docks, its ancient alloy framework gleaming with a cold, hard luster. On the training field, the crew's battle cries echoed through the air, brimming with indomitable spirit. The glow of the energy nodes enveloped the entire base, a beacon of hope guiding the free fleet's path. Lin Mo clenched the 3 keys in his palm, his heart resolute. He knew a new storm was gathering, but this time the free fleet was ready. It would face any challenge with renewed strength, guarding this hard-won home. And the new T3, 5-class flagship under construction would become their sharpest sword and sturdiest shield, writing a new legend for the free fleet across the stars. The shipyard of Barren Star was illuminated as bright as day by energy lights. The keel of the new flagship, the Galactic River, T3, 5, had been laid, its silver-gray ancient alloy framework gleaming with a cold luster under the lights. Kale crouched beside the core node of the keel, welding energy conduits with a specialized alloy welder. The pale blue flame landed precisely on the joint, perfectly fusing 2 segments of ancient alloy. This was his improved star core welding method, which ensured the joint's strength matched the original material while enhancing energy transmission efficiency. Kale, the mounting bracket for the star core still needs the final calibration. Come take a look. Old Gray's voice came from above. He stood on a hovering platform, holding a holographic calibration instrument. The star core was the heart of the new flagship, crafted using star core reconstruction technology. Its volume was 1/3 smaller than the core of the Vault of Heaven, T3, yet its energy output was increased by 50. It could also autonomously absorb free-floating energy from the starry void to extend its operational endurance. Kale climbed onto the hovering platform, took the calibration instrument, and fixed his gaze on the parameters on the screen. A deviation of 0.02 millimeters is within tolerance, but to be safe, let's make another adjustment. He manipulated the mechanical arm, micro-adjusting the bracket's angle until the screen displayed fully calibrated. That should do it. Once the star core is installed, it will perfectly align with the energy circuits, preventing any resonance issues. The construction of the new flagship gripped the entire base with tension. Ella led the technical team in the laboratory, debugging the energy amplification module of the T3, 5-class main cannon. This main cannon integrated the energy characteristics of the Stargate wreckage, capable of firing a composite energy beam with both high temperature and concussive effects, possessing devastating power against the biometallic hulls of the unknown civilization and the alloy armor of the mechanical civilization. The main cannon test firing success rate is 95.0 and energy consumption is 8 lower than projected, fully meeting design standards. Ella signed the test report, a relieved smile gracing her face. Daily training at the base was also reoriented around the new flagship's combat requirements. Reno set up targets simulating the unknown civilization's vanguard in the training grounds using materials similar to biometal that could mimic self-repair capabilities. Tame led the crew of the Nebula T3 in firing drills with the newly equipped concussive energy rifles. Blue shockwaves struck the targets, instantly interrupting their self-repair process. The effective range of the concussive energy rifle is 500 meters. Within this distance, it can maximize damage to biometal structures. Reno stood on a high platform, using a holographic projection to display the target's damage data. In actual combat, we must first concentrate fire to interrupt the enemy's self-repair, then deliver the killing blow. Lily's logistics support kept pace with the fleet's development. The third batch of crops in the agricultural zone yielded a bountiful harvest. She led the crew in processing some of the produce into highly concentrated nutrient supplements. These supplements were compact and energizants, capable of rapidly replenishing crew stamina in emergencies. The drought-resistant livestock in the breeding zone also began to reproduce, providing a stable supply of meat for the base. The base's food self-sufficiency rate has now reached 60. Even if external supply lines are cut, we can sustain the fleet's consumption for 3 months. Lily reported to Lin Mo, her face brimming with pride. Dr. Sorn organized a field combat medical drill, simulating a scenario where a crew member was severely wounded by the unknown civilization's vanguard. The medical team, using a small landing craft, quickly arrived at the incident site. Utilizing the newly equipped portable surgical equipment, they completed wound treatment and hemostasis within 10 minutes. Through the drill, the medical team's emergency response speed has increased by 30, better preparing us for future combat casualties. Dr. Sorn's report put Lin Mo at ease. Just as the base was steadily advancing the new flagship's construction and fleet training, a reconnaissance report from the Foxhunter T-15 shattered the peace. Captain, there's new activity at the mechanical shipyard in the Mist Nebula. The giant warship they are building has taken shape. Its hull exceeds 400 meters in length and is equipped with at least 4 super-heavy energy cannons, suspected to be a T-4 class vessel. The Alliance and the mechanical civilization have also conducted a technical test, successfully replicating part of the Stargate's energy interference technology, capable of disrupting the communications and navigation of ships below T-3 class. Mark's voice was grave. I also detected that they have dispatched a stealth reconnaissance ship heading towards Barren Star. Its target is likely to spy on the new flagship's construction. Lin Mo's brow furrowed instantly. The threat of a T-4 class warship far surpassed any previous enemy. Coupled with the replicated Stargate interference technology, the Alliance and mechanical civilization's power had grown faster than anticipated. Foxhunter, continue covert surveillance. Do not alert the enemy. Lena, activate the base's anti-stealth radar and lock onto the mechanical reconnaissance ship's position. Reno, deploy the Gale T2 and Dawnbreaker T2 to lie in ambush on the base's perimeter. Once the reconnaissance ship enters attack range, shoot it down immediately. It must not obtain any intelligence. Lena's electronic warfare team acted at once. The anti-stealth radar's energy waves blanketed a 500-kilometer radius around the base. Target acquired. 300 kilometers from the base, approaching at sublight speed. Its stealth is extremely effective. Without the residual Stargate energy signature, we wouldn't have detected it. Lena's fingers slid rapidly across the terminal, locking onto the reconnaissance ship's precise coordinates. Gale and Dawnbreaker launch. Reno ordered. The 2 warships silently departed the base, using the asteroid belt as cover to ambush the reconnaissance ship's path. The captain of the Gale, Tame, shut down most of its energy systems, retaining only basic navigation. The Dawnbreaker activated its electronic interference camouflage, disguising its own signal as an ordinary asteroid. The mechanical reconnaissance ship, completely unaware, continued its approach toward the base. When it entered attack range, Tame decisively ordered, open fire. The main cannon of the Gale charged instantly. A blue energy beam struck the reconnaissance ship's stealth module, negating its stealth effect. The Dawnbreaker's auxiliary pulse cannons fired continuously, destroying the reconnaissance ship's communication system and engines. The mechanical reconnaissance ship has lost power. Requesting permission to board and inspect. Tame's voice came through. Lin Mo nodded. Send an elite team to board. Retrieve their database. Be wary of traps. The boarding team, using a small landing craft, arrived at the reconnaissance ship. The interior was empty, clearly an unmanned vessel. The team members carefully opened the central database, extracted the storage chips, and quickly returned to the Gale. The technical team worked through the night to decrypt the data on the chips. The findings made everyone draw in a sharp breath. The database contained not only intelligence on the new flagship's construction apparently from previous sporadic reconnaissance, but also the battle plans of the Alliance and the mechanical civilization. They planned after the Galactic River T3. 5 class was launched to launch a full-scale assault on Barren Star in conjunction with the remnants of the unknown civilization aiming to seize the new flagship and the 3 ancient keys. Remnants of the unknown civilization. Lin Mo's heart tightened. Weren't they completely annihilated in the Stargate explosion? Ella continued analyzing the data. The database indicates that a small number of unknown civilization vanguards escaped the Dark Reef star sector before the Stargate explosion. They have been lurking deep within the Mist Nebula and have reached a cooperation agreement with the Alliance and the mechanical civilization. The unknown civilization provides biometal technology, while the Alliance and mechanical civilization provide resources and ships to fight against us. The situation had turned dire once more. The combined threat of AT-4 class giant warship replicated Stargate interference technology and the unknown civilization's biometal technology was greater than anything faced before. It seems we must accelerate the construction of the Galactic River and prepare our defenses for the general offensive in advance. Captain Barton's face was solemn. The combat effectiveness of the Thunderclap T2, 5 class, and our existing warships may be insufficient against a T4 class vessel. We must get the Galactic River into battle as soon as possible. Lin Mo took a deep breath and made his decision. Old Grey Kale prioritized the new flagship's construction to the highest level. Mobilize all engineering resources to ensure the Galactic River is launched within 2 months. Ella make cracking the Stargate interference technology a priority and develop counter-interference devices. Reno adjust the training plan to increase simulated combat against T4 class warships and biometal technology. Lena strengthened the base's anti-reconnaissance and electronic defenses to prevent the enemy from spying again. Aye, Captain. Everyone responded in unison. The pace at the base accelerated once more. In the shipyard, more engineers and crew joined the new flagship's construction. The sounds of welding and machinery ran day and night. In the laboratory, Ella's technical team worked tirelessly to crack the Stargate interference technology, while Lena optimized the anti-stealth radar and electronic defense systems. On the training grounds, the crew's training intensity doubled. Sweat soaked their tactical protective suits, but no one backed down. Lily also intensified her logistics support, organizing crew shifts to ensure an adequate supply of food, water, and medical supplies. She also set up multiple rest areas within the base, providing a comfortable resting environment for crew members engaged in high-intensity work and training, helping to alleviate their fatigue. 2 months later, in the morning light of Barren Star, the construction of the Galactic River T3 5 class was finally completed. This 280-meter-long giant warship, with its silver-gray ancient alloy hull gleaming with a hard cold sheen, its 2 triple-mounted T3 5 class main cannons protruding like the fangs of a giant beast, and the pale blue energy glow emanating from its engine exhaust nozzles at the stern exuded an overwhelming sense of power. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Galactic River, gazing at his new flagship, his heart filled with excitement and resolve. The 3 keys in his palm grew slightly warm, resonating powerfully with the ship's star core. He knew that the launch of the new flagship was not an end, but the beginning of the response to the general offensive. Deep within the Mist Nebula, the Alliance and mechanical civilization had also completed their preparations for the general assault. The T4 class giant warship destroyer slowly departed the shipyard, surrounded by dozens of warships of various classes. The biometal warships of the unknown civilization were also among them. A massive joint fleet was slowly advancing towards Barren Star. A general offensive that would decide the ultimate fate of the border star sector was about to commence in orbit around Barren Star. Lin Mo clenched his fists, his gaze fixed firmly on the distant stars. This time he would pilot the Galactic River, leading the Free Fleet to face the most powerful enemy, to defend this home won through blood and sacrifice. On the orbit of the desolate star, the T3 5 class flagship Galaxy floated at the core position, its pale blue star core shield encasing the vessel like a transparent dome. Carl crouched beside the energy circuit beneath the main cannon, making final calibrations with a detector ancient alloy debris clinging to his forehead. The T3 5 class composite energy cannon calibration is complete. Switching between high temperature and oscillation dual modes is seamless. It can handle both biometal and alloy armor. Lin Mo stood before the holographic star map on the bridge, his fingertip tracing the red dots representing the enemy. The T4 class behemoth destroyer sat at the center of the combined fleet, surrounded by 12 T2 5 class cruisers. 20 T2-class frigates and 5 biometal warships of an unknown civilization accompanied it, each gleaming with a dark metallic luster with crimson energy flowing through their veins. All ships report your defensive deployment status. Lin Mo's voice traveled through the encrypted channel across. The T2 5-class Thunder has reached the left flank defensive position. Shields are at full power, main cannon targeting the destroyer's flank, ready to pin it down. Captain Barton's voice was steady and forceful. The T3-class Nebula, T2-class Gale, and T2-class Dawn have formed a triangular intercept formation deployed 500 kilometers in front of the base. Anti-jamming systems are synchronized and active. Rena's voice carried a hint of fervor. The T1 5-class Foxhunter has advanced to 100 kilometers, engaging stealth reconnaissance mode and transmitting real-time movements of the combined fleet. Mark's voice was low with the faint hum of ship engines in the background. Lin Mo nodded, shifting his gaze to the base ground. The energy node's radiance had spread across the entire base. Old Gray led the team in linking the node's energy to the base's defense turrets. 15 upgraded T2 5-class defense turrets stood in neat rows, their muzzles aimed at the stars, the ancient runes on their surfaces resonating with the energy circuits of the galaxy. The energy node and defense turrets are fully linked. The firepower of a single volley equals the combined main cannon output of 3 T2 5-class cruisers. Old Gray's voice came through weary yet exhilarated. On the training ground, the last batch of recruits was undergoing emergency instruction from Tame. They gripped their oscillating energy rifles, firing repeatedly at simulated biometal targets, their young faces tense and palms sweating. Remember, when shooting at biometal warships, aim for the intersections of the veins. That's where the energy core conducts. Oscillation waves can directly destroy the internal structure. Tame patted a recruit on the shoulder. Don't panic. The galaxy will block most of the attacks. Just in the base's medical center DR. Thorn was inventorying emergency supplies. The number of operating tables had been expanded to 8. Lily led the logistics crew in neatly arranging high-concentration nutrient packs, hemostatic sprays, and repair gels, each emergency kit labeled with a number and its purpose. Severely wounded go to the medical pods first. Light injuries are treated on-site. Ensure combat personnel can return to their posts quickly. DR. Thorn instructed his medical team. The stains from the last battle on his white coat made him seem especially reliable. In Linus Electronic Warfare Center, screens were filled with complex, jamming waveforms. She and her team had completed the final adjustments to the anti-jamming system, effectively countering Stargate replication technology. Captain, the anti-jamming system now covers the entire defensive perimeter. Even if the enemy initiates jamming, our communications and navigation accuracy will remain above 90. Lin Mo walked to the observation window on the bridge, watching the bustling figures in the base, a warmth surging in his heart. From the T1-class scrap gunboats at Rust Anchor Starport to now possessing a T3 5-class flagship. From a lone individual to a crew of over 100 fighting side by side, this desolate star had truly... Captain, the Foxhunter has sent new intel. The combined fleet is 3 hours away. The destroyer's supermassive energy cannon is charging and preheating. The energy fluctuations from the biometal warships are unusually active, possibly activating a self-repair enhancement mode. Ava's voice broke the silence. Lin Mo turned and ordered, all hands go to level 1 combat readiness. The galaxy will initiate star core overload preparation, main cannon charging to 30. Defense turrets lock onto the destroyer for crossfire. The Foxhunter continues covert reconnaissance, focusing on the biometal warship's movements. Reno lead the intercept formation to prepare for engagement, prioritize clearing the T2-class frigates to keep them away from the base. Once the orders were issued, the atmosphere at the base turned instantly solemn. The recruits on the training ground tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes shifting from nervousness to resolve. Engineers in the dockyards shut down all non-essential equipment and retreated to underground shelters. Lily made a final check on the supplies before entering the medical center to assist DR. Thorn. Carl remained in the Galaxies engineering bay, intently monitoring the Star Core's operational data, ready to respond to any emergency. 2 hours later, the silhouette of the combined fleet appeared in the distant starry expanse. The T4-class destroyer loomed like a black mountain, its supermassive energy cannon glowing with a dark red light. The surrounding ships gathered around it like stars encircling the moon, forming a tight offensive formation. The biometal warships of the unknown civilization were particularly conspicuous, their dark black hulls constantly writhing as if alive. The combined fleet is 800 kilometers away, decelerating and adjusting formation. Mark's voice was alert. The destroyer's supermassive energy cannon is fully charged. Target appears to be the base's energy node. Lin Mo's heart tightened. The energy node was the core of the base's defense. If destroyed, both the defense turrets and the Galaxy's shields would be affected. The Galaxy's main cannon charges to 50 aiming at the destroyer's energy cannon barrel. The Thunder and Nebula will fire simultaneously to disrupt its aim. The two triple-mounted T3, 5 class main cannons on the Galaxy instantly blazed with dazzling blue light, their composite energy beams streaking toward the destroyer's supermassive energy cannon barrel. At the same time, the main cannons of the Thunder and Nebula also opened fire, weaving a net of blue energy beams across the starry sky. Jamming effective. The destroyer's energy cannon shot is off by 15. Ayla's voice. The destroyer's supermassive energy cannon finally fired. A thick beam of dark red energy shot toward the base, but due to the interference it missed its target, striking a small asteroid on the base's periphery. The asteroid was instantly obliterated into fragments that scattered, crashing against the base's energy shield and causing ripples. Shield strength dropped by 5. Nothing major. Old Gray's voice came through. The combined fleet, enraged by this counterattack, heard Davis roar over the public channel, Lin Mo. Feudal resistance. Today I'll turn you and your base to ashes. All ships launched the general assault. The T2 class frigate group charged first, swarming toward the intercept formation like a hive of bees. The T2, 5 class cruisers followed closely, with the biometal warships providing flank cover. The destroyer's secondary cannons fired continuously, suppressing the base's defense turrets. Intercept formation opened fire. Reno commanded. The main cannons and auxiliary guns of the Nebula, Gale, and Dawn fired simultaneously. Blue energy beams and torpedoes rained down like a storm. The 3 T2 class frigates at the forefront were instantly destroyed, their shattered shield fragments floating in the void. But the combined fleet's numerical advantage was clear. More frigates breached the first interception layer, advancing toward the base. Defense turrets free fire. Old Gray ordered. The 15 T2, 5 class defense turrets opened fire simultaneously, their dense energy beams forming a net of fire that shot down most of the frigates. Just then the 5 biometal warships suddenly accelerated, bypassing the intercept formation and charging straight for the Galaxy. Sharp metal tendrils extended from their hulls, stabbing like swords at the Galaxy's shield. Detecting energy impact from the biometal warships. Shield strength dropping by 10. Ayla's voice switched the Galaxy's composite energy cannon to oscillation mode. Target the intersections of the biometal warship's veins. Lin Mo ordered. The T3, 5 class composite energy cannon emitted a pale purple oscillation wave, striking the vein intersection of one biometal warship. That ship's hull shuddered violently. Dark red energy fluid gushed out. The writhing hull ceased its self-repair, and visible cracks appeared on its surface. It's effective, but their self-repair is strong. We need sustained attacks. Carl's voice came through. The Fox Hunter strike the rear engines of the biometal warships. Lin Mo ordered. The T1, 5 class Fox Hunter emerged from stealth, its pulse cannons firing continuously, hitting the engine of one biometal warship. Its speed plummeted, and the Galaxy's main cannon finished it off. The battle fell into a stalemate. The Free Fleet, relying on the Galaxy's formidable firepower and the base's defensive advantages, temporarily held off the combined fleet's assault. But the combined fleet's numbers and the threat of the destroyer persisted, while the biometal warship self-repair made interception extremely difficult. Lin Mo stood on the Galaxy's bridge, watching the flickering red and green dots on the holographic star map. He knew clearly that such a war of attrition was unfavorable for the Free Fleet. We must destroy the destroyer first to break the deadlock. His eyes hardened as he made a bold decision. Captain Barton, the Thunder will pin down the destroyer's flank. Reno, lead the intercept formation to hold off the frigates and biometal warships. The Galaxy will initiate a short-range space jump to directly attack the destroyer's energy core. The star core of the galactic star emitted a piercing overdrive hum, pale blue energy veins spreading along the hull like awakening arteries. Lin Mo's fingers hovered over the tactical panel, his gaze locked onto the energy core coordinates of the Annihilator. In the holographic star chart, that cluster of dark red radiance was the heart of the T4 class behemoth and its sole fatal weakness. Space jump module fully charged. Course calibrated. Predicted landing point 10 kilometers off the port side of the Annihilator. Ella's voice trembled with tension as her fingers flew across the console, confirming the final set of parameters. The margin for error in a short-range space jump was extremely slim. Approaching a T4 class warship at such close range meant that any deviation in the landing point would result in either colliding with the Annihilator's armor or plunging directly into its firing network. Captain Barton, begin the diversion operation. Lin Mo's voice was as steady as iron. The engines of the T2, 5 class cruiser Thunderclap instantly overclocked, its pale blue exhaust plume tripling in length as the hull shot like an arrow towards the right flank of the Annihilator. Captain Barton did not hesitate, ordering. Main battery full volley. Target the Annihilator's secondary cannon array. Do not conserve energy. The twin-linked main cannons of the Thunderclap continuously spewed silver-white energy beams like two ever-extending swords hammering relentlessly into the secondary cannon turrets of the Annihilator. The armor of the T-4 class warship was indeed formidable. The energy beams left only shallow scorch marks upon impact. However, the flying alloy fragments and violent vibrations still successfully drew the attention of the Annihilator. Its 6 secondary energy cannons on the right flank immediately swiveled, and dark red energy beams howled towards the thunderclap. The shield of the thunderclap instantly flared with a harsh red light, its strength plummeting. Shield strength at 60. Requesting support, the communications officer of the thunderclap shouted urgently. Nebula, Gale, provide flank cover. Reno responded immediately. The T3 class, Nebula, and T2 class, Gale, turned simultaneously, their main cannons precisely blanketing the Annihilator's secondary energy cannons, forcing a break in its firing rhythm. The T2 class, Dawnbreaker, shouldered the banner of the interceptor formation, engaging in fierce combat with the remaining Allied fleet frigates and biometal warships. Blue energy beams and dark red bioenergy intertwined into a net across the starry sky, explosions blooming like fireworks adorning the cosmos. Now, initiate jump. Ella slammed the red button. The hull of the galactic star was instantly enveloped in pale blue spatial energy. The surrounding starlight began to warp and stretch, forming a brief temporal spatial vortex. Lin Mo felt a powerful sensation of weightlessness. Indicator lights on the bridge flashed wildly, and the piercing alarm was drowned out by the hum of spatial distortion. When his vision stabilized, the colossal hull of the Annihilator was right before him like a black mountain suspended in space. The energy veins on its surface glowed with dark red light, exuding a suffocating pressure. Main cannons at 100 charge. Composite energy mode. High temperature plus shockwave. Target the energy core hatch. Lin Mo roared. The two triple-linked T3, 5 class main cannons simultaneously blazed with dazzling blue light. 6 energy beams intertwined into a thick blue pillar like a divine spear, smashing heavily into the energy core hatch of the Annihilator. This was the maximum output of the T3, 5 class composite energy cannon. The high temperature was enough to melt the armor of an ordinary T3 class warship, while the shockwave could penetrate the surface layer, directly damaging the internal energy circuits. Boom! A deafening explosion. The moment the blue pillar struck the hatch, the dark red energy shield flickered wildly, like a soap bubble on the verge of bursting. The shield strength of the T4 class warship far exceeded expectations. The first attack failed to penetrate, merely creating a massive energy ripple on the shield's surface. The armor around the hatch was scorched red by the intense heat. Shield strength is extremely high. Penetration failed. Ella's voice was laced with despair. The Annihilator reacted swiftly. 8 secondary energy cannons on its left flank simultaneously swiveled, and dark red energy beams rained down like a storm. The star core shield of the galactic star instantly flared to life. The pale blue barrier clashed with the dark red beams, emitting a piercing sizzle as the shield's strength visibly deteriorated. Shield at 40. Left hull armor damaged. Carl's alarmed voice came from the engineering bay. Star core overloaded. Energy output becoming unstable. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. The source star chart system in his palm suddenly grew hot. A flash of pale gold light passed, and the internal structural blueprint of the Annihilator appeared on the holographic star chart. The system's tactical simulation function had activated autonomously, consuming a large amount of star core energy to analyze the enemy's defensive weakness. Found the weakness. 30 meters to the right of the energy core hatch, there's an auxiliary energy circuit with weak shield coverage. Lin Mo shouted. Ella, adjust the main cannon angle. Target the auxiliary energy circuit. Carl, inject emergency energy into the core. Hold the shield. Carl responded immediately, inserting a reserve high-energy crystal into the emergency slot. Emergency energy injected. Core output stable. Shield strength recovering to 55. Ella's fingers danced across the console as the main cannon angle adjusted rapidly. Targeting complete. Main cannon charging at 80. A second blue pillar of light howled forth, striking the auxiliary energy circuit of the Annihilator with pinpoint accuracy. This time the dark red shield resisted for only 0.5 seconds before shattering with a bang. The energy beam directly pierced the armor, triggering a violent internal explosion. The hull of the Annihilator shuddered violently. The dark red glow of its energy core dimmed noticeably, and the energy veins around it showed signs of stalling. It worked. We cut off part of its energy supply. Ella shouted excitedly. But the Annihilator had not lost its combat capability. Davis' furious roar came through the public channel. A bunch of ants. Dare to shake a Leviathan. Activate backup energy. Charge secondary core. 4 backup shield generators suddenly deployed from the side of the Annihilator's hull, a pale purple barrier re-enveloping the energy core area. At the same time, the engine nozzles at the ship's stern flared again, pushing the hull into a slow turn. The super heavy energy cannon began recharging, this time targeting the galactic star directly. No, it's going for mutual destruction. Lin Mo's face changed drastically. At this critical moment, the Fox Hunter shot out from the shadow of the Annihilator like a phantom. AT-1, 5 class small reconnaissance ship, was like an ant before AT-4 class behemoth. But Mark, with his ultimate piloting skill, drove the Fox Hunter around the secondary energy cannon's firing network, charging towards the super heavy energy cannon barrel of the Annihilator. Captain, watch this. Mark's voice was resolute. All remaining torpedoes on the Fox Hunter fire. 6 small-scale shock torpedoes launched from the Fox Hunter's tubes, hitting the joint of the Annihilator's super heavy energy cannon with precision. Although the torpedoes lacked the power to destroy the barrel, the intense shock caused a deviation in the energy charge. The super heavy energy cannon of the Annihilator fired prematurely. The dark red energy beam grazed the tail of the galactic star, striking a distant asteroid and blasting it to dust. Mark, great work, Lin Mo shouted. Galactic star, initiate the final space jump. Close in on the energy core. Main cannons full power. The star core of the galactic star let out a final lament. Spatial energy once again enveloped the hull. This time the landing point was a mere 5 kilometers from the Annihilator's energy core. Both triple-linked main cannons fired simultaneously. The blue energy beam directly pierced the backup shield, smashing heavily into the armor of the energy core. Boom. This time the armor of the energy core was completely breached. Dark red energy fluid gushed out like a fountain, and the internal core crystal began to shatter under the combined effects of high temperature and shockwave. The hull of the Annihilator trembled even more violently. The bridge lights flickered wildly before going out completely. Energy core out of control. Imminent explosion. Eva's alarm was shrill and piercing. Evacuate. Evacuate immediately, Lin Mo ordered. The engines of the galactic star ran at full power, speeding away from the Annihilator. Just as the ship cleared the blast radius, the T-4 class behemoth exploded with earth-shattering force. A dark red energy shockwave spread like a tsunami, instantly vaporizing asteroids in its path. Several frigates of the Allied fleet, unable to dodge, were torn apart by the shockwave. The wreckage of the Annihilator slowly disintegrated in the explosion. Vast metal fragments scattered like a meteor shower, burning in the void before finally cooling into lifeless debris. Davis' scream faded from the communication channel. The Allied fleet, having lost its core flagship, was thrown into chaos. The remaining cruisers and frigates, leaderless, began to scatter in flight. The 5 biometal warships of the unknown civilization, sensing the turn of tide, also changed course and retreated towards the Mist Nebula, their dark red hulls leaving afterimages in the starry sky. Pursue. Clean up the remaining enemies, Reno ordered. The Nebula, Gale, Dawnbreaker, and Thunderclap immediately gave chase, their main cannons and torpedoes firing in unison, destroying the fleeing Allied fleet ships one by one. The Fox Hunter handled the cleanup, eliminating the stragglers. The base's defense turrets also joined the attack, dense energy beams falling like rain, crushing the remnants of the Allied fleet completely. The battle lasted a full 2 hours. When the last frigate of the Allied fleet was struck by the Nebula's main cannon and exploded into fragments, the Reef Star sector finally returned to calm. The void was littered with ship wreckage from both the Allied fleet and the lighter damaged small craft of the Free Fleet. Pale blue and dark red energy afterglows slowly dissipated in the starry sky. In the bridge of the galactic star, the crew slumped into their chairs, faces etched with exhaustion but beaming with victorious smiles. Lin Mo leaned back in the command chair, letting out a long sigh. The source star chart system in his palm was slightly warm, and a new prompt sounded in his mind. System mission: crush the Allied fleet's general offensive. Complete. Mission reward: T-4 class battleship complete. Blueprint basic version: ancient energy core stabilization technology, star core energy crystal X10, tactical simulation function upgrade, cooldown reduced by 50. Additional unlock fragment information from the ancient civilization starship forger. System core is homologous with ancient civilization starship manufacturing technology. Collect more relic fragments to unlock full functionality. Joy surged within Lin Mo. The acquisition of the T-4 class battleship blueprint meant the Free Fleet was about to ascend to a new level. And the information about the starship forger made the system's origins even more enigmatic, as if a corner of the veil shrouding the ancient civilization had been lifted. Captain, battle damage statistics for all ships are complete. Rena's voice came through, weary but excited. The Thunderclap has lost its shields entirely, hull armor damaged by 40, engines overclocked and requiring major repairs. The Nebula has light damage, its main cannon cooling system is compromised. The Gale and Dawnbreaker are largely unscathed. The Fox Hunter has expended all torpedoes and sustained minor hull scratches. The galactic star has a star core overload and 30 energy circuit damage. Repairs will take at least a week. Casualties: 12 dead, 18 seriously wounded, 35 lightly wounded. Lin Mo's smile faded slightly. Every victory came with sacrifices. These fallen crew members were the foundation of the Free Fleet. Notify all ships to return to the Wasteland Starbase for rest and reorganization. Prioritize treating the wounded and repairing the vessels. For the fallen, build a monument to forever commemorate their deeds. The fleet slowly departed the battlefield, heading back to the Wasteland Star. Lin Mo stood before the observation window of the galactic star, gazing at the wreckage of the Annihilator. In the distance, his heart filled with mixed emotions. In this battle, the Free Fleet had defeated a T4 class behemoth and completely shattered the threat of the Coalition and the mechanical civilization, becoming the true overlord of the border star sector. But he knew this was just one waypoint on their journey. The threat of the unknown civilization, the secrets of the ancient civilization, and the challenges of more distant star systems still awaited them. The holographic projection of the source star chart system unfolded before Lin Mo. The blueprint of the T4 class battleship was clearly visible, a hull 350 meters long, equipped with 4 triple-link T4 class main cannons, 3 large shield generators, and a complete mid-range space jump and electronic warfare system. A glint of determination shone in Lin Mo's eyes. He would lead the Free Fleet, continue to upgrade their ships, explore the unknown, and steadily advance towards broader starry seas and higher goals. In the dawn light of the Wasteland Star, the base's energy shield glowed with a soft luminescence, awaiting the return of the victorious fleet. And deep within the distant mist nebula beside the wreckage of the unknown civilization's biometal warship, a faint flash of golden light passed. A fragment of an ancient civilization's relic drifted silently, as if waiting to be discovered. The starry voyage of the Free Fleet was only just entering its true climax. On the orbit of the desolate star, a pale blue energy shield, like a colossal dome, enveloped the entire planet in a secure embrace. As the galactic star slowly entered the docking zone, shrouded in smoke, and soon a long-suppressed roar of cheers erupted from the base, yet it was soon replaced by a complex emotion. The crew members lowered their arms, holding helmets, their gazes sweeping over the damaged hulls of the fleet, recalling the comrades forever left on the battlefield, and the cheers ultimately transformed into a low, respectful tribute. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the galactic star, watching the bustling figures in the base below his fingertips, gently tracing the list of the fallen on the tactical panel. 12 names, each one had once sweated on the training grounds and charged side by side in battle. He took a deep breath and pressed the communication button. Notify all crew to assemble in the base square in 1 hour for a memorial ceremony for our fallen comrades. The hatch of the galactic star opened, and Lin Mo was the first to descend the gangway. Carl, accompanied by several engineers, was already waiting at the dock, his face etched with fatigue, but unable to conceal his excitement. Captain, the damage to the star core of the galactic star is lighter than expected. With those 10 star core energy crystals, it can be repaired within 3 days, and we can even boost the output power by 10. Old Gray followed behind, holding a blueprint terminal for the T4 class battleship. The T4 class blueprint analysis is over half complete. The basic structure is fundamentally different from the T3 5 class, or requiring a complete rebuild of the production line. However, the stability of the star core crystal perfectly solves the overload issue of the T4 class energy core. This is a match made in heaven. Lin Mo nodded, his gaze sweeping over the medical bay beside the dock. Dr. San was leading the medical team in transferring the severely wounded to the base medical center, while Lily, pushing a cart laden with nutrient packs, followed closely, providing meticulous care. How are the wounded? The severely wounded are out of danger, but 3 crew members may require long-term recuperation and cannot participate in frontline combat. Dr. San removed his gloves, stained with disinfectant, his tone heavy. Our medical equipment is still too rudimentary. Facing energy burns from T4 class warships and erosion from biometal, all we can do is basic repair. Lin Mo was silent for a moment. The transport ship from the Vacaran Trade Alliance should arrive soon. I've already ordered a batch of advanced medical pods and repair gel from Lady Kasha. Once the equipment arrives, well, expand the medical center. He patted San on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. Taking care of the living is the best way to honor the fallen. The memorial ceremony was held in the base square. 12 temporary alloy monuments stood in neat rows, engraved with the names and serial numbers of the fallen crew. Surrounding them were white wildflowers that Lily had picked from the planting area, the only plants on the desolate star that symbolized purity and remembrance. All crew members, dressed in black tactical uniforms, stood solemnly before the monuments. No one spoke, only the wail of the stellar wind passing through the alloy monuments mingled with the hum of distant energy nodes. Lin Mo stood at the forefront, his voice low and powerful. They used their lives to protect our home, to protect the future of the Free Fleet. We will forever remember their deeds, carve their names onto the new flagship, and let their spirit gallop across the galaxy with us. After the ceremony, the base immediately entered an intense phase of post-war reorganization. In the dockyard, the repair work on the Galactic Star T3-5 class commenced first. Carl led the engineering team, embedding the star core energy crystals into the damaged energy circuits. The pale blue crystals emitted a soft glow within the circuits, and the originally broken pathways, as if awakened, gradually restored energy conduction. The stability of the star core crystal far exceeds expectations. It can not only repair the damage, but also neutralize the overload risk of the star core. Carl stared at the stable energy curve on the monitoring screen, a rare smile appearing on his face. Old Gray, meanwhile, led the technical team in setting up the RD platform for the T4 class battleship in the base's underground laboratory. In the holographic projection, the three-dimensional model of the T4 class battleship rotated slowly. At 350 meters in length, it was 70 meters longer than the Galactic Star. Its hull featured double-layered ancient alloy armor, 4 triple-mounted T4 class, main cannons like the fangs of a giant beast, and a large shield generator behind the bridge in a triangular layout, providing 360-degree defense without blind spots. The most critical part is the energy core. We need to combine the star core crystal with ancient energy stabilization technology to forge a T4 class star core. This will require at least a month of RD. Old Gray tapped a point on the model. Additionally, we need more ancient alloys. Our current stock is only enough to build the hull framework. Lin Mo had already considered this. He turned his gaze towards the Mist Nebula. On its return trip, the Fox 5 class detected an unknown energy signal near the wreckage of the destroyer, suspected to be fragments of an ancient relic. Mark lead the Fox Hunter back to the Mist Nebula. On one hand, recover the T4 class components from the destroyer's wreckage. On the other, search for the relic fragments. Perhaps we can find ancient alloy veins or smelting equipment. Roger. Mission guaranteed. Mark's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having experienced the life and death charge last time, he was even more passionate about exploring the unknown. The day after the Fox Hunter departed, the transport fleet from the Vacaran Trade Alliance arrived as scheduled. 3 T2 class supply ships slowly entered the docking zone. As their hatches opened, advanced medical pods, high-purity alloys, energy crystals, and other supplies were unloaded in a continuous stream. A holographic projection of Lady Kasha appeared in the base command center. Her crystalline form shimmered with a soft blue light. Captain Lin Mo, congratulations on defeating the T4 class behemoth. The Free Fleet is now one of the most powerful forces in the Border Star sector. This time I've not only brought the supplies you ordered, but also some intelligence. A reconnaissance fleet of the Brent Swarm is moving towards the Mist Nebula. Their target is unknown, but it may be related to the ancient relic you mentioned. Lin Mo's heart tightened. The appearance of the Brent Swarm complicated the situation. This carbon-based civilization aimed to devour resources and assimilate life forms. If they got their hands on ancient technology, the consequences would be dire. Thank you for the intelligence, Lady Kasha. We will strengthen our vigilance. Also, I require a large quantity of ancient alloy smelting materials. Can the Trade Alliance provide them? Ancient alloy materials are quite rare, but I can contact merchants from the Lithoid Symbiosis Assembly for you. Kasha's image flickered slightly. However, the Lithoid Symbiosis is traditionally conservative. Their trade terms are usually stringent, and they may require special energy crystals or technology in exchange. As long as I can get the materials, the terms can be negotiated. Lin Mo responded decisively. The unloading of supplies from the transport ships continued for an entire day, rapidly filling the base's warehouses. Lily led the logistics team, distributing fresh food and nutrient packs to the crew of each ship. Watching the crew wolf down their meals, a gratified smile spread across her face. The crops in the planting area have had another bountiful harvest. Once this batch of medical pods is installed, it'll expand the livestock area, so everyone can have fresh meat every day. In the medical center, Dr. San and the medical team were installing the new medical pods. These advanced devices from the Vacaran Trade Alliance could simulate the growth environment of human cells, accelerating wound healing, and were particularly effective against energy burns and biometal erosion. With these medical pods, the severely wounded can recover mobility within a week and return to duty in 3 months. Dr. San adjusted the equipment parameters, his tone filled with gratitude. Captain Lin Mo, we really owe this to you. On the training ground, Reynolds did not relax his standards despite the great victory. The surviving crew members were divided into several squads undergoing high-intensity tactical training. Tame led the crew of the Nebula using secondary energy cannons recovered from the wreckage of the destroyer for live-fire drills. Blue energy beams precisely struck distant targets. The energy weapons of T4 class warships are immensely powerful. We must adapt to this level of attack to survive in future battles. Tame's voice carried a hint of hoarseness. His arm had been cut by biometal in the previous battle, and although it had healed, it left a faint scar. Lin Mo stood at the edge of the training ground, watching the crew train. The Source Star Atlas system in his palm suddenly grew warm. A flash of pale golden light, and a new prompt appeared on the system interface. Detected enhanced signal from ancient relic fragment. Location 200 kilometers southeast of the destroyer wreckage in the Mist Nebula. Fragment contains core technology of Starship Forger. Priority recovery recommended. Starship Forger. Lin Mo murmured the name, recalling the fragment information he had unlocked previously. This ancient civilization seemed to be a master of starship construction. Their technology might help the Free Fleet break through the T4 class bottleneck faster. Just then, an urgent communication came from the Fox Hunter captain. We've arrived at the destroyer wreckage area and located the precise position of the ancient relic fragment. However, we've also detected a Brent swarm reconnaissance fleet, 3 T2 class bioships moving towards the fragment. Lin Mo's gaze instantly sharpened. The bioships of the Brent swarm had a bizarre appearance resembling giant cosmic insects. Their hulls were covered in a hard chitinous carapace that could secrete strong acid to corrode armor and could also release small swarm fighters for surprise attacks. Fox Hunter maintained stealth. Do not expose yourselves. I will immediately lead the Galactic Star and the Thunderbolt to reinforce you. We must seize the relic fragment before the swarm. Ending the communication, Lin Mo immediately called an emergency meeting. How far along is the repair work on the Galactic Star? The star core is fully repaired. The main cannon and shield systems are normal. Ready to sortie at any time. Carl's voice came from the engineering bay. What about the Thunderbolt? The shield has been replaced with new energy crystals. Engine output restored to 100. Ready to depart at any time. Captain Barton's response was steady and forceful. Lin Mo nodded and gave the order. The Galactic Star T3, 5 class, and the Thunderbolt T2, 5 class, will depart immediately for the destroyer wreckage area in the Mist Nebula to seize the ancient relic fragment and repel the Brent swarm reconnaissance fleet. Reynolds lead the Nebula T3 class, Gale T2 class, and Dawn T2 class to hold the base, strengthen defenses, and prevent enemy sneak attacks. Old Gray continue the RD on the T4 class battleship awaiting our return with the relic fragment. The fleet set out once more. The engines of the Galactic Star and the Thunderbolt spewed pale blue exhaust racing towards the Mist Nebula. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Galactic Star gazing at the Brent swarm's position markers on the holographic star chart, his heart filled with resolve. This was not merely a battle for a relic fragment, it was the first direct confrontation between the Free Fleet and the Brent swarm. He had to win this fight to clear the path for the Free Fleet's rise. Deep within the Mist Nebula, the wreckage of the destroyer lay like a vast metallic graveyard adrift in space. The ancient relic fragment was hidden within a dense asteroid belt emitting a faint golden light. 3 T2 class Brent swarm bioships were slowly approaching. The chitinous carapaces on their hulls glowed with an eerie green luster under the nebula's light. A battle for ancient technology was about to erupt in this cold expanse of space. Lin Mo clenched his fist, and the Source Star Atlas system in his palm grew warm again, as if resonating with the distant relic fragment. He knew this was only the beginning of the Free Fleet's clashes with numerous interstellar civilizations. The future journey across the galaxy would present even more challenges and opportunities. But he was fearless, for he had the most loyal crew, the most powerful fleet, and the guiding Source Star Atlas system. The main cannon of the Galactic Star began to charge, pale blue energy beams coalescing within the barrel like the dawn about to break. Lin Mo's gaze was locked onto the swarm ships on the holographic star chart as he gave the order, full speed ahead. Target the ancient relic fragment. Anyone who stands in our way will be crushed. The morning light of the desolate star carried a faint metallic chill spilling over the scarred base dockyard. The hull of the Star River T3, 5, had been towed into the enclosed repair bay, where pale blue maintenance beams like fine threads of rain washed over the burn marks and dents on its surface. Wearing a heavy protective suit, Carl crouched beside the inspection hatch of the stellar core, holding a specialized calibration tool as he fine-tuned the interface of the energy circuits. The energy output curve of the stellar core has stabilized at 98, but there's still room to improve the fusion of the star crystal. Carl's voice came through the communicator, muffled by the suit's filter. If we can achieve perfect integration between the crystal and the circuits, we can boost output power by another 5 and reduce the risk of overload by 30. Old Gray stood on the observation platform of the repair bay holding a blueprint terminal for a T4 class battleship, his brow furrowed. In the holographic projection, the energy core module of the T4 class warship flashed red warnings indicating bottlenecks that current technology could not overcome. The problem isn't crystal fusion, it's energy transmission efficiency. He swiped his fingers across the terminal, pulling up a complex set of data. The energy density of a T4 class core is 1.8 times that of a T3, 5. The existing ancient alloy conduits can't withstand such intense energy surges. We need to find better materials or optimize the conduit structure. Lin Mo stood behind the two, watching the slowly rotating Star River in the repair bay. He knew well that post-war recovery was never simple restoration, it was a critical window for technological iteration. Any news from Lady Kasha? Any progress on the material trade with the lithoid symbiotes? Still in negotiations. Old Gray shook his head. The lithoid symbiotes are sensitive to ancient technology. They've sensed we're developing high-tier warships and are demanding the stable star crystal technology as a trade condition. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. The stable star crystal technology was one of the fleet's core advantages. Handing it over rashly might expose more of their hand, but without the stellarite alloy provided by the lithoid symbiotes, the development of T4-class warships would stall. Stall them. Let Lady Kasha handle the negotiations, he decided. We can't rely solely on external trade. The reconnaissance by Hunter Fox in the nebula of mist might uncover alternative materials or ancient smelting equipment. At that moment, the Hunter Fox T-1.5 class was hidden in the shadow of the destroyer's wreckage. Mark piloted the ship, expanding its detection range to the maximum. Inside the bridge, the co-pilot stared at the energy spectrum on the screen, fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard. Captain, we're detecting a large number of T4 class component signals from the destroyer's wreckage, including secondary energy cannons, shield generator cores, and some navigation modules. Although damaged, they have high salvage value. Mark's gaze fell on a faint light spot in the corner of the screen. A system prompt indicating the signal of an ancient relic fragment located in an asteroid belt 200 kilometers southeast of the wreckage. Forget the components for now. Focus on monitoring the relic fragments and the Zerg movements. He adjusted the ship's posture, aligning Hunter Fox with a massive piece of alloy debris. The captain's orders are to prioritize confirming the safety of the fragments. The Zerg reconnaissance fleet hasn't shown up yet. We have plenty of time to salvage components. Hunter Fox's mechanical arm slowly extended like a flexible tentacle, grasping a secondary energy cannon barrel that had fallen from the destroyer. The cannon barrel was covered in cracks, but its core structure was intact. After repairs, it could serve as an upgrade component for the Nebula T3 class. First component successfully recovered. No energy leakage detected. The co-pilot's voice carried a hint of excitement. In the base's medical center, Dr. Thorne was calibrating a newly arrived Vacaran Merchant Alliance medical pod. This semi-transparent capsule-shaped device could simulate the growth environment of human cells with internal nanobots precisely repairing damaged tissue. A crew member whose internal organs had been lacerated by biometal shrapnel during the Great Battle lay inside the pod, which was filled with pale green repair fluid. His complexion had gradually returned from pallor to a healthy flush. The nanobots are repairing the damaged liver tissue. He should wake up in 72 hours, Dr. Thorne said, watching the cell activity data on the monitor. He turned to Lily beside him. These medical pods are indeed advanced, but the repair fluid consumption rate is too fast. Our current stock can only support 10 major treatments. Lily held a supply list, her brows slightly furrowed. I've already placed an additional order for repair fluid with Lady Kasha, but the Merchant Alliance's price has increased by 20 from last time. She paused, then added, although the crops in the plantation zone have yielded a good harvest, they can't replace this kind of high-tech medical supply. Maybe we could try synthesizing it ourselves. That's very difficult, Dr. Thorne shook his head. The core component of the repair fluid is stardust extract, and only the Vacaran Merchant Alliance has mastered the stable extraction technique. What we can do now is minimize non-essential consumption and prioritize treating frontline combat personnel. On the training ground, Reno was leading the crew in post-war recovery drills. Unlike the previous high-intensity combat exercises, this training focused more on coordination and damage response. The crew split into groups, simulating how to conduct close-range defense and rescue operations when the ship is damaged and communications are down. Remember, when the shields fail and the main cannons are out, our advantage lies in flexible tactical coordination. Reno demonstrated how to use terrain for cover while holding a simulated weapon. Biometal warships have strong self-healing abilities, but their energy transmission relies on surface patterns. Hitting those pattern nodes with shock weapons can temporarily paralyze their movements. Tam stood nearby watching the crew train. His right hand unconsciously rubbed the scar on his arm, a mark left by a biometal claw. Though healed, every touch brought back the memory of that perilous moment. Instructor Reno, shouldn't we add more training focused on the Zerg? He stepped forward. Lady Kasha said the Brent Zerg reconnaissance fleet is approaching and we know nothing about their combat methods. Reno nodded, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. The Brent Zerg were a notorious predatory civilization on the edge of the galaxy. Their biowarships had no fixed weapon systems. They evolved by devouring other civilizations' technologies, making their tactics bizarre and unpredictable. It's already being prepared. He pointed to the holographic projection in the center of the training ground. This is basic data on the Zerg retrieved from the Federation database. Let's first understand their habits, then develop targeted tactics. In the projection, a Brent Zerg T2 class biowarship resembled a giant green beetle. Its hull was covered in thick chitinous armor. The ovipositor on its underside could release small Zerg fighters, and the jet nozzle at its tail could spew corrosive acid. Their armor is extremely tough. Standard energy cannons have difficulty penetrating it, but they are vulnerable to high temperatures and high-frequency shocks. Rena's voice echoed across the training ground. And they don't have a traditional energy core. Their power comes from a biological reactor inside. Attacking the reactor's location in the abdomen is the most effective way to kill them. Lin Mo stood on the observation tower of the training ground, watching the crew train earnestly. He felt a slight comfort. After the great battle, the crew hadn't been intoxicated by victory or crushed by grief over their losses. Instead, they had shown stronger cohesion and fighting spirit. But he knew this was far from enough. The Free Fleet might now be a powerful force in the Border Star region, but in the vastness of the entire galaxy, they had only just found their footing. Facing ancient civilizations like the Brent Zerg and the Deep Space Machina, there was still a long way to go. Captain Lady Kasha of the Vacaran Merchant Alliance requests a communication. Ayla's voice came from the communication. Lin Mo returned to the command center where Kasha's holographic image had already appeared on the screen. Her crystalline form shimmered with a soft blue light, and her tone was more solemn than before. Captain Lin Mo, I have 2 pieces of news for you. The first concerns the trade with the lithoid symbiotes. They have agreed to lower their demands. Instead of the complete stable star crystal technology, they only need some parameters plus 10 star crystals, and they will provide 100 tons of stellarite alloy. And the second piece of news. Lin Mo keenly sensed the gravity in her voice. The Brent Zerg's movements have been confirmed. Kasha's image flickered slightly. That reconnaissance fleet was not a random occurrence. It's the vanguard of the Zerg forward raiding swarm. According to Merchant Alliance intelligence, this raiding swarm possesses 3 T3 class biobattleships, 20 T2 class biowarships, and a large number of small Zerg fighters. Its total strength far exceeds our previous estimates. Their target is clear the ancient ruins in the Nebula of Mist. They are already moving toward the fragment area and are expected to arrive in 3 days. Lin Mo's brow furrowed instantly. 3 T3 class biobattleships. This strength far exceeded the Free Fleet's current capability to counter. Can the Merchant Alliance provide support? I'm sorry, Captain Lin Mo. Kasha shook her head. The Merchant Alliance's main fleet is dealing with a Machina patrol fleet in another spiral arm and cannot divert forces. However, I can provide you with detailed tactical data on the Zerg along with a batch of specialized armor-piercing torpedoes that are highly effective against biological armor. After the communication ended, the atmosphere in the command center grew tense. Reno, Old Gray, Carl, and others had already arrived upon hearing the news, gathering around the holographic star map. 3 T3 class biobattleships. Our current fleet can't face them, Hedon. Rena's voice was low. The Star River T3-5 is powerful, but it's just been repaired and can't sustain high-intensity combat for long. The Thunder T2-5 lacks the firepower to penetrate the Zerg battleship's armor. The other ships are too low tier to do more than act as a distraction. A direct confrontation is definitely out of the question, Old Gray added. Zerg biowarships can quickly self-heal by absorbing energy. Plus, their numerous small fighters will employ swarm tactics, easily breaking through our defensive perimeter. Lin Mo stared at the coordinates of the Nebula of Mist on the star map, his mind swirling with thoughts. Abandoning the relic fragments meant losing the core technology of the Starship Forger, severely delaying T4 class warship development. But if they forcefully contested it, they might cripple the fleet just as it was recovering. We can't give up, and we can't fight, Hedon. Lin Mo's gaze gradually hardened. We can use a besiege the enemy to relieve our allies' tactic. Hunter Fox will remain hidden, deploying shock traps around the relic fragments. Star River and Thunder will lie in ambush on the flanks of the asteroid belt. When the Zerg fleet approaches the fragments, we'll concentrate fire to destroy their T2 class warships and small fighters, disrupting their formation. At the same time, Old Gray will accelerate the development of the T4 class main cannon. We'll try to complete the modification of a prototype cannon and install it on Star River before the battle. The prototype cannon modification will take at least 2 days, and its stability can't be guaranteed. There's no time for hesitation. Lin Mo cut him off. The Zerg have only given us 3 days. We have to take a gamble. Carl, you'll assist Old Gray with the cannon modification. Reno, you'll lead the crew in setting up traps and simulating positions. Ayla, decipher the Zerg tactical data provided by Lady Kasha and find their weaknesses. Understood. They responded in unison. The base entered a state of intense preparation once again, but unlike the previous haste, this time the preparations were more composed. In the dockyard, Old Gray and Carl led the engineering team in hoisting a modified T4 class prototype cannon onto the main cannon mount of Star River. The barrel of this prototype cannon was twice as thick as the original, its surface covered in new energy patterns. Though not yet fully debugged, it already radiated a daunting energy fluctuation. On the training ground, the crew was conducting simulated drills for trap deployment and coordinated ambushes. They pushed small shock trap launchers weaving through the simulated asteroid belt, fixing traps behind rocks, and practicing remote activation when the Zerg drew near. Lily led the logistics team in transporting the armor-piercing torpedoes provided by Lady Kasha to the launch tubes of each ship. The warheads of these torpedoes were sharp cones coated with a pale green corrosive agent that could instantly dissolve biological armor upon impact, clearing a path for subsequent energy attacks. Mark of Hunter Fox also received new orders. He piloted the ship, carefully deploying shock traps in the asteroid belt around the relic fragments. Each trap was disguised as an ordinary rock fragment, only to be remotely activated when a Zerg warship approached within a 10-kilometer range. Traps deployed. Awaiting Zerg arrival. Mark's voice came through the encrypted channel, tinged with nervous anticipation. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of Star River, watching the coordinates of the approaching Zerg fleet on the holographic star map. There was no fear in his heart. He knew this battle was not just about seizing the ancient relic fragments. It was a necessary path for the Free Fleet's growth. Only through conflict with powerful civilizations could they truly master high-tier technology and hone the fleet's combat effectiveness. The T4 class prototype cannon on Star River began charging pale blue energy, coalescing in the barrel to form a dazzling beam of light. Lin Mo's gaze locked onto the Zerg flagship on the holographic star map. All ships move into ambush positions. Await my command, ready to open fire. In the asteroid belt of the nebula of mist, ships like Star River Thunder and Nebula hid in the shadows of rocks like lurking hunters. In the distant starry sky, the Brent Zerg biowarship group was already faintly visible, their green hulls resembling a moving forest slowly sailing toward the relic fragments. A game of power surrounding ancient technology, a collision of civilizations, was about to unfold in this cold, silent, starry expanse. Lin Mo clenched his fist. The source matter star chart system in his palm grew slightly warm, as if sensing the impending battle. He knew this was just a small step for the Free Fleet onto the interstellar stage. The future journey across the stars would hold many more challenges and opportunities. But he was unafraid, for he had the most loyal crew, the most powerful fleet, and the guiding source matter star chart system. In the afternoon of the desolate star, a soft lavender glow emanated from the energy core area of the base, illuminating the underground laboratory as if it were a mirage. Old Gray's white hair was dusted with fine alloy powder as he leaned over the scaled model of the T4 class main cannon, probing the energy conduits within the model. The model suddenly emitted a piercing hum, followed by wisps of faint blue smoke as the energy indicator lights went completely dark. Another failure. Old Gray sighed, removed his reading glasses, and rubbed his temples. On the holographic screen, the simulated data of energy conduction was chaotic, with red warning lines crisscrossing the interface like a spider's web. The hardness and heat resistance of the star essence alloy meet the standards, but the energy loss rate during conduction exceeds 27, far higher than the design threshold of 15. If such conduits are installed on the main cannon, it will explode after 3 shots due to energy accumulation. Carl squatted nearby, holding a sample of star essence alloy and gently sanding its surface with sandpaper. The sample, borrowed from the Vacalan Merchant Alliance, glimmered with a faint silver sheen, its texture hard, yet possessing a peculiar resilience, a unique product of the symbiotic stones. Could it be that the inner wall of the conduit is not smooth enough? He placed the sample under the microscope. Look, on the microscopic level, there are many tiny pores. When energy flows through, it creates eddies, which may be the reason for the high loss rate. Old Gray leaned in to take a look, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. That makes sense. But we lack the precise smelting technology of the symbiotic stones to eliminate these pores. Unless... He paused, pulling up data from the fragments of ancient civilization. We use the energy from star core crystals to melt and reshape the conduits, forcibly filling in the pores while altering the alloy's microstructure. The risks are too high. Lin Mo stood at the laboratory door, having just overheard their conversation. The energy from star core crystals is unstable. If it goes out of control, it could not only destroy the conduits, but also endanger the entire laboratory. But this is the only method available. Old Gray's tone was stubborn. If we can't solve the energy loss problem, the T4 class main cannon will just be a decoration. Against the T3 class biological battleships of the insect race, we have no chance at all. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, feeling the source quality star map system in his palm grow slightly warm as a faint golden prompt flashed. Feasible technological path detected. It is recommended to use the star core energy directional guidance function, consuming 1 star core crystal. Success rate increased to 68. The system has a way to assist. Lin Mo made up his mind. Prepare the experiment. I will stabilize the star core energy. The preparations for the experiment lasted a full 2 days. Carl led the engineering team to create a 1/1 scale prototype of the energy conduit using star essence alloy. Old Gray adjusted the energy guiding device, connecting it to the star core of the Star River. Lin Mo sat at the control panel, familiarizing himself with the operation process of the star core energy directional guidance, repeatedly practicing on the virtual keys. On the day of the experiment, the entire underground laboratory was sealed off, and Dr. Thorne had a medical team on standby next door in case of emergencies. Lin Mo placed a star core crystal into the energy guiding device, watching as the crystal slowly rotated within, emitting a soft pale blue glow. Initiate energy guidance output power 30, he ordered. The pale blue energy flowed from the device, traveling along the wires into the star essence alloy conduit. The conduit lit up instantly with the surface pores beginning to be filled by energy and the microstructure slowly reorganizing under the influence of the energy. The loss rate has dropped to 22. 19. 17. Old Gray stared intently at the monitoring screen, his voice filled with excitement. Just as the loss rate was about to fall below the threshold of 15, the conduit suddenly vibrated violently, a glaring red light flaring on its surface. Energy is out of control. The loss rate is skyrocketing, Carl shouted. Increase the guidance force lock onto the core of the conduit. Lin Mo's forehead was beaded with cold sweat as the light from the system in his palm surged forcibly, stabilizing the out-of-control energy flow. The vibrations of the conduit gradually calmed, the red light faded, and the loss rate ultimately stabilized at 14. 8. Just meeting the standard. We succeeded. Old Gray and Carl cheered simultaneously, both their faces adorned with weary smiles. The news of the experiment's success quickly spread throughout the base, greatly boosting the crew's morale. However, Lin Mo did not relax. He knew that this was only a small problem resolved, and the development of the T4 class warship still faced countless challenges. More importantly, the material transaction with the symbiotic stones had not been finalized. Communication from Ms. Kasha. Ellis' voice came through the communicator. Lin Mo connected the call, and Kasha's holographic image appeared on the screen, her crystalline form flickering with uneasy blue light. Captain Lin Mo, there has been a development with the symbiotic stones. Their council suddenly vetoed the previous transaction plan, proposing to send a delegation to Desolate Star to assess your technological strength in person and to visit the Star River and the energy core area. Visit the core area. Lin Mo's brows furrowed. The energy core and the technical details of the Star River were core secrets of the fleet. If the symbiotic stones were to pry into this information, the consequences would be dire. Their intentions are not just about trade, they want to figure out our bottom line. I think the same. Kasha nodded. The symbiotic stones have always been wary of the rise of external forces, fearing that your fleet could threaten their interests in the Mist Nebula. This inspection feels more like a power probe and intimidation. Lin Mo pondered for a long time before making a decision. Agree to their inspection request, but limit the areas they can visit. They can only view the exterior and public areas of the Star River. Access to the energy core area is absolutely forbidden. Additionally, instruct Reno to enhance the base's security to prevent them from inserting spies or stealing technical information. After hanging up the call, Lin Mo immediately gathered the core members for a meeting. Upon hearing the news, Reno immediately voiced his opposition. The technology level of the symbiotic stones is not low. Their delegation must contain technical experts. Even just viewing the exterior could allow them to infer our general strength through the ship's structure and weapon layout. Moreover, their symbiotic nature allows them to sense energy residues through contact with metal surfaces, which is too dangerous. Lin Mo shook his head. We have no choice. Without Star Essence alloy, the development of the T4 class warship will stagnate. Faced with the threat of the insect race, we would lack the ability to protect ourselves. We must take the risk while also preparing preventive measures. Lin Mo nodded decisively. Carl suddenly spoke up. We can apply a special shielding coating to the public areas and the hull of the Star River, which can absorb energy residues while disrupting the symbiotic stone's perception. This coating is made from a mix of the remnants of a mechanical civilization and nebula dust. It was tested on the Fox Hunt and worked very well. Then let's proceed with that. Lin Mo nodded. Carl, you are responsible for making the shielding coating. Complete the application on the Star River within 3 days. Reno arranged security personnel to accompany the delegation at all times and strictly limit their activities. Lena, you are in charge of monitoring the delegation's communications to prevent them from transmitting intelligence. After the meeting, the base became busy again. Carl led the engineering team to apply the shielding coating to the hull surface and public areas of the Star River. This coating was a pale gray color, blending seamlessly with the ship, once dried unnoticeable unless closely inspected. Lena led the electronic warfare team to upgrade the base's communication monitoring system, enabling real-time interception and analysis of all incoming communication signals. In the training ground, Reno was conducting specialized training for the crew responsible for security. The members of the Symbiotic Stones delegation are composed of minerals and energy, appearing as humanoid figures covered in crystal. Their weakness lies in the symbiotic core at their foreheads. In case of an emergency, attacking that area can quickly subdue them. Reno displayed a holographic projection showing the physiological structure of the symbiotic stones. Remember, stay vigilant at all times and do not let them touch any core equipment, and do not answer any detailed questions about technology. Meanwhile, the Fox Hunt T1-5 class had made new progress in the reconnaissance of the Mist Nebula. Mark piloted the ship trailing behind the insect race's reconnaissance fleet and discovered that they had stopped at an abandoned resource planet. Captain, the insect race fleet is collecting minerals on the surface of the planet, seemingly replenishing their energy. Mark's voice came through the encrypted channel. Their collection efficiency is very high. They are expected to complete the resupply in a day and continue moving towards the direction of the relic fragments. Continue covert monitoring. Do not expose yourselves. Lin Mo ordered. Focus on observing their biological battleship structure, especially the weapon systems and defensive weaknesses of the T3 class battleships. Understood. Mark maneuvered the Fox Hunt to lower its altitude, hiding in the synchronous orbit of the planet, directing the detector towards the insect race's collection teams on the ground. On the screen, the insect race's biological battleships extended enormous tentacles, inserting them into the mineral layers on the planet's surface to siphon or into their bodies, while the chitinous shells on the hull glimmered with a faint green light, indicating the absorption of energy from the minerals. In the planting area of the base, Lily encountered a small problem. A newly cultivated batch of drought-resistant crops suddenly showed yellowing leaves and slow growth. She squatted on the ridge holding a testing instrument, her brows tightly furrowed. The soil's pH level is normal and the moisture and light conditions are fine. Why is this happening? Dr. Thorne passed by the planting area, noticing Lily's troubled expression, and walked over. It might be the radiation from the star core energy. He took the testing instrument and glanced at the data. Although the glow from the energy core is gentle, prolonged exposure could alter the genetic sequences of the crops. You could try mixing nebula dust with the soil. Nebula dust can absorb some radiation. Carl previously made a shielding coating from it, which might also help your crops. Lily's eyes lit up, and she immediately sent someone to collect nebula dust. She mixed the dust with the soil in proportion and replanted a batch of seedlings. 2 days later, the newly planted seedlings indeed regained vitality, their leaves turning lush green and growth rates returning to normal. Thank you so much, Dr. Thorne, Lily said excitedly. Dr. Thorne smiled. It was just a small effort. We all help each other for the sake of the base. As days passed, the delegation from the symbiotic stones arrived as scheduled. 3 uniquely designed T2 class cruisers slowly entered the base docking area, their hulls composed of pale blue crystals adorned with natural patterns resembling finely crafted works of art. The members of the delegation descended from the ships, their heights generally over 2 meters, their bodies covered in a translucent crystalline shell, with a core shimmering with blue light at their foreheads, walking silently, as if floating above the ground. I am Karen, the envoy of the Council of Symbiotic Stones. The leading envoy spoke, his voice as clear as crystal clashing. We are here to fulfill the trade agreement and assess your technological strength. Lin Mo stepped forward, extending his hand. Welcome to Desolate Star. I am Lin Mo, commander of the Free Fleet. Please follow me. I will show you around the base. Karen did not shake hands, but nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the hull of the Star River. The core at his forehead flickered momentarily, as if sensing something. However, under the interference of the shielding coating, he did not detect anything unusual, just a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. The tour proceeded as planned, with Lin Mo guiding the delegation through the public areas, planting zones, and the exterior of the dock. Karen occasionally asked questions about the base's construction and the scale of the fleet, to which Lin Mo selectively responded, avoiding details about core technologies and strengths. When the delegation arrived outside the bridge of the Star River, Karen suddenly stopped, pointing at a cannon port on the hull. Is this the T3? 5-level composite energy cannon? How powerful is it? Can it penetrate the armor of a T4 class battleship? Lin Mo's heart sank. He hadn't expected Karen to recognize the cannon's level. It's just a conventional T3 5 class main cannon with limited power, barely capable of handling T3 class battleships. He replied nonchalantly. Our technology is still in development, and there is a significant gap compared to yours. Karen did not press further, but the core at his forehead flickered even faster. Lin Mo knew that this inspection was merely a facade. The vigilance and probing of the symbiotic stones had only just begun. Meanwhile, in the distant mist nebula, the insect race fleet had completed their resupply and was slowly heading towards the direction of the relic fragments. Night fell, and the base on Desolate Star fell into a brief calm. But Lin Mo knew that this calm was merely the prelude to a storm. The negotiations with the symbiotic stones, the technological challenges of the T4 class battleship, and the approaching insect race fleet loomed over the Free Fleet like 3 mountains. He stood on the lookout tower, gazing at the twinkling stars in the distant sky, the source quality star map system in his palm growing slightly warm. On the system interface, the blueprint of the T4 class battleship still displayed multiple red warnings, the coordinates of the insect race fleet drawing closer, and the delegation from the symbiotic stones lurking within the base. The road ahead is still long, Lin Mo murmured, a determined light flashing in his eyes. He understood that the 200,000 words of the journey through the Star River was never a sprint, but a trek taken step by step. Every breakthrough of a technological bottleneck, every successful negotiation of power, and every victory in battle represented a cornerstone of growth for the Free Fleet. He turned and returned to the command center, looking at the various data on the screen, already formulating new plans. No matter how many difficulties lay ahead, he would lead the Free Fleet to advance, steadily carving out a territory of their own amidst the vast starry river. In the command center of the barren star, the pale blue holographic projection illuminated the negotiation table with exceptional clarity. Seated across the table was Kalen, the envoy of the symbiote of strange stones. His crystalline shell refracted tiny specks of light under the glow, and the blue core at his brow pulsed slowly with each breath. On the table, the projected trade agreement for star marrow alloy hovered in the center, its red amendment marks densely scattered, bearing witness to the three-day tug-of-war between the two parties. Captain Lin Mo, our bottom line will not change. Kalen's voice clashed like shards of ice, leaving no room for compromise. 10 star core crystals plus the basic parameters of star core stabilization technology in exchange for 100 tons of star marrow alloy. You need the materials to advance your warship research. We need the technology to perfect our energy system. It is a fair trade. Lin Mo tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze fixed on the core clauses of the agreement. Although the basic parameters of star core stabilization technology did not involve core secrets, once the symbiote of strange stones grasped them, they might reverse engineer more details. Fairness presupposes mutual non-aggression. He looked up at Kalen. Your request to visit the energy core area of the galaxy has already exceeded the scope of basic parameters. If you insist, the deal is off. The core at Kalen's brow flickered briefly, as if communicating with the council of the strange stone civilization far away. A brief silence fell over the command center, broken only by the low hum of the ventilation system and the static of the holographic projection. Lena sat in a corner of the command center, her fingers swiftly gliding over the electronic warfare terminal. Her screen displayed the encrypted waveforms of Kalen's communications. Since the delegation's arrival, their transmissions had never ceased, clearly reporting to the council in real time. The council agrees to concede. After half a minute, Kalen spoke. We will not visit the energy core area, but the parameters of star core stabilization technology must be supplemented with the temperature threshold for crystal fusion and the energy fluctuation buffer curve. Old Gray, seated beside Lin Mo, nudged him discreetly with his elbow and whispered, "These two parameters are the most basic. Leaking them won't cause much trouble, but trading them for 100 tons of star marrow alloy is worth it." Lin Mo had already made up his mind, but remained impassive. I need time to verify the safety of the parameters. He stood up. Please return to your quarters for now. I will give you my answer in 2 hours. Kalen raised no objection. As he rose, his gaze swept over the control console in the command center, and a faint, almost imperceptible red light flashed through his brow core. Lena's fingers froze instantly. Her terminal detected an anomalous energy fluctuation, the activation signal of a microdetector. After the delegation left, Lena immediately reported to Lin Mo. Captain Kalen just scanned the control. I detected the activation signal of a microdetector less than 1 cubic centimeter in volume, probably hidden in the gaps of his crystalline shell. So they are up to something. Reynolds' face darkened. Should we find the detector now and give them a warning? No. Lin Mo shook his head. If we burn bridges now, the deal is completely off. Lena, can you locate the detector? Can we use it in reverse to feed them false information? Lena quickly operated her terminal. A three-dimensional model of the command center appeared on the screen with a small red dot blinking beneath the control console. Located. It is moving slowly, apparently searching for an energy interface. I can hack its communication channel and transmit fake parameters and false performance data of the galaxy. Do it. Lin Mo nodded. The fake parameters should be half-truths. Deliberately lower the performance data by 30% to make them think our technology is not mature enough, thereby lowering their guard. Over the next 2 hours, Lena led the electronic warfare team in a flurry of activity. They hacked into the microdetector's communication channel, fabricated a set of seemingly plausible false parameters, and implanted fake data stating that the galaxy's main cannon maximum output could only penetrate T3 class light armor. When Kalen's communication reconnected with the council, this false information had been silently transmitted. The negotiations eventually reached an agreement. As both parties signed the agreement, the core at Kalen's brow pulsed with a satisfied blue light. Captain Lin Mo, I hope we can establish long-term cooperation. The star marrow alloy will be delivered in batches within a week. Cooperation requires mutual trust. Lin Mo looked at him meaningfully. The barren star welcomes friends, but not prying eyes with ulterior motives. Kalen's body stiffened almost imperceptibly before returning to calm. You worry too much. We are merely concerned about security. After all, the situation in the border star sector is unstable. After the delegation left, Lena successfully retrieved the microdetector. It was transparent, its surface covered with tiny sensing tendrils, a crystal sense detector unique to the symbiote of strange stones. I have cracked its storage chip. Besides the scan data, there is some intelligence on the Zerg fleet. The symbiote of strange stones has long known that the Zerg are active in the Mist Nebula, yet they never informed us. Holding the detector, Lin Mo sneered inwardly. Among interstellar powers, there was never pure friendship, only eternal interests. The symbiote of strange stones appeared to concede, but in reality, they were secretly gathering intelligence from all sides, waiting to reap the benefits, while others fought. Meanwhile, on a derelict resource planet in the Mist Nebula, the Foxhunter T-1.5 class was experiencing a hair-raising moment. Mark maneuvered the ship hiding behind a massive mineral mountain, watching a T-3 class Zerg battlecruiser slowly ascend. On its chitinous hull, newly absorbed minerals were transforming into pale green energy patterns. Clearly, this warship's defenses and firepower had been enhanced. Captain, a Zerg probe is approaching. Only 5 kilometers away. The co-pilot's voice was tense. Mark immediately shut down all non-essential equipment, minimizing the ship's energy signature. Activate camouflage mode. Disguise the Foxhunter as a mineral rock. The Foxhunter's hull instantly coated itself with a layer of gray simulated mineral coating, its shape subtly deforming to blend in with the surrounding rocks. The Zerg probe drifted slowly past, its pale green scanning beam sweeping over the Foxhunter without detecting anything unusual before heading deeper into the planet. Phew, that was close. The co-pilot exhaled in relief. The Zerg probes are more advanced than before. We were almost discovered. Mark did not relax. The Zerg's bioships are evolving. Look on the belly of that T-3 class battlecruiser. There is a new row of ejection ports, probably for launching small Zerg fighters. He manipulated the probe to capture clear images. We must send this intelligence back to base as soon as possible. The intelligence from the Foxhunter once again tightened the atmosphere at the base. On the command center's holographic star map, the Zerg fleet's coordinates were steadily approaching the relic fragments, and after mineral enhancement, their T-3 class battlecruiser's combat power might be close to T-3. 5. The retrofit of the T-4 class main cannon must be accelerated. Old Gray's voice carried urgency. Once the star marrow alloy arrives, we will immediately begin mass production of the energy conduits. But even if everything goes smoothly, it will take at least 3 days to complete the main cannon retrofit. Carl added, the galaxy's shields also need an upgrade. The Zerg's corrosive acid is highly destructive to our current shields. I have designed a multi-layered protective structure using a mixed coating of star marrow alloy and nebula dust, which can effectively resist corrosion. Lin Mo gazed at the star map, calculating the time. The Zerg fleet was expected to arrive at the relic fragments in 3 days, and the fleet's retrofit also required 3 days. The timelines perfectly coincided. We have no retreat. We must advance both fronts simultaneously. He gave the orders. Carl oversee the shield upgrade, Old Gray focus on the main cannon retrofit, Reynold lead the fleet in targeted drills focusing on countering the Zerg swarm tactics, Lily stockpile sufficient repair materials and nutrient packs, prepare for a protracted battle. The base's pace quickened once more, but unlike the previous haste this time, there was a newfound steadiness. In the dockyard, the engineering team had set up the processing platform for star marrow alloy, awaiting only the materials' arrival to begin work. On the training ground, crew members were simulating combat against Zerg fighters, the Nebula's T-3 class, main cannon firing simulated energy beams to down aerial targets. In the agricultural zone, Lily led the logistics team in rapidly processing harvested crops into high-concentration nutrient packs, warehouse stocks piling higher and higher. 2 days later, the first transport ship from the symbiote of strange stones arrived. 100 tons of star marrow alloy were unloaded into the dockyard. These silver-white alloy ingots emitted a soft luster flowing like moonlight under the energy lights. Carl eagerly picked up an ingot and placed it on the processing platform. High purity, even better than we anticipated. The processing of star marrow alloy officially began. Old Gray and Carl led the engineering team, using star core energy to heat the alloy and forge it into energy conduits. With the assistance of the system's star core energy-directed guidance, the microscopic pores in the conduits were successfully filled, stabilizing the energy loss rate at 14.5. This fully met the requirements for the T-4 class main cannon. Meanwhile, the Foxhunter relayed more urgent intelligence. Captain, the Zerg fleet has changed course. They are no longer heading directly for the relic fragments, but are moving toward the wreckage of the destroyer, apparently searching for T-4 class components to enhance their own warships. Lin Mo's heart sank. The Zerg's learning ability and evolutionary speed far exceeded expectations. If they obtained the T-4 class components from the destroyer, the consequences would be dire. Foxhunter, continue monitoring, but do not intervene. He made his decision. Our primary objective is to seize the relic fragments. We cannot lose sight of the bigger picture. Once the main cannon and shield retrofits are complete, we will deal with the Zerg and the fragments simultaneously. Just then, Lin's electronic warfare terminal suddenly blared an alarm. Captain, I've detected an encrypted transmission from the symbiote of strange stones sent to the Zerg fleet. The content is the precise coordinates of the relic fragments. Everyone in the command center was stunned. No one expected the symbiote of strange stones to collude with the Zerg and betray the location of the relic fragments. So they are indeed sitting on the sidelines. Reynold gritted his teeth. They want us and the Zerg to weaken each other so they can swoop in and reap the benefits. Lin Mo's expression turned icy. He picked up the communicator and directly hailed Lady Cassar's channel. Lady Cassar, did you know that the symbiote of strange stones is colluding with the Zerg? Cassar's holographic image visibly wavered, clearly taken aback. I will verify this immediately. The Vacaran Trade Alliance will never tolerate such behavior that disrupts the border balance. If the situation proves true, we will suspend all transactions with the symbiote of strange stones. Ending the communication, Lin Mo looked at the adjusted course of the Zerg fleet on the star map, knowing that the comm had been shattered. The betrayal of the symbiote of strange stones compounded the already tense situation. How is the retrofit progressing? Lin Mo asked. The main cannon conduits are 80% complete, expected to be installed by noon tomorrow. The shield upgrade is 60% done, ready for use by evening tomorrow. Carl's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Speed it up, Lin Mo ordered. Tomorrow night the fleet departs for the relic fragments. We must seize the fragments before the Zerg, and at the same time teach the symbiote of strange stones and the Zerg a lesson. As night deepened, the base's dockyard remained ablaze with lights. On the processing platform, the star marrow alloy conduits glowed with a faint blue light under the influence of energy. On the training ground, the crew's shouts rose and fell. In the command center, Lena was decrypting more communications from the symbiote of strange stones, attempting to uncover further evidence of their collusion with the Zerg. Lin Mo stood on the observation tower, gazing at the bustling base below. The source star chart system in his palm grew slightly warm. On the system interface, the signal from the relic fragments grew stronger, as if calling out to something. And the coordinates of the Zerg fleet drew ever closer. He knew that a hard battle was inevitable. But this time the Free Fleet was no longer reacting passively, they were taking the initiative. The boost from Star Marrow alloy, the deterrence of the T4 class main cannon, and the crew's rigorous training would all become chips for victory. Symbiote of strange stones Zerg. Lin Mo muttered the two names, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. You want to sit back and reap the benefits. Then be prepared to get burned. In the distant starry sky, the swarm of Zerg bioships surged like a green tide, rapidly approaching. And at the base on the barren star, the retrofit of the galaxy had entered its final sprint. A multifaceted game over the ancient relic fragments was about to stir a new storm in the Mist Nebula. The dock of the desolate star remained awake throughout the night, illuminated by soft blue energy lights that made the entire maintenance bay appear as bright as day. The hull of the Xinghe T-3-5 was secured in the center by dozens of support arms. Carl, dressed in an oil-stained protective suit, crouched next to the newly installed T4 class main cannon, using a specialized calibration device to check the coaxial alignment of the barrel. The barrel deviation is 0.03 millimeters, which is within the allowable range, but the energy conduction interface still needs further polishing. Carl's voice came through the communicator, carrying an obvious hoarseness. To keep up with the schedule, he and the engineering team had been working for 36 consecutive hours, and each person's eyes were bloodshot. On the nearby workbench, half-eaten nutritional supplements and energy bars lay scattered, supplies specially sent by Lily, but no one had the time to enjoy them properly. Old Gray stood on the observation platform of the energy core, holding the inspection report of the star metal alloy conduits, his brow furrowed. On the holographic screen, the energy loss rate of one conduit suddenly soared to 18, far exceeding the stability threshold. Carl checked conduit number 7. There's an abnormal fluctuation in the energy flow, likely due to unfilled gaps inside. Carl immediately crawled over with tools and inserted a detector into the conduit interface. The waveform on the screen showed that there was indeed a tiny energy vortex in the middle section of the conduit. It's an oversight during the energy guidance of the star core. He gritted his teeth. It can only be disassembled and remelted, which will take at least 2 hours. Lin Mo's voice came through the communicator. Use the edge scraps of star core crystals to fill it, then compact it with high-frequency oscillation. Although the effect is not as good as remelting, it can temporarily stabilize the loss rate. Carl nodded and immediately instructed someone to bring the edge scraps of star core crystals, grinding them into powder and injecting it through the small reserved hole in the conduit. He then activated the high-frequency oscillation device, compacting the powder in the vibration, filling the tiny gaps. Upon retesting, the loss rate stabilized at 15.2, just enough for emergency use. Temporarily up to standard, but after firing more than 10 times continuously, it will need to cool down. Carl wiped the sweat from his forehead. Once this mission is over, we must reprocess this conduit. Meanwhile, the hustle and bustle in the dock continued while in the command center Lena was staring at the electronic warfare terminal, a hint of excitement on her face. Captain Weave decrypted the subsequent communications between the strange stone symbiote and the insect race. They agreed that after the insect race captures the relic fragments, they will give 10 of the fragments to the strange stone symbiote as a reward for information exchange. Lin Mo looked at the communication content on the screen, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The strange stone symbiote has played a good hand, wanting to reap benefits while not wanting to confront the insect race directly. He turned to Ella and said, "Contact Miss Kasha and send her this communication record. Ask her if the balance of the Vaculan Trading Alliance condones such collusion." Ella immediately established communication, and when Kasha's holographic image appeared, it was clear that her crystalline form was fluctuating. "Captain Lin Mo, I have verified the situation. The Council is very angry and has suspended all trade with the strange stone symbiote and dispatched 3 patrol fleets to block the transportation routes between the strange stone symbiote and the Mist Nebula." "That's not enough." Lin Mo shook his head. "The actions of the strange stone symbiote have already threatened the security of the border star domain. Merely blocking the routes cannot compensate for the damage they have caused. I need the Alliance to provide detailed tactical deployments of the insect race's fleet, as well as the locations of the strange stone symbiote strongholds in the Mist Nebula." Kasha was silent for a moment before nodding. "I can provide you with the tactical data of the insect race, but the locations of the strange stone symbiote strongholds are core intelligence of the Alliance and require Council approval. However, I can privately provide you with a vague range of coordinates enough for you to conduct deterrence." After ending the communication, Ella projected the received insect race tactical data onto the holographic star map. The data showed that the insect race's T3 class biological battleship possessed 2 special abilities, biological shield and strong acid spray. The biological shield can absorb 50 of energy attacks, while the strong acid spray can corrode the armor of ships below T3 class within a short period. And the small insect race fighters utilized a swarm tactic, breaking through defensive circles through numerical superiority and attacking the weak points of the ships. Targeted tactics have been established. Reynolds looked at the data, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The Xinghe-class T4 main cannon adopts a high-temperature shock composite mode. The high temperature can burn through the biological shield of the insect race, and the shock can damage its internal structure. The Thunder and Nebula are equipped with armor-piercing torpedoes focusing on attacking the biological reactor in the belly of T3 class battleships. The Foxhound is responsible for interfering with the communications of small insect race fighters to disrupt the swarm tactics. On the training ground, the crew was conducting final targeted training. The gunnery team of the Nebula was operating the modified secondary energy cannon, firing at targets simulating the biological shield of the insect race. The soft blue energy beam struck the target instantly, igniting the green simulated shield on the target's surface, which then shattered. "Successful breach," the gunnery chief shouted excitedly. On the other side, the crews of the Swift T2 and Dawn T2 were practicing coordinated defense against swarm tactics. Dozens of simulated insect race fighters' targets attacked from all directions, and the auxiliary and closing guns of the 2 ships fired simultaneously, forming a dense fire net that shot down the targets one by one. Defense successful. Not a single one got through. Cheers erupted from the communicator. In the logistics warehouse of the base, Lily was leading the team to check supplies. All the armor-piercing torpedoes sent by Ms. Kasha had been stored, a total of 120 units, enough for the fleet to conduct a high-intensity battle. Additionally, there were large quantities of emergency repair gel, energy crystals, and highly concentrated nutritional supplements. Each ship was equipped with 20 armor-piercing torpedoes, 50 repair gels, and 100 nutritional supplements, and the medical bay's repair liquid has also been replenished. Lily's voice was tired yet firm. "I guarantee that the crew will not have to worry during the battle." Dr. Thorne was checking the equipment in the medical bay to ensure all instruments were functioning correctly. He had specifically prepared an antidote for the strong acid corrosion of the insect race, which could quickly neutralize the acid and alleviate wound corrosion. If any crew member is burned by strong acid, timely injection of the antidote can prevent tissue necrosis. He instructed the medical team beside him, "During the battle, be sure to pay attention to personal protection and do not recklessly contact the bodily fluids of the insect race." Meanwhile, the Foxhound T-1-5 in the Mist Nebula was encountering a crisis. Mark was piloting the ship, hiding behind the wreckage of the destroyer, watching as the T3 class biological battleship of the insect race was dismantling T4 class parts from the wreckage. A small insect race scout ship suddenly deviated from its course and headed towards the Foxhound. "Captain, the insect race scout ship has spotted us. Only 3 kilometers away." The voice of the co-pilot was tense. Mark immediately activated the emergency evasion procedure, and the Foxhound's engine instantaneously overclocked, charging towards a dense asteroid belt. "Shut down all energy signals and activate ultimate camouflage mode," he shouted. The surface of the Foxhound was instantly covered with a layer of simulation coating that matched the asteroids perfectly, completely shielding even the energy signals, resembling a true rock. The insect race scout ship slowly passed by its light green scanning beam, sweeping over the Foxhound, finding no abnormalities, and then turned back to the fleet. That was close. The co-pilot sighed in relief. The insect race's reconnaissance is becoming increasingly stringent, and our camouflage mode is barely holding up. Mark did not relax. Just hold on a little longer. The base's fleet will arrive tomorrow night. We continue to monitor and document the entire process of the insect race dismantling the parts. This intelligence is crucial for the base. The intelligence from the Foxhound was continuously relayed back to the base. On the holographic screen in the command center, the images of the insect race dismantling parts from the destroyer were clearly displayed. The T4 class secondary energy cannon was forcibly ripped from the wreckage and installed onto the insect race's T3 class biological battleship. The core of the shield generator was wrapped by the insect race's tentacles, seemingly undergoing assimilation. The evolution speed of the insect race is too fast. Old Gray's expression was grave. If we give them another day, the combat power of this T3 class battleship may increase to above T3. 5. Lin Mo gazed at the screen, his resolve to strike quickly growing stronger. Notify all ships to assemble at the base docking area at 6 p.m. tomorrow and depart promptly at 8 p.m., he ordered. Regardless of whether the modifications are fully complete, we must reach the relic fragment area before the insect race completes the assimilation of the parts. Time passed, and the modifications to the Xinghe were finally completed by 5 p.m. the next day. The T4 class main cannon gleamed with a soft blue light, the energy patterns on the barrel clearly visible. The upgraded shield generator was arranged in a triangular layout covering the entire hull. The anti-corrosion coating on the hull had also been applied, effectively resisting the strong acid attacks of the insect race. The crew boarded the ship one after another, each face showing fatigue, but with determined eyes. Carl conducted a final check of the Zing's energy core, confirming that all parameters were within the normal range before sighing in relief and boarding the ship. At 6 p.m., the fleet gathered punctually at the docking area. The Xinghe T3, 5, served as the flagship, positioned at the center of the formation. The Thunder T2, 5, and Nebula T3 were on either side. The Swift T2 and Dawn T2 were responsible for flank vigilance, while the Foxhound T1, 5 awaited in the Mist Nebula as the guide ship. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Xinghe, watching the neatly arranged fleet below, filled with emotion. From a shabby T1 class gunboat to a fleet of 6 ships, from being alone to hundreds of crew members fighting side by side, every step of the Free Fleet's growth was forged from everyone's sweat and sacrifice. All crew members' attention. Check the equipment and prepare to depart. Lin Mo's voice echoed through the entire fleet. The Xinghe is ready. The Thunder is ready. The Nebula is ready. The reports from each ship rose and fell, filled with high spirits. At 8 p.m., Lin Mo issued the departure command. All fleet proceed at full speed. Target the relic fragment area in the Mist Nebula. The engines of the 6 ships started simultaneously expelling dazzling soft blue tails, forming a well-ordered formation, racing towards the Mist Nebula. The base of the desolate star gradually receded, the light of the energy core flickering in the starry sky like a beacon of hope. In the depths of the Mist Nebula, the insect race fleet had completed the dismantling and initial assimilation of the parts, and the surface of the T3 class biological battleship glowed with a dark red light from the newly installed T4 class secondary energy cannon, clearly indicating it was combat ready. They were slowly heading towards the relic fragments, the green hull resembling a moving forest, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. A multi-party battle over the ancient relic fragments was about to erupt in this cold, starry sky. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Xinghe, the source quality star map system in his palm, slightly heating up, seemingly sensing the approaching storm. He knew that this was merely a stop on the long journey of the Free Fleet, and in the future Star River more challenges and opportunities awaited them. But he was unafraid, for he had the most loyal crew, the strongest fleet, and the guiding source quality star map system. The T4 class main cannon of the Xinghe began to charge the soft blue energy beam, condensing in the barrel like the dawn about to break. Lin Mo's gaze locked onto the insect race fleet on the holographic star map, silently reciting, "Strange stone symbiote insect race, your game is about to end." On the 3rd day after the fleet departed, the desolate stars orbit the edge of the Mist Nebula emerged on the horizon. The pale purple nebular matter flowed like a silken veil, filtering the distant starlight into a soft halo. At the observation window of the bridge aboard the Stellar River T3, 5 faint glimmers of light could be seen where tiny interstellar dust particles struck the shields. Carl did not take turns resting like the other crew members. Instead, he curled up on a folding chair in the engineering bay, his terminal screen cycling through real-time data on the T4 main cannon's energy conduits. The 7 Conduit, which had undergone emergency repairs, occasionally saw its loss rate spike to 15.5 during sustained low-power operation. Though still within safety limits, it gnawed at his mind like a thorn. Still not at ease. Old Gray approached, carrying a cup of warm nutrient solution, setting it on the console. The old man's eyes were bloodshot, yet his spirit remained vigorous. The low-power tests during the voyage prove the emergency fix is effective. It can hold up under short, intense combat. Carl picked up the nutrient solution, taking small sips, his gaze still fixed on the screen. I know, but that conduit is like a time bomb. If it fails in battle, the T4 main cannon's energy will instantly accumulate. At best, it'll burn out the barrel. At worst, it could affect the star core. He paused, his tone tinged with stubbornness. Once this mission is over, I'm going to remelt and reforged every single conduit. I won't leave any hidden dangers. Old Gray smiled and didn't argue. He knew too well the obsession of a technician like Carl. For them, the perfect operation of equipment was the crew's lifeline in battle. Suit yourself, but you need to rest now. Old Gray patted his shoulder. There's a tough fight ahead. If you collapse, who will handle the technical emergencies on the battlefield? Carl nodded, shut down the terminal, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. The engineering bay was very quiet, filled only with the low hum of the star core and the faint vibrations from the distant engine room. These sounds intertwined paradoxically, making it easier to relax. The fleet's voyage was not monotonous. Reno organized multiple cross-ship coordinated drills. The Stellar River, as the flagship, simulated the attack patterns of a T3 biological battleship, while the Thunderclap T2.5 and the Nebula T3 practiced coordinated defense and counterattacks. Attention, Thunderclap. The Zerg's acid spray is about to hit. Activate anti-corrosion coating immediately. Rena's voice came through the tactical channel. The hull of the Thunderclap was instantly covered in a light gray protective film. The anti-corrosion coating Carl had made from star marrow alloy and nebular dust. Seconds later, the simulated acid spray struck the shield. Pale green energy ripples spread across it, but caused no damage to the hull. Anti-corrosion coating effective. Nebula counterattack now. The Nebula's main cannon fired immediately. A pale blue energy beam precisely hit the simulated Zerg bioshield of the Stellar River. Ripples spread across the shield's surface, and its energy intensity dropped by 12. Counterattack successful. Bioshield weakening effect achieved target. The gunnery officer of the Nebula reported excitedly. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Stellar River, watching the drill data on the tactical display, feeling a slight relief. The fleet's coordination was becoming more seamless, and the performance of the T4 main cannon and the anti-corrosion coating met basic standards. But he knew the real battlefield was far more complex than a simulation. The evolutionary capabilities of the Zerg and the hidden schemes of the Singularity symbiote could bring unexpected variables. Lena, any new results from the communication decryption? Lin Mo asked. Lena's fingers slid rapidly across the electronic warfare terminal. A string of encrypted communication records appeared on the screen. Captain, I've decrypted communications between the Singularity symbiote and another force on the border, the Black Reef Pirates. They're contacting the pirates to attack our transport ships on the return journey, trying to steal the star marrow alloy. The Black Reef Pirates. Lin Mo frowned. They were a notorious pirate force in the border star sector, possessing several T2-class warships skilled in ambushes and plunder, and had previously colluded with the machine civilization. Does Miss Casa know about this? Already synced with her. Lena nodded. Ms. Casa replied that the Commerce Alliance will send patrol fleets to escort the transport ships, but the pirates are unpredictable, so we can't rely entirely on the Alliance. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, then ordered notify the Fox Hunt to return to the border shipping lane early after completing reconnaissance on the Zerg and monitor the Black Reef Pirates' movements. Once a pirate gathering is detected, report immediately. We will dispatch the Zephyr, T2, and the Dawnbreaker, T2 to intercept the transport ships. Roger that. Mark's voice came through the communicator, tinged with excitement. For him, reconnaissance and anti-piracy missions were far more challenging than simple covert operations. On the 5th day of the voyage, the fleet finally entered the depths of the Mist Nebula. The nebular matter grew, denser, visibility dropping to less than 20 kilometers. Starlight was completely obscured. The fleet could only rely on the Ether Star Chart System's navigation and detector feedback to advance. Detecting strong energy fluctuations. Source 50 kilometers ahead. Signal matches the ancient relic fragment. IRA's voice carried a hint of excitement. Lin Mo immediately ordered fleet reduce speed, maintain formation. Fox Hunt, advance for reconnaissance. Confirm the fragment's position and the Zerg fleet's movements. The Fox Hunt vanished like a ghost into the depths of the nebula. Over 10 minutes later, reconnaissance data was transmitted back. The relic fragment is located in the center of a small asteroid field. It is an irregular rhombus about 50 meters on each side, its surface covered in golden patterns with stable energy fluctuations. The Zerg fleet is stationed 5 kilometers outside the asteroid field, preparing for battle. Their T3 biological battleship has completed assimilation of T4 parts with 2 new secondary energy cannons on its hull. The number of small Zerg fighters has increased to over 300. On the holographic star chart, the Zerg fleet's formation was clearly visible: 3 T3 biological battleships arranged in a triangle surrounded by 20 T2 biological warships, and 300 small fighters patrolling the outer perimeter like a swarm, forming a tight defensive ring. The Zerg's defense is very tight. A direct assault would cost us dearly. Rena's voice was grave. Their swarm tactics can quickly break through our flanks. The bioshields and acid spray of the T3 battleships pose a great threat to the thunderclap and the nebula. Old Grey added: the Stellar Rivers T4 main cannon can penetrate the bioshields, but its rate of fire is slow, only 3 shots per minute. It's hard to deal with 3 battleships simultaneously. Plus, the hidden danger of Conduit 7 prevents us from sustained firing. Lin Mo stared at the star chart, calculating. A direct assault was unwise, so a flanking ambush would be difficult to avoid the Zerg fighter patrols. They had to find a breakthrough point. Lena, can you crack the Zerg's communication channel and disrupt their command? Difficult. Lena shook her head. Zerg communication is bioelectric, completely different from conventional signals. My equipment can only detect the waves, not crack or jam them. However, their small fighters rely on biosignals from the mothership for guidance. If we can suppress the mothership's signal, the fighter swarm will fall into chaos. That's a breakthrough. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Carl, can you modify some electronic jamming shells specifically to suppress the Zerg's biosignals? Carl thought for a moment, then nodded. I can try. Using nebular dust mixed with biometal fragments for the warhead, the explosion can release energy waves at a specific frequency. It should temporarily block the Zerg's biosignals. But it will take time to modify them, at least 4 hours. You have 6 hours. Lin Mo ordered. The fleet will remain hidden in its current position. Foxhunt, continue monitoring the Zerg's movements. Report immediately if they make any unusual moves. The fleet concealed itself in the depths of the nebula. Most energy systems on each ship were shut down. The hull's camouflage coating blended perfectly with the surrounding nebular matter, making them look like motionless rocks. Carl led his engineering team bustling about in the Stellar River's weapons bay. They disassembled the stock of standard jamming shells, replaced the warheads, and tuned the energy frequencies. Lily led the logistics team, delivering warm nutrient packs and fresh fruit to each ship. During the long voyage and tense preparations, fresh food became the best comfort for the crew. Carl, don't overwork yourself. Remember to eat on time. Lily set a nutrient pack and some fruit beside him. If your body breaks down, who will ensure the main cannon runs? Carl looked up, a rare smile on his face. Got it, Sister Lily. Thank you. Dr. Sorn shuttled between the ships in a small landing craft, checking the crew's physical condition. The long confinement in the sealed ship, coupled with the tension of preparing for battle, had caused mild anxiety and fatigue in some crew members. Relax your mind and get enough rest to perform at your best in battle. Dr. Sorn injected a nerve-calming agent into a crew member. Don't overthink. You have the most powerful fleet and the best commander. You will win this fight. On the training grounds, Reno didn't stop the tactical drills. Crew members trained in close quarters assaults and coordinated defense in simulated asteroid field terrain. Tam led the gunnery team of the Nebula, practicing locking onto targets and firing with precision in low visibility environments using detector feedback. The Nebula's main cannon fired continuously, hitting simulated Zerg fighter targets with an accuracy rate of 85. 6 hours later, Carl's modifications were complete. 20 specially made electronic jamming shells were loaded into the launch tubes of the Stellar River and the Thunderclap. The effective range of the jamming shells is 3 kilometers. After detonation, they can block the Zerg's biosignals for 10 minutes. Carl reported fatigue evident in his eyes, but filled with confidence. Those 10 minutes are our window of attack. Lin Mo looked at the holographic star chart of the Zerg fleet, a plan forming in his mind. The Foxhunt will be responsible for guidance, precisely delivering the jamming shells to the central area between the 3 T3 Zerg battleships. Once the jamming takes effect, the Stellar River will concentrate fire on the left T3 battleship, destroying its biological reactor. The Thunderclap and the Nebula will be responsible for pinning down the other 2 battleships and the T2 biowarships. The Zephyr and the Dawnbreaker will focus on clearing the small Zerg fighters, protecting the fleet's flanks. The captains of each ship responded in unison. Just as the fleet was preparing to move, the Foxhunt sent an urgent report. Captain, the Zerg fleet is moving. Their target is not the relic fragment. They are heading towards us. It seems they have detected our presence. Lin Mo's heart sank. The Zerg's perception was far beyond expectations, able to pinpoint the fleet's location even through the nebula's interference. Initiate emergency protocol immediately. Foxhunt, withdraw. Stellar River, prepare to launch jamming shells. Attack as planned. The jamming shell launchers on the Stellar River slowly rose. The pale gray warheads glinted faintly under the nebula's light. Lin Mo's gaze was locked onto the holographic star chart watching the approaching Zerg fleet. The ether star chart system in his palm grew slightly warm, as if sensing the imminent battle. He knew this battle was inevitable, but he was not flustered. The fleet was thoroughly prepared. The power of the T4 main cannon, the threat of the specialized jamming shells, and the seamless coordination of the crew were all their winning chips. Fire jamming shells, Lin Mo ordered. 20 specially made electronic jamming shells screamed towards the core area of the Zerg fleet. Against the backdrop of the nebula, they streaked across like meteors, carrying the hope of the free fleet and their desire for victory. In the distant starry sky, the Zerg's T3 biological battleships emitted a low, guttural roar. Pale green bioshields flared to life instantly. Swarms of small fighters surged forward like a tide. A brutal confrontation in the Mist Nebula was about to begin. Lin Mo took a deep breath and clenched his. He knew this was just a microcosm of the Free Fleet's long journey. In the future Star River, more challenges and opportunities awaited them. But he was fearless, for he had the most loyal crew, the most powerful fleet, and the ether star chart system to guide their way. The T4 main cannon of the Stellar River began to charge. A pale blue energy beam coalesced within the barrel, like a sword piercing the mist. Lin Mo's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He gave the order, all ships open fire. 20 specially designed electronic jamming projectiles streaked across the pale purple canopy of the Mist Nebula like 20 meteors, precisely flying toward the core region of the insectoid fleet. Less than a kilometer from the 3 T3 class biobattleships, the jamming projectiles detonated simultaneously. Pale gray energy waves spread like ripples across water, instantly suppressing the insectoid's biological signals wherever they passed. Jamming effective. The insectoid fighter swarm has lost guidance and fallen into chaos. Linus' voice carried excitement. On the electronic warfare terminal, the communication waveforms of the insectoid small fighters were in complete disarray. The once orderly swarm instantly turned into a scattered, fleeing mess. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he commanded, Stellar River, main cannon charging to 100. Target the biological reactor on the belly of the left T3 class biobattleship. Thunderbolt and Nebula pin down the other two battleships and prevent them from providing support. The T4 class main cannon of the Stellar River instantly blazed with a dazzling pale blue light. A composite beam of high heat and concussive energy like a sword piercing the mist shot straight toward the left insectoid battleship. The moment the energy beam struck the biological shield, the pale green shield ignited like burning oil, blazing fiercely with a sharp sizzling sound. The shield held for only 1-2 seconds before shattering. The energy beam then pierced the hull, striking the biological reactor in the belly. Boom! The violent explosion echoed through the mist. A massive breach tore open in the belly of the insectoid battleship, and pale green biological fluids gushed out like a fountain, mingled with shattered chitinous carapace and burning tissue fragments. The hull shuddered violently. Its once steady course became erratic, and the energy patterns on its surface dimmed rapidly, clearly having lost its combat capability. Target hit. The left insectoid battleship is disabled. Ella's voice rang with excitement. But the insectoid's reaction exceeded all expectations. The other two T3 class biobattleships, though having lost communication guidance, launched a counterattack purely on instinct. The strong acid nozzles on their bellies opened, and pale green acid poured out like a waterfall, aimed directly at the Thunderbolt and Nebula. Thunderbolt, activate anti-corrosion coating. Nebula, evade. Captain Barton shouted, maneuvering the Thunderbolt into a sharp turn. The pale gray coating on the hull activated instantly. The strong acid struck the coating with a hissing, corrosive sound. White foam bubbled on the surface, but the coating was not breached and the hull remained unscathed. The Nebula, relying on its agile maneuverability, weaved through the acid rain. Its main cannon fired simultaneously, and the energy beam struck the shield of the central insectoid battleship. Though it failed to penetrate, it successfully disrupted its attack rhythm. The Gale and Dawn seized the opportunity to cut into the chaotic fighter swarm. Their auxiliary cannons and point defense guns opened fire simultaneously. A pale blue barrage of energy like a vast net shot down the scattered insectoid fighters one by one. Taimu piloted the Gale, weaving nimbly through the fighter swarm. Each turn precisely avoided collisions with out-of-control fighters, while his main cannon locked onto isolated ones, taking them down, with one shot each, achieving astonishing efficiency. Gale has shot down 30 insectoid fighters. Requesting further instructions. Taimu's voice was slightly hoarse, but brimming with excitement. Continue clearing the fighter swarm, focus on protecting the Stellar River's flank. Reynolds replied. Just as the battle was turning favorable, an urgent call from Carl came over the Stellar River's engineering bay. Captain, the wear rate on energy conduit No. 7 has surged to 23. The cannon barrel temperature is abnormally high. One more shot, and it will burst. Lin Mo's heart sank. The worst-case scenario he had feared had finally erupted. Immediately cease main cannon fire and activate the cooling system, he ordered. The T4 class main cannon of the Stellar River slowly retracted. The cooling system engaged, and pale blue coolant circulated through the cannon barrel's inner layers, gradually lowering the temperature. But without the main cannon's suppression, the central insectoid battleship seized the chance to launch a fierce assault. Its secondary energy cannons fired in rapid succession. Dark red energy beams struck the Stellar River's shield, instantly reducing its strength by 18. Shield strength at 72. The central insectoid battleship is closing in. Ella's voice was anxious. Nebula, support the Stellar River. Use armor-piercing torpedoes to attack its shield. Lin Mo ordered. The Nebula immediately adjusted its course and launched 4 armor-piercing torpedoes. The torpedoes, trailing pale blue exhaust, precisely struck the insectoid battleship's shield. The corrosives in the torpedo warheads instantly dissolved part of the shield, creating a channel for subsequent. Sweating profusely in the engineering bay, Carl's hands flew across the control console. Captain, I can temporarily cut off the power supply to conduit No. 7 and redistribute the load to other conduits. But the main cannon's output power will drop by 30, and it can sustain continuous fire for no more than 5 shots. Do it immediately. Lin Mo responded decisively. We must destroy another insectoid battleship before the jamming effect wears off. Carl pressed the control button. The energy circuit of conduit No. 7 was temporarily severed, and the load on the other conduits instantly increased. However, under the stable output of the stellar core energy, no anomalies occurred. Adjustment complete. Main cannon output power at 75 shots available. Stellar River main cannon charging to 70. Target the central T3 class bio battleship. Lin Mo gave the order again. The pale blue energy beam flared once more. Though slightly diminished in power, it still precisely struck the gap in the insectoid battleship's shield. The beam pierced the hull, hitting the secondary energy cannon array on its right side. The insectoid battleship's energy cannons went silent instantly. The hull tilted noticeably, clearly severely damaged. Jamming effect has 3 minutes remaining. Lena's voice came through. Lin Mo knew time was running out. Once the jamming effect faded and the insectoid's communication and guidance were restored, the remaining fighter swarm and battleships would regain their combat capability, making the situation even more dire. Foxhunt, circle behind the right insectoid battleship and use pulse cannons to attack its thrusters. Thunderbolt, launch armor-piercing torpedoes, coordinate with the Stellar River for a final assault. The Foxhunt emerged from the mist like a ghost. The pulse cannons of the T1 5 class scout ship fired continuously. Pale blue energy beams struck the thrusters of the right insectoid battleship, causing its speed to plummet. Simultaneously, the Thunderbolt launched 6 armor-piercing torpedoes. The Stellar River's main cannon fired for the 3rd time. The energy beam and torpedoes struck the target simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted. The thrusters of the right insectoid battleship were obliterated. The hull lost power and drifted aimlessly through the starry void. The biological shield was completely shattered. The hull's surface was riddled with burning gaps, incapable of further combat. But at that moment, the jamming effect vanished entirely. The remaining insectoid small fighters re-established communication. Guided by the surviving T2 class biowarships, they once again formed a swarm and launched a fierce assault on the Gale and Dawn. The damaged central T3 class battleship also regained some combat capability. The strong acid nozzle on its belly opened again, aiming at the Stellar River's stern. Gale Dawn, fall back and defend. Stellar River, evade. Lin Mo shouted, maneuvering the Stellar River into a sharp turn. The strong acid grazed past its stern, striking an asteroid behind. The rock was instantly corroded into a puddle of green liquid. Carl, how many more shots can the main cannon fire? Lin Mo asked. 2 shots remaining, but it needs a 2-minute cooldown. Carl's voice was urgent. Lin Mo gazed at the holographic star chart. The situation had become grim. Though they had destroyed 1 insectoid battleship and disabled 2, the remaining 20 T2 class biowarships and nearly 200 small fighters still posed a significant threat. More critically, the jamming projectiles were depleted, leaving them unable to block the insectoid's biological signals again. Reynolds, adjust the tactics. Thunderbolt and Nebula cover the Stellar River's retreat for cooling. Gale and Dawn tighten the defensive perimeter. Foxhunt, continue jamming insectoid communications to buy time. Lin Mo commanded. The fleet immediately adjusted its formation. The Thunderbolt and Nebula positioned themselves in front of the Stellar River, forming a defensive barrier. Their main cannons and torpedoes fired in unison to prevent the insectoids from closing in. The Gale and Dawn pulled in their flanks, their point defense guns firing at full capacity to intercept the swarm fighters. The Foxhunt weaved around the periphery of the insectoid fleet, continuously releasing standard electronic jamming projectiles. Though unable to block biological signals, they could disrupt the insectoid's targeting accuracy. The battle within the Mist Nebula grew even more brutal. The insectoid fighters charged the defensive perimeter as if heedless of death. Some broke through the fire net, striking the Dawn's side armor and leaving behind pits corroded by strong acid. The Dawn's shield strength plummeted. Crew members scrambled to make emergency repairs within the ship, yet struggled to withstand the relentless assault. Dawn shield at 35. Side armor severely corroded. Requesting support. The Dawn's captain's voice was fraught with anxiety. Foxhunt, support the Dawn. Stellar River cooling complete, main cannon charging. Target the insectoid T2 class warship cluster. Lin Mo shouted. The T4 class main cannon of the Stellar River flared again. The energy beam shot straight toward the insectoid T2 class warship cluster. Though output power was only 70, it was still devastatingly powerful. It destroyed 3 T2 class warships in a single strike. Shattered hull fragments sprayed through the mist, temporarily blocking the advance of the following warships. In the engineering bay, Carl stared intently at the conduit data. Sweat dripped from his brow onto the control console. Captain, one more shot left. After firing, it must be fully cooled, or the conduit will be completely ruined. Lin Mo took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the location of the relic fragment on the holographic star chart. Given the current situation, continuing the fight would only result in mutual destruction. Securing the relic fragment was the primary objective. Stellar River final main cannon shot. Target the damaged central battleship. Destroy it completely. The rest of the fleet provide cover. We're heading for the relic fragment zone. The Stellar River's final energy beam struck the core area of the central insectoid battleship with precision. This already damaged warship could no longer hold. A violent explosion ensued, and the hull disintegrated entirely. Seeing the tide turn against them, the remaining insectoid fleet began to retreat, apparently realizing they could not defeat the Free Fleet in a short time. The insectoids are retreating. Should we pursue? Reynolds asked. No pursuit. Lin Mo shook his head. Our target is the relic fragment. Let's not court unnecessary trouble. Full speed ahead for the fleet. Head to the center of the asteroid belt. The fleet broke free from the insectoid's entanglement and sped toward the direction of the relic fragment. In the mist, the irregular rhomboid ancient relic fragment grew increasingly clear. Its surface was covered with golden ancient runes shimmering with a soft, mysterious light against the backdrop of the nebula. Within the asteroid belt surrounding the fragment, energy fluctuations were unusually active, clearly containing powerful ancient energy. Stellar River approached the fragment. Prepare for recovery, Lin Mo ordered. The Stellar River slowly navigated into the asteroid belt. Its mechanical arm extended, reaching out to grasp the relic fragment. Just as the mechanical arm was about to touch the fragment, it suddenly erupted with intense golden light. The ancient runes on its surface flowed rapidly. An invisible energy field expanded, repelling the Stellar River's mechanical arm. Detecting a powerful ancient energy field, the fragment is in a state of self-protection and cannot be recovered directly. Ellis' voice was filled with astonishment. The source star chart system in Lin Mo's palm suddenly grew intensely hot. A pale golden light surged from his palm, resonating with the golden radiance of the relic fragment. The fragment's energy field instantly weakened, and the runes on its surface became calmer. A system prompt sounded in his mind, detected core fragment of the ancient starship forger. Requires injection of homologous stellar core energy to unlock recovery authorization. Carl injects stellar core energy into the fragment. Output power at 10. Lin Mo ordered. A faint pale blue energy stream diverged from the Stellar River's stellar core, flowing through the mechanical arm into the relic fragment. The fragment's golden light interwove with the blue energy stream. The runes on its surface began to restructure, gradually forming an energy imprint homologous to the source star chart system. Just then, Linus' electronic warfare terminal suddenly sounded an alarm. Captain, detecting ship signals from the Singularity symbiote. They're anchored at the periphery of the asteroid belt. 3 T2 class cruisers seemingly waiting for an opportunity. A cold smile curled on Lin Mo's lips. The Singularity symbiote had indeed not given up on reaping the benefits without effort. Thunderbolt Nebula, proceed to the periphery on alert. If the Singularity symbiote's ships approach, open fire with a warning shot immediately. Carl, accelerate the energy injection and recover the fragment as quickly as possible. The Thunderbolt and Nebula immediately turned and sailed toward the periphery of the asteroid belt. Their main cannons were fully charged, aiming at the Singularity symbiote's cruisers. The Singularity symbiote's ships indeed dared not approach rashly, only lingering at a distance, apparently assessing the situation. The energy injection continued for a full 15 minutes. Finally, the golden light of the relic fragment subsided. The runes on its surface formed a complete energy imprint. It gently floated up, and the Stellar River's mechanical arm firmly grasped it, stowing it into a specially designed storage compartment. Recovered Ancient Starship Forger Core Fragment 15. Unlocked Technology's Perfect Star Alloy Smelting Method T4 Class Energy Core Stabilization Module. The moment the system prompt sounded, Lin Mo felt a flood of ancient technological information pouring into his mind. The smelting parameters for star alloy, the stable structure of the T4 class core, all clearly presented before his eyes. Fragment successfully recovered. New ancient technologies unlocked. Lin Mo's voice was charged with excitement. The Singularity Symbiote ships are beginning to retreat. Ella reported. Lin Mo watched the Singularity Symbiote ships gradually receding on the star chart. He did not order a pursuit. The priority now was to safely return the fragment to base and digest the newly unlocked technologies. Fleet assemble. Return along the original route. Fox Hunt scout ahead. Gale and Dawn provide flank security to prevent counterattacks from the insectoids and Singularity Symbiote. The fleet regrouped and sailed toward the desolate star. The pale purple canopy of the Mist Nebula gradually faded into the distance. Neither the insectoid fleet nor the Singularity Symbiote's ships pursued, apparently realizing that further entanglement was pointless. In the engineering bay of the Stellar River, Carl was excitedly studying the newly unlocked perfect star alloy smelting method. Excellent. With this technology, we can finally solve the porosity issue in the energy conduits, boosting the T4 class main cannon's performance by another 20. Old Gray was also studying the T4 class energy core stabilization module, his face beaming with satisfaction. This module can make the stellar core crystal's energy output much more stable, reducing overload risk by 50. We've finally taken a crucial step in developing our T4 class battleship. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Stellar River, gazing at the ancient fragment quietly floating in the storage compartment, his heart filled with emotion. This clash in the Mist Nebula, though fraught with peril, had yielded a bountiful harvest for the fleet, destroying one insectoid T3 class battleship, disabling 2, clearing a large number of insectoid fighters, seizing a key ancient relic fragment, and unlocking vital ancient technologies. But he was also acutely aware that this was merely the beginning of the conflict with the insectoids and the Singularity Symbiote. The remnants of the insectoid force still lurked in the Mist Nebula. The Singularity Symbiote's ambitions remained unquenched, and the threat from the Black Reef pirates loomed large. The path to the Free Fleet's rise was still strewn with thorns. The fleet sailed slowly through the starry void. The pale blue engine exhaust, like beacons of hope, guided the way home. The source star chart system in Lin Mo's palm grew slightly warm, as if heralding that more ancient secrets, stronger foes, and vaster realms awaited the Free Fleet to explore and conquer. Next target, T4 class battleship. Lin Mo murmured, a resolute glint shining in his eye. He knew that on this 20 million character journey across the galaxy, every step required steady progress. And this victory in the Mist Nebula was a solid stride toward the fleet's ascent to greater strength. The low hum of the starship's engines was the most constant background noise during the return voyage. The cargo hold of the Stellar River T3-5 had been temporarily converted into a simple smelting laboratory. Carl, clad in heavy thermal protective gear, was intently watching an ingot of star marrow alloy suspended within the energy furnace. A faint blue stellar core energy enveloped the alloy ingot, slowly rotating within the furnace. Impurities on its surface were gradually stripped away, revealing a pure silvery white luster. The perfect star marrow alloy smelting method is truly remarkable. Carl's voice came through the communicator, laced with barely concealed excitement. The impurity removal rate has reached 99.8. Microscopic pores have completely vanished, and the estimated energy conduction loss rate can be controlled within 8 and more than double the improvement from our previous emergency processing. Old Gray stood before the observation screen outside the lab, holding the blueprint for the T4 class energy core stabilization module, tapping his fingers lightly on it. Don't get too carried away. First smelt 3 energy conduit samples. We'll test the actual transmission effect. He paused, then added, use the newly smelted alloy to make a replacement for conduit No. 7, which will solve the Stellar River's hidden danger. Carl nodded, adjusting the output parameters of the energy furnace. After smelting, it needs 24 hours of natural cooling. We can't rush the processing, or it will affect the alloy's internal structure. He gazed at the gradually forming ingot in the furnace, his eyes full of anticipation. With this perfectly smelted star marrow alloy, the performance of the T4 class main cannon can reach another level. Even firing 20 consecutive shots won't be a problem. In the corridor outside the lab, Lily was passing by with a food cart. Hearing their conversation, she stopped with a smile. Carl, you need a good rest after the smelting is done. You haven't slept for almost 3 days. Dr. Thorne has been complaining to me, saying if you don't rest soon, he'll have to drag you to the medical bay. Carl smiled behind his protective suit's visor. Got it, Sister Lily. Once the samples are out, he'll definitely get a... Lily set down 2 portions of warm nutrient paste and fruit. These are specially saved for you and Old Gray. I added some nebula honey, ITLL, refresh your mind without affecting your sleep. With that, she pushed the cart on towards the other cabins. Even on the return voyage, she insisted on delivering fresh food to the crew daily, supporting the entire fleet's morale with her logistics. On the third day of the fleet's voyage, the Fox Hunter T-15 transmitted the latest intelligence on the Black Reef pirate group. Mark piloted the scout ship lurking in the asteroid belt of the border space lanes, capturing images of the pirate fleet's assembly 5 T-2 class cruisers, 12 T-15 class frigates, and 3 modified transport ships, clearly prepared for seizing the Star Marrow alloy. Captain, the Black Reef pirate fleet has assembled in the Shattered Passage. It's our only route back, a narrow channel full of hidden reefs perfect for an ambush. Mark's voice came over the encrypted channel. Their leader, One-Eye Raymond, is a ruthless bastard. Word is he's a deserter from the Federal Navy, knows standard fleet tactics, and is good at using terrain to his advantage. Lin Mo projected the pirate fleet's image onto the holographic star chart, his brow furrowing slightly. The terrain of the Shattered Passage was indeed complex, dense with hidden reefs and frequent energy eddies that would severely limit the maneuverability of large warships, playing right into the pirates' hands. Renault formulated a counter-tactic. Our fleet has the advantage in firepower and defense, but the terrain is against us. We must avoid falling into a passive position. Renault stepped up to the star chart, sliding his fingers across it to mark a key node in the passage. There's an open area called Star Lake in the middle of the Shattered Passage. We can lure the pirates there and force a decisive battle. The Stellar River will be the core, using its T-4 class main cannon for long-range fire suppression. The Thunderclap and Nebula will form a pincer on the flanks. The Gale and Dawnbreaker will be responsible for clearing the pirate frigates. The Fox Hunter will preposition on the outskirts of Star Lake, waiting for an opportunity to strike the pirate transports and command ship. The plan is feasible, but we need someone to bait the pirates, Lin Mo nodded. The Fox Hunter is small and agile, suitable for the bait role. Mark, do you have the guts to walk into the tiger's den? What's there to be afraid of? Mark's voice was brimming with excitement. I can disguise myself as a transport ship, deliberately expose myself to the pirates' sensors, and lead them to the Star Lake area. Stay safe, Lin Mo cautioned. If you sense danger, retreat immediately. Don't be a hero. Over the next 2 days, the fleet conducted targeted training during the return voyage. The crews of the Gale and Dawnbreaker practiced coordinated defense in narrow channels, simulating pirate ambush tactics, drilling in rapid turns and counterfire. The Stellar River tested the firing accuracy of its T-4 class main cannon in an energy eddy environment. Although accuracy dropped by 10, it could still effectively suppress targets. Carl used this time to complete the smelting and processing of 3 Star Marrow alloy conduit samples. He installed one on the Stellar River's T-4 class main cannon, replacing the previously emergency processed No. 7 conduit. Test results showed the main cannon's energy loss rate stabilized at 7.5. After 20 consecutive shots, the barrel temperature remained within safe limits. Perfect. Carl stared at the test data, letting out a long sigh of relief. Now this T-4 class main cannon has truly reached its design standards. Old Gray hadn't been idle either. He combined the newly unlocked T-4 class energy core stabilization module with the Stellar Core Crystal, performing a preliminary modification on the Stellar River's core. The modified core output energy more smoothly, reducing the overload risk by 50 and increasing endurance by 20. With this stabilization module, we have the foundation to develop the energy core for a T-4 class battleship. Old Gray said, a rare smile spreading across his face. On the 5th day of the voyage, the fleet finally arrived at the entrance to the Shattered Passage. As planned, the Fox Hunter disguised itself as a transport ship and sailed alone into the passage, while the main fleet remained hidden at the entrance waiting for orders. Mark shut down most of the Fox Hunter's energy systems, keeping only basic navigation. The hull was coated with a simulated transport ship coating, slowly moving towards the middle of the passage. As expected, the Fox Hunter was detected by pirate scout ships shortly after entering the passage. Transport halt. Prepare to be boarded. Or be destroyed. The pirate communication blared over the public channel, filled with arrogance. Mark deliberately feigned panic, slowing the Fox Hunter down, while secretly sending a signal to the main fleet. Bait taken. Pirate fleet is closing in. Estimated time to Star Lake area 10 minutes. Main fleet full speed ahead. Target Star Lake area. Lin Mo ordered. The fleet's engines ignited simultaneously, pale blue exhaust trails streaking across the starry void as they raced towards the Star Lake. By now, the Fox Hunter was surrounded by the pirate fleet. 5 T-2 class cruisers had formed an encirclement, trapping the small ship in the center. A holographic image of One-Eye Raymond appeared on the Fox Hunter screen. His left eye was covered by a metal patch, and his face was a roadmap of vicious scars. Kid, you've got some nerve coming into my territory alone. What's your cargo? Mark pretended to be composed. Just regular supplies bound for Barren Star. Captain Raymond, let us pass. We're willing to hand over half the cargo. Half? Raymond sneered. This whole passage is mine. Everything on that ship is mine. Just as the pirates prepared to board, the Fox Hunter suddenly ignited its engines, charging at full speed towards the Star Lake area. Mark's voice crackled through the communicator. "Gotcha, you old fox." "Damn, it's a trap." Raymond's face twisted in fury. "All ships pursue. Don't let them escape." The pirate fleet fell in hot pursuit, chasing towards the Star Lake area. When they entered the Star Lake area, the Free Fleet's main force was already waiting. The Stellar River's T4 class main cannon had long been fully charged, its pale blue energy beam aimed like a sword at the pirate command ship. "Fire," Lin Mo ordered. The Stellar River's main cannon fired first. The energy beam struck the pirate command ship's shields with precision, shattering them instantly and tearing a massive gap in the hull. The Thunderclap and Nebula opened fire simultaneously. Energy beams and torpedoes rained down, plunging the pirate fleet into chaos. The Gale and Dawnbreaker sliced into the pirate frigate group, their secondary and point defense cannons blazing, blasting one pirate frigate after another out of the void. Taimu piloted the Gale, weaving nimbly through the chaotic battlefield. Each of his attacks struck the weak points of the pirate ships with devastating efficiency. The Fox Hunter also turned around and joined the fray, its pulse cannons firing continuously at the pirate transports. The three modified transports had no defensive capabilities and were quickly destroyed, their cargo drifting into the void. Raymond watched his ships being destroyed one by one, his face pale. He knew they had bitten off more than they could chew. Continuing the fight would only lead to total annihilation. "Retreat. Full retreat," he ordered, maneuvering the command ship to flee deeper into the passage. "Think you can run?" "Not so fast," Renault yelled. "Fox Hunter, pursue the command ship. Ensure its destruction." The Fox Hunter chased after it like a phantom, its pulse cannons hammering the command ship. The command ship's engines lost power, leaving it adrift in space, where it was finished off by a follow-up shot. The battle lasted an hour. The Black Reef Pirate Group's fleet was utterly routed. 3 T2 class cruisers destroyed, 2 captured, 8 frigates sunk, 4 escaped. All 3 transport ships were destroyed. Raymond was killed in the battle. The threat of the Black Reef Pirates was completely eliminated. After clearing the battlefield, the fleet continued its return voyage to Barren Star. Mark piloted the Fox Hunter back into formation, a triumphant grin plastered on his face. "Captain, I pulled off a big one this time. Don't I get a medal?" "Consider it," even Lin Mo said with a slight smile. "You took an unauthorized risk and almost got boarded. They'll let the punishment slide this time." Mark chuckled but didn't argue. On the 7th day of the voyage, they finally saw the outline of Barren Star. The base's energy shield glowed with a faint blue light, like a giant protective dome guarding their home. The crew who had stayed behind were already waiting in the docking bay. Seeing the fleet return, they erupted in cheers. Lin Mo stood on the Stellar River's bridge looking down at the thriving base, his heart filled with satisfaction. This expedition to the Misty Nebula had not only secured the ancient relic fragment and unlocked key technologies, but also destroyed the Black Reef pirate threat, elevating the fleet's strength to a new level. But he knew this was just a microcosm of the long journey ahead. The remnants of the Zerg still lurked in the Misty Nebula. The ambitions of the Cheshire symbiote were not extinguished, and in the more distant Star Rivers, countless more challenges and opportunities awaited them. The fleet slowly entered the docking bay. Crew members disembarked one after another, embracing and cheering with their comrades who had stayed behind. Lily and her logistics team were waiting on the dock with carts laden with food and drink, their faces beaming. Dr. Thorne led the medical team, checking the crew's physical condition, ensuring no one was injured. Lin Mo walked down the gangplank, followed by old gray Carl Renault and the others. He looked at the base before him, his mind already forming new plans to digest the newly unlocked ancient technology, advance the development of the T4 class battleship, expand the fleet size, strengthen the base's defenses, and prepare for any future threats. "Everyone, you've worked hard," Lin Mo said, looking at his core members, his tone resolute. "After a brief rest, we will face new challenges. But I believe as long as we stand united, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome, no enemy we cannot defeat." The group responded in unison, their voices filled with soaring morale. Under the setting sun, the base on Barren Star was bathed in golden light. The hum of the energy core intertwined with the laughter and cheers of the crew, painting a picture full of hope. Lin Mo knew that the 12-million-word journey across the Star River required steady, solid steps. This victory was the foundation upon which the fleet would grow even stronger. Next, they would dedicate themselves to the development of the T4 class battleship, another crucial milestone on the Free Fleet's path to ascension. And in the distant depths of the Star River, more powerful enemies, more mysterious ruins, and a vaster frontier awaited their exploration and conquest. The morning light of the desolate star carried a faint metallic warmth, spilling over the base's docks and laboratory areas. After half a month of continuous labor, the crew finally welcomed a 3-day rest period. The training ground was devoid of its usual shouts, replaced by scattered figures relaxing in groups. some engaged in light physical training, others sitting together sharing tales of the misty nebula expedition, and a few lying on the grass, gazing vacantly at the starry sky beyond the energy shield. Yet deep within the docks, the core laboratory remained brightly lit. Carl, clad in lightweight work attire, was hunched over a precision alloy machining lathe, adjusting the cutting tool's angle. On the workbench, a perfectly smelted star marrow alloy ingot gleamed with a pure silver-white luster. This was his first finished product, crafted over 2 days using the newly unlocked perfect star marrow alloy smelting method. It would now be machined into the core framework of a T4 grade energy core. An angle deviation of 0.01 millimeters, a bit more fine-tuning. Carl's eye pressed against the observation lens as his fingers gently turned the adjustment knob. The hardness of star marrow alloy far surpassed that of ordinary alloys, making processing exceedingly difficult. Even the slightest deviation could compromise the stability of the energy core. Old Gray sat at a monitoring console nearby, holding a tablet densely filled with machining parameters. He periodically reminded Carl, "Keep an eye on the tool temperature. If it exceeds 800 CO, pause for cooling. Don't damage the alloy's internal structure." "Got it, Old Gray," Carl replied without lifting his head, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His obsession with technical precision was almost ruthless. He could not tolerate even a 1 in 10th error in such a core component. Outside the laboratory on the corridor, Lily approached, pushing a food cart laden with 2 insulated boxes of hot porridge and several side dishes. She gently knocked on the lab door. "Carl, Old Gray, time for a break. Have something to eat before you continue." Carl paused his work and looked up, a tired yet satisfied smile on his face. "Almost done. Once this framework is finished, we can start the preliminary assembly of the T4 energy core. You still need to eat no matter how urgent it is." Lily entered and placed the meal boxes on the workbench. "Dr. Thorne says prolonged high-intensity work affects concentration and makes mistakes more likely." She opened the insulated container, and the steaming aroma of porridge filled the air. It was mixed with chopped meat and vegetables, a nutritious breakfast she had specially prepared for the two. Old Gray set down the tablet and picked up a meal box with a smile. "Lily's so thoughtful." Carl listened to her. "Eat first." Carl nodded, washed his hands, and began devouring the food in large mouthfuls. The porridge was at just the right temperature, nutritious and delicious, dispelling much of his fatigue. Lily sat nearby watching them eat and asked softly, "How is the development of the T4 battleship progressing? When can construction begin?" "Soon," Old Gray replied between sips of porridge. "The star marrow alloy smelting technique is mature and the energy core stability module is designed. We just need to machine all core components and conduct assembly tests. If all goes well, we can start laying the keel in a month." "That's wonderful," Lily said, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. "Once the new flagship is complete, our base will be much stronger and we can protect everyone better." The technical breakthroughs in the laboratory steadily advanced while other areas of the base quietly underwent renewal. Reno led the engineering team in a comprehensive upgrade of the base's defense systems. The original 15 T2, 5-grade defense turrets were all replaced with T3-grade turrets reinforced with star marrow alloy, increasing range and firepower by 30. The base's energy shield was also optimized, incorporating T4-grade energy core stabilization technology, boosting defense strength by 50 and effectively resisting acid and shock attacks. Defense turret calibration complete. Range extended to 800 kilometers. Lock-on accuracy improved to 98. The engineering team leader reported to Reno, his face brimming with a sense of achievement. Reno nodded, walked to a new turret, and patted its cold alloy shell. "Excellent. Also deploy 20 shock traps in the asteroid belt around the base's perimeter, creating crossfire with the defense turrets to ensure absolute security." "Understood." On the training ground, the crew resumed new drills after the rest period. The focus was on simulated T4 main cannon operation and coordinated combat tactics. Tam led the Nebula's artillery team in the simulation pod, practicing with the T4 main cannon. Those simulated the energy beam's power and recoil matched real conditions. Main cannon charging at 80, targeting the simulated Zerg battleship. Tam commanded. The artillery crew worked in unison, swiftly completing targeting and parameter adjustments. The simulated energy beam roared forth, striking the target with precision, which instantly exploded into fragments. "Target hit. Accuracy rate 92, a crew member reported excitedly. Tam nodded with satisfaction. "Keep practicing. We must achieve pinpoint accuracy under any circumstance." Meanwhile, Lin Mo was handling the captured pirate ships. The Black Reef pirates, 2 T2 cruisers, and 4 T1. 5 frigates were towed back to the base, where Carl led the engineering team in a comprehensive overhaul and refit. The pirate ships had decent basic structures, but outdated weaponry and defense systems. After modifications, they were equipped with new energy cannons and shields, significantly boosting combat capability. "Captain, the refit of the pirate ships is complete," Carl reported to Lin Mo. "The 2 T2 cruisers have been upgraded with T2, 5 main cannons, and star marrow alloy shields. The 4 frigates are fitted with shock weapons and electronic jamming modules. They can now be integrated into the fleet as auxiliary combat units. Lin Mo followed Carl to the dock, observing the refitted pirate vessels, and nodded approvingly. Excellent. Name the cruisers Watcher 1 and Watcher 2 and the frigates Sentinel 1 through Sentinel 4. Assign them to newly recruited crew members with Reno overseeing their training. Understood. The expansion of the fleet demanded more talent. Lin Mo recalled the talent radar function of the source stellar chart system, which he had yet to use. Now was the perfect time. He activated the system, selected the talent radar function, and consumed a small amount of stellar core energy. The interface immediately displayed several blinking dots marking the locations of potential talents. Detected 3 high-potential individuals at the free port of the Vacaran Trade Alliance, a federal border mining station, and a drifting research vessel. The system's prompt echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Lin Mo promptly dispatched Mark aboard the Fox Hunter to recruit these talents. Prioritize engineers and pilots. Offer competitive benefits. Tell them the Free Fleet can provide the best development platform and most advanced technology, Lin Mo instructed. Don't worry, Captain. Mission accomplished. Mark patted his chest and set off again in the Fox Hunter. At the base's medical center DR, Thorne was conducting comprehensive health checkups for the crew. After the battle in the Misty Nebula and the arduous return journey, many crew members showed signs of minor strain and psychological stress. DR. Thorne established health records for everyone and developed tailored recovery plans based on individual conditions. Your heart is a bit overloaded. Reduce high-intensity training recently, get more rest. He'll prescribe a nerve-soothing potion, DR. Thorne said to a young crew member, handing him a bottle of pale green liquid. Thank you, DR. Thorne, the crew member replied gratefully. Lily also visited the medical center to discuss optimization plans for logistics support with Dr. M, planning to set up a small recreation area in the base equipped with massage devices and a psychological counseling room. This will help the crew relax better after training and work, Lily proposed. That's an excellent idea, DR. Thorne agreed. Psychological stress greatly impacts combat effectiveness. Proper relaxation can significantly improve crew performance. In the following days, the base buzzed with vibrant activity. The recreation area was quickly completed, featuring massage chairs, fitness equipment, a book corner, and a small holographic cinema. Crew members could watch movies, listen to music, and unwind. The planting area was also expanded. Lily cultivated several new plant species that purified the air and alleviated fatigue, placing them throughout the base, infusing the entire facility with vitality. In the laboratory, the assembly and testing of the T4 energy core achieved a breakthrough. Carl and Old Gray assembled the machined core framework stellar crystal and stability module, then injected stellar core energy. The energy core started smoothly, with a pale blue energy flow circulating steadily within, showing no anomalies. Energy core startup successful. Output power stable at 95 of design value, fluctuation range less than 2. Fully meets requirements. Carl shouted excitedly while Old Gray beamed with a relieved smile. Upon receiving the news, Lin Mo rushed to the lab. Gazing at the T4 energy core suspended in the energy chamber, a wave of emotion washed over him. From T1 scrap gunboats to T3, 5 flagships, and now the forthcoming T4 battleship, every step of the Free Fleet's growth was forged with the sweat and effort of everyone. Let's prepare to start laying the keel, Lin Mo declared, a resolute glint in his eyes. The new flagship shall be named Dawn. May it bring us the light of victory and guide the Free Fleet toward broader starfields. Dawn, a fitting name, everyone chorused in agreement. Just then, Ella's communicator buzzed. A message from Mark at the Vacaran Trade Alliance's free port. Captain, I've recruited a genius engineer. His name is Alan. He specializes in Starship energy system development. He previously worked at a federal military enterprise, but resigned due to ideological differences. Now he's willing to join us. Also, I've gathered intel that remnants of the Zerg are regrouping at the edge of the Misty Nebula and have formed an alliance with a mysterious interstellar mercenary group, seemingly planning new operations. Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. The Zerg threat was far from eliminated, and the involvement of a mysterious mercenary group complicated the situation further. Yet he remained undaunted. The Free Fleet now possessed greater strength, a more solid base, and superior talent enough to face any challenge. Have Alan come to the base as soon as possible. I want to meet him personally, Lin Mo ordered. Continue monitoring Zerg and mercenary movements. Report any new developments immediately. Ending the call, Lin Mo looked at the T4 energy core in the lab, his resolve hardening. A 12-million-word odyssey across the stars would never be smooth sailing, but as long as they advanced steadily, deepened their technology, and strengthened their power, no difficulty was insurmountable. Under the setting sun in the base's dock, the keel-laying work for the T4 battleship Dawn officially commenced. The pale gray ancient alloy framework gleamed with a cold, hard luster under the energy lights, like a dragon about to awaken. The crew worked in their respective roles, their faces filled with anticipation and resolve. Lin Mo knew this was not merely the birth of a new flagship, but another significant milestone on the Free Fleet's path to ascendancy. Far away at the edge of the misty nebula, remnants of the Zerg lurked in darkness, while the mysterious interstellar mercenary group maneuvered covertly. A new storm was brewing in silence, but the Free Fleet stood ready with dawn as its core and the desolate star as its foundation to meet every challenge the future held. A newly constructed independent laboratory had been erected in the research district of the desolate star. Its pale blue energy glass walls isolated the interior from the outside world. Inside, the lab was neatly arranged with the latest detection instruments, energy furnaces, and holographic modeling equipment. This was the exclusive research space that Lin Mo had specially prepared for the newly recruited genius engineer Alan. When Alan walked into the laboratory in a simple gray work suit, Carl was crouched beside a stellar core energy conduction simulator, his brows deeply furrowed. This young engineer was about 25 or 26 with a sharp, neat haircut and piercing eyes. A pair of glasses embedded with a micro-display module rested on his nose. His steps were steady as he walked, exuding an intense focus on technology. "Mr. Carl, I'm Alan." Alan extended his hand proactively, his voice clear and firm. "Captain Lin Mo sent me to assist you with the energy conduction system of the Dawn." Carl looked up at him, not immediately shaking his hand, but instead pointing at the simulator's screen. "Take a look at this. The Dawn's energy conduction needs to cover a 350-meter hull with 12 main energy circuits. Although the stellarium alloy conduits solve the loss issue, the energy resonance from parallel circuits can never be controlled within the safety threshold." Alan didn't mind Carl's coldness. He walked straight to the screen, and the micro-module on his glasses instantly synchronized the data. Rapidly scrolling parameters formed complex waveform patterns on the lenses. He watched in silence for 3 minutes, then tapped rapidly on the virtual keyboard to pull up the frequency analysis of the energy resonance. "The problem isn't the conduits themselves, but the layout angle of the circuits. You're using a parallel layout. The stellar core energy creates codirectional superimposed resonance waves as it flows. We should switch to a spiral interlaced layout, making the energy flow in adjacent circuits opposite to cancel out some of the resonance." A flicker of surprise passed through Carl's eyes. He and Old Gray had tried dozens of layouts, but had never considered a spiral interlaced design. It would increase processing difficulty and could affect energy conduction efficiency. "The spiral layout will increase conduction loss by at least 3. It's not worth it." "No, it won't." Alan immediately countered, pulling up his own design sketch. "When I was at the Federal Military Industry, I designed the energy circuit for AT-3, 5-class cruiser. It used a modified spiral interlaced layout paired with a phase compensation module. It not only cancels out resonance, but also uses energy phase superposition to boost conduction efficiency by 1. Their argument drew Old Gray over. The old man listened to both sides, then clapped his hands with a smile. "Interesting. Carl's concerns are valid and Alan's approach is innovative. How about this? Well-run tests in 2 groups. Carl continues optimizing the parallel layout and Alan builds a simulation model of the spiral interlaced layout. We'll see the test results in 48 hours. And so a technical competition began. The laboratory instruments ran almost around the clock. Carl's team focused on adjusting the spacing of the parallel layout and the energy buffer nodes, trying to suppress resonance by adding buffer modules. Alan, on the other hand, threw himself into developing the phase compensation module. His design was unique. Instead of traditional mechanical buffering, he used the phase changes of the stellar core energy itself to achieve resonance cancellation through precise calculations. Lily delivered food and nutrient solutions on time every day. Seeing the 2 men so absorbed in their work that they forgot to eat, she couldn't help but tease. "If you 2 keep this up, Dr. Thorne will come to the lab to arrest you." She handed Alan a warm bowl of nutrient porridge. "I heard you had a great position at the Federal Military Industry. Why would you come to a border base like ours?" Alan took a sip of the porridge, his gaze softening slightly. "The Federal Military Industry is too conservative. They only want to patch up existing technologies and refuse to take risks on new ones. But the Free Fleet is different. You dare to use ancient technology, you dare to challenge T-4-class warships. Here I have the research freedom I've always wanted." He paused, looking at the energy waveforms on the screen. "And Captain Lin Mo is willing to invest resources in technology. That kind of trust is rare." 48 hours later, the test results were announced in the command center. Carl's team's parallel layout controlled the resonance intensity at 12, just reaching the safety threshold, but the buffer modules increased the ship's weight and took up some storage space. Alan's spiral interlaced layout combined with the phase compensation module achieved a resonance intensity of only 8, improved conduction efficiency by 1, 2, and required no additional buffer modules. Alan wins. When Old Gray announced the result, Carl was a bit disappointed, but still applauded openly. "Your design is indeed superior." "I'm convinced." Alan shook his head. Without your stellarium alloy processing data, my design wouldn't have been possible. Next, we can collaborate to optimize the details and push the conduction efficiency up by another 0.5. A warmth flickered in Carl's eyes and he extended his hand. Pleasure working with you. Pleasure working with you. The technical bottleneck in the energy conduction system was broken and the construction of the Dawn progressed steadily. In the dockyard, workers were assembling the spiral interlaced energy circuit supports. The stellarium alloy conduits were carefully laid in place, each joint precisely calibrated to ensure smooth energy flow. Old Gray led his team in the initial connection of the T4 class energy core to the conduction system. Pale blue energy flowed slowly through the circuits without any abnormal resonance. Meanwhile, other base construction was progressing simultaneously. The new crew training system led by Renault was officially implemented, dividing the crew into 3 categories: combat, technical, and logistics, with targeted training plans. Combat crew underwent not only regular tactical training, but also courses on operating ancient technology weapons. Technical crew entered the lab to participate in the subsequent development of the Dawn. Logistics crew, under the guidance of Lily and Dr. Thorne, learned advanced material management and battlefield first aid techniques. The quality of these new crew members is good, especially a few veterans discharged from the Federation. Their tactical awareness is strong. Renault reported the training progress to Lin Mo with a satisfied smile on his face. In another month, they can be formally integrated into the fleet to replenish the losses from the previous battle. Lin Mo nodded, looking at the new crew practicing with shock weaponry on the training field. Tell them that the Free Fleet doesn't care about background, only ability. As long as they have real skills, they'll get a chance for promotion. In the medical center, Dr. Thorne's psychological counseling room was officially put into use. He hired a federal psychological expert recommended by Alan to provide counseling for crew members who had experienced the Great Battle. Many crew members had psychological trauma from the fight, and through counseling they gradually moved past their pain. Mental state affects combat effectiveness just as much as physical fitness and technical skills. Dr. Thorne said to Lin Mo. The crew's morale is much better now, and their training and work efficiency have improved. Lily's planting area also saw a new breakthrough. With Alan's help, she used the weak radiation of stellar core energy to cultivate a new high-yield crop, star spike wheat. This type of wheat has a growth cycle of only 20 days, yields 3 times as much as ordinary drought-resistant crops, and is rich in multiple trace elements that can effectively boost the crew's physical strength and immunity. The planting area for star spike wheat has been expanded to 500 square meters. Next month, we can have a large-scale harvest enough to feed the entire base for half a year. Lily reported excitedly. The prosperity of the base did not make Lin Mo let down his guard. Intelligence from the Fox Hunter showed that the remnants of the Zerg and the mysterious mercenary group were deepening their cooperation. This force, called the Black Blade Mercenary Corps, came from the chaotic star regions at the edge of the Milky Way. They possessed several T3 class warships specialized in raids and assassinations, had served many factions, and had a notoriously bad reputation. The Black Blade Mercenary Corps is supplying the Zerg with large amounts of minerals and energy crystals to help them repair their warships and evolve their biological structures. Mark's voice came through the communicator, tinged with gravity. I also discovered that they've set up a temporary base deep in the Mist Nebula and are secretly developing a new biological weapon suspected to be a biological virus that can quickly infect ships. Lin Mo's brow furrowed. The Zerg's biological weapons were always bizarre, and with the tactical support of the Black Blade Mercenary Corps, the threat was not to be underestimated. Fox Hunter will continue covert surveillance, focusing on gathering intelligence on the biological weapons development progress and the temporary base's defensive deployment. He ordered Renault adjust the training plan to increase training on biological weapon protection and counter-raid tactics. Dr. Thorne develop vaccines and antidotes for the unknown biological virus as soon as possible. Understood. Just then the primordial star map system suddenly grew slightly warm, and a faint golden prompt flashed. Ancient energy fluctuation detected. Location near the Zerg temporary base in the Mist Nebula. Suspected to be a secondary relic of Starship Forger containing energy enhancement technology. Lin Mo's heart stirred. A secondary relic of the Starship Forger could very well be related to upgrading the Dawn's energy system. But the immediate threat from the Zerg and the Black Blade Mercenary Corps was pressing. Venturing out to explore would be too risky. Mark the relic's location for now. Well, consider exploring it once the Dawn is completed. He made the decision. In the lab, Carl and Alan's cooperation was becoming more seamless. They had optimized the Dawn's energy conduction system multiple times, boosting conduction efficiency to 99.7 and controlling resonance intensity below 5, far exceeding design standards. Now, even if the Dawn fires all 4 T4 class main cannons simultaneously, the energy system can output stably. Alan looked at the test data, his face full of a sense of achievement. Old Gray was researching another technology unlocked from the core fragment of the Starship Forger, energy shield enhancement. This technology could fuse stellar core energy with shield energy to form a dual-layer shield. The outer layer defends against energy attacks, and the inner layer resists physical impacts and corrosion, boosting defense strength by 80. The Dawn shield system has been retrofitted. Combined with the Stellarium alloy armor, its defensive capabilities will reach the top tier of T4 class warships. Lin Mo stood by the keel of the Dawn looking at the gradually taking shape hull, his heart filled with emotion. From a dilapidated T1 class gunboat to this soon-to-be-completed T4 class battleship, from being alone to having a wealth of talent, every step of the Free Fleet's growth was forged from everyone's sweat and perseverance. Construction of the Dawn was 60% complete, and it was expected to be ready for sea trials in 2 months. By then, the Free Fleet would possess a true T4 class flagship, achieving a qualitative leap in strength. But Lin Mo knew this was just one station on the path to rise. The threats from the Zerg and the Black Blade mercenary corps, the ambitions of the Chishire symbiotic entity, and the more distant ancient secrets all awaited them. Under the setting sun, the silhouette of the Dawn grew clearer in the base's dockyard. The pale gray ancient alloy armor gleamed with a cold, hard luster. The faint blue glow of the energy circuits was dimly visible beneath the armor, like a great dragon about to awaken. The crew members were all at their posts, their faces full of anticipation and determination. Meanwhile, at the temporary base in the Mist Nebula, the Zerg's T3 class biobattleship was undergoing its final modifications. The crew of the Black Blade mercenary corps were calibrating their weapon systems. A pale green biological virus was stored in a special container, exuding an unsettling aura. A new storm was brewing silently. The confrontation between the Free Fleet, the Zerg, and the Black Blade mercenary corps was imminent. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the primordial star map system, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He knew that this epic journey across the galaxy required steady progress. Every technological breakthrough, every base construction, and every integration of talent was a chip for victory. He was ready to face the coming challenges, to lead the Free Fleet and carve out their own place in the vast star. In the core area of the dock on the barren star, the hull of the Dawn T4 class has begun to take shape. The ancient alloy ship, measuring 350 meters in length, glimmers with a cold, hard light of pale gray, with 4 triple-barreled T4 class main guns resembling the fangs of a giant beast neatly arranged at the bow and both sides of the hull. Carl and Alan stood beneath the main gun turret, staring at the flashing red warning in the holographic projection. The compatibility between the main gun and the energy system has encountered a tricky problem. The T4 class main gun requires 32 of the star core's energy for a single charge. When all 4 main guns fire simultaneously, the instantaneous load on the energy system will exceed the safety threshold, posing a risk of overload to the star core. Carl's finger slid over the projection, bringing up the energy load curve. In previous simulation tests, the core temperature exceeded the critical value after 3 simultaneous shots, necessitating a shutdown for cooling for 15 minutes, which would be fatal in actual combat. Alan adjusted his glasses, the lenses displaying the main gun's energy demand parameters. The problem lies in the instantaneous peak value of energy output. The stable output of the star core can support continuous firing, but cannot cope with instantaneous high-intensity extraction. We need to install an energy buffer chamber between the main gun and the energy circuit to store part of the star core's energy in advance. When the main gun fires, it will first draw energy from the buffer chamber, and then the core will slowly replenish it. I've tried that before. Carl shook his head. Regular energy buffer chambers are too small in capacity, only supporting a single volley at most, and the replenishment speed is too slow to meet the demands of continuous combat. Use star core crystal fragments as the buffering medium, Alan suddenly suggested. Star core crystals can rapidly absorb and store star core energy, and their release speed far exceeds that of ordinary buffering materials. We can divide the buffer chamber into 4 independent units corresponding to the 4 main guns, with each unit embedding 3 star core crystal fragments. This way we can meet the energy demand for a single volley, and the replenishment speed will also increase 3-fold. Old Gray happened to patrol this area, and after hearing the discussion, a glint of approval flashed in his eyes. The supply of star core crystal fragments is still plentiful. When we previously recovered the wreckage of the destroyer, we collected a considerable amount of scraps that can be put to use. He made a decisive decision. Carl is responsible for the structural design and installation of the buffer chamber. Alan will handle the adaptation and debugging of energy conduction. You have 72 hours to solve this problem. A new technical assault began. Carl led the engineering team to create 4 cylindrical buffer chambers using star marrow alloy, each with a diameter of 1.5 meters, reserving slots for crystal embedding inside, and adding energy deflector plates to ensure stable energy output. Alan focused on debugging the adaptation parameters between the buffer chamber, the main gun, and the energy circuit, using precise calculations to perfectly match the energy release speed of the buffer chamber with the charging needs of the main gun. Inside the dock, the engineering team's work proceeded in an orderly manner. Mechanical arms hoisted the heavy buffer chamber into the reserve position beneath the main gun, while crew members carefully embedded the star core crystal fragments into the slots, the pale blue crystals radiating a soft glow inside the chamber. Carl leaned beside the buffer chamber using a detector to inspect the seal of every interface. The interfaces must be absolutely sealed. Once there is an energy leak, it will not only affect the performance of the main gun, but may also lead to an explosion. Alan was at the control terminal conducting simulation adaptation tests. He initiated the virtual main gun charging program, and the star core crystals in the buffer chamber instantly absorbed energy. The indicator light changed from blue to dazzling white, then released steadily. The charging progress of the main gun rose quickly, completing in just 3 seconds, while the load curve of the star core remained stable without any peak fluctuations. The first simulation test was successful. The energy release from the buffer chamber is stable and the core load is controlled within a safe range. Alan exclaimed excitedly. Carl leaned closer to the screen watching the stable test data, and his tense expression finally relaxed. Let's do another continuous volley test to see the replenishment speed of the buffer chamber. The continuous simulation test of 3 consecutive volleys was successfully completed. The energy replenishment speed of the buffer chamber reached the design standard, and after 3 volleys the energy reserve of the buffer chamber had recovered to 70, fully capable of meeting the demands of continuous combat. The problem is solved. Carl sighed in relief, patting Alan on the shoulder. Thanks to you this time. Alan smiled. It was a result of our cooperation. Without your precise structural design, my plan wouldn't have been achievable. The barriers between the two disappeared, completely replaced by the tacit understanding of technical partners. In the following 2 days, they led the engineering team to successfully complete the installation and adaptation of 4 energy buffer chambers. The main gun of the Dawn finally achieved perfect synergy with the energy system. When all 4 T4 class main guns fired simultaneously, the star core remained stable without showing any signs of overload. As the technical breakthrough in the dock was achieved, the Fox Hunter T1-5 class had already delved into the Mist Nebula, reaching the outskirts of the temporary base of the Zerg and the Blackblade Mercenary Corps. Mark concealed the ship within a dense mass of nebula material, the ship's camouflage coating blending perfectly with the surrounding environment, resembling a motionless rock. Captain, the outline of the temporary base is becoming clear. The co-pilot pointed to the reconnaissance image on the screen. The base is built inside an abandoned asteroid approximately 10 kilometers in diameter, with its surface covered in caves excavated by the Zerg, as well as defensive turrets constructed by the Blackblade Mercenary Corps. Inside the base, there are at least 2 Zerg T3 class biological battleships, 5 T2 class biological warships, along with 3 T3 class cruisers, and 8 T2 class frigates from the Blackblade Mercenary Corps. Mark's gaze fell into a corner of the image where there was a special area protected by heavy biological shells and alloy armor with faint green liquid containers visible inside. Is that the biological weapon research area? It should be. The co-pilot nodded. We detected strong biological energy fluctuations and an unknown virus signal, which matches the characteristics of the biological virus described by Dr. Thorne. The area is heavily guarded with 2 Zerg heavy fighters patrolling, making it difficult to get close. After pondering for a moment, Mark made a decision: activate the mini-probe, infiltrate through the asteroid's ventilation ducts to acquire detailed data on the biological weapons. He maneuvered the Fox Hunter, releasing 10 grain-sized mini-probes which were equipped with high-definition cameras and energy detectors able to silently infiltrate the base without energy signals. The mini-probes slowly entered the base through the ventilation ducts on the asteroid's surface. The footage from the cameras displayed a complex internal structure with the Zerg's biological constructs intertwined with the mechanical facilities of the Blackblade Mercenary Corps. The ground was covered in a pale green slime, and several Zerg warriors and mercenary members were patrolling, their weapons gleaming with a dangerous light. The probes eventually reached the outskirts of the biological weapon research area, capturing clear images of the biological virus within the container. Through the gaps in the ventilation, a pale green liquid filled with countless tiny black particles writhing, instantly corroding tiny holes upon contact with the container walls. The detector also collected the virus energy characteristics and transmission parameters. Detected virus type: biological erosion type, can spread through air and liquid. Upon contact with the ship's armor, it will rapidly corrode the alloy structure, and when it comes into contact with biological tissue, it will cause cell necrosis. Great. Mark whispered excitedly. Send the data back to base, and let Dr. Thorne develop an antidote and vaccine as soon as possible. Just as the mini-probes were preparing to withdraw, an unexpected event occurred. A small Zerg reconnaissance bug sensed the anomaly in the ventilation duct, crawling over to touch the probe with its antennae. The probe's camouflage was instantly compromised, and the Zerg reconnaissance bug emitted a sharp shriek, triggering the alarm in the research area. We've been exposed. Quickly retreat. Mark shouted, maneuvering the remaining probes to withdraw quickly, but 3 probes were destroyed by the Zerg's corrosive acid spray, retrieving only 7. The Fox Hunter dared not linger and immediately activated the engines, retreating toward the outskirts of the base. 2 Zerg heavy fighters and a frigate from the Black Blade Mercenary Corps pursued closely behind, with pale green biological energy beams and dark red energy cannons intertwining in the starry sky. Fortunately, the Fox Hunter had excellent maneuverability, successfully shaking off the pursuit under the cover of nebula material. Did the base receive the data? Mark asked, panting. It has been successfully sent. Dr. Thorne replied that the data is complete, and he is working hard to develop an antidote and vaccine. The co-pilot responded. Mark sighed in relief, maneuvering the Fox Hunter back toward the barren star. Mission accomplished. We should head back. In the base's medical center, Dr. Thorne was staring at the data transmitted back from the mini probes, his face filled with seriousness. He led the medical team to project a virtual model of the virus sample on the screen, analyzing its structure and erosion mechanism. This virus is highly erosive. Ordinary protective measures are completely inadequate. We need to develop 2 types of agents. One is an external armor protective agent that can be applied to the ship's surface to form a protective film against virus corrosion. The other is an internal vaccine to allow crew members to produce antibodies to prevent infection. Lily also arrived at the medical center to assist Dr. Thorne in preparing the necessary materials for research. The star marrow substance extracted from the star wheat in the cultivation area has strong antioxidant and anti-corrosion properties and may serve as a basic material for the protective agent. We can give it a try, Dr. Thorne nodded. Please extract a batch of star marrow substance and send it over. We'll conduct experiments immediately. On the training ground, Reno was leading the crew in training against biological weapons. The crew members, wearing newly equipped protective suits, practiced combat techniques in virus-contaminated areas, including quickly donning protective gear, using special disinfection weapons, and emergency evacuations from contaminated zones. In future battles, the Zerg will likely use this biological virus, and we must be fully prepared. Rena's voice came through the communicator. In the protective suits, only by familiarizing ourselves with the protection procedures can we protect ourselves on the battlefield and complete our missions. In the laboratory, the main gun adaptation issue of the Dawn has been completely resolved. Carl and Alan initiated live-fire tests with all 4 T4 class main guns charging simultaneously. The pale blue energy beams struck the distant simulation targets with precision, causing them to explode into fragments. Test data showed that during simultaneous firing of the main guns, the load on the star core remained stable at 85.0, and the energy replenishment speed of the buffer chamber met expectations, remaining within safe limits even after 5 consecutive volleys. Perfect. Old Gray looked at the test data, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. The core system of the Dawn has basically been debugged. Next comes the installation of armor and the final assembly of the weapon systems, which is expected to be launched for trial in a month. Lin Mo stood on the observation platform of the dock, looking at the magnificent hull of the Dawn, filled with anticipation. This T4 class battleship embodies the hard work of everyone in the Free Fleet, a crystallization of technological breakthroughs and the confidence to face powerful enemies in the future. Meanwhile, in the distant Mist Nebula, the research on biological weapons by the Zerg and the Black Blade Mercenary Corps has entered its final stages. The pale green virus was packed into specially designed missile containers, and the Zerg's T3 class biological battleships have also been modified, equipped with virus launchers. A surprise attack accompanied by the threat of biological weapons is quietly brewing. The return of the Fox Hunter brought detailed intelligence about the enemy. The construction of the Dawn entered its final sprint phase, and Dr. Thorne's development of vaccines and protective agents is also progressing rapidly. The Free Fleet is making the most thorough preparations for the impending great battle. Lin Mo clenched his hands around the source-quality star map system, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. In this 200,000-word journey through the galaxy, every step is taken with care, each technological breakthrough, each piece of intelligence collected, and each training session is a chip for victory. He knows that the confrontation with the Zerg and the Black Blade Mercenary Corps is not far off, but the Free Fleet is ready, centered around the Dawn, ready to face any challenge with strong technology and a united team. Under the setting sun, the hull of the Dawn glowed brilliantly under the energy lights, resembling a sun about to rise, illuminating the path for the rise of the Free Fleet. In the medical research laboratory of the desolate star, pale green virus samples were sealed within specially crafted crystal containers. Through the container walls, black particles writhing incessantly within were clearly visible. Donning double-layered protective gloves, Dr. Thorne carefully extracted a drop of the virus stock solution, using a microsampler, placed it on a glass slide, and positioned it under an ultra-high-power microscope. At 100 times magnification, the virus structure is clearly visible. Dr. Thorne's voice came through the protective face shield tinged with gravity. On the holographic screen, a three-dimensional model of the virus slowly rotated. Its form resembled a spiked black sphere. The spikes on its surface could easily penetrate metal and biological cell membranes, while its internal genetic material, helical in shape, was replicating rapidly. Lily stood to one side, holding a test tube containing star marrow essence. The pale golden liquid within emitted a soft luster. The star marrow essence extraction from star spike wheat is complete with a purity of 98. Dr. Thorn, can we proceed with the experiment now? Wait a moment longer. Dr. Thorn shook his head. We need to first test the virus erosion rate on different materials to find the optimal ratio for the star marrow essence. He manipulated the robotic arm to mix the star marrow essence with metal and biological tissue samples, then added drops of the virus stock solution. The experimental results were not ideal. Although pure star marrow essence could slow the virus erosion, its effect was limited. The metal samples still showed tiny corrosion pits after 30 minutes, and the cell necrosis rate of the biological tissue samples reached 35. The anti-erosion capability of the star marrow essence is insufficient, and other components need to be added. Dr. Thorn frowned, pulling up the base's material database. Is there any material that can enhance the stability of the star marrow essence while simultaneously inhibiting virus replication? Lily suddenly recalled the properties of the star core crystal fragments that Alan had mentioned earlier. Star core crystals can absorb energy. Perhaps they could disrupt the virus energy metabolism. We could try mixing star core crystal powder with the star marrow essence. Dr. Thorn's eyes lit up. It's worth a try. The virus requires energy for replication. Star core crystals might absorb the virus metabolic energy, thereby inhibiting its activity. A new experiment commenced immediately. Lily ground the star core crystal fragments into an ultra-fine powder, mixed it with the star marrow essence in a 1:5 ratio, and stirred until uniform, forming a pale golden paste. Dr. Thorn applied this mixture to the surface of a metal sample, then added drops of the virus stock solution. This time the effect far exceeded expectations. Upon contact with the mixture, the spikes on the virus surface rapidly lost their luster. The replication speed of its internal genetic material noticeably slowed, and the metal sample showed no signs of corrosion even after 2 hours. It's effective. Dr. Thorn exclaimed excitedly. Now test the biological tissue sample. The mixture was prepared into a diluted solution and injected into the biological tissue sample containing the virus. Under the microscope, the virus activity rapidly declined, and the cell necrosis rate was ultimately controlled within 5 of fully meeting safety standards. We did it. Lily clapped her hands in excitement. We can use this mixture to produce armor protective agents and human vaccines. Over the following week, the medical team devoted themselves to the batch production of the protective agent and vaccine. The armor protective agent used a 1:5 ratio of star marrow essence to star core crystal powder with an appropriate amount of binder added to create a spray capable of forming a protective film on the hull surface. The human vaccine involved further diluting the mixture and adding an immune adjuvant to stimulate the human immune system to produce antibodies against the virus. The drying time for the protective agent needs to be controlled within 10 minutes to be suitable for rapid battle. Dr. Thorn instructed the production team. The vaccine storage temperature must be maintained at 15°C to prevent inactivation. Every crew member must be vaccinated, including support personnel. Lily, meanwhile, led the logistics team in packaging the produced protective agent and vaccine into small containers for easy transport and use by the ships. Each ship is equipped with 100 cans of protective agent and 200 vaccine doses, with an additional 500 reserve vaccine doses reserved for the medical bay. She meticulously checked the supply inventory to ensure nothing was overlooked. Meanwhile, the armor plating work on the Dawn encountered new challenges. In the dry dock, Carl led the engineering team in hoisting the heavy star marrow alloy armor plates onto the hull. These armor plates were 1.2 meters thick, capable of withstanding direct hits from T4 grade energy cannons, but they were extremely heavy, each weighing over 50 tons. The installation process required precise control to avoid damaging the hull structure. The installation angle of the third armor plate is off by 0.5 degrees. It must be readjusted. Carl stood on a floating platform using a laser calibrator to check the armor plate's position. The Dawn's armor is a double-layer structure, an outer layer of star marrow alloy and an inner energy buffer layer. An angular deviation will affect energy conduction and reduce defensive effectiveness. The engineering crew carefully maneuvered the robotic arms to adjust the armor plate's position. Due to the immense weight of the plates, the robotic arms were operating near their load limits, making the adjustment process extremely slow. Every 0.1 degree adjustment took 10 minutes. Captain, the robotic arms are consuming energy too quickly. They can't hold out much longer, a crew member shouted. Alan arrived upon hearing the news, observed for a moment, and then said, install temporary energy buffer modules on the robotic arms using star core crystal fragments for emergency power. Also adjust the hoisting sequence. Install the lighter armor on the ship's sides first, then concentrate efforts on hoisting the heavy armor at the bow and stern. Carl adopted Alan's suggestion. The engineering team installed small energy buffer modules on the robotic arms. After injecting star core crystal energy, the robotic arms' endurance doubled. At the same time, they adjusted the hoisting sequence, quickly completing the installation of the lighter side armor first, then concentrating 4 robotic arms on the coordinated installation of the heavy armor, greatly improving efficiency. After the armor plating was completed, the filling of the energy buffer layer was necessary. This buffer layer, composed of star marrow alloy fibers and energy-absorbing gel, could absorb some of the impact force when the armor was attacked, reducing hull damage. Carl and Alan led the team in injecting the buffer layer material into the gap between the double-layer armor, then compacted it using high-frequency vibration equipment to ensure there were no voids. Armor system test begin. Old Gray ordered. A T3 grade energy cannon used for testing was aimed at the side of the Dawn's hull. The moment the energy beam struck the armor, the outer star marrow alloy emitted a faint red glow. The buffer layer rapidly absorbed the energy, and the vibration amplitude inside the hull was controlled within safe limits with no structural damage appearing. Armor defense test passed. It can effectively withstand T3 grade energy cannon attacks. Against T4 grade energy cannons, the damage rate does not exceed 10. The test lead reported with a face full of accomplishment. On the base's training ground, the vaccination of new crew members was proceeding in an orderly manner. Dr. Thorne led the medical team in vaccinating each crew member while explaining the usage of the protective agent. After vaccination, it takes 3 days to develop antibodies. During this period, avoid high-intensity training. After spraying the protective agent, its effectiveness lasts for 72 hours, after which it needs to be reapplied. Reno, meanwhile, led the vaccinated crew members in practical simulation training with the protective agent. The crew members sprayed a simulated hull with the protective agent and then attacked it with a spray containing a simulated virus. The protective film formed by the agent successfully blocked the erosion of the simulated virus. Excellent. Reno nodded with satisfaction. Everyone must master the use of the protective agent. In future battles, this could be the key to survival. Lin Mo stood in the command center looking at the reports from various departments, feeling a measure of relief. The successful development of the vaccine and protective agent had resolved the threat of biological weapons. The armor and weapon systems of the Dawn were gradually being completed, and its launch and sea trials were imminent. The training of new crew members had also achieved significant results, steadily enhancing the fleet's combat effectiveness. Yet he did not let his guard down. The latest intelligence relayed by the Fox Hunt indicated that at the temporary base of the Zerg and the Black Blade Mercenary Corps, biological weapons had been mass-produced and loaded into specialized missile launchers. The Zerg's T3 grade biological battleship had also completed its final modifications, seemingly awaiting the optimal moment for a surprise attack. Alan, can the Dawn's launch and sea trials be moved up? Lin Mo asked. Alan's holographic image appeared on the screen. At the earliest, it needs another 20 days. The weapon systems and armor are complete, but the navigation systems and electronic warfare modules still require final debugging to ensure stability in complex environments. 20 days. Lin Mo mused for a moment. That's enough. Reno strengthened the base and fleet's alert. Deploy the Watchman 1 and Watchman 2 cruisers for 24-hour patrols on the periphery of the desolate star. Lena, upgrade the electronic warfare systems and enhance monitoring of the nebula direction. Report immediately if any enemy ship signals are detected. Understood. On the holographic star map in the command center, the defensive perimeter of the desolate star was densely marked. The patrol fleet's routes, the positions of defensive turrets, and the deployment of shock traps formed a tight protective net. Lin Mo knew this was merely passive defense. To completely eliminate the threat, they would need to wait for the Dawn to launch and then take the initiative to strike, destroying the enemy's temporary base. In the laboratory, Dr. Thorne was conducting final optimizations on the vaccine, attempting to extend its shelf life. In the dry dock, Carl and Alan were debugging the Dawn's electronic warfare modules. The interference waveforms on the screen were becoming increasingly stable. On the training ground, the crew members' shouts rose and fell, brimming with high morale. Every corner of the desolate star was preparing for the impending great battle. Meanwhile, deep within the nebula, the combined strike force of the Zerg and the Black Blade Mercenary Corps had quietly assembled. Pale green biological weapon missiles sat primed in their launch tubes. A storm carrying a deadly virus was rapidly approaching the desolate star. Lin Mo clenched the source star chart system in his palm, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Every preparation across this 12-million-word galactic odyssey was meant to face ever more brutal challenges. He was ready. As soon as the Dawn launched, he would lead the Free Fleet on an active offensive, utterly crushing the enemy's schemes and safeguarding this hard-won home. Under the setting sun, the hull of the Dawn gleamed brilliantly in the dry dock. Its double-layer armor shone with a cold, hard luster, and its 4T4 grade main cannons stood poised like swords ready to strike. Its birth was not only the pinnacle of the Free Fleet's technology, but also the hope for the border star regions to repel foreign threats. A fate-deciding confrontation had entered its final countdown. In the electronic laboratory of the shipyard on Barren Star, Alan was hunched over the electronic warfare module console of the Dawn T4 class, his brows furrowed. On the screen, the electronic interference waveform resembled a chaotic electrocardiogram, with red warnings continuously flashing. The recently completed electronic warfare system debugging, when simulating the decryption of the Black Blade Mercenary Corps encrypted communications, achieved a success rate of only 62, far below the design standard of 85. The communication encryption of the Black Blade Mercenary Corps employs quantum entanglement coding, making traditional brute force attacks and frequency analysis completely ineffective. Alan adjusted his glasses, the analytical data of the encryption algorithm scrolling synchronously across the lenses. Although our electronic warfare module integrates ancient technology, there are vulnerabilities in the decryption logic for this novel coding. Lena, seated at the auxiliary console beside him, rapidly typed on the keyboard, attempting to find weak points in the code by drawing on her experience cracking the Cheshire symbiont's communications. I tried disrupting the stability of the quantum entanglement, but their code has an auto-repair function. The interference effect lasts only 3 seconds, making it impossible to obtain effective information. Their discussion attracted Old Gray. The old man entered with a cup of warm nutrient solution, placing it beside Alan. The core of quantum entanglement coding is dual particle linkage. To crack it, you cannot target a single particle. Instead, you must find the synchronization frequency of the two entangled particles, then inject a reverse frequency to break their linkage equilibrium. I tried, but I couldn't find a method to detect the synchronization frequency. Alan shook his head. The entangled particles in this code are randomly paired, reassigned with each communication, making detection exceedingly difficult. Old Gray smiled and called up ancient electronic technical data unlocked by the source matter star chart system. Take a look at this. The star frequency resonance detector of the ancient civilization can capture the faint resonance signals of quantum entangled particles. Even with random pairing, it can lock onto the synchronization frequency within 1 second. We can use star marrow alloy to fabricate the detector's core component and integrate it with the existing electronic warfare module to crack this code. Alan's eyes lit up and he immediately immersed himself in the design of the detector. Carl, arriving upon hearing the news, took charge of machining the detector's core component from star marrow alloy, a disc 5 centimeters in diameter, requiring complex resonance patterns etched onto its surface. The precision of these patterns is extremely demanding. The error cannot exceed 0.001 millimeters. He'll need to use a laser engraving machine for repeated calibration. Carl studied the design, drawing, his expression turning serious. Over the next 3 days, the trio divided. Alan was responsible for writing the adaptation program linking the detector and the electronic warfare module. Lena collected samples of the Black Blade Mercenary Corps communication frequencies, and Carl focused on engraving and machining the core component. The laser engraving machine's beam traversed the star marrow alloy disc with precision, gradually forming intricate patterns akin to a delicate neural network. Core component fabrication complete. Carl handed the disc to Alan. The patterns on its surface glowed faintly blue under the light. Resonance sensitivity test passed. It can capture quantum entanglement signals within a 10-kilometer range. Alan installed the disc into the core slot of the electronic warfare module and initiated the adaptation. On the screen, the detector instantly captured a communication sample from the Black Blade Mercenary Corps. The synchronization frequency was rapidly locked, and after injecting the reverse frequency, the waveform of the encrypted communication gradually smoothed. The once chaotic code began to arrange orderly, ultimately achieving successful decryption, revealing clear textual information. Decryption successful. Success rate 91. Lena exclaimed excitedly. And the decryption time is only 2.3 seconds, fully meeting combat requirements. Old Gray looked at the test data and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Next, add a false information injection function. After decrypting their communication, we can send them deceptive intelligence to disrupt their tactical deployment. With the final debugging of the electronic warfare module complete, the Dawn finally possessed full combat capability. The formidable firepower of its T4 class main cannons, the robust defense of its double-layered star marrow alloy armor, an advanced electronic warfare system coupled with the stable output of its stellar core energy core, making this T4 class battleship one of the most powerful forces in the border star region. Simultaneously, crew adaptation training for the Dawn was proceeding intensively. Lin Mo personally led the core crew onto the bridge of the Dawn for full system, simulated navigation, and combat drills. Inside the bridge, the holographic consoles emitted a soft blue light, with various data clearly displayed. The operation interface had been optimized for greater simplicity and intuitiveness. Navigation system activated. Target 500 kilometers outside the orbit of Barren Star. Ella manipulated the navigation module. The Dawn's engines slowly ignited, emitting a steady stream of pale blue exhaust. The hull gently departed the shipyard without any vibration. Main cannon system test. Target simulated Black Blade Mercenary Corps T3 class cruiser. The gunnery officer gave the order. For T4 class main cannons simultaneously aimed at the virtual target. The energy buffer chambers charged rapidly, and pale blue energy beams roared forth, striking the target with precision. The target instantly exploded into fragments. Electronic warfare system test. Simulating interference with Black Blade Mercenary Corps communication. Lina activated the jamming program. The screen displayed the enemy's communication waveform, instantly becoming chaotic. False information was successfully injected, causing the simulated enemy fleet to begin making misjudgments with their course deviating. The drill was not without its hitches. During a simulated swarm tactics attack by the Zerg, the Dawn's point defense cannons exhibited a delay in reaction time, allowing 3 simulated Zerg fighters to breach the defensive perimeter and strike the hull side armor. The targeting system for the point defense cannons needs optimization, reducing reaction time from 0.5 seconds to 0.3 seconds. Reno immediately proposed improvements. Additionally, the number of point defense cannons needs to be increased. Install 2 more on each side of the hull to create a defense without blind spots. Carl and Alan immediately threw themselves into upgrading the point defense cannons. They optimized the algorithm of the targeting system, improving response speed, while simultaneously hoisting 4 additional T2 5 class point defense cannons onto the sides of the Dawn, creating crossfire with the existing cannons. During the subsequent drill, all simulated Zerg fighters were shot down, with none able to breach the defensive perimeter. The crew's integration was also progressively deepening. Under Tim's guidance, the newly joined gunnery operators mastered the operation techniques of the T4 class main cannons, capable of quickly adjusting energy output and attack modes based on different targets. The electronic warfare team worked seamlessly with Lina, maintaining the security of their own encrypted communications while jamming the enemies. The engineering crew familiarized themselves with the Dawn's energy systems and armor structure, efficiently handling simulated malfunctions. Crew adaptation training complete. All systems of the Dawn are stable. Crew coordination is seamless. Combat ready. Reno reported to Lin Mo, his face brimming with pride. Standing before the observation window of the Dawn's bridge, Lin Mo gazed at the majestic battleship cruising smoothly in the orbit of Barren Star, his heart filled with emotion. From the initial T1 class scrap gunboat to this T4 class flagship, every step of the Free Fleet's growth was inseparable from the crew's hard work and dedication. Just as the Dawn's training was concluding, the Foxhunter T1 5 class transmitted urgent intelligence. Mark, piloting the scout ship, had been tracking the combined Zerg and Black Blade Mercenary Corps raiding fleet. He discovered they had left their temporary base and were traveling along a concealed course towards Barren Star. Captain confirmed composition of the raiding fleet: 2 Zerg T3 class biobattleships, 5 Zerg T2 class biowarships carrying at least 50 bioviral missiles, 3 Black Blade Mercenary Corps T3 class cruisers, 8 T2 class frigates, plus 2 modified transport ships suspected of carrying additional viral stockpiles. Mark's voice came through the encrypted channel, carrying a note of gravity. Their speed is high. Estimated arrival at the outer perimeter of Barren Star is 3 days. The Foxhunter also intercepted tactical communications from the raiding fleet. Decrypted by the Dawn's electronic warfare system, it revealed the enemy's plan. Upon arrival at Barren Star, the Black Blade cruisers would launch a frontal assault to draw the fleet's attention, while the Zerg biowarships would flank from the side, launching bioviral missiles to contaminate the base and ships before initiating a full-scale attack. A feint as expected. Lin Mo looked at the decrypted tactical plan, a cold glint in his eyes. Reno, adjust the defensive deployment. The Dawn will be the core holding position at the center of the orbit, focusing on intercepting the Zerg biowarships and viral missiles. The Thunder T2 5 class and Nebula T3 class will be responsible for pinning down the Black Blade cruisers. The Gale T2 class, Dawnbreaker T2 class, and 4 Sentinel frigates will form a flanking defensive circle to prevent the Zerg's flanking maneuver. The Foxhunter will continue tracking and provide real-time updates on enemy movements. Understood. Reno immediately began adjusting the defensive formation. On the holographic star chart, the positions of each ship shifted rapidly, forming a tight defensive line balancing frontal defense and flank interception. Dr. Sorn also received the intelligence and immediately led the medical team in conducting final checks on the vaccines and protective agents. The vaccine's antibody production rate has reached 99, and its effective period is extended to 6 months. The protective agent's resistance has been further enhanced, capable of withstanding continuous viral attack for 72 hours. Dr. Sorn reported to Lin Mo. All crew members have been inoculated. The base and all ships have been sprayed with the protective agent. We are prepared to counter biological weapons. Lily's logistics team transported large quantities of emergency supplies to the various ships and the base's shelters, including first aid kits, highly concentrated nutrient solutions, spare protective agents, and specialized disinfection equipment for viral contamination. Each ship is equipped with 3 sets of disinfection robots. Every area of the base has disinfection channels installed, ensuring rapid cleanup in the event of viral contamination. Lily's voice was tired but firm. The atmosphere before the great battle was growing increasingly intense. At the base, crew members were at their posts making final preparations. In orbit, the Dawn's main cannons slowly charged pale blue energy beams coalescing within the barrels ready to greet the enemy. In the distant starry sky, the combined raiding fleet of the Zerg and Blackblade mercenary corps rapidly approached. A bloody battle carrying a deadly virus was imminent. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Dawn. The source matter star chart system in his palm felt slightly warm. The system interface clearly displayed the enemy's course, the fleet's defensive deployment, and the status data of each ship. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and gave the order: all ships enter level 1 combat readiness. Dawn, activate full system monitoring. Electronic warfare module, maintain alert, ready to decrypt and jam enemy communications at any time. Understood. The responses from each ship's captain were crisp and resolute, carrying the conviction of victory. Under the setting sun, the hull of the Dawn shone brilliantly in the orbit of Barren Star. Its 4 T4 class main cannons were like swords poised to strike, and its double-layered armor gleamed with a hard, cold luster. The crew stood firm at their posts, their eyes resolute, awaiting the enemy's arrival. The pivotal battle that would determine the fate of the Free Fleet, the culmination of a 20-million-character odyssey across the stars, was finally about to begin. And on the distant course, the Zerg's biowarships shimmered with an eerie green light, while the Blackblade mercenary corps cruisers bristled with murderous intent, their pale green bioviral missiles primed and ready in their launch tubes. A contest of life and death, a duel of technology and courage, was about to unfold spectacularly in the orbit of Barren Star. The morning light of the Barren Star just penetrated the energy shield, and the engineering cabin of the Dawn, T4 class, emitted a faint sound of metal clashing. Carl squatted beside the energy recovery system interface, holding a specially made star essence alloy wrench, adjusting the angle of the conduit. Alan stood to the side, holding a holographic tablet displaying real-time data on energy recovery efficiency. The recovery efficiency is still only 68, which is 7 percentage points below the design standard. Alan frowned slightly, with a complex energy flow curve synchronized on his lens. During the recovery process, a portion of the star core energy is lost due to excessive angles in the circuit. We need to optimize the curvature of the conduit. Carl put down the wrench, wiping the thin sweat from his forehead. The curvature can't be too small, or it will affect the energy flow rate, and may also create new resonances. I previously tried a 120-degree angle, and the loss rate was even higher. The two of them leaned over the tablet, arguing quietly, but every point was crucial to the technology. Old Gray walked in with a toolbox, overhearing their argument, and smiling as he approached. You two are something else. One is too conservative, and the other is too radical. He pointed at the circuit diagram on the tablet. Adding a micro-energy diverting fan at the corner powered by star core crystals can redirect the energy flow without affecting the flow rate. Micro-diverting fan. Carl's eyes lit up. How did I not think of that? The toughness of the star essence alloy can support the high-speed rotation of the blades and absorb some of the lost energy. The fan's rotation speed can be linked to the energy flow speed, and with my phase compensation algorithm, the loss rate can be controlled within the design standard. Let's get to work. Carl took out a star essence alloy sheet from the toolbox, precisely cutting the blade shape with a laser cutter, and then used a micro welder to connect the blades to the star core crystal shaft. Alan leaned over the control terminal, writing the control program for the diverting fan. The two worked in perfect harmony, without unnecessary communication, yet always precisely understanding each other's needs. At noon, a Lily pushed a food cart into the engineering cabin, which held 3 warm nutritional meals and a pot of thick soup made from star grain. Take a break. You need to eat, even if you're busy. She handed the meal tray to the 3 of them. Dr. Thorne said that star grain soup can replenish vitamins and alleviate fatigue. Carl took the meal tray, looking surprised at the tender meat inside. Is this a new harvest from the breeding? Yes, Lily nodded with a smile. The newly bred star fur beast has been harvested. Its meat is particularly tender and rich in protein. I had the kitchen prepare your favorite flavors. Give it a try. Old Gray took a sip of the soup, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Not bad, not bad. Much better than nutritional paste. Lily, your logistics support is getting better and better. Alan also put down his tablet and ate with gusto, talking more than usual. Back at the federal military, I only had standardized nutritional paste and never had such fresh food. He looked at Lily, his eyes filled with sincere gratitude. Thank you for allowing us to enjoy home-cooked meals at the border base. Lily felt a bit shy from the praise. It's what I should do. You focus on the technology, and we in logistics will keep up. After the meal, the three continued to immerse themselves in their work. The installation of the micro-diverting fan and program adaptation went smoothly. When the system restarted, the energy recovery efficiency steadily climbed, finally stabilizing at 75.30, far exceeding the design standard. We did it. Carl clapped excitedly, Alan also showing a rare smile, while Old Gray patted the shoulders of both, his eyes filled with pride. The technical achievements in the engineering cabin were merely a microcosm of the base's development. In the planting area, Lily was leading the logistics crew in expanding the breeding zone. The newly bred star fur beasts were snow white with dense fur, gentle in temperament, fast in reproduction, and able to adapt to the environment of the barren star. Building 3 more breeding sheds will meet the meat needs of everyone at the base. Lily pointed at the alloy frame being constructed. Once the number of star fur beasts stabilizes, we can also refine their fur to make thermal protective clothing for missions in low-temperature star regions. In the medical center, Dr. Thorne was setting up detailed health records for the crew. With his medical team, he conducted comprehensive physical examinations for each crew member, including fitness, psychological state, genetic stability, and other metrics, with all data entered into the central database for easy tracking and conditioning. Fame, you have an old injury on your left knee. Be careful during training. I've prescribed a special repair gel for you to apply twice a day. Dr. Thorne handed a light green gel to Thame. Also, your psychological stress index is a bit high. Try to visit the psychological counseling room when you have time. Don't just tough it out. Thame took the gel, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Thank you, Dr. Thorne. I've just been training hard lately and feeling a bit tired, but it's nothing. If you're tired, you need to rest. Health is the foundation of revolution, Dr. Thorne said seriously. The Free Fleet needs an excellent artillery officer like you, but it needs you to maintain a healthy state even more. On the training ground, Thame was conducting live-fire training with several new artillery officers. Although the new crew had mastered the basic operations, their aiming accuracy under complex conditions still needed improvement. A young crew member named Leo had missed the target 3 times in a row, sweating anxiously. Don't rush, take a deep breath. Thame walked over to him, adjusting his posture hand in hand. When aiming, don't just focus on the target, consider the wind speed and energy fluctuations and anticipate the impact point in advance. Thame patiently demonstrated 3 times, and Leo gradually found his rhythm. On the 4th shot, the energy beam hit the target precisely. I hit. Leo shouted excitedly, his face filled with joy. Thame patted his shoulder. Remember, gunnery requires not only skill, but also patience and calmness. In the command center, Lin Mo was reviewing the latest intel transmitted from the hunting fox. Mark was not only monitoring the movements of the insect race and the Black Blade Mercenary Corps, but also discovered a small star essence alloy vein in the asteroid belt near the barren star. Captain, although the reserve of the vein is not large, its purity is very high enough for us to build 2 more T3 class cruisers. Ella projected the scan map of the vein onto the holographic star map. Mark has already deployed concealed monitoring points near the vein and can organize mining at any time. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with surprise. Star essence alloy is a key material for constructing high-tier warships. Previously, they relied on trading with symbiotic beings for the essence stone, but now that they have discovered a local vein, they can break free from external dependence. Immediately organize a mining team, with Carl responsible for the mining and refining of the vein, ensuring it does not affect the subsequent maintenance of the Dawn, Lin Mo ordered. Additionally, have Mark continue to monitor the area around the vein to prevent enemy detection. Understood. In the following days, the base was bustling with activity. The mining team established temporary mining points in the asteroid belt, continuously transporting star essence alloy back to the base. Carl led the engineering team to build a simple smelting furnace, refining the ore into pure star essence alloy ingots. Lily's breeding and planting areas steadily expanded, increasing the base's food self-sufficiency rate to 80. And Dr. Thorne's health record system was fully operational, better safeguarding the health of the crew. Interactions between people also became more frequent and harmonious. After work, Carl and Alan would go to the lab together to study ancient technical materials, occasionally arguing over technical details until late at night. Old Gray often taught the young crew members, sharing his years of experience in interstellar navigation and technology development. Lily would regularly collect feedback on the crew's diet, continuously optimizing the menu. And Reno would watch holographic movies with the crew in the leisure area during breaks from training, bringing them closer together. That night, a small celebration was held in the base's leisure area to commemorate the discovery of the star essence alloy vein and the successful optimization of the Dawn energy recovery system. The crew sat together, enjoying fresh roasted star fur beast meat and drinking low-alcohol wine brewed from star grain. The atmosphere relaxed and lively. Fame walked over to Leo with a glass in hand. Kid, you performed well in training today. You deserve a reward. He handed Leo a glass of wine. Do well and strive to become the artillery officer of the Dawn in the future. Leo excitedly accepted the glass. Thank you, Brother Thame. I will definitely work hard. Carl and Alan sat in the corner discussing the next technical upgrade plan. We can use the newly discovered star essence alloy to optimize the Dawn's close defense cannons, improving firing speed and power, Alan said. Carl nodded. I was thinking the same. We can also install energy recovery systems on the Thunder and Nebula to enhance their endurance. Lin Mo looked at the scene before him, feeling warm inside. This was no longer just a simple combat fleet, but rather a united family. Everyone was working towards a common goal, trusting and supporting each other. This cohesion was more powerful than any advanced warship or technology. Just then, Ella's communicator suddenly rang with urgent intel from the hunting fox. Captain, the insect race and the Blackblade Mercenary Corps assault fleet have changed their course and are moving towards the star essence alloy vein we discovered. It seems they have sensed the presence of the vein. The atmosphere in the leisure area instantly turned. Serious smiles vanished from the crew's faces as they all looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo set down his glass, his gaze turning resolute. It seems they want to cut off our material supply before the battle starts. He stood up and ordered, the hunting fox continues to monitor covertly. Do not expose a Dawn. Thunder and Nebula set off immediately to defend the vein area. Reno, lead the remaining fleet to stay at the base and strengthen defenses. Understood. The crew immediately got up and quickly headed to their posts. Although the celebration in the leisure area was interrupted, there were no complaints on anyone's face, only firm determination. Lin Mo stood in front of the observation window in the command center, watching as the Dawn slowly left its orbit, knowing full well that this battle was unavoidable. But he was not anxious, for he knew he had a strong team behind him, united, skilled, and well-supported. The journey through the galaxy is not only about upgrading warships and achieving victories in battle, but also about the growth and cohesion of the team. The current Free Fleet is no longer the weak team it once was. They have enough confidence to face any challenge. In the starry sky, the engine flames of the Dawn resembled a blue torch illuminating the path towards the vein. A battle over the star essence alloy vein was about to ignite. And this battle would serve as the true touchstone for the Free Fleet, testing their efforts and growth during this period. The hull of the Dawn T4 class sliced through the starry sky, its light blue engine flames trailing a long beam in the darkness. Inside the bridge, Lin Mo stood before the holographic star map, lightly tapping on the asteroid belt where the mineral vein was located. A dense region composed of dozens of irregular asteroids, the largest of which had a diameter of about 3 kilometers, concealing the star marrow alloy vein within its surface, covered by a thick layer of rock, making it difficult to detect from the outside. The Fox Hunt has relayed the latest reconnaissance. The enemy fleet is still 48 hours away from the mineral vein, advancing at a steady pace without any significant tactical adjustments. Ella's voice was steady as she overlaid the enemy's course data onto the star map. Mark has deployed 3 stealth monitoring buoys around the mineral vein, which can transmit the enemy's movements in real time. Reynolds walked to the star map and circled the location of the asteroid belt with his finger. Our advantage lies in our familiarity with the terrain. I suggest concealing the Dawn behind the largest asteroid, using the rock to block radar signals. The Thunder T2, 5 class and Nebula T3 class should lie in ambush in the shadows of the smaller asteroids, forming a triangular strike formation. Simultaneously, we can deploy shock traps and energy interference buoys at the entrance of the mineral vein to slow the enemy's attack pace. The strategy is feasible, but we need to clear the small meteorites around the mineral vein first to avoid affecting the maneuverability of the ships. Lin Mo nodded, turning his gaze to the communicator. Carl, can the close defense cannon of the Dawn be temporarily modified into a meteorite clearing device? In the engineering bay, Carl was checking the stability of the energy system with Alan. After receiving the order, he immediately brought up the parameters of the close defense cannon. Yes, we can. We can reduce the energy output of the close defense cannon to 10 and change it to a diffusion-type muzzle, which can create a wide-area energy shockwave sufficient to clear small meteorites. He turned to Alan and said, you keep an eye on the energy core, I'll go modify the muzzle. Alan adjusted his glasses and nodded in response. Don't worry, the core output is stable, and I will monitor the energy supply to the traps in real time. Carl, along with 2 engineers, pushed a tool cart to the close defense cannon bay. He personally operated the laser cutter to reshape the original focused muzzle into a diffusion type and installed an energy splitter to ensure the energy could diffuse evenly. Test the energy output. Carl pressed the control button and the close defense cannon emitted a light blue fan-shaped energy wave, instantly obliterating the simulated meteorite ahead. Perfect. Outside the hull, a mechanical arm operated the modified close defense cannon, clearing small meteorites around the mineral vein. The light blue energy wave shot out repeatedly, eliminating obstacles in the pathway one by one, paving the way for the ambush formation. Leo and other new crew members stood beside the observation window, watching this scene with curiosity and admiration. Tame walked over and patted Leo on the shoulder. This is the power of technology. Study hard and you too can participate in ship modifications in the future. Leo nodded vigorously. Tame, I want to learn engineering skills from Mr. Carl so that I can contribute to the fleet in the future. You have ambition. Tame smiled. After this mission, I'll ask Carl for you. Although he appears serious, he is very patient with eager young learners. When the fleet arrived at the mineral vein area, good news also came from the base. The holographic image of Old Gray appeared on the bridge of the Orphan Lin Mo. The garrison team has completed the final optimization of the base defenses, adding 8 T3 class defense turrets that are linked with energy nodes, increasing the fire coverage range to 1,000 kilometers UDR. Thorn's medical bay expansion has been completed, adding 3 specialized treatment devices for biological viruses. Over at Lily's side, the reproductive rate of the star fur beast has exceeded expectations, having already birthed 20 cubs, enough to support long-term meat supply for combat. Thank you all for your hard work. Lin Mo's tone was filled with gratitude. Stay alert. If enemy reinforcements are detected, report immediately. After hanging up the communication, Lily pushed a food cart into the bridge, handing everyone a warm nutritional meal and star grain juice. This was just made before departure, infused with star marrow essence to replenish energy and enhance fatigue resistance. She walked over to Leo, smiling. New crew members should eat more. It's important to maintain your strength for your first real combat. Leo shyly accepted the meal. Thank you, Sister Lily. No need to thank me. Oh, just remember to clean up your meal box after eating and don't litter. We need to protect the mineral vein environment. Lily's thoughtfulness warmed Leo's heart, and he silently noted her words. In the next 24 hours, the fleet fully fortified. The Fox Hunt T1 5 class deployed 20 shock traps and 15 energy interference buoys precisely at the entrance of the mineral vein and along the enemy's expected pathway. The Thunder and Nebula entered their designated ambush positions, shutting down most of their energy systems, while keeping basic monitoring active. The Dawn docked behind the largest asteroid, its camouflage coating blending seamlessly with the rock, making it hard to detect. Carl and Alan were busy as well, bringing the engineering team to set up a temporary energy barrier generator at the entrance of the mineral vein. This generator used fragments of star core crystals as an energy source, forming a light blue energy barrier to prevent enemies from entering the mineral vein. The barrier's defensive strength can withstand attacks from T3 class energy cannons lasting for 8 hours, which is sufficient for us to complete the ambush. Alan adjusted the generator's parameters, speaking to Lin Mo. Lin Mo watched the energy barrier slowly rise, feeling a bit more at ease. He walked to the entrance of the mineral vein, where the surface of the rock showed faint silver patterns. This was the exposed part of the star marrow alloy vein, radiating a soft glow. We must hold this position. It is key to freeing ourselves from material dependence. Lin Mo said softly, the source quality star map system in his palm warming slightly, as if sensing the energy of the mineral vein. As night fell, the asteroid belt in the starry sky was quiet, with only the low hum of the ship's engines remaining. In the Dawn's rest cabin, Carl and Alan sat on the edge of the bed, discussing the subsequent technical upgrade plans. Once this mission is over, we can install a set of automated mining equipment for the mineral vein, powered by star core energy, requiring no manual supervision. Alan said, his eyes sparkling with love for technology. Carl nodded. I have already designed a preliminary plan using a mechanical arm for mining combined with a conveyor belt for transport, which can increase mining efficiency by 3 times. However, it will require a large amount of star marrow alloy, so we will need to wait until the mineral vein stabilizes before we can begin. I can optimize the control program to achieve remote monitoring and automatic fault recovery. Alan added, this way we can reduce the workload on the crew, allowing them to focus on the maintenance and training of the fleet. The two continue to engage enthusiastically, transitioning from discussions on mining equipment to energy optimization for the ships, and even to the application of ancient technology, unknowingly reaching deep into the night. Carl looked at the young Alan beside him, feeling a surge of emotion. You are far better than I was at your age, with a lively mind and the courage to innovate. Having you in the free fleet is our fortune. Alan sheepishly smiled. Mr. Carl, you flatter me. I still have much to learn from you, especially the processing techniques for star marrow alloy. You are the expert in this field. Mutual learning. Carl patted his shoulder. Technology knows no bounds. Only through continuous communication can we progress. Meanwhile, in the training cabin, Tame was conducting final pre-battle training for Leo and the other new crew members. He brought up a 3D model of the mineral vein area and detailed the ambush tactics. Once the battle starts, the energy interference buoys will activate first, disrupting the enemy's communications and navigation. Then the shock traps will detonate, crippling the enemy's small ships. Finally, our fleet will launch an attack from 3 directions, with the Dawn's main cannon responsible for destroying the enemy's main warships, while Thunder and Nebula clear the remaining ships. Tame, what should we do if the enemy launches biological virus missiles? Leo asked, a hint of tension on his face. Don't panic. Tame produced a bottle of protective agent. Every ship is equipped with ample protective agents. Upon detecting a virus missile, we will spray it immediately. Also, Dr. Thorn has vaccinated us, so as long as we are not directly hit, we will be safe. He looked at Leo, his tone firm. Remember, on the battlefield, calmness is the best weapon. Trust yourself and your teammates, we will definitely win. Leo nodded heavily, feeling his tension dissipate significantly. He tightened his grip on the simulated weapon, resolving to perform well in the battle and not let his teammates down. In the base's planting area, Lily was inspecting the growth of the star grain wheat. Under the moonlight, the wheat ears shone with a faint golden hue, showing promising growth. She crouched down and gently caressed the wheat ears, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. In the adjacent breeding shed, the cries of star fur beast cubs echoed, filled with vitality. Once we win this battle, I want to expand the planting area to 2,000 square meters and introduce several new crops to enrich everyone's diet. Lily whispered, her eyes filled with visions of the future. Dr. Thorn was not resting either. He was checking the emergency equipment in the medical bay, ensuring that every device was functioning properly. He looked at the neatly arranged vaccines and protective agents on the shelves, silently praying, I hope this battle does not result in too many casualties and that everyone can return safely. Time slowly passed, and the distance to the enemy fleet grew closer. The stealth monitoring buoy of the Fox Hunt relayed data. The enemy fleet had entered the outer edge of the asteroid belt, slowly adjusting their formation, with the biowarships of the insect race in front and the Black Blade Mercenary Corps cruisers behind, evidently aiming to let the insect race break through the line first. In the bridge of the Orphan Lin Mo commanded all hands prepare for battle. Activate the energy interference buoys and shock traps. The Thunder and Nebula prepare to open fire. Carl, ensure the stable output of the energy barrier. Alan, monitor the enemy's communications. Once decrypted, inject false intelligence immediately. Understood. The responses from each position were synchronized and resolute. Lin Mo stood before the observation window, watching the outline of the enemy fleet gradually appear in the distant starry sky, feeling no fear. The time spent meticulously preparing had enabled the Free Fleet not only to possess powerful hardware strength, but also to unite as a cohesive team. He knew that in this battle for the mineral vein, they would surely prevail. Meanwhile, in the enemy fleet, the commander of the Black Blade Mercenary Corps was in communication with the leader of the insect race. Once we break through the line, we will take control of the mineral vein while you eliminate the ships of the Free Fleet. Remember our agreement, half of the mineral vein belongs to us. The mercenary commander's voice was laced with greed. The insect race leader emitted a low growl, offering no response, merely controlling the biowarships to accelerate their advance. In its eyes, a glimmer of desire for star marrow alloy sparkled, concealing an unspoken ambition. The tranquility of the asteroid belt was shattered, and an ambush battle over the star marrow alloy mineral vein was about to erupt at dawn. But unlike previous battles, this time the Free Fleet not only possessed advanced warships and technology, but also a united team, ample logistics, and unwavering faith. This battle would be an important step on their path to rise, leaving a striking mark in the 200,000 words of the Star River journey. In the asteroid belt at dawn, the pale purple morning light penetrated the thin nebula, casting a gentle halo over the cold rocks. Inside the bridge of the Dawn AT-4 class ship, the eerie blue glow of the dashboard reflected on everyone's faces. Lin Mo stared at the holographic star map, where a red dot was rapidly approaching his fingertips, unconsciously tapping the edge of the control panel. The enemy fleet is still 10 kilometers away from the ambush zone, and the Zerg biowarships have entered the range of the energy interference buoys. Era's voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Mark has sent the footage. The biological patterns on the surface of the Zerg warships are starting to glow, seemingly preheating their weapon systems. Ellen pushed up his glasses, the lenses flickering with the enemy's communication waveform. I am decrypting their tactical communications. Success. The instructions received by the Zerg were to break through the entrance of the mine and destroy all defense facilities. The Black Blade Mercenary Corps will provide fire support from the rear. He quickly typed on the keyboard. False intelligence injection completed. A false message stating that the Zerg will monopolize the mine has been sent to the Black Blade Mercenary Corps, which is expected to trigger their internal suspicions. Lin Mo nodded, turning his gaze to the communicator. Carl, how's the status of the energy shield? The shield's energy output is stable, maintaining at 100 intensity, capable of withstanding a direct attack from T3 class energy cannons. In the engineering compartment, Carl was focused on the energy flow monitoring screen, while Ellen, exhausted, was personally fine-tuning the shield parameters. The oscillation traps have been synchronized and are waiting for the trigger command. Wait a little longer, let them advance 5 kilometers more. Lin Mo's voice was steady. Reno, notify the Thunder and Nebula to be ready to fire at any time, prioritizing the Zerg biowarships. On the bridge of the Thunder on the other side of the orbit, Captain Barton gripped the control stick tightly, his gaze fixed on the outlines of the Zerg warships on the screen. Main cannon charged to 30, targeting the propulsion systems of the Zerg left-wing warship. Fire only on my command. The crew members performed their duties, fingers hovering over the control buttons, breathing lightly. 5 kilometers of distance was but a fleeting moment for interstellar warships. As the Zerg's vanguard warships crossed the last asteroid obstacle and entered the activation range of the oscillation traps, Lin Mo suddenly raised his hand. Activate the traps. In an instant, the 20 oscillation traps on both sides of the mining channel detonated simultaneously. The pale blue shockwave struck the Zerg fleet like an invisible giant fist. The 3 T2 class biowarships at the forefront instantly lost balance, their hulls shaking violently. Fine cracks appeared on their chitinous shells, and pale green biological fluids seeped out from the fissures. Energy interference buoys activated. Lin's voice rang out as 15 buoys simultaneously released high-frequency interference waves, instantly drowning the enemy's communication channels in static, and the originally orderly fleet formation fell into chaos. The Blackblade Mercenary Corps cruisers indeed showed signs of suspicion, the tempo of their fire support noticeably slowing, and even 2 cruisers instinctively distanced themselves from the Zerg warships. Now's the time. Fire. As Lin Mo's command fell, the 4 T4 class main cannons of the Dawn charged simultaneously, the pale blue composite energy beams striking like 4 swords, hitting the biological reactor of the Zerg flagship, a T3 class biobattleship, at its midsection. The moment the energy beams penetrated the biological shield, the pale green shield ignited like burning grease, shattering after a violent burn. The energy beams embedded into the hull, triggering a series of explosions. Target hit. The Zerg flagship's reactor is damaged. Era's voice was filled with excitement. The Thunder and Nebula fired simultaneously, energy beams and armor-piercing torpedoes raining down like raindrops. The Zerg left-wing and right-wing warships suffered hits, with 1 T2 class biowarship struck by a torpedo and the engine instantly losing power and drifting in space as a live target. Leo sat in the secondary gunner's position on the Dawn, gripping the control stick tightly, his palms clammy with sweat. This was his first time in actual combat, and as he watched the enemy ships explode on the screen, his heart raced. Steady now, target that isolated Zerg fighter. Tame's voice resonated in his ear, filled with calm authority. Leo took a deep breath, locking onto a spinning Zerg small fighter according to the training methods, and pressed the launch button. The pale blue energy beam from the secondary cannon whistled out, precisely hitting the core of the fighter, causing it to explode instantly. Got it. I hit it. Leo shouted excitedly, his voice trembling. Tame patted his shoulder. Good, keep this up, and pay attention to the changing battlefield. The battlefield appeared to be one-sided, but the resilience of the Zerg exceeded expectations. The damaged flagship was not completely incapacitated, instead it erupted with stronger energy fluctuations. The strong acid ejector on its abdomen opened, and pale green strong acid poured out like a waterfall, heading straight for the energy shield of the Dawn. Strong acid attack. Shield strength down by 15. Carl's urgent voice came through. The surface of the shield is showing signs of corrosion. It needs immediate repair. Nebula, keep the Zerg flagship at bay. Use armor-piercing torpedoes to attack its ejector, Lin Mo commanded. Nebula immediately adjusted its course, firing 6 armor-piercing torpedoes, which hit the strong acid ejector with precision, dissolving some biological tissue, instantly blocking the ejector and forcing the strong acid attack to cease. At that moment, the Blackblade Mercenary Corps finally reacted, realizing they had been misled by false intelligence. 3 T3 class cruisers opened fire simultaneously, their dark red energy beams heading straight for the Thunder. Thunder's shield lit up with a blinding red light, its strength rapidly declining. Thunder's shield remaining, requesting support. Captain Barton's voice was filled with urgency. The main guns of the Dawn turned to suppress the Blackblade Mercenary Corps cruisers. Lin Mo decisively ordered as the 4 main guns turned simultaneously, energy beams striking the shield of a cruiser, causing it to shatter instantly, creating a massive breach in the hull. Ellen in the engineering compartment monitored the energy core while rapidly coding a jamming program. I've locked onto the Blackblade Mercenary Corps fire control system and injected the interference code. Success. Their main cannon targeting accuracy has decreased by 30. The battlefield fell into a stalemate, with both sides exchanging fire, energy beams, torpedoes, and strong acid intertwining in the starry sky, explosions illuminating the darkness. The Dawn's close defense cannons fired wildly, shooting down approaching Zerg small fighters one by one. Leo gradually adapted to the battlefield rhythm, growing increasingly proficient as he shot down 5 fighters in a row, his earlier tension replaced by confidence. At noon, the battle temporarily entered a phase of rest. Both sides were adjusting formations and repairing damaged ships. In the engineering compartment of the Dawn, Carl and several engineers were urgently repairing the corrosion marks on the energy shield. They applied star marrow alloy sealant to the surface of the shield generator, and after rapid curing, the shield's strength gradually restored. The nutritional packages from Sister Lily have arrived. Everyone take turns to eat something. A logistics crew member pushed a food cart into the engineering compartment with steaming Star Beast meat in the meal boxes paired with fresh Star Wheat vegetable salad exuding a rich aroma. Carl took the meal box, wolfing it down while reminding finish up quickly. In return, the shield needs another layer of reinforcement to prevent the Zerg's next strong acid attack. Ellen set down his work, picked up a meal box, and sat beside Carl. The fire control system of the Black Blade Mercenary Corps shows obvious traces of federal technology. I decrypted part of their code and found encryption identifiers from the federal military industry inside. Carl looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Federal military industry. Does that mean the Black Blade Mercenary Corps has colluded with the Federation internally? It's very likely. Ellen nodded. There might be a larger conspiracy behind this. Once this battle is over, we need to report this discovery to the captain. In the rest compartment, Leo was sharing combat insights with several new crew members, his face filled with excitement. The aiming techniques Tame taught me are incredibly useful. Those Zerg fighters can't dodge at all. Tame walked over, handing Leo a bottle of water. Don't get cocky this time. You were just lucky facing the remnants of the Zerg. There will be stronger enemies ahead, and there's much more to learn. He looked at the young crew members filled with vigor, recalling his first time in combat, feeling a sense of pride. News also came from the base. Old Gray's holographic image appeared on the bridge of the Dawn. Lin Mo, the support team, has completed the production of the second batch of protective agents and is transporting them to the mine. Dr. Thorne has set up a temporary medical team, which has arrived at the temporary base on the outskirts of the mine and is ready to receive the injured. Lily's planning area has harvested a new batch of star wheat enough to sustain the fleet for half a month. That's great. With logistics secured, we can fight with peace of mind. Lin Mo's tone was grateful. Have the transport ships take care. The Black Blade Mercenary Corps might set up an ambush along the route. Don't worry. The transport ships are escorted by the Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 frigates, and there won't be any problems, Old Gray replied. In the afternoon, the battle reignited. This time, the Black Blade Mercenary Corps changed tactics, no longer coordinating with the Zerg, but instead attempting to bypass the main battlefield and directly ambush the mine's entrance. The Fox Hunter has spotted 2 cruisers and 3 corvettes from the Black Blade Mercenary Corps maneuvering along the edge of the asteroid belt, targeting the mine's entrance. Mark's voice came through. The nebula will immediately intercept. Lin Mo ordered, be sure to stop them from approaching the mine. We cannot let them damage the mining equipment. Nebula's engines roared to life, quickly pursuing the maneuvering enemies, firing both main cannons and torpedoes, successfully intercepting the enemy's vanguard. However, the cruisers of the Black Blade Mercenary Corps were strong, and the Nebula's shield suffered heavy damage, forcing a call for support. The Dawn will allocate 2 main cannons to support the Nebula. Lin Mo commanded simultaneously, saying to Carl, can we temporarily upgrade the defense turrets at the mine's entrance to enhance firepower? Carl, who was repairing the close defense cannons, immediately called up the parameters of the defense turrets after receiving the order. Yes. Connecting the star core energy from the mine to the turrets can enhance firepower by 50, but the duration cannot exceed 1 hour, or it will affect the energy supply to the shield. Execute immediately. The 4T2. 5 defense turrets at the mine's entrance were instantly activated by the star core energy, their barrels glowing with dazzling blue light, significantly enhancing their firepower as they shot down 2 corvettes from the Black Blade Mercenary Corps, successfully blocking their attack. The battle continued into the evening, with the enemy's offensive gradually weakening. One of the 2 T3 class bio-battleships from the Zerg was destroyed, while the other heavily damaged retreated. Among the Black Blade Mercenary Corps, 2 of the 3 cruisers were damaged, and over half of the corvettes were lost, leaving them unable to launch effective attacks. The enemy is beginning to retreat. Should we pursue? Reno asked. No need to pursue. Lin Mo shook his head. Our goal is to defend the mine, not to annihilate the enemy. Have the Fox Hunter track their movements while the other fleets remain at the mine to rest and repair the damaged ships. Under the sunset, the asteroid belt returned to calm, with only the floating wreckage of ships and faint energy remnants left behind. Inside the bridge of the Dawn, the crew members' faces were weary, yet they radiated victorious smiles. Leo looked at his performance panel, having shot down 8 enemy fighters, filled with pride. Carl and Ellen were checking the damaged equipment. Although the ship had several scratches, the core systems remained intact. This battle tested the combat capabilities of the Dawn and exposed some issues. The firepower of the close defense cannons is still insufficient. We need to add a few more next time. In the electronic warfare system, against the federal technology of the Black Blade Mercenary Corps, the decryption efficiency needs to be improved. Ellen added. Lin Mo stood by the observation window, gazing at the energy shield at the mine's entrance, feeling a deep sense of reflection. This battle not only defended the mine, but also honed the fleet's combat capabilities, training the new crew members and strengthening the team's cohesion. He knew this was merely a small victory on a long journey, with more challenges awaiting them in the future, but he was confident in leading the Free Fleet forward steadily. The base's transport ships slowly entered the mining area, bringing ample supplies and medical equipment. Lily led the logistics team, quickly unloading the materials and distributing fresh food and drinking water to the crew. Dr. Thorne's temporary medical team began treating injured crew members using advanced medical equipment to handle wounds, ensuring everyone could recover as quickly as possible. The journey through the Starry River is composed of such battles, each honing and developing them. The Free Fleet grew during the battle for the mine, deepening its strength through details, accumulating chips for the greater challenges to come. Meanwhile, deep in the distant starry sky, the undercurrents within the Federation, the remnants of the Zerg, and the conspiracies behind the Black Blade mercenary corps intertwined, brewing a greater storm. In the starry expanse of the Orphan region, the floating wreckage of ships had been cleared. The hull of the Dawn T4 class lay moored in the orbit of the largest asteroid, where faint blue repair beams like fine threads of rain washed away the battle scars from its surface. Carl, leading an engineering team, was fitting new star marrow alloy barrels onto the Dawn's Closian defense guns. Combat experience had proven that the original barrels' rate of fire and power were insufficient for high-intensity defense. The new barrels have a 10 larger caliber forged from a single piece of star marrow alloy. The rate of fire can be increased by 40 and the effective range extended to 30 kilometers. Carl crouched beneath the gun barrel, tightening the interface with a wrench as sweat trickled down his cheek. Alan, is the energy supply adaptation program ready? Alan sat before a makeshift control terminal, his fingers swiftly tapping on the keyboard. The energy output curve on the screen gradually stabilized. Ready. I optimized the power supply circuit's distribution logic to ensure the energy core won't overload when all 4 main cannons and the 6 additional Closian defense guns are operating simultaneously. He adjusted his glasses, stood up, and walked over to Carl. Want to run a test? Of course. Carl pressed the control button. The newly installed Closian defense gun instantly activated, unleashing a fan-shaped barrage of pale blue energy beams that precisely struck a distant abandoned meteor fragment, shattering it into powder. Perfect. Carl clapped his hands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This way we'll handle the swarm tactics of the Zerg with ease next time. Their collaboration grew increasingly seamless, evolving from initial technical disputes to flawless coordination. Every step, the processing of star marrow alloy, the optimization of energy systems, the upgrade of weaponry, was infused with their dedication. Alan watched the busy Carl, a hint of admiration rising in his heart. Mr. Carl, your mastery of star marrow alloy processing is truly impressive. It's just experience, Carl chuckled. Your talent in electronic programming and energy adaptation is the real rarity. We learn from each other to keep advancing the fleet's technology. At the entrance of the Orphan, the construction of automated mining equipment was proceeding at a rapid pace. Carl's designed robotic arm mining system was fully installed. 3 silver-white star marrow alloy mechanical arms like flexible tentacles delved deep into the vein, precisely cutting the ore. A conveyor belt transported the ore continuously to a temporary smelting furnace, where a pale blue stellar core energy heated the chamber. The ore, melted into a silver-white liquid star marrow alloy, was poured into molds and cooled into uniform alloy ingots. Automated mining is 5 times more efficient than manual labor. We can extract 50 tons of ore daily, refining 20 tons of pure star marrow alloy. The engineering team leader reported to Lin Mo, his face brimming with accomplishment. We've already stockpiled 100 tons of alloy ingots, enough to support the construction of 2 T3 class cruisers. Lin Mo nodded, gazing at the neatly stacked alloy ingots in the warehouse, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. From relying on trades with the strange stone symbiotes to achieving self-sufficiency in star marrow alloy, the Free Fleet's foundation was growing ever stronger. Continue expanding the mining scale while ensuring protective measures to prevent ore contamination of the surrounding, he instructed. Also deliver 50 tons of alloy ingots to the base, prioritizing the upgrades for the Thunder and the Nebula. Understood. At the base, Lily's logistics system was also being upgraded simultaneously. The young starfur beasts in the breeding area had grown, reaching a count of 50 and providing ample meat daily. The starspike wheat in the cultivation zone yielded a bountiful harvest. Lily led the crew in processing some of the wheat into flour, creating various pastries to enrich the crew's diet. She also established a small food processing plant at the base, turning surplus food into compressed nutrient bars and canned goods for emergency storage. Dr. Thorne raised some freshly made starspike wheat bread and starfur beast meat cans. Try them. Lily carried a food box into the medical center. They're infused with star marrow essence to boost immunity, suitable for the wounded. Dr. Thorne set down his work, picked up a slice of bread, and took a bite. It was soft and fluffy with a faint wheat aroma. Delicious, far better than nutrient supplements. Lily, thank you. With fresh food like this, the wounded will recover faster. Inside the medical center, injured crew members were receiving treatment. Dr. Thorne's temporary medical team had already treated 12 casualties, most suffering from acid burns inflicted by the Zerg or lacerations from explosive debris. This crew member's arm was severely burned by acid with extensive skin tissue damage. A skin graft is needed, Dr. Thorne told his assistant. Prepare the bioregeneration gel and grafting equipment. He'll perform the surgery. Lily remained in the medical center distributing food and water to the wounded, patiently comforting them. Don't worry, Dr. Thorne is highly skilled. You'll recover soon and rejoin the fleet. On the training grounds, the intensity of new crew training was further increased. Tam led the artillery team in realistic combat simulations within the training pods, simulating the Black Blade Mercenary Corps cruisers and the Zerg's bioships, familiarizing the crew with different enemies' tactical traits and vulnerabilities. Leo's performance grew increasingly outstanding. In simulated battles, the accuracy of his secondary guns reached 95, making him a core member of the artillery team. Leo, at your current level, you're ready to independently handle a main cannon, Tam said, patting his shoulder. After this Orphan mission, I'll request the captain to assign you to the Dawn's artillery team. Leo's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Thank you, brother Tam. I won't let you down. In the command center, Lin Mo was holding a strategic meeting with his corps members. The holographic star chart displayed the movements of the Black Blade Mercenary Corps remnants and the Zerg's remaining forces, along with the encrypted federal military-industrial insignia Allen had deciphered. It's confirmed that the Black Blade Mercenary Corps has federal backing, Lin Mo said gravely. Judging by their weapons and tactics, they're likely connected to the federal expansionist faction who aim to control border sector resources through them. Renault nodded. Although the Zerg remnants have retreated, their biological weapon development hasn't stopped. We must be vigilant against their resurgence. Also, the strange stone symbiotes have been quiet. We don't know what they're plotting. Our top priority now is to consolidate the Orphan's defenses, accelerate ship upgrades, and enhance the fleet's strength, Lin Mo decided. Carl and Alan oversee the upgrades of the Thunder and the Nebula, installing star marrow alloy armor and energy recovery systems. Renault strengthened vigilance at the Vane and base, dispatch more scout ships to monitor enemy movements. Dr. Thorne continue improving biological virus protection and treatment protocols. Lily ensure logistical support and sufficient supplies. Understood. After the meeting, Lin Mo kept Alan behind. The encrypted federal military-industrial insignia you cracked. Any more leads? Lin Mo asked. Alan pulled up the detailed data on the encrypted insignia. This insignia belongs to the federal military-industrial Black Crow project. From the fragmentary information I've found, the project is led by the federal expansionist faction, mainly developing new weapons and warships, and involves cooperation with interstellar mercenary groups aiming to expand federal influence in border sectors. Black Crow project. Lin Mo repeated the name softly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It seems the waters within the Federation run deeper than we thought. He patted Alan's shoulder. Continue your deep investigation. Report any new findings to me immediately. Over the following 2 weeks, the Free Fleet entered a phase of comprehensive development. The automated mining equipment at the Orphan operated steadily, with star marrow alloy reserves increasing continuously. The upgrades of the Thunder and the Nebula were successfully completed, outfitted with star marrow alloy armor and energy recovery systems, boosting combat effectiveness by 30. The training of new crew members yielded significant results, with most capable of independently undertaking combat missions. The base's defense system was further optimized with the addition of 10 T3 class defense turrets, forming a tighter protective network. One day, the Fox T-1-5 class transmitted an urgent intelligence report. Mark, piloting the scout ship, had discovered remnants of the Black Blade Mercenary Corps on a border route, engaged in a transaction with a secret federal transport ship. The transport vessel was loaded with a large quantity of advanced weapons and biological virus materials. Captain, the footage of the transaction has been sent. The federal transport ship's registration belongs to the Federal Military-Industrial Secret Fleet, with no public records. Mark's voice came through the encrypted channel. After the transaction, the transport headed toward the core federal star systems, while the Black Blade ships returned to their hidden base. Lin Mo watched the transmitted images, knowing full well that the collusion between the federal expansionist faction and the Black Blade Mercenary Corps was now confirmed. The Fox will continue tracking the federal transport ship to gather more evidence. The Dawn, the Thunder, and the Nebula will depart immediately for the Black Blade Mercenary Corps hidden base to destroy their weapons stockpile and biological virus research facilities. The fleet set out once more. The Dawn's engines emitted pale blue exhaust plumes, carrying the resolve for vengeance as it sailed toward the Black Blade Mercenary Corps hidden base. Lin Mo stood on the bridge, gazing at the target coordinates on the holographic star chart, his heart resolute. This mission was not only to eliminate the enemy's threat, but also to uncover the federal expansionist faction's conspiracy and clear the path for the Free Fleet's development in the border sectors. Meanwhile, in the distant core Federal Star Systems, the leader of the Federal Expansionist faction looked at the intelligence from the Black Blade Mercenary Corps, a cold sneer curling on his lips. The Free Fleet. How interesting. Since they want to stand in the way, let them pay the price. He gave the order, activate Phase 2 of the Black Crow Project. Dispatch the secret fleet to eliminate the Free Fleet. A greater storm was brewing, and the Free Fleet was about to face a formidable threat from the Federation. But Lin Mo was not afraid. Through this period of diligent cultivation, the fleet's strength, team cohesion, and logistical support had all reached new heights. He was confident he could lead the Free Fleet through this web of conspiracies and carve out a path of their own. Every step of deep cultivation on the starry journey is for a better journey forward. The Free Fleet grew while guarding the ore vein, strengthened through technological iteration, and found its direction amidst the maelstrom of intrigue. The coming battle would be their true test and would propel the story toward a broader interstellar landscape. The hull of the Dawn T4 class sliced through the interstellar dust, the light blue engine flames tracing a stable trajectory in the darkness. Inside the bridge, Lin Mo stared at the coordinates of the Black Blade Mercenary Corps hidden base on the holographic star map, an abandoned star region shrouded by dense dark nebulae marked with numerous gravitational turbulence and asteroid obstacles forming a natural concealment barrier. There are still 72 hours of travel to the target. The Hound has already set off ahead, expected to return detailed reconnaissance data to the base in 24 hours. Ella's voice broke the silence as she synchronized the navigation system to avoid the gravitational turbulence ahead. Carl, is the energy core load of the Dawn stable? Will prolonged high-speed travel affect subsequent combat? In the engineering compartment, Carl was checking the energy core's operating parameters with Alan, the energy curve on the screen steady as a mirror. Rest assured, after installing the energy recovery system, the core load remains below 60. Even continuous high-speed travel for 96 hours poses no problem. He pointed to the spare energy tank nearby. We have also reserved 3-star core crystals, which can provide emergency overload energy at critical moments. Alan adjusted his glasses and added, I optimized the charging logic of the main cannon, shortening the single charging time to 2.8 seconds, and the energy fluctuation during continuous fire is controlled within 3, avoiding the resonance hazards we encountered previously. He brought up a virtual interface displaying the optimized parameters. Additionally, in response to the Black Blade Mercenary Corps Federal-style shields, I adjusted the oscillation frequency of the composite energy cannon, increasing its shield-breaking efficiency by 15. The two leaned closer together and began discussing the Federal Pulse Interference Cannon that the Black Blade Mercenary Corps might be equipped with. Carl worried that such a weapon could interfere with the energy circuits, while Alan suggested adding a star marrow alloy shielding layer to the critical circuits. They debated for half an hour, finally reaching a consensus to use the newly refined high-purity star marrow alloy from the mine to create miniature shielding modules for emergency installation along the way. Leo, come over and lend a hand. Carl called towards the door. Leo, who was observing, immediately ran over and took the mini shielding module that Carl handed him, installing it at the energy circuit interface as instructed. His movements were somewhat clumsy, but he was exceptionally serious about each step, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. When installing, pay attention to the module's polarity. The red interface should align with the direction of energy inflow, and it cannot be installed incorrectly. Carl guided from the side, his tone much gentler than usual. These shielding modules can block pulse interference. Each one you install now is ensuring safety during combat. Leo nodded and operated more cautiously. Tim happened to pass by the engineering compartment and smiled. He walked over to Leo's side, steadying the circuit conduit. Take your time, no need to rush. After finishing, check it again to ensure there are no loose connections. The camaraderie among the crew deepened through these subtle interactions. When Lily pushed the cart into the engineering compartment, she happened to see the four of them working together to install the last shielding module. After working so hard, let's eat something to replenish your energy. She offered warm star grain porridge and star fur beast jerky. I specially added invigorating star cloud flower honey. It won't affect your subsequent work. Alan took the porridge, tasted a spoonful, and his eyes lit up. It tastes richer than before. Did you modify the recipe again, Sister Lily? Yes, I added a bit more honey since you mentioned you liked it sweeter. Lily replied with a smile, turning to hand Carl a towel. Mister Carl, wipe your sweat. Even in urgent engineering, you must take care of your health. Carl took the towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead unexpectedly, saying, thank you, you've been considerate. As the fleet navigated to the perimeter of the target star region, the reconnaissance intelligence from the Hound T1 5 class finally returned. Mark concealed the ship in the dust particles of the dark nebula, the ship's camouflage coating perfectly blending with the surrounding environment, resembling a stationary interstellar rock. Captain, the hidden base of the Black Blade Mercenary Corps is built within the core of an abandoned planet, which has a diameter of about 5 kilometers, covered by a thick metallic shell, serving as a natural defense barrier. Mark's voice came through the encrypted channel carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. The internal layout of the base is complex, featuring 3 layers of defense. The outer layer consists of 12 Federal-style T3 defense turrets. The middle layer is a biological alert line from the insectoid race capable of sensing energy fluctuations, and the inner layer is the core area of the Blackblade, containing an arsenal, a biological virus laboratory, and a command center. On the holographic star map, the 3-dimensional model of the base slowly rotated, clearly marking the positions of the defense turrets, the range of the biological alert line, and the entrance to the core area. In the core area, there are 2 T3 Blackblade cruisers, 3 T2 corvettes, and 1 T3 biological battleship of the insectoid race that escaped previously, which is equipped with the Federal Pulse Interference Cannon, posing a significant threat. Mark added, I also discovered that the base's energy core derives from geothermal energy within the planet's core, with 2 main energy conduits exposed on the surface representing the greatest vulnerability. Lin Mo's finger lightly tapped the 3-dimensional model, tracing a winding route. Tactical plan. The Hound will continue to remain concealed, responsible for real-time battlefield data transmission. The Dawn will use the Dark Nebula as cover to maneuver to the far side of the planet and destroy the 2 main energy conduits, cutting off the base's energy supply. The Thunder and Nebula will attract the firepower of the defense turrets from the front, coordinating with the actions of the Dawn. The operation is set to commence in 3 hours when the energy turbulence of the Dark Nebula reaches its peak, which will shield our ship's signals. Understood. The captains of each ship responded in unison. In the following 3 hours, the fleet entered the final tactical adjustment. The artillery team of the Dawn repeatedly practiced the precise strike operation on the energy conduits. Leo sat in the secondary cannon position, simulating aiming with his fingers on the control stick, while Tim corrected his breathing rhythm beside him when targeting a fixed object. Stabilize your breath. The energy beam's deviation will fluctuate with your breath. Try abdominal breathing to enhance stability. Following Tim's guidance, Leo adjusted his breathing rhythm and simulated aiming again, raising the hit rate on the screen from 92 to 97. It really works, he exclaimed. In the engineering compartment, Carl and Alan were checking emergency repair. They specifically prepared 10 sets of Star Marrow alloy quick repair kits capable of rapidly fixing damaged energy circuits or armor during combat. If the Dawn gets hit by the pulse interference cannon, it will immediately cut off the affected circuit and replace it with a backup line, while you monitor the energy output to ensure the main cannon remains unaffected, Carl said to Alan. Meanwhile, Lily led the logistics crew, providing the ships with their final supplies. She delivered 20 biological virus antidotes and 5 portable first aid devices to the medical compartment of the Dawn, preparing high-energy nutrition bars for the artillery team. These nutrition bars can quickly replenish energy without taking up space, allowing for easy consumption during combat. She walked over to Leo and handed him a small package. Inside are wristbands made of star fur which can absorb sweat and prevent slipping, helping you operate the cannon position. Leo took the wristbands, feeling their soft warmth, and was touched. Thank you, Sister Lily. I will definitely put them to good use. As expected, the energy turbulence of the Dark Nebula arrived, with pale purple energy waves spreading through the starry sky, blocking all ship signals. Lin Mo commanded commence action. The Dawn's engine switched to silent mode, the hull slipping into the Dark Nebula like a ghost heading toward the far side of the planet. Inside the bridge, everyone held their breath. Ella focused intently on the navigation screen, avoiding dense dust particles and gravitational turbulence. We are 5 kilometers from the energy conduits, still undetected. On the planet's front side, the Thunder and Nebula simultaneously activated, firing their main cannons at the outer defense turrets after charging. The pale blue energy beams struck the shields of the turrets, creating blinding red flashes, successfully attracting all the attention of the defense turrets. The Blackblade's cruisers are moving. They're coming toward us. Captain Barton's voice reached them. Withdraw according to plan, maintain distance, do not engage, Lin Mo ordered. Seizing the opportunity, the Dawn reached the far side of the planet, and 2 thick energy conduits came into view, glowing with dark red heat, continuously supplying energy to the base. Main cannon charged to 80, aim at the left energy conduit interface. Lin Mo commanded. The 4 T4 main cannons simultaneously lit up with pale blue light, their energy beams accurately hitting the conduit interface. Boom. A violent explosion echoed as the conduit shattered, instantly scorching magma erupting from the break, causing the base's outer shield to dim momentarily. Right conduit fire. The second energy beam struck the right conduit, and the same explosive scene replayed. The 2 main energy conduits were completely destroyed, cutting off the base's energy supply, significantly weakening the firepower of the outer defense turrets, and the biological alert line of the insectoid race also lost its luster. Energy supply cut off. Thunder and Nebula launch a full assault, Lin Mo shouted. The main cannon of the Dawn turned toward the entrance of the base's core area, the energy beam piercing through the metallic shell, blasting a massive opening. Thunder and Nebula charged forward simultaneously, firing their main cannons and torpedoes, destroying the remaining defense turrets. The Black Blade's corvettes, deprived of energy supply, fell one by one like lambs to slaughter. The insectoid T-3 biological battleship stubbornly resisted activating its abdominal pulse interference cannon, sending pale purple interference waves straight at the Dawn. Pulse interference. Energy circuit fluctuations detected. Alan's voice came through. Activate shielding modules. Cut off the affected circuits. Carl immediately commanded. The Star Marrow alloy shielding modules activated instantly, blocking the interference waves outside, and the energy circuits quickly stabilized. Main cannon fully charged. Aim at the insectoid battleship's pulse interference cannon. Lin Mo commanded. The pale blue energy beam struck the interference cannon, instantly silencing the insectoid battleship's weapons. Nebula took the opportunity to launch armor-piercing torpedoes, hitting the battleship's biological reactor, and pale green biological fluid gushed out as the ship slowly sank, ultimately losing power. Leo operated the secondary cannon, precisely hitting a Black Blade corvette attempting to escape. As he watched the destruction notification on the screen, he tightened his grip on the fuzzy wristband, filled with confidence. In this battle, he shot down 3 small ships and had grown into a qualified artilleryman. The battle lasted for 2 hours, completely destroying the hidden base of the Black Blade Mercenary Corps. The core area of the base ignited in fierce flames, the metallic shell twisting and deforming under high temperatures. The arsenal and biological virus laboratory were destroyed, and the pale green virus liquid quickly dissipated in the starry sky. Thanks to the protective agents developed by Dr. Thorne, no crew member was infected. The fleet began to clear the battlefield, the mechanical arm of the Hound retrieving the database from the Black Blade's command center, which contains substantial evidence of collusion between the Federal expansionists and the Black Blade, records of weapon transactions, biological virus development agreements, and border resource plundering plans, even some design blueprints of the Federal Black Crow project. Captain, the database has been successfully hacked. It contains deployment intelligence of the Federal secret fleet. They have already left the Core Star region and are expected to arrive at the border in 5 days. Alan's voice was filled with excitement, and the core objective of the Black Crow project: to control all Star Marrow alloy veins at the border and eliminate all opposing forces, including us. Lin Mo looked at the solid evidence, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. This information would become an important bargaining chip for the Free Fleet against the Federal expansionists. He ordered the fleet will rest for 2 hours, collect all usable supplies and equipment, then return to the mineral vein base. We must prepare for the Federal secret fleet's arrival. During the rest period, the crew went about their tasks. Carl and Alan led the engineering team to dismantle the Federal-style equipment from the Black Blade ships, attempting to decipher the technology within. Dr. Thorne's medical team checked the battlefield to ensure no biological virus hazards were overlooked. Lily led the logistics crew to gather usable energy crystals and supplies. Tim and Leo sat by the observation port of the Dawn, watching the burning base in the distance and engaging in simple conversation. Tim, do you think we can win against the Federal secret fleet? Leo's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Tim looked at him, his gaze firm. As long as we unite, leverage our technological advantages, and prepare thoroughly, we will definitely win. Look, we've come a long way from T1 class gunboats, overcoming so many challenges. Haven't we made it through? He patted Leo's shoulder. Trust the captain, trust ourselves. Leo nodded heavily, his doubts gradually dissipating. He looked at the majestic hull of the Dawn, at the busy and resolute crew members around him, feeling a strong sense of belonging. This was his battlefield, his home. 2 hours later, the fleet set off on the return journey. The cargo hold of the Dawn was filled with seized Federal equipment and data hard drives, which would become key to the Free Fleet breaking through technological bottlenecks and opposing the Federation. Lin Mo stood before the observation window of the bridge, watching the dark nebula gradually recede, fully aware that a greater storm was about to come. Yet he was not afraid. Having delved deeply over this period, the Free Fleet had already established a stable resource base, advanced T4 class warships, seamless teamwork, and ample logistical support. More importantly, they held the incriminating evidence against the Federal expansionists, occupying the moral and strategic high ground. On the journey through the Star River, every battle was a trial of growth, every reconnaissance a tactical foundation, and every interaction a binding of the team. In the battle to destroy the Black Blade base, the Free Fleet not only eliminated the immediate threat, but also grasped key leverage against the Federation, readying themselves for the upcoming battle against the Federal secret fleet. This battle would also become a crucial step for the Free Fleet transitioning from border power to regional core force. The return voyage of the Dawn T4 class was smooth and uneventful, the stellite alloy armor on both sides of its hull glinting with a cold, hard luster under the starlight. In the core laboratory, Carl, Allen, and Old Gray were gathered around a captured Federation pulse disruption cannon. A holographic projection disassembled the cannon's internal structure into countless components with pale blue annotation lines clearly delineating the energy transmission pathways. The Federation's pulse technology does have its unique merits. Carl, using a probe to adjust a resonant crystal made of stellite alloy, remarked with admiration, "The resonant frequency of this crystal can precisely match the inherent frequency of a ship's energy circuit. Once activated, it triggers circuit resonance, paralyzing weapon and shield systems." Alan adjusted his glasses, the analysis data of the resonant frequency synchronizing on his lenses, but its drawbacks are equally obvious. The crystal's energy tolerance is too low. Sustained operation beyond 10 minutes causes it to overheat and shatter. Furthermore, its targeting requires precise locking onto the target's energy signature. We can render it ineffective simply by adding a layer of random frequency interference film outside our shields. Old Gray, crouched beneath the cannon, tapped the energy output port with his finger. More importantly, its energy consumption is immense. A T3 class cruiser can only mount 2 of these, and they cannot be activated simultaneously. We can develop a targeted anti-pulse interference device using the stable energy of star core crystals to neutralize its resonant waves. The 3 had a clear division of labor. Carl was responsible for disassembling the core components of the pulse disruption cannon and extracting the material data of the resonant crystal. Alan programmed the control system for the anti-pulse interference device and designed the parameters for the random frequency interference film. Old Gray led the structural design of the anti-pulse interference device using newly refined high-purity stellite alloy from the mines to fabricate the core components. On the corridor outside the lab, Leo walked by carrying a toolbox. He couldn't help but stop when he saw the 3 of them busily working. Carl looked up and saw him, waving him over. "Leo, come here and help me take this crystal to the examination room for material analysis." Leo immediately entered, carefully took the resonant crystal, held the toolbox with both hands, and quickly walked towards the examination room. Tim happened to pass by and, seeing his meticulous demeanor, said with a smile, "You're looking more and more like a professional engineer now. Study hard under Mr. Carl, and you'll become the fleet's technical backbone." Leo's cheeks flushed slightly, and he nodded firmly. "I will, brother Tim." In the examination room, Leo followed Carl's instructions and placed the resonant crystal into the spectrum analyzer. As the instrument activated, a pale purple beam scanned the crystal's surface, and a detailed material composition table quickly appeared on the screen. Stellite alloy 68, Federation-specific holmium crystal 22, other rare metals 10. He sent the analysis results to Carl and was about to leave when he saw Alan debugging the virtual model of the anti-pulse interference device. "Mr. Alan, can this interference device really block the Federation's pulse attacks?" Leo asked curiously. Alan turned his head and patiently explained. "Its principle is to release an energy field with a frequency opposite to the pulse wave, neutralizing the resonance effect. Look here," he pointed to the core module on the model. "We use star core crystals as the energy source. It can quickly adjust its output frequency to counter different pulse attacks." Leo was fascinated and couldn't help but offer his own idea. "If we coat the armor surface with the interference film and combine it with the device, wouldn't the defensive effect be even better?" A flicker of surprise passed through Alan's eyes, and then he smiled. "That's an excellent idea. Stellite alloy armor itself has a certain shielding effect. Adding the interference film provides dual protection. Even the Federation's new pulse cannons would find it very difficult to penetrate." He patted Leo on the shoulder. "Good thinking. If you have an idea, speak up boldly. Technology advances through continuous innovation." When the fleet returned to the mine base, the crew who had stayed behind were already waiting in the docking area. As soon as Old Gray's holographic image appeared on the Dawn's bridge, he asked impatiently, "How are the captured Federation devices? Did you find the key technology for the Black Crow project?" "We've made significant gains," Lin Mo replied with a smile. "Not only have we cracked the technology of the pulse disruption cannon, but we also found partial design blueprints for the Federation's T3. 5 class cruiser, including their shield generation algorithm and main cannon energy optimization scheme." In the shipyard, crew members were embracing and greeting each other. Lily pushed a food cart offering freshly baked stargrain bread and Starwool beast meat cans to the returning crew. "You've worked hard on the journey. Come try my new meat cans. I added spices, the flavor is much better than before." Dr. San led the medical team in conducting simple checkups on the crew. Everyone's physical condition is good. No signs of viral infection. However, after prolonged high-intensity combat, some crew members need rest and recovery. I've arranged rest cabins for everyone to take turns recuperating. The base was developing rapidly. The automated mining equipment in the mineral vein had been optimized, now capable of refining 30 tons of pure stellite alloy daily. The stargrain crops in the planting area and the starwool beasts in the breeding area were steadily increasing, achieving 90 food self-sufficiency for the base. In the newly built large laboratory, Carl and Alan led the technical team fully dedicated to developing the anti-pulse interference device and a new shield system. Over the next 10 days, the base entered a state of full combat readiness. Carl and Alan successfully developed the anti-pulse interference device, installing it in the core areas of every ship, while also coating the armor of all vessels with a random frequency interference film. Old Gray led his team using the design blueprints of the Federation cruiser to optimize the shield generation algorithm of the Dawn, boosting shield strength by 20 and greatly enhancing anti-pulse capability. Renaud led the fleet in targeted tactical drills simulating the attack patterns of the Federation fleet and formulated a tactical plan of luring the enemy in deep for a concentrated strike. On the training ground, Leo's performance was increasingly outstanding. He not only mastered the operation techniques of the Dawn's main cannons, but also learned simple ship repair and equipment debugging under Carl's guidance. Leo, you are now capable of independently handling the operation and maintenance of a main cannon, Carl said to him. For this upcoming battle against the Federation fleet, you will serve as the main gunner for the Dawn. Do your best. Leo was too excited to speak, merely nodding emphatically. He knew this was Carl's recognition of him a testament. Lily's logistical support work was also thriving. She led her logistics team processing large quantities of star grain into compressed nutrient bars and flour, and turning starwool beast meat into cans and jerky stored in the warehouses of various ships. She also established an emergency supply depot in the base, stockpiling enough energy crystals, repair materials, and medical supplies to sustain the fleet for 3 months. Dr. Son, these are the newly made first aid kits. They contain bioregeneration, gel, hemostatic spray, and antidote. Every ship is equipped with 50 of them. Lily handed a supply manifest to Dr. Son. Additionally, I've prepared a large quantity of Stellan nutrient fluid. It can quickly replenish the crew's stamina and is suitable for consumption during battle intervals. Dr. Son took the manifest and nodded with satisfaction. Lily, your logistical support is impeccable. With you, we can fight on the battlefield without any worries. In the command center, Lin Mo was reviewing intelligence on the Federation's secret fleet transmitted by the Fox Hunt. Mark, piloting the scout ship deep into Federation border space, had successfully obtained the detailed composition of the Federation fleet: 5 T3, 5 class cruisers, 10 T3 class destroyers, 15 T2 class frigates, and 2 supply ships. The fleet commander was a stalwart of the Federation expansionist faction, Bruce Cohen. This man was known for his ruthless combat style and expertise in using technological advantages to suppress opponents. The Federation fleet is 48 hours away from us, advancing at a steady pace with no obvious tactical. Ella projected the Federation fleet's course data onto the holographic star map. Mark reports that the Federation flagship, the Black Eagle, is equipped with a new heavy pulse cannon. Its power is 3 times greater than the pulse disruption cannon we captured, capable of simultaneously paralyzing the energy systems of multiple ships. Lin Mo's brow furrowed. The threat of the heavy pulse cannon was not to be underestimated. A direct hit would severely impact the fleet's combat effectiveness. Carl, can our anti-pulse interference device withstand the heavy pulse cannon? Theoretically, yes, but Carl's holographic image appeared on the screen. We can conduct a simulation test using the captured pulse disruption cannon, adjusting the interference device's output frequency to ensure it can effectively neutralize the heavy pulse cannon's resonant waves. The simulation test was conducted at the base's firing range. Carl tripled the power of the captured pulse disruption cannon to simulate the Federation's heavy pulse cannon. Alan operated the Dawn's anti-pulse interference device, adjusting the output frequency. When the pulse cannon fired a pale purple interference wave, the anti-pulse interference device instantly released an energy field of the opposite frequency. The 2 energy fields collided in midair, neutralizing each other. The Dawn's energy circuits showed no fluctuation whatsoever. Test successful, Alan shouted excitedly. The anti-pulse interference device can effectively withstand attacks from the heavy pulse cannon. Even at triple power, it cannot paralyze our energy systems. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, a weight lifted from his mind. Renaud, adjust the tactical deployment. The Fox Hunt will continue covert reconnaissance, transmitting the Federation fleet's movements in real time. The Dawn will serve as the core, engaging the Federation flagship, the Black Eagle Hedon. The Thunder and the Nebula will be responsible for containing the Federation's cruisers. The Gale, the Dawnbreaker, and the 4 Sentry frigates will form a flanking defensive circle to prevent the Federation fleet from outflanking and ambushing us. All defense turrets at the mine base will be activated to coordinate with the fleet. Acknowledged. Renaud immediately began adjusting the defensive formation. On the holographic star map, the positions of the various ships changed rapidly, forming a tight defensive network. On the last day before the battle, the base was enveloped in tranquility. Some crew members were organizing their equipment, others were resting and recuperating, and still others were discussing tactics with their teammates. Carl and Alan were in the lab performing final adjustments on the anti-pulse interference device. Lily was busy in the kitchen preparing a sumptuous final dinner for the crew before the fight. Dr. Son was in the medical center checking emergency equipment and medications, ensuring everything was foolproof. Lin Mo stood on the bridge of the Dawn gazing at the coordinates of the Federation fleet on the holographic star map, his heart filled with resolve. As night fell, the crew gathered together in the base's recreation area enjoying a hearty dinner. Lily had prepared Starwool Beast roast star grain salad, a fruit platter, and a low-alcohol brew made from star grain. Tomorrow is the big battle. Everyone eat well and build up your strength. Win this fight and well establish a firm foothold in the border star region. Lily raised her glass and declared loudly, "Defeat the Federation. Protect the base." The crew responded in unison, raising their glasses, and Tim walked over to Leo and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't be nervous about tomorrow's battle. Trust yourself, trust your teammates. We will win." Leo nodded and raised his glass. "Brother Tim, Mr. Carl, Mr. Alan, thank you for your guidance and help. I will perform well in the battle and not let everyone down." Lin Mo looked at his united crew, his heart filled with warmth. This was no longer just a simple battle fleet, it felt more like a loving, close-knit family. Everyone was striving towards a common goal, trusting and supporting each other. This cohesion was more powerful than any advanced warship or technology. The next morning, the Federation's secret fleet appeared in the outer star region of the mine base. Inside the bridge of the Dawn, Lin Mo ordered, "All ships enter level 1 combat readiness. Activate anti-pulse interference devices. Raise shields to full power. Begin main cannon charging." Acknowledged. The responses from each ship's captain were unified and resolute. In the starry void, the Dawn's 4T4 class main cannons charged simultaneously, pale blue energy beams coalescing within the barrels like swords poised to strike. The Thunder and the Nebula flanked it on either side, their main cannons trained on the Federation's cruisers. The Gale, the Dawnbreaker, and the Sentry frigates formed a flanking defensive circle, their point defense cannons ready to fire at a moment's notice. The Federation fleet's flagship, the Black Eagle, fired first. Its heavy pulse cannon released a pale purple interference wave streaking directly towards the Dawn. "Activate anti-pulse interference device. Activate interference film," Alan shouted. The Dawn's shield instantly glowed with a pale blue light. The interference wave collided with the anti-pulse energy field, neutralizing each other, causing no impact on the ship whatsoever. The Federation fleet didn't expect us to withstand the pulse attack. Their formation is in chaos. Ella's voice came through. "Now is the time. Open fire," Lin Mo ordered. The Dawn's main cannons fired simultaneously. Pale blue energy beams precisely struck the Black Eagle's shields, causing them to flare with a harsh red light, their strength dropping by 15. The Thunder and the Nebula opened fire simultaneously. Energy beams and torpedoes rained down like a storm. One of the Federation's cruisers was hit in its engine by a torpedo, instantly losing power and drifting in the starry void. The battle had officially begun. Energy beams, torpedoes, and pulse waves interweaved across the starry sky, the flashes of explosions flaring one after another. Leo, manning the Dawn's main cannon, precisely locked onto Federation ships. Each shot found its mark, his face brimming with confidence. Carl and Alan in the engineering bay monitored the ship's energy and defense systems in real time, adjusting parameters promptly to ensure the ship's stable operation. Lily in the base's logistics center directed the logistics crew to resupply the various ships with materials and energy. Dr. San's medical team was on standby, ready to receive any wounded crew members. The base's defense turrets also joined the fray, their dense energy beams forming a network of fire that blocked the Federation fleet's advances. The battle raged on for an entire day, with both sides trading blows, each achieving some success. Although the Federation fleet's heavy pulse cannons were powerful, they struggled to be effective against the Free Fleet's dual-layer defenses. The Free Fleet, leveraging the Dawn's formidable firepower, seamless tactical coordination, and ample logistical support, gradually gained the upper hand. By evening, the Federation fleet's offensive began to wane. Of their 5 class cruisers, 3 were destroyed and 2 were heavily damaged and retreating. More than half of the 10 T3 class destroyers were lost. Only 5 of the 15 T2 class frigates remained incapable of mounting an effective attack. The Federation fleet is beginning to retreat. "Should we pursue?" Renaud asked. "No pursuit necessary," Lin Mo shook his head. "Our objective is to defend the base and the mines, not to annihilate the Federation fleet. Have the Fox Hunt track their movements and gather more intelligence. The rest of the fleet returns to base for rest and repairs." Under the setting sun, the mine base returned to tranquility. The hull of the Dawn was scarred with the marks of battle, yet it remained majestic and imposing. The crew members' faces were etched with fatigue, but they were radiant with the smiles of victory. Leo looked at his own performance panel. He had shot down 3 Federation ships, and his heart swelled with. Standing on the bridge of the Dawn, Lin Mo watched the retreating forms of the Federation fleet in the distant starry sky. He knew in his heart that this battle was merely the beginning of the conflict between the Free Fleet and the Federation expansionists. But he felt no fear, for he had the most loyal crew, the most powerful fleet, the most secure base, and the most abundant logistical support. In the dock of the mining base, faint blue maintenance beams interwove to envelop the hull of the Dawn T4 class. Carl, dressed in a work suit covered in star essence alloy powder, squatted beside the main cannon's barrel, meticulously grinding away scratches left from battle with a special grinding machine. The faint blue energy patterns on the barrel's surface showed slight cracks due to the impact. He needed to carefully fill them with high-purity star essence alloy solder to ensure the energy conduction remained unaffected. Mr. Carl, this scratch is too deep. The solder filling might affect the energy flow rate. Leo squatted nearby, holding an energy conduction tester with an image of the barrel's internal structure displayed on the screen. After the battle with the Federation fleet, he could now independently perform basic equipment inspections, his eyes reflecting less naivety and more professionalism. Without lifting his head, Carl replied, "Using a high-frequency oscillator to assist with the welding will allow the solder to completely merge with the barrel's metal, ensuring the flow rate is unaffected." He handed over a compact oscillator. "You operate it, set the frequency to 500 Hz, and maintain a stable output." Leo took the device, took a deep breath, and pressed the start button. The high-frequency oscillation passed through the welding gun to the solder, causing the star essence alloy solder to melt instantly, flowing evenly along the scratch and perfectly adhering to the barrel. Carl inspected the welding area with a probe, nodding with satisfaction. "Not bad, the weld is smooth with no bubbles. It's even better than the first time I did it." Alan approached, pushing a portable terminal, the screen displaying the shield data of the Federation's Black Hawk. "Carl, we analyzed the shield algorithm of the Federation cruiser and found a vulnerability in their energy distribution. When facing multidirectional attacks, the shield strength on the sides and rear decreases by 20. We can optimize the targeting logic of the Dawn's main cannon to prioritize attacks on this weak point." "Is there such good news?" Carl set down his tools and leaned closer to the screen. "Then let's implant this logic into the main cannon's fire control system, combining it with our composite energy cannon. Next time we encounter a Federation ship, we can enhance our shield breaking speed." The two squatted in front of the terminal, their fingers flying across the keyboard as they modified the targeting program. Leo quietly observed nearby, occasionally helping them pass tools and record parameters, occasionally asking a few naive yet insightful questions that Alan patiently answered, while Carl was no longer as serious as before and occasionally supplemented with key knowledge points. Outside the dock, Lily was directing the logistics crew to construct a new materials warehouse. With the increasing reserves of star essence alloy, the original warehouse was no longer sufficient. She specially designed a warehouse equipped with an energy temperature control system to maintain the stability of the alloy ingot's performance. "Reinforce this support frame a bit more. The star essence alloy is very heavy and cannot be treated carelessly," she said, seriously leaning against the alloy framework. As Dr. Thorne passed by, he saw Lily drenched in sweat and handed her a bottle of star wheat juice. "Take a break. No matter how urgent the logistics work, you must take care of your health." He looked at the warehouse being built. These star essence alloys are the foundation of the fleet. Taking good care of them is a significant contribution. Lily took the juice, took a sip, and smiled. "Thank you, Dr. Thorne. These alloys can be used to build more warships to protect everyone, and my fatigue is worth it." She pointed to the nearby planting area. "The newly cultivated star wheat has already blossomed. We will be able to harvest it in 10 days. At that time, I'll send some fresh ones to the medical center to replenish the wounded's nutrition." On the training ground, Reno was leading the crew in post-battle review training. He pulled up the tactical images of the Federation fleet, pointing out the issues exposed by the Free Fleet during the battle. When responding to the Federation's flanking tactics, our flank defense reacted too slowly and nearly allowed them to break through. In the upcoming training, we will focus on practicing rapid formation changes and coordinated defense. Tame led the artillery group in specialized training targeting the weaknesses of the Federation's shields. He controlled the simulated main cannon, accurately locking onto the virtual target's side and rear. When the energy beam struck, the virtual shield shattered instantly. Remember this angle. In actual combat, as long as you lock onto this position, even the shields of a T-3-5 class cruiser can be pierced with 3 shots, Tame told his team members. Lin Mo stood at the edge of the training ground, watching the crew train diligently, feeling a bit relieved. He walked over to Reno and handed him a bottle of water. "You've worked hard during this time. The crew's tactical understanding has improved rapidly. The main reason is that the fleet's hardware capability has improved. With the Dawn's firepower and defense being strong enough, the crew has the confidence to perform." Reno took a sip of water, looking towards the dock. "The technical support from Carl and Alan is crucial. That reverse pulse jammer made a significant contribution this time." Just then, Ella's communicator suddenly rang. "Captain, the Fox Hunt has sent back urgent intelligence. Mark has discovered a secret supply point on the retreat route of the Federation fleet, containing a large number of energy crystals and weapon parts with weak guarding forces. Only 2 T2 class frigates." Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. "A supply point from the Federation is a resource delivered to the Free Fleet. Reno, take the Thunder and Dawn to the supply point to seize resources. The Fox Hunt is responsible for guidance and reconnaissance to avoid ambush, while we'll stay behind with the Dawn to prevent the Federation from returning. Understood. Reno immediately gathered the crew and prepared to depart. On the bridge of the Fox Hunt, Mark was staring at the image of the supply point on the screen. This supply point was built on the backside of an abandoned satellite with no apparent defensive facilities around. Only 2 frigates patrolling at low altitude. Captain, the energy crystal reserves at the supply point are substantial, at least 500 tons, enough for the fleet to use for 3 months. His voice was filled with excitement. Among the weapon parts there are also the Federation's latest pulse cannon shells. We can disassemble and study them. Proceed with caution, do not linger in battle, and retreat immediately after securing the resources. Lin Mo reminded. After Rena's fleet set out, the base's technical development continued unabated. Carl and Alan were in the laboratory using the confiscated Federation holmium crystals to improve the Dawn's main cannon. Holmium crystals can enhance the penetration power of energy beams. They mixed holmium crystal powder into star core energy, creating a holmium-enhanced energy beam, which after testing improved armor-piercing efficiency by 25. With this enhanced energy beam, even the Federation's T-4 class warship shields can be effectively pierced. Alan looked at the test data, his face filled with a sense of achievement. We can also modify the main cannons of the Thunder and Nebula, enhancing the firepower of the entire fleet. Carl nodded. Modifications will take time. Let's complete Dawn first and gradually upgrade the other. He picked up a piece of holmium crystal and inspected it under the light. This type of crystal is very rare, and the Federation's reserves aren't plentiful either. We need to use it sparingly and ideally find a vein to achieve self-sufficiency. Old Gray entered the laboratory holding a document on ancient technology. I discovered a crystal synthesis technology in the fragment information of the Starship Forger, which might allow us to synthesize holmium crystals artificially. However, it requires high-purity star core energy and a special reaction furnace. We can attempt to build a small synthesis device. The 3 immediately devoted themselves to developing the crystal synthesis apparatus. Carl was responsible for designing the structure of the reactor, using star essence alloy to build a high-temperature resistant furnace. Alan was writing the energy control program to ensure stable output of star core energy. Old Gray was leading the adjustment of the synthesis formula to determine the synthesis ratio of holmium crystals. 5 days later, Rena's fleet successfully returned to the base. The cargo holds of the Thunder and Dawn were filled with energy crystals and weapon parts, and Mark even brought back several complete pulse cannon shells. Captain, we secured all resources at the supply point without encountering an ambush. We only faced a small group of Federation reconnaissance ships on our way back, which we easily repelled. Reno reported, his face beaming with a smile. Carl and Alan immediately began disassembling the pulse cannon shells to extract the holmium components for the synthesis apparatus adjustment. Leo also joined in helping to clean the shells. His movements became increasingly skilled, even able to independently complete simple part classifications. Lily led the logistics crew to store the seized energy crystals in the newly built warehouse and organized the weapon parts, sending them to the laboratory for the technical team to study. These crystals have very high purity, even better than what we refined ourselves, saving us a lot of trouble, Lily said to Carl. I've reserved 100 tons for the laboratory, and the rest will be stored as emergency energy. That night at the base, the laboratory remained brightly lit. Carl, Alan, and Old Gray were conducting their first holmium crystal synthesis experiment. After starting the reactor, faint blue star core energy was injected into the furnace, mixing with other metal materials, creating a soft purple glow within. Temperature reached 1200 C, energy output stable, and the raw materials are beginning to fuse. Alan closely monitored the display screen. Estimated synthesis time is another 30 minutes. Lin Mo also arrived at the laboratory, quietly observing from the side. He watched the constantly changing materials in the furnace, filled with anticipation. If they could successfully synthesize holmium crystals, the Free Fleet would be able to break free from dependence on confiscated resources, and weapon upgrades would not face restrictions. 30 minutes later, the synthesis experiment was successfully completed. After the reactor cooled down, Carl opened the furnace door, revealing several pieces of pale purple crystals, precisely holmium crystals. Purity reached 92, comparable to the Federation's natural holmium crystals. Carl exclaimed excitedly, holding up a crystal that shimmered softly under the light. Alan immediately tested the crystal. The data showed that the performance of the synthesized holmium crystal was essentially the same as that of the natural holmium, making it perfectly suitable for the main cannon modifications. We did it. We can finally synthesize holmium crystals independently. Alan's voice was filled with excitement. Lin Mo patted the shoulders of the 3, his tone firm. Excellent. This is another breakthrough for the fleet's technology. Next, we must expand the synthesis scale and complete the main cannon modifications for all ships as soon as possible. At the same time, we must strengthen reconnaissance on the Federation's movements. They will not rest easy. and we must prepare for a larger-scale offensive. Just then, the Fox Hunt transmitted intelligence again. Captain, the Federation expansion faction has dispatched more fleets to the Border Star region. This scale is 3 times that of the last time, and they have also united with a small fleet of odd-stone symbiotic entities expected to arrive in a week. The atmosphere in the laboratory instantly became tense. The addition of the odd-stone symbiotic entities complicated the situation. However, looking at the synthesized holmium crystals in his hand and the core members around him brimming with fighting spirit, Lin Mo felt no fear. In the dock, the main cannon modification work of the Dawn had already begun. On the training ground, the intensity of the crew's training was once again raised. In the planting area, Lily's star wheat was about to be harvested. In the medical center, Dr. Thorne was stocking up on more emergency supplies. The Free Fleet was preparing in its own way to face the impending storm. In the starry sky, the silhouette of the Fox Hunt again slipped into the darkness to continue scouting the Federation fleet's movements. Meanwhile, in the base's laboratory, the first self-synthesized holmium crystal was loaded into the energy chamber of the Dawn, where pale purple light intertwined with faint blue star core energy, exuding an awe-inspiring power. In the crystal synthesis workshop of the Vane base, 3 large-scale synthesis furnaces hummed steadily. The pale blue stellar core energy shone through the furnace walls, illuminating the molten metal churning within. Carl, wearing insulated gloves, opened the observation port of the first furnace. A pale purple holmium crystal embryo slowly coalesced within the molten liquid, its surface shimmering with a fine luster. The purity of the first batch of synthesized holmium crystals is 91.7, meeting the main cannon modification standards. Carl reported the data and signaled the engineering soldiers beside him to begin the cooling operation. Alan fine-tuned the energy output curve. The molten liquid fluctuation in the third furnace is a bit intense. Alan sat at the console, his fingers gliding swiftly over the virtual keyboard. The energy curve on the screen stabilized instantly. It's adjusted. I lowered the output frequency of the stellar core energy from 500 Hz to 480, controlling the fluctuation within 2. He turned to look at the other side of the workshop, where Leo was carefully removing the cooled holmium crystals from the molds alongside 2 engineering soldiers. Leo, inspect the edges and corners of the crystals for cracks or bubbles. Store any defective ones separately for secondary cannon modifications. Leo picked up a holmium crystal and examined it closely under strong light. The stellar alloy bracket at the edge still retained residual warmth. Mr. Alan, there's a tiny bubble on the side of this crystal. I've placed it in the red box. His gaze was focused, his fingertips tracing the crystal's surface, able to discern the flaw precisely. This was the crystal flaw detection technique Carl had specifically trained him in, and after dozens of practice sessions he had mastered it. Outside the workshop, Old Gray was leading the technical team to set up a 4th synthesis furnace. The new furnace body used high-purity stellar alloy recently refined from the Vane, with the wall thickness increased to 0.8 meters, capable of withstanding higher synthesis temperatures and boosting mass production efficiency by 30. Carl, the energy interface of the new furnace uses your improved design with 5 lower conduction loss, Old Gray said, tapping the furnace body. It's expected to be operational by tomorrow, producing 80 kilograms of holmium crystals daily, enough to modify the main cannons of 2 ships simultaneously. Carl walked over and tightened the fixing bolts at the interface with a wrench. Pay attention to the furnace's cooling cycle. The cooling rate after holmium crystal synthesis mustn't be too fast, or it can easily cause internal stress affecting energy conduction. He pointed to the newly installed cooling pipes. Keep the circulating water at a constant 45 C and extend the cooling time to 4 hours. The 2 crouched by the furnace, discussing the storage methods for holmium crystals. Old Gray was concerned about oxidation from prolonged exposure to air. Carl proposed wrapping them in a protective film formed by stellar core energy. They ultimately decided to make sealed stellar alloy storage boxes, injecting a trace of stellar core energy inside to ensure the holmium crystal's stable performance. In the base's dockyard, the main cannon modification work on the Thunderbolt had commenced. Mechanical arms removed the original energy conduits and replaced them with new holmium-enhanced ones. Pale purple holmium crystal modules were embedded into the main cannon's energy slots, linking with the stellar core energy source. Main cannon modification on the Thunderbolt complete. Beginning charge test. The engineering team leader pressed the start button. A pale purple energy beam howled forth, striking a distant test target. The target was instantly pierced with a half-meter diameter hole, the armor-penetrating effect a full 30 greater than before. Lily led the logistics team, bringing chilled Starspike wheat smoothies and energy bars to the engineering soldiers in the dockyard. It's so hot, everyone make sure to hydrate. Don't get heat stroke. She handed a smoothie to Leo. You push yourself too hard, child. Your gloves are worn through. She pulled a new pair of Starfur beast wool gloves from her pocket. These are more durable and absorb sweat. Change into them quickly. Leo took the gloves, feeling the soft texture against his fingertips, a warmth spreading in his heart. Thank you, Sister Lily. He'll be more careful next time. He looked down at his old gloves. The palms were indeed worn through, with several small holes, marks left from days of moving holmium crystals and installing modules. Dr. Thorne also arrived at the dockyard to conduct simple health checks on the engineering soldiers. He scanned a soldier's wrist with a portable detector. Body temperature 37. 8°C, slight heat stroke. Rest in a shaded area for half an hour and drink some cooling nutrient fluid. He turned to Lily. Could you prepare more cooling supplies? The temperatures near the synthesis furnaces and dockyard are too high, or prolonged work can easily lead to heat stroke. It's already arranged. I've had the kitchen cook some star spike wheat and mung bean soup. It'll be sent over soon along with cooling patches and balm. Lily nodded in response. If the medical center needs anything, just let me know. On the training ground, Reno was leading the crew in tactical drills against the joint fleet. In the holographic projection, the Federation's cruiser group and the Oddstone symbiotes' crystal warships formed a mixed formation. The former excelled in long-range pulse attacks, while the latter could release energy shields, coordinating to create a tight offensive and defensive system. The Oddstone symbiotes' crystal warships have extremely strong defenses. Standard energy cannons struggle to penetrate them. Their crystal cluster ray can instantly melt alloy armor. Reno pointed at the projection. Our tactic is the Dawn uses its holmium-enhanced main cannon to prioritize destroying the crystal warship's energy cores. The Thunderbolt and Nebula will be responsible for pinning down the Federation cruisers, cutting off their support. The Foxhunt will use its speed advantage to disrupt the crystal warship's shield generators. Tam led the artillery team in specialized training targeting the energy core positions of the crystal warships. On the virtual target, the core area of the crystal warship was marked in red. Tam manipulated the main cannon, adjusting the output ratio of holmium energy. The weakness of the crystal core is the energy conduit interface at the bottom. Using a ratio of 70 stellar core energy and 30 holmium energy will maximize the armor-penetrating effect. During a training break, Leo approached Tam with a notebook to ask a question. Brother Tam, the crystal warship's shields can reflect energy attacks. How do we prevent our main cannon's energy from being bounced back? Tam pulled out a tactical tablet and brought up the reflection principle of the crystal shields. Their shields can only reflect energy of a single frequency. Before we fire the main cannon, we add a 0.5-second frequency hop to bypass the reflective defense. Alan has already integrated this program into the fire control system. During actual combat, just press the attack button. Lin Mo stood in the command center observing the latest reconnaissance data transmitted back by the Foxhunt. Mark piloted the reconnaissance ship, venturing deep into the assembly area of the Federation and Oddstone symbiotes joint fleet. He captured clear formation images: 15 Federation T3, 5 class cruisers, 20 T3 class destroyers, 10 Oddstone symbiotes, T3 class crystal warships, and 5 large supply ships. The fleet's scale far exceeded the last one. The flagship was the Federation's Grey Eagle, T4 class cruiser equipped with 2 heavy pulse main cannons and 1 crystal cluster ray cannon, the core combat power of the joint fleet. The joint fleet is 96 hours away from us. They are conducting tactical drills. The coordination between the crystal warships and the Federation cruisers is becoming increasingly proficient. Ellis superimposed the formation data onto the holographic star chart. Mark also discovered that the Oddstone symbiotes' crystal warships can provide additional energy shields for Federation vessels. When stacked, the defense strength is increased by 50. Lin Mo's finger lightly tapped on the star chart, sketching a defensive line. Reno adjusts the tactical deployment. Move the Gale and Dawnbreaker to the flanks, focusing on intercepting the crystal warship support. The Dawn will concentrate its fire on the Grey Eagle. Taking out their flagship will disrupt the entire formation. Carl, can the Dawn's holmium main cannon be boosted further? In the engineering bay, Carl was installing a second holmium crystal module onto the Dawn's main cannon. Yes, we can increase the main cannon's energy output power to 110. With dual holmium modules, the armor-penetrating efficiency can be increased by another 10. However, sustained fire cannot exceed 8 shots or the energy core will overload. He paused. I've already installed an emergency cooling system that can rapidly cool down during an overload. The risk is controllable. Alan added, I have optimized the frequency hopping program in the fire control system. Based on the reflection characteristics of the crystal shields, I've set up 3 different hopping modes, achieving a shield-breaking success rate of over 90. He brought up a virtual simulation. We can also use anti-pulse jammers to disrupt the energy supply of Federation ships, preventing their shields from stacking stably. Over the next 4 days, the base entered a feverish state of combat preparation. In the crystal synthesis workshop, 4 synthesis furnaces ran day and night. The holmium crystal stockpile quickly exceeded 300 kilograms, enough to complete the main cannon modifications for all ships. In the dockyard, the modifications for the Nebula, Gale, and Dawnbreaker were completed one after another. Each ship's main cannon was fitted with holmium modules, and the secondary cannons were also upgraded. On the training ground, the crew repeatedly drilled tactical responses against the joint fleet, refining every aspect from formation coordination to emergency repairs. Lily's logistics team was busier than ever. She led the crew in processing Starspike wheat into compressed nutrient supplements and cooling smoothies, and Starfur beast meat into high-calorie canned goods, storing them in the warehouses of each ship. She also set up temporary supply points around the base, stocking ample energy crystals and repair materials for quick replenishment during battle. In the medical center, Dr. Thorne led his team in preparing a large quantity of first aid kits, burn ointments, and antidotes, and had specifically developed an effective remedy for burns caused by crystal cluster rays. On the final night before the battle, the base's lights never went out. Carl and Alan were in the Dawn's engineering bay making final adjustments to the main cannon. Once the dual holmium modules were activated, a pale purple energy beam coalesced within the cannon barrel, its power awe-inspiring. Leo sat in the main gunner's seat, repeatedly familiarizing himself with the frequency hopping operation procedure, his fingertips rubbing against the control stick, feeling the touch of the new equipment. Lily delivered a bowl of hot Starspike wheat porridge and Starfur beast meat jerky to every crew member, urging them to rest well and conserve their energy. Lin Mo stood by the observation window in the command center, gazing at the approaching joint fleet's coordinates in the starry sky. The Source Star Atlas system in his palm grew slightly warm, as if sensing the impending great battle. The next morning, the joint fleet's silhouette appeared in the outer star zone of the Vane base. The Federation's flagship Grey Eagle led the charge, its two heavy pulse main cannons glowing with a pale purple light. The Oddstone Symbiote's crystal warships flanked it on both sides, the crystalline patterns on their hulls shimmering with a cold blue light. All ships enter first-level combat readiness. Charge holmium main cannons. Activate antipulse jammers. Raise shields to full power. Lin Mo's voice echoed through the communicator across all vessels. The Dawn's four dual holmium main cannons lit up simultaneously. Pale purple energy beams like four sharp swords pointed straight at the Grey Eagle's energy core. The main cannons of the Thunderbolt and Nebula also completed charging, targeting the Federation cruisers on the flanks. The Gale and Dawnbreaker maneuvered to the rear flanks of the crystal warships, preparing to sever their energy link with the Federation vessels. The Grey Eagle fired first. Its heavy pulse main cannons unleashed two thick pale purple interference waves hurtling straight towards the Dawn. Antipulse jammers at full power. Initiate frequency hopping. Alan shouted. The Dawn's shield instantly shimmered with a pale blue light. The interference wave and the antipulse energy field collided, neutralizing each other without causing any effect on the ship. The Oddstone Symbiote's crystal warships simultaneously released crystal cluster rays. Pale blue ray beams fell like a torrential downpour, striking the Thunderbolt shield. The shield strength instantly dropped by 18. Thunderbolt shields damaged. Requesting support. Captain Patton's voice came through. Dawn, redirect main cannons. Attack the crystal warship on the left. Lin Mo ordered. A pale purple energy beam howled forth, precisely hitting the energy core interface of the crystal warship. The crystalline patterns on the hull instantly dimmed, and its shield shattered with a loud crash. The battle had officially begun. Pale purple holmium energy beams, pale blue crystal cluster rays, and dark red pulse interference waves intertwined across the starry expanse, explosions flaring one after another. Leo, manning the Dawn's main cannon, precisely locked onto each target. The frequency hopping program flawlessly bypassed the crystal shield's reflection, and every energy beam dealt effective damage. In the engineering bay, Carl monitored the energy core's load in real time. Whenever the main cannon fired consecutively, he immediately activated the emergency cooling system to ensure the ship's stable operation. At the base's logistics center, Lily directed the crew to deliver energy crystals and repair materials to damaged ships, while Dr. Thorne's medical team stood by ready to receive wounded crew members. The Grey Eagle's crystal cluster ray cannon suddenly turned, striking the Nebula's stern. The armor was instantly melted into a large hole, exposing the energy conduits. Nebula stern damaged. Energy leak. The Nebula's captain's voice was urgent. Initiate emergency repairs immediately. Use stellar alloy repair kits to seal the breach. Carl shouted. The Nebula's engineering soldiers acted at once, covering the breach with a prefabricated stellar alloy patch and activating a high-frequency welder. The patch fused with the hull in an instant, successfully stopping the energy leak. Lin Mo surveyed the battlefield, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Reno, lead the Dawnbreaker to circle behind the Grey Eagle and attack its thrusters with armor-piercing torpedoes. Roger. The Dawnbreaker's engines roared at full power, quickly maneuvering behind the Grey Eagle and launching 6 armor-piercing torpedoes. The torpedoes, trailing pale blue tails, precisely struck the Grey Eagle's thrusters. The explosive shockwave blasted the thrusters into fragments, reducing the Grey Eagle's speed by 50 instantly. Dawn, full attack on the Grey Eagle's energy core. Lin Mo ordered. The 4 dual holmium main cannons fired simultaneously. Pale purple energy beams struck the Grey Eagle's core area continuously. Its shields shattered layer by layer until a beam finally pierced through, triggering a chain of explosions within the hull. With the loss of their flagship, the joint fleet's formation instantly fell into chaos. The coordination between the Federation cruisers and the Crystal warships was broken. The Crystal warships' energy shields could no longer stack stably, and the Federation ships' pulse attacks were effectively suppressed by the anti-pulse jammers. The Freedom Fleet seized the opportunity to launch a general assault. Enemy ships were shot down one after another, leaving the starry sky littered with broken hulls and burning wreckage. Leo, controlling the main cannon, shot down 2 Federation destroyers in a row. His face was covered in sweat, but his gaze was unwavering. He turned to look at Tam beside him, and they exchanged a smile, seeing the hope of victory in each other's eyes. The battle lasted until dusk. The joint fleet's offensive was completely broken. 10 of the 15 Federation cruisers were destroyed, and 5 retreated with heavy damage. Over half of the 20 destroyers were lost. 7 of the 10 Crystal warships were sunk, and the remaining 3 fled in panic alongside the Federation vessels. The Freedom Fleet also paid a price. The Nebula suffered severe damage to its stern. The Gale's shield generator was hit by a crystal cluster ray, and 3 crew members were injured. However, the fleet's overall combat capability remained intact. Carl and Alan were urgently repairing the Nebula's energy conduits, with Leo nearby handing them tools. The setting sun's rays streamed through the dockyard's observation port, casting light on their oil-stained faces, reflecting weary yet exhilarated smiles. Lily pushed a food cart into the dockyard, bringing everyone hot, nutritious porridge. "We won. Everyone eat something and get some good rest." Lin Mo stood on the Dawn's bridge, watching the retreating figures of the joint fleet. He did not order a pursuit. He knew this victory was only temporary. The Federation's expansionist faction would not give up, and the Oddstone symbiote would become more vigilant. But for now, he only wanted his crew to rest well and savor this hard-won victory. 10 days after the defeat of the combined fleet, the mineral vein base had completely shaken off the shadow of the morning sunlight filtered through the energy shield, casting a glow upon the newly repaired dock. The stern of the Nebula had been fitted with fresh star metal alloy armor, its pale gray hull shimmering with a soft luster under the sun. Carl crouched beside the armor joint, using a detector for the final inspection. The screen displayed perfect sealing data. Joint fit is 99.9. Energy conduction is flawless. "We can rest easy now." Carl stood up and dusted off his hand. Leo followed behind with a recording board, meticulously noting down each set of data. The scratching sound of the pen against the board was particularly clear in the quiet dock. "Mr. Carl, the purity of the newly synthesized holmium crystal yesterday exceeded 93. Leo handed over the recording board, which marked the latest synthesis data. "Mr. Allen said that if we raised the temperature of the synthesis furnace by another 50 degrees Celsius, the purity could increase further." Carl took the board, his brow slightly furrowed. "No excessive temperature will cause lattice defects within the holmium crystal. While it boosts short-term power, it becomes prone to fracturing with prolonged use." He led Leo toward the crystal synthesis workshop. "What we need is stable mass production, not the pursuit of extreme purity. 93 is already sufficient for T4 class main cannons. Safety is always the top priority." Inside the synthesis workshop, Alan was debugging a newly installed energy stabilizer. 3 synthesis furnaces were running simultaneously, with pale blue stellar core energy flowing steadily in the molten liquid inside the furnaces, showing no fluctuation. I added an energy guide plate made of star metal alloy to the synthesis furnace, which allows for uniform energy distribution. The purity stabilizes between 92 and 93, and the reject rate has dropped below 1. Carl peered through the observation port, watching the holmium crystals slowly coalesce inside the furnace, and nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. Now let's increase the mass production efficiency a bit more. I've designed a new mold that can synthesize 4 holmium crystals at once. You're responsible for optimizing the energy distribution program to ensure consistent purity across all 4 crystals." The two leaned over the console, discussing the virtual mold diagram. Leo stood by, watching their fingers rapidly tapping the keyboard and the constantly jumping parameters on the screen. He quietly jotted down the design principles of energy guide plates in his notebook. This was something he had been self-studying lately. Carl and Alan were always generous with their guidance, even sharing some basic design schematics with him. Outside the workshop, in the mineral vein mining area, upgrades to the automated equipment were underway. Old Gray led the engineering team, installing new crystal energy sensors on the robotic arms. These sensors were reverse engineered from dismantling the crystalline warships of the Strange Stone symbiote, capable of precisely locating star metal alloy or veins, boosting mining efficiency by 40. "Initiate the new sensor test." Old Gray pressed the control button. The sensor at the tip of the robotic arm lit up with a faint blue glow, moving nimbly through the rock layers, as if endowed with life, precisely locking onto the core of the vein. The sharp alloy drill bit descended smoothly, extracting chunks of or rich in star metal alloy. Sensor response time 0.3 seconds. Recognition accuracy 98. Perfect, the engineering team leader exclaimed excitedly. Old Gray patted the sensor housing with a smile. The star metal alloy patterns on the housing were designed by Carl. The base's living quarters were also quietly being renovated. Lily led the logistics crew in creating a small garden beside the recreation area, planting star petal flowers imported from the Vacalin Merchant Alliance. These flowers not only had a long blooming period, but their petals could also be refined into an essential oil that soothed the nerves, which Dr. Thorne said was very helpful for alleviating the crew's combat stress. Leo, come help me set up the trellis, Lily called out. Leo, who was recording data outside the workshop, immediately ran over and took the star metal alloy brackets she handed him. The brackets were very light, yet exceptionally sturdy, specially crafted by Carl from leftover materials. Sister Lily, how long until these flowers bloom? Leo asked while assembling the trellis. About half a month. Lily crouched down, carefully planting the seedlings into the soil. When they bloom, the entire recreation area will be fragrant. When everyone is tired from training or work, they can come here and sit for a while. It will lift their spirits. As she stood up, a bit of dirt clung to her forehead. Leo instinctively handed her a tissue. They exchanged a smile, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. In the planting area, Lily's new experiment had also made progress. She had crossbred star-ear wheat with a drought-resistant rockweed, cultivating a new crop called starweed algae. It not only shortened the growth cycle to 15 days, but could also thrive in poor soil, yielding twice as much as ordinary star-ear wheat. Dr. Thorne tested it and found that starweed algae was rich in protein and vitamins with nutritional value far surpassing previous crops. Dr. Thorne, look, this is the first batch of harvested starweed algae. The powder can be used to make bread porridge and even extracted for nutrient solutions. Lily walked into the medical center, holding a small bag of starweed algae powder. Dr. Thorne took the powder and placed it in the testing device. A nutritional composition table quickly appeared on the screen. Excellent. This crop can solve the problem of nutritional supply during long-term operations. Expand the planting area as soon as possible. The medical center needs a large amount of starweed algae nutrient solution to supplement the injured crew members. On the training ground, Rena's training methods had also seen new changes. In addition to regular tactical drills, he added a technical Hansen segment, allowing crew members to take turns learning basic skills like ship repair equipment, debugging, and crystal synthesis, aiming to cultivate versatile talents. In future battles, we need not only courage, but also technical knowledge. Reno stood on the training ground addressing the crew. Each of you must learn basic ship repair. If an engineer is injured in battle, you can step up to fill the role. Tim was explaining the maintenance techniques of the holmium crystal main cannon to the artillery team. He held a model of the main cannon, disassembling it to show the internal structure. This is the holmium crystal module. Check for cracks after each use. This is the energy conduit. Clean impurities inside regularly, or it will affect energy conduction. Leo listened with particular attention. Combining it with the knowledge he had gained in the workshop, he posed a question. Brother Tim, if a holmium crystal module develops tiny cracks, can we repair it with star metal alloy solder? Tim's eyes lit up. Of course, that's a great idea. But after repair, you must operate at reduced power and avoid the 110 overload mode. He patted Leo on the shoulder. Looks like you've learned quite a bit from Mr. Carl. In the command center, Lin Mo was discussing the base's long-term plans with the core members. On the holographic star chart, the scope of the mineral vein base was continuously expanding, with plans for new docks, research buildings, and storage warehouses appearing one by one. Now that we have a stable supply of star metal alloy and holmium crystals, we should start building a second T4 class battleship. Old Gray suggested. The new warship can incorporate more ancient technologies such as the crystal energy shield from the Starship Forger, which would give it defensive capabilities far exceeding those of the Dawn. Carl nodded in agreement. I already have a preliminary design. The new warship's main cannon can use a triple holmium crystal module, increasing power by 50. The energy core will use a composite structure of stellar core crystal and holmium crystal, doubling endurance. How long will the construction take? Lin Mo asked. If we go all out, we can complete the keel in 3 months and launch sea trials in 6 months. Carl replied, the biggest problem now is the shortage of engineers. We need to recruit more technical personnel. Alan adjusted his glasses. I can contact Ms. Kasha from the Vacalin Merchant Alliance to help post recruitment notices. There are many technical refugees from the Federation in the border sectors. They are dissatisfied with the expansionist faction's rule and are likely willing to join us. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before making a decision. Let's do it. Alan, you're in charge of contacting Ms. Kasha to recruit technical talent. Carl and Old Gray are responsible for the design and construction of the new warship, Reno will strengthen base security to prevent sneak attacks from the Federation or the Strange Stone symbiote. Lily will ensure logistical support for construction and planting. Dr. Thorne will handle the physical exams and psychological evaluations of new recruits. With tasks assigned, everyone focused on their duties. The base presented a scene of thriving activity. In the crystal synthesis workshop, the new 4-cavity mold was put into use, steadily increasing holmium crystal output. In the dock, keel materials for the new warship were being processed with star metal alloy plates cut into precise shapes. In the planting area, the cultivation of starweed algae was expanding, the lush green crops growing vigorously. In the recreation area, the star petal flowers had already sprouted buds ready to bloom in a few days. Leo also received his first independent task, maintaining the crystal energy sensors in the mineral vein mining area. Every day, he brought his tools to inspect the operational status of each sensor, cleaning off surface dust and/or debris and recording detailed operational data. When he encountered problems he couldn't solve, he would promptly consult Carl or Old Gray, each time learning new knowledge. One evening, while checking a sensor, Leo discovered an abnormal energy output. Following Carl's instructions, he opened the sensor housing and found a loose energy wire. He carefully reconnected the wire, secured it with star metal alloy solder, and restarted the sensor. Everything returned to normal. Carl happened to pass by and saw this, a gratified smile spreading across his face. Leo, you're getting better and better. You can handle minor faults independently now. Leo scratched his head a little sheepishly. It's all thanks to your teaching, Mr. Carl. In the path of technology, persistence and attention to detail are key. Carl patted him on the shoulder. In the future, when you face a problem, don't rush to ask for help. First, think it through yourself, consult the materials. Only ask if you really can't solve it. That's how you truly grow. As the sun set, the two stood side by side in the mining area, watching the robotic arms methodically extract ore. In the distance, the lights of the base flickered on one by one, and the stars in the sky twinkled faintly. Leo looked at Carl beside him, his heart filled with gratitude. If he hadn't joined the Free Fleet, he might still be an obscure, ordinary crew member. But now he was growing into a competent technician. The development of the base was like the stars in the sky, slow but steadily shining. New warships were being conceived, new talents were maturing, new crops were being harvested, and new hopes were rising. In the distant core sectors of the Federation, the leader of the Federation expansionist faction stared at the intelligence on the Free Fleet's development, a flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes. Within the Council of the Strange Stone symbiote, debates on whether to ally with the Federation once again were quietly taking place. But at this moment in the mineral vein base, no one paid much attention to these potential threats. The crew was immersed in the joy of construction and growth. They knew that as long as they steadily developed and continuously enhanced their strength, they would be able to face any challenge the future held. The star petal flowers were about to bloom, the new warship was about to commence construction. The future of the Free Fleet was slowly unfolding along its intended course. The newly completed research building at the vein base, clad in pale blue star marrow alloy, refracted a warm luster under the sunlight. In the crystal energy laboratory on the first floor, Carl and Alan were bustling around a waist-high shield simulator, at the center of which floated a layer of violet energy barrier, a prototype of the new crystal energy shield, an improvement upon the symbiotic crystal shield. Third test energy output at 30, a withstanding AET-3 class energy cannon strike. Alan pressed the control button and the test cannon on the simulator's side fired a pale blue energy beam that struck the violet shield. Ripples spread across the shield, and the energy intensity reading dropped by 12, but it did not shatter. Not bad, an 8 improvement in impact resistance over the last test. Carl stared at the monitor, his fingertip gliding across the virtual interface. But the energy consumption is still too high. Sustained operation for 1 hour requires 2 star core crystals, which doesn't meet the endurance requirements for the new warship. He pulled up the shield's energy circuit diagram. The problem lies in the crystal energy conversion efficiency. We need to add a holmium crystal catalytic module to the circuit to improve the conversion ratio from star core energy to crystal energy. Alan adjusted his glasses and immediately began programming the control program for the catalytic module. The catalytic frequency of the holmium crystal needs to synchronize with the fluctuation of the star core energy. He'll set 3 candidate frequencies, first test them, and then determine the optimal value. He turned to Leo, who was standing by recording data. Leo, bring over the high-purity holmium crystal we synthesized last time. It needs to be cut into 0.5 cubic centimeter pieces. Leo promptly ran to the material storage and returned with a star marrow alloy box inside, which neatly cut pieces of holmium crystal were arranged. He put on anti-static gloves and carefully embedded a piece of holmium crystal into the simulator's catalytic slot, his movements so adept they belied his status as a newcomer. Over the past 6 months, he had participated in countless experiments with Carl and Alan, having long since shed his naivety. Catalytic module activated. Energy conversion efficiency increased to 78. Alan's voice carried excitement as the energy consumption curve on the monitor flattened noticeably. For 1 hour of sustained operation, star core energy consumption reduced to 0. 8 crystals. Target achieved. Carl reached out to touch the temperature sensor on the simulator's edge. Shield operating temperature at 42 C, no risk of overheating. Next, test the antipulse performance using the simulation parameters of the Federation's T3 5-class pulse cannon. The instant the simulated pulse wave struck the crystal energy shield, fine ripples spread across the barrier's surface, but it showed no signs of collapsing. Alan laughed as he looked at the data. Perfect resistance. The holmium crystal catalytic module not only improves conversion efficiency, but also enhances the shield's anti-interference capability. It's far superior to the original symbiotic crystal shield. Old Gray entered the laboratory, leaning on a star marrow alloy cane holding a roll of new ship design blueprints. Once your crystal energy shield is finalized, the new ship's defense system will be complete. He spread the blueprint on the holographic projection table, and a three-dimensional model of a sleek starship slowly unfolded. The hull was longer than the T4 class Dawn, with 3 holmium crystal module slots reserved in the main cannon position and 12 auxiliary cannons distributed along the ship's sides. Tentatively designated T4. 5, named Sunflower, designed for both offense and defense with 1.5 times the endurance of the Dawn. Carl stepped closer, his finger pointing at the energy core area of the model. A larger star core crystal slot needs to be reserved here, capable of holding at least 3 premium star core crystals to support the simultaneous operation of the crystal energy shield and the triple holmium crystal main cannon. I've already accounted for that. Old Gray adjusted the projection angle. The energy core adopts a crystal core linkage design with 3 crystals arranged in a triangular layout connected by star marrow alloy conduits. This enables energy complementation, reducing overload risk by 60. Alan meanwhile focused on the ship's electronic systems. The Sunflower needs to be equipped with a new crystal energy reconnaissance radar with a detection range extended to 150 kilometers, capable of penetrating the Federation's standard electronic jamming. I've already disassembled the symbiotic crystal's crystal detector, and the reverse-engineered radar prototype can be tested next week. The 3 of them discussed the blueprint until noon. Lily pushed a meal cart into the laboratory, bringing freshly baked star moss algae bread and holmium crystal energy drinks, a beverage she had developed in collaboration with Dr. Thorne, made from star moss algae extract mixed with trace amounts of holmium crystal powder, which could quickly replenish energy and alleviate mental fatigue from prolonged operation of precision instruments. You've been busy all morning. Take a break and have something to eat. Lily placed the meal box on the workbench, her gaze falling on the blueprint of the Sunflower. Is this the new warship? It's beautiful. She pointed to the cargo hold area in the middle of the hull. This space could be designed to be retractable. Normally it stores supplies, but during combat it can expand to carry more torpedoes. I've already drawn a simple sketch. See if it works. Carl took the sketch Lily handed him, his eyes lighting up. Great idea. The toughness of star marrow alloy is sufficient to support a retractable structure. Alan, incorporate this design into the blueprint and calculate the structural strength. Alan nodded in agreement, sketching the outline of the retractable structure on the virtual keyboard while eating his bread. Lily stood by, occasionally adding her own ideas, such as the ceiling design of the cargo hold and the energy-driven retraction mechanism. It turned out she had quite a few insights into mechanical structures as well. Leo, holding an energy drink, sat in a corner of the study area reading Fundamentals of Crystal Energy Technology. The book contained handwritten annotations by Carl and supplementary programming notes by Alan. When he reached the chapter on energy resonance control of crystal energy shields, he frowned, got up, and walked over to Carl. Mr. Carl, besides reducing energy output, are there other methods to suppress resonance when the resonant frequency exceeds the critical value? Carl put down his bread, picked up a pen, and drew a simple resonance suppression circuit on a piece of draft paper. You can install a miniature reverse resonator using star core energy to generate a reverse waveform to neutralize the excess resonance. If you're interested, you can follow Alan this afternoon to help debug this module. Leo immediately nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. In the afternoon at the Reconnaissance Equipment Workshop, Captain Mark of the T1 5 class Foxhunter was receiving the newly developed Crystal Energy Reconnaissance device. This device was half the size of the previous pulse detector, yet its detection range had tripled, and it could penetrate the energy turbulence of dark nebulae. It was a joint development by Alan and Old Gray. Captain Mark test data show that the Crystal Energy Reconnaissance device can capture the energy signature of T3 class and below ships at a distance of 800 kilometers with an error margin of no more than 1 kilometer. Old Gray personally debugged the instrument. The built-in anti-detection module can shield Federation reconnaissance scans. Use it with confidence. Mark took the instrument, weighed it in his hands, and exclaimed with admiration, "This thing is incredibly practical. When I was tracking a Federation reconnaissance ship in the Dark Nebula before, I almost got discovered. With this, our stealth capability has been elevated to a whole new level." He paused, then added, By the way, the Fox Hunter's engine is a bit old. Could you help with a minor upgrade? Preferably to improve maneuverability. Carl happened to be passing by and said upon hearing this, no problem. He'll install a new set of star marrow alloy bearings and optimize the energy injection nozzles. Maneuverability will improve by 15A and endurance will increase by 20. It'll be ready by tomorrow. Mark was overjoyed. Thank you so much, Mr. Carl. With the new engine and the new reconnaissance device, I'll have much more confidence on my next reconnaissance mission. The base's medical center was also undergoing an upgrade. Dr. Thorne led the team in deploying the newly developed crystal energy therapy device, a device that utilized the gentle energy of crystal energy to accelerate wound healing, particularly effective for burns caused by crystal cluster radiation. The star moss algae nutrient solution brought by Lily after being formulated by Dr. Thorne with the addition of trace amounts of holmium crystal powder could enhance the crew's immune system and physical recovery rate. Lily, look at this data. Dr. Thorne pointed to the monitor. Crew members who took the new nutrient solution showed a 30 increase in physical recovery rate and a 25 reduction in wound healing time. He handed Lily a bottle of the formulated solution. The taste is also better than before. The crew really likes it. Lily took the nutrient solution, took a sip, and smiled. Great. I've already instructed the kitchen to produce it in bulk, distributing 2 bottles daily to crew members undergoing training and on duty. She looked at the newly added crystal energy therapy rooms in the medical center. These new devices all have star marrow alloy casings, durable and safe. Mr. Carl and his team are truly amazing. Meanwhile, the blueprint design for the T4-5 class Sunflower had entered its final phase. Carl and Alan completed the adaptation of the crystal energy shield to the energy core, and Old Gray optimized the hull structure, increasing the new ship's impact resistance by 40. Leo also participated in the auxiliary work responsible for drawing the energy circuit diagram for the secondary cannons. Although it was basic work, he did it with exceptional meticulousness, double-checking every line. In the evening, the Fox Hunter returned from a reconnaissance mission, bringing back crucial intelligence. A Federation T3 class reconnaissance fleet, comprising 3 T3 class destroyers and 2 T2 class frigates, was loitering 1.0 kilometers from the base's perimeter, seemingly probing the base's activities. The Fox Hunter tracked them for 3 hours using the new reconnaissance device. They showed no signs of launching an attack, just collecting energy signatures. Mark's holographic image appeared in the command center. Their destroyers are equipped with a new type of pulse detector more sensitive than the previous models. Lin Mo gazed at the coordinates of the reconnaissance fleet on the holographic star chart, pondering for a moment. No need to take the initiative to attack. Just strengthen the alert. Move the Dawn T4 class and Nebula T3 class to the outer orbital perimeter of the base. Activate the crystal energy shields and anti-pulse jammers. The Fox Hunter will continue covert surveillance, recording their routes and signal characteristics to provide data for optimizing the Sunflower's electronic warfare system. Roger. The captains of each ship responded in unison. As night deepened, the lights in the crystal energy laboratory of the research building remained brightly lit. Carl and Alan were analyzing the signal from the Federation's pulse detector transmitted back by the Fox Hunter, trying to find a way to counter it. Leo sat nearby, helping them organize the data and occasionally offering a few naive yet valuable suggestions. Alan, look at this signal fluctuation. Leo pointed at the screen. The Federation detector's scanning frequency has a tiny pause every 10 seconds. We can use this window to adjust the frequency of our crystal energy shield and evade their detection. Alan's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled up the signal waveform analysis. Really? Although this pause is only 0.1 seconds, it's enough for us to complete the frequency adjustment. He quickly wrote a program. We can add a gap evasion function to the Sunflower's electronic warfare system, perfectly shielding it from this type of detector's scan. Carl looked at Leo, his eyes filled with gratification. Not bad. You've learned to analyze data proactively. That's what technology development is all about. Understanding the principles and being adept at observing the details. Outside the laboratory, the lights of the base twinkled like a cluster of stars. The lights of the new research building intermingled with the glow from the mechanical arms in the distant mining area. In the farming zone, the star moss algae stretched its leaves in the night dew, while in the leisure area, star petal flowers bloomed quietly, emitting a faint, delicate fragrance. The keel materials for the T4-5 class Sunflower were already prepared. Sheets of star marrow alloy were neatly stacked beside the dock, awaiting the moment of installation. The improvement of the crystal energy shield was in its final testing phase. New reconnaissance equipment was being continuously optimized, and every part of the base was growing slowly but steadily. The Federation's reconnaissance fleet still lingered in the distance, but no one in the base felt panic. They knew that as long as they steadily advanced their technological development and strengthened their fleet's capabilities, they would be able to handle any potential threat. And the birth of the Sunflower would ultimately become another important milestone on the Free Fleet's path to ascendancy, carrying them toward an even vaster expanse of stars. The expansion of the dockyard at the mining base was complete. Two colossal gantry cranes gleaming with the cold luster of star marrow alloy hoisted the main keel of the T4. 5 Class Sunblaze. The main keel of the T4. 5 Class Sunblaze moved slowly. This 180-meter-long keel, forged and spliced from 3 pieces of premium star marrow alloy, was etched with intricate energy-conducting channels. Designed by Carl and Old Gray over half a month, it bore the vessel's entire weight, while guiding stellar energy evenly to all systems. Lowering speed 0.5 meters per second. Maintain level deviation no more than 0.1 degrees. Carl commanded from the control tower, directing the operation through the communicator. His gaze was fixed on the alignment markers beneath the keel, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was the most critical step in building the new ship. Any misalignment exceeding 0.5 degrees could cause uneven stress distribution in the hull, compromising flight stability. Seated at the auxiliary console in the control tower, Alan's fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, adjusting the gantry crane's balance parameters. In real-time, left crane load increased by 3, compensation applied, horizontal deviation controlled within 0.8 degrees. He turned to Leo beside him. Record the current load data and environmental parameters, including wind speed and temperature. These baselines will be referenced for subsequent construction. Leo held a recording board, his pen tip gliding swiftly, capturing every data point with precision. Beside him sat a portable crystalline energy detector, scanning the keel's energy-conducting channels every 10 seconds to ensure no damage occurred from the lifting stress. Mr. Allen, the 12th scan is normal. Channel integrity is at 100. The keel settled smoothly onto the prefabricated base alignment pins, clicking into pre-drilled holes with a crisp sound. Cheers erupted in the dockyard as engineers high-fived each other in celebration. This marked the official commencement of the Sunblaze's substantive construction phase. Old Gray, leaning on his star marrow alloy cane, approached the keel and gently stroked its cold metallic surface, his eyes brimming with emotion. This keel will bear the future of the Free Fleet. Carl descended from the control tower and handed Old Gray a bottle of Star Algae energy drink. Next is laying the hull frame. I've already had the engineering team prepare modular components. They use a hybrid of star marrow alloy and holmium crystal fiber, which is 20 lighter than pure star marrow alloy, but 15 stronger. The two walked slowly along the keel, discussing the sequence for laying the hull frame. Leo followed behind, occasionally bending down to check the alignment pin stability. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he promptly asked questions. Carl and Old Gray patiently answered, and sometimes even had him calculate the installation angles of certain components to hone his engineering mindset. Meanwhile, in the crystalline energy engine laboratory, the core propulsion system of the T4 5 Class Sunblaze was undergoing its first ignition test. This crystalline energy engine, jointly developed by Carl Allen and Old Gray, utilized a 3-stage conversion structure: stellar core, holmium crystal, and crystalline energy, boosting stellar energy utilization to 85. It offered 1.5 times the endurance of the Dawn's T4 class stellar core engine and reached twice its maximum thrust. Engine preheating complete. Energy output at 10. Testing idle stability. Allen pressed the ignition button. The engine emitted a low hum as pale blue stellar energy flowed from the intake, passed through the holmium crystal catalytic module, and transformed into lavender crystalline energy, driving the turbine blades into a slow rotation. On the monitor, real-time data on engine speed, temperature, and energy loss fluctuated, remaining within stable bounds. Idle stability test passed. Energy loss rate at 2.3, well below the design standard of 5. Carl's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. Next, testing acceleration performance. Gradually increase energy output to 50. The engine's hum grew louder, turbine speed climbing rapidly as a steady lavender exhaust plume flowed from the nozzle without any fluctuation. Acceleration response time 0.8 seconds. Thrust reaches 52 of the design value. Perfect, Allen shouted. Now increase to 80 output to test sustained operational stability. Just then the engine temperature spiked abnormally, the temperature curve on the monitor shooting upward. Temperature exceeding critical threshold. Reduce energy output to 30 immediately, Carl yelled. Allen swiftly manipulated the console, lowering energy output as the emergency cooling system activated. Pale blue coolant circulated through the engine's inner layers, gradually bringing the temperature back down. It's insufficient heat dissipation from the holmium crystal catalytic module, Carl analyzed quickly. Well, install star marrow alloy heat sinks around the module and add an independent cooling loop to ensure temperature stability under high load. Leo stared at the temperature data on the monitor and suddenly spoke. Mr. Carl, perhaps we could use crystalline energy's own properties for cooling. Crystalline energy absorbs ambient heat as it flows. We could design a microcrystalline energy circulation channel, routing some energy through the catalytic module to both dissipate heat and recover energy. Carl's eyes lit up. That idea is feasible. Alan, you designed the structure of the crystalline energy circulation channel. It'll calculate the channel's diameter and length to ensure effective cooling without impacting energy output. The three worked late into the night, finally perfecting the cooling system. During a retest, the engine ran continuously for 2 hours at 80 energy output, with temperature remaining stable within the safe range and the energy loss rate dropping to 1.8. We did it. The core technical challenge of the crystalline energy engine is solved. Alan slumped into his chair, his face a mix of exhaustion and elation. Logistical support at the base was also advancing in tandem. Lily led her team in setting up a temporary nutrition supply station by the dockyard, providing hot star algae porridge, star beast meat jerky, and holmium crystal energy drinks daily to replenish the engineer's stamina. She also specially designed portable insulated meal boxes with layered compartments to hold main dishes, meat, and beverages simultaneously, allowing engineers to eat quickly during work breaks. Mr. Carl, take a break and have something to eat. You've been busy all day. Lily handed Carl a nutrition set meal. I added your favorite nebula honey and the vitamin supplements, Dr. Thorne prepared to relieve fatigue. Carl took the meal box and said gratefully, "Thank you, you always think of everything." He opened it, and the aroma of star algae porridge wafted up, paired with tender star beast meat jerky, instantly stirring his appetite. Dr. Thorne also arrived at the dockyard to conduct routine checkups on the engineers. He scanned an engineer's wrist with a portable detector: excessive energy consumption, electrolyte imbalance. Go to the supply station for an electrolyte drink and rest for half an hour before working. He turned to Lily and said, the engineers have been under high intensity lately. I suggest preparing more high-protein, high-energy food and increasing fruit supplies to supplement vitamins. Already arranged. A batch of fresh star fruits will arrive tomorrow, purchased from the Vacalin Trade Alliance, rich in vitamin C and electrolytes. Lily nodded in response. On the training ground, Reno was adjusting training plans using Federation reconnaissance fleet data relayed by the Foxhunter T-1.5 class. In the holographic projection, the tactical maneuvers and weapon parameters of a Federation T-3 class destroyer were clearly displayed. The crew engaged in targeted drills on countering Federation pulse detection and flanking reconnaissance. The Federation's T-3 class destroyers have decent mobility but weak defenses. Our T-2 class Gale and Daybreak hold the advantage in close-quarters combat. Reno pointed at the projection. Next time we encounter such a reconnaissance fleet, the Foxhunter will act as bait, while the Gale and Daybreak flank from both sides. Use crystalline energy shields to resist their pulse attacks and target their engines with holmium crystal-enhanced secondary cannons to quickly disable them. Mark, standing nearby, added, the Federation's pulse detectors may be sensitive, but our crystalline energy scanners can detect their positions in advance and even shield our own energy signals. The Foxhunter is more than capable of handling the bait mission. Standing on the training ground, Lin Mo watched the crew train diligently, then turned his gaze to the distant dockyard where the keel of the Sunblaze was taking shape, his heart filled with anticipation. The construction of the T-4.5 class Sunblaze, the continuous breakthroughs in crystalline energy technology, and the crew's growth and synergy all steadily enhanced the Free Fleet strength. The Federation's reconnaissance fleet still prowled the perimeter of the base, but they dared not approach. The defensive perimeter formed by the Dawn T-4 class and the Nebula T-3 class, coupled with the newly deployed crystalline energy defense turrets, would exact a heavy toll on any aggressor. In the late-night dockyard, only a few automatic welding machines remained at work, their sparks illuminating the sun. Carl, Alan, and Leo sat in the control tower's rest area, sipping star algae energy drinks and discussing the next day's work schedule. Leo pulled out his sketch of the crystalline energy engine cooling system and sought advice from Carl and Alan on optimization. The two patiently pointed out its flaws and offered improvement suggestions. In the distant starry sky, the Federation reconnaissance fleet's silhouette drifted like a specter, yet it did not affect the base's development rhythm in the slightest. The keel of the T-4.5 class Sunblaze had been laid, and the core technology of the crystalline energy engine had been conquered. The future of the Free Fleet, like the sparks in the late-night dockyard, was faint yet steadfast, gradually gathering into a blaze that would sweep all before it. In the dock of the mining base, the soft morning light filtered through the energy shield, casting down upon the keel of the T-4.5 class ship's sunshine and reflecting the cold, hard sheen of star marrow alloy. Dozens of giant robotic arms were working in unison, precisely lifting the prefabricated ship framework modules. These modules were forged from a mixture of star marrow alloy and holmium crystal fibers, with faint energy guiding patterns etched into their surfaces, each having undergone more than 3 strength tests. The lifting of the left side framework module by the first group begins, targeting the No.3 connection point on the left side of the keel with an allowable deviation of 0.05 meters. Carl stood on the command platform, issuing commands with a communicator in hand. His gaze was firmly fixed on the module at the end of the robotic arm, while the three-dimensional positioning system on the screen displayed the real-time relative position of the module to the connection point, with the red deviation value remaining steadily at 0.02 meters. Alan sat in front of the auxiliary control panel, rapidly sliding his fingers across the virtual keyboard, adjusting the operating parameters of the robotic arm module. Weight 120 tons, robotic arm load, stable wind speed 0.8 meter-second, wind resistance compensated. He turned to Leo beside him, saying, "Record the module's lifting angle and the pressure data at the connection point. This data must be entered into the Sunshine Structure database as a benchmark for future maintenance." Leo held a reinforced recording board, quickly jotting down notes, while keeping an eye on the energy detector on. As the module approached the connection point, the detector emitted a faint beep and the screen displayed a docking fit of 98.7 for the guiding patterns. Mr. Allen, the fit of the guiding patterns is up to standard with an estimated pressure value of 320 MPa at the connection point within the design tolerance. The robotic arm slowly lowered, aligning the module precisely with the keel's connection point, and the hydraulic rivet gun activated, instantly securing both with dozens of star marrow alloy rivets. The engineers in the dock quickly surrounded the area, sealing the gaps with a high-frequency welding machine. A pale blue welding light flashed as the gaps were filled with star marrow alloy welding material, forming a seamless protective layer. The first group of modules has been installed with a structural strength test of 99.2 and no obstruction in energy flow. The engineering team leader reported to Carl, a sense of achievement evident on his face. Carl nodded, signaling the next group of modules to be lifted. He walked over to Leo, took the recording board to review the data. The data recording is very standardized, especially the calculation of the pressure estimate, with an error controlled within 5. That's a significant improvement from last time. Leo scratched his head, a shy smile appearing on his face. "It's the stress calculation formula you taught me last time. I reviewed it again last night. Technology requires practice and insight." Carl patted his shoulder, saying, "This afternoon you'll join the engineering team to learn module welding. Start with simulated training, and once you've mastered the techniques, you can move on to practical operations." Meanwhile, in the bridge of the T-1.5 class ship, Hunting Fox Mark was operating the ship to conduct a real-world test of the energy detection instrument. This reconnaissance ship had completed engine upgrades with star marrow alloy bearings, enhancing its maneuverability by 15. The newly installed energy detection instrument had a detection range of 1,500 kilometers and was currently hidden in the asteroid belt on the periphery of the Federal Reconnaissance Fleet, silently collecting data on the enemy's movements. Energy detection instrument activated, detection mode switched to penetrating interference, targeting the Federal T-3 class destroyer Eagle Eye. Mark pressed the operation button, and on the screen of the detection instrument, the outline of the Eagle Eye, previously obscured by electronic interference, gradually became clear. The ship's energy distribution, weapon system status, and even the thermal signals of crew activities were all visible. Detecting that the Eagle Eye is scanning with its pulse detector, activating counter detection module. The co-pilot quickly operated, and the surface of the Hunting Fox was instantly covered with an energy camouflage film, perfectly matching the energy characteristics of the asteroids as the Federal scanning signal passed, without any abnormal feedback. The Federal fleet is slowly moving towards the base at a speed of 12 knots in a triangular alert formation, with 3 T-3 class destroyers on the periphery and 2 T-2 class frigates in the center, likely escorting some reconnaissance device. Mark transmitted the real-time data back to the base command center, stating, "We have locked onto their core reconnaissance device, which is the latest Federal deep space eye detector with a detection range of 1,000 kilometers." In the base command center, Reno gazed at the transmitted images, his brow furrowing slightly. "These Federal folks are still not giving up, trying to figure out our defensive deployment. Captain Lin Mo, should we activate the lure enemy plan and let them experience our new equipment?" Lin Mo lightly tapped the holographic star map, outlining a detour route. Have the T-2 class Gale and Dawn conceal themselves along the Federal fleet's retreat path, while the T-3 class Nebula feigns activity on the outskirts of the base to attract their attention. The T-4 class Dawn Light will remain silent, ready to provide support at any time, and the Hunting Fox will continue monitoring, waiting for the right moment to disrupt their deep space eye detector. Understood. The captains of all ships responded in unison. In the base's planting area, Lily's new experiment was yielding results. The symbiotic plants of star wheat algae and star petal flowers she cultivated not only grew normally, but the yield of star wheat algae increased by 10%, and the essential oil yield of star petal flowers also rose by 5%. Moreover, the symbiotic plants could absorb trace radiation produced by mining, purifying the air around the base. Dr. Thorne looked at these detection reports for the symbiotic plants. The radiation absorption rate has reached 35%, and the nutritional components of the star wheat algae produced are more balanced. Lily entered the medical center holding the detection reports, followed by 2 logistics crew members carrying several pots of blooming star petal flowers. I plan to place these flowers in the medical center and the research building. They can purify the air while alleviating everyone's mental stress. Dr. Thorne took the report, flipped through it carefully, and nodded and praised. This symbiotic cultivation plan is brilliant, solving the radiation problem while increasing crop yield and providing essential oils for medical use. You should quickly expand the planting area. The ecological environment and logistics supply of the base can elevate to the next level. He pointed at the newly added energy therapy bed in the medical center. We are just short of some air-purifying plants, and these star petal flowers have arrived just in time. By the way, the newly formulated star wheat algae nutrient solution has been put into use, and the recovery speed of the injured has significantly improved. You have made a great contribution. Lily smiled and waved her hand, directing the crew members to place the star petal flowers by the windows in the wards and therapy rooms. The pale purple petals unfolded under the sunlight, and a faint fragrance quickly spread, adding a touch of vitality to the slightly oppressive medical center. In the dock that afternoon, Leo was practicing module welding in the simulation area. Carl guided him hand in hand, teaching him how to adjust the welding gun's angle and energy output. When welding star marrow alloy modules, keep the welding gun at a 45-degree angle, maintain energy output at 60. Too high will burn through the module, too low will fail to form a strong weld. Leo held his breath, operating according to the guidance. The pale blue flame of the welding gun touched the gap of the simulated module. The star marrow alloy welding material slowly melted, forming a smooth weld. After inspecting, Carl drew a line on the weld. Not bad. There are no pores or slag inclusions. This is a good start. Tomorrow you can go to the dock to assist with some simple welding. Just then, the base alarm suddenly rang, and the command center's communication connected to the dock. Carl, the Federal Reconnaissance Fleet's deep space eye detector has been activated, and the hunting fox is currently interfering. You need to immediately adjust the base's energy interference station to enhance the interference strength. Carl immediately put down the welding gun and rushed to the energy interference station with Alan and Leo. Inside the interference station, 3 high-power energy interference devices were running. Carl quickly adjusted the interference frequency to synchronize with the deep space eye detector's resonance frequency. Adjust the interference frequency to match the resonance frequency of the deep space eye detector, increasing power to 80, and activate multi-frequency overlay mode. Alan assisted beside him while Leo monitored the temperature and energy consumption of the interferers, reporting data in real time. 3 minutes later, the hunting fox transmitted a message. The signal of the deep space eye detector is disturbed, and it has lost its detection capability. The Federal fleet is beginning to retreat and is entering the ambush circle of the Gale and Dawn. In the bridges of the T2 class Gale and Dawn, the captains simultaneously ordered to fire. The holmium crystal-enhanced secondary cannons fired pale purple energy beams, accurately hitting the engines of the Federal T2 class frigates, rendering both frigates powerless. The Federal T3 class destroyer hurriedly tried to cover the retreat, but was restrained by the main cannon of the Nebula, ultimately abandoning the damaged frigates and fleeing in disarray. The battle ended swiftly with no casualties and the capture of a damaged deep space eye detector. Carl and Alan immediately led the technical team to the recovery point to prepare for disassembling the detector and reverse engineering more advanced counter-detection technology. Leo also followed, helping to transport the equipment and recording data during the disassembly process. Busy. In the evening at the base, the lingering rays of the setting sun bathed the framework of the sunshine in the dock, with 1/3 of the completed hull glimmering softly in the afterglow. Carl and Old Gray stood beside the framework, discussing the subsequent armor-laying plan while Alan was debugging the recently recovered detector. Leo held the recording board, passing data back and forth between the two, his face full of satisfying fatigue. Lily wheeled a food cart into the dock, bringing everyone warm star wheat algae porridge and star fur beast meat buns. We won a small victory and captured new equipment. You've all worked hard, come eat something. She handed a meat bun to Leo, saying, you kid have been running around all afternoon without a break. Quickly replenish your energy. Leo took the meat bun and took a big bite, the warm aroma spreading in his mouth, instantly dispelling much of the day's fatigue. He looked up at the gradually taking shape T4-5 class sunshine, then gazed towards the distant starry sky. A strong sense of pride suddenly welled up in his heart. He was participating in a great cause, contributing to the rise of the Free Fleet. As night fell, the dock lights remained bright. The robotic arms continued to methodically lift modules. The indicator lights of the energy interference station blinked rhythmically, and the star petal flowers in the planting area gently swayed in the night breeze. The threat from the Federation had not receded, but the base's development had never stopped. The hull framework 5 class sunshine was slowly extending. Energy technology was constantly advancing, and the crew's synergy and strength were steadily improving. The journey of the Free Fleet through the Starry River was taking firm steps toward a broader future. Inside the dock of the mining base, the framework of the T4-5 class sunlight is already more than halfway completed, with mechanical arms slowly lifting the specially designed crystal energy armor plate onto the pale gray star marrow alloy keel. This armor plate is made from star marrow alloy embedded with holmium crystal fiber mesh and coated with a layer of crystal energy protective film derived from the disassembly of a symbiotic battleship capable of withstanding energy cannon fire and reducing pulse interference. It is a new type of protective material developed by Carl and Old Grey over 3 weeks. First main armor plate lift target area left side of the bow docking accuracy requirement 0.03 meters. Carl stood at the command platform, his eyes fixed on the holographic positioning screen. Weighing 150 tons and covering an area of 80 square meters, the edges of the flow guide groove fit seamlessly with the energy patterns of the ship's framework. Any misalignment would not only affect the protective performance, but also disrupt energy conduction. Alan maneuvered 4 synchronized mechanical arms, slowly adjusting the armor plate's position. Wind speed 1.2 meters per second. Wind resistance compensation activated. Armor plate, horizontal deviation 0.02 meters, vertical deviation 0.015 meters within acceptable limits. He glanced at Leo beside him. Bring up the crystal energy response parameters of the armor plate. Once the docking is complete, immediately activate the surface protective film to test the energy linkage effect. Leo quickly pulled up the parameter panel, tapping on the virtual keyboard to set the activation threshold of the crystal energy protective film to 15 of the star core energy output. The moment the armor plate docked with the ship's framework, the hydraulic lock clicked into place, and the pale blue star core energy surged along the flow guide groove, causing the holmium crystal fiber mesh on the armor plate's surface to emit a faint purple glow as the protective film instantly unfurled, forming a nearly imperceptible energy barrier. Armor plate installation complete. Crystal energy linkage test activated. The engineering team leader pressed the test button, and the simulated energy cannon in the dock fired a pale blue beam, striking the armor plate. The barrier rippled. The beam was instantaneously weakened, and the internal stress detection of the armor plate showed only 30 of the design value. Protection effect meets standards. The crystal energy film can weaken T3 class energy cannon attacks by 60, which far exceeds expectations. Old Grey leaned on his star marrow alloy cane and approached the armor plate, tapping its surface with a probe. The fatigue resistance of this composite armor needs further testing. After prolonged impact, the holmium crystal fibers may fracture. He pulled out a sample from his pocket. I had the laboratory enhance this by adding microstar core crystals at the fiber nodes, which can improve fatigue resistance by 30. All subsequent armor plates will be modified according to this standard. Leo leaned in to closely examine the cross-section of the sample. The connections between the holmium crystal fibers and star core crystals were as intricate as a spider's web. Mr. Gray, the processing precision required for these nodes must be quite high, right? An ordinary laser engraver can't achieve that. Old Grey chuckled as he explained, you need a specially designed crystal energy engraving machine. Carl modified one that achieves a precision of 0.001 millimeters. You can go to the laboratory this afternoon to learn how to operate it. You'll be able to help with the processing of armor plate nodes in the future. Meanwhile, in the base's analysis laboratory, Alan was leading the technical team in dismantling a seized federal deep space probe. The core of this probe is a fist-sized quantum sensing chip capable of penetrating conventional interference within a range of 1,000 kilometers, representing the Federation's latest reconnaissance equipment. The quantum entanglement frequency of the chip is locked to a frequency band exclusive to the Federation's military industry. Alan secured the chip to the crystal energy detector, and the screen filled with dense lines of code. We can implant interference programs at this frequency band, allowing the probe to send back false data while also tracking its control signal source in reverse. Carl entered the laboratory, saw the state of the chip disassembly, and frowned slightly. The design of the chip's heat dissipation module is quite clever, utilizing liquid metal circulation. We can learn from this structure to improve the crystal energy engine's heat dissipation system of the sunlight. He pointed at the chip's energy interface. The leak-proof design here is also worth studying. It can prevent crystal energy loss during transmission. Leo brought over a mini welding machine and carefully soldered the probe onto the chip's circuit board according to Alan's instructions. Mr. Alan, the probe is connected. The data capturing the quantum frequency can be transmitted in real time. His movements were much more skilled than 3 months ago, with his wrists steady and barely shaking. This was a skill honed through countless practical training sessions. Outside the laboratory, Lily's logistics team was busy expanding the nutrition supply station. The crystal energy insulated box she newly introduced can maintain food temperature using the residual heat from star core energy, while also slowly releasing trace amounts of crystal energy, making the nutritional components of star wheat algae porridge and jerky easier to absorb. The new cold storage next to the supply station has also been put into use, storing frozen star beast meat and fresh star fruits procured from the Wakalin Trading Alliance, sufficient to meet the base's emergency needs for 3 months. Dr. Thorne, the vitamin content of this batch of star fruits is very high. I've had the kitchen make them into dried fruits and juices which can be distributed to the injured and engineering personnel. Lily walked into the medical center carrying a basket of star fruit dried fruits, while crew members behind her brought in several crystal energy insulated boxes. These insulated boxes will be placed in the wards so that the injured can have hot liquid food at any time. Dr. Thorne was giving a crystal energy therapy to an injured engineer when he saw the insulated boxes, and his eyes brightened. This is very convenient. Previously, the liquid food for the injured cooled down and affected digestion. With this, it will save a lot of trouble. He picked up a piece of dried fruit and tasted it. Not bad, also can supplement vitamin C. You've thought of everything. On the training ground, Rena's training plan also incorporated new technological achievements. He utilized the reverse tracking technology of the Deep Space Eye probe to install simple signal positioning modules on the T2 class Gust and Dawn to allow crew members to practice tracking the control source of the Federal reconnaissance ship. The Federal reconnaissance equipment has exclusive control frequency bands. As long as we lock onto this frequency band, we can trace their command ship through the signal. Reno pointed at the holographic projection of the Federal fleet's route. The Hunting Fox T1 5 class has a crystal energy reconnaissance device that can achieve precise positioning. What you need to do is to maneuver quickly and incapacitate their command system before they can react. Mark also joined the training guidance, sharing techniques for covert tracking in actual combat. When encountering the Federal's pulse scans, immediately switch to crystal energy camouflage mode, mimicking the energy characteristics of asteroids, and also pay attention to adjust the route to avoid their regular patrol areas. He patted a young crew member on the shoulder. Last time your Dawn was exposed early during an ambush which allowed a frigate to escape. Remember this lesson this time. In the afternoon, the base received urgent intelligence from the Hunting Fox, a Federal T3 class patrol fleet. 2 T3 class destroyers, 4 T2 class frigates was attempting to infiltrate the base perimeter again with the repaired Deep Space Eye probe, and its control signal source originated from a T3 5 class cruiser 1,200 kilometers away. Activate the reverse tracking plan. Lin Mo ordered the T4 class Dawn will conceal itself in the asteroid belt to distract the cruiser. The T3 class Nebula will cooperate with the Hunting Fox to lock onto the signal source. The T2 class Gust and Dawn will execute an ambush to incapacitate the probe and cruiser's command systems. The battle quietly unfolded in the stars. The crystal energy reconnaissance device of the Hunting Fox accurately locked onto the signal source, transmitting the coordinates in real time to the Gust and Dawn. Using their maneuverability advantage, the 2 T2 class warships flanked the Federal cruiser from the rear, firing their holmium crystal-enhanced secondary cannons simultaneously at the cruiser's signal transmitter. Meanwhile, the main cannon of the Nebula destroyed the Federal fleet's Deep Space Eye probe. The Federal fleet, having lost its command and reconnaissance capabilities, fell into chaos, while the Dawn restrained them, with its main cannon ultimately forcing 2 damaged frigates to retreat in a panic. As the battle concluded, the setting sun cast its glow upon the hull of the Sunlight in the dock. Carl and Old Gray stood beside the newly laid armor plate, watching as the mechanical arm lifted the next module. Alan was in the laboratory, implanting the reverse tracking program into the new crystal energy reconnaissance device. Leo was in the engraving room learning to operate the crystal energy engraving machine to process the armor nodes. Lily was at the supply station distributing hot star wheat algae porridge and dried fruits to the returning crew. Within the shipyard of the mining base, the hull of the T4 5 class Sunflower was 70% complete. In the fire control system compartment beneath the bridge, Carl and Alan were busy around the newly developed crystal energy fire control console. This console integrated the quantum positioning technology of the Federation's Deep Space Eye and the crystal energy sensing module from the Oddstone symbiote. It could simultaneously lock onto 12 targets, reducing targeting error to 0.01 kilometers. It could also automatically identify weak points in a target's defense, making it a crucial component of the Sunflower's core combat capability. Fire control system and triholmium crystal main cannon linkage test. Target simulation T3 5 class cruiser distance 800 kilometers. Alan pressed the linkage button. On the holographic screen of the crystal energy fire control console, the three-dimensional model of the virtual target instantly unfolded. The energy conduit interface on the side and rear of the hull was automatically marked as a red weak point. Carl stared at the energy response curve of the main cannon. Holmium crystal module charge speed is 0.8 seconds per shot. Energy fluctuation during a triple salvo is controlled within 4 meeting design standards. But when locking onto multiple targets, there is still a 0.3 second data processing delay. We need to optimize the algorithm and increase the priority of quantum positioning by 1 level. Leo crouched beside the console's wiring compartment, connecting the data lines for the crystal energy sensing. His fingers deftly parted the cable bundles, precisely inserting the silver-plated data lines into the interface and securing them with insulating tape. Mr. Carl, the sensing module's data lines are connected. Signal transmission strength is 99. 5. No interference. Hearing this, Alan immediately adjusted the algorithm priority. The multi-target lock delay on the holographic screen instantly dropped to 0.1 seconds. Optimization successful. Now, even with 12 dispersed targets locked simultaneously, synchronized firing is achievable. He patted Leo on the shoulder. Your speed and stability in connecting wires are already comparable to a seasoned engineer. The basic wiring of this fire control console was all done by you. It's no small contribution. Leo's cheeks flushed slightly. He lowered his head and continued organizing the cables. It's all because you taught me well. I just followed the blueprints. In truth, he had stayed up half the night silently sketching the console's wiring diagram, 3 times memorizing even the positions of the backup interfaces. On the ship's deck, Old Gray was leading the engineering team in installing the rotating base for the triholmium crystal main cannon. This base utilized hydraulic bearings forged from stellar core alloy, enabling the main cannon to rotate 360 degrees without blind spots. Its rotation speed was 20 faster than the main cannon base of the T4 class Dawn, and it could buffer the recoil during a main cannon salvo, preventing damage to the ship's structure. Commencing base load-bearing test. Loading 150 of the main cannon's simulated weight. Old Gray commanded. A mechanical arm hoisted a counterweight onto the base. The base sank slightly before quickly stabilizing. The stress detector showed a value only 65 of the design specification. Stability meets standards. Next, calibrate the rotation angle to ensure the main cannon can precisely target the console's locked objectives. Meanwhile, in the base's logistics processing workshop, Lily was leading her team in the deep processing of star wheat algae. Collaborating with food experts from the Vacaran Merchant Alliance, she had developed star wheat algae protein powder and star wheat algae nutrition paste. The protein powder could be directly added to energy drinks. The nutrition paste was compressed into thumb-sized blocks, each capable of meeting a crew member's energy needs for 4 hours, making it ideal for long-duration voyages. The purity of the star wheat algae protein powder has reached 92. Its protein content is 5 times higher than that of ordinary grains, and we've added holmium crystal trace elements to enhance the rate of physical recovery. Lily handed a can of protein powder to Dr. Thorne. The medical center can distribute this to the wounded and crew undergoing high-intensity training. Combined with crystal energy physiotherapy, the recovery effect will be even better. Dr. Thorne took the protein powder and immediately conducted a component analysis. The data on the screen made his eyes light up. This stuff is even better than the Federation's military-grade nutrient supplements. No side effects, and it boosts immunity. Start mass production as soon as possible. The medical center will pre-order 500 kilograms and send another 100 kilograms to the training base. In a corner of the processing workshop, a newly acquired star wheat algae drying line was in operation. Fresh star wheat algae went through washing, enzyme deactivation, drying, and grinding to become a fine powder. Lily pointed to a small packaging machine beside the line. Carl modified this machine for me. It can automatically measure and package and even print the expiration date and nutritional information on the packaging. It's 10 times more efficient than manual work. At the medical center, Dr. Thorne's new equipment was also put into use. This crystal energy trauma repair device was modified using the crystalline core of the Oddstone symbiote. It could emit gentle crystal energy beams that acted directly on damaged cells. Its repair speed for crystal cluster radiation burns and wounds caused by stellar core alloy fragments was 3 times faster than traditional instruments. Activate the repair device. Set power to 30. Target the burn wound on the forearm. Dr. Thorne manipulated the instrument. A pale purple crystal energy beam fell upon a wounded crew member's arm. The originally red and swollen wound scabbed over, fell off, and revealed new skin, all visible to the naked eye. The effect is even better than anticipated. Combined with the star wheat algae protein powder, this crew member can be discharged and returned to duty in 3 days. On the training ground, Reynolds' training regimen had also been integrated with the new nutritional supplies. He required crew members to drink star wheat algae energy drinks before high-intensity tactical drills and consume nutrition paste afterward. The recovery time for physical exhaustion was shortened by 40. Simultaneously, he added new equipment coordination training to familiarize the crew with the fire control logic of the T4. 5 class Sunflower, allowing them to adapt to the new ship's combat model in advance. Simulate a triple salvo from the Sunflower's triholmium crystal main cannon. Target the energy conduit of the Federation's T3. 5 class cruiser. Reynolds issued the command. Taimu manipulated the virtual fire control console, precisely locking onto the weak point. 3 virtual holmium crystal energy beams struck simultaneously. The virtual cruiser's shield shattered instantly, and its energy system was paralyzed. Excellent. With this level of coordination efficiency, once the Sunflower is commissioned, our combat power will reach a new level. In the afternoon, Mark, the captain of the T1. 5 class Fox Hunt, brought back new intelligence. a Federation reconnaissance fleet consisting of one T3, 5 class cruiser and 3 T3 class destroyers was carrying a new type of pulse jammer. They were lingering on the edge of the dark nebula 1.0 kilometers from the base, suspected to be testing the new equipment's jamming effects. Activate the Crystal Energy Anti-Jamming Contingency Plan, Lin Mo ordered. The T4 class Dawn will deploy a Crystal Energy shield on the base's periphery as the first line of defense. The T3 class nebula will conceal itself in the asteroid belt tasked with locking onto the Federation cruiser's jammer. The T2 class Gale and Daybreak will form a strike team, waiting for an opportunity to destroy the jammer. The Fox Hunt will continue covert surveillance, transmitting the fleet's movements in real time. The battle commenced amidst the energy turbulence of the dark nebula. The Federation cruiser activated its new pulse jammer first. Pale purple interference waves swept outwards. The crystal energy shield of the T4 class Dawn rippled, but did not show energy instability. Carl had pre-installed a quantum anti-jamming module on the shield capable of automatically filtering the resonant frequency of the pulse waves. Nebula has locked the jammer's position. Coordinates X78, Y126, a distance 650 kilometers. Ayla's voice came from the command center. The main cannon of the T3 class nebula charged immediately. A holmium crystal-enhanced energy beam pierced through the dark nebula's turbulence, precisely hitting the jammer on the cruiser's stern. The interference waves dissipated instantly. The T2 class Gale and Daybreak seized the opportunity to flank from both sides. Their secondary cannons fired in unison, striking the engines of 2 T3 class destroyers. The immobilized destroyers became easy targets for the Dawn's main cannon. Seeing this, the Federation fleet abandoned their damaged ships and fled in haste. The skirmish lasted only 18 minutes with 0 casualties, also validating the practical effectiveness of the new anti-jamming module. After the battle, the fire control debugging for the Sunflower in the shipyard also achieved a breakthrough. Leo independently completed the final calibration of the crystal energy sensing module. The lock-on delay of the fire control console dropped to 0.8 seconds. Carl looked at the calibration data Leo submitted and nodded with satisfaction. From today onwards, you can independently handle the fire control debugging for small equipment. The secondary cannon fire control console of the Sunflower will be your task to finish. In the logistics processing workshop, Lily's first batch of star wheat algae nutrition paste was packaged. She brought several boxes of the paste to the shipyard and distributed it to the busy engineers. This is the newly made nutrition paste. 1 block equals a full meal and can replenish your energy. Have some to tide you over. The engineers tore open the packaging and took a bite. The rich aroma of wheat mixed with the savory taste of star beast meat spread in their mouths, and they all gave thumbs up. As night deepened, the lights of the shipyard remained bright. The triholmium crystal main cannon of the T4 5 class Sunflower glowed with a pale purple cold light under the lamps. On the fire control console's screen, stellar map data continued to refresh. Leo sat before the secondary cannon fire control console, meticulously verifying every set of parameters. His silhouette, illuminated by the screen's glow, appeared much more upright than it had 3 months ago. In the base's processing workshop, the star wheat algae drying line hummed softly. The indicator lights of the crystal energy repair device in the medical center blinked rhythmically. Deep within the starry void, the Fox Hunt silently slipped into the dark nebula, continuing to guard the peace of this homeland. Inside the dock of the mining base, the hull of the T4 5 class Sunflower was 80% complete, with the bridge area's construction and equipment commissioning in their final stages. Carl and Alan crouched beside the main console, connecting the linkage lines between the crystal energy navigator and the fire control system. On the main console's holographic screen, the quantum star chart and target locking interface seamlessly switched, and pale purple streams of crystal energy data flowed across the display. A new integrated navigation and fire control system, combining the Federation's quantum positioning with the symbiotic crystal energy sensing of the strange stone. Crystal Energy Navigator Star Chart Calibration Error 0.005 Light-years. Fire Control System Linkage Delay 0.0 System Linkage Delay 0.5 seconds, meeting Deep Space Navigation Standards. Alan tapped the virtual keyboard, supplementing the star chart data for the border star regions. However, in the dark nebula zones, crystal energy sensing will be affected by energy turbulence. I've added a stellar core energy compensation module to the system, which automatically enhances the sensing signal to ensure precise positioning. Leo stood before the auxiliary console on the bridge, debugging the independent fire control terminals for the 12 secondary cannons. Following the method Carl taught him, he bound the aiming parameters of each secondary cannon to the main console's star chart and preset 3 firing modes for different targets. Mr. Carl, the secondary cannon fire control terminals are debugged. I've preset targeted modes for T2 class frigates, T3 class destroyers, and biowarships with an independent lock-on response time of 0.1 second. Carl approached randomly, selected a virtual target, and Leo swiftly locked on using the secondary cannon terminal. The trajectory simulation on the screen precisely covered the target's engine area. Not bad. The independent fire control accuracy meets the standard. Next, you'll handle the integration of the bridge's communication system, connecting the channels of the base command center, each combat compartment, and allied ships to ensure seamless communication. Beside the bridge's observation port, Old Gray was installing a new crystal energy telescope. This telescope, modified from a crystal detector of the strange stone symbiont, could penetrate dark nebulae and electronic interference within 120 kilometers and could also analyze a target's energy characteristics in real time, identifying ship models and weapon status. This telescope has a magnification of up to 100 times, Old Gray said, wiping the lens. Paired with the crystal energy navigator, even in the densest interstellar dust regions, we can detect ambushing enemies in advance. Leo carried over a communication relay unit, fixed it to the bridge's ceiling according to the blueprint, and welded the cable connections in one smooth motion. He looked up at Old Gray's telescope and asked curiously, "Mr. Old Gray, can this telescope detect the Federation's stealth reconnaissance ships? Last time the Fox Hunter was nearly ambushed by a stealth ship." "Of course it can," Old Gray nodded with a smile. "The energy shielding of a stealth ship will have a faint leakage of crystal energy. This telescope's sensing module can capture it. I've already preset an algorithm to identify the leakage signal, so next time we encounter one we can lock on directly." Meanwhile, in the base's logistics supply workshop, Lily was leading a team to develop specialized deep space supply. She combined the previously mass-produced star wheat algae nutrient paste, Hojing energy drinks, and starfur beast jerky into a single package and added an emergency medical kit formulated by Dr. Thorne containing crystal energy trauma spray and antiviral agents. One supply pack could meet a crew member's needs for 7 days of deep space travel. The deep space supply pack weighs 2 kilograms with a volume only 1/3 that of a regular backpack, making it easy for crew members to carry. Lily handed a sample to Dr. Thorne. "The shelf life of the medical kit's agents has been extended to 6 months, and we've used shockproof packaging so they won't break even if the ship is jostling." Dr. Thorne opened the medical kit and checked the seals on the agents. This design is perfect for deep space missions. Previously, during the long-term reconnaissance of the T-1 class Fox Hunter, the crew's medical supplies were often insufficient. With this mission, safety can be greatly enhanced. He pointed to the nutrient paste in the pack. Add a little anti-radiation star petal flower extract, and it can handle missions in high-radiation star regions. On the other side of the logistics workshop, new deep processing equipment for starwheat algae was in operation. Collaborating with technical experts from the Wakaran Merchant Alliance, Lily turned starwheat algae starch into an edible, crystal energy nutrient film. This film could wrap around ordinary food, slowly releasing trace amounts of crystal energy, extending the food's shelf life while improving nutrient absorption. The crystal energy nutrient film can extend the shelf life of Star Beast meat cans from 3 months to 1 year, Lily said, watching the finished products on the conveyor belt. Mass production can begin next month, enough to support the Synflar's first deep space voyage. In the cultivation area, Lily's new breeding efforts had also made progress. Using the base's low-temperature incubation chamber, she developed a cold-resistant strain of starwheat algae capable of growing in temperatures as low as 50 C, with a yield 10 higher than the ordinary variety. This cold-resistant starwheat algae could be used to establish cultivation bases on icy giant moons in the border regions, Lily said, crouching beside the incubation chamber to observe the seedling's growth. Then we won't have to rely on the Wakaran Merchant Alliance for supplies and can achieve true self-sufficiency. On the training ground, Reno adjusted the training regimen based on the Synflar's deep space positioning. He added training subjects like deep space coordinated operations and dark nebula environment tactics to familiarize the crew with energy distribution and equipment maintenance during long voyages. He also simulated the energy turbulence environment of dark nebulae to test the stability of the crystal energy navigation and fire control systems. The T-4-5 class Synflar has a deep space radius of 500 light-years, meaning well-faced threats from more unknown star regions. Reno stood before the simulation pod and addressed the crew. Energy turbulence in dark nebulae can disrupt communications and positioning. You must learn to use the backup stellar core navigator and master the independent combat mode of the secondary cannons, so you can still form combat effectiveness even if the main system fails. Mark, captain of the T-1-5 class Fox Hunter, also shared his experience. Last time on a reconnaissance mission in a dark nebula, the main navigator failed. We only escaped the Federation's pursuit by using the backup stellar core navigator and the crystal energy telescope. He took out a portable crystal energy telescope. This is newly issued by the base. You can practice with it during training. It could save your life in a critical moment. In the afternoon, the base received intelligence from the Fox Hunter, a Federation fleet consisting of 2 T-3 class stealth reconnaissance ships and 1 T-3-5 5-class cruiser was lurking at the edge of a dark nebula 800 kilometers outside the base, attempting to infiltrate and reconnoiter using stealth devices. Initiate a live combat test for the Sunflower's bridge system. Lin Mo ordered. The T4 5-class Sunflower will be stationed in the base's orbit, activating its crystal energy telescope and navigation system to lock onto the stealth ships. The T4-class Dawnlight and T3-class Nebula will deploy on the perimeter. The T2-class Gale and Daybreak will form an assault squad to destroy the stealth ships based on the Sunflower's targeting data. Inside the Sunflower's bridge, Leo operated the crystal energy telescope and soon detected the crystal energy leakage signals from the stealth ships. The main console star chart immediately marked the target positions, locked onto 2 stealth ships. Coordinates X62, Y98 at distance 750 kilometers. They are slowly moving toward the base. Alan immediately activated the fire control linkage. The Sunflower's 12 secondary cannons charged simultaneously, and pale purple energy beams pierced through the dark nebula's turbulence, precisely hitting the energy shielding of one stealth ship. The shielding instantly failed, and the stealth ship's silhouette was exposed in the starry sky. The T2-class Gale and Daybreak immediately accelerated their secondary cannons, firing in unison to destroy the damaged stealth ship. The other stealth ship attempted to flee, but was hit in the engine by the T3-class Nebula's main cannon and was disabled on the spot. Seeing this, the Federation cruiser launched pulse interference waves to cover its retreat, but these were easily neutralized by the Sunflower's crystal energy anti-interference module. The T4-class Dawnlight's main cannon seized the opportunity to strike the cruiser's stern, rendering it incapable of deep space travel. The Federation fleet could only abandon the rescue and flee in disgrace. The battle lasted only 22 minutes, with the Sunflower's bridge system leading the positioning and fire guidance throughout, validating the new system's combat capabilities. After the battle, Leo looked at the results achieved by the secondary cannons. He had operated, his face brimming with pride. Carl patted him on the shoulder. In this live combat test, your secondary cannon lock-on was a huge contribution. Once the Sunflower is commissioned, the secondary cannon command post is yours. In the logistics workshop, Lily's first batch of deep space supply packs had been mass-produced. She brought the packs to the dock and distributed them to the Sunflower's engineering crew. These are the new deep space supply packs. Inside, there's nutrient paste that resists radiation. From now on, you won't have to worry about supplies on long missions. One of the engineers tore open a pack and took a bite of the nutrient paste. The fragrance of starwheat algae mixed with the subtle sweetness of star petal flowers, and the texture was much better than the previous version. Within the dock of the mineral vein base, the hull of the T4 5-class Sunflower was 90% complete. In the core power chamber, Carl and Alan were conducting endurance tests on the crystal energy engine for long-distance voyages. This engine, integrating a 3-tier conversion system of star, core, holmium crystal, and crystal energy, had already passed short-range thrust tests. Now it needed to verify stability under high-load operation for 72 consecutive hours, a core indicator for deep space missions. Engine start. Energy output stable at 70%. Simulating sustained load for a 500 light-year voyage. Alan pressed the start button. The engine emitted a deep, steady hum, and a pale purple crystal energy plume streamed smoothly from the nozzle. On the monitors, curves for RPM, temperature, and energy loss remained as flat as straight lines. Carl stared at the temperature data from the crystal energy catalytic module. Temperature stays below 65 degrees Celsius in the first 24 hours. Meets expectations. But we still need to observe the long-term fatigue resistance of the holmium crystal fibers. I've added a star core crystal heat dissipation array around the module to draw away excess heat in real time and prevent fiber aging. Leo crouched beside the engine's backup energy interface, inspecting the emergency startup circuitry. Following the schematics, he connected the star core backup battery to the engine's main control board and installed a redundant switch to ensure a 0.5-second switchover in case of main power failure. Mr. Carl, the emergency energy circuit is debugged. The backup battery can sustain 30% engine power for 12 hours, enough to escape dangerous star zones. Carl leaned down to inspect the solder joints. The welds were smooth with no cold joints. He nodded in satisfaction. The redundant design is spot on. It could save lives in a crisis. After the test, you'll install a crystal energy shield on the engine to protect against interstellar dust erosion. That's critical for the voyage. Outside the power chamber beneath the hull, Old Gray led an engineering team to install the dedicated crystal energy cargo hold for the voyage. This compartment used a retractable star marrow alloy structure. Its standard volume was 500 cubic meters, expandable to 800, and it featured a climate-controlled crystal energy preservation layer specifically for storing the voyage supplies prepared by Lily's team. The cargo hold's retraction drive uses a micro-crystal energy engine, Old Gray said, patting the bulkhead. It can adjust volume based on supply load and withstand a direct T2 class energy cannon blast. Maximum safety. At the base's Logistics Integration Center, Lily led her team in the final sorting and packaging of voyage supplies. She divided star wheat algae nutrient paste, anti-radiation film-wrapped star beast meat cans, and holmium crystal energy drinks by mission duration and attached crystal energy locators to each supply crate to prevent loss during the voyage. Voyage supplies fall into 3 categories: standard supply crates, emergency medical crates, and combat energy crates, Lily said, pointing to the neatly stacked boxes. Addressing Dr. Thorne, she continued, standard crates are enough for the 500 crew members for 3 months. The emergency medical crates have double the quantity of crystal energy trauma spray and antiviral agents. The combat energy crates store 20 premium star core crystals, enough to support the Sunflower's emergency jump. Dr. Thorne opened a medical crate and inspected the portable version of the crystal energy repair device. This mini repair unit is exquisitely made. It can be carried on person and is sufficient for minor injuries. I've also added anti-spacer disease vaccines to the medical crates. Crew immunity drops during long voyages, and this will effectively prevent infections. In a corner of the logistics center, a new production line for star wheat algae compressed biscuits had gone into operation. These biscuits combine star wheat algae powder with star will beast meat floss compressed under high pressure. A single palm-sized biscuit provided energy equivalent to 3 full meals and could be consumed without water, an ideal emergency ration for deep space voyages. Carl helped me modify this production line, Lily said, pointing to the assembly line. It produces 500 biscuits per hour. In 3 days, we can stock the Sunflower's entire emergency ration supply. On the training ground, Reynolds introduced a new drill tailored to the Sunflower's voyage characteristics: rapid combat after interstellar jump. Inside a holographic simulation pod, crew members simulated encountering a Federation T3 class patrol ship right after a jump, practicing the swift transition from engine cooldown to fire control lock-on. After a jump, the engine has a 10-second power trough. That's when we're most vulnerable to ambush, Reynolds instructed from outside the pod. The T4-5 class Sunflower's crystal energy shield can maintain basic defense automatically. Use those 10 seconds to warm up fire control and prioritize locking onto the enemy's main gun emplacements. Captain Mark of the T1-5 class Fox Hunter also participated in the training. He shared his experience dealing with energy turbulence in dark nebulae during voyages. When you hit turbulence, the crystal energy navigator will briefly malfunction. Immediately switch to star core inertial navigation and activate the crystal energy telescope's emergency mode to avoid large asteroid clusters. In the afternoon, the T1-5 class Fox Hunter relayed urgent intelligence to Federation T3 class destroyers and 1 T3-5 class cruiser equipped with a new type of crystal energy detector were patrolling a zone 600 kilometers from the base, attempting to detect the Sunflower's power signature. Their escort of 2 T2 class frigates carried pulse torpedoes. Activate the Sunflower power signature camouflage protocol, Lin Mo ordered. The T4-5 class Sunflower will simulate a T3 class civilian transport's energy signal inside the dock. The T4 class Dawn and T3 class Nebula will form a defensive perimeter. The T2 class Gale and Daybreak will form a strike team to destroy the Federation's crystal energy detector. Inside the dock, Allen swiftly adjusted the Sunflower's energy output frequency, masking its crystal energy engine signature as a civilian transport's low-power mode. Camouflage complete. The Federation detector's scan range covers the dock, but no abnormal feedback so far. In the starry void, the Federation cruiser launched a crystal energy detector. Its scanning beam swept over the dock, but only identified the signal of a civilian transport. Just as the detector prepared to scan deeper, the T2 class Gale suddenly burst out from the asteroid belt. Its holmium crystal-enhanced secondary cannon precisely struck the detector's signal receiver, instantly disabling it. The T3 class Nebula's main cannon then fired, hitting the engine of a Federation T3 class destroyer. The crippled destroyer became a sitting duck. The Federation cruiser attempted to counterattack with pulse torpedoes, but the T4 class Dawn's crystal energy shield intercepted them. The torpedoes exploded outside the shield, causing no damage. The skirmish lasted only 15 minutes. The Federation fleet abandoned its damaged destroyer and fled in haste. The Sunflower's camouflage system and the base's defense network had passed the test of actual combat. After the battle, the crystal energy engine's endurance test in the dock reached its milestone. Following 72 hours of high-load operation, the engine's holmium crystal catalytic module showed no signs of aging, and the energy loss rate held steady at 1.8%, far below the design standard of 3%. Test passed perfectly. Allen slumped into the control console, his face etched with exhaustion, yet bright with exhilaration. The Sunflower's propulsion system for the voyage is fully up to standard. Following Carl's instructions, Leo began installing the crystal energy shield on the engine. He skillfully cut star marrow alloy plates and welded the shield's frame. Old Gray helped calibrate the angles nearby, occasionally offering advice. The shield's guide channels must align with the engine's energy nozzle to form a complete protective layer using the crystal energy. At the Logistics Integration Center, Lily had finished packing all voyage supplies. She brought the last batch of emergency rations to the dock and distributed them to the busy engineers. Try the new Star Wheat Algae Compressed Biscuits. They stave off hunger and replenish energy. You'll rely on these for future voyage missions. An engineer took a bite. The crispy texture carried the refreshing fragrance of star wheat algae, and all praised it as far more palatable than the previous nutrient paste. Within the dock of the mining base, the T4. The hull of the Level 5 Sunflower was nearly complete, its pale gray composite armor gleaming with a cold, hard luster under the sunlight. The barrel of the triple holmium crystal main cannon pointed straight at the sky, and the crystal energy telescope atop the bridge served as the finishing touch, the entire warship exuding a suffocating sense of pressure. Today was the critical day for the full ship system integration test. Carl Allen and Old Gray led the technical team, working simultaneously in core areas such as the bridge engine room and fire control center. Initiate the full ship system integration test, starting with the linkage test between the energy core and all systems. Carl's voice echoed throughout the ship via internal communications. Engine room, start the crystal energy engine at 50 output. Bridge, synchronize activation of navigation, fire control, and communication systems. All secondary gun positions, confirm energy reception status. Inside the engine room, Leo stared at the energy core's monitor. The pale purple crystal energy flowed through star marrow alloy conduits to the entire ship, and the energy reception indicators for each system lit up green one after another. Energy distribution complete. All systems receiving stable energy. No leaks, no overloads. His fingers hovered near the emergency switch, ready to respond to any unexpected situation at a moment's notice. This was his first time participating in a full ship integration test, and he was both nervous and excited. At the main console on the bridge, Alan rapidly typed on the keyboard. The quantum star chart from the crystal energy navigation system seamlessly interfaced with the target locking display of the fire control system. The communication system's multiple channels were all connected simultaneously, voices from the base command center and various combat compartments coming through clearly without static. Navigation, fire control, and communication systems are linked and functioning normally. Latency is 0.3 seconds, meeting design standards. Old Gray stood by the observation port on the bridge, manipulating the crystal energy telescope to lock onto an asteroid 1.0 kilometers away. Telescope locked onto target. Data synchronized to fire control system. Main cannon aiming deviation is 0.008 kilometers, he commanded. Commence main cannon test fire with a simulated energy beam to verify locking precision. The barrel of the triple holmium crystal main cannon swiveled slightly. A pale purple simulated energy beam roared out precisely, striking the preset target point on the asteroid's surface. The holographic screen displayed precision hit deviation 0.007 kilometers. A low cheer erupted in the dock, and the faces of the technical team beamed with gratified smiles. Next, test the emergency response system. Carl's voice rang out again. Simulate an energy leak in the engine room. All systems initiate emergency protocols. The simulated alarm in the engine room blared instantly. Leo immediately pressed the emergency switch. The isolation doors in the leak area closed rapidly. The backup energy line switched over automatically, and the energy supply to all systems showed no fluctuations. Emergency response complete. Isolation doors closed. Backup energy switch successful. All systems operating normally. By midday during the integration test, Lily led the logistics team, pushing meal carts onto the Sunflower, delivering supplies to the busy technical staff and crew. She had specially prepared warm starweed algae porridge and portable nutrition paste for the bridge and engine room, and also placed star petal essential oil spray for cooling in the cart. The heat generated by the ship's internal equipment made the temperature slightly high, and the spray could quickly cool and refresh the mind. Mr. Carl, please take a moment to rest and eat something. You've been busy all morning. Lily handed a bowl of porridge to Carl. This is freshly brewed starweed algae and lean meat porridge with electrolytes prepared by Dr. Thorne to replenish your energy. She looked at Leo and handed him a nutrition paste. You've worked hard too. This is convenient. You can eat it anytime, anywhere. Leo took the nutrition paste, peeled off the wrapper, and took a bite. The sweet and sticky texture carried the fresh fragrance of starweed algae. Thank you, Sister Lily. It tastes really good. He pointed to the new equipment in the engine room. You designed all these logistical support facilities, didn't you? The layout of the storage compartments is particularly reasonable, making it very convenient to access supplies. Lily smiled and nodded. You're on the front line fighting and handling the tech. We in logistics have to get the details right, so everyone has no worries. She pointed towards the living quarters in the middle of the hull. The bunks in the crew rest area are all fitted with Starfur beast wool mattresses to alleviate fatigue from long voyages. The crystal energy treatment devices in the medical bay are also fully debugged. Dr. Thorne is doing the final checks. Inside the medical bay, Dr. Thorne was leading his team in testing a newly installed crystal energy intensive care monitor. This device could monitor the crew's vital signs in real time, including 12 indicators such as heart rate, blood pressure, and energy metabolism. It could also automatically warn of abnormal conditions. Paired with the portable crystal energy repair device, it could handle most battlefield trauma and long voyage illnesses. The intensive care monitor's data is synchronized with the base medical center, Dr. Thorne said, looking at the test data on the screen. Even if the Sunflower is 500 light-years away, we can remotely monitor the crew's health status. For complex cases, we can even conduct remote consultations. He picked up a bottle of starwheat algae nutrient solution. This nutrient solution has been preloaded into the medical bay's automatic dispensing system. Crew members can access it anytime to supplement nutrition and boost their immune systems. On the training ground, Reno was leading the crew about to board the Sunflower in shipboarding adaptation training. He divided the crew into 3 groups: combat, technical, and logistics. They familiarized themselves with their respective posts and equipment operations, focusing on practicing post switching and coordinated cooperation under emergency situations. Attention combat group. The Sunflower has 6 more secondary gun positions than the Dawn. You must remember your respective areas of responsibility and get into position quickly in case of a surprise attack. Reno pointed at the holographic ship diagram. Technical group, familiarize yourselves with the backup systems in the engine room and fire control room. If the main system fails, you must activate the backup plan within 3 minutes. Logistics group, master the use of the crystal energy locators in the supply bay to ensure the supply chain remains uninterrupted during long voyages. Tam led the gunnery team in Hansen training at the Sunflower's secondary gun positions. Leo, as the secondary gun commander, stood at a terminal guiding the new crew. The targeting logic for this secondary gun is similar to the Dawn's, but the locking speed is faster. You need to anticipate the target's trajectory in advance, especially in dark nebula environments. He personally demonstrated the operation, his fingers swiftly gliding across the console, precisely locking onto virtual targets. Remember, the crystal energy fire control system can automatically identify weak points. Your job is to stay calm and wait for the optimal moment to fire. In the afternoon, the base received intelligence from the T1 5-level Fox Hunter, a Federation reconnaissance fleet consisting of 1 T3 5-level cruiser, 2 T3-level destroyers, and 3 T2-level frigates, was operating 500 kilometers from the base's perimeter. The cruiser was equipped with the Federation's latest crystal energy jammer, suspected to be testing its interference effects against the Sunflower. Initiate the Sunflower's full system live combat test. Lin Mo commanded. T4 5-level Sunflower departs the dock. Activate crystal energy shield and anti-jamming systems. T4-level Dawn, T3-level Nebula provide coordinated escort. T2-level Gale Daybreak are responsible for flank security. Fox Hunter continues covert reconnaissance, transmitting enemy fleet movements in real time. The Sunflower slowly left the dock. The pale purple exhaust flame from its crystal energy engine ejected steadily. The hull turned nimbly in space like a swimming dragon. The Federation cruiser fired its crystal energy jammer first. A pale purple interference wave raced towards the Sunflower, but was instantly neutralized by the ship's crystal energy anti-jamming system. All systems continued operating without any impact. Lock onto the Federation cruiser's crystal energy jammer, Leo ordered. The crew at the secondary gun positions fired simultaneously. Dense beams of pale purple energy struck the jammer, instantly crippling it. The T4-level Dawn's main cannon seized the opportunity to hit the cruiser's energy core. The cruiser's shield shattered with a roar, and the hull began to list. Seeing this, the Federation fleet attempted to counterattack with torpedoes, but they were intercepted by a fire net formed by the T3-level Nebula and the T2-level Gale and Daybreak. The battle lasted 25 minutes. The Federation fleet lost 1 destroyer and 2 frigates and retreated in haste. The Sunflower's full systems performed perfectly in actual combat with no malfunctions. After the battle, the Sunflower returned to the dock. The crew gathered around Leo, cheering. The secondary gun commander's first actual combat performance was outstanding, precisely destroying the key target. Carl patted him on the shoulder. Good job. You lived up to our expectations. From now on, the Sunflower's secondary guns are yours to command. Night fell. The hull of the Sunflower gleamed under the dock lights, the indicators of its various systems twinkling like a myriad of stars. Leo sat in the secondary gun commander's seat, checking the terminal parameters, once more his heart filled with a sense of belonging. Lily's logistics team was still replenishing the supply bay with the last batch of long voyage provisions. Dr. Thorne was performing the final equipment calibration in the medical bay. Reno was formulating a long voyage training plan on the bridge. Carl and Old Gray stood beside the hull looking at this new flagship, the embodiment of everyone's hard work, their eyes full of anticipation. In the starry expanse of the mining base, the T-4-5 class Sunblaze was undergoing its final full-system rehearsal before the long voyage. The vessel cruised smoothly through the void, the pale violet exhaust of its crystal energy engine steady, maintaining 80 standard cruising speed to simulate the routine state of a 500 light-year journey. Inside the bridge, Lin Mo sat in the primary pilot seat, his fingers lightly brushing the console. The quantum star map on the crystal energy navigator clearly displayed the stellar environment within 1,000 kilometers, marking the edge of the dark nebula and the positions of the asteroid belt with perfect clarity. Navigation system stable, star map, refresh rate 10 seconds per cycle, no deviation, he said, turning to Alan. Test the navigation compensation function under dark nebula conditions. Alan pressed the simulation button, and parameters of chaotic energy currents from the dark nebula instantly overlaid the star map. The compensation module of the crystal energy navigator activated immediately. As stellar core energy was injected, the blurred areas of the map quickly sharpened. Compensation function normal. Even within a high-density dark nebula, positioning error can be controlled within 0.01 kilometers. Rao, seated at the secondary artillery command station, was engaged in multi-target lock training. 6 simulated targets appeared simultaneously on the holographic screen. 3 T-3 class destroyers, 2 T-2 class frigates, and 1 small Zerg biowarship. His fingertips slid swiftly, and the targeting brackets of 12 secondary cannons locked onto the weak points of the targets simultaneously, the lock-on time taking only 0.3 seconds. Secondary artillery multi-target lock complete. Energy charge ready, awaiting fire command. Tim stood behind him, watching the lock-on trajectories on the screen, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad, 0.1 seconds faster than the last rehearsal. Remember, if you encounter a surprise attack during the voyage, lock onto the enemy's engines and weapon systems first. Don't get bogged down in a fight, prioritize your own safety. In the engine room, Carl was leading an engineering team to inspect the maintenance interfaces for the crystal energy engine for the long voyage. Using a crystal energy detector, he scanned the engine's critical components. The screen showed the wear rate of each component was within 1, meeting the standards for the voyage. We've installed an emergency maintenance access next to the holmium crystal catalytic module, he said to the engineers beside him. If a minor fault occurs during the voyage, you can perform repairs through this access without disassembling the casing, saving 80 of the time. During a break in the rehearsal, Rao came to the engine room to seek advice from Carl. Mr. Carl, if the energy output of the crystal engine suddenly drops during the voyage, what could be the cause? Carl, who was adjusting the sealing device of the maintenance access, paused his work. It's most likely dust buildup on the holmium crystal fibers or a blockage in the heat dissipation array. You can inject a high-pressure crystal energy airflow through the emergency access to clear the dust and activate the backup cooling system. He handed Rao a portable maintenance toolkit. This contains a specialized airflow injector and detection probes. Keep it and practice more after the rehearsal. In the base's agricultural zone, Lily was leading the logistics crew in harvesting the first batch of cold-resistant. This newly cultivated variety was thriving with sturdy stalks and plump ears. As the harvester moved through swathes of star wheat, algae were cut, threshed, and sent to the adjacent processing workshop. The yield of this batch is 15 higher than expected, Lily said, her face beaming at the sight of the harvest. After processing into compressed biscuits and nutrient paste, it can supplement 20 of the Sunblaze's voyage supplies. We need to make an emergency purchase from the Wakalan Trade Alliance. In the processing workshop, the new star wheat algae nutrient supplement production line had been started. This nutrient supplement, co-developed by Dr. Thorne and Lily, mixed star wheat algae extract with holmium crystal trace elements. Formulated as an injectable, it could rapidly restore the crew's energy during intense combat or voyage fatigue, with a shelf life of up to 1 year. Each dose provides energy equivalent to 2 full meals and also boosts immunity, Dr. Thorne said as he inspected the purity testing equipment on the production line. The Sunblaze's medical bay needs to stock 500 doses, and each crew member's emergency kit should also contain 2. On the training ground, Reno was organizing the Sunblaze crew in emergency drills for the voyage. The simulated scenario was encountering chaotic energy currents from a dark nebula during the voyage, primary navigator failure, secondary artillery position malfunction. The crew responded swiftly. The technical team switched to the backup navigator, the combat team repaired the secondary artillery, and the logistics team activated emergency supply distribution. The entire process was seamless with no delays. Emergency response time, 4 minutes 30 seconds, 1 minute faster than last time, Reno said, looking at the timer. But the secondary artillery repair was still a bit slow. Rao, as the secondary artillery commander, you need to be familiar with the emergency repair procedures for each gun position. Aim to restore combat capability within 3 minutes next time. Rao nodded in acknowledgement, mentally noting the troubleshooting procedures for each gun position. He had just memorized the maintenance manual for the secondary artillery the night before and now needed practical drills to solidify his knowledge. In the afternoon, intelligence came from the T-1 5 class Foxhunt, a Federation reconnaissance squad consisting of one T-3 5 class cruiser and two T-3 class destroyers was approaching the base from the edge of the Dark Nebula. Their target was suspected to be the Sunblaze's voyage rehearsal data. The cruiser was equipped with a new type of crystal energy siphon attempting to intercept the Sunblaze's energy signature. Activate the Sunblaze's crystal energy anti-siphoning protocol. Lin Mo ordered. The T-4 5 class Sunblaze will maintain cruising status and activate the crystal energy signal encryption module. The T-4 class Dawnlight and T-3 class Nebula will deploy at the edge of the Dark Nebula. The T-2 class Zephyr and Daybreak will conceal themselves in the asteroid belt, awaiting the opportunity to destroy the crystal energy siphon. Inside the Sunblaze's bridge, Alan quickly activated the encryption module, masking the vessel's crystal energy signal to mimic the fluctuations of an ordinary civilian transport. Encryption complete. The Federation siphon can only receive false signals and cannot obtain real data. In the starry void, the Federation cruiser indeed activated its crystal energy siphon. Pale blue detection waves swept over the Sunblaze, but only captured chaotic civilian signals. Just as the cruiser prepared to move closer for further detection, the T-2 class Zephyr and Daybreak suddenly burst out from the asteroid belt. Their secondary cannons fired in unison, precisely striking the cruiser's siphon, which exploded instantly. The main cannon of the T-3 class Nebula then opened fire, hitting the engine of one T-3 class destroyer. The destroyer lost power and was completely obliterated by the Dawnlight's main cannon. The other destroyer attempted to cover the cruiser's retreat, but was locked onto by the Sunblaze's secondary artillery. Rao ordered a salvo. Dense beams of pale violet energy struck the destroyer's weapon systems, rendering it combat ineffective. The Federation fleet, forced to abandon its damaged ships, fled in disarray. The battle lasted only 20 minutes, once again validating the Sunblaze's crystal energy encryption system and the fleet's coordinated tactics. After the battle, Rao at the secondary artillery command station reviewed the firing data. He noticed a slight fluctuation in the energy output of one secondary cannon. He immediately contacted the engine room. Carl arrived with his tools and quickly cleared a minute amount of dust from the holmium crystal fibers via the emergency maintenance access, restoring normal output. Back in the base's agricultural zone, Lily's harvest of cold-resistant star wheat algae was complete, and the first batch of star wheat algae nutrient supplements was freshly produced. She boarded the Sunblaze with several cases of the supplements, distributing them to the crew for trial. These are the new nutrient supplements. If you get fatigued during the voyage, just inject one. It will quickly restore your energy. Dr. Thorne was in the medical bay conducting final pre-voyage checkups on the crew. He looked at Rao's medical report. Your physical fitness and psychological state are up to standard. There's just a slight nervousness, which is normal. It's your first time commanding secondary artillery on a long voyage. You'll get used to it after a few more times. He handed over a bottle of calming star petal essential oil. Apply a little before sleeper. It can help relieve anxiety. As night deepened, the T-4 5 class Sunblaze was docked in the base's orbit, its crystal energy indicator lights blinking in a steady rhythm like a slumbering behemoth. Rao sat in the secondary artillery command seat, checking all parameters once more. His fingertips traced the cold console, his heart filled with anticipation for the voyage ahead. In the base's agricultural zone, a new batch of star wheat algae seedlings had been sown. The nutrient supplement production line in the processing workshop hummed softly in the background. At the edge of the starry expanse, the T-1 5 class Foxhunt was transmitting its final reconnaissance intelligence, confirming the safety of the route. The maiden voyage of the T-4 5 class Sunblaze was now imminent, an arrow poised on the bowstring. On the orbital track of the mining base, the hull of the T-4 5 class Sunblaze was bathed in the morning light, with a faint purple aura shimmering from the crystalline energy protective film on its composite armor. Today was the critical day for the long-range voyage adaptation test of the crystalline energy shield. Carl and Alan stood before the shield control console on the bridge, their gazes fixed intently on the monitor. This was the final core test before the Sunblaze's voyage, ensuring the shield's stable operation across different starfield environments. Initiate shield adaptation test. Phase 1 standard starfield environment energy output at 60. Alan pressed the control button. Instantly, a translucent purple shield unfolded around the Sunblaze's hull, its surface adorned with evenly distributed energy patterns that flowed like a river of stars. The monitor displayed shield stability at 100 of the design value, with an energy loss rate of merely 1. 2. Phase 2 Dark Nebula simulated environment energy output increased to 80. Carl commanded as Alan swiftly adjusted the parameters, switching the environment simulation module on the screen to the energy turbulence data of a dark nebula. The shield rippled instantly, its energy patterns fluctuating briefly before quickly stabilizing, maintaining intensity above 95. In the dark nebula environment, the shield can autonomously adjust energy distribution to withstand turbulent impacts. Standard met. Leo stood by the auxiliary console recording each set of test data while observing the coordination between the shield and secondary cannons. With the shield active, there is no interference with secondary cannon energy output. Locking precision deviation is 0.005 kilometers, meeting coordination standards. He noticed a slight energy leakage at the shield's edge during high-frequency energy impact simulations and promptly cautioned Mr. Carl, although the leakage rate at the shield's edge is only 0.3, a prolonged operation during the voyage might affect energy sustainability. Should we optimize the energy circuit? Carl's eyes lit up as he brought up the shield's energy circuit diagram. You have keen observation. We can install microholmium crystal diverters on the edge circuits to redirect the leaked energy back into the system, reducing loss and enhancing edge protection. He turned to Alan. You handle modifying the circuit parameters. It'll take Leo to install the diverters. Let's aim to complete the optimization today. Beside the shield energy circuit in the power compartment, Carl and Leo were installing the microholmium crystal diverters. These diverters, the size of a thumb and crafted from high-purity holmium crystal, needed to be precisely embedded at the circuit nodes. Leo carefully placed the diverter into the reserved slot, using specialized crystalline energy tweezers, while Carl swiftly secured it. With a high-frequency welder, their movements fluid and seamless. Pay attention to the diverter's polarity during installation, Carl explained as he worked. The red interface must face the direction of energy flow, otherwise it will cause reverse blockage. At the base's logistics preparation area, Lily was leading her team in the final inventory of voyage supplies. Dressed in a cold-weather suit made from starwool beast fur, she held a supply manifest, meticulously checking the quantities of combat energy containers, standard supply crates, and emergency medical kits. 20 premium star core crystals, 300 standard supply crates, 50 emergency medical kits, Lily recited, plus 1,000 star moss algae nutrient packs and 500 compressed biscuits, all allocated by station. She approached the transport pod for the starwool beast cubs, which held 10 healthy individuals. Lily had prepared them specifically. Starwool beasts breed quickly, their meat is tender, providing fresh protein for the crew during the voyage, and their fur can be used for thermal gear. The pod's crystalline energy climate control system is calibrated, maintaining a temperature of 25 C. The feed and water supply will last them 3 months. Lily caressed the pod's wall. Once we reach the target starfield, we can set up a temporary breeding zone to achieve meat self-sufficiency. Dr. Thorne was inspecting the emergency equipment in the medical bay. He placed portable crystalline energy repair units, antiviral vaccines, and anti-radiation agents into medical kits, adding a copy of the Voyage Emergency Medical Manual to each, which detailed protocols for interstellar diseases and battlefield trauma. The Sunblaze's medical bay is equipped with 3 intensive care monitors and 2 crystalline energy operating tables, Dr. Thorne said to the nurse beside him. Regular physicals for the crew during the voyage are essential, especially for those working long hours in the power compartment and gun positions. Monitor their radiation exposure levels closely. On the training ground, Reno was organizing a coordinated voyage drill for the Sunblaze's crew. The simulated scenario was a surprise attack by a small insectoid biofleet during the voyage, with some secondary cannon positions disabled and casualties arriving at the medical bay. The crew responded swiftly. Leo directed the functional secondary cannons to lock onto the insectoid ship's biological reactors. The tech team repaired the disabled positions, logistics transported emergency supplies, and the medical team treated the wounded. The entire process flowed seamlessly without any flaws. Coordination response time 3 minutes and 45 seconds. 15 seconds faster than last time, Reno noted, looking at the timer. Leo, your efficiency in commanding the secondary cannons is improving. Precision destruction of 3 insectoid ships. Well done. He turned to Tim. The artillery team needs to intensify targeted training against bioships. The insectoid's biological armor has unique defenses. You must use the pulse mode of holmium-enhanced energy beams to penetrate effectively. In the afternoon, the T-1.5 class Foxhunt relayed urgent intelligence. A Federation fleet comprising 1 T-3.5 class cruiser and 3 T-3 class destroyers armed with new crystalline energy pulse torpedoes was loitering 400 kilometers outside the base, attempting a surprise attack to disrupt the Sunblaze's pre-voyage preparations. Initiate a live combat test of the Sunblaze's optimized shield. Lin Mo commanded. 5 class Sunblaze activates its optimized crystalline energy shield and charges its main cannon. The T-4 class Dawnlight and T-3 class Nebula form a fire net on the periphery. The T-2 class Zephyr and Daybreak are responsible for intercepting torpedoes. The Foxhunt continues covert reconnaissance, locking onto torpedo launch positions. The Sunblaze's crystalline energy shield deployed instantly, its optimized energy circuit boosting shield strength by 5 and completely eliminating edge energy leakage. The Federation cruiser launched its crystalline energy pulse torpedoes first. 6 torpedoes trailing pale blue exhaust streaked directly toward the Sunblaze's hull. Zephyr Daybreak, intercept those torpedoes. Reno ordered. The 2 T2 class ships fired their secondary cannons in unison, pale purple energy beams precisely striking the torpedoes, which detonated outside the shield, causing no damage. The T4, 5 class Sunblaze's triple holmium main cannon fired simultaneously. A pale purple energy beam pierced the Federation fleet's shield, striking the cruiser's energy core and instantly disabling it. The T3 class Nebula's main cannon then destroyed 2 T3 class destroyers. The remaining destroyers, sensing imminent defeat, fled in panic. The battle lasted a mere 18 minutes. The Sunblaze's optimized shield performed flawlessly with no instances of excessive energy loss. After the battle, Carl and Leo completed the shield's final adjustments, reducing the leakage rate to 0 and improving energy sustainability by 8. Lily boarded the Sunblaze with freshly made star moss algae and meat porridge, distributing it to the busy crew. We've won the final warm-up battle. Everyone have some hot porridge to replenish your energy. Leo took a bowl of the steaming porridge filled with cubes of starwool beast meat and fragrant with aroma. He took a sip and a wave of warmth spread through his body. As night deepened, the T4, 5 class Sunblaze lay moored on the base's orbital track, its crystalline energy indicator lights blinking rhythmically like a slumbering leviathan. Sitting in the secondary cannon command seat, Leo double-checked the locking parameters of the cannons, and the shield's energy status, his heart filled with anticipation for the voyage ahead. In the base's preparation area, Lily's team was still replenishing the starwool beast feed in the transport pod. Dr. Thorne was in the medical bay making final equipment calibrations. Deep in the starry expanse, the T1, 5 class Foxhunt was transmitting final confirmations of route safety. For the T4, 5 class Sunblaze's maiden voyage, everything was in readiness, awaiting only departure. On the tracks of the mine-based T4, the T5 Stellaris ship is fully prepared with the faint purple afterimage left by the crystalline energy shield still lingering and the interstellar jump stabilizer on the bridge gleaming with a cold, hard metallic sheen. This is the final core adjustment before departure, crucial for the precision and safety of a 500 light-year jump. Jump stabilizer activation. Quantum coordinate calibration begins. Carl stood before the stabilizer control panel, his fingers quickly tapping on the virtual keyboard as the three-dimensional star map on the screen continuously zoomed in, ultimately locking onto the coordinates of the target star region. Target Alpha 7 star region coordinates X 372, Y 891, Z 124, a jump distance 512 light-years, estimated jump time 12 minutes. Ellen sat at the auxiliary control panel, synchronizing the jump engine with the stabilizer's linkage parameters. The energy output of the jump engine matches the stabilizer's resonance frequency with an error of 0.2 Hz, meeting safety standards. However, during the latter half of the jump, the star core energy may fluctuate. I've added a holmium crystal compensation module in the system, which can automatically adjust the energy output to ensure stability. Leo crouched next to the energy interface of the stabilizer, scanning the line connection status with a crystalline energy detector. No looseness in the interface lines. Energy conduction rate 99.8. The stabilizer's cooling system is operating normally. Temperature 38°C. He looked up at Carl. Mr. Carl, what is the switchover time for the backup system in case of a stabilizer failure during the jump? 0.8 seconds. Carl turned to explain. The backup stabilizer and the main system are designed in parallel. Once the main system detects an anomaly, it will automatically switch over. But remember, manual intervention during the jump is not allowed, as it could lead to coordinate deviation or even tear the ship apart. He handed Leo an emergency manual for the jump. This contains all the contingency plans for faults. I'll review it one last time and remember it well. In the power cabin, Old Gray was leading the engineering team to inspect the fuel injection system of the jump engine. Special grade star core crystals have been precisely cut into compatible shapes and are being slowly injected into the engine's fuel chamber through crystalline energy conduits. The pale blue star core energy intertwines with the light purple crystalline energy, forming a stable energy flow within the chamber. Fuel injection completed. Total of 20 special grade star core crystals, sufficient for 2 round trips of jumping, Old Gray said. While looking at the fuel gauge, injection pressure stabilized at 15 MPa, no leaks, and the engine sealing performance is perfect. At the logistics dock of the base, Lily was directing the crew to load the last batch of supplies onto the Stellaris. The transport chamber for the star fur beast cubs was carefully hoisted into the temporary breeding area in the middle of the ship, with the crystalline energy temperature control system already activated in advance. The cubs were leisurely strolling inside. Boxes of star algae nutrient solution, compressed biscuits, and emergency medical kits were neatly stacked in the supply chamber, each box's crystalline energy locator flashing a green indicator light. Final count 10-star fur beast cubs, 1,200-star algae nutrient solutions, 800 compressed biscuits, 60 emergency medical kits, 5 spare special grade star core crystals, Lily said into her communicator. All supplies are in place, and the environmental parameters of the breeding area and supply chamber are normal. She boarded the breeding area of the Stellaris, adding fresh star grain feed for the star fur beast cubs and checking the drinking system. These little guys are our mobile meat stores and textile factories for the voyage. She smiled at the logistics crew responsible for breeding, record their feeding amounts and health status daily, and report any abnormalities immediately. Dr. Thorne will come over for checks at any time. In the medical cabin, Dr. Thorne was conducting the last concentrated health check for the crew before the voyage. He quickly scanned the crew's bodies with a crystalline health scanner, the life sign data on the screen syncing in real time with the base's medical center. Leo, your physical fitness indicators have improved by 10 since last time, and your psychological stress index is normal, making you well suited for the voyage. A theme, your old injury has healed well, but be sure to rest after the jump to avoid intense training. I've left you some repair gel. He handed each crew member a portable medical kit. Inside are 2-star algae nutrient solutions, 1 anti-radiation agent, 1 bottle of repair gel, and a mini crystalline trauma detector that can automatically detect wounds and alert you. Be sure to carry it with you. On the training ground, Reno was conducting the final tactical mobilization before the voyage. He stood in front of the holographic ship diagram of the Stellaris, addressing the crew. On this voyage, our goal is to explore the unknown mineral veins of the Alpha 7-star region while gathering intelligence on the Federal expansionists. The T-4-5 Stellaris is our core ship, with the T-4 Dawn and T-3 Nebula escorting in coordination. The T-1-5 Fox Hunt is responsible for reconnaissance, while the T-2 Gale and Dawnbreaker take on flanking surveillance. Everyone must remember their responsibilities and cooperate in battle. The captain of the T-1-5 Fox Hunt, Mark, added from the side, the Alpha 7-star region has vast unknown dark nebulae with many energy turbulence and meteor clusters inside. After the jump, we will first conduct reconnaissance to confirm safety before guiding the main force forward. If we encounter a federal fleet, prioritize concealment and intelligence gathering. Do not fire unless they... In the afternoon, the T-1-5 Fox Hunt relayed urgent intelligence. A federal fleet consisting of 1 T-3-5 cruiser, 2 T-3 destroyers, and 4 T-2 corvettes is rapidly approaching from 300 kilometers outside the base, with their cruiser equipped with a jump disruptor attempting to prevent the Stellaris from departing, and the corvettes carrying a large number of pulse torpedoes. Activate final combat verification before departure. Lin Mo ordered. The T-4-5 Stellaris starts preheating the jump stabilizer. The crystalline energy shield is fully powered. The T-4 Dawn and T-3 Nebula intercept Hedon. The T-2 Gale and Dawnbreaker destroy the jump disruptor. The Fox Hunt locks onto the torpedo launch positions for guidance and interception. Inside the bridge of the Stellaris, Ellen rapidly preheated the jump stabilizer, the quantum coordinates on the screen continuously refreshing to maintain precise locking. Jump stabilizer preheating completed, ready to initiate jump. Crystalline energy shield energy output 100. Anti-interference module activated. In the starry sky, the Federal cruiser was the first to activate the jump disruptor, the pale purple interference wave attempting to cover the jump signal of the Stellaris, but was instantly neutralized by the crystalline anti-interference module. The T-2 Gale and Dawnbreaker took the opportunity to accelerate, firing their secondary cannons in unison, accurately hitting the disruptor, causing the interference wave to dissipate instantly. The Federal corvettes launched a large number of pulse torpedoes, a dense swarm of torpedoes heading straight for the Stellaris, but were intercepted by the firepower net guided by the T-3 Nebula and Fox Hunt, with torpedoes exploding in succession in the starry sky, creating brilliant bursts of light. The main cannon of the T-4 Dawn fired simultaneously, hitting the energy core of the Federal cruiser, shattering its shield and causing the ship to tilt. Leo commanded the secondary cannons of the Stellaris, accurately locking onto the remaining Federal destroyers and corvettes, the pale purple energy beams densely striking the engines and weapon systems of the targets, causing enemy ships to lose power and ultimately be completely destroyed by the Dawn and Nebula. This battle lasted only 22 minutes, and all core systems of the Stellaris withstood the practical test without any faults. After the battle, Carl and Ellen conducted the final calibration of the jump stabilizer, while Leo checked the energy output status of the secondary cannons to ensure everything was foolproof for the voyage. Lily boarded the Stellaris with freshly made star algae meat buns, distributing them to each crew member. This is the last hot meal before departure. Everyone eat well and set sail with peace of mind. Dr. Thorne injected the crew with the final dose of anti-interstellar disease vaccine in the medical cabin and checked the status of the crystalline intensive care monitor. The medical cabin is on standby at all times. If there are any health issues during the voyage, contact me immediately. As night fell on the tracks of the mine base, the T-4-5 Stellaris lit up all its indicator lights, resembling the brightest giant in the starry sky. Lin Mo stood at the main driver's seat of the bridge looking at the jump coordinates on the holographic star map with determination in his eyes. Leo sat at the secondary cannon command seat, gently touching the control buttons filled with anticipation and reverence for the unknown star regions. The T4 Dawn, T3 Nebula, and other escort fleets were positioned on both sides while the T1 5 Fox Hunt had already set off to open the reconnaissance route. Star core energy was slowly injected into the jump engine. The T4 5 Stellaris began to tremble, slightly enveloped by a faint purple jump light. Quantum coordinates locked the countdown. To jump began 10-9-8. The pale purple light of the jump faded away like the receding tide as the T4 5 class vessel Rising Sun appeared steadily at the edge of the Alpha 7 star zone. Inside the bridge, the coordinates on the holographic star map pulsated before finally stabilizing with a deviation of only 0.03 light-years from the preset target. The gentle sound of a jump success notification rang out, easing the tense nerves of the crew. Jump settled. Energy core load reduced to 60. Crystal energy engine temperature at 58 C. All systems normal. Alan quickly scanned the monitoring screen, his fingertips lightly tapping on the virtual keyboard. The navigation system is updating the real-time star map of the Alpha 7 star zone, currently detecting no large celestial bodies or energy anomaly signals within an 800-kilometer radius. Carl moved to the observation port, operating the crystal energy telescope to scan the surrounding environment. Through the lens, the faint red halo of the dark nebula enveloped a vast star field with sparse celestial bodies resembling scattered diamonds on black velvet. In the distance, the asteroid belt glimmered with metallic reflections, faint energy fluctuations hinting at what appeared to be veins. The telescope has locked onto the asteroid belt located 650 kilometers away, detecting energy characteristics of star marrow alloy, with purity preliminarily assessed at over 60. Worthy of further investigation. Leo sat at the secondary cannon command position, performing a self-check of the equipment post-jump. The targeting systems and energy output modules of the 12 secondary cannons were calibrated one by one, and the crystal energy shield was switched to alert mode, maintaining a strength of 70. Secondary cannon system self-check completed, no faults. Shield energy distribution is even. Impact resistance meet standards. Mr. Carl, the locking delay of the secondary cannon after the jump is 0.2 seconds higher than usual. Should we recalibrate? No need. Carl shook his head. This is a normal residual energy effect after a jump and will automatically stabilize after half an hour. You focus on monitoring the energy signals in the direction of the dark nebula. The turbulence here may interfere with the equipment. Report any anomalies immediately. In the engine room, Old Gray was leading the engineering team to inspect the wear on the jump engine. He scanned the engine's turbine blades with a crystal energy detector, the screen displaying a wear level of 5, far below the design threshold. The jump engine is in good condition. The turbine blades show no deformation, and the energy conduction efficiency of the holmium crystal catalytic module remains at 85. He reminded the engineering soldiers next to him every 100 light-years of travel requires a comprehensive inspection of the engine, especially the cooling system. The high-temperature environment of the dark nebula can easily cause heat dissipation pressure. In the temporary breeding area of the Rising Sun, Lily was busy adjusting the environmental parameters for the Starfur beast cubs. She lowered the temperature of the breeding chamber to 22 C, controlled the humidity at 55, and turned on the crystal energy lamp, simulating natural light. The light intensity in the Alpha 7 star zone is 30 lower than the mining base, requiring artificial supplementation to ensure the normal growth of Starfur beasts. The little ones are adapting quite well. Lily smiled as she watched the cubs scramble for star grain feed. Dr. Thorne, come take a look. This cub seems a bit lethargic. Is it a stress response? Dr. Thorne arrived with the medical kit, scanning the cub's body with a portable detector. Heart rate is normal, body temperature at 37. 2C and no issues. It might just be a bit uncomfortable after the jump. He took out a small bottle of star grain algae nutrient solution from the medical kit and poured it into the cub's water trough. Add some nutrient solution to replenish energy and observe overnight. We can check the situation tomorrow. The reconnaissance intelligence from the T1 5 class Hunt Fox soon returned. Mark's holographic image appeared on the bridge of the Rising Sun. Captain, the Orphan signal from the asteroid belt has been confirmed. It is a star marrow alloy associated with holmium crystal, with reserves conservatively estimated at over 500 tons, and no mining traces from other forces have been found. However, 300 kilometers to the east of the asteroid belt, a derelict T3 class civilian transport ship has been detected, its hull intact, suspected to have encountered an attack from interstellar pirates. Lin Mo tapped the star map with his fingertip, drawing a probing route. The Hunt Fox will continue to monitor the area around the Orphan to prevent any surprises. The T4 5 class Rising Sun will head towards the abandoned transport ship to ascertain the situation. The T3 class Nebula will stand guard nearby, while the T2 class Gale and Dawn will accompany the rising sun and be ready to respond to any emergencies. The rising sun slowly approached the abandoned transport ship, the Crystal Energy Telescope, continuously zooming and revealing the details of the transport vessel. The surface of the hull was covered in marks from energy cannon fire, the shield generator completely destroyed, and the observation port on the bridge shattered, an interior cloaked in darkness, yet no signs of explosion or fire were found, appearing strangely abnormal. Approach to within 10 kilometers and activate active detection, Lin Mo ordered. Alan, try to connect to the emergency communication channel of the transport ship and see if we can contact any survivors. Alan quickly operated the communication system, adjusting the frequency to the civilian emergency band. The speaker emitted a harsh, static noise interspersed with intermittent distress signals. This is the Stardust transport ship under attack by unknown biological entities. Crew trapped in the cargo hold requesting rescue. There are survivors. Leo immediately locked onto the cargo hold location of the transport ship. The energy signals in the cargo hold area are weak, indicating possible biological activity. Carl frowned slightly. Unknown biological entities. Be careful. The ecological environment of the Alpha 7 star zone is unknown and may pose dangers. The rising sun will maintain a safe distance and send a landing team in a small landing craft for rescue, equipped with crystal energy weapons and protective gear. The landing team, led by Thame, consisted of 6 crew members navigating the T2 class small landing craft toward the transport ship. The crystal energy shield of the landing craft was activated throughout the journey, with the secondary cannon on standby. Upon nearing the transport ship, the mechanical arm of the landing craft precisely docked with the damaged hatch. Thame led the way and holding a crystal energy rifle, vigilantly observing the surroundings. The passageway inside the transport ship was in disarray, with scattered supplies and broken lines everywhere. The ground was stained with a viscous light green liquid emitting a faint odor. This liquid is corrosive. Thame used a crystal energy dagger to lift a bit. The dagger's surface instantly frosted. Everyone be careful not to let it touch your skin. The cargo hold door was tightly shut with obvious signs of impact. Thame signaled the crew to use explosives to blast open the hatch. With a muffled bang, the door collapsed, revealing a scene that made everyone gasp. A dozen interstellar creatures the size of hunting dogs and covered in hard shells were surrounding several stranded crew members, their spines glistening with cold light, dripping green venom from their mouths. Open fire, Thame commanded, and the pale purple beams from the crystal energy rifles instantly shot out, striking one creature's hard shell, which erupted, spraying green liquid as the creature let out a piercing shriek and collapsed convulsing on the ground. Seeing this, the other creatures lunged at the landing team, their spines aimed directly at the crew's protective gear. The landing team formed a defensive formation, alternating fire with their crystal energy rifles, while activating portable crystal energy shields to block the venom and spines. Thame aimed for the creature's eyes. This was the weak point not covered by the hard shell, and the beam struck true, incapacitating one creature. Target their weak points. Their eyes and abdomen have no hard shell protection. Inside the bridge, Leo observed the battle situation in real time through the landing team's cameras and immediately adjusted the parameters of the Rising Sun's secondary cannons. Captain, can we use the low power mode of the secondary cannons to support the landing team? Control the energy intensity to avoid damaging the transport ship. Yes, Lin Mo nodded. Adjust the energy output to 10, locking onto the area where the creatures are gathering for auxiliary attack. A pale purple low-power energy beam shot from the Rising Sun's secondary cannons, accurately landing on the perimeter of the cargo hold, hitting 2 creatures lunging at the crew, providing relief for the landing team. The surviving crew members of the transport ship took the opportunity to hide behind the landing team, their faces filled with terror. After 20 minutes of fierce battle, all interstellar creatures were eliminated. The landing team returned to the Rising Sun with 5 surviving crew members, and Dr. Thorne immediately conducted physical examinations, finding that 3 of them had been scratched by the creature's spines with mild signs of corrosion, and he promptly treated them with a crystal energy repair device. These creatures are known as hardshell predators, native to the Alpha 7 star zone, highly aggressive, and their venom, the surviving captain of the transport ship said weakly, we came to mine star marrow alloy, but didn't expect to be attacked. Most of the crew. Lin Mo reassured the surviving crew members and ordered the T3 class Nebula will be responsible for towing the abandoned transport ship to dock at the edge of the asteroid belt. The Rising Sun will continue to investigate the Orphan. Carl and Alan will lead the technical team to analyze the hardshell composition of the hardshell predators to see if it can be used for armor improvements. Lily, prepare enough emergency supplies and accommodate the surviving crew. As night deepened, the dark nebula of the Alpha 7 star zone glowed faintly red. The T4 5 class Rising Sun docked at the edge of the asteroid belt, the low hum of the crystal energy engine intertwined with the distant radiation signals from celestial bodies. Leo sat at the secondary cannon command position, watching the data analysis of the hard-shelled predators on the screen, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the console. This was his first encounter with unknown interstellar creatures, both curious and alert. In the distance, the energy signals of the star Marrow alloy in the asteroid belt remained stable, while deeper within the dark nebula stronger energy fluctuations could be faintly sensed like a slumbering giant beast waiting to be discovered. The exploration of the Alpha 7 star zone had only just begun. The morning light of the Alpha 7 star region pierced through the faint red glow of the dark nebula spilling onto the hull of the T4. 5 class Sunflower, its composite armor gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Inside the bridge, Carl stared at the mineral vein detector screen, which displayed a three-dimensional geological model of the asteroid belt. The associated veins of stellar marrow alloy and holmium crystal spread like silver-white threads clearly distributed within the asteroid's interior. Mineral vein scan complete. The main vein is concentrated in asteroid 3, approximately 2.5 kilometers in diameter. Stellar marrow alloy purity is 72, with a holmium crystal association rate of 35. A high-quality vein. Carl's voice brimmed with excitement. The vein is shallow. The shallowest point is only 120 meters from the surface, suitable for setting up a temporary mining platform. Lin Mo gently tapped the star map, locking onto the landing site on asteroid 3. Alan planned the route for the mining platform setup. Leo arranged for secondary cannon positions to be on guard against any reappearance of the shelled predators. Carl led the technical team to the landing craft for an on-site survey of the mining conditions. Understood, the three replied in unison. A T2 class small landing craft slowly departed from the Sunflower and flew toward asteroid 3. Inside the landing craft, Carl held a portable mineral vein analyzer. Alan adjusted the terrain scanning equipment, and Leo gripped his crystalline energy rifle tightly, watching the window with vigilance. Last night's attack by the shelled predators left him unwilling to let his guard down. The landing craft touched down smoothly on the asteroid's surface. The hatch opened, and a faint red stardust rushed toward them. Carl was the first to jump out, plunging the analyzer's probe into the ground. The screen immediately displayed detailed or composition, stellar marrow alloy purity 73. 5 higher than the detector showed. The holmium crystals are intact with no signs of weathering. Alan activated the terrain scanner, quickly generating a three-dimensional model of the asteroid's surface. No large ravines or geologically unstable areas within a 10-kilometer radius of the landing site, suitable for building a modular mining platform. However, there's a natural cave 5 kilometers to the northeast, detecting faint bioenergy signals suspected to be a nest of shelled predators. Leo immediately raised his rifle, aiming northeast. Should we send a team to scout? It could be trouble if they attack the mining crew again. No need, Carl shook his head. We'll set up a defensive mining platform first and deploy crystalline energy warning buoys around it. If any creatures approach, the alarm will sound. Once the mining equipment is running, we'll send a squad to clear the nest. He crouched down, using a crystalline energy dagger to pry up a piece of ore. The cross-section gleamed with a silver-white metallic luster embedded with tiny pale purple holmium crystal particles. This type of associated ore will be highly efficient to mine. Using stellar marrow alloy mechanical arms to cut directly will yield both ores simultaneously. Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the T4, 5 class Sunflower, Alan's team was analyzing samples of the shelled predator. The shell was fixed under a crystalline energy detector, and the screen displayed its composition. The shell is primarily composed of silicon-based compounds and natural crystalline energy crystals. Its hardness meets T3 class armor standards and can absorb a small amount of energy attacks, making it an excellent material for armor enhancement. Old Gray walked into the lab, leaning on a stellar marrow alloy cane, and looked at the shell sample. Grind the shell into powder and mix it into the stellar marrow alloy forging process. It should increase the armor's hardness and resistance to energy impacts. He picked up a shell fragment. This natural crystalline energy crystal has good energy conductivity and could be used to create core components for small shield generators. Dr. Thorne also arrived in the lab, bringing venom samples. The shell predator's venom contains corrosive enzymes that can break down the protective film on stellar marrow alloy surfaces, but it's less corrosive to crystalline energy shields. I've developed an antidote that neutralizes the venom's corrosiveness. Lily has already started mass production. Excellent, Alan said. We can coat the mining platform's armor surface with the antidote to prevent corrosion from the venom. At the same time, use the shell powder to improve the mining arms material for greater durability. In the temporary settlement area of the Sunflower, Lily was distributing breakfast to the surviving transport ship crew, starweed algae porridge and star beast meat jerky. She sat beside a young crew member and asked softly, "Have you been to the Alpha 7 star region before? Besides the shelled predators, are there other dangerous creatures?" The young crew member took a sip of porridge and shook his head. "This is our first time. We only heard there were stellar marrow alloy veins here, We didn't expect to encounter such creatures. But our detectors picked up a stronger energy signal deep in the dark nebula. We don't know what it is. Lily's heart stirred, and she immediately reported this information to Lin Mo. Captain, the transport crew mentioned an unknown energy signal in the dark nebula. There might be more dangerous creatures or other factions' ships. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately ordered T1. 5 Class Foxhunter will scout the edge of the dark nebula, focusing on detecting the source of the unknown energy signal. T3 Class Nebula will intensify vigilance in the mineral vein area to ensure the mining platform's safety. In the afternoon, construction of the mining platform on Asteroid 3 officially began. Carl's modular platform consisted of stellar marrow alloy supports and a retractable crystalline energy shield. Mechanical arms extended from the platform to the vein entrance, beginning to cut the ore. Pale silver-white ore was continuously transported to the platform's sorting equipment, where stellar marrow alloy and holmium crystal were automatically separated and packed into sealed containers. Mining efficiency is 20 higher than expected, Carl said, looking at the monitor data. The cutting speed of the mechanical arms is stable and the sorting equipment's separation accuracy is 98. We can mine 50 tons of stellar marrow alloy and 15 tons of holmium crystal per day. Leo deployed crystalline energy warning buoys on the platform, placing one every 100 meters. Once activated, the buoys formed an invisible barrier of pale purple energy fields around the platform. Warning buoys deployed with a detection range of 500 meters. If any creature approaches, it will automatically sound an alarm and release a low-power energy pulse to drive away small organisms. Just then, a sharp hiss came from the natural cave to the northeast, and the warning buoys' alarms instantly blared. The screen showed dozens of shelled predators charging toward the mining platform, their shells gleaming coldly under the faint red starlight, moving faster than during the last attack. Activate the platform's defense system, Carl ordered. The automated crystalline energy turrets on the platform's edge immediately fired, sending continuous beams of pale purple energy that struck the leading shelled predators, shattering their shells and spraying green ichor. Leo led 2 crew members holding crystalline energy rifles on the platform, aiming for the predators' weak points, their eyes. There are too many of them. The turret's firepower isn't enough. Requesting support from the Sunflower. In the bridge, Lin Mo immediately ordered T4. 5 Class Sunflower activate secondary cannons on low-power mode to support the mining platform. T2 Class Windrider dispatch a landing squad to assist in clearing the predator nest. This Sunflower's secondary cannons precisely locked onto the predators around the platform, and low-power energy beams rained down like a torrent, suppressing the predator's assault with dense firepower. The landing squad reached the natural cave in a small landing craft, opening fire with crystalline energy rifles and portable grenade launchers. The predators inside the cave were annihilated instantly, and the nest was destroyed. The battle lasted 40 minutes, and all attacking shelled predators were cleared. The mining platform's shield was slightly damaged, and one conduit on the mechanical arm was corroded by venom. Carl immediately led the engineering team to make repairs. Using the repair agent enhanced with shell powder, we can quickly patch the shield's breach and increase its corrosion resistance. Leo looked at the destroyed cave and breathed a sigh of relief. We're safe now. No more worries about attacks during mining. Carl patted him on the shoulder. We can't let our guard down. The Alpha 7-star region still has many unknown dangers. We should dig a deep trench around the platform and fill it with diluted venom antidote to form a second line of defense. Night fell, and the dark nebula of the Alpha 7-star region glowed with a faint red light. The mining platform on Asteroid 3 was brightly lit, with mechanical arms methodically extracting ore and sealed containers piled up in the platform's corners. In the Sunflower's laboratory, Alan's team had successfully produced the first batch of new armor plates using shell powder, boasting 30 greater hardness than standard stellar marrow alloy armor. Lily was busy in the kitchen preparing hot star wheat algae meat porridge and anti-radiation nutrients for the mining crew. Dr. Thorne continued optimizing the antidote formula in the medical bay. Leo sat at the secondary cannon command post, watching the mining platform's surveillance feed on the screen, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Deep within the dark nebula, the Fox Hunter's reconnaissance probe was aimed at the unknown energy signal source. The signal fluctuations on the screen grew increasingly intense, vaguely distinguishable as a frequency similar to a ship's engine, yet tinged with characteristics of bioenergy, mysterious and dangerous. The temporary mining platform on Asteroid No. 3 in the Alpha 7-star zone has entered a stable operational phase. Under the faint red starlight of the morning, 3-star marrow alloy mechanical arms were methodically cutting through the ore veins. The improved joints of the mechanical arms were coated with a layer of hard-shelled predator shell powder, remaining smooth as new despite repeated friction, with cutting efficiency enhanced by 15 compared to the initial state. Mr. Carl, the wear resistance test of the mechanical arm has passed with only 0.3, where after 8 hours of continuous operation, Leo reported the latest data while holding the testing device. His cuffs were dusted with stardust, and he bore a hint of fatigue. Last night, he and the engineering team had worked late into the night to adjust the shell powder coating on the mechanical arms. Carl squatted beside the power joint of the mechanical arm, tightening a loose star marrow alloy bolt with a wrench. Not bad, the addition of hard shell powder has indeed made a difference. But we still need to optimize energy conduction. Look here, he pointed at the energy conduit at the joint. After prolonged high-intensity operation, the energy loss in the conduit has increased by 2. It needs to be reinforced with holmium fiber. Together they removed the conduit, and Leo took out the prepared holmium fiber, wrapping it evenly around the conduit surface according to Carl's method, then securing it with a high-frequency welding machine. This way the energy loss can be reduced to below 0. 5. Carl looked at the wrapped conduit, nodding in satisfaction. Later we will retrofit all mechanical arm conduits to this standard to ensure stable mining efficiency. On the other side of the platform, the construction of the temporary smelting furnace was underway. Old Gray led the engineering team, hoisting the modular smelting furnace components into place. The furnace body was made of a mix of star marrow alloy and hard shell powder materials capable of withstanding 1500 C high temperatures and could utilize geothermal energy from the ore veins to assist with heating, saving star core energy consumption. The energy interface of the smelting furnace has been connected to the platform's crystal energy supply system, Old Gray said into the communicator. The first trial run is expected to take place at noon, capable of refining 10 tons of star marrow alloy and 3 tons of holmium in one go. Lily arrived at the mining platform with the logistics team pushing a food cart. She distributed warm star barley porridge and star fir beast meat buns to the busy engineers and miners, and specially prepared cooling star petal fruit juice. The temperature on the asteroid surface was 10 C higher than that at the ore base, making prolonged work prone to heat stroke. Mr. Carl, Leo, take a break and eat something. She handed over the meal boxes. Dr. Thorne has improved the detoxifying agent, and I have sprayed a layer on everyone's protective gear, so even if they come into contact with the hard-shell predator's venom, it's fine. Dr. Thorne also arrived at the platform to conduct simple health checks on the crew. He scanned a miner's wrist with a portable testing device. Body temperature 37. 5°C, slight dehydration. Go rest in the shaded area for half an hour and drink some electrolyte juice. He turned to Lily and said, the drinking water system on the platform needs to maintain sufficient supply, and we should add more sunshades to prevent the crew from prolonged sun exposure. At 10 a.m., the T1. 5 class, Hound, transmitted reconnaissance intelligence from deep within the dark nebula. Mark's holographic image appeared on the bridge of the solar. Captain, an unknown energy signal source has been located 800 kilometers away from the ore area in the core of the dark nebula. The signal indeed mixed the characteristics of a ship's engine and biological energy, suspected to be a biomodified warship preliminarily assessed to be T3. 5 class, the ship's surface covered with a shell similar to that of a hard-shell predator, exhibiting stable energy fluctuations with no attack intention detected for the moment. Lin Mo tapped the star map with his fingertip, drawing a reconnaissance route. T2 class, Gale and Dawn will form a reconnaissance team to approach the core of the dark nebula covertly and gather more data. T3 class Nebula will provide support at the edge of the dark nebula, ready to assist at any time. T4. 5 class Solar will remain in the ore area, continuing to secure mining and smelting operations with the secondary artillery on alert. On the bridges of Gale and Dawn, the captains immediately adjusted their courses and activated the crystal energy camouflage system, blending the camouflage film covering the ship's surface with the red dust of the dark nebula. The intensity of the energy turbulence in the dark nebula has reached level 3. Switching the navigation system to star core inertial navigation, the captain of Gale said into the communicator, the crystal energy shield has been activated to turbulence resistance mode, with energy output increased to 60. The 2 T2 class warships slowly entered the dark nebula with red dust particles colliding against the shields, creating fine ripples. The ship's instrument panel occasionally displayed brief signal interference, but was quickly corrected by the anti-jamming module. 200 kilometers to the target detected fluctuations in the target's energy shield strength equivalent to 5 class warships, reported the scout on Dawn. Biological energy signals are concentrated in the midsection of the ship, suspected to be the core area. At that moment, the target warship suddenly emitted a faint green detection wave sweeping over Gale, and the camouflage system has been detected. The captain of Gale shouted, immediately initiate emergency evasion, activate shields to full power. The detection wave did not trigger an attack, but the target warship's engine suddenly accelerated, turning the vessel as if preparing to escape the dark nebula. We can't let it get away, the captain of Dawn commanded, charging the main cannon, launching a reconnaissance torpedo. This type of torpedo wouldn't explode, but would attach to the target's hull, continuously transmitting data. The torpedo, trailing a light blue tail flame, accurately struck the target warship's exterior, but was deflected by the hard shell layer failing to attach. The hardness of the target shell is extremely high. The reconnaissance torpedo cannot penetrate, the scout on Dawn reported. The target warship speed has increased to 120 of cruising speed, moving towards the edge of the dark nebula suspected to head towards the ore area. Inside the bridge, Lin Mo immediately ordered Gale and Dawn are to contain the target warship, preventing it from approaching the ore. T3 class nebula accelerate to provide support. T4. 5 class solar activates the crystal energy shield, charges the main cannon, and prepares to intercept. The target warship moved extremely quickly, soon breaking through the containment of Gale and Dawn, heading towards asteroid No. 3. The hard shell layer on the ship's surface gleamed with a faint green hue, the biological energy core in the center flickering with an eerie light, and 2 weapons resembling crystal cluster ray cannons extended from the bow, with energy fluctuations growing increasingly intense. Target locked on the ore mining platform, crystal cluster ray cannon charging. The scout on solar shouted. Leo immediately commanded the secondary artillery to lock onto the target warship's weapon systems. Secondary artillery charging to 80. Aim at the crystal cluster ray cannon. Request to fire. Fire, Lin Mo ordered. 12 secondary artillery pieces fired simultaneously, and the pale purple energy beams densely struck the target warship's weapon systems, but were blocked by the hard shell layer, leaving only faint traces. The target warship's crystal cluster ray cannon then fired, and the faint green ray beam shot towards the mining platform, hitting the crystal energy protective shield, causing it to glow red instantly with strength reduced by 30. The shield is damaged. Initiate emergency charging, Carl shouted, and the backup star core energy of the mining platform was immediately injected into the shield, gradually restoring its strength. The T3 class Nebula and T2 class Gale and Dawn arrived simultaneously, with main and secondary artillery firing together, causing fine cracks to appear in the target warship's hard shell layer. Leo noticed that the biological energy core of the target warship was a weak point and immediately adjusted the secondary artillery's aim. Concentrate fire on the biological core in the midsection of the ship. The 3 holmium crystal main cannons of solar fired simultaneously, and the pale purple energy beams penetrated the cracks in the hard shell layer, striking the biological core, causing the target warship's energy fluctuations to become chaotic, interrupting the attack of the crystal cluster ray cannon. The target warship attempted to retreat, but was struck in the engine by the nebula's armor-piercing torpedo, losing balance and spinning in the starry sky. Gale and Dawn took the opportunity to close in, with secondary artillery continuously targeting the biological core, ultimately causing the target warship's core to explode, spraying faint green biological fluid, and the ship slowly sank, finally losing power at the edge of the dark nebula. The battle lasted 55 minutes, with the mining platform's protective shield severely damaged, but there were no casualties. Carl immediately led the engineering team to repair the protective shield, while Leo checked the energy output status of the secondary artillery, finding that some gun barrels had slightly overheated due to continuous firing and needed cooling before maintenance. Lily brought warm nutritional porridge and energy bars to the crew involved in the battle. You all worked hard, quickly replenish some energy. She looked at the damaged mining platform. I have already arranged for the warehouse to prepare new shield modules, which will be delivered soon for replacement. Dr. Thorne was in the medical cabin, treating a few crew members with minor abrasions from the battle, applying the optimized detoxifying agent to the skin that had come into contact with the biological fluid. This biological fluid is non-toxic, but slightly irritating. Applying the detoxifying agent will alleviate it. As night fell, the mining platform on asteroid No. 3 was brightly lit, and the first trial run of the temporary smelting furnace was successful, with pale silver star marrow alloy ingots and pale purple holmium ingots neatly stacked in the warehouse. In the laboratory of Solar, Allen's team was analyzing the fragments of the target warship's hard shell, discovering that its composition was more complex than that of the hard shell Predator's shell, containing unknown biological crystal energy crystals with extremely high technical value. Leo sat at the secondary artillery command position, watching the data on the target warship's wreckage on the screen, filled with confusion. What faction produced this biomodified warship? Deep within the dark nebula, the reconnaissance device of Hound was still scanning the surrounding environment, seemingly detecting more similar energy signals hidden within the red dust waiting to be discovered.